Yi Wuheng traversed to acquire the most formidable cultivation system in history, thus birthing a prodigy that countless true immortals dread. When it comes to martial arts techniques, is the Pure Yang Immortal stage sufficient? If we speak of combat skills, I possess heavenly-grade techniques merely for leisure. In terms of potential, I ascend through slaying foes and monsters. Do you dare discuss potential with me? As for posturing, Yi Wuheng could shatter the heavens with a single punch and level the tempestuous skies with a mere sword stroke. Chapter 1. I came from Earth to become a true immortal. Have I truly crossed over? Yi Wuheng murmured, gingerly touching his agonizing head before succumbing to unconsciousness. Just before his mind faded, he pondered, why does my head throb so painfully after uttering but a single phrase? This is not in accordance with the laws of traversers. An hour later, Yi Wuheng awoke, exhilarated, exclaiming, I can't believe I have also joined the trend of crossing over. In this day and age, one is almost embarrassed to face others without having traversed at least a few times. Alas, it is unfortunate to be a waste of potential. However, the protagonist's golden finger must surely manifest now. No sooner had Yi Wuheng voiced his thoughts than a mechanical voice resonated beside him. Ding! Host binding successful. Ding! Cultivation system activated. Ha ha! The protagonist's golden finger has finally appeared. Yi Wuheng laughed heartily. In his previous life as a recluse, he had mastered the art of fantasy novels, particularly those featuring system elements. He was certain that those who crossed over without a system would undoubtedly struggle. With his left hand supporting himself in the air, Yi Wuheng struck a rather flamboyant pose, his eyes gleaming with mischief. System, show yourself. The host need only silently summon the system. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears. Yi Wuheng's bewildered expression, coupled with his ostentatious posture, would surely earn him scornful remarks from any passers-by who might witness him. As he silently intoned the word system, the scene before him swiftly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the system's space. Ding! The host has entered the system space for the first time and is awarded 1,000 experience points. A surge of immense power erupted from Yi Wuheng's dantian, coursing through his limbs. The sensation was akin to that of a person who had been holding in their bladder for an hour, finally relieving themselves. Yi Wuheng shuddered, feeling an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Congratulations, host, you have reached the first stage of chi refinement. To think that it only takes a minute to elevate a mere body-refining waste into the first stage of chi refinement, this system is simply exhilarating. Yi Wuheng exclaimed with excitement. Due to your initial use of this system, the host is granted 3 free lottery chances. As the system finished its statement, a grand spinning wheel appeared before Yi Wuheng, with only 5 segments illuminated, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. System, what do those black segments signify? He inquired. The host lacks sufficient strength to draw from them. Lottery draw. Yi Wuheng pressed on without further inquiry, for he understood the potential dangers of attracting the attention of a significant figure who might covet his treasures, leading to perilous circumstances. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a mysterious technique. The 9 nethermortal dust decision. A radiant beam shot into Yi Wuheng's mind. Current host information is as follows. Name, Yi Wuheng. Level, 11. Age, 16. Cultivation technique. 9 nethermortal decision, level unviewable. Martial skill, none. Age, 16. Experience required for level up, 01000. This technique is remarkably powerful. Yi Wuheng swiftly activated the technique, discovering that his spiritual energy had indeed quintupled. Lottery. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a high-tier celestial martial skill, the 9 Heavens Thunder Invocation. The system hereby reminds the host that the 9 Heavens Thunder Invocation, when combined with the 9 nethermortal decision, can unleash the 9 nether divine thunder. In this world, the levels of cultivation techniques are categorized as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with the Yellow tier being the lowest and the high-tier celestial techniques being the highest. Yi Wuheng was utterly astonished this system was incredibly overpowered. To receive a celestial martial skill right from the outset, how would the talented individuals outside survive? It is well known that celestial martial skills are the most supreme techniques, and this one is of high-tier quality. In this world, martial skills are assessed based on the Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow classification, with celestial being the strongest and Yellow the weakest. Continue the lottery. Yi Wuheng, his face aglow and breathing heavily with excitement. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the charm fruit. As soon as the system announced this, A fruit resembling a dragon fruit appeared in Yi Wuhen's hand. He was utterly bewildered. You have given me a dragon fruit instead of the promised charm fruit? Can we still be friends, system? These thoughts were kept to himself, for Yi Wuhen dared not voice them out loud. What if his words displeased the system and it decided to abandon him? His plans for a harem in this other world would be utterly ruined. Almighty system, might I inquire how to utilize this dragon fruit or charm fruit? The host may consume it directly. The charm fruit possesses the ability to alter one's appearance, making slight modifications to the existing features without drastic changes. Listening to the system, Yi Wuhen did not hesitate and swallowed the entire dragon fruit, skin and all. As soon as he consumed it, a warm sensation enveloped his face, followed by an intense pain. The pain caused Yi Wuhen to grimace, collapsing to the ground, mentally cursing the system's ancestors in their entirety. After 10 minutes, the agony gradually subsided. System, provide me with a mirror. Yi Wuhen stood up, his voice now deep and resonant. A bronze mirror materialized before him, reflecting a youth with an alluring charm and a carefree smile. To think I have become so handsome, does this mean I could earn the title of Heartthrob Slayer? Yi Wuhen mused as he touched his face. He had to admit that his appearance now bore a hint of youthful elegance, yet with a distinctly more masculine allure than the typical pretty boy. Exit the system space, Yi Wuhen murmured softly. In an instant, the scene shifted back to his dilapidated room. Having just regained consciousness, the memories of this alternate Yi Wuhen flooded his mind. He was the son of the clan leader, yet due to his inability to cultivate, he became the subject of scorn. The second elder and others took advantage of the clan leader's seclusion to banish him to this place, where he toiled from dawn till dusk, surviving on a single meal each day. After a month, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished in his room. Meanwhile, the Yi Wuhen of Earth met his untimely demise in his sleep due to heart failure, thus allowing the heart-failed Yi Wuhen to seize control. The second elder, Yi Xian, and his son, Yi Tian, must perish. I shall claim this body and exact vengeance upon them as a tribute to you. Yi Wuhen clenched his teeth, his slender fingers forming into fists, nails digging into his flesh, as the 9 nether mortal dust technique surged with immense spiritual energy in response to his rising fury. In his previous life, though he was a recluse, he was also passionate and harbored a deep-seated enmity towards evil. Furthermore, fate has granted him a second chance at life. Who among the young does not possess a streak of recklessness? This immortality shall be mine. I shall defy the heavens. Yi Wuhen nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Initially, he had given little thought to the gravity of his situation within the system space. However, upon exiting and organizing his memories, he realized the depth of his indignation being trampled upon and forced to kneel, enduring daily beatings. He could hardly bear to witness such treatment inflicted upon others, let alone himself. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The strong instill fear, while the weak become targets. Good-natured individuals are often preyed upon, and gentle horses are ridden mercilessly. Yi Wuhen took a moment to quell the anger bubbling within him and restructured his memories. In this world, he had but one loyal servant and friend. Very well, I shall commence my cultivation tomorrow, he declared, striding towards the edge of his bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for crushing an ant and gaining 1 experience point. Experience system activated. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the experience system and receiving 1 cleansing elixir. A series of notifications rang in Yi Wuhen's ears, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He was no longer fazed by such surprises. The experience system has been initiated. It seems my time to eliminate Yi Tian has been advanced. I shall slay you before your father during the 5 Houses War in 3 months. Yi Wuhen smirked wickedly. Chapter 2. Brother specializes in defying all oppression. The following day, Yi Wuhen rose early, indulging in a refreshing bath that left him feeling invigorated. Just as he donned his garments, the wooden door of his room was kicked open, revealing a diminutive man. Upon seeing Yi Wuhen alive, the small man was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "You? How?" Before he could finish, Yi Wuhen interrupted, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Are you wondering how I am still breathing?" Yi Wuhen recognized him as Yi Tian's devoted servant. Had it not been for him, Yi Wuhen would not have had to endure such labor. Realizing that Yi Wuhen was aware of his schemes, the small man grew emboldened. "You worthless fool. After 3 years of cultivation, you remain at the first stage of body refinement. Since you have proven remarkably resilient, Allow me to escort you on your final journey. With that, he charged towards Yi Wuhen. A mere third-tier body cultivator dares to be so audacious? Yi Wuhen casually unleashed a punch, sending the diminutive man flying. The small man lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he clutched his chest and groaned. Yi Wuhen, how did your strength become so formidable? That's none of your concern, Yi Wuhen replied with a sneer, twisting his wrist. Bark like a dog, or else you shall perish. Brother Yi, please spare my life. As long as you do not kill me, I will be your loyal dog. Woof woof. The small man, momentarily stunned, abandoned his dignity, lying on the ground and mimicking a dog. Though his words suggested compliance, he secretly plotted, "You arrogant cur, just wait until I return to the Yi residence and summon Yi Tian." Is your master Yi Tian? Yi Wuhen inquired. The small man, sensing Yi Wuhen's fear of Yi Tian, hastily replied, "Yes, my master is indeed Yi Tian. Yi Tian is it? Fear not, he shall soon join you in the afterlife." With that, Yi Wuhen ruthlessly crushed the small man's neck with a single stamp of his foot. Regarding the act of killing, Yi Wuhen felt a slight pang of remorse, but was largely unaffected, for this small man had often subjected him to arduous tasks in the past. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a humanoid monster, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding! Experience is full. The host has leveled up to second-tier Qi refinement. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Yi Wuhen exclaimed, "How exhilarating! To think that killing could lead to leveling up, and without any bottlenecks. I shall become invincible." Without further ado, I must head to the Beast Mountain Range. Within the Beast Mountain Range, a strikingly handsome young man was mercilessly annihilating magical beasts. Indeed, this dashing figure was none other than Yi Wuhen, our male protagonist. Yi Wuhen lured the beasts into a cluster, executing the 9 Nether Mortal technique combined with the 9 Heavens Thunder spell. With a single strike of the 9 Nether Divine Thunder, the surrounding monsters were obliterated into fragments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a Grey Wolf, earning 500 experience points and acquiring the Azure Cloud Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an Iron Bull, earning 500 experience points and acquiring the skill Berserk. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's notifications echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears, filling him with elation. He marveled at the fact that after merely half an hour of wandering the Beast Mountain Range, he had ascended from 2nd tier to 4th tier Qi refinement. What sheer delight. Check attributes. Name, Yi Wuhen. Age, 16. Level, 14. Cultivation technique, 9 Nether Mortal technique, level undisclosed. Martial skills, Berserk Elementary, Earth tier skill, 9 Heavens Thunder spell, Advanced Heaveneer skill. Experience required for next level, 10001500. What is the purpose of this Berserk skill? Berserk activation enhances original attack power by 50%, movement speed by 20%, but reduces defense by 30% for the next half hour. Is it truly necessary to be so violent? Nevertheless, I find it appealing. Just as Yi Wuhen reveled in his thoughts, a woman burst forth from the bushes, grasping his arm and pleading, "Save me." Yi Wuhen turned to the woman, instantly taken aback. A phrase echoed in his mind. In the north, there is a beauty unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates a city. With another, she ensnares a nation. A beauty that topples kingdoms. Her luminous, clear pupils sparkled, framed by elegantly arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, porcelain skin glowed with a delicate blush, while her thin lips resembled the tender petals of a rose, poised to weep. An idea blossomed in Yi Wuhen's mind. This enchanting beauty must be welcomed into his harem. What has happened? Yi Wuhen inquired. Someone is pursuing me, the beauty replied, her face flushed from exertion, breathless and glistening with fragrant sweat. Yi Wuhen mused. Indeed, when one is thirsty, there are those who offer water. When weary, a pillow is graciously provided. Now, a horde of inexperienced fools arrives. He smiled at the beauty. Our meeting is fated. Do not worry. I shall assist you. By the way, I am Yi Wuhen. What is your name? The beauty appeared somewhat reserved, prompting Yi Wuhen to chuckle. It is perfectly fine if you prefer not to share. Ice dance, she stammered. No sooner had she spoken than a multitude of masked figures clad in black surged forth from the thicket. Yi Wuhen estimated there were around 20 or 30 of them truly. The presence of inexperienced fools was abundant. 9th Heaven Thunder incantation. Yi Wuhen intoned silently, summoning the divine thunder of the netherworld. Boom! The black-clad assailants near ice dance were reduced to mere ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain black-clad man number 1, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain black-clad man number 2, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Experience is now full. You have leveled up to Chi Refinement Stage 5. The remaining black-clad figures, witnessing this scene, dared not advance. The foremost among them spoke. Kid, I advise you not to interfere. You cannot afford the consequences. Yi Wuhen bristled at this. I shall interfere. Why should I not? I specialize in dealing with those who defy me. The leader of the black-clad group, incensed, commanded, retreat. We shall report back to the young master. With that, they vanished into the underbrush. Ice Dance's face flushed crimson as she finally managed to utter, You should leave. You cannot contend with them. Yi Wuhen frowned. Since I have made a promise to you, I shall ensure your safety. I will depart only once you are out of the Monster Beast Mountains. Ice Dance smiled radiantly. Thank you, Wuhen. Let us take our leave, Yi Wuhen said, taking her hand as they walked towards the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountains. This gesture deepened the blush on Ice Dance's cheeks. Perhaps this would serve as his repayment. 2 days later. Ice Dance, may we meet again by fate. Yi Wuhen waved goodbye. Whenever those rascals dare to bully you, come to the Yi family in Tianwang City. I will ensure they meet a fate worse than death. As he spoke, his internal spiritual power surged forth, formidable and awe-inspiring. Thank you, Wuhen. When you reach the Xianxia stage, come to Zhongzhou to find me. I shall await your arrival. Ice Dance replied, standing on her toes, to gently kiss Yi Wuhen's forehead, a fleeting touch akin to a dragonfly skimming water. Though it lasted but a second, it felt as if an eternity had passed. After the kiss, Ice Dance turned, her face flushed, and hurried away towards the outer reaches of the Monster Beast Mountains. By the time Yi Wuhen came to his senses, Bing Wu had already vanished without a trace. He touched his forehead, still lingering with the enchanting fragrance of Bing Wu, a sensation that was utterly captivating. No wonder so many had lost themselves in the tender embrace of affection only moments ago. Yi Wuhen had nearly suffered a nosebleed had it not been for his formidable cultivation, which allowed him to maintain his composure. He would have faced quite the embarrassment. Within just 2 days, he had already encountered a maiden. His harem plan was progressing swiftly indeed. Yi Wuhen shook his head over the past 2 days. His attentiveness to Bing Wu had been nothing short of meticulous, as if he were cradling something fragile, fearing it might break, or holding in his mouth, afraid it might dissolve. He had even resorted to a ploy of self-inflicted injury to elicit sympathy. Zhongzhou, is it? I shall visit one day. Yi Wuhen silently etched the name into his heart. With 3 months remaining until the Battle of the 5 Houses, my current cultivation stands at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, while Yi Tian has reached the 7th stage and Yi Xi in the 9th. It appears that I must hasten my progress, Yi Wuhen declared, before venturing deep into the depths of the Beast Mountain range to immerse himself in diligent practice. Chapter 3. The protagonist's life will be replete with extraordinary encounters. In the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range, where monstrous creatures roam and dragons intermingle, Yi Wuhen has merely been sweeping the periphery. After 3 days of this endeavor, he has only managed to elevate his level by 1, reaching the 7th stage of Qi refinement. The beasts in the outer regions have dwindled significantly, and reluctantly, Yi Wuhen must venture deeper into the heart of the mountain range. As noon approaches, Yi Wuhen continues to wander aimlessly. His routine has now settled into a rhythm of seeking beasts, dining, resting, and attending to personal hygiene. Suddenly, a notification from the system alerts him. Unknown space detected ahead. Extreme difficulty. Please avoid this area. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Wuhen's eyes gleam with intrigue. His gaze sharpens like that of a hawk, questioning the existence of any such space, as all he sees before him is a patch of weeds. Undeterred by the lack of visible danger, he steps forward, but within 3 strides, he finds himself plummeting downward. Should there have been bystanders nearby, they would surely be startled by a blood-curdling scream, and if they dared to approach, they might faintly discern the expletive. System, you are truly insufferable. Ding. Host has entered an unknown space. Yi Wuhen rises, rubbing his sore posterior, muttering, Who is the wretched owner of this cave? Surrounding him is an impenetrable darkness, prompting him to curse. Damn it, I can't even see the path. It's pitch black. He then silently invokes the system. Is there an object that can emit light? 50 taels of gold can be exchanged for a moonlight stone. Why must you always speak of money? How pedestrian. Do we need to discuss finances in our relationship? The host may spend 100 experience points to exchange. Blast it, this system is utterly devoid of sentiment. Despite his thoughts, Yi Wuhen generously trades for the Moonlight Stone. Just as he clutches the stone and prepares to flee, a howl erupts from behind him. Turning around, he realizes he has stumbled into a wolf's den, as no less than 100 wolves surround him. While he stands in stunned silence, the pack closes in, their mouths dripping with saliva and their eyes glowing crimson with hunger. Do you intend to make me your prey? Let us see who the true hunter is. Yi Wuhen hastily channels the 9 Nether Ordinary technique, feeling an influx of spiritual energy surge within him. 9th Heaven Thunderstrike. With a thunderous boom, dozens of ethereal bolts descend, instantly reducing the encroaching wolves to mere remnants. Ding. Congratulations, host has slain an iron wolf, gaining 500 experience points and the skill, Shadow Step. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host experience is now full, leveling up to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Wuhen's heart swells with joy. Leveling up signifies full status, and being at full status means he can unleash the 9th Heaven Thunderstrike twice more. 9th Heaven Thunderstrike, strike again. Once more, dozens of ethereal bolts rain down upon the already beleaguered wolf pack, now thoroughly disorganized. Yet, this only serves to inflame their ferocity, inciting them to launch an even more ferocious assault on Yi Wuhen. 9th Heaven Thunderstrike. Moments ago, there were dozens of wolves, yet now only 2 or 3 remained. Nevertheless, they managed to attack Yi Wuhen while he was casting his spell, leaving 3 conspicuous red claw marks on his back. Summoning the Qingyun sword, Yi Wuhen swiftly dispatched 2 iron wolves with 2 precise strikes. The last one stood at a distance, a formidable iron wolf lord, towering over its kin by 2 to 3 times. With a swift movement, he executed the extreme shadow step and unleashed a furious assault. In a dazzling display, his sword pierced the Wolf King's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have slain the Iron Wolf Lord, earning 10,000 experience points. Acquiring the Iron Wolf Robe, and gaining 200 exchange points. Ding. Congratulations, host, your experience is now full, and you have leveled up to the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Exhausted, Yi Wuhen collapsed onto the ground and reached for the Iron Wolf Robe, intending to don it. To his astonishment, as soon as it touched his hand, the robe fused seamlessly with him. Checking his attributes, he found: name, Yi Wuhen, age, 16, level, 19, cultivation technique, 9 Nether Ordinary decision, level undisclosed, martial arts, extreme shadow step, high Xian grade, fury, initial earth grade, 9 heavens thunder incantation, high celestial grade, weapon, Qingyun sword, Xian artifact, experience required for level up, 15,00030, 000 ding. Host level requirements met. Unlocking martial arts upgrade feature. Available upgrades: extreme shadow step to initial earth grade requires 20,000 experience. Fury to intermediate earth grade requires 30,000 experience. 9 heavens thunder incantation to celestial grade requires. Yi Wuhen glanced at the martial arts upgrade feature before exiting the system space, muttering, I cannot afford the upgrades. The system exploits us, the working class. Return my hard-earned money. After lying on the ground for approximately 30 minutes, Yi Wuhen stood up and strode towards the Iron Wolf Lord. Using the 9 Nether Divine Thunder, he ignited a fire and began to skin the Wolf Lord, roasting the meat. After savoring the wolf leg, he wiped his mouth and sighed. Delicious. The Iron Wolf Lord's meat is indeed rich in spiritual energy. Before departing, he remembered to collect the beast core that had formed in the Iron Wolf Lord's head. System, how do I exit this cursed place? Host only needs to slay the Guardian here to teleport out. And where is this Guardian? The system has already mapped out the route for the host. As the system's voice faded, a map appeared in Yi Wuhen's mind, marked by a prominent red line and a peculiar symbol. Yi Wuhen realized he was the symbol on the map, while the endpoint of the red line was still quite distant. He silently hoped it wasn't a formidable boss. With a sigh, he followed the path indicated by the map. Ding. Host has discovered a mysterious passage, difficulty extremely high. Retreat is advised. Oh, this is akin to a dungeon in a past life game, Yi Wuhen thought, disregarding the system's warning and continuing onward, uncertain if he was about to encounter an adventure or peril. Ding. Encountered a wilderness giant beast, weak points, head and ankles. My goodness, how am I supposed to fight this? Before Yi Wuhen stood a 2-headed giant, its body marred with countless wounds. Even at a height of 1.70 meters, Yi Wuhen could only reach the giant's knees. In its grasp, the giant wielded a bloodstained iron axe. Gradually, one of its heads turned towards Yi Wuhen, emitting a low growl, and the foul stench that erupted from its mouth nearly overwhelmed him. If you seek battle, then I shall oblige. Yi Wuhen summoned the Qingyun's sword, and, employing the technique of extreme shadow step, charged directly at the two-headed giant. With a resounding clang, he struck its ankle. Yi Wuhen employed a guerrilla tactic, strike and retreat. If he missed, he would still flee. Come on, you fool, chase after me. He taunted the giant as he dashed out of the cave. The two-headed giant, infuriated by his words, found itself unable to move, its peepa bone shackled by iron chains, rendering it powerless to advance. It could only stand there, subjected to Yi Wuhen's mockery. Ah, how astute. It cannot leave the cave. With a ranged weapon, I can wear it down, and if need be, I can rush in to deliver a final blow with the Nine Heavens' thunderous spell, Yi Wuhen contemplated. Ahaha, truly, the life of a protagonist is replete with fortuitous encounters. He laughed maniacally. Chapter 4. The Wind Leaves No Trace System. Are there any Bao-type weapons? Yi Wuhen inquired while standing outside the cave. The system remained silent, which left Yi Wuhen perplexed. Isn't this system supposed to be all-knowing? Suddenly, a marketplace materialized before him, filled with various bows. The legendary bow of Ho-Yi had an exchange value of 1 billion. Possessing such a divine bow could conquer the world. Yi Wuhen was momentarily bewildered. Goodness, they have bows here. This system is extraordinary. No, it's beyond extraordinary. It's cosmic. As his gaze shifted, he spotted a divine bow crafted from dragon skin, dragon tendons, and dragon horns. The divine dragon bow had an exchange value of 5 billion. Forged from parts of the dragon god, capable of piercing mountains and rivers with a single arrow. Yi Wuhen sighed in dismay. I can't afford any of these. I only have 200 exchange points. This wretched system tantalizes me with treasures I cannot possess. You may silently utter next page to proceed to the second page. The system's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. I thought you might have a change of heart and grant me 1 million exchange points. Yi Wuhen scoffed at the system, mentally whispering, last page. To his astonishment, the final page displayed only 2 bows. Yi Wuhen spat out the water he had just swallowed. The autumn water bow had an exchange value of 50, crafted from ordinary materials and only capable of inflicting damage on common beasts. The black iron bow was valued at 200, a sinuous longbow made of black iron that could deal damage to ferocious beasts and fatal damage to ordinary ones. I'll exchange for the black iron bow. Yi Wuhen's eyes lit up at the sight of the bow. Ding. As this is your first purchase of a bow-type weapon, the system grants you 500 arrows. Grasping the black iron bow, Yi Wuhen's eyes sharpened like those of a hawk. His spiritual power surged, and he pulled the bowstring back until it resembled a full moon. I will take your life. With a release of his right hand, the arrow shot forth like a silver dragon towards the two-headed giant. Yi Wuhen, feeling rather pleased with himself, adjusted his hairstyle, only to realize the arrow had gone awry. This is awkward. What the heck? It actually missed, Yi Wuhen exclaimed, bewildered. This defies logic. Shoot again. He drew the bow back to its full moon shape once more and released another arrow. Ding. Congratulations, you have dealt 50 points of damage to a foundational level beast. Unlocking the investigation function. Investigate that foolish giant across from me, Yi Wuhen quipped. The two-headed giant, struck by the arrow, roared angrily. Wretched human, you will regret this. Yi Wuhen sneered. All's fair in war. If I do not slay you, I will truly regret it. He launched yet another arrow. Two-headed giant Darnadu cultivation. Foundation level, severely weakened. Health, 19, 920, 000 weaknesses. Eyes, ankles weapon. Orc battle axe martial skill. War stomp. Frenzy. Yi Wuhen gazed at Darnado's profile, filled with fighting spirit. With over 10,000 health points and 500 arrows, each dealing 50 points of damage. That totals to 2,500. Let us see how much damage I can inflict by striking his weaknesses. Ding. The host has inflicted a critical strike on the two-headed giant, dealing 500 damage. Yi Wuhen's eyes glinted with ferocity as he unleashed arrow after arrow. Ding. The host has entered a state of rapt concentration, achieving mastery in archery, with a duration of 30 minutes remaining. Yi Wuhen did not heed the system's announcement. His mind was solely fixated on shooting at the weak points. The two-headed giant, constrained by iron chains, could only meander within the confines of the narrow cave. Its ankles and eyes were pierced by dozens of arrows. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the two-headed giant, earning 30,000 experience points. Acquiring the nameless sword technique, to be named by the host, and gaining 1,000 exchange points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching full experience. Leveling up to Foundation Establishment Stage 1, and it is recommended to consume the cleansing pill. Ding. Please name the nameless sword technique. Earth-tier beginner sword technique. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Wuhen declared, "Wind passes without trace." The name carries deeper significance. Its melodiousness is paramount, and without trace is his name. Wind passes without trace symbolizes his previous life, where he, like the wind, left no mark in that world. However, this life will be different. With the system's support, he is determined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Wind passes without trace. Earth-tier beginner sword technique has been successfully named. Checking character attributes. Name: Yi Wuhen. Age: 16. Level: 20. Cultivation technique: Jiu Fanqing Ju, level undisclosed. Weapons: Qingyun sword, mystical weapon. Black iron bow, mystical weapon. Martial skills: Berserk, Earth-tier beginner. Extreme shadow step, mystical tier advanced. 9 heavens thunder movement spell, heaven tier advanced. Wind passes without trace. Earth-tier beginner. Experience required for level up: 15, 00050, 000. The cleansing pill. Yi Wuhen glanced at the cleansing pill in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. Oddly, he felt no pain. Instead, a warm sensation enveloped his abdomen. This was peculiar, as the items provided by the system usually caused discomfort, yet this time, it was rather soothing. 5 minutes later. System, what the hell? Yi Wuhen grimaced in agony, his eyes rolling back and his lips twitching. The pain persisted for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Rising to his feet, he felt as if his body had become light as a feather, albeit with the expulsion of noxious impurities that were quite repulsive. Unable to endure any longer, he decided to hasten his exit and return home for a bath. With that, Yi Wuhen's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. There are 3 passages in total. Having traversed 1, 2 remain. Yi Wuhen strode into the second passage. What the hell? This entrance is unconventional. Where are the iron chains? Now I am left to face this lion alone. Before Yi Wuhen appeared a purple lion, adorned with a crystalline hue on its back. Surveying the beast before him, he assessed the thunder lion, imbued with a trace of heavenly thunder. Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 2 Martial Skills. Thunder Roar, Blood Battle across the wilderness. Health: 50,000 50,000. There still remains the strength for one last battle. Today, I shall ascertain whether your heavenly thunder is mightier or if my 9 nether divine thunder prevails. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen positioned himself before the thunder lion, channeling the 9 nether mortal technique within, drawing forth spiritual energy from all directions towards himself. 9. Heavens. Thunder. Movement. Incantation. Yi Wuhen uttered with a low growl, concentrating all the spiritual energy upon the divine thunder, unleashing a bolt of purple heavenly thunder. As thick as a man's arm, upon the thunder lion. The beast roared in fury, and the amethyst crystal upon its back astonishingly expanded to twice its previous size. In an instant, dust filled the air. Ding! You have inflicted 25,000 points of damage upon the thunder lion. Good heavens! Yi Wuhen was utterly astounded. I expended all my spiritual energy and could only reduce it to half health. It is truly a formidable beast. Chapter 5. The sword technique unleashes its might. The thunder lion, struck by the 9 nether divine thunder, let out a furious roar and unleashed a powerful swipe at Yi Wuhen. Goodness! If that connects, I shall be reduced to mere pulp. Yi Wuhen swiftly employed the shadow step, evading the attack just in time. Fortunately, his cultivation technique, the 9 nether mortal decision, absorbed external spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Otherwise, he would have certainly perished beneath the thunder lion's colossal claws. It is worth noting that the thunder lion's form dwarfed even that of a 2-headed giant. Aiming for Yi Wuhen's head was akin to striking a watermelon. That was close. I nearly had a discussion with the Buddha. Yi Wuhen sighed deeply. Azure Cloud Sword. Wind passes without a trace. The Azure Cloud Sword moved with the grace and swiftness of the wind, delivering dozens of strikes against the thunder lion in the blink of an eye. The blade sliced across the thunder lion's amethyst back, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Congratulations, host. You have inflicted 500 points of damage on the thunder lion. Enraged, the thunder lion bellowed at Yi Wuhen, sending him hurtling through the air. Clutching his chest, Yi Wuhen was about to curse the thunder lion when a surge of warmth rose in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! This lion has quite the attitude. Gradually, Yi Wuhen rose, determined to continue the fight while gripping his Azure Cloud Sword. Alert! Host is severely injured. Would you like to exchange for a recovery pill? Exchange. Yi Wuhen gazed at the thunder lion's immense form, wary of any lapse in concentration. Exchange complete. 1 recovery pill. 200 exchange points deducted. As the system's announcement concluded, a crimson pill materialized in Yi Wuhen's hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Almost instantly, a soothing warmth enveloped his dantian, and the wounds on his back began to heal rapidly, resembling the pristine skin of a newborn within mere moments. Witnessing Yi Wuhen's recovery, the Thunder Lion's mind darkened with a twisted notion to toy with him until death. After being trapped for so long, it relished the idea of exhausting him into a desperate plea for mercy. With this thought, the saliva from the Thunder Lion's mouth flowed more profusely. Let's see how long you can endure, you impotent lion. At this moment, Yi Wuhen's injuries had fully mended. He moved with agility, employing wind passes without a trace as he aimed to strike at the Thunder Lion's eyes. This sudden maneuver jolted the Thunder Lion from its reverie, prompting it to attempt evasion, but it was too late. Congratulations, host. You have struck the Thunder Lion's weak point, inflicting 1,500 points of damage. Warning, the Thunder Lion has activated the martial skill, Blood Battle across the wilderness, gaining an additional 80 attack power while its defense is reduced by 100. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen could not help but think, if I take a hit now, I truly shall meet the Buddha. As the Thunder Lion's claw descended toward him, Yi Wuhen pivoted and narrowly dodged the attack. Activate Fury. As he uttered these words, the spiritual energy within him surged violently, and his eyes turned a blood-red hue. Wind passes without a trace. Yi Wuhen's sword transformed into a blur, thrusting toward the Thunder Lion. Clang, clang. In an instant, the azure cloud sword shattered the amethyst behind the Thunder Lion. With a roar, the Thunder Lion seemed to be engulfed in profound humiliation, frantically swiping at Yi Wuhen. Yet, could such erratic, childlike strikes truly land on Yi Wuhen? Certainly not. In the face of life and death challenges, Yi Wuhen's mind sharpened, mastering the shadow step with remarkable finesse. With a swift motion, he pierced the last remaining eye of the Thunder Lion. The fury within the Thunder Lion surged, for the amethyst crystal upon its back, a symbol of its lineage, was shattered by the hands of this human child, and its own eyes were blinded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have struck the Thunder Lion's weakness, inflicting 5,000 points of damage. Are you enraged? Yi Wuhen gasped from a distance, watching the furious Thunder Lion roar. He mused softly, astonished by his own response. In mere moments, he had shattered the crystal and blinded the creature. Seize the opportunity to claim your life. Yi Wuhen grasped the Qing Yun's sword and lunged at the frenzied Thunder Lion. The technique of windless strike was indeed exquisite, now that the Thunder Lion was blind. It posed no threat to him, and he might as well use it for sword practice, he thought. One strike after another landed upon the Thunder Lion's back, as each ordinary strike dealt a mere 50 points of damage, making the Thunder Lion the perfect practice beast for Yi Wuhen. With the 300th strike, Yi Wuhen had grown thoroughly adept at the windless strike. He became increasingly familiar with the sword, a short weapon that was nimble and sharp. To maximize damage, one must exploit their strengths against the foe. The Thunder Lion let out a deafening roar and charged wildly forward. Yi Wuhen's heart trembled. This fool intends to take its own life. Such an act would deny me experience and techniques. Damn it! With that thought, Yi Wuhen swiftly executed the shadow step, positioning himself directly in front of the Thunder Lion. Having regained his spiritual energy, he unleashed the 9 nether divine thunder to send it skyward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the Thunder Lion, earning 50,000 experience points. The martial technique Blood Battle of 8 Desolations, the movement technique Thunder Step, and the weapon Thunder Sword, along with 2,000 exchange points. Ding! Host experience is now full, leveling up to the second stage of Foundation Establishment. Ding! The martial technique Blood Battle of 8 Desolations is compatible with the martial technique Frenzy. Would you like to merge them? Note, there is a 20 chance that both techniques may be lost. Ding! The martial technique Thunder Step is compatible with the martial technique Shadow Step. Would you like to merge them? Note, there is a 20 chance that both techniques may be lost. Let us take a gamble. Yi Wuhen gritted his teeth and chose to merge them all. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the fusion was successful. You have obtained the martial technique Blood Fury of 8 Desolations, advanced Earth Tier martial technique. Activating Blood Fury of 8 Desolations will enhance your attack by 100 for the next half hour, while reducing your defense by 20. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion was successful. You have obtained the movement technique Thunder Shadow Step, low-level Earth Tier martial technique. Upon activation, your speed will transform into an afterimage imbued with the power of thunder. Check the data. Name: Yi Wuhen. Age: 16. Level: 21. Technique: 9 Nether Mortal Decision, level undisclosed. Martial skills: Blood Fury of 8 Desolations, high Earth rank. 9 Heavens Thunder Invocation, high Heaven rank. Heavenly Thunder Shadow Step, initial Earth rank. Wind Without Trace, initial Earth rank. Experience required for level up: 15,00060. 000 Yi Wuhan glanced at his attributes and addressed the system. System, exchange for 10 recovery pills. I am determined to vanquish the final boss. Chapter 6. The 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger. Yi Wuhan clutched 10 restoration pills in his hands, his confidence swelling rapidly. Armed with the Thunderblade, he thrust it towards the head of the Thunder Lion. With an expressionless face, he twisted the blade's edge and flicked it upward, revealing a purple beast crystal core before his eyes. There were still 2 beast crystal cores yet to be absorbed. Yi Wuhan squeezed the diamond-shaped cores in his hands and immediately sat cross-legged, channeling the 9 nether mortal dust technique to begin absorbing the 2 beast crystal cores. A chill began to permeate his body, and the spiritual energy in his dantian, previously flowing like a small stream, surged abundantly. Half an hour later, Yi Wuhan finished absorbing the 2 beast crystal cores. Ding! The host has gained 50,000 experience points from absorbing 2 beast crystal cores. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Yi Wuhan rolled his neck, clenched his fists, and his entire body crackled with energy. His eerie red eyes gazed into the depths of the cave, a slight, wicked smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he strode deeper. Ding! A significant threat has been detected ahead. The host is advised to retreat. Fortune favors the bold. No matter the difficulty, I shall press on. Yi Wuhan brandished his sword, taking measured steps toward the cave's depths. Upon investigation, Yi Wuhan fixed his gaze upon a ferocious tiger, its entire body a vivid red, emitting a long, piercing roar, with flames billowing even more ferociously from its back. 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger Cultivation Level. Foundation Establishment Stage 5. A ferocious beast in the soul condensation phase. Martial arts. Burning heaven and earth. Howl of the moon. Health. 50,00050. Ancestry. Descended from an ancient ferocious beast. Though a descendant, it possesses traces of ancient bloodlines. Foundation Establishment Stage 2 should not be overly challenging. Yi Wuhan tightened his grip on the Thunderblade and executed the Thunder Shadow Step, appearing before the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword towards the tiger's head. The 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger quickly raised its paw to block, causing its flames to intensify. With a thunderous roar, the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger increased the surrounding temperature dramatically. Yi Wuhan was momentarily stunned as the tiger seized the opportunity, slamming its paw against him. He was sent flying. With a resounding thud, Yi Wuhan crashed into the cave's stone wall, feeling a sharp pain and numbness radiating from his back. He coughed up blood, feeling an overwhelming heat. Without hesitation, he swallowed a restoration pill. The lesson learned from being struck flying etched firmly in his mind, and he dared not be careless. 9 Heavens Thunderbolt. A bolt of divine thunder, the size of an adult's arm, struck down towards the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger. Ding! The host inflicted 25,000 points of damage to the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger. Wind passing without trace. As the 9 Heavens divine thunder descended, Yi Wuhan employed wind passing without trace, unleashing a flurry of martial techniques upon the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger. The scene resembled an ancient giant wielding thunder against an ancient ferocious beast. Wind passing without trace was exceptionally exquisite. In a mere breath, it left dozens of wounds on the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger, piercing, slashing, and upward strikes. Ding! The host inflicted 5,000 points of damage to the 8 Desolate Glazed Tiger. The 8 Desolation Glazed Tiger surged forward with a sudden sting, attempting to swat Yi Wuhan away with a single claw. However, Yi Wuhan's Thunder Shadow Step, imbued with ghostly agility, made it appear as though the strike landed upon him, when in truth it was merely a phantom. You've suffered for so many years. I shall swiftly send you to your demise. Yi Wuhan declared, brandishing his sword once more. His swordsmanship had matured significantly, reaching a level of exquisite finesse. Any sword master witnessing the battle between Yi Wuhan and the 8 Desolation Glazed Tiger would undoubtedly feel dwarfed by his prowess. At merely 16, achieving such refinement in swordplay, what heights might he reach in the future? The 8 Desolation Glazed Tiger roared in fury, launching a claw toward Yi Wuhan while its tail whipped about, producing a deafening gust. When did this feeble tiger become so formidable? Yi Wuhan thought, taken aback, and swiftly quickened his pace to evade the strike. The surrounding temperature soared, exacerbating the injuries on his back. His internal wounds had been healed by a recovery pill. I must accelerate. Yi Wuhan infused his foot with spiritual energy, leaping onto the tiger's head. He channeled his power directly into the beast's skull, then with a fierce shout, plunged his thunder sword into its cranium, executing a graceful somersault in the air before landing elegantly on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inflicting 5,000 points of damage on the 8 Desolation glazed tiger. Yi Wuhen exclaimed in disbelief, "It's still alive? This tiger's hide is remarkably tough." He swiftly executed the Thunder Shadow step to create distance, while the 9 Hells Mortal Dust technique absorbed external spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. 9. Heavens. Thunder. Strike. Yi Wuhen leaped, sword in hand, delivering a strike to the 8 Desolation glazed tiger as the 9 Hells Divine Thunder, as thick as a man's arm, descended upon it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 8 Desolation glazed tiger, earning 60,000 experience points. Acquiring the martial technique Burning Heaven and Earth, which raises the temperature within a 10-meter radius by 500 degrees, scaling with the host's level, receiving 2,000 exchange points. And obtaining a Foundation Establishment Beast Crystal Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Foundation Establishment Stage 4. View Profile. Name: Yi Wuhen. Age: 16. Level: 24. Cultivation Technique: 9 Hells Mortal Dust, Level Undisclosed. Martial Techniques: Blood Fury of 8 Desolation, High Earth Grade. 9 Heavens Thunder Strike, High Heaven Grade. Thunder Shadow Step, Initial Earth Grade. Wind Without Trace, Initial Earth Grade. Burning Heaven and Earth, High Earth Grade. Experience needed for next level: 5,065,000. It is time to venture forth and sweep through the 6 realms, and perhaps entice a few virtuous maidens along the way. Yi Wuhen stated, striding towards the outside world. In the marketplace, a disheveled, bloodied youth with unkempt hair was making his way toward the Yi residence. Indeed, he was our protagonist, Yi Wuhen. Who is that? The onlookers at the market murmured, pointing at Yi Wuhen. Why is he covered in blood? One person questioned. I remember now. He is the so-called waste of the Yi family, Yi Wuhen. A waste dares to adopt such a flamboyant name? Another remarked in astonishment. Do you think he was beaten to this state? Someone else inquired. It seems likely. The incessant chatter of this group is truly exasperating, Yi Wuhen lamented. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not provoke public ire. For such a misstep could tarnish his reputation for eternity, jeopardizing his pursuits with the fairer sex. This entrance is utterly misplaced, he mused, casting a critical eye upon his attire. Were it not for the deceitful machinations of the system that lured him into this cave, his grand debut would not have devolved into this farce. It is indeed infuriating. Oh, is that not our esteemed young master of the Yi family, Yi Wuhen? A man sneered disdainfully. Oh, is that dog barking again? Yi Wuhen replied, glancing westward and feigning an expression of searching for a dog, only to fix his gaze upon the man before him, realizing that it was merely the steward of the Yi estate. Ah, Steward Yi, your timing is impeccable. Do assist me in locating this dog. As he spoke, Yi Wuhen's mind raced, identifying that this scoundrel was allied with Yi Tian and his ilk, and he knew he could not allow him to remain. How dare you, you worthless cur, act so arrogantly? Yi Hu bellowed in outrage. Seize him. Chapter 7. Once I was a waste, now I am a king. With a thunderous roar from Yi Hu, Yi Wuhen's anger ignited. He abhorred being called a waste. Infusing his feet with spiritual energy, he leapt high, landing directly upon Yi Hu's chest. Yi Hu, underestimating Yi Wuhen and believing him to be the same useless individual from years past, failed to evade the impending strike. By the time he realized Yi Wuhen was soaring towards him, it was too late. Boom! The formidable Yi Wuhen crushed through Yi Hu's chest, leaving cracks in the very ground beneath them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villainous steward and receiving 1,000 experience points. At that moment, onlookers began to murmur among themselves. In truth, they had gathered the moment Yi Hu encountered Yi Wuhen, for it is human nature to be drawn to such spectacle. The guards behind Yi Hu trembled at the sight of their master being dispatched in an instant, their legs quaking with fear. Some even lost control of their bladders. Paralyzed by terror, do not look back, all shall meet their demise, Yi Wuhen declared, wielding the thunderclap sword as he unleashed the wind through none technique. Within a mere breath, several were vanquished, one per 10 paces, leaving no trace behind across the 1,000 miles. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding spectators, who, having had prior dealings with Yi Wuhen, hurriedly fled towards their homes. Yi Wuhen's gaze hardened as he flicked the thunderclap sword. Just as the audience believed he was poised to continue his rampage, he spoke. Kindly direct me to a bathing area and prepare some clothing. Consider it a favor owed. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, shouting, Brother Wuhen, my tub is the finest, spacious, and filled with crystal clear water. And my clothes are the latest from the Yun Silk Workshop. He pointed at a plump boy hiding in the depths of the crowd. The boy trembled at the attention, finally stammering, Be Brother Wuhan, I do not have a tub. We bathe in the river, and my clothes are merely coarse fabric. No matter, little one, leave me there. Yi Wuhan insisted, pulling the boy along. Oh dear, the fortune has slipped away. Someone sighed. Yi Wuhan was no longer to be underestimated. Indeed, calamity was approaching the Yi residence. Little one, I did not expect your family to be quite affluent, Yi Wuhan remarked, glancing around at the grand estate and nudging the boy with his elbow. Why pretend to be so poor? Brother Wuhan, I am actually a servant. This is the master's estate, the boy replied awkwardly, pointing towards a large pond. Please, go ahead, this is your clothing. Today, the master instructed me to buy rice. And I must not delay. Handing Yi Wuhan the coarse garments, he hurried away. Yi Wuhan pondered for a moment, then sighed before making his way to the pond. After a refreshing bath, Yi Wuhan felt rejuvenated, having cleansed the impurities expelled by the cleansing elixir. Clad in the coarse fabric, he bore no semblance of a farmer. Instead, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Emerging from the water, Yi Wuhan repeatedly practiced the wind-through-none sword technique with the thunderclap sword. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon. Brother Hen, why are you still here? The chubby boy, carrying a bag of rice, was about to enter the courtyard when he heard a piercing sound slicing through the air. Turning around, he realized that Yi Wuhan had not yet departed. I am waiting for you, my little friend, Yi Wuhan replied leisurely, sheathing his sword. The chubby boy, puzzled, scratched his round head and asked, waiting for me? Have I upset Brother Hen? With narrowed eyes, Yi Wuhan approached and inquired, what is your name? The chubby boy paused for a moment before responding, Tang Xiaodian. Ah, Tang Xiaodian, you shall be my little brother. Come to the Yi residence tonight. If you do not come, then so be it. Yi Wuhan waved his sleeve, should you arrive. I shall teach you the art of qi manipulation to aid you in becoming an immortal. Otherwise, you shall remain a mere mortal for eternity. With that, Yi Wuhan executed the thunder shadow step, vanishing without a trace. Tang Xiaodian, witnessing Yi Wuhan's ethereal movement akin to that of a celestial being, felt a pang of envy and silently vowed to seek him out. You foolish fatso, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring me the rice, shouted the burly man behind Tang Xiaodian. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tang Xiaodian flung the rice to the ground and exclaimed, I quit. He then dashed outside. Fine, Tang Xiaodian, do not come pleading to me in the future. The burly man bellowed after him. Yi Wuhan stood outside a grand courtyard, which was divided into 5 sections: the central courtyard, the northern courtyard, the eastern courtyard, the southern courtyard, and the western courtyard. Although it appeared small, Yi Wuhan knew it merely served as a guardhouse, with the true 5 courtyards hidden behind. Oh, isn't this the waste of the Yi family? Why are you back? Were you not expelled? The guards outside began to mock him mercilessly upon sight. It seemed the previous owner of this body had indeed fallen low, to be ridiculed even by guards. Yi Wuhan murmured to himself. Seeing Yi Wuhan muttering to himself and ignoring their taunts, the guards became furious, brandishing their spears and charging at him. Wretch, die! One guard shouted, thrusting his spear toward Yi Wuhan. In a swift motion, Yi Wuhan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, elevating himself to stand atop the spear. With a mere gesture, the guards had exploded. Yi Wuhan descended lightly, expressionless, and continued forward, leaving the surrounding guards trembling in terror. The effortless display of power was terrifying indeed. Yi Wuhan cast a brief glance at the guards, dismissing them. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, and these insignificant beings were not worthy of his time. Yi residents, I, Yi Wuhan, have returned, he proclaimed as he stepped through the northern courtyard's gates, erupting into unrestrained laughter. Oh, how did a useless wretch like you return? A burly man scoffed. Yi Tian. Upon seeing the stocky figure, Yi Wuhan's anger surged, and he delivered a swift kick toward Yi Tian. Startled, Yi Tian hastily employed his martial skills to defend himself. Though he too was at the foundational stage, the disparity in their techniques was too vast, and he was sent flying by Yi Wuhan's kick. You worthless fool, he began. But before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Let me enlighten you, Yi Wuhan proclaimed, his foot pressing firmly against Yi Tian's face. Once I was deemed a waste. Now, I am a king. The resonance of Yi Wuhan's voice was powerful and profoundly stirring. Yet, for Yi Tian, each word pierced his heart, for they were spoken while standing upon his face. Chapter 8. A young one is struck. Let an old one come today, my spirits are high. When the 5 houses war arrives, I shall reclaim your life. Yi Wuhan declared fiercely, applying pressure with his foot, shattering Yi Tian's jaw. As Yi Tian was a foundational stage cultivator, this injury posed no fatal threat, yet it would render his days ahead exceedingly bleak. Begone! With a powerful kick, Yi Wuhen sent Yi Tian flying. Fortunately, he only exerted 30% of his strength. Otherwise, in Yi Tian's current state, he might have faced a lethal blow. Who is the scoundrel that harmed my son? At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly arrived, dressed only in his sleep attire. Most cultivators at the foundational stage do not require sleep, and Yi Xian's appearance clearly indicated his intentions. Ah, that cursed dog is barking again. Yi Wuhen squinted at Yi Xian, aware that with his current prowess, he could not claim Yi Xian's life, but defeating him was certainly within reach. How dare the waste of the Yi family injure my son? Yi Xian glared angrily at Yi Wuhen, bitterly aware that he had always been overshadowed by his elder brother, Yi Wuhen's father. After finally seizing the opportunity to expel Yi Wuhen from the Yi family, he never anticipated such a rapid enhancement in Yi Wuhen's strength, rendering even Yi Tian powerless against him. Turning to look at Yi Tian, Yi Xian's fury ignited. Yi Tian lay unconscious, battered beyond recognition, his shattered jaw preventing him from closing his mouth, saliva pooling on the ground. Did you do this to my son? Yi Xian trembled with rage, his finger quivering as he pointed at Yi Wuhen, his expression one of barely contained fury, as if he wished to devour Yi Wuhen whole. Isn't that obvious? It is just me here. Yi Wuhen's words bore a deeper meaning. In reality, they were not alone. Yi Xian, Yi Tian, and Yi Wuhen were accompanied by guards and others who had followed Yi Tian. However, witnessing Yi Wuhen's brutal treatment of Yi Tian, they all retreated to the safest vantage points to observe the spectacle. Since you are the one who inflicted this injury, I shall spare your life on account of your father, but you must cripple yourself, sever your own legs. Yi Xian regarded Yi Wuhen with disdain. He was a 6th tier foundational stage cultivator, while Yi Wuhen barely reached the 3rd tier. Very well, you sever one of your son's hands, and I shall let you go. Yi Wuhen's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone chillingly calm. After all, possessing a cultivation system instilled confidence, rendering him unconcerned. Without further ado, Yi Xian unleashed his martial technique, thrusting his spear at Yi Wuhen. Although this technique lacked the ferocity of the previous guard's assault, it had already manifested internal energy. Even he dared not face it head-on. Yi Wuhen, not hesitating, executed the Thunder Shadow step to evade the incoming strike. This Earth-tier movement technique allowed him to dodge the attack with remarkable ease. 9 Heavens, Thunder Invocation. The 9 Nether Divine Thunder surged toward Yi Xian. Observing the formidable approach of the 9 Nether Divine Thunder, Yi Xian immediately summoned his spiritual energy shield and defensive martial techniques. However, it remains utterly useless. The 9 Nether Divine Thunder is a celestial force, and your feeble energy shield is no match for it. Yi Wuhen could very well be reborn into another world at this point. The 9 Nether Divine Thunder disregarded Yi Xian's shield as if it were non-existent. Upon contact, it shattered the barrier, leaving Yi Xian convulsing in agony. You little rascal, hand over your martial skills, and I shall spare your life. After enduring the shock, Yi Xian took only 3 breaths to recover, yet his body was left exceedingly weak. Huh, even in your current state, you dare to boast? Had I not spared your life just now, you would already be wandering the underworld. Yi Wuhen found Yi Xian's foolishness beyond words. Such a simpleton was likely unprecedented in history. Do not regret this. Yi Xian glared fiercely at Yi Wuhen, gritting his teeth. Golden armored guards, seize him. The golden armored guards were the elite protectors of the Yi residents, their status only slightly below that of the elders, yet to Yi Wuhen, they were merely a band of security personnel. The ground trembled as a throng of armored warriors surged in from all directions. So, they think they can overwhelm me with numbers, Yi Wuhen mused, glancing at the least 40 to 50 golden armored guards surrounding him. Each of these guards possessed foundational level strength, but against someone of Yi Wuhen's caliber, such tactics were futile. With a sinister smile, Yi Wuhen brandished the heavenly thunder sword and unleashed the windless slash. Embarking on a ruthless slaughter, each swing claimed a life. Each strike resulted in a shattered skull. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a golden armored guard and gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. In the blink of an eye, only a handful of golden armored guards remained. Realizing the dire situation, they began to flee in a frenzy. However, they were no match for the monstrous Yi Wuhen, who dispatched them all within a breath's time. Yi Wuhen wished to borrow a famous quote from a past life. Is there anyone else? Yi Xian stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Yi Wuhen could annihilate 4 to 5 dozen golden armored guards. He was acutely aware that he could never achieve such a feat. He understood that his days in the Yi residence were numbered. With a grin, Yi Wuhen addressed his uncle. You must know what to do next. Yi Xian felt his mouth twitch as he awkwardly rose to his feet and approached Yi Tian's prone form. After glancing at the unconscious Yi Tian, he steeled himself and infused his left hand with spiritual energy, delivering a fierce blow to Yi Tian's right arm, resulting in a fracture. Yi Tian let out a piercing scream, awakening in pain. Yi Wuhen observed Yi Xian's actions with a sigh. Uncle, if you cannot do it, then I shall take over. With that, he proceeded towards Yi Tian's location. Yi Wuhen, spare those who deserve mercy. Do not go too far. Yi Xian nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! What a splendid phrase. Spare those who deserve mercy. You cast me out of the Yi family. This is your interpretation of mercy? You beat me daily. This is your notion of mercy? You allow me but a single meal each day. This is what you call mercy? Each word resonated powerfully, rendering Yi Xian's countenance exceedingly awkward. Today, no matter who approached, Yi Tian's hand must be severed. Yi Wuhen directly plunged the thunder sword into Yi Tian's left arm, and with a swift motion, an arm soared into the air. Yi Wuhen, you little rascal! Yi Tian exclaimed, his eyes aflame with fury. Just you wait. I will not let you off easily. Yi Wuhen narrowed his eyes and replied, do you seek death at this very moment? Uncle, if you wish to see your son live, it would be prudent to flee now. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my temperament will remain calm. Yi Xian shot a glare at Yi Wuhen and hurriedly took Yi Tian away. Chapter 9. A strong return. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of Yi Xian and his son, the onlookers felt a tightening in their hearts, silently resolving to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Wuhen. Brother Yi, you have finally returned. A towering figure greeted Yi Wuhen with a smile. Ah, it's Wei Chong. Yi Wuhen recognized the stout figure immediately, realizing that this was the steadfast friend who had always remained loyal to him. Chong, my brother, I have truly risen this time. Yi Wuhen exclaimed with excitement. I have returned not only to partake in the battle of the 5 houses, but also to teach you the ways of cultivation. Wei Chong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. Brother Hen, have you really ascended? Isn't that obvious? Why would I deceive you? Yi Wuhen replied, leading Wei Chong to the lakeside where they often played during their childhood. Brother Hen, what are you up to? Wei Chong asked with a naive grin. Yi Wuhen glanced at Wei Chong and then inquired, do you wish to cultivate? Wei Chong shook his head and replied, no. What's the point of cultivation? Yi Wuhen continued, would you like to venture out with me? Of course. Wei Chong responded without hesitation. You have always treated me the best, and I have always intended to follow you. Then without cultivation, you cannot accompany me. Yi Wuhen sighed. The path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. If Wei Chong were an ordinary person, I would lack the confidence to save him in critical moments. Then I shall cultivate. Wei Chong said earnestly, scratching his head. Very well. I shall now teach you the art of breathing. Yi Wuhen began to instruct Wei Chong meticulously. The so-called practitioners must first learn the breathing technique, drawing the external spiritual energy into their bodies, mastering their essence to be deemed cultivators. Only by continuously refining their bodies with spiritual power can one be regarded as a first-tier practitioner, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. An hour later, as dusk began to settle, Yi Wuhen glanced at Wei Chong, who had entered a focused state, and hurriedly departed. Outside the Yi residence, Tang Xiaotian paced restlessly, murmuring to himself, how could someone like me ever be chosen as a by brother Hen? He must be intentionally comforting me. Just as Tang Xiaotian sighed and prepared to return to face the old man's punishment, a magnetic voice resonated behind him. Little fatty, don't leave. Yi Wuhen called out to Tang Xiaotian's retreating figure. Tang Xiaotian halted, turning around with surprise. Brother Hen, you have finally come. Of course, I promised to take you as my. Yi Wuhen's heart softened for this little fatty, feeling a tinge of pity that led him to accept him as his. Yi Wuhen approached and patted Tang Xiaotian on the shoulder. You should focus on refining your body. I will teach you the breathing technique later. Follow me. With that, Yi Wuhen made his way into the Yi residence. At this moment, with Yi Xian defeated by Yi Wuhen, he had almost secured a dominant position in the northern courtyard. For the master of the northern courtyard was his father. Yi Wuhen simply aimed to sweep through the northern courtyard, as the other 4 courtyards had no bearing on him. Alright, this is the place. Yi Wuhen led Tang Xiaotian to the usual training grounds of the north courtyard. It was now evening, and only a few practitioners were present. Upon seeing Yi Wuhen, their expressions stiffened, and they awkwardly forced smiles, saying, Brother Wuhen, we didn't see you here. We'll be leaving now. With that, they hurriedly fled. What is wrong with them? Tang Xiaotian asked, puzzled. He knew of Yi Wuhen's formidable strength, capable of vanquishing Yi, who effortlessly. However, Those individuals were all elite disciples of the Yi family, their prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of Yi, who by several folds. They merely have eyes to see, Yi Wuheng remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the retreating figures. Tang Xiaotian, not lacking in intelligence after years of servitude, could discern the fear etched on their faces when confronted by Yi Wuheng. After imparting the breathing technique he had devised, Yi Wuheng encouraged Tang Xiaotian to practice independently. He then retreated to a chamber, settling into a meditative posture, seemingly engaging in cultivation, yet he eventually succumbed to slumber, having drifted off during his intended training. At dawn the following day, Yi Wuheng completed his morning rituals, donned a simple set of white garments, and prepared to depart. He did not seek out his father. In his recollections, his father had warned him to remain vigilant against Yi Xian and his son before entering seclusion. In this alternate world, he had been timid and easily driven away when his father closed himself off. Yet now, he had returned with renewed vigor. Brother Wuheng, someone is looking for you outside. Tang Xiaotian called out as he wobbled toward Yi Wuhen's room. Who the hell is it, bothering me this early? Yi Wuheng burst forth. Upon seeing him, Tang Xiaotian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Panting, Brother Wuheng, you must run. There are many people outside. Hearing this, Yi Wuheng felt a warmth in his heart and declared, Today, I shall see who dares to challenge me. With that, he charged toward the entrance. Outside, a man in white and another in black were ruthlessly slaughtering the guards of the north courtyard. Oh, who dares to cause trouble at the Yi family? Yi Wuheng thundered, startling both men in white. Brother, he appears to be that Yi Wuheng, one of the white-clad men said. Ignoring his companion, the man in black addressed Yi Wuheng. You are the one who saved Miss Bingwu in the Beast Mountain range, are you not? Yi Wuheng chuckled. What must come will eventually arrive. The man in black frowned at Yi Wuhen's silence, about to speak when the white-clad man interjected, My brother is asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? Yi Wuhen's expression shifted, and he erupted with laughter. Having already assessed the cultivation levels of the two using his system, he noted one was at the 4th stage of foundation establishment, and the other at the 3rd. It was amusing to see someone weaker attempting to act tough. Brother, wait for me. I shall deal with him now. The man in white, having spoken, charged towards Yi Wuheng with a large blade in hand. Brother, don't. Come back quickly. The man in black exclaimed in a panic. Yi Wuheng chuckled mockingly. You think you can act tough and escape? As he unleashed the thunderbolt sword, it sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, engaging directly in a fierce clash with the man in white's blade. The moment the large knife met Yi Wuheng's thunderbolt sword, it was sent flying, leaving the man in white utterly astonished that his weapon could be so easily disarmed. Frozen in place, he was met with the swift strike of Yi Wuheng's thunderbolt sword, which arced like a dragon towards his neck. With a swift motion, the head of the man in white was severed and sent soaring. Witnessing his brother's instant demise, the man in black felt no inclination to resist. Without a second thought, he bolted towards the door. Once you arrive, do not leave. Chapter 10, The Prodigy of Prophet having spoken. Yi Wuheng swiftly pursued the direction in which the cloaked figure had fled. The wind whispered through the air as his sword, seemingly imbued with life, unleashed a series of piercing sounds. In an instant, dozens of sword shadows converged upon the black-clad man, who was swiftly reduced to mere fragments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd-tier foundation establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th-tier foundation establishment cultivator, earning 20,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, for advancing to 5th-tier foundation establishment. Remaining experience, 22,000 points. Yi Wuheng distinctly felt the streams of spiritual energy within him swell, gradually coalescing like a mighty river. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaotian stood nearby, rendered speechless by astonishment. Observing his friend's state, Yi Wuheng approached and remarked, If you dedicate yourself to cultivation, you too shall attain such prowess. With that, he made his way outside. The recent confrontation had made Yi Wuheng acutely aware of the formidable power of his adversaries, who had effortlessly dispatched a 4th-tier and a 3rd-tier cultivator. A sense of urgency gripped him. He needed to devise a strategy for financial gain. Yi Wuheng contemplated the exchange feature of the cultivation system, which permitted the conversion of gold into exchange value, 10 exchange points for each tael of gold. In simpler terms, the system had an insatiable appetite for gold. With 9 unused replenishing pills still in his possession, he resolved to seek a venue for their promotion. Chuckling to himself, Yi Wuheng set off towards the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion, backed by the great Zhou dynasty, served as a marketplace for rare materials and treasures. Almost every prefecture within the dynasty boasted a branch, primarily focused on auctions, with pawning as a secondary service. In Yi Wuhen's words, it was the quintessential destination for protagonists in every tale, a place to showcase one's grandeur. As he beheld the imposing structure before him, he noted its lavish design. A grand plaque adorned the entrance, inscribed with the gilded characters Treasure Pavilion. Below it, a throng of patrons flowed in and out, their attire revealing them as signs of nobility or powerful cultivators. This place is truly magnificent, Yi Wuhen mused, a splendid venue for ostentation. With that, he strode directly inside. Ah, young Master Yi, what brings you here? A well-groomed gentleman approached him with a sly smile. Who are you? Yi Wuhen scrutinized the man. Young Master Yi, I was present when you demonstrated your might by dispatching Yi Hu. I am Elder Chen Han of this establishment, he replied, concealing a crucial detail, that he had sent someone to follow Yi Wuhen after the incident. The informant returned with tales of how Yi Wuhen had effortlessly defeated Yi Tian and Yi Xianxia, thus igniting Chen Han's desire for camaraderie. Oh, I have come to sell some elixirs. Elder Chen, could you assist me with that? Upon hearing this, Chen Han was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Wuhen was an alchemist? Very well, young Master Yi, please follow me, Chen Han replied, leading the way inside. Yi Wuhen nodded in agreement and followed him. As Yi Wuhen walked, he discreetly surveyed the opulence of the treasure pavilion. Alas, in his previous life, he had been rather unsophisticated. Just as Yi Wuhen lamented his own shortcomings, Chen Han's voice resounded once more. Young Master Yi, we have arrived. It was then that Yi Wuhen realized. Retrieving the rejuvenating elixir from his sleeve, he stated, This is my medicinal pill, capable of saving lives. Chen Han took the elixir, inhaling its scent, only to find it devoid of any aroma. With a wry smile, he remarked, Young Master Yi, is there truly no issue with your pill? Yi Wuhen frowned, irked, and replied, Elder Chen, if you doubt it, feel free to have someone test it. Gaudy, come here. Chen Han pondered for a moment before summoning the tall individual who had been announcing. Young Master Yi, this is our second-grade alchemist, Gaudy. Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow once more and remarked, Elder Chen, my elixir possesses remarkable efficacy. I suggest you find someone with an external injury to test it. I jest not. The rejuvenating elixir is a product of the system, and anything from the system is guaranteed to be of premium quality. Chen Han handed the elixir to Gaudy, disregarding Yi Wuhen's words. As soon as Gaudy received the elixir, he began his examination. After a considerable time, he spoke. Elder Chen, this elixir bears no distinction from our external wound medicine. Is young Master Yi perhaps mocking us? Chen Han's countenance darkened instantly. Yi Wuhen let out a cold laugh, drawing the thunder sword from its sheath. Chen Han was taken aback by Yi Wuhen's action and shouted, Guards! Guards! Yi Wuhen, I must inform you that my backing is the prefectural guard. He too is a foundational stage cultivator, albeit of low rank, should you truly seek to harm him. He knows well he could not withstand it. Yi Wuhen chuckled softly, Elder Chen, you worry too much. Surrounded by a throng of guards, Yi Wuhen made a swift cut on his abdomen with the sword. Chen Han was astonished, pondering what Yi Wuhen was attempting. Was he resorting to self-harm out of rage? Yi Wuhen's lips twitched, his white robe stained crimson with blood, as he promptly consumed a rejuvenating elixir. The injury on his abdomen began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Mere seconds later, he was fully healed. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left agape in astonishment. Gaudy, now comprehending, exclaimed, a fifth-grade elixir. It must be a fifth-grade elixir. What? It is indeed a fifth-grade elixir? Chen Han echoed, equally astonished. Yi Wuhen resheathed the thunder sword and remarked nonchalantly, You possess eyes yet fail to see. Hearing Yi Wuhen's reprimand, Chen Han dared not retort further. Forcing a stiff smile as he inquired, Young Master Yi, how many of these elixirs do you have? 8, Yi Wuhen stated, directly handing over the 8 rejuvenating elixirs to Chen Han. As Chen Han held the elixirs, his hands trembled with excitement, and he stammered, Young Master Yi, we are willing to purchase each at a rate of 100,000 taels of gold, along with 100 low-grade spirit stones. Very well, Yi Wuhen nodded, secretly elated. Such a profitable venture in utilizing what others deemed worthless was surely unique to him. Half an hour later, Young Master Yi, here is the spatial ring. Everything you desired is contained within, minus a service fee of 1,000 taels of gold. After Chen Han handed a ring to Yi Wuhen, he remarked that Young Master Yi could come to find him anytime. Yi Wuhen nodded, grasped the spatial ring, and departed. A staggering sum of nearly 800,000 taels of gold, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Such ease in acquisition. Is this truly the fabled spatial ring? Yi Wuhen scrutinized the unremarkable ring in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. This spatial ring is exceedingly unattractive, resembling a mere stone. Chapter 11. A serendipitous encounter on the streets. Wuheng returned to his chamber in the Yi Manor, having claimed an unoccupied room as his own. He extracted a low-grade spirit stone and began the process of refining it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for refining a low-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Damn, that's rather meager. I expected something more valuable. Bah. Wuheng spat, dismissing the matter entirely. He then summoned the system and converted all his 70,000 taels of gold into exchange value, amassing a staggering 7 million in exchange value. This sum ought to procure something worthwhile. His armor was lacking, and the defensive capabilities from the Wolf King's spoils were inadequate. It barely withstood the Heaven's Thunder Sword. Wuheng shook his head and summoned the system shop. The shadow cloak appeared enticing, enhancing speed. Oh. The chainmail offered substantial defense as well. But that golden cicada suit, good heavens, its prestige is overwhelming. What to do? I desire them all. System, why can't you be a bit more affordable? Wuheng gazed at the prices of the armors, momentarily bewildered. Realizing that his 7 million exchange value was not as bountiful as he had hoped, allowing him to purchase merely one piece of armor. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to exchange for the chainmail, not for any particular reason, but as a tribute to the glorious days of his past life in the popular game League of Legends. Holding the tactile chainmail, Wuheng sighed. To spend 690,000 exchange value on just this piece of chainmail, and the replenishing pills can't be sold in excess, otherwise, their value diminishes. He leaned the chainmail against his chest, and it seamlessly melded into his body. Ding. The system detected that the host had changed armors. The original armor was automatically destroyed. Damn it. Wuheng exclaimed in frustration. My plans for profit have gone awry. Such fine armor could fetch a considerable price, and it's just gone. He slumped to the floor, feeling the world's malice directed at him. Just as Wuheng was about to embark on a path of frenzied slaughter, Wei Chong burst in, brimming with excitement. Bro, I've broken through to the first stage of body refinement. Wuheng was taken aback, thinking to himself, my friend possesses such remarkable talent. He has even surpassed my previous capabilities. Without the system, he could easily overpower me. That is fantastic. Keep up the hard work. I believe in you, Wuheng said, smiling as he patted Wei Chong's shoulder, his lips quivering with delight. Bro, what's wrong? You look unwell. Wei Chong observed intently, scrutinizing Wuheng's face. It's nothing, just indulged a bit too much lately and suffered a bout of diarrhea. Focus on your training. I won't disturb you any longer, Wuheng urged, promptly ushering Wei Chong out. Once outside, Wei Chong scratched his head in confusion. What is up with bro today? Meanwhile, Wuheng was immersed in fervent leveling within his room. Ding. Congratulations to the host for refining a low-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for refining a low-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. After half an hour, he successfully refined all 100 low-grade spirit stones, garnering a total of 100,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, with a remaining experience of 52,000. Profile. Name. Wuheng. Age. 16 level. 26 Cultivation Technique. 9 Nether Mortal Decision. Level undisclosed. Martial skills. Blood Fury of 8 Desolations. High Earth rank. 9 Heaven's Thunder Invocation. High Heaven rank. Heavenly Thunder Shadow Step. Initial Earth rank. Wind's Trace. Initial Earth rank. Burning Heaven and Earth. High Earth rank. Experience required for level up. 52,00075,000. It is time to venture into the streets in search of treasures. Wuheng sensed the abundant spiritual energy within him, flowing like a serene stream. A fantasy novel invariably encompasses 3 essential elements: caves, sex, and street explorations. Thus, Wuheng prepared to stroll through the streets, hoping to discover something extraordinary. One must admit, the streets of Wuheng County were exceptionally vibrant, bustling with people and thrumming with the sounds of chariots. Holding the Heavenly Thunder Sword, Wuheng meandered through the thoroughfare, observing iron fragments, tattered scrolls, and maps. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a map fragment. While perusing a shop, Wuheng suddenly heard the system's notification, which jolted him into action as he embarked on the quest for the map fragment. Dear customer, at our century-old establishment, our maps are guaranteed to be the finest. What are you looking for? A burly man noticed Wuhen's search and smiled at him. I am in search of a damaged map, Wuheng replied, oblivious to the true value of such a map. Ah, in that case, we have a total of 1,800 damaged maps. Which kind do you seek? 1-800? Surely, the host will tire of this endeavor before it concludes. Truly, this is the style of the system. Yi Wuhen thought to himself. Let me take a look first. He awkwardly suggested, scratching his head. Very well, please follow me. The man chuckled and led him further into the shop. System, how am I to find it? Yi Wuhen silently pondered. When the host touches a mysterious fragment, the system will provide an automatic prompt. Here are the 1-800 damaged maps, the man said, gesturing to a pile of scrolls in a secluded chamber. Yi Wuhen nodded and approached to examine them. What are you doing? The man exclaimed in surprise, as he understood that some customers valued certain fragments, but he had never seen anyone inspect them all. Just observe, do not speak. Yi Wuhen responded, tossing a couple of gold coins into the man's hand and resuming his search. Having received the gold, the man chose to remain silent, as Yi Wuhen was not doing anything inappropriate, merely exploring in silence. Yi Wuhen continued to touch the maps for an entire hour, examining over 1,000 of them. His hands began to cramp. Truly, the system is relentless. While others are generously endowed with treasures, my system seems determined to exhaust me. After an undetermined duration, just as Yi Wuhen felt on the verge of numbness, the long-awaited system notification finally resounded. Heaven and earth, I have finally found it. The sensation was reminiscent of my elation upon entering high school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a damaged map, activating the restoration function, which is capable of mending swords and armor. Yi Wuhen held the torn manuscript in perplexity, for the characters inscribed upon it were entirely incomprehensible to him. Esteemed guest, we shall purchase this for 10,000 taels of gold, the merchant offered. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000 taels of gold. Why not just rob a bank instead? Let us negotiate a more reasonable price. The merchant replied, we do not engage in haggling for this item. 9,000 will suffice. Yi Wuhen promptly retrieved 9,000 taels of gold from his spatial ring. The burly man, taken aback, realized that those who possessed such rings were certainly not ordinary individuals, and hurriedly acquiesced. 9,000 is perfectly acceptable. Yi Wuhen handed over the 9,000 taels of gold and departed with the manuscript in hand. Chapter 12. The 3 talents of the Yi family's main residence. Yi Wuhen sought a secluded spot and summoned the system, promptly restoring the fragmented scroll. One must admit, the efficiency of this system is commendable. It not only repaired the scroll, but also translated the ancient script contained within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for restoring the map of the hidden realm. Cost, 10,000 exchange points. Yi Wuhen's expression darkened. A mere compliment led to such consequences, truly a slap in the face. What manner of place is the hidden realm? Void cavern? Thunderpool? Exiting the system, Yi Wuhen scrutinized the map intently. Alas, yet another nightmarish-level dungeon. He dared not venture without first forming a golden core. This map shall be stored in my spatial ring as an antique. Placing the map of the hidden realm into his ring, he made his way toward the Yi residence. Oh, Yi Wuhen, are you the one who injured my brother? Yi Tian? 3 elegantly dressed young men stood outside the Yi residence, with a rather unremarkable youth addressing Yi Wuhen. And you 3 are? Yi Wuhen squinted, inquiring. Not only is he a waste, but also a simpleton. He hasn't even heard of the 3 prodigies of the Yi family's main residence. The trio began to mock. I thought it was someone of significance. Turns out to be the 3 fools of the Yi family. Yi Wuhen clapped and laughed heartily. You. Yi Feng assumed a stance as if to draw his sword. Do not rush. Let us take our time. Yi Wuing restrained Yi Feng, addressing Yi Wuhen slowly. Why not all 3 of you come at once? I cannot be bothered to waste time. Yi Wuhen waved his sleeve dismissively. You. Yi Feng, already irritable, could not contain his temper at Yi Wuhen's jibe, charging at him with his long sword. Yi Wuhen observed him, internally noting, this one is stable in stance, far superior to that waste Yi Tian. Without further ado, Yi Wuhen engaged him directly, their swords clashing with a crisp clang. Qinglian's sword technique. Yi Feng shouted, his sword suddenly accelerating, producing indistinct afterimages. Your skills may be commendable among your peers, but you have encountered me. Yi Wuhen unleashed the wind without trace technique. The essence of the Qinglian sword technique lies in speed, and so does that of wind without trace. In this comparison, Yi Wuhen's wind without trace proved to be the more exquisite of the 2. Ultimately, Yi Feng succumbed to Yi Wuhen, a sword wound slicing across his shoulder, followed swiftly by Yi Wuhen's foot pressing him to the ground. Indeed, the 3 fools of the Yi family. Yi Wuhen placed his foot upon Yi Feng's face. He had relished the act of humiliation, though his tastes had shifted to a preference for trampling. With his face underfoot, Yi Feng's countenance flushed with rage as he bellowed. You insolent cur! Dare to tread upon your grandfather's face. Yi Wuheng glanced at Yi Feng, shaking his head before turning to the handsome man beside him. Yi Ju, shall we join forces? Yi Ju cast a glance at Yi Wuheng and nodded. Yi Wuheng, taken aback, questioned, who bestowed upon you the audacity to insult me? Very well, allow me to demonstrate what true cruelty entails. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal kick to Yi Feng's lower body. Yi Feng cried out in agony and lost consciousness. Yi Ju charged directly at Yi Wuheng, his spear resembling a silver dragon. Yi Wuheng, without uttering a word, employed a mysterious technique to stealthily approach Yi Wuheng from behind. The piercing sound of his iron sword slicing through the air caused Yi Wuhen's expression to change. He wondered when this adversary had managed to sneak behind him. Yi Wuheng sneered repeatedly. Yi Wuheng, I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength and could endure for so long. I must concede that you are indeed a genius, but now your time has come. The sword surged forth with ferocity, its speed so swift that it reached Yi Wuheng in the blink of an eye, leaving him no chance to evade. Was he destined to meet his end here? Where was his protagonist's halo? It needed to manifest swiftly. Yi Ju stood by, watching with cold indifference. With a clang, the iron sword merely grazed Yi Wuhen's skin before being deflected. This spectacle left Yi Wuheng, Yi Wuheng, and Yi Ju all in shock. Yi Wuheng thought to himself, so it was the system's armor that saved me. That was close. I almost transitioned to another world. Yi Wuheng shouted, Yi Ju, this man possesses a treasure. After his ambush failed, he dared not flee. Yi Wuheng unleashed the Nine Heavens Thunderclap spell, and the descending lightning obliterated Yi Wuheng into fragments. Initially, he had no intention of killing Yi Wuheng, but given the intent to murder directed at him, he had no choice but to eliminate the threat. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was truly perilous. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Foundation Establishment stage for Cultivator, earning 15,000 experience points. Yi Ju, witnessing Yi Wuhen's burgeoning murderous intent, didn't even consider fleeing. He had seen Yi Wuhen's footwork and knew that capturing him would be a matter of mere moments. With a forced, awkward smile, he said, Brother Wuheng, I was blind and came here on the instigation of that coward Yi Tian. Please, for old time's sake, spare me. I have over 10,000 taels of gold. I will give it all to you. Yi Ju observed Yi Wuhen's expression, which remained impassive. He believed his offer was insufficiently enticing and was about to elaborate when Yi Wuheng interjected, hand over the spatial ring, and you may leave. Yi Ju, taken aback, instinctively responded, how did you know I had a spatial ring? Isn't that obvious? Without a spatial ring, how could you possibly carry 10,000 taels of gold? Are you planning to store it in your stomach? Yi Wuheng replied impatiently, enough talk, just give me the ring. Yi Ju felt a jolt of alarm. His spatial ring contained true treasures, the very foundation of his rise. You want to take it? Yi Wuheng was beginning to lose his patience. I'll give it. I'll give it. Yi Ju gritted his teeth and tossed the spatial ring from around his neck into Yi Wuhen's hand. I can. Yi Wuheng, holding the ring, said, no more words, Daddy loves you. With that, he activated the Thunderbolt Shadow Step and lunged forward, driving his sword into Yi Ju's chest. You promised not to kill me. Yi Ju managed to utter with great difficulty. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 Cultivator, earning 20,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on ascending to the 7th tier of Foundation Establishment. You have a remaining experience of 22,000, with the next upgrade requiring 22,000 out of 80,000. Child, your naivety is astonishing. I shall not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. With that, Yi Wuheng drew his sword and strode towards the Yi residence. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already awakened, and upon his awakening, he beheld Yi Wuheng casting the Nine Heavens thunderous invocation, observing the hesitant demeanor of that lad. Yi Ju, surely, there must be something valuable within that spatial ring. Yi Wuheng began to inspect the contents of the ring, ultimately discovering only 10,000 taels of gold and a secret scroll, the soul-breaking hammering scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering the cultivation manual for refining the soul-breaking hammering scripture. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful acquisition of knowledge. By the heavens, is this not the legendary manual that every protagonist must master for soul cultivation? In the later stages, one could contend against 3 foes, or even 5. No wonder that scoundrel refused to hand it over. Yi Wuheng nodded to himself in self-satisfaction. Chapter 13. Stealthy reading. Yi Wuheng, not one to hesitate, directly examined the purpose of the soul cultivation and spirit hammering scripture. This scripture requires prolonged practice of the soul, and in its later stages, the strength of the soul far surpasses the current level. Moreover, it allows the soul's power to be imbued upon weapons, resulting in formidable might. However, there seemed to be a flaw in this statement. How long exactly does it take to reach the later stages? Yi Wuheng pondered, scratching his head in confusion. The notion of imbuing the soul's power into a weapon appeared quite impressive. Recalling instances from novels where protagonists exhibited their soul powers with flamboyance, Yi Wuheng resolutely commenced his training. Time slipped away, and the sky gradually darkened. Yi Wuheng, drenched in sweat, exhaled a breath of stagnant air and murmured, "Why do I feel as though my body has been drained? Wasn't it supposed to be an ultimate sensation of comfort?" Lying on his bed, he prepared to gaze at the ceiling and contemplate life. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? Who has stolen the ceiling of my room?" Initially intending to ponder life while staring at the ceiling, he found not the familiar overhead view, but a vast expanse of twinkling stars. Wait, it is impossible for the ceiling to be stolen, and who would dare to steal mine? As he thought this, his mood lightened considerably. The embarrassment of having the ceiling of the self-proclaimed overlord of the North Yard stolen would be unbearable. Eliminating that possibility, there was only one explanation. Yi Wuheng swallowed hard. X-ray vision. Such a miraculous ability would undoubtedly be regarded as extraordinary in the urban realm, yet here, aside from peeping, it served little purpose. So, the essence of the soul's power is to spy, he mused, nodding to himself. Those fantastical protagonists do not utilize their souls. Now it is my turn to make the most of this. With that, Yi Wuheng executed a nimble leap and sprang from his bed. Haha. With a chuckle, he stepped out of his room. The library of the Yi family awaits my exploration. Brother Wuheng, where are you off to at this late hour? Wei Chong, who had intended to step out for a restroom break, unexpectedly encountered Yi Wuheng, who was headed to the library. Oh, just a little stroll to ease my boredom. Yi Wuheng replied, scratching his head. He had no intention of revealing his true destination, the Yi family's library, especially since it was explicitly forbidden for anyone to enter at this hour. Although he trusted Wei Chong wouldn't disclose it, it was still best to keep it to himself. All right, Brother Wuheng, you go ahead. I really need to relieve myself, Wei Chong said, clutching his stomach. Go on, go on. Yi Wuheng urged him toward the restroom. Yi Wuheng steadied his forehead and declared, now, it's time to commence my grand plan of secretively acquiring martial arts. He swiftly activated the Thunderbolt Shadow Step, racing toward the main library of the Yi family. Employing his spiritual awareness, Yi Wuheng activated his X-ray vision, allowing him to see all the scriptures within from outside the door. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the martial art Furious Slash. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Ding. The level of Furious Slash is too low. The system does not permit the host to learn it and automatically converts it to proficiency in the martial art Blood Fury of 8 Desolations. Ding. The proficiency of Blood Fury in the 8 Desolations stands at 100, 1000. System, may I inquire if these skills can yield proficiency? No. Proficiency can solely be attained through the absorption of martial techniques. How absurd is this system? Yi Wuheng exclaimed, baffled that proficiency could not be gained through combat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the martial technique Heaven-Shocking Sword. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. The level of the Heaven-Shocking Sword is too low. The system does not permit the host to learn it, automatically converting it to proficiency in the technique Wind Passing Without Trace. Ding. Proficiency in Wind Passing Without Trace is now 100, 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the host. After half an hour, Yi Wuheng successfully converted all martial techniques into proficiency, as he found the techniques therein beneath his notice. Ultimately, only the Heavenly Thunder Extreme Shadow Step and Wind Passing Without Trace advanced. Brother Hen, why are you still here? Wei Chong, having just finished his business and preparing to retreat to his room, turned to see someone stealthily observing something outside the hall. Approaching, he realized it was Yi Wuheng. Xianxia, what brings you here again? Yi Wuheng was equally astonished, wondering how he seemed to appear everywhere. Brother Hen, what are you doing here? Wei Chong asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. I'm just taking a stroll. Very well, Brother Hen, enjoy your walk. I shall return home to practice. Then you practice diligently. Yi Wuheng nodded. Wei Chong is truly formidable. He can always appear just when I am present, Yi Wuheng mused. He had discovered a new skill of the system. Any manual visible to the eye could be learned. Such a system was indeed his favorite. At that moment, Yi Wuheng sat cross-legged on his bed, cultivating the 9 nether mortal dust technique to absorb the external spiritual energy. He began to feel a cool stream entering from the crown of his head. However, The external spiritual energy was far too scant. After an hour, ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience through self-cultivation. Yi Wuhan felt like crying. Indeed, the system loves me. A mere 500 points of experience in an hour. It seems I am truly of no worth. With 500 points in an hour, and needing 70 to 80,000 for a level up, how many hours must this take? Brother Hen, I have broken through to the first level of body refinement. A familiar voice called from outside the window. Is that voice? Little fatty, Yi Wuhan exclaimed, opening the door to the ecstatic, trembling form of the chubby boy. Brother Hen, I am now at the first level of body refinement. Oh, splendid. Strive to cultivate diligently. Yi Wuhan promptly pushed Tang Xiaodian out, stating, I have matters to attend to tonight. Come find me another day. He suddenly recalled that he had indeed killed 2 individuals and severely injured another, and the parents of those 3 bore considerable cultivation. If he did not work hard to cultivate, he might very well be in grave danger. Relying solely on current cultivation would not suffice. The only viable options were to slay foes or enhance his soul. Should he flee or cultivate his soul and take a gamble? Yi Wuhan paced anxiously in his room. Ultimately, he decided to cultivate his soul and set off early the next morning. Time was of the essence. Thus, Yi Wuhan promptly settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. Gradually, he began to relinquish the anxious thoughts that plagued his mind, slowly entering a state of focus. At that moment, Yi Wuhan sensed himself transported to another realm, the sea of consciousness. This ethereal space was replete with a myriad of starry rivers, radiantly illuminated. Yi Wuhan strolled across the celestial expanse as stars began to coalesce, only to scatter once more and then converge again. Chapter 14. Calling for Parents? This must be the legendary soul forging. Yi Wuhan gazed at the gathering and scattering of stars, his heart a tumultuous sea, pondering the extent of his own spirit. For the time that followed, Yi Wuhan wandered within the realm of his consciousness until exhaustion overtook him, prompting him to lie down and succumb to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Yi Wuhan imagined himself sweeping through the 6 realms, preparing to confront the mightiest boss in existence. Prepare to meet your end, formidable foe, he declared, brandishing his divine sword as he lunged towards the boss. Suddenly, the boss raised a hand and interjected, Hold on. Are you afraid? Yi Wuhan scoffed. The boss shook his head and replied, It is not I who fears, but you. Oh, why do you claim that I am afraid? Yi Wuhan laughed heartily. Because if you do not rise soon, you shall be struck down. Startled by these words, Yi Wuhan awoke, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What a terrifying dream. I must make haste. With that, he sprang from his bed, freshened up, donned his clothes, and made his way toward the entrance of the Yi Manor. Father, it is he who has reduced me to this state, exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed young man, gesturing dramatically. Curse my luck, I must have run afoul of fate. Yi Wuhan cursed inwardly, lamenting that while others encountered benefactors upon leaving home, he had stumbled upon adversaries. A middle-aged man, face contorted with rage, bellowed, Is it you who has harmed my son? Isn't that obvious? Yi Wuhan retorted, refusing to mince words. The situation had escalated beyond the point of further explanation. Did you kill Juo? Demanded Yi Ju's father. I can hardly be bothered to engage in petty banter. Let me put it plainly. I am the one who has slain your sons. If you possess the gall, come seek revenge. Yi Wuhan provocatively waved his hand. Your sons are so weak that they couldn't withstand even a single blow from me. It is their own inadequacy that led to their demise. He emphasized the weakness of his opponents with a dramatic flair, shrugging in exasperation. He carried his pride with him, unyielding in the face of any adversary, no matter how numerous. Yi Wuhan, your recent surge in power has emboldened you after defeating Yi Xian and his son, has it not? Do you truly believe yourself to be the dragon of destiny? Today, I shall show you that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. Enraged by Yi Wuhan's words, Yi Feng's father assumed a stance as if to draw his sword. Yi Wuhan coldly admonished, You wretches dare to bully the weak? Do you consider yourselves worthy opponents? His words rendered them speechless. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yi Wuheng's father declared, Shameless youth. Today, I shall face you alone. To spare you the accusation of relying on numbers. Yi Wuhan suddenly let out a fierce roar, causing a cyclone to emerge and disperse around him. Yi Feng, witnessing the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Wuhan, was taken aback and hastily drew his weapon. The silver sword he wielded was strikingly beautiful and undoubtedly of great value. Both swords were imbued with their respective spiritual energies, the azure aura shimmering brilliantly as they clashed, producing a resounding clang and the piercing sound of cutting through the air. Alas, Yi Wuhen's cultivation was insufficient. The moment Yi Wuhen's thunder sword made contact with Yi Wuheng's father's silver sword, the energy from Yi Wuhen's sword dissipated entirely after just a few exchanges. With another clash, Yi Wuhen's sword shuddered violently. Without hesitation, Yi Wuhen opted not to engage head-on with Yi Wuheng's father, but instead relied on his swordsmanship. The disparity in strength was indeed too great. Yi Wuhen could not hope to match the formidable prowess of Yi Wuheng's father in terms of spiritual energy. Yi Wuheng's father was evidently taken aback by the ferocity of Yi Wuhen's attack. Yi Wuhen mused to himself that while he could not compete with the depth of Yi Wuheng's father's spiritual energy, his swordsmanship was undoubtedly superior. After his upgrade, Yi Wuhen's speed had increased, and his mastery of sword techniques had reached an exquisite level. Yi Wuheng's father could only struggle to defend himself. Just as Yi Wuhen aimed to pierce his heart, Yi Wuheng's father seemed to sense something amiss and struck Yi Wuhen's chest with his palm. Yi Wuhen coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. How could this wretched fellow possess such strength? Yi Wuhen pondered. Why are you not boasting now? Yi Wuheng's father approached slowly, sword in hand. Blood fury of the 8 desolations, activate. Conflagrate heaven and earth, commence. Once the blood fury of the 8 desolations was unleashed, Yi Wuhen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Yi Wuheng's father sensed the searing heat enveloping Yi Wuhen and was filled with curiosity. Boy, what secret technique have you employed? Surrender it, and I may spare your life. Secret technique? You might as well seek it in the netherworld. Yi Wuhen charged forward, his every sword strike accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the intense heat distorting the very air around him. What is happening? Why is it so hot? Both Yi Feng's father and Yi Zhu's father shared their bewilderment. Following the activation of the blood fury of the 8 desolations, Yi Wuhen's attacks and speed had dramatically improved. Yi Wuheng's father was left with no choice but to defend desperately. Old turtle, aren't you quite formidable? Come on. Yi Wuhen infused his weapon with spiritual energy. With a single stroke, akin to a startled swan, he brought his sword down upon Yi Wuheng's father's silver sword, severing it. Did you not claim to be powerful? Yi Wuhen lunged once more toward Yi Wuheng's father's chest. Just then, Yi Wuheng's mother cried out, Hengi, rushing forward. Upon seeing her, Yi Wuhen was startled and instinctively halted his sword, but the force of his action rebounded, causing him to spit out blood. Depart, for I harbor no animosity towards you. Yi Wuhen contemplated and spoke slowly. Even though he had slain their son, he felt an inexplicable moral sentiment restraining him from enacting vengeance. Yi Wuhen, unleash your forbidden arts. Yi Wuheng's father exclaimed through gritted teeth. Is it my fault that my strength is lacking? How absurd. Yi Wuhen retorted with a hearty laugh, recognizing the ridiculousness of the accusation. Indeed, he had just triumphed over Yi Wuheng's father, Yi Hengyi, leaving him speechless. Yi Wuhen, Yi Zhu's father shouted. Do not take your bullying too far. I shall bully you as I please. What will you do about it? Chapter 15. The Will to Battle You Young Pup. Having just unleashed a forbidden technique, now that its effects have faded, your demise is imminent. Yi Zhu's father snarled fiercely at Yi Wuhen. At that moment, Yi Wuhen was drenched in blood, having just been struck in the chest by Yi Hengyi's palm, and his injuries were worsening. Old fool, you are woefully naive. Do you not know that there exists a deity in this world known as the system? Yi Wuhen mused silently, while swiftly exchanging for a recovery elixir from the marketplace. Upon swallowing it, his injuries began to mend rapidly. Yi Zhu's father was taken aback and demanded, What kind of miraculous treasure is this? Hand it over at once. This is a life-saving elixir bestowed upon me by my master, a golden core cultivator. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall face dire consequences. Yi Wuhen fabricated a tale. In this world, strength was revered, followed closely by one's backing. The more convincingly he portrayed his support, coupled with his recent extraordinary feats, the more credence he would gain from those around him. Yi Zhu's father was indeed intimidated. Having just witnessed Yi Wuhen transform from a mere waste to a formidable foundation cultivator in the span of half a month, such a rapid progression was unfathomable without a master. Seeing Yi Zhu hesitate, Yi Wuhen seized the moment to threaten, should you dare to attack, my master will annihilate your entire family by dawn. Regardless of who your master may be, you shall perish today. Yi Zhu's father spat through clenched teeth, resolute in his vengeance. By heavens, this man is playing by his own rules. Yi Wuhen thought in frustration. What happened to the fear? What happened to the dramatic retreat after a bold proclamation? Blinded by rage, Yi Zhu's father was singularly focused on avenging his son. Yi Wuhen silently resolved that if the man dared to strike, he would unleash the 9 nether divine thunder to teach him a lesson anew. Prepare to meet your demise. Yi Zhu's father charged forward with his sword, intent on using Yi Wuhen's blood to honor his fallen child. His aura surged, the spiritual energy rising like a tempest, and in but a breath, he appeared before Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen executed the heavenly thunder shadow step to create distance while swiftly activating the 9 nether mortal technique. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling above. 9 heavens, thunder incantation. The heavens erupted with flashes of lightning, a violet thunderbolt descending directly towards Yi Ju's father. Realizing he could not evade the impending strike, Yi Ju's father summoned all his spiritual power, appearing before Yi Wuhen in an instant, thrusting his sword towards Yi Wuhen's abdomen. Fortunately, Yi Wuhen had exchanged for chainmail in the shop, otherwise he would have met his end. The blade merely penetrated Yi Wuhen's flesh. With his spiritual energy kept at bay, upon contact with Yi Wuhen's abdomen, it produced a sound akin to steel clashing. Is this flesh made from the hide of a fierce beast? How remarkably resilient, Yi Ju's father thought, astonished. In the next moment, a thunderbolt struck down, obliterating Yi Ju's father into mere remnants. Yi Feng and the others witnessed a cloud of dust erupt around them, followed by a resounding boom. They beheld Yi Wuhen, bare-chested and bloodied, wielding the thunder sword, a surge of indomitable battle intent radiating from him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Yi Ju's father, earning 60,000 experience points and 2,000 exchange points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 8th stage of Foundation Establishment. The experience required for the next upgrade is 2,000 out of 85,000. Yi Wuhen let out a cold chuckle, pondering the notion of a full resurrection. This is the most significant flaw in the system. Upon leveling up, one is instantly restored to full health and optimal condition. Sensing that both his internal and external injuries had healed and his spiritual energy was nearly saturated, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of exhilaration. If you dare approach again, I assure you that none of you present today will leave alive, Yi Wuhen declared, pointing at each individual. Yi Feng's father, witnessing Yi Wuhen's overwhelming fighting spirit and his extraordinary martial prowess that allowed him to swiftly eliminate Yi Ju's father, gritted his teeth and said, "Let us depart for now. We shall deliberate on your matters later, Feng." With that, he took Yi Feng and left. Yi Wuheng's parents had nothing further to say, their expressions dark as they turned and departed. Once they had vacated the scene, Yi Wuhen disregarded his appearance and sat down, panting heavily. Although he was at full strength, there were still 3 adversaries remaining. The 9 nether divine thunder could only eliminate one at a time, and utilizing it would deplete his spiritual energy, leaving him vulnerable. After casting the 9 nether divine thunder, he would become akin to a fish on a chopping block. Thus, he devised a plan to intimidate them. If they were frightened into retreating, it would be a favorable outcome. If not, he would have no choice but to flee, confident that with his enhanced thunder shadow step, few could pursue him at his level. It seemed he could no longer recklessly make enemies, as he had nearly forgotten about the presence of guardians. Yi Wuhen pushed himself off the ground, weariness etched across his features. "Father, mother, are you well? Your son has been unfilial, born with a frail constitution and heart disease, compelling you to scurry about for me since my childhood. Now, your son is no longer on earth, but has arrived in this demon realm. Do not worry. I shall carve out a place for myself in this world. Let the dreams of my past life manifest in this one." Returning to his quarters, Yi Wuhen quickly washed away the impurities from his body before retiring for the night. It was not that the lessons of the day had not been ample. Rather, he was genuinely fatigued. The relentless life and death battles of recent days had drained him. Though he was not orphaned in this world, his aloof father was often preoccupied, paying him no mind. At times, he longed for a confidant. The following day, Yi Wuhen thought, "Damn it, I need to find someone to drink with." He strolled over to the thatched cottage where Wei Chong resided. Kicking the door open, he found Wei Chong diligently practicing. "Hee, xianxia, your brother is here to take you drinking." Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's voice, Wei Chong, seated cross-legged in meditation, immediately opened his eyes, filled with excitement. "Brother, let us go? It's been ages since we last drank together." In a private room of Wangyue Tower, Wei Chong exclaimed, "Brother, you won't believe it. I have already broken through to the 2nd stage of body refinement." "Humph, showing off again. You have reached the 8th stage of foundation building." Yi Wuhen took another sip of the daughter red. "Brother Hen, look at you boasting again. I am not. Let me tell you, I am not even from this continent." Yi Wuhen began to gesture animatedly. "Oh, is that so? Then where do you hail from?" Wei Chong, intrigued, reflected on how he had never realized that Yi Wuhen would talk nonsense when intoxicated. "I come from a place called the Milky Way, where there exists a cerulean planet named Earth. There, I have a home and parents." Upon reaching this point, Yi Wuhan burst into tears. Wei Chong could only smile wryly, silently resolving never to drink with Yi Wuhan again. Chapter 16. The auction in the fantasy novel Brother Hen. It's time for you to settle the bill. Wei Chong said with a smile to Yi Wuhan. What? Money? No, absolutely not. Yi Wuhan exclaimed. After the last fierce battle, he had come to realize the significance of strength. He needed his funds to exchange for value and enhance his abilities. Oh, since you lack funds, do not blame me. Wei Chong smirked and began to paw at Yi Wuhan's body. Wei Chong, I will pay. Just stop touching me. Yi Wuhan finally could no longer contain himself and shouted. Ultimately, under Wei Chong's relentless advances, Yi Wuhan reluctantly surrendered 50 taels of gold. So expensive. Damn it, who ordered the daughter red? Who ordered the beast meat? Yi Wuhan lamented as he gazed at the 50 taels of gold, feeling a pang of regret. Goodness, Brother Hen, have you lost your mind? You ordered all of this yourself. Wei Chong wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, it turns out I did order it myself. Yi Wuhan was deliberately feigning drunkenness. With his prowess, he could easily be deemed impervious to ordinary alcohol. Let us go, Brother Hen, stop embarrassing yourself here. Wei Chong urged, pulling Yi Wuhan along. Hey, let go of me, I want to show off. A pair of lively characters emerged on the street. Isn't that Yi Wuhan, the one who has been making waves recently? Why is he being dragged along? A bystander remarked. That big black guy must be Wei Chong. Wasn't he Yi Wuhan's servant before? How come he is now dragging Yi Wuhan? Such unpredictable times. The servant has turned into the master. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan nearly spat blood. The invincible mockery of the masses was vividly apparent to him. Xianxia, why are you dragging me? Yi Wuhan pretended to be serious, thinking it was utterly humiliating to be paraded through the streets like this. Brother Hen, I fear you may start a drunken ruckus. I'm fine, I'm not drunk anymore. Yi Wuhan asserted, using his strength to push himself up, bending his legs to stand tall. Brother Hen, you really aren't drunk anymore? Wei Chong was still somewhat astonished. How could he have sobered up so quickly when just moments ago he was inebriated? Yi Wuhan dusted himself off and said to Wei Chong, Xianxia, you should return to your training. I have matters to attend to. Wei Chong said nothing further, understanding that Yi Wuhan must have pressing business to attend to, and turned to leave. Once Wei Chong had departed, Yi Wuhan exchanged his value for 10 recovery pills and made his way towards the treasure pavilion. Oh, the treasure pavilion is as crowded as ever. With such a daily influx of people, wouldn't that amount to tens of millions of gold every day? Yi Wuhan thought to himself, unable to resist, and headed towards the treasure pavilion. Today, I must seize a substantial profit from the treasure pavilion. Is Elder Chen present? This is Yi Wuhan, he called out. Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's voice, Elder Chen rushed out from the appraisal room, a broad smile on his face. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? I have come to sell some medicine. Do you have any objections? Yi Wuhan shot a sidelong glance at Chen Han. None whatsoever, none whatsoever. In truth, I wish to convey that your opinions are entirely welcome. Just voice them. Yi Wuhan smiled straightforwardly, revealing his pearly white teeth. Young Master Yi, we will be hosting an auction at the treasure pavilion, Chen Han remarked. Please take my 10 recovery pills for the auction. I have prepared them today, Yi Wuhan said as he handed the 10 pills to Chen Han. Young Master Yi, will you not attend the auction? Chen Han inquired. After some contemplation, Yi Wuhan realized he had no pressing matters at hand. Everything that needed resolution had been addressed. It was indeed time to experience the auction described in fantasy novels. Then follow me, Chen Han said, leading the way down a nearby alley. The treasure pavilion was constructed in a magnificent manner, with numerous areas for enjoyment, including many private rooms designated for various purposes. Young Master Yi, we have arrived, Chen Han announced, pulling open a large door at the end of the alley. Upon opening the door, Yi Wuhan was taken aback. I had thought the world of immortal heroes was filled with simpletons solely focused on cultivation. It appears I am the simpleton. Inside was a vast private room furnished with a table and a sofa-like seating arrangement, beyond which an animated scene unfolded. Countless men and women began to bid, while an elder from the auction house commenced his explanations of the items for sale and their respective functions. Young Master Yi, you may bid from here. We will arrange for your pills shortly. Would you like us to disclose their names? No need, Yi Wuhan replied. After hearing this, Chen Han turned and departed. This Chen Han is quite perceptive, arranging a private room for me, Yi Wuhan mused as he settled onto the sofa, indulging in a large bowl of fruits laid out on the table. To the left of the sofa were a red button and a blue button. Goodness, such luxury. They even have buttons, Yi Wuhan exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he was about to continue his remarks, the elder from the auction house announced, Next, we shall auction the silk spun by the foundation stage ferocious beast, the golden silk spider. It is important to note that the silk is exceptionally strong. Being ensnared would lead to considerable trouble, making this an opportune moment to vanquish or overcome an opponent. I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 1,000 taels of gold, with increments of no less than 100 taels. I bid 1,000 taels. I bid 1,200 taels. Yi Wuheng glanced at them and remarked indifferently, "A bunch of fools. I can hardly be bothered to hunt such a beast." The current highest bid is 2,000 taels of gold. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? A profound silence enveloped the room. Congratulations to bidder number 19 for winning the golden silk. Our next item is a low-level Xian rank martial technique, Qi and Slash. As for the function of this low-level Xian rank martial technique, I need not elaborate. You all are well aware. The starting price is 10,000 taels of gold, with increments of no less than 1,000 taels. Oldly, I must tell you, you cannot bid against me this time. A patriarch suddenly stood up to declare, "Old Wang, if you dare to bid against me, it seems our two families shall be at war." Oldly also rose. "Ha! If you outbid me, I shall move right next door to you. Enough chatter. Let the bidding commence." Oldly evidently found himself at a disadvantage against Old Wang. "I shall bid 20,000 taels of gold," he declared. With a scornful glance at Old Wang, he continued, "I offer 30,000. Old Wang reciprocated with a steely gaze. The low-level xianxia martial techniques were exceedingly rare in this place, prompting everyone to compete fervently in the auction. Meanwhile, Yi Wuheng leisurely savored his fruit. As for martial techniques, a mere jest, as he deemed even the earth-tier techniques beneath his notice, being forcibly barred from learning them by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the low-level xianxia martial technique Qi and Slash. Would you like to learn it? Yes. The level of this martial technique is too low. The system does not permit the host to learn it and automatically converts it to the proficiency of the martial technique wind passing without a trace. With the current proficiency standing at 1,000 out of 1,500. Such a worthless martial technique, yet they are so excited about it downstairs. The system won't even let me learn it. Yi Wuheng scoffed. Chapter 17. Rising Fame 100,000 taels of gold. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? The auctioneer's excitement was palpable, as he earned a commission on every item sold. Thus, number 23 acquired the advanced martial technique, Qi and Slash. Next, we present our Pi Si de assistance, the Qi restoration pill. Yi Wuheng, upon hearing this, abruptly spat out the tea he had just sipped. Whose Qi restoration pill is this? It utterly disregards my supreme vitality pill. This elixir boasts remarkable efficacy, swiftly replenishing lost spiritual energy. After thorough examination by our alchemists, it has been confirmed to be a 5th-grade pill. A genuine 5th-grade pill. This auction has truly been worthwhile. Old Wang interjected, "I'm telling you, this time you absolutely cannot bid." Just because you say so, does that mean I must comply? That would be quite disgraceful. Old Wang retorted mockingly. The starting bid is set at 100,000 taels of gold. Each increment must not be less than 10,000 taels. I bid 120,000 taels. Oldly called out, "Without the funds, do not pretend to compete." I bid 150,000. Old Wang declared as well. The onlookers could not help but chuckle at the antics of these two characters. Meanwhile, Yi Wuheng plunged into deep contemplation. The Qi restoration pill should not be present. According to the original script, I should be the protagonist, and the seller should bear that responsibility. Thus, there can only be one possibility. The local protagonist has emerged. No system can surpass mine. Never mind. I should summon that Chun Han and clarify this matter. Yi Wuheng pressed another button on the sofa. Moments later, Chun Han hurried over, saying, "Young Master Yi, what brings you here? Who is the provider of the Qi restoration pill?" Yi Wuheng inquired. "Well, that is a delicate matter." Chun Han appeared troubled. "If the provider does not wish to disclose their name, we cannot reveal it." Yi Wuheng smirked coldly. "For 10 supreme vitality pills, you need only pay for 9. Young Master Yi, this puts me in a difficult position." "Oh, are we haggling now?" Yi Wuheng continued. "You need only pay for 8. Chun Han gritted his teeth. "Fine. The provider of the Qi restoration pill is Yi Wenjie from the Yi residence." Yi Wenjie? Yi Wuheng frowned. "Is he in the central courtyard?" "To my knowledge, he should be in the southern courtyard." "All right, I understand now. You may leave." Yi Wuheng waved his hand, signaling Chun Han to exit. Chun Han promptly departed. "I have not heard of this Yi Wenjie. I must devise a strategy to deal with him. If he were to ensnare me one day, it would be quite embarrassing." Number 1 bids 1,000,000 taels of gold. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Congratulations to number 1 for acquiring the Qi restoration pill. Now, we proceed to the legendary healing elixir, the Supreme Vitality Pill. Without further ado, there are 10 Supreme Vitality Pills, confirmed to be 5th grade. They can restore your external injuries to pristine condition in mere moments. making them essential for combat. The starting bid is set at 1,000,000 taels of gold. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 taels. The entire venue erupted with excitement. Once again, a 5th-grade spiritual herb was up for auction. It could completely restore external injuries within a breath or two. What more could be said? Let us bid. I offer 1,100,000 taels. I bid 1,500,000 taels. What about you, who lack funds? Do you dare to purchase 5th-grade elixirs? A youthful voice chimed in. I offer 10 high-grade spiritual stones. The crowd murmured amongst themselves upon hearing his words. Who is this young master? He can afford 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Isn't he from the county governor's estate? What? He is actually from the county governor's estate? Yi Wuheng chuckled at the scene below. High-grade spiritual stones held little significance for him, but gold was in high demand. Number 2 bids 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Congratulations to number 2 for acquiring 10 recovery pills. This auction concludes successfully. We welcome everyone to our next event. Yi Wuheng stood up and strode towards the exit. Upon opening the door, he collided with Chun Han, who was also hurrying in this direction. Young Master Yi, here are the 8 high-grade spiritual stones you won at the auction, Chun Han said, handing over the stones. Yi Wuheng remained silent, directly storing the stones in his storage ring before turning to leave. In just 3 steps, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chun Han secretly resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Wuheng and kept an eye out to investigate Yi Wenjie's background. Ding! Congratulations. The host has accumulated over 1,000 followers. Reward, 100 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations. The host has gained 100 reputation points, unlocking the reputation function, earning the title Rising Fame. What on earth? This system is going to scare me to death. Yi Wuheng exclaimed as a message suddenly popped up. And what is this reputation function? The reputation function activates when the protagonist achieves something significant, granting the host reputation points, thereby increasing the favor of those around them. Another tool for wooing. With this function, countless individuals are bound to find themselves in dire straits. Yi Wuheng chuckled. For achieving rising fame, the system rewards the host with a great teleportation talisman. What is a great teleportation talisman? Yi Wuheng inquired, puzzled. The host can teleport freely within 10,000 miles. However, this talisman cannot be used if there are restrictions from barriers. Wow, that's incredible. Teleporting within 10,000 miles. I might just become prosperous. Yi Wuheng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brother Wuheng, what has happened to you? Tang Xiaotian had just intended to visit Yi Wuheng to express his gratitude for the opportunity to cultivate, but upon reaching the entrance of the Yi residence, he saw Yi Wuheng laughing uncontrollably. It's nothing. It's nothing. Yi Wuheng blushed and scratched his head, wondering if he had been seen. What an embarrassment. Brother Wuheng, I came to thank you. Tang Xiaotian approached Yi Wuheng, holding a leather pouch. This is my token of appreciation, though the amount is not substantial. I hope you will accept it. Had it not been for Brother Hen's willingness to accept me as his subordinate, I might have remained at the first stage of body training until the end of my days. As for repaying Tang Xiaotian's kindness, Yi Wuheng had contemplated it before. Taking Tang Xiaotian as a younger brother was merely a fleeting whim. He was aware of Tang Xiaotian's humble origins, yet still chose to extend financial assistance, which was undeniably touching. Xiaotian, I do not accept you for your modest wealth. To be frank, I lack for nothing. Given your family's hardships and your mother suffering from ailments, why not use this money to procure something for her? Brother Hen, from this moment onward, you need only command me to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. I, Tang Xiaotian, shall not flinch. Tang Xiaotian declared, tears brimming in his eyes as he pounded his chest. Brother Hen believes in you. Accept this 10 taels of gold for now, Yi Wuheng insisted, directly handing the gold to Tang Xiaotian. Brother Hen, I cannot accept this. Tang Xiaotian protested, preparing to return the money. Yi Wuheng interjected, if you do not accept it, then you shall no longer be my subordinate. With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 18. Overwhelmed Tang Xiaotian held 10 taels of gold, quietly lamenting to himself. Individuals like Hen Gu are akin to a radiant beam of light, illuminating this dark earth and warming the chambers of my heart. If Yi Wuheng were to discover this, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood, exclaiming, who needs to warm your heart? Upon entering his chamber, Yi Wuheng immediately produced a high-grade spirit stone, and the room was soon suffused with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Oh, how dense the spiritual energy is. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Wuheng settled into a meditative position, commencing his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for refining a high-grade spirit stone. Experience gained, 10,000 points. Oh, that was swift. Yi Wuheng marveled, promptly extracting the remaining high-grade spirit stones and refining them one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for refining a high-grade spirit stone. Experience gained, 10,000 points. Ding! 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 Congratulations, host, for refining all 8 high-grade spirit stones, accumulating a total of 80,000 experience points. Experience required for next level, 82,000, 85,000. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wuheng was nearly driven to despair, being a mere 3,000 points short of leveling up. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. His speed of advancement was indeed remarkable. In just a month in this world, he had transformed from a complete novice with no foundation to a genius at the 8th level of foundation establishment. He was quite satisfied with his current pace. Wuheng continued his training relentlessly, for his enemies remained unresolved, and venturing out with insufficient power would surely spell doom. As he activated the techniques of the soul-hammering scripture, he felt a cool breeze infiltrating from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. After what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes to find himself within the sea of consciousness. It had only been half a day since his last entry, yet the changes within the sea of consciousness were quite significant. His realm of awareness had expanded, and the starry sea had grown ever more luminous. Wandering aimlessly, Wuheng finally understood that the cultivation described in the soul-hammering scripture was, in fact, akin to strolling. Well then, since I can awaken at will, I might as well lie down and sleep. Wuheng decided to recline on the ground and doze off. When he awoke again, it was already midday. After freshening up and preparing to venture out into the streets to savor the local delicacies of this fantastical world, he was once again confronted by Yifeng and his companions. Damn it, is this never-ending? Wuheng was genuinely furious. They had come to cause trouble even before he had breakfast. They certainly knew how to pick their moments. Who knows? They might even choose to interrupt him during his wedding night in the future. Wuheng, you are doomed this time. Yifeng's father began to sneer coldly. Do you harbor any intentions? You keep saying I'm doomed, yet here I stand. Wuheng surveyed those surrounding Yifeng's father, noticing an unfamiliar face among them. Something was amiss. This newcomer possessed extraordinary strength. Judging by the palpable aura of spiritual energy, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yifeng and his group were truly going all out in their attempts to take him down. The man clad in white exuded an air of otherworldliness from a distance, embodying the essence of a transcendent figure. Yet, upon closer inspection, he resembled a strikingly handsome gentleman. Such individuals, without a doubt, seldom endure beyond 3 chapters. To present oneself with an aura of celestial grace before the protagonist is an audacious act, one that invites dire consequences. The white-clad man regarded Wuheng with a cold gaze, subsequently unleashing his spiritual energy. Instantly, Wuheng felt as though he had been struck by a hammer in his chest, the sensation overwhelming him, compelling him to kneel on one knee while clutching his heart. How dare you wish for my demise? Return to your home and tend to your own affairs. Wuheng grumbled to himself, realizing this man was no ordinary foe. Merely by manifesting his energy at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he had managed to subdue him so effortlessly. You still dare to speak insolently as death looms before you? Yifeng's father sneered. Oh dear, Wuheng, you were so formidable before. What has become of you now? Yifeng remarked, adopting a delicate pose with exaggerated femininity. Shut it, you wretched effeminate fool. Wuheng retorted angrily, his brows furrowed. Enough. Since you refuse to conclude this matter, allow me to take matters into my own hands. The man in white approached Wuheng, sword in hand. Beside them, Yifeng exclaimed, Brother Zhu Qi is truly impressive. So handsome. Yifeng's father, however, was visibly perturbed, pondering when his son had become so effeminate. I must inform you all, should I survive this day, upon my return, you shall all meet your end. Wuheng gradually rose to his feet, fists clenched tightly. Zhu Qi, upon hearing Wuhen's proclamation, furrowed his brow. The faint trace of true dragon energy had just surfaced from this young man. Could I have misjudged? You are on the brink of death and still dare to utter such bravado. Wuheng interjected. Then I shall rely on you, Senior Zhu Qi, Yifeng's father said, bowing his hands in respect to Zhu Qi. Not a problem. Zhu Qi appeared unfazed, casually striding towards Wuheng in mere moments. Your name is Zhu Qi, is it not? Wuheng inquired, his mind racing with plans of escape. Zhu Qi regarded Wuheng with a steely gaze, remaining silent. Very well, maintaining an air of superiority, then farewell. Wuheng produced a great teleportation talisman, chanting the incantation as he felt an immense force drawing him in. Zhu Qi gasped in shock as Yi Wuhan vanished without a trace. Yi Feng and the others stood in astonishment, while Zhu Qi sighed. He just employed a great teleportation talisman. Let it go. You cannot afford to provoke this individual. Why do you say this, Brother Zhu? Yi Feng's father exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Wuhan had essentially proclaimed that if he did not perish today, they would all be doomed. And now Zhu Qi advised against provoking him. Was that not tantamount to inviting death? Did you not witness his sudden disappearance? Zhu Qi shot a cold glance at Yi Feng's father, dismissively. I did see it, but what of it? Yi Feng's father replied, perplexed. That was a great teleportation talisman, exceedingly rare. I have only heard of it in tales. Do you truly believe you can afford to provoke him? Zhu Qi asserted. Yi Feng's father suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Had he known earlier, he would have endured it. Zhu Qi was a formidable individual from Yi Feng's mother's family, reputedly accepted as a disciple by the Yunwu Academy. When he warned against provoking him, it was a clear and serious caution. His master was likely a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, and it was said that he had already teleported to a location within 1,000 miles. You all should flee while he has not yet returned. Zhu Qi stated before turning to leave. Yi Feng's father sighed deeply, addressing his son, my child. It is the inadequacy of your father that prevents me from avenging you. Yi Feng, with tears welling in his eyes, lamented. It was I who instigated the confrontation with Yi Wuhan. The fault lies with me. With a heavy heart, Yi Hengyi turned and departed. Chapter 19. The Land of Gluttony. Where is this place? Yi Wuhan rubbed his head, feeling utterly miserable after the recent teleportation, the throbbing pain still echoing in his skull. Once the sensation of agony subsided, he began to explore his surroundings. The environment was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of light illuminating the stone walls, rendering the scene even more terrifying. The silence was oppressive. He could hear the sound of droplets hitting the stones, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Why do I have this ominous premonition? Yi Wuhan's heart raced, as if he were being watched. Without hesitation, he exchanged for a luminous moonstone in the marketplace, realizing that if he remained in this dim atmosphere for another day, he might just collapse. It was not merely the surroundings that troubled him, but rather the weight upon his heart. The sense of suffocation he felt was even more intense than the spiritual pressure exerted by Zhu Qi, leaving him breathless. With the moonstone in hand, a radius of 10 meters around him was illuminated, alleviating some of the pressure he felt, at least making the dizziness subside. Before him lay a stone path, uneven and treacherous. This place has light. I should be able to find a way out. Yi Wuhan resolved to secure his retreat. After the incident with Zhu Qi, he had suppressed his arrogance, becoming like a sword sheathed, shedding the naivety of his youth and maturing in demeanor. Following the narrow beam of light, he discovered a small opening above. Channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, he leapt upward, grasping a protruding stone to begin chiseling away at the wall with his sword. The sound of metal striking stone reverberated through the cavern, reminiscent of thunderclaps. The blade proving remarkably resilient. Impressive. The weapons provided by the system are truly durable. An ordinary weapon would have likely broken by now, Yi Wuhan mused, continuing to carve at the wall. In a short while, the opening was nearly tall enough for him to pass through. With a decisive leap, he descended and resumed his exploration of the cave with the moonstone in hand. After taking about 5 steps, he noticed inscriptions appearing on the stone walls. Whose writing is this? Come forth. I guarantee I won't harm you. The characters resembled oracle bone script. Yi Wuhan looked at the crooked symbols and scoffed. Given his previous life, where he had to take frequent absences due to a congenital heart condition, his academic performance had suffered considerably, leading to his premature departure from school after middle school, ultimately succumbing to sleep on his 18th birthday. Studying oracle bone script in middle school? What a dream. Besides, this is hardly oracle bone script. Yi Wuhan dismissed the inscriptions on the wall and ventured deeper into the passage. This stone cavern seemed to be sealed, yet devoid of an exit. The small crevice above appeared to be a stone that had fallen due to years of exposure to the elements. According to the inscriptions, it likely bore ancient characters, remnants from a millennium or even several millennia ago. Logically speaking, the cavern should harbor nothing. For what entity could possibly survive for millennia without breath or sustenance? Yi Wuhan found himself lost in a labyrinth of thoughts upon arriving here. Could it be that the great teleportation talisman had somehow disordered his mind? How interminable is this journey? An inexplicable agitation began to gnaw at him, akin to the frustration of encountering a novice while playing League of Legends in a past life. Time slipped away unnoticed until at last, Yi Wuhan beheld an immense iron chain extending into the abyss of the cave. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. startling him into casting the moonlight stone aside. What on earth is that? Thunder? He pondered, yet quickly dismissed the notion, for the sound was far too deafening. His ears felt as if they might burst. Could it be a sound emanating from the depths of the cave? A shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that a divine weapon was awakening? Suppressing his burgeoning excitement, he ventured deeper into the cave, step by step. Drip, drip, the sound of water cascading upon stone echoed once more, prompting Yi Wuheng to whirl around and inspect his surroundings for any anomalies. Phew, it was merely my overactive imagination. He exhaled. When did I become so timid? After approximately 5 minutes of trekking, he encountered another colossal iron chain, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. A total of 12. Each chain was thicker than the arms of 4 grown men. What kind of treasure is sealed here? Having ruled out biological factors, he deduced that these chains were anchoring some artifact of immense power. These chains are extraordinary. Remarkably, they show no signs of rust despite enduring the ravages of time and rain. Yi Wuheng traced the intricate engravings upon the chains, marveling at their complexity. While a spark of curiosity ignited within him, strangely, his spirit had quivered as he touched the chain. Thus, in a moment of reckless curiosity, Yi Wuheng directed a probing spell towards the chain. Heavens! It is meteoric iron. What on earth lies within? Yi Wuheng was taken aback. As an aficionado of fantasy novels, he understood the significance of meteoric iron. It is forged from celestial bodies that have fallen to the earthly realm, transformed by master artisans into this formidable metal. In simpler terms, these chains were crafted from meteoric iron, an accessory fit for the most ostentatious of individuals, far superior to any titanium alloy. This situation is peculiar. 12 chains of meteoric iron. This does not appear to be a mere artifact, but rather, Yi Wuhen's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by another ear-splitting roar. A ferocious beast. No, an ancient beast, Yi Wuheng exclaimed, recalling the classifications of magical beasts in this realm: savage beasts, fierce beasts, magical beasts, wild beasts, and divine beasts. The previous roar had caused him to hurl the moonlight stone in fright, yet now he regretted that action, for the stone illuminated nearly 100 meters ahead, revealing something he was not meant to see: a gluttonous beast. A monstrous creature, ensnared by 12 iron chains, looms 100 meters ahead. It possesses the body of a sheep, the eyes of a tiger, and sharp teeth akin to a predator, with a form reminiscent of a horse, albeit endowed with 6 additional legs. Its abdomen is graced with a large maw, and the singular distinction from the legendary Taotai lies in the positioning of its eyes, which are situated where one would expect them on a typical beast. My heavens, is the system intent on leading me to my demise? Just as I escaped from Zhu Qi, now I am confronted with a being even more formidable. Upon merely casting a glance at this Taotai, an involuntary shiver runs through Yi Wuheng. This is untenable. Its strength is overwhelming. The spiritual pressure it exudes in slumber is sufficient to render me utterly subjugated. No wonder I felt an oppressive aura and a surge of agitation upon entering this cavern. It turns out that this Taotai is endowed with a field buff of its own. Chapter 20. The elevation of the soul. Just as Yi Wuheng sighed and was about to turn away, the creature known as Taotai opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden orbs. To his astonishment, Taotai had actually awakened. Yi Wuheng silently cursed in his heart, too wary to voice his thoughts. After all, provoking Taotai could very well lead to one's doom. Even the mere pressure of its spirit could crush him. What was truly surprising was Tao Ye's indifferent glance towards Yi Wuheng. One must understand that Tao Ye's greatest desire was to feast, its preferred delicacy being human flesh. The fact that it merely regarded him with mild interest indicated a singular possibility. Taotai had been weakened, or rather, suppressed. Yi Wuheng, of course, was not foolish enough to challenge Taotai. Observing that Taotai showed no inclination towards him, he turned to leave. However, as he took a single step, he was suddenly struck by a sensation akin to being hammered on the head, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Realization dawned upon him. This was the doing of Taotai. Although bound by 12 iron chains, Taotai was still capable of releasing its spirit pressure, and as an ancient beast, its might was formidable, especially against someone of Yi Wuhen's foundational cultivation. Turning back to glance at Taotai, he found the beast had closed its eyes once more, seemingly asleep. Consequently, he attempted to step forward again, but this time, the impact of the spirit pressure was so overwhelming that he felt as if he had been struck forcefully, nearly causing him to see stars. Damn you, Taotai! Once I achieve enlightenment and ascend, I shall return to vanquish you. Yi Wuheng cursed under his breath, taking another step. Having learned from his previous missteps, he resolved to take a larger stride, only to find the spirit pressure nearly overwhelming him once more. At this juncture, Yi Wuhen was aware of two methods to resist spirit pressure. The first involved enhancing his cultivation to confront it with sheer physical strength, while the second required bolstering his soul to withstand it through his consciousness. Contemplating his predicament, he realized that if he continued on his path, his soul would surely falter and might even succumb to the pressure. Thus, he had a sudden inspiration and sat cross-legged, invoking the techniques of the Soul Hammering Sutra to commence his soul cultivation. Taotai, observing Yi Wuhen's meditative posture, was reminded of a young human child from millennia ago. Back then, driven by insatiable greed for human flesh, it had slaughtered numerous villages. On one such occasion, it encountered a yellow-haired boy, tears streaming down his cheeks, who cried out, "You better not spare me. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." Taotai had found the child's defiance amusing and had chosen to ignore him. As time passed, decades, centuries, Taotai had forgotten that the boy it had once scorned had risen to become the eternal emperor of humankind, charging towards it with a divine sword in hand. Being a descendant of dragons, Taotai could not retreat and had to confront him. Ultimately, it was bested by the eternal emperor and imprisoned within this cave. Yet, a millennium had passed, and that emperor had never returned. Perhaps he had fallen in battle. Indeed, 1,000 years could alter the course of many lives. Yi Wuhen marveled, "It seems my soul has grown stronger." If one were to liken the resilience of his soul in the past to that of a tree branch, then his current spiritual fortitude could be compared to the pliability of willow twigs, nearly unbreakable beneath the oppressive spiritual pressure of the gluttonous beast. I find myself capable of further enhancing my soul. Am I, perhaps, the fabled masochist? Yi Wuhen gasped, feeling a chilling sensation surge from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. This was no mere coolness experienced during his external training, but a deluge of icy air pouring directly into him, reminiscent of the sharp sting of menthol. At last, Yi Wuhen could no longer contain himself. If his previous cultivation had been merely exhausting, this was now excruciating. He wished to close his mouth, yet words tumbled forth uncontrollably. As he realized the source of his torment, this insatiable beast. The human brain is inherently fragile, and the gluttonous creature, an ancient terror, exerted an overwhelming pressure powerful enough to subtly manipulate him. This glutton, "Once I attain immortality, I shall return to vanquish you." Yi Wuhen had hoped that the beast might show him mercy, but it seemed he had underestimated its malevolence. Had it not been for the chains restraining it, he might have already been devoured. The chilling air continued to assault his head with relentless ferocity, causing him great pain. He no longer wished to speak. The gluttonous beast was evidently intent on his demise, and should this persist, he faced but two fates, either the elevation of his soul or a catastrophic end. No, it would be the shattering of his very mind. I refuse to perish. My aspirations remain unfulfilled. I have yet to meet my father in this world. I have not journeyed to the central plains to see Bing Wu. I have yet to make my farewells to my brothers. Yi Wuhen recited in his mind. I have not yet attained immortality. With a sudden thud, Yi Wuhen's head echoed with a hollow sound, a buzzing resonance filling his ears, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The glutton regarded him with disdain before drifting back into a deep slumber. After a considerable time, Yi Wuhen rose to his feet, taking measured steps forward. His eyes, once dark as the night sky, now sparkled like a sea of stars, transformed into a mesmerizing amber hue, an effect of absorbing the beast's spiritual pressure. With each step, he still felt the weight of the glutton's influence, though it was no longer as formidable. Moreover, Yi Wuhen sensed that his soul had become far more pure and potent than before. Upon exiting the beast's domain, the oppressive sensation in his chest dissipated, and even his previously turbulent emotions calmed significantly. It appeared that the elevation of his soul could even negate the inherent advantages of the gluttonous beast. Yi Wuhen marveled at this realization, then employed the thunderclap shadow step to hasten his escape. However, just a few steps away, a sudden jolt struck his head as though he had been struck with a blunt object, even more forceful than before. Yi Wuhen's vision darkened as he collapsed, muttering, "This accursed glutton still seeks to torment me." He rose once more, rubbing his head, and steadily made his way out. Gazing at the exit he had carved with his sword, he sighed in relief. "Brother, I am finally escaping this wretched place," Yi Wuhen exclaimed joyfully, then leaped forth with the thunderclap shadow step, soaring beyond the threshold. However, as Yi Wuhen leaped into the air, a wave of regret washed over him, for beneath his feet lay a sea of clouds. The altitude here was at least a kilometer, and perhaps even beyond. "Mother, I wish to return to Earth," he lamented, sensing the profound hostility of this world. What manner of place is this? In that moment, Yi Wuhen would have preferred to endure suffering within a cave rather than descend into the abyss below. Yet, he had already taken the plunge. With a piercing scream, Yi Wuhen plummeted into the unknown. Chapter 21. The spring in the mountains harbors celestial power. Yi Wuhen gazed at the clouds below, his mind racing with thoughts. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to draw the thunderbolt sword and thrust it forcefully against the stone wall beside him. The blade clashed against the rock, emitting brilliant sparks. Phew! Thank goodness for my wit. Otherwise, I might have been whisked away to another world. Yi Wuhen sighed, only to be startled by the voice of the system. Ding! The integrity of the thunderbolt sword has fallen below 30%. Please repair it promptly. The system's announcement nearly caused Yi Wuhen to drop the hilt of the sword. Repair. While attending to the repairs, he casually browsed the marketplace and found an ordinary iron sword, which he exchanged for. This would certainly make his descent much easier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Repair successful. 100 taels of gold deducted. How outrageous. 100 taels just to repair? Yi Wuhen exclaimed, glancing at the thunderbolt sword, which, once cracked and dull, now gleamed as if brand new. The system has quite the skill, he marveled. Grasping the iron sword he had obtained from the system and embarked on his journey down the mountain. After a strenuous climb that left his limbs weary and numb, Yi Wuhen had only managed to ascend halfway up the mountain. He felt as though he had endured a dual assault on both his spirit and body throughout the day. His mood akin to consuming a ton of excrement, rendering him nearly inconsolable. As dusk fell, a figure emerged from the forest, bursting into laughter. Is this the cave? You think you can trap me? Dream on. And that terrifyingly tall mountain? Just wait until I ascend to immortality. I'll flatten it all. This figure was none other than the beleaguered Yi Wuhen, now freely expressing his emotions. What a joke it would be to be driven mad and become the subject of ridicule among those great beings who traverse worlds. Never mind. I shall hunt a beast for dinner. Yi Wuhen suddenly recalled that he had yet to eat breakfast. Despite the fact that cultivators typically sustenance themselves through the absorption of earthly spiritual energy. However, Yi Wuhen's soul had traversed from Earth, where he had been quite the foodie, unable to bear even a single missed meal. Having enhanced his spiritual core, Yi Wuhen found it remarkably effective to probe the surrounding creatures through his heightened senses. Akin to a radar, he swiftly located a solitary wolf, and with his escalating prowess, he no longer needed to rely on incantations. A single sword stroke sufficed. A flash of light, and the wolf's head fell. It must be said that with the elevation of his spiritual core, Yi Wuhen's reflexes had markedly improved as well. The unfortunate wolf never realized who had brought about its demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the Iron Wolf and gained 1 experience point. 1 experience point? How is that possible? I recall it used to be 1,000. Yi Wuhen suddenly pondered a troubling question, as one's realm ascended. The experience gained from vanquishing weaker monsters diminished, thereby shattering the notion of grinding levels on feeble creatures. The scent of blood was sure to attract those ferocious beasts, prompting Yi Wuhen to unleash the 9 nether divine thunder with a decisive strike. This maneuver boasted a success rate that could only be described as absolute, and Yi Wuhen relished the thrill it brought him. After a mere 10 minutes, the wolf meat was thoroughly roasted. He casually selected a branch, employing it to scorch the outer bark before skewering the meat and indulging in his feast. The meat was delectable, albeit devoid of salt or any seasoning. With his mouth brimming with wolf meat, Yi Wuhen couldn't help but voice his grievances. This dinner was indeed a banquet of sorts. Despite his high standing in the Yi family, he had waited in vain for someone to prepare breakfast for him, ultimately resulting in his frequent visits to the tavern for meals. How utterly frustrating. Contemplating this, Yi Wuhen bit into the wolf meat with renewed vigor. The wolf meat was not particularly abundant, weighing roughly as much as a young child, and after removing the skin, entrails, and bones, there was hardly any left. It was more than sufficient for Yi Wuhen's appetite. Feeling truly satiated, he patted his full belly and remarked, "In these desolate mountains, sleeping alone was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor," a fact Yi Wuhen recognized. Thus, he commenced his cultivation, heightening his awareness. Any rustling outside would prompt him to immediately cease his practice. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and as midnight approached, Yi Wuhen paused his training, gazing vacantly at the heavens. This world was unlike the Earth he once knew. On Earth, nighttime would envelop everything in darkness without the presence of light. Yet here, the night sky radiated with brilliance, with 2 moons casting their luminous glow, surrounded by a multitude of stars. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, evoking an indescribable sense of desolation. "Father, mother, are you well? It is my unfilial actions that have brought this upon us." You must be heartbroken upon hearing news of my demise on earth, but in truth, I have not perished. I am merely in an unknown realm, Yi Wuhen lamented with a weary smile. He then lifted his gaze to the starry expanse, murmuring to himself, I do not know when I shall see you again. I hope that day is not far off, but alas. It is often said that a child wishes to care for their parents, yet they may not be there to receive it. With this thought, tears fell from Yi Wuhen's eyes. However, he soon resolved to continue his cultivation with renewed determination. He concealed his tears deep within, clenching his fists tightly, silently vowing to return to his homeland within his lifetime. At dawn the following day, Yi Wuhen rose and departed. Despite having spent a sleepless night, his spirit remained vibrant. He had practiced nearly all night, yet managed to accumulate a mere 2,000 experience points, a testament to his innate lack of talent. As he traversed the mountains, Yi Wuhen adhered to a philosophy of avoiding conflict whenever possible, for he was intent on returning home. And the most effective route was a straight path leading to the county. After an extended period of walking, he had yet to find the county, but instead stumbled upon a crystal-clear spring. Yi Wuhen gazed at the pristine mountain water, and having scarcely drunk anything over the past 2 days, he disregarded any notions of hygiene and bent down to drink eagerly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the power of the heavens. Just moments ago, he was immersed in the sweetness of the spring water, but he was immediately jolted back to reality. Celestial power? What on earth is that? It certainly appears to carry an air of grandeur. System, what is celestial power? It is an ancient spiritual force that enhances one's soul power, capable of manifesting in any form. As Yi Wuhen was about to express his admiration, a flash of white light pierced through his mind. The warriors of the battlefield stand ready before me. The colossal characters flickered in Yi Wuhen's consciousness, and he instinctively murmured, the 9-character incantation. In mere moments, Yi Wuhen comprehended the formidable nature of this celestial power and the 9-character incantation it bestowed upon him. Each word could devastate mountains and rivers, while the entire incantation could obliterate stars. Yi Wuhen took a moment to steady his emotions and laughed heartily. Though my roots may be lacking, my fortune is undoubtedly exceptional. With this 9-character incantation, those like Zhu Qi shall bow before me. Chapter 22. Allow me to speak frankly. You are all trash. Having comprehended the profound benefits of the celestial spring, Yi Wuhen shamelessly consumed all of its waters, for he believed that such a precious resource should not be squandered on others. After quenching his thirst, he wiped his mouth and resumed his journey. Yi Wuhen had discerned that the mountain range he traversed was not the Beast Mountain, as the creatures inhabiting it were of a lower tier, and those near the celestial spring were even benevolent and posed no threat. This revelation saved him considerable time on his journey. Employing the Thunder Shadow step, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing forward. By midday, he could faintly discern the silhouette of a city. Who would have thought? This cultivation world is quite advanced, with buttons and cities. The path leading into the city was merely a bridge, flanked by an unfathomable lake on either side. Upon reaching the bridge, Yi Wuhen strode confidently towards the city. Hey, you rustic fool! Come here. To enter the city, you must pay a fee, bellowed a burly gatekeeper, pointing at Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen did not take offense. He handed over a single gold piece, considering it a mere token for a beggar. Not enough. The entry fee is 5 gold pieces. The gatekeeper snarled, having assessed Yi Wuhen's modest attire and lack of spiritual energy as indicators of his low status. He saw Yi Wuhen as an easy target, akin to a famished wolf spotting a plump sheep. The wealthy were to be treated with respect, for they held connections, while the powerful commanded fear, as this world revered strength. Oh, Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly, then presented the 5 gold pieces. He sought to avoid trouble, yet he was not one to shy away from confrontation. He then proceeded into the city. Stop! The gatekeeper shouted after him. What now? Is there something else? Yi Wuhen turned around, his brows furrowed in displeasure. The previous fee was for commoners. As a country bumpkin, you must pay 10 gold pieces. The gatekeeper, seeing Yi Wuhen's apparent timidity, was emboldened to exploit him further. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen glanced at the other individuals present, but to his dismay, most of the gatekeepers feigned ignorance, some even supporting their colleagues' actions. The onlookers, eager to enter the city, regarded Yi Wuhen with disdain, as if he were the source of their plight. Hurry up and pay, you country bumpkin, and don't waste our time. Some bolder individuals urged. 10 gold pieces, is it? Yi Wuhen remarked, disregarding their taunts. The gatekeeper, elated by the thought that this impoverished youth could indeed produce 10 gold pieces, envisioned a delightful evening at the brothel. Having long been deprived of its pleasures, then you might as well seek the king of hell in the underworld. As Yi Wuhen's words faded, he appeared before the imposing gatekeeper without a moment's hesitation. Infusing his fist with spiritual energy, he launched a strike at the gatekeeper, exerting merely 30% of his strength. Having undergone the trials of the Tao Tai's spiritual pressure and the celestial power's baptism, his might far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator at his current level. With a single blow, he sent the gatekeeper hurtling away, causing the man to cough up blood and 3 teeth before collapsing into unconsciousness. The other gatekeeper, trembling in fear, stammered, "You dare strike Brother Jiang? Do you not know that Brother Jiang is the strongest among us, having reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment? Isn't that just nonsense?" Yi Wuhen shot a disdainful glance at the quaking gatekeeper, then stepped onto Brother Jiang's face. "See, not only have I struck him, but I am also trampling on his face. Remember my words. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if one dares to provoke me, I shall ensure their demise." With that, Yi Wuhen kicked Brother Jiang towards the other gatekeeper. A number of onlookers murmured, "Oh, so he is a cultivator. His strength is truly formidable." Among the crowd, some women chimed in, "That brother just now was incredibly handsome, especially those golden eyes." Yi Wuhen, with his keen hearing, certainly caught their words, yet felt no stirrings within. Rather, he found them all the more distasteful. "Where were you in times of adversity? Now that I am on the rise, who are you? Had it not been for my overwhelming strength, perhaps I would have needed to surrender 10 taels of gold to gain entry. They dared to mock before witnessing my true power, only to scurry over like dogs, seeking to curry favor when they realized my might. Such people are nothing but petty ingrates." "Brother, please wait. I have something to say." A dashing young man clad in blue attempted to detain Yi Wuhen. "Get lost." Yi Wuhen merely glanced at the blue-clad youth, whose mind was suddenly engulfed in a violent haze, leaving him dazed and blank. "Look, it's the law enforcer," a voice from the crowd exclaimed, prompting everyone to gravitate towards the enforcer's location. Yi Wuhen turned back to glance, muttering, "Damn, the aura is indeed impressive." The law enforcer, with an ethereal demeanor, donned a dark green cloak. "Stop. You've harmed someone here, and you think you can leave?" The law enforcer wasted no time with idle chatter, brandishing his spear as he advanced. "Huh, you didn't show up when I was being exploited, but now that someone has been struck, you arrive?" Yi Wuhen retorted mockingly. The law enforcer's movements appeared to Yi Wuhen as childish play, akin to a wooden staff wielded by a child, utterly ridiculous. The enforcer, hearing Yi Wuhen's words, found himself at a loss for a retort, for he had indeed been observing the scene unfold. The spear, being a long weapon, is said to possess strength with every inch. Thus, Yi Wuhen, armed with a sword, held no advantage against the spear. Moreover, the law enforcer was exceedingly powerful, having reached the 8th stage of foundation establishment, a level equal to Yi Wuhen's own. "Ah, it's just your misfortune to have crossed paths with me." The protagonist is renowned for being invincible among his peers, effortlessly capable of leaping through 3 ranks. Yi Wuhen let out a cold chuckle and unleashed his windless attack against the law enforcer, with his swordsmanship reaching a profound level. Engaging the law enforcer armed with a long spear was akin to a father playfully sparring with his child. In merely a moment, the law enforcer found himself reduced to a state of mere defense. In an instant, Yi Wuhen appeared before him, thrusting his sword towards the enforcer's left shoulder. It is fortunate that Yi Wuhen refrained from taking his life, given that he had attacked without seeking an explanation. As the blade pierced the law enforcer's shoulder, a crimson spray of blood erupted into the air. "Allow me to be blunt. All of you present are nothing but trash." Chapter 23. It is not I who am pretentious. At this moment, Yi Wuhen resembled an unparalleled sword, radiating an ethereal aura as he wielded the thunder sword, standing before the law enforcer like a warrior of divine might, casting a disdainful glance at everything around him. "Forgive my candor, but all present are nothing but refuse. Mere refuse." Yi Wuhen's words echoed in the law enforcer's mind like an incantation. The law enforcer's current appearance was a stark contrast to his former self, resembling a beggar in rags. The onlookers continued to observe Yi Wuhen, who exuded an air of confidence. Without further ado, Yi Wuhen sheathed his sword and withdrew it into his storage ring, then made his escape under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Having endured the experience of parental summons before, he refrained from taking a life in such a public setting. However, should he be provoked to the brink, he would not hesitate. What could parental intervention do? With a system at his disposal, he feared nothing. Having basked in his moment of glory, Yi Wuhen departed, cloaked in anonymity. Subsequently, Yi Wuhen learned from a tavern that this place was known as Martial Sovereign City, a locale where martial prowess held the highest regard. Situated within the confines of Wuheng County, albeit some distance from his hometown. Brotherly, did you hear? The city lord's mansion has set up another arena. Yi Wuhen's interest was piqued, yet he remained aloof, pouring himself a drink. Oh, is that so? What is the prize for first place this time? Brotherly inquired. I recall the last time it was a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold. This time is different. The prize is 150,000 taels of gold. A burly man exclaimed, his mouth full of meat. Upon hearing the mention of money, Yi Wuhen's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he thought of the conversion value. Ever since acquiring his chainmail, he had found himself impoverished, with only a few thousand points to his name. The arena battle was indeed a lucrative opportunity. The first prize amounted to 150,000 taels, which translated to 1,500,000 points in conversion value, allowing him to redeem life-saving artifacts once more. Containing his fervor, Yi Wuhen approached the adjacent table with a jug of wine. Gentlemen, might we forge a friendship? Yi Wuhen inquired with a squint and a smile. Raising the jug, both men, being aficionados of fine spirits, readily accepted upon noticing the quality of Yi Wuhen's wine. Who would have thought, young brother, that you are so remarkably handsome? Brotherly remarked with a chuckle. You flatter me, good sir. I am Yi Wuhen. May I inquire your names? Yi Wuhen poured 2 cups of wine for the burly men. I am Li Si, and this is xianxia. Brotherly introduced himself. Yi Wuhen mused inwardly. The naming conventions here are indeed rather unique. Brotherly, I overheard your conversation regarding the arena. Oh, brother Yi, you are not from around here, are you? Li Si asked. How did you know? Yi Wuhen feigned ignorance while internally cursing. Are you a fool? If I were from here, why would I ask you? Ha ha. Brother Yi, you jest. The arena battle is a tradition in our martial sovereign city, held annually, with a truly generous prize for the victor. Li Si, lost in his thoughts, appeared as if he might drool at any moment. Observing Li Si's demeanor, Yi Wuhen internally categorized him as mentally challenged. Meanwhile, xianxia, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Brother Yi, are you planning to go? Indeed. However, I have not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from you. That's absurd. I am utilizing a system cultivation method. If you could discern it, then the system itself is unreliable. Although Yi Wuhen thought this, he verbally responded. My strength is rather lacking. If that is the case, then I, Erwa, would certainly not allow you to take such a risk. Xianxia patted his chest confidently. Uft. Why are you deviating from the script? Who said we were brothers? After you take me along, you might as well prepare for a one-way trip. Yi Wuhen mentally scoffed. Erwa, I merely wish to secure a modest rank in the competition to earn a little extra for my family. Yi Wuhen resorted to a ploy of self-pity. Actually, brother Yi, only the first place receives a reward, the others do not. Xianxia replied truthfully. Yi Wuhen, if you insist on going, we have no choice. We are also preparing to depart tomorrow, so you may accompany us. Xianxia stated. Isn't the arena battle held in the city? Yi Wuhen queried. Puzzled. Given that it was still early, if it were in the city, we could leave now. Why must we wait until tomorrow? Indeed. And the arena battle is scheduled for tomorrow, Xianxia confirmed. Deep down, Yi Wuhen sensed something unusual about xianxia and Li Si, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Then let us find an inn to stay, Li Si suggested. Let us depart at once. Xianxia tossed down a couple of gold coins and exited the door. Afterward, Yi Wuhen and xianxia found an inn to rest for a while before strolling through the streets, with xianxia and Li Si sharing tales of local customs and culture. Make way, make way. A man on horseback charged toward Yi Wuhen at a rapid pace. Yi Wuhen cast a sidelong glance and paid him no heed. To him, the speed appeared akin to a child walking. Brother Yi, be careful, xianxia exclaimed, attempting to push Yi Wuhen aside. Do not panic, Zhang. Yi Wuhen swiftly thrust his sword into the horse's skull, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray. Xianxia mused. This Yi Wuhen possesses extraordinary strength. I wonder if he could be of use to me. Just as he was about to reveal his identity to Yi Wuhen, the rider let out a furious cry. You dare to kill my horse. I will summon my father to avenge it. The man pointed accusingly at Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen merely glanced at him with indifference, and with a flick of his sword, he severed the man's finger that had been pointing at him. The man immediately cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, as the blood from the horse and the man combined to form a veritable river of crimson. What do you think you are? Xianxia interjected. What the heck is going on? This was supposed to be my show of bravado, and you went and ruined it. No sense of teamwork at all. Upon witnessing Xianxia's demeanor, the man prepared to raise his voice once more. However, Xianxia swiftly produced a golden, diamond-shaped token from his pocket and declared, Open your eyes wide, and behold what this token signifies. Upon recognizing the emblem, the man immediately prostrated himself and exclaimed, I was blind and have offended young Master Zhang. I implore you, spare me. Begone. Zhang Erwa commanded. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Thank you. The man expressed his gratitude, then scurried away, disappearing from Yi Wuhen's sight. This scene left Yi Wuhen utterly astonished, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself that Zhang Erwa must come from a wealthy family. Chapter 24. Forming Friendships. Brother Yi, in truth, I am affiliated with the governor's office. My father is the governor of Wuheng County, and my name is not Zhang Erwa, but Zhang Wenyao. Zhang Wenyao remarked that he possesses no extraordinary qualities, save for an affinity for making friends. As for Li Si, he too is a companion I have made here. Li Si nodded and said, Brother Yao is quite amicable and never resorts to bullying others with his status. Unlike that person from earlier who relied on his connections to intimidate. Very well, I shall accept you as a friend. Yi Wuhen contemplated, realizing that Zhang Wenyao had a formidable background and appeared to be rather naive, thus presenting an opportunity for leverage. Brother Yi, should you encounter any troubles in Wuheng County in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name, Zhang Wenyao offered. Invoke your name? Would that not place me under your protection? I cannot abide such a situation. Though Yi Wuhen thought this, he merely replied, I appreciate your kindness, Brother Zhang. Not at all. Do visit us in Wuheng County whenever you have the chance. Zhang Wenyao smiled warmly. Wuheng County boasts an extensive domain, with its central region also referred to as Wuheng County, where the governor's office is situated. Well, the day is waning. Shall we return to the inn to rest and prepare for tomorrow's arena battle? Li Si suggested. Originally, they had intended to explore the city of martial respect in the afternoon, but following the earlier commotion, the group had lost their enthusiasm. Thus, both Yi Wuhen and Zhang Wenyao responded affirmatively. On the way back to the inn, Zhang Wenyao began to recount the current forces in Wuheng County. Undoubtedly, the most powerful was Wuheng County itself, representing the great Zhou dynasty, which dominated the realm. Who could possibly contend with them? The second force was the Bloodgate, essentially a guild of assassins, with even their weakest members possessing foundational strength at the 5th level. The third force was the Tian Luo sect, which had recently seen a surge of talent. Yi Wuhen retained only the details of these 3 primary factions, dismissing the others as inconsequential, confident that with the aid of his system, he would eventually vanquish the top 3 powers. The rest of Zhang Wenyao's discourse turned personal, as he revealed that the governor planned to abdicate, leaving behind 6 offspring. His own standing within the governor's office was not particularly high, being only the 3rd in rank. However, driven by his mother's last wish, he aspired to claim the position of governor for his father. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen nodded and assured him, Fear not. This matter is not pressing. Within 3 months, I should be able to assist you in securing the governor's position. Brother Yi, what leads you to make such a claim? Zhang Wenyao felt a surge of joy at Yi Wuhen's words, yet he quickly reconsidered, noting the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations around Yi Wuhen, suggesting a frighteningly low power level. However, if Yi Wuhen, with his deep sense of loyalty, insisted on aiding him in striving for the governor's post, would it not be a futile venture that could lead to his demise? Brother Zhang, though I lack visible spiritual energy, I am already at the 8th level of foundational cultivation, Yi Wuhen replied with a wry smile. In this world, there are 3 methods to demonstrate strength: through combat, via testing, or by manifesting spiritual energy. Yi Wuhen's upgrade was a result of the experience function bestowed by the system. Unless he actively released his spiritual energy, others could not perceive it, which is one of the system's effects that allowed him to flaunt his prowess. I am utterly humbled to witness such strength in a young man like you, Brother Yi, Zhang Wenyao exclaimed. Not at all, not at all. I have just turned 16 this year, Yi Wuhen replied, exuding a hint of bravado. Since time immemorial, who among us can escape death? If one has the opportunity to show off, one must seize it. Brother Yi, only 16? Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. I, at 25, have only attained the 7th stage of foundation building. He had initially intended his comment as mere flattery, but it inadvertently allowed Yi Wuhen to take the conversation further, leaving him to watch in awe as Yi Wuhen displayed his confidence. This is the retribution for your earlier attempt to steal my thunder. Brother Zhang, let us not dwell on such matters. We have arrived at the inn. Let us rest and prepare for our departure tomorrow, Yi Wuhen said, making his way to his room. He had already contemplated that this arena battle could enhance his reputation. The last increase in renown had gifted him a teleportation talisman that had saved his life. If he were to gain further recognition, perhaps he would be bestowed with something even more valuable. In his room, Yi Wuhen sat cross-legged, gradually calming his breath as spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, forming a river of energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. for gaining 3,000 experience points through cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, your experience is now full. You have leveled up to the 9th stage of foundation building. The experience required for the next upgrade is 2,090,000. The spiritual energy granted by the 9th stage of foundation building far surpassed that of the 8th stage. Time to sleep. After being cleansed by the spiritual energy, a wave of fatigue washed over Yi Wuheng, and he promptly buried his head in his pillow. The following day, Brother Yi, it's time to rise. Zhang Wenyo shouted from beside Yi Wuhen's bed. Yi Wuheng merely mumbled, "Don't disturb me." Zhang Wenyo glanced at Li Si, indicating that he was at a loss. "Get up. Today free gold is being distributed in East City." Li Si chuckled. "What? Gold? Take me there at once." Upon hearing the word gold, Yi Wuheng sprang from bed, hurriedly dressing and washing up. "Let us go. What are you waiting for?" In just a minute, Yi Wuheng was fully dressed and standing before Zhang Wenyo and the others. "Brotherly, you truly have a way with things." Zhang Wenyo smiled. "Are you deceiving me? I bought a watch last year." Yi Wuheng responded, feeling helpless. For while he was generally composed, the mere mention of gold ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. "Brother Yi, if you don't head to the arena now, you might miss the chance to register," Zhang Wenyo urged. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." With that, Yi Wuheng dashed out. Zhang Wenyo and Li Si followed suit, laughing. The arena was not far from Wuzuan City. By the time Yi Wuheng and his companions arrived, it was already noon, and the sun blazed fiercely. The arena itself was merely a platform constructed in a clearing within the mountains, yet it was spacious enough. Surrounding the arena was a throng of people, all clamoring around the registration desk, eager to sign up. Yi Wuheng suddenly pondered that selling chilled beverages and watermelons at this location would likely be immensely popular. Upon this realization, a mischievous smile crept upon his face. "Brother Yi, what are you contemplating? You're about to drool," Li Si remarked, noticing Yi Wuhen's expression. Observing Yi Wuheng in such a state, he furrowed his brow and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "Nothing much," Yi Wuheng replied, yet his face flushed with embarrassment. "How mortifying. Let us hurry and sign up." "Stop dawdling," Zhang Wenyao urged, pulling Yi Wuheng towards the registration area. "Brother Zhang, aren't you going to sign up?" Yi Wuheng inquired. Puzzled. "I'm just here to watch the show. Why would I register? Besides, I'm not short on money," Zhang Wenyao replied casually. "Ah, a wealthy man." Yi Wuheng mused inwardly. Chapter 25. A name established through battle. The individual responsible for registration cast a glance at Yi Wuheng, noting that his attire was far from opulent, and immediately expressed disdain. "Yi Wuheng," he stated. Yi Wuheng discerned the condescension in his tone and thought, "If you choose to ignore me, then I shall not deign to acknowledge you either." Age: 16. Cultivation level: Peak Qi training. Yi Wuheng pondered for a moment, realizing that his purpose here was to display a facade. Since he was intent on putting on airs, he could hardly claim to possess superior cultivation. Ha! A mere child of 16 has signed up? Surely your circumstances are dire. Can you not even afford a meal? Your cultivation level is barely average, mind you. If you perish, we bear no responsibility. The registrar scoffed. "Spare me your prattle. You excel at uttering nonsense," Yi Wuheng retorted coldly. The registrar was momentarily silenced, finally managing to sputter. "You are number 187. Be cautious not to meet your end up there." With that, he handed Yi Wuheng a slip of paper. As Yi Wuheng turned to leave, he called out, "Ah, people these days are so adept at spouting nonsense." Observing his own attractiveness, he mused, "As if you could ever hope to entice me," and spat dismissively. The registrar's expression brightened at those words. Soon after, Yi Wuheng met with Zhang Wenyao and Li Si, seeking refuge in a shaded area. As they watched the throngs of people registering under the scorching sun, Yi Wuheng felt an undeniable urge to partake in the unfolding drama. "Brother Yi, this upcoming arena battle promises to be tumultuous," Li Si remarked with a sigh. "Indeed, the reward for first place is substantial. Who wouldn't wish to try their luck?" Yi Wuheng replied. "Alas, this event permits only foundation-building cultivators, and those below. I, being in the radiant phase, am ineligible." Li Si lamented. "Curse it," Yi Wuheng thought inwardly. "What a pretentious fool." Then, with a straight face, he commented, "I had no idea Brotherly possessed such formidable strength." "Not at all. I have already surpassed 30 years of age," Li Si said bashfully, scratching his head. It is worth noting that the transition from foundation establishment to radiant phase is a feat akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Approximately 1 in 100 may achieve the radiant phase. "Curse it, trying to show off in front of me?" The ensuing dialogue between them nearly pushed Zhang Wenyao to the brink of exasperation, first boasting about age, then about strength. However, in terms of martial arts techniques, Li Si could not hold a candle to Yi Wuheng, whose skills were all of the advanced Xian level, allowing him to easily outshine Li Si. Enough chatter. Look, the arena is about to commence, Zhang Wenyao exclaimed, his face dark with frustration as he spotted the two combatants in the arena, akin to seeing a beacon of hope. Yi Wuhen and Li Si turned their gaze to the arena, noting that the battle was indeed about to begin, and they ceased their boasting. After a brief moment, Li Si inquired, Brother Yi, whom are you betting on to win? I'm placing my bet on the man in black, he replied, observing that the figure in black possessed a distinct advantage, with steady footing and a calm aura. In contrast, his opponent exhibited a chaotic presence and unsteady stance. Clearly, the man in black is destined for victory. Are you attempting to swindle me out of my money? Yi Wuhen discerned Li Si's ulterior motives. It was evident that after his earlier display of bravado, Li Si was eager to retaliate. The subsequent arena battles proved to be rather tedious, failing to capture Yi Wuhen's interest. A group of Qi practitioners clashed, but what intrigue could there be in such an encounter? After a while, a Foundation establishment practitioner finally emerged. However, after holding his ground for a short while, he too was swiftly challenged and defeated. Yi Wuhen was on the verge of slumber when he was abruptly roused by Li Si's nudge. What is it? Yi Wuhen exclaimed, irked at being disturbed just as he was about to drift off. It's your turn to take the stage, Li Si replied. Yi Wuhen cast a cold glance at the individual on the platform who was mocking him and, with a frigid demeanor, stepped forward and leapt onto the arena. Is this a child? Still suckling at the teat? Jeered the burly man on the platform, who, despite his rugged appearance, was rather handsome. How about joining me later tonight? Your words are tiresome. Soon, I shall send you weeping from this place, replied Yi Wuhen, his gaze unwavering. Go to hell. The burly man infused his fists with spiritual energy and lunged at Yi Wuhen. Kneel. Yi Wuhen uttered a single word, his voice barely above a whisper. The man, initially incensed, found himself kneeling before the crowd, much to their astonishment. Hey, what is happening? Get up and fight that pretty boy, shouted an onlooker. Weren't you just boasting? Silence. Focus and feel. Yi Wuhen narrowed his eyes at the man, intensifying his spiritual pressure. Having endured the dual trials of the Taoyia's spiritual pressure and the heavenly power, Yi Wuhen's aura far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Indeed, the burly man struggled to speak, his complexion turning crimson. Bark like a dog, and I shall let you go. Yi Wuhen's words resonated in the man's mind like a sinister melody. With great difficulty, the man managed to emit a few pitiful barks, and to those listening closely, it was evident he was mimicking a dog. How unchallenging. This man is woefully weak, someone muttered. If you have the ability, step up. Quit your rambling. Wow, that young man is so handsome. I feel myself falling in love. Please, don't scare us with your grotesque appearance. That young man belongs to me. Amidst the lively commotion below, Yi Wuhen felt a tinge of exasperation. What could he do? After all, it was not his fault he was so strikingly handsome. Begone. With a forceful kick, he sent the burly man tumbling off the stage, tears welling in the man's eyes as he fainted. Goodness, what brutality. But I like it. Step aside, dinosaur. That young man is mine. The fervor to challenge the arena surged, for the title of champion was assuredly within his grasp. Only strength prevails, echoed in the minds of the spectators. To speak such words in front of so many required either foolishness or genuine prowess. Yi Wuhen's display had clearly demonstrated the latter. If you do not approach soon, I shall seize the gold myself. Child, do not be so reckless. I shall be your opponent. A middle-aged man leaped forward, his visage grotesquely unattractive, wielding a large knife that exuded the essence of a crude brute. Step aside. I refuse to engage with such an unsightly individual, Yi Wuhen declared, raising his palm before him. Your presence is unbearable, truly an assault on the senses. The burly man found himself at a loss for words, for Yi Wuhen's remarks rang with undeniable truth. Yet, his unfortunate appearance was not his fault, but rather a consequence of his lineage. Little brother, give it your all. Teach him a lesson. This outcry incited a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. Indeed, vanquish him. How dare he be so arrogant? In truth, Yi Wuhen shared their sentiment. To dare address him as a child? One must surely pay a price for such insolence. Chapter 26. One by one the middle-aged man could no longer endure the provocation and erupted in fury, brandishing a large blade as he charged towards Yi Wuhen. Indeed, the man's strength surpassed that of the previous brute, yet in Yi Wuhen's eyes, they were all mere refuse. The man's strike, though seemingly fierce, lacked the requisite speed. Yi Wuhen effortlessly evaded it using the Thunderbolt Shadow Step. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. The middle-aged man, struck in the face, was left bewildered, How humiliating it was to be slapped before such an audience. Anger surged within him, compelling him to lift his weapon once more. Another slap resounded, marking his cheeks with crimson imprints. Do not even think of resisting. Rather, try to savor the experience. I shall release you once I tire of this. Yi Wuhen remarked nonchalantly. The middle-aged man, seething with rage, could hardly bear the insult of being struck and told not to fight back. Realizing his weapon was of no use, he discarded it and resorted to fists. Alas, with his punches, he was even less likely to land a blow upon Yi Wuhen. The thunderbolt shadow step rendered him indistinguishable, and the middle-aged man found himself striking only at shadows. Impressive footwork, young lad, Li Si exclaimed, his voice ringing with admiration. Such a technique must surely be of high-grade mystic level. Zhang Wenyao observed Yi Wuhen's martial prowess, noting that his attire bore no mark of any sect or family. It seemed that fate had bestowed upon him a rare opportunity at such a young age. Seizing the moment, Yi Wuhen delivered another resounding slap to the middle-aged man's face, thrilling the audience with the spectacle. Initially, the man had boasted, but now he realized that resistance was futile. He surrendered to the humiliation, allowing Yi Wuhen to pummel his face. After several slaps, the man's visage had swollen to the size of a steamed bun. Finding the ordeal tedious, Yi Wuhen promptly sent him tumbling from the stage with a final, forceful slap. Always so brutal, someone quipped, though the crowd reveled in it. Hey, why is it always you who gets infatuated? I've told you, this young man is mine. Yi Wuhen merely wished to convey that he was forthright and unpretentious, earning him the moniker of the people's darling. Yet, he resolved to conceal his true identity, opting to remain humble and hidden. One by one, take your time. This face-slapping comes at no cost, Yi Wuhen chuckled. Unbeknownst to him, his smile was akin to a refreshing spring breeze to the women present, while the men regarded it with disdain, thinking, what an insufferable grin. As he smiled, all the women were captivated, while the men seethed with anger. I shall take my turn, declared a man clad in white robes, leaping onto the 3-meter-high stage. He is rather good-looking. Yes, one could afford to strike him a few times. Yi Wuhen nodded as he addressed the man in white robes. May I inquire about your cultivation level, young brother? The white-robed man spoke with a certain politeness, his voice possessing a magnetic quality that rendered Yi Wuhen less averse to him. I am at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, Yi Wuhen replied candidly. The person responsible for registration was taken aback upon hearing Yi Wuhen's level. It felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer. How could someone at the 9th stage of foundation establishment be so deceptively modest? This was surely a grave error, and he hoped the young man would not hold a grudge. At merely 16, how formidable would he become in the future? I am also at the 9th stage of foundation establishment. May I ask how old you are, young brother? The white-robed man queried. Are you conducting a census? Why all the questions? Hurry up. I have a first-place prize to collect and a meal to attend to, Yi Wuhen retorted impatiently. The white-robed man could only manage a bitter smile. I apologize for the inconvenience. With that, he unleashed his spiritual power, a formidable presence radiating from him. Oh, you do possess some skill, Yi Wuhen remarked, observing the white-robed man with admiration. In times past, he might have taken this encounter more seriously, but now armed with the 9-character true word, he was eager to demonstrate what true 9th-stage foundation establishment really entailed. Weapon, Yi Wuhen uttered softly. Upon this declaration, his entire being became enveloped in a golden aura of spiritual energy, which coalesced into a sword that surged towards the white-robed man. The white-robed man, taken aback, summoned all his spiritual power as a defense, hastily executing a defensive technique. Yi Wuhen chuckled coldly, huh? Surrender now. The 9-character true word is beyond your capacity to withstand. Li Si watched in astonishment as the sword radiated an overwhelming aura, already exhibiting the prowess of a perfected foundation establishment. The white-robed man's spiritual shield shattered upon contact with Yi Wuhen's sword, leaving a mark upon the man's abdomen. Are you contemplating surrender? Yi Wuhen inquired. Come. Upon this utterance, a pressure descended upon the white-robed man, forcing him to kneel. How naive of him to think he could yield. As the command echoed, the man's throat felt constricted, rendering him incapable of articulating more than a few incoherent sounds. Self-inflicted humiliation. I can't be bothered to lift a finger. With these words, the white-robed man flushed with embarrassment, while the audience erupted in excitement. Such dominance. What is the name of that young gentleman on stage? Yi the Mighty. A voice rang out, and soon the crowd echoed the name of Yi the Mighty. A true battle for fame. Yet, much to his frustration, the acclaim did not unlock a title. He wondered what more was required after such a display of prowess. The white-robed man's face was swollen, disfigured to a degree that surpassed even the second-place contender, his once handsome visage now resembling that of a pig's head. "Come, allow me to escort you down." Yi Wuhen stepped towards the white-robed man, feigning an intention to assist him. In truth, he merely delivered a swift slap, sending the man tumbling off the stage. Since these two contests, no one dared to challenge Yi Wuhen again. It is indeed merely a matter of humiliation. It is not that they are utterly incompetent, but rather that Yi Wuhen is extraordinarily exceptional. Consequently, Yi Wuhen effortlessly secured the first prize, amounting to a staggering sum of 150,000 taels of gold, which brought him immense satisfaction. After setting aside 10,000 taels, he exchanged the remaining gold for its equivalent value, now possessing a remarkable 1,500,000 points. Subsequently, he was approached by a throng of individuals, such as the nature of this world, where one's strength speaks volumes. Yi Wuhen glanced around, but ultimately declined their advances, as his primary focus was to solidify his connection with Zhang Wenyao, for within Wuheng County, his influence remains paramount. Chapter 27. Return to the Yi residence, Brother Zhang. "This is where I shall part ways," Yi Wuhen said to Zhang Wenyao. "Once I have resolved matters in my hometown, I shall return to Wuheng County to assist you in securing the position of county magistrate." "Brother Yi, there is no rush. The next election for county magistrate is still a few months away," Zhang Wenyao replied with a smile. Li Si, standing nearby, added, "Brother Yi, we all understand that you must have pressing matters to attend to, hence your hurried return. We shall leave you here. Farewell." "Farewell." Yi Wuhen nodded and turned to depart. Indeed, he had urgent matters to attend to. If he delayed returning to the Yi residence, what would happen if Yi Hengyi and that scoundrel Yi Feng escaped? He had previously made the mistake of letting a tiger return to the mountain, resulting in a near-fatal encounter with Zhu Qi. With that thought, Yi Wuhen quickened his pace towards the Yi residence. The scenery along the path was enchanting, the golden waves of grain reminiscent of the beauty of earth. Time passed, and as dusk began to settle, Yi Wuhen spotted a grand tree and leaped onto its branches, closing his eyes to rest. He was acutely aware of his own poor aptitude for cultivation. He felt it unwise to squander precious sleep for a mere few thousand experience points. The following morning, Yi Wuhen resumed his journey, activating Blood Fury 8 Desolations, which significantly increased his speed. By midday, he had returned to the small dwelling he occupied after being expelled by Yi Tian and Yi Tian's father. Upon glancing at the decayed body of the diminutive man, he reflected on how, without the system, he might have met a similar fate. Yi Wuhen now understood that he had become overly dependent on the system. Advancement in cultivation and weaponry was nearly impossible without it. If the system were to vanish one day, would he not be rendered powerless? If one could attain immortality solely through the system, then anyone could achieve it. He resolved to rely more on himself, recognizing that the system was merely a supplementary tool. Upon arriving back at the Yi residence, Yi Wuhen observed Wei Chong and Tang Xiaodian embroiled in a heated argument with the residents of the Yi family. "I have told you repeatedly, Yi Wuhen is dead. He was slain by our brother Zhu." "Impossible. How could brother Wuhen be killed by that useless fool?" Wei Chong exclaimed angrily. "Indeed, how could that worthless Zhu Qi harm a hair on brother Wuhen's head? Speak. Where has brother Wuhen gone?" Tang Xiaodian shouted, equally incensed. Yi Wuhen had been generous to him, refusing to accept gratitude and even gifting him gold. Now, with Yi Wuhen's fate uncertain, how could he not be concerned? "I have told you countless times, yet you refuse to listen. If Yi Wuhen is not dead, I will eat a pound of dung on the spot," one of the Yi family members shouted. Hearing this, Yi Wuhen chuckled to himself, knowing it was time for him to make his presence known. Who is it that claims they will eat a pound of dung on the spot? Yi Wuhen approached the Yi family member with a smile. Seeing Yi Wuhen unharmed, both Tang Xiaodian and Wei Chong exclaimed in unison, "Brother Wuhen, where have you been these past few days?" "In recent days, I embarked on an adventure, and to my astonishment, upon my return, I was met with claims of my demise. One individual mockingly suggested that I had not perished but instead should consume a pound of filth. With a sly grin, I responded, 'Since you wish to partake, I shall oblige.' With that, I seized the one who had made the outlandish request and hastened towards the nearest restroom. 'You desire to eat, so I shall ensure you do.' I flung him into the restroom, and instantly, a torrent of liquid splashed upon him. 'Go on. Why have you ceased? You were quite vocal moments ago. Now it is time to indulge.' I glared menacingly at him. 'Remember this, Yi Wuhen. I shall enlist brother Zhu to avenge me.' He retorted defiantly. 'Very well, that scoundrel Zhu Qi. Rest assured, once you finish this pound of filth, I shall summon him. Inform him that I, Yi Wuhen, have returned.' The man, confronted by my formidable presence, dared not flee, yet he was equally unwilling to partake in the filth, resulting in a stalemate. Refusing to eat, are we? Then I shall feed you, I declared, pressing his head down into the mess. He attempted to resist, but my strength was insurmountable, leaving him no choice but to endure the foul substance entering his mouth. Is it delicious? If so, consume more. I hoisted him and directed him to another stall, once again pressing his head down into the filth. At this moment, his mind began to numb, the stench overwhelming his senses, rendering his thoughts blank. Indeed, he was being forcefully submerged in a pile of waste, unable to resist, and the sheer helplessness rendered him utterly desensitized. Overcome by emotion, he began to weep uncontrollably. Pathetic. I spat. How old are you? Crying like a child? Have you no shame? My derision only intensified his sobbing, and as his face became smeared with filth, I frowned and released my grip on his hair, stepping away. Hey, Brother Hen, that was truly satisfying. Tang Xiaotian and Wei Chong had witnessed the entire spectacle. The once arrogant man, now forced to consume filth, was a sight of poetic justice. Such individuals deserve this treatment, I said, cleansing my hands. Though I had not directly touched the refuse, the image of his soiled visage lingered, prompting me to wash thoroughly. Come, follow me, Brother Hen, let us seek vengeance. Wei Chong chuckled. I glanced at him and inquired, where do Yi Feng and the others reside? This area is familiar to you. Indeed, he nodded, leading the way to Yi Feng's residence. I must say, Yi Feng's abode was indeed opulent, far surpassing my own quarters in grandeur. The 2 stone lions flanking the entrance alone were worth a fortune. Without uttering a word, I concentrated my energy into my feet and stomped down with force, creating a resounding boom as dust erupted, revealing a gaping hole in the ground, and the door was flung open. Tang Xiaotian and Wei Chong were left astonished. A single stomp had carved a substantial crater into the ground. Merely the force of that one kick was enough to rattle the grand door open. What extraordinary power Brother Yi possesses. Yi Feng, come forth. Yi Wuhen's spiritual energy had already been unleashed, and from a distance, he appeared akin to a war god clad in golden armor. Yi Wuhen could not forget that Zhu Qi was the very person Yi Feng and his father had sought out. Upon hearing the call, Yi Feng emerged, accompanied by his father and an exceptionally corpulent woman, followed by a young man in white attire. Yi Wuhen's gaze sharpened. It was indeed Zhu Qi from that day. Chapter 28. Yesterday's grudge. Today I repay tenfold. Yi Wuhen, do you dare return? This time, let me see how my brother Zhu deals with you. Yi Feng, still speaking in a rather effeminate tone, declared. Both Yi Feng's father and Zhu Qi were taken aback. They knew Yi Wuhen would inevitably return, but they never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Traversing 10,000 miles in just 5 days indicated at least the prowess of the rotation phase. Huh, I have returned solely for vengeance. In my earlier compassion, I spared your lives, thinking you were pitiable, yet you not only failed to recognize your mistakes, but also conspired with others to harm me. This time, your demise is certain, Yi Wuhen asserted forcefully, understanding that individuals like them would never learn their lesson without witnessing bloodshed. Even then, it was uncertain they would comprehend. Oh, so you are the one who harmed our Fenger. A woman scolded. Aunt, step aside. Today I shall annihilate your entire family. With these words, Yi Wuhen unleashed his full spiritual power, causing Yi Feng's father and Yi Feng to feel a profound weight upon their chests, akin to a massive stone pressing down. Zhu Qi furrowed his brow, while Yi Feng fainted outright. Tang Xiaotian and Wei Chong, witnessing the scene within, silently lamented their earlier decision to abstain from entering. Otherwise, with their strength, they would likely have been crushed to death. You. The woman also felt the crushing weight upon her chest, struggling to breathe. Enough. Yi Wuhen, rarely one to engage in needless chatter, swiftly released his 9-character true words, as golden spiritual energy coalesced into a sword that hurtled towards the woman with great speed. Having never encountered such a technique, the woman was paralyzed with fear, unable even to evade. With a swift sound, she was bisected by the sword formed from Yi Wuhen's spiritual energy, painting a gruesome scene. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the wicked woman, earning 1,000 experience points. Experience required for next level, 3,090,000. The might of the 9-character true words was indeed formidable. Yi Wuhen regarded the situation with satisfaction. After all, if one possessed sufficient power, a single word could topple mountains, and 9 words could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Yi Feng's father, witnessing this spectacle, was equally terrified. Knowing he stood no chance against Yi Wuhen in a direct confrontation, he immediately cast aside his pride, kneeling in supplication, pleading, Lord Wuhen, I realize my errors. I should not have sought to deal with you. Please, treat me as though I were nothing. In that moment, Yi Feng's father had abandoned all semblance of dignity. He thought to himself that as long as he could survive, he would even allow Yi Wuhen to slay his own son. For his son had already lost his ability to procreate. It mattered little if he were gone. Yi Wuhen regarded Yi Feng's father with a frown. When you sought to harm me, you were so resolute. Now you are reduced to this pitiful state? I am naturally a coward, a spineless wretch. Please, Lord Wuhen, spare me. As he spoke, Yi Feng's father, dissatisfied with merely begging, began to slap his own face. However, I have played the benevolent long enough. This time, I intend to embrace my darker side. Yi Wuhen chuckled ominously. You scoundrel, Yi Wuhen. You wretched dog. Yi Feng's father, realizing he had no path left to escape, erupted into a torrent of curses. Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow, for he loathed any disparagement directed toward his parents. Instinctively, he wielded his spirit sword, reducing the father of Yi Feng to mere fragments, truly annihilating him. The sword danced back and forth, slicing through the body with ruthless precision. A chime resounded, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on vanquishing a treacherous foe. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Experience required for the next level, 8,000,090,000. Zhu Qi uttered little, drawing his sword to engage in battle. He perceived Yi Wuhen's prowess. Yet, he too was merely at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, while he himself had attained perfection in the same realm. Regardless of Yi Wuhen's fortuitous encounters, he possessed treasures bestowed by his sect. Even if Yi Wuhen's techniques were extraordinary, his own were not lacking. Oh, you dare confront me head-on? Yi Wuhen felt intrigued and unsheathed his sword, commencing the duel. Sword strikes ignited flames, and Yi Wuhen's agility surpassed that of Zhu Qi significantly, leaving Zhu Qi to strike at mere afterimages. Haha, can you keep up with my phantoms? Yi Wuhen laughed heartily. Now, prepare for my counterattack. With that, he slashed across Zhu Qi's cheek. Had Zhu Qi not unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, that strike would have pierced his skull. How has Yi Wuhen's strength increased so dramatically? It seems his recent fortunes have been abundant. If I can defeat him, might I not ascend to the ranks of inner disciples? Zhu Qi's laughter erupted as he contemplated this. Hey, Zhu Qi, have you lost your mind? Why are you laughing? Yi Wuhen inquired, bewildered. You are doomed. Quickly surrender your treasures to me. I promise to make your death swift. Zhu Qi taunted, sword pointed at Yi Wuhen. Have you been so frightened by my swordplay that it has rendered you a fool? Yi Wuhen remarked, sensing Zhu Qi's intellect had been shaken. Huh, if you doubt me, so be it. Release the malevolence. Zhu Qi opened a pouch, unleashing a swirl of dark energy that surged toward Yi Wuhen. What in the world is that? Yi Wuhen gasped. Did Zhu Qi possess a treasure? Yet, the malevolent energy moved with alarming speed, and Yi Wuhen could only allow it to invade his mind. Regardless of your martial prowess, what of your soul? This malevolent energy will gradually devour your spirit, reducing you to a living corpse. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qi laughed, relishing the anticipation of Yi Wuhen begging for mercy. However, upon entering Yi Wuhen's sea of consciousness, the dark energy was swiftly consumed by his spirit. Your malevolence is utterly ineffective. It neither hurts nor tickles, Yi Wuhen mocked. How can this be? Zhu Qi was taken aback. Then, if you possess no treasures, I shall send you to your demise. Wait, my master is Wang Cheng of the 10,000 Demons sect. And what of that? Yi Wuhen questioned, realizing Zhu Qi had indeed been rendered foolish, following the cliché of fantasy tales where one reveals their background only to meet their end, allowing the protagonist to reap the rewards. If you kill me, my master will avenge me. As Zhu Qi witnessed Yi Wuhen poised to strike with his sword, he hastily articulated his reasoning. If that is the case, you may meet your demise. With those words, Yi Wuhen plunged his sword downward, swiftly ending Zhu Qi's life. In death, Zhu Qi's eyes remained wide open, his expression one of utter disbelief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience needed for the next level is now 18,000,090,000. Oh, this Zhu Qi indeed yielded a substantial amount of experience. Yi Wuhen flicked the thunder sword, restoring its blade to a pristine condition. Brother, what shall we do about this leaf wind? Tang Xiaotian rushed over, inquiring. Chapter 29. My name is Yi Ling. Yi Wuhen cast a dissatisfied glance at the unconscious Yi Feng and said nonchalantly, kill him. With that, he tossed the thunderblade into Tang Xiaotian's hands. You go. But, Brother Hen, I can't. Tang Xiaotian stammered, holding the thunderblade with trembling hands. If you do not go, you are no longer my little brother. Yi Wuhen shot a sidelong glance at Tang Xiaotian. Despite his trepidation, Tang Xiaotian steeled himself and approached Yifeng. Closing his eyes, he thought to himself, to become as strong as Brother Hen, one must kill. One must endure the act of taking a life. With a swift motion, Tang Xiaotian plunged the thunderblade into Yifeng's skull. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and, upon realizing what he had done, he immediately retched. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, Tang Xiaotian approached, still trembling, and weakly inquired, Brother Hen, how did I perform? Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Yi Wuhan asked. Certainly the truth. You were utterly cowardly, fatty. Wei Chong interjected. Indeed, Wei Chong is right. You truly displayed cowardice, little fatty, Yi Wuhan concurred. In truth, Tang Xiaotian's reaction was quite normal. It was merely the prolonged vomiting that set him apart. Unlike Yi Wuhan, who had long since come to regard this world as a mere game, thus alleviating his mental burdens. Hearing their comments, Tang Xiaotian wore a discontented expression, fully aware of his cowardice in that moment. By the way, where is the Yi Hengyi family? Yi Wuhan inquired of Wei Chong. Brother Hen. The Yi Hengyi family moved away overnight, Wei Chong replied cheerfully. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Wuhan remarked, Very well, since they have moved, we shall not seek them out. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, Hey Run, the longevity lamp of my disciple has extinguished. The man clad in black sat upon a jade bed, addressing the long-haired man beside him. At the Yi residence? Hey Ren inquired respectfully. Indeed. Go forth. I wish to see the living and the dead. The man in black stated flatly. Understood. Hey Ren bowed, brandishing a dagger before swiftly departing. Xianxia, now that Brother Hen has returned, shall we go drink? Tang Xiaotian proposed. What? Drink? With Brother Hen? Absolutely not. I refuse to go, even if it costs me my life. Wei Chong exclaimed in shock. Yi Wuhan could indeed become quite unruly when intoxicated. The last time, he rambled about galaxies and Earth. Who knows what he might say this time? To be safe. Wei Chong resolutely declined. What with the reluctance? Yi Wuhan's tone turned menacing. Hey, it is an honor for you to drink with me, and you dare to refuse. Observing Wei Chong's expression, Tang Xiaotian sensed treachery afoot and decided it best not to attend. Brother Hen, I suddenly remembered I must cultivate. With that, Wei Chong dashed away. Hey, don't go. Yi Wuhan exclaimed, his face darkening as he turned to Tang Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I have treated you well. Do not make excuses. Accompany me for a drink. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang Xiaotian's forehead as he hurriedly spoke. Brother Yi, I have matters to attend to at home these days, and I must return to care for my mother, so I cannot accompany you. Perhaps another day? I promise to join you then. Without waiting for Yi Wuhan to respond, he dashed off in the direction where Wei Chong had previously run. How dull. Yi Wuhan mused to himself, contemplating that drinking alone lacked excitement. He decided to head to the back mountain of the Yi residence, reminiscing about the spring water there. Feeling a tinge of excitement within, as soon as Yi Wuhan ascended the mountain, he heard the sound of slapping. With curiosity piqued, he concealed himself behind a tree to observe the unfolding scene. 3 against 1. The youth being struck had delicate features, while the 3 assailants appeared rather disheveled. Yi Wuhan couldn't help but feel they must have committed some grave sins in a past life. Call me Yi Dog. One of the assailants sneered. My name is Yi Ling. Yi Ling clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Physically frail and unable to cultivate due to his innate constitution, he was the son of the Academy's master, yet a mere illegitimate child. With his mother long deceased, he became the target of relentless bullying. With another slap, Yi Ling stumbled, unable to evade the blow due to his weakened state. Call me Yi Dog. The leading boy reiterated maliciously. My name is Yi Ling. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Ling's mouth, yet he remained unyielding, embodying the spirit of a true man. You, the leading boy, incensed, raised his hand to strike Yi Ling once more. Enough. Yi Wuhan could no longer stand idly by and stepped forward. If Tang Xiaotian's experience bore some resemblance to his own, then Yi Ling's plight mirrored his almost perfectly. Why Yi Wuhan from the north courtyard? The leading boy exclaimed, rallying his 2 companions to flee. You all right, young man? Yi Wuhan expressed genuine concern for Yi Ling, pondering the depth of emotion concealed beneath the surface of the youth's exterior. I am 16 this year. If I'm not mistaken, you are as well. So please refrain from calling me young man. Yi Ling retorted, irritation evident. By the way, don't assume that saving me will connect you with the Academy's master. He cares not for my life or death. Yi Wuhan intended to explain that his motive for saving him stemmed from pity. But the intensity in Yi Ling's gaze softened his heart. He recognized the struggle within Yi Ling to suppress his tears. Poor constitution? Yi Wuhan inquired. And what of it? If you have nothing more to say, I shall take my leave. Yi Ling declared, turning to descend the mountain. Wait, your name is Yi Ling, correct? I can assist you in enhancing your constitution. Really? Yi Ling halted, intrigued. Yi Wuheng, no longer hesitating, exchanged for a washing marrow pill from the system. As it was relatively inexpensive, worth merely 1,000 exchange points. If you trust me, consume this pill. Yi Wuheng pressed the washing marrow pill into Yi Ling's hands. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Wuheng with a gaze filled with complexity, ultimately refraining from consuming the pill. Instead, he clutched it tightly in his hand and made his way down the mountain. Yi Wuheng observed the solitary and frail figure, letting out a sigh as he remarked, alas. Merely a case of unrequited affection. He then proceeded towards the spring nestled within the mountains. After a refreshing bath, Yi Wuheng felt revitalized. Having gone several days without cleansing himself, he had indeed felt quite uncomfortable, but now he felt significantly better. He pondered how far Yi Ling might go. In this world, aside from xianxia, we now have another protagonist, Yi Ling, he mused while gazing up at the starry sky. Chapter 30. The Elder's Invitation. What a refreshing morning. As Yi Wuheng rose from his slumber, he felt the gentle sunlight filtering through the paper window, casting a warm glow upon him. After attending to his morning rituals and donning his attire, Yi Wuheng was ready to step outside for a leisurely stroll. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he found Yi Ling kneeling before his doorstep, seemingly unable to rise. Yi Ling, what on earth are you doing? Yi Wuheng inquired, perplexed. Has Yi Ling lost his mind? Kneeling before me so early in the morning, one might think I had passed away and he was here to pay his respects. Brother Wuheng, I voluntarily wish to be your subordinate. Yi Ling proclaimed loudly. What is this situation? Yi Wuheng was equally bewildered. Just yesterday, Yi Ling had been so fervent. How could he wake up today and express a desire to become his subordinate? The contrast in attitude was overwhelming, and he found it hard to process. Brother Wuheng, the elixir you bestowed upon me yesterday. Yi Ling's words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Wuheng. All right, stand up and speak. This kneeling makes me quite uncomfortable. Yi Wuheng replied, his face slightly flushed. With a nod, Yi Ling stood and continued. It was the elixir you gave me yesterday that enhanced my innate talent, allowing me to advance to the first stage of body training in just one night. Very well, I shall impart to you the inner strength techniques, Yi Wuheng replied, teaching Yi Ling the self-created inner strength method he had shared with Tang Xiaotian. Now, dedicate yourself to your training. One must commend Yi Ling's extraordinary talent. He memorized the technique after a single demonstration. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Yi Wuheng 3 times, he took his leave. Yi Ling, indeed, demonstrated a commendable sense of gratitude, having knelt outside all night, truly a display of patience. Yi Wuheng, the elder requests your presence. A servant approached with an air of arrogance. Elder? Yi Wuheng asked, perplexed. Indeed, it is the elder. Both the Grand Elder and Second Elder wish to see you. What significance do they hold? You, the servant, adept in social understanding, naturally perceived Yi Wuhen's disdain. You're nothing. Let us go. Yi Wuheng had little regard for such individuals. If not for the necessity of having the servant guide him, he would have swiftly dealt with the insolent servant. The servant, aware of his inferiority to Yi Wuheng, chose silence, secretly thinking, just wait until you meet the elders. You'll have much to contend with. Led into a chamber by the servant, Yi Wuheng beheld 2 elders seated and sipping tea, their faces etched with displeasure. Yi Wuheng, you have slain the Yi Feng family and eliminated the 3 great prodigies of our generation. Are you aware of your crimes? The Grand Elder began. Unaware. Yi Wuheng retorted with a nonchalant demeanor. What can you do to me? Is it merely a matter of age and authority? I pay no heed to such trivialities. Should you provoke me, I would respond in kind. The Grand Elder was infuriated, ready to unleash his wrath, but the Second Elder waved his hand, saying, enough. Yi Wuheng, considering your youth, if you surrender all the martial arts manuals in your possession, we shall expel you from the Yi family and spare your life. Huh, considering my youth? Initially, I was subjected to persecution by Yi Tian and his father. It is inconceivable that you were unaware of this. Why did you not step forward at that time to acknowledge my youth? Now that I have encountered fortuitous circumstances, you wish to claim a share? Your aspirations are indeed fanciful. Yi Wuheng began to mock without restraint. His words struck with precision, leaving the Grand Elder and the Second Elder with no room for retort, ultimately leading them to rage and humiliation. If you do not hand over that secret manual today, you shall not step outside. The Grand Elder threatened outright. Intimidation and coercion? Do you think I would cower? Allow me to make it clear that I have never feared even the fiercest beasts. Yi Wuheng retorted boldly. Fierce beasts? Yi Wuheng, it seems you are merely dazed by us. Are fierce beasts so easily encountered? The Second Elder scoffed. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. You boast loudly without having faced a fierce beast yourself. Let me remind you, Do not rely on your seniority, for when I grow weary of your arrogance, I shall strike. Second brother, it appears that this young lad requires a lesson to understand our prowess. The Grand Elder manifested his spiritual energy, clenching his fists. The second elder nodded in agreement, releasing his own oppressive spiritual pressure. The combined force of two perfected foundation establishment cultivators bore down heavily on Wuheng, leaving him discomfort. How could these two wretches be so formidable? I had thought the pinnacle was merely the 9th stage of foundation establishment, yet they have reached perfection. Wait, you cannot engage in a 2-on-1 battle. Besides, I am merely 16 years old, just having come of age, Wuheng reasoned. Ah, young one, you are aware of fear? The Grand Elder laughed heartily. You old fool, do not be hasty. Wuheng retorted angrily at being called a child. The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless, his irritation boiling over as he launched a fist towards Wuheng. Fight! Wuheng intoned. The 9-character mantra is indeed formidable. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. He had already witnessed its offensive might and was now curious about the defensive aspect. Upon uttering the word fight, it was as though a golden armor enveloped Wuheng, causing the Grand Elder's fist to strike harmlessly against the armor, unable to inflict any harm. Grand Elder, your attack is rather ineffective, Wuheng jested, retaliating with a swift slap towards the Grand Elder. The speed of his slap was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, the Grand Elder could have evaded. But upon realizing that his fist could not harm Wuheng, he was taken aback. This moment of surprise granted Wuheng the opportunity he needed. With a resounding slap, the Grand Elder was sent flying. Striking the Elder's face was undeniably gratifying. The second Elder's expression darkened, while the Grand Elder's face turned ashen, almost dripping with rage. Young one, that was merely my oversight, the Grand Elder proclaimed as he regained his footing, adopting a stance of defiance. Trash is still trash, even if it has lived for over 100 years. Wuheng spat contemptuously. Before the Grand Elder could respond, the second Elder charged forward, wielding a 5-foot-long spear, his flowing white hair giving him an absurd appearance, as Wuheng would describe. Die! The second Elder channeled all his spiritual energy into the spear, transforming it instantly into a formidable weapon akin to a dragon. Inwardly cursing, what a lethal move you have there, Wuheng lamented, while simultaneously directing his entire spiritual essence into the character for Do. To his astonishment, he realized that more than half of his spiritual energy had been depleted. It is worth noting that his 9 nether ordinary dust technique provided him with 5 to 6 times the spiritual energy of an average method. Yet, merely a few minutes had passed, and he had already consumed a significant portion of it, illustrating the immense drain of this defensive maneuver. The second Elder noticed that his spear had failed to inflict any harm upon Wuheng, who appeared to be enveloped by an invisible protective barrier. As if surrounded by a layer of air, the Do character armor was only visible to himself. Chapter 31. A gift from heaven, child. What secret technique did you employ? The second Elder exclaimed, astonished. This was his renowned skill, yet it could not even harm Wuhen's hair, leaving him utterly bewildered, having exhausted all his spiritual energy. The second Elder observed that Wuheng was also in a precarious state. After their recent confrontation, he had but a sliver of spiritual power remaining. Should he engage in another clash, he would have to rely solely on his soul, and facing 2 opponents made the situation exceedingly dire for Wuheng. To fight or to flee, Wuheng found himself at a crossroads. Engaging in battle would likely lead to his demise, while retreating would brand him as a coward for life. Neither option appealed to him. Alas, how foolishly impulsive he had been to venture into this den of tigers. A secret technique? Resort to such measures when one cannot prevail? Though Wuhen's internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted, he must maintain a fa of strength. You shall persist in this charade. This technique cannot be unleashed continuously. The Elder growled from the ground. Why not give it a try? Let us see if I can send you flying once more. The Elder felt deflated. He had not forgotten Wuhen's ferocity, which would likely haunt him as a formidable obstacle in future endeavors. You two should pay close attention during the Battle of the 5 Houses. I will demonstrate what true talent is. With that, Wuheng departed, leaving behind the 2 elders in a state of near petrification. What constitutes a gift from heaven? To be invincible among peers, capable of challenging 3 tiers above, such individuals are indeed rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, Wuhen's recent exploits were undeniably extraordinary. In merely 2 months, he had ascended from the 1st stage of body refinement to the 9th stage of foundation establishment, single-handedly enduring the onslaught of both elders without sustaining a scratch. Such a person could rightfully be deemed a prodigy. It is essential to understand that the distinction between the peak of foundation establishment and the ninth stage is not merely a matter of realm. It encompasses an understanding of the Tao and the nuances of the universe. Reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment is akin to standing on the precipice of illumination. Once one attains the illumination stage, a sun will manifest above their foundational platform, ushering in the realm of illumination. Brother, this Yi Wuheng is truly unfathomable. During our confrontation, he appeared remarkably composed. The second elder mused. If Yi Wuheng were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly laugh heartily. Did he fear those with mere earthly techniques? Moreover, he had the system backing him. His strength was indeed formidable. The Yi house's western courtyard had undeniably risen to prominence. Within the Yi house, any courtyard possessing a figure of illumination could command the entire estate and ascend to the position of housemaster. With Yi Wuheng only 16 years of age, his chances of advancing to illumination were quite substantial. As soon as Yi Wuheng stepped outside, his complexion turned ashen and his head felt exceedingly heavy. This was the consequence of depleted spiritual energy. For a cultivator, allowing one's spiritual energy to run dry is a grave misstep. Once depleted, it could hinder one's comprehension of the Tao, resulting in an agonizingly slow recovery of spiritual energy. It is astonishing. Those two old codgers possess such formidable strength. In just 2 moves, my spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and that character's fighting spirit was akin to a gaping maw that devoured vitality. Ding. The system detected that the protagonist is currently in a state of spiritual exhaustion. Would you like to resolve this immediately? Note that resolution requires 10,000 exchange points, and this cost will increase with the host's level. Resolve. Ding. Congratulations, host. Resolution successful. As the system's voice faded, Yi Wuheng felt his head no longer clouded, and his complexion had regained much of its color. He mused to himself, this system is indeed a treasure. It seems I cannot afford to use it sparingly. Yi Wuheng contemplated visiting Yi Ling to observe his training. However, reconsidering, he decided against it. That individual possessed formidable willpower and was likely one of the protagonists in this realm. If he were indeed a native protagonist, it was certain that the heavenly Tao of this world protected him. Should I rashly intrude, I might find myself in dire straits. In his previous life, Yi Wuheng had spent considerable time immersed in fantasy tales and understood the rules. Without the protection of the heavenly Tao, a native protagonist would be at a distinct disadvantage. His encounter with Yi Ling was certainly not mere coincidence, but rather a well-timed arrangement. We shall see what fate has in store for you, Yi Wenjie and Yi Ling. Should you dare to oppose me, even under the shelter of the heavenly Tao, I can still teach you a lesson. Upon uttering these words, Yi Wuhen's dominance became apparent. In the time that followed, I found myself somewhat at leisure. Yi Wuheng aimlessly wandered through the Yi Manor. Frankly, since my arrival in this world, I had either been battling monsters or engaging in confrontations with others, and I had yet to experience true relaxation. Look, that is Yi Wuheng. The servants whispered among themselves. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Yi Wuheng hears you, you're finished. Another servant gestured for silence. Since when have I become so loathed? A mere mention of my name could spell doom for someone? Please, I am not that temperamental. Yi Wuheng silently cursed, maintaining a facade of indifference. Seeing his expression, the servant relaxed. Fortunately, Yi Wuheng did not overhear, or else they would have surely met a grim fate. Did you see how Yi Wuheng sent the Grand Elder flying with a single slap? That was truly satisfying. The idle chatter resumed among the maidservants. Indeed, the Grand Elder constantly bullies us lowly servants, and Yi Wuheng's actions were a breath of fresh air. Oh, so that is how it is. Damn it, I've been followed by a bunch of gossip mongers. Yi Wuheng realized that they must have started tailing him after he annihilated the Yi Feng family. Fortunately, he had not been drinking. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. I'll give you show. Yi Wuheng is coming. One maid interrupted another in a hushed tone. Well then, it seems the Yi Manor no longer has room for me. Before departing, Yi Wuheng declared, if you continue to follow me, I assure you, you shall not see the light of tomorrow. With that, he strode towards the street. As soon as Yi Wuheng vanished from sight, those who had been hiding behind stones, in the grass, and among the trees emerged. Phew, forget it. Yi Wuheng is not an easy character. Let us approach Yi Wenjie instead. Someone suggested. Certainly. Yi Wenjie is quite affable. Let us go to him. Meanwhile, Yi Wuheng burst into hearty laughter, as he had long been aware of these individuals trailing behind him, yet chose to disregard them. His earlier stern words were merely a ploy to observe their reactions, and he was pleasantly surprised by their unabashedness. However, he found it rather amusing. Chapter 32. The hero rescues the fair maiden with the paparazzi no longer tailing him. Yi Wuhen felt an undeniable sense of joy, whistling merrily as he strolled along the street. Ah, xianxia is in for quite a bit of trouble now. The thought brought him a delightful sense of satisfaction. It was simply that Yi Wuhen could not abide the protagonists of this world, with the exception of Yi Ling, whose family background was tragically dire. His mother had passed away, and his father regarded him as a useless burden, while even the servants looked down upon him. Could there be a more humiliating plight? Help! This is an outrage. As Yi Wuhen passed a dilapidated alley, he heard the voice of a young girl, instantly brightening his eyes. A loli? A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? What an intriguing scenario. Within the alley lay a heap of filth, exuding a foul stench. As a group of coarse men surrounded a young girl, the scene bore a resemblance to a nursery rhyme from Yi Wuhen's previous life. Little bunny, be good. Spread your legs wide. If you don't, then you want tea. Cough, cough. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Xiao Luoyan, keep calling. No one will come to your aid, even if you shout until your throat is raw. One of the brutish men laughed heartily. This line sounded quite familiar. Should I play along with them? Yi Wuhen pondered. Release that girl. Let me go first, he began, stepping forward with a flourish, his finger raised. Cough, cough, you ruffians. How dare you brazenly abduct a lady under the broad daylight? The coarse man turned to look at him, his expression one of bewilderment, as if regarding a fool. Damn it, that look is reserved for me to give to others. Do you understand? Yi Wuhen felt a surge of anger. How dare they treat him as an imbecile? Just wait, and you shall regret this. The young girl, Luo Yan, couldn't help but be amused by Yi Wuhen's bravado, breaking into a smile. Brother, go for it. Big brother. This guy is just a fool, seeing a pretty girl and coming to stir up trouble. One of the men finally caught on, shouting. Isn't that stating the obvious? I could have figured that out myself. The leader of the group smacked the head of the man who spoke. Hey, I see you're the one looking for trouble. The leader remarked, flaunting his hairstyle with arrogance. Oh, the mountains beyond the mountains, the towers beyond the towers. You flaunt yourself while your father worries. Yi Wuhen mused, inadvertently composing a poem. Truly, he was a man of boundless talent. Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. The leader recognized that Yi Wuhen was mocking him and summoned his ruffians to confront him. Having numbers is of no consequence. Yi Wuhen swiftly dodged a man's iron rod, declaring, Come at me. I wish to finish this quickly and return to my slumber. You, brothers, let's take this bastard down. The leader shouted furiously. In an instant, a cacophony of curses filled the air and the shadows of clubs flew about. The thugs here possessed considerable strength. Yi Wuhen estimated that each of them had a cultivation level of at least the 3rd stage of body refinement. In a typical scenario, someone at the 5th stage of body refinement might have found themselves at a disadvantage here. Yet, they were facing Yi Wuhen. In merely a breath's time. Anguished cries erupted, deafening in their intensity. Others merely received a lesson from Yi Wuhen, yet the ringleader, who had insulted his mother, was not to be spared. Demon! Monster! The burly men lay battered in the alley, each with swollen faces resembling that of a pig. You dared to insult my mother, Yi Wuhen remarked with a narrowed smile. The ringleader, upon observing Yi Wuhen's demeanor, could not help but shudder, recalling how he had smiled in the same manner just moments ago, rendering them incapable of resistance. In mere moments, dozens of slaps had been delivered, and the thought sent a chill through the ringleader, prompting him to lose control of his bladder. Die! Yi Wuhen channeled his spiritual energy directly into the ringleader's head. Why not use a sword? The answer was simple. Killing him with a sword would sully its blade with his blood. As the energy surged into the ringleader's skull, he felt a painful pressure build. Subsequently, his head exploded, splattering white matter and crimson blood everywhere. Luo Yan, having never witnessed such a scene, was terrified and began to sob uncontrollably. The other burly men were equally astonished to see their leader dispatched so effortlessly. Brother, please, don't kill me. Sister, she is yours. The ringleader's plea elicited a chuckle from Yi Wuhen. Sister? She is not mine. Is she yours instead? Today, I'm in a good mood, so you may leave. Why yes. The others scrambled out of the alley in haste. Are you all right? Yi Wuhen's face flushed slightly. Despite his thick skin, he felt the awkwardness of being alone with a girl in such a secluded place. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Luo Yan said, her large, innocent eyes gazing up at him. Goodness. So this is the legendary Loli. Yi Wuhen nearly spluttered blood at the mere flutter of her eyelashes. It was no wonder so many had fallen under the spell of Lolis in his previous life. Had it not been for his extraordinary self-control, he too might have succumbed. Instinctively, Yi Wuhen wanted to draw closer to Luo Yan, but the thought of his ice dance waiting for him in Zhongzhou brought him back to his senses. Learning from his experience, he purposefully distanced himself from Luo Yan. For some reason, He felt that she exuded an irresistible charm, to the point where it was almost overwhelming. "Brother, how old are you? What is your name?" Luo Yin asked, her playful demeanor evident. Internally, Yi Wuhen cursed, yet he maintained a smile. "My name is Yi Wuhen, and I am 16. Wow, you're older than me. I'm only 15. By the way, my name is Luo Yin." She pouted adorably. "What's the matter? Luo, are you unhappy?" Yi Wuhen inquired. Though he was not particularly fond of her, he believed it was a travesty to see such a cute girl sad. "Wuhen-ji, will you be my brother?" Luo Yin said, her eyes wide with anticipation. This left Yi Wuhen in a position where refusal seemed impossible. "It is well known that I, Yi Wuhen, am a righteous and unrestrained youth." "Very well," Yi Wuhen declared, as he took Luo Yan's hand. Given that Luo Yan was of modest stature, her hand rested perfectly at the level of his collarbone, allowing him to gaze down and behold the captivating allure of her sparkling, doe-like eyes. Luo, allow me to escort you home," Yi Wuhen proposed. "For the world outside has become increasingly perilous, and I fear for your safety in these turbulent times." "All right then, thank you, Brother Wuhen," Luo Yin replied with a gentle smile. Not at all. Yet, even Yi Wuhen remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Luo Yan's expression, which had morphed into a sinister smile. Chapter 33. The Great Contest Within the Manor. "All right, Brother Wuhen, my home is right over there." Luo Yan's delicate finger pointed toward the dilapidated thatched house outside the city. Luo, what about your parents?" Yi Wuhen observed the disarray within the thatched dwelling and spoke in a solemn tone. My parents have been missing for 3 years," Luo Yin managed to utter after a moment of hesitation. In an instant, it felt as though her memories were transmitted into Yi Wuhen's mind. Images of a little girl weeping in the downpour, a child begging on the streets. Scenes unfolded vividly before his eyes. There is something amiss with this Luo Yin. Yi Wuhen could almost confirm that there was indeed something troubling about her. But did she share these visions merely to gain his belief? He was engulfed in confusion. Oh no, the jade pendant sensed the presence of a powerful soul, seeking to devour it. Luo Yin cursed quietly in distress. The images began to overlap and shatter. Damn it! Yi Wuhen's head throbbed painfully. Those scenes replaying as if they had genuinely transpired, the mocking voices of others echoing incessantly within his mind. "Perish! Be consumed! Aunt!" Luo Yin seemed transformed, as dark crimson spiritual energy surged around her. "Come, be the sustenance I require for resurrection." Yi Wuhen's headache intensified. This devouring force was even more potent than the pressure of a gluttonous spirit. "No, I cannot die. I have yet to engrave my name in the annals of this world. I shall make my name resound throughout the great Zhou. I shall be known across the 3 realms." Yi Wuhen let out a long howl towards the heavens, his golden soul gradually expelling the dark crimson energy. With a sigh of relief, he felt the sweat drenching his hair and back. If there had been a mirror, he would have surely seen a face devoid of color, pale as death. Meanwhile, Luo Yin lay unconscious on the ground, yet her appearance seemed relatively normal, and Yi Wuhen paid her little mind. Who would have thought? I believe the advantages of this world were solely mine, yet a mere encounter with her nearly cost me my life. Yi Wuhen chuckled bitterly as he made his way back to the Yi Manor. As for Luo Yin, she did not intend to harm me. Letting her go was for the best. He mused. Now there are 3 protagonists in this world: Yi Ling, Yi Wenjie, and Luo Yin. However, Luo Yin's advantage possesses quite a flaw: the ability to alter appearances at will. Could it be the work of an ancient sage? Upon returning to the Yi Manor and after a refreshing bath, Yi Wuhen prepared to rest for a while, as the brush with death lingered, leaving his mind somewhat foggy. "Young Master Yi," a high-pitched voice called from outside. "What is it?" Yi Wuhen frowned, wondering why interruptions always occurred during his moments of rest or meals. "Did I offend you all? Today is the contest within the manor. Those selected may participate in the 5-manor battle. The Grand Elder noticed your absence and sent me to inform you." "Oh, I understand. Lead the way." Yi Wuhen opened the door to see a tall, slender man standing before him. The slender man nodded and proceeded forward. "A contest within the manor? How come I have never heard of this?" Perhaps the previous owner of this body was too weak, only knowledgeable about the Battle of the 5 Mansions, yet unaware of how to participate in it, thought Yi Wuhen. "Brother, the illustrious talent from the Yi Mansion you mentioned must be him," chuckled the 3rd elder. "Indeed, he possesses quite a handsome appearance. But a face cannot serve as a source of spiritual power. It is merely for admiration," the Grand Elder remarked coolly. "Young Master Yi has arrived." Yi Wuhen nodded. Casting a glance around, the area was indeed expansive, 2 to 3 times larger than the arena in Martial Respect City, where the Grand Elder and 2nd Elder were seated above the platform. "Ah, is that not the Grand Elder? How are you? Does your face still ache?" Yi Wuhan inquired with a feigned concern. Thank you for your concern, young Yi. I am quite well now. The Grand Elder's lips twitched awkwardly. As long as you are well. The Grand Elder should step aside now that he is older, wouldn't you agree? Yi Wuhan smiled with narrowed eyes. The Grand Elder's expression shifted at Yi Wuhan's words, and he replied sternly, Yi Wuhan, what do you mean by that? Yi Wuhan turned to leave. But upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, he paused and coolly remarked, Heavenly talent. The Grand Elder's heart trembled at these words. Surely he does not intend to create chaos during the competition? Suddenly, it all seemed rather dull. After stepping down from the platform, Yi Wuhan casually sought a seat and pondered what scheme the Grand Elder was concocting, knowing that I am at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, yet allowing me to compete in this arena? Brother Wuhan, you are here too. Wei Chang approached, greeting Yi Wuhan. Chang, what brings you here? I came to observe others' combat techniques. Previously, I thought cultivating immortality was a tedious endeavor, but now I find it quite fascinating. I can now strike a large tree and create a gaping hole with one punch. Continue to strive. Yi Wuhan beamed with pride. It felt akin to raising pigs for years only to see them finally valued. Brother Wuhan, what is your purpose here? Wei Chang inquired, puzzled. I am here to compete. To participate in the Battle of the Five Mansions, one must contend in this arena. A middle-aged man leaped onto the platform and began explaining the competition rules. No hidden weapons, no lethal strikes. The top 5 competitors will gain the qualification to participate in the Battle of the Five Mansions. Now, we have Yi Ling versus Yi Tian. Yi Wuhan spat out all the water he had just ingested. You expect a body cultivator to fight a foundation establishment practitioner? Is this not akin to seeking death? Wait. Yi Wuhan stood up. Is there an issue? The middle-aged man on the platform asked, perplexed. You propose a body cultivator to battle a foundation establishment practitioner. Do you not see the problem? Brother Wuhan. Yi Ling attempted to dissuade him. Yi Ling, do not speak. They must have coerced you into this, am I right? Yi Wuhan's anger flared. They have already lost their parents' affection, their grandmother's love. What more do you want from them? Brother Henyu. Yi Ling also finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. Yi Wuhan, without pausing to hear Yi Ling's explanation, swiftly leaped onto the arena. Exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, let it be known today, you may challenge me, but do not dare to lay a hand on my younger brother. Those who dispute this can step forward. I shall teach you the meaning of submission. Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood. A middle-aged man hastily interjected. It was Yi Ling who proactively sought the challenge against Yi Tian. Goodness, after all my efforts to maintain composure, you come out with this. Yi Wuhan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. This time, he truly felt he had brought upon himself a monumental embarrassment, having acted solely on his own assumptions without allowing for any explanations. Chapter 34. The adolescent Yi Ling. No, even if I must feign confidence, I shall see it through to the end. Is what Yi Ling said truly credible? Yi Wuhan's demeanor shifted dramatically in an instant, transitioning from a commanding presence to one of chilling aloofness. Brother Hen, are you unwell? Yi Ling thought it rather peculiar that the previously vibrant Yi Wuhan had so swiftly adopted such a frigid demeanor. Yi Wuhan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ling, causing him to recoil in trepidation, silencing any further protest. Yi Ling, do you possess the confidence to defeat that worthless opponent? Yi Wuhan deliberately emphasized the word worthless, and upon hearing it, Yi Tian's expression shifted, a pang of pain shooting through his jaw. Indeed, Yi Ling nodded emphatically. Observing Yi Ling's determination, Yi Wuhan refrained from further commentary, casting a knowing glance at Yi Tian before descending the stage. Upon receiving that glance, Yi Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, contemplating the impending Five Houses battle, he resolved to harness all of his strength for participation in this contest, regardless of victory or defeat, would secure the unwavering support of the Yi clan. With the Yi clan's backing, what have I to fear from that insufferable Yi Wuhan? With this thought, Yi Tian's spirits lifted, his internal energies surging with newfound vigor as he mused. Yi Ling, today you shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to immortality. Golden-hued spiritual energy manifested around Yi Tian's fists, rendering them as though forged from the finest gold. In stark contrast, Yi Ling appeared rather ordinary, struggling to infuse his own fists with spiritual energy. The essence of body cultivation lies in channeling one's energy to refine the body into a more effective vessel for storing spiritual power. Yi Wuhan regarded Yi Ling with a furrowed brow, contemplating. Is Yi Ling courting death? Challenging the foundation establishment stage while still in body cultivation is utterly futile. Even in his own practice, Yi Wuhan dared not claim he could triumph over someone at the foundation establishment level. Yi Ling, how audacious you are, daring to leap 2 realms to challenge me. Yi Ling remained silent, yet his confidence stemmed from an incident that transpired the night prior. He had diligently practiced the cultivation method imparted by Yi Wuheng, experiencing a significant acceleration in his training speed. Feeling emboldened, he endeavored to test his capabilities, gradually attempting to channel spiritual energy into his fists, albeit without success. Realizing that releasing spiritual energy was indeed a formidable challenge and acknowledging his own limitations, Yi Ling recognized that failing once was merely a reflection of his non-genius status. After 10 unsuccessful attempts, he found himself perplexed. According to the teachings of Yi Wuheng, he should have developed spiritual energy by now. Perhaps his approach was flawed. Once more, Yi Ling, with his stubbornness, perhaps influenced by his upbringing, was fervently determined to harness spiritual energy. I must succeed in condensing it. If 10 attempts yield no results, then I shall strive for 100. If 100 fails, I shall resume my training and try again. With a heart ablaze, Yi Ling prepared to channel spiritual energy into his fists once more. Focusing intently on the cultivation method, he sought to concentrate his internal energies. With a resounding crash, a bolt of divine thunder descended from the heavens, striking Yi Ling directly. Struck by the force, Yi Ling felt an unexpected sense of comfort, as though his body had been cleansed. It seems I have broken through. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Ling exclaimed with excitement, infusing his spiritual energy into his hands once more, which crackled with a resounding noise. It was thunder. Violet lightning coiled around Yi Ling's fists, appearing quite formidable. I am no longer worthless. Mother, do you see this? Your child is no longer a failure. Yi Ling was ecstatic. You shall pay for your arrogance. Yi Tian charged towards Yi Ling, throwing a punch without hesitation. Having not learned any evasive techniques, Yi Ling was unable to dodge. Haha, is this all you are capable of, Yi Ling? Yi Tian mocked. Were you not so confident? Let me remind you that without Yi Wuheng, you are nothing. Provoked by Yi Tian's words, Yi Ling retaliated with a punch. But the disparity in their realms rendered it utterly ineffective against Yi Tian. Come on, Yi Ling. I will stand here and allow you to strike me 10 times. If you can even injure me, I will concede defeat. How infuriating. Where's the power of thunder? Come forth. Ignoring Yi Tian's taunts, Yi Ling focused solely on how he might secure victory. Surely, the heavens would not jest with me. If this is a joke, it is rather excessive. Slowly rising to his feet, Yi Ling thought, well, perhaps I should just admit defeat. Dare you rise again? Yi Tian kicked forcefully at Yi Ling's abdomen, sending him sprawling once more. Yi Ling felt a surge of warmth in his throat, followed by a spurt of blood, accompanied by excruciating pain that left him breathless. Yet, Yi Tian showed no signs of mercy, preparing to kick Yi Ling again. This is not good. Yi Tian seems intent on eliminating Yi Ling, Yi Wuheng mused. The onlookers were silent, aware that in such a significant contest within the estate, any attempt to speak out could lead to expulsion. At best, one would be ejected from the venue, at worst, cast out from the Yi household. Yi Tian aimed a kick at Yi Ling again, this time targeting his head. Sensing the fierce gust of air from the impending strike, Yi Ling quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Yi Tian was taken aback. He had exerted 50% of his strength in that kick, yet it was blocked by this mere practitioner. What an embarrassment. With a sharp crack, Yi Ling's hands broke under the force. Even with broken hands, he refused to concede. What foolish bravado. Yi Wuheng could no longer bear to watch and intervened directly. Yi Wuheng, what is the meaning of this? Yi Tian, fueled by adrenaline, spoke without restraint. You are asking for a beating. Yi Wuheng declared sternly. You have harmed my younger brother, and yet you remain so brazen. I fear I may not live to witness the battle of the 5 houses. For I wish to eliminate you now. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Yi Wuheng's formidable presence, dared not intervene. News of Yi Wuheng withstanding the attacks of 2 elders without a scratch had spread throughout the Yi estate. Who would dare provoke this harbinger of doom? You. Yi Tian was left speechless, turning to the elders on the platform, only to find them ignoring him completely, as if he were invisible. The elders found themselves at a loss with him, pondering what alternatives they might possess. In terms of combat, he undoubtedly could not prevail against Yi Wuheng, and in discourse, Yi Wuheng held the upper hand as well. The current predicament left no room for victory in battle or an argument, leaving only one course of action. Let us not hastily concede defeat. I shall descend at once. Yi Wuheng interjected, interrupting Yi Tian's words. Moments prior, Yi Ling had also signaled to Yi Wuheng, suggesting he assist in lifting Yi Tian. Observing the extent of this individual's delusions, Yi Wuheng deemed him irredeemable and chose not to elaborate further. After aiding Yi Ling to his feet, he leapt down from the platform and resumed his seat to continue watching the contest unfold. Chapter 35. The younger brother's show of bravado. The elder brother returns. Brother, do you think Yi Ling is foolish? Even after being beaten so badly, he still refuses to concede. Wei Chong leaned in to say, he must have some hidden card yet to be revealed. Yi Wuhen's gaze remained fixed on Yi Ling. Yi Ling, since you are so intent on courting death, do not blame me, Yi Tian declared fiercely. Intent on unleashing all his pent-up fury towards Yi Wuhen upon Yi Ling let out a cold laugh. His refusal to submit stemmed from his renewed connection to the power of thunder. From the moment his hands were severed, a warm current surged from his dantian to envelop his hands, soothing as if washed by gentle waters. To his astonishment, he discovered that his hands had regained sensation. Who shall emerge victorious? We shall see. Yi Ling chuckled. Could it be that Yi Ling encountered some fortuitous event yesterday? Yi Wuhen mused inwardly. An ordinary practitioner daring to be so arrogant? Just wait. I shall break your legs as well. Yi Tian charged directly at Yi Ling. Yi Ling closed his eyes, gradually channeling the power of thunder into his fists, though to outsiders, he merely appeared to have surrendered. Yi Wuhen noticed the sky darkening, thunder rumbling as if ready to strike. What on earth? Why is it suddenly thundering? Yi Wuhen looked up in confusion. When he shifted his gaze back to Yi Ling, he was left dumbfounded. What on earth is the difference between this and the lightning man from that extraordinary tale? In truth, it was not as exaggerated as Yi Wuhen thought. Yi Ling's hands were merely entwined with arcs of lightning, crackling ominously. Yi Tian, upon seeing Yi Ling's state, was momentarily stunned. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, yet remained silent. The elders exchanged knowing glances, and even Yi Ling's father exclaimed, "This child possesses such talent? This could prove beneficial for my bid for the position of the Yi family head. Is this Yi Ling's ultimate trump card?" Yi Wuhen pondered. Wei Chong, standing beside Yi Wuhen, was equally taken aback. Who would not be frightened by hands entwined with bolts of lightning, regardless of your techniques? They are all insignificant in the face of true power. Yi Tian shouted, continuing his charge at Yi Ling. Yi Ling remained silent, responding with a punch directed at Yi Tian. Bang! The clash of fists produced a sound akin to an explosion, and the surrounding air surged with force, a blinding light erupting that dazzled the onlookers. When the radiance faded, a gaping hole appeared in Yi Tian's chest, his eyes wide open in disbelief, clearly unwilling to accept his fate. Damn it! Instant annihilation. Yi Wuhen was genuinely shocked. A mere practitioner had defeated a foundational cultivator. Now that was the mark of a true protagonist. Ding! The host has discovered the thunder body ahead. It is advised to recruit as a younger brother or disciple. What is the thunder body? Yi Wuhen inquired. One capable of wielding heavenly thunder and immune to tribulations. A 100 guarantee of ascension. The greatest fear of cultivators lies in the tribulations of thunder, followed closely by the trials of inner demons. Successfully overcoming these two adversities allows one to transcend into immortality. Failure, however, results in the shattering of the soul. Yi Wuhen mused that despite his limited education in his previous life, he had immersed himself in a wealth of knowledge in this one, particularly in tales of the extraordinary, including the very tribulations he faced, which he had encountered during his childhood. After witnessing Yi Tian collapse, Yi Ling let out a cold laugh directed at his father before succumbing to unconsciousness. Linger, Yi Ling's father, Yi Tao, panicked at the sight of his son fainting, fearing it would jeopardize his plans. He leaped onto the platform, cradled Yi Ling, and administered a yellow pill to him. Yi Tian's father, Yi Xian, shouted, "Elders, are you not going to intervene while a murder occurs?" Yi Tao retorted sharply, "You, a mere subordinate, have no right to utter such words. If he is dead, then he is dead. Regrettably, Yi Tian was not slain by me, but Yi Xian must be mine." Yi Wuhen sighed at the first part of his statement, then shifted his tone, a smile gracing his lips. Yi Xian's face turned a shade of green with anger. He was accustomed to humiliating others, and never had anyone dared to call him a villain. As he attempted to speak again, Yi Wuhen interrupted, "Enough of your prattling. You deserve to die." In the next breath, Yi Wuhen appeared before Yi Xian, who trembled in fear, his legs quaking. The ability to traverse such distance in a mere moment indicated a power at the level of the radiant phase. Realizing the danger posed by Yi Wuhen, Yi Xian recalled the latter's proclamation, "I was once a waste, but now I am a king. See you." Yi Wuhen channeled his spiritual energy into Yi Xian's head, and in the next moment, he returned to his original position. With a resounding bang, Yi Xian's head met the same fate as that of the previous brutish man. It exploded, splattering Yi Tao in the process. Yi Tao cast a venomous glance at Yi Wuhen but chose to remain silent. He was well aware of xianxia's strength at the 7th stage of foundation establishment. A person capable of effortlessly slaying a cultivator of the same tier, using only spiritual power, was certainly not to be trifled with. What does it mean to be dominant? This is dominance. To kill in front of the elders, no less a member of the Yi family, all while maintaining an air of indifference, shows utter disregard for the elders' authority. The young women present gazed at Yi Wuheng with starry-eyed admiration. Wei Chong approached, exclaiming, "Brother Wuheng, you are incredible. How did you manage to kill xianxia?" "Spiritual power," Yi Wuheng replied. The elders exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Sacrificing a talent like xianxia was not worthwhile. Yet failing to act would undermine their authority. It was indeed a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder stated, "Let it be. Xianxia and Yi Tian are dead. Their demise is inconsequential. Yi Wuhen's strength is perplexing, and his wealth of secrets is daunting. To eliminate him would undoubtedly incur significant losses." The elders nodded in agreement. Not only was Yi Wuheng formidable, but the forces behind him were also substantial. His father was a man unafraid of death, and his mother possessed the power to annihilate the Yi estate with but a word. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Due to certain events that transpired during the last competition, today's contest shall conclude here. Tomorrow's match will feature Yi Wenjie against Yi Zhong." "What? Yi Wenjie?" Yi Wuheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Who is so unfortunate as to draw the main character? Did they not witness Yi Tian's fate? Brother Hen, I shall return to my training. It seems one can be remarkably strong even in the body refinement stage. I still have much to improve." With that, Wei Chong bid farewell to Yi Wuheng and shook his head as he departed. "Who knows when it will be my turn to shine?" Yi Wuheng pondered as he made his way outside. With everyone having left, he felt no need to linger. He was certainly no fool. Chapter 36. My sister cannot possibly be so adorable. The following day, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering the earth akin to a steamer. With a stifling heat that was the first impression for passers-by. However, Yi Wuheng remained in a slumber as deep as that of a dead pig, indifferent to the temperature. With his perfected foundation, he felt little discomfort unless it exceeded 100 degrees. "Wuheng, are you there?" A melodious feminine voice rang from outside the door. "What? A girl?" Yi Wuheng sprang upright, hastily dressing and grooming himself, completing the entire routine in a mere 3 minutes. "Hi, girl. Nice to meet you." Yi Wuheng greeted with a charming smile as he opened the door, only to be met with the sight of a girl resembling a dinosaur. Her size easily more than thrice his own, with nostrils so large they instilled fear. "Damn it." Yi Wuheng swiftly shut the door, still reeling from the overwhelming visual impact. "Wuheng, what are you doing? Hurry and open the door. The grand competition is about to begin." The sweet voice chimed again, echoing in Yi Wuheng's mind like a death knell. "You wept and told me fairy tales were all lies." A lyric inexplicably surfaced in his thoughts, prompting him to shed tears of regret. "Stop calling. I want to open the door. Give up on this notion." Yi Wuheng could no longer contain his frustration. "What's wrong, Wuheng? You used to love playing with me." "Playing with you?" Yi Wuheng quickly rummaged through his memories. He had many girls to play with in his childhood, which was no fabrication. Being the son of the West Courtyard's master, he had his fair share of admirers. However, as he was deemed worthless, he gradually became isolated, only to regain some social interaction when his father brought back Wei Chong. "Who are you?" "There were many girls who played with me in my youth." Yi Wuheng scoffed. "Now that I've become successful, you wish to ingratiate yourself?" "I am your sister." "Mayor," Yi Mayor replied helplessly. Suddenly, Yi Wuheng recalled a promise made under the osmanthus tree with an adorable girl. Yet, that girl had vanished to cultivate elsewhere, leaving the matter unresolved. Moreover, her name seemed to be Yi Mayor. "You've grown into this shape, making me quite embarrassed. Sister, how can you possibly be my sister?" In truth, Yi Wuheng was not one to judge solely by appearances, yet one must at least be somewhat presentable, that dinosaur. Yi Wuheng steadied his startled heart, and, steeling himself, opened the door. "Ah, hello, Mayor." Yi Wuheng smiled with his eyes closed. "Wuheng, why are your eyes closed? Is it because Mayor is too ugly?" Yi Mayor pouted with her cherry-like lips. No. In my heart, Mayor will always be the most beautiful," Yi Wuheng said, lacking sincerity, praying that his fib would not invoke divine retribution. "Hee. Wuheng is the best to Mayor," Yi Mayor exclaimed with glee. "Indeed, Mayor will forever be my little treasure." Yi Wuheng continued with his eyes closed, lamenting. "Oh, my heart. It aches so." He felt utterly despondent, uttering these words to a dinosaur. "This body, it is what I owe you. Stop being so glib. By the way, Wuheng, why are your eyes still closed? Are they uncomfortable?" Meyer inquired with concern. No. Speaking of which, how did you return?" Yi Wuhan hastily shifted the topic. Although his eyes were shut, his spirit remained alert, allowing him to sense the surroundings. I recently had some free time, so I applied to come home for a visit. After all, it has been 5 years since I last returned, and I truly miss my family and you, Wuheng Gij. In fact, I returned yesterday and spent the day chatting with my family. This morning, I learned where you were staying and came to see you. Meyer's laughter rang out, reminiscent of chimes. Go to hell, you sound like a killer. Though the voice belonged to an undeniable beauty, a glance at her was almost unbearable. Well, just a quick look, a mere glance won't hurt. Having steeled himself, Yi Wuhan opened his eyes and was met with the sight of the enchanting lady from before. A ghost, he exclaimed in shock. Meyer scolded, Wuheng Gij. How can you speak like that? This is my sister, Cuehua. Following the source of her voice, Yi Wuhan beheld a fair, delicate face come into view. He was merely a fist's distance away from Meyer, who could even sense his breath. Likewise, Yi Wuhan was captivated, gazing into Meyer's bright eyes and the gentle flutter of her long lashes, causing his cheeks to flush. Meyer blushed even more, her fair neck turning a rosy hue. Yi Wuhan's eyes were drawn to her soft pink lips as she gazed into his starry eyes, and they remained frozen in place, motionless. After a long pause, Meyer finally reacted, her voice soft. Wuheng Gij, you're too close. Oh. Yi Wuhan registered her words, responding with a radiant smile while inwardly chiding himself for his shamelessness in being so mesmerized. Silence enveloped them until Cuehua finally broke the stillness, saying, If you two don't hurry, the competition might end without you. Oh dear. Cuehua is quite adept at diffusing awkwardness. By the way, Wuheng Gij, why have your eyes turned golden? Meyer asked, puzzled. I cultivated a certain secret method. What do you think? Am I not more handsome than before? Much more handsome. That secret method is truly remarkable. Meyer giggled, covering her mouth. Wuheng Gij is feeling a bit upset now. I have a small grievance. Yi Wuhan retorted. All right. You were handsome before. Cuehua observed the playful banter between them, feeling a twinge of discontent, thinking, why doesn't a handsome man treat me like that? I am beautiful too. Thus, in their playful exchange, Yi Wuhan and the others arrived at the competition venue. Wow, that woman is stunning. She is walking with Yi Wuhan. And they seem quite close. I have lost all hope, remarked an onlooker. Come on, with your looks and abilities, even if Yi Wuhan lacked strength, you wouldn't stand a chance. Damn it. It seems we can no longer be friends. Who would want to be your friend? With such foolishness, I'd fear becoming dull myself. Damn it. Today, we shall fight to the death. Go to hell. Yi Wuhan glanced at the two fools, chuckling softly. Indeed. It seems that handsome individuals often attract unnecessary drama. Chapter 37. Yi Wuhan versus Yi Wenjie. Brother Wuhan, it seems you are quite popular here. Yi Meyer teased with a playful smile. Indeed, handsome and skilled. Girls are naturally drawn to me. Yi Wuhan replied with a smug grin. Yi Meyer pouted, pinching Yi Wuhan's waist, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort washing over her, as if something she cherished dearly had been taken away. Meyer, please stop pinching. It hurts. I acknowledge my fault. Yi Wuhan exclaimed. Fault? No, you are not at fault. Yi Meyer released her grip, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Realization dawned on Yi Wuhan. He was no fool. If he still couldn't grasp the situation at this point, that would indeed be foolish. This girl clearly harbored feelings for him. Meyer, let us go watch the competition. That earlier remark was merely a boast. In my heart, you are the only one that matters. Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's words, Yi Meyer felt a wave of relief, nodding enthusiastically as she linked her arm with his. In such circumstances, men lament that good women often fall prey to scoundrels, while women lament that virtuous men are snatched away by the unworthy. Meyer, what is the name of your sect? Yi Wuhan inquired. Tianyin sect. Yi Meyer replied, her large, innocent eyes wide with excitement. Yi Wuhan acknowledged, mentally noting the name of the sect. Brother Wuhan, will you participate in the upcoming competition? If summoned, I would certainly participate. However, I doubt they will call upon me. Yi Wuhan sighed. To those unaware of the circumstances, it would seem he lamented his own inadequacy, feeling overlooked by the Yi family. Yet, those who understood the reality knew that calling him would be akin to inviting disaster. A monstrous talent who even dared to challenge elders could hardly be faced by his peers. Brother Wuhan, do not be disheartened. With Meyer by your side, no one shall dare to mock you. Yi Meyer declared, shaking her small fist defiantly. Meyer, actually, Yi Wuhan began, but was abruptly interrupted by a middle-aged man on the stage. The rules have been explained yesterday. Today, we shall dispense with pleasantries and commence the competition. With that, the man stepped down from the stage. Soon after, a young boy ascended the platform, roughly the same age as Yi Wuhen, with dark skin and sharply defined features that lent him an air of rugged authenticity. I am Yi Wenjie. You may not know me now, but soon you will, for the title of champion in this competition shall be mine. What the hell? This guy is even more arrogant than me. Yi Zhong, you must teach him a lesson. Yi Wuhen thought to himself, refraining from cursing in front of the girl, as one who did so was often single. Following Yi Wenjie, a boy of unremarkable appearance stepped forward, markedly more reserved than his predecessor. I am Yi Zhong. At the first level of foundation establishment, he stated calmly. First level of foundation establishment, let the competition begin. Yi Wenjie clenched his fist, producing a series of crackling sounds. After your challenge, let Yi Wuhen come forth. If I defeat him, the Yi residents shall have no rivals. Such arrogance? Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow, questioning the audacity of someone at the first stage of foundation establishment to challenge him by name. Hearing Yi Wenjie mention Yi Wuhen, Yi Meyer's delicate brows knitted in concern as she inquired, Brother Wuhen, what is your cultivation level? Foundation establishment, 9th stage. Yi Wuhen fixed his gaze intently on Yi Wenjie, eager to uncover the latter's hidden cards that allowed him such brazen confidence. Wow, Brother Wuhen is so impressive. I am only at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Yi Meyer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yi Wuhen, rather than feeling disdain for Yi Meyer's admiration, found joy in it, recalling how she had comforted him during his days as a perceived weakling. This alone spoke volumes of her kind-hearted nature. As the saying goes, one truly learns who their friends are in times of adversity. Fear not. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I shall avenge you. Yi Wuhen said with a smile, gently ruffling Yi Meyer's hair. Below the arena, a warm scene unfolded, yet above, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. Yi Wenjie's spiritual energy was evidently purer than that of Yi Chong. As soon as it was unleashed, Yi Chong's expression shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment, Yi Wenjie delivered a powerful punch. Yi Chong, caught off guard, attempted to dodge, but found his body unresponsive. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Yi Chong was knocked to the ground, spitting out blood. Desperately, Yi Chong summoned his spiritual energy to heal the injury inflicted upon his abdomen, the pain rendering him breathless. Just as he attempted to rise, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. He remained immobile. Yi Wenjie, what kind of secret technique is this? Yi Chong seethed, finding the inability to retaliate infuriating. You are not worthy to know. Yi Wenjie struck Yi Chong's abdomen again. I concede. Yi Chong finally managed to utter those words. After all, he couldn't even graze the opponent's clothing, let alone mount a defense. Consider yourself fortunate, Yi Wenjie declared, pointing directly at Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen observed as Yi Chong was carried away, meticulously replaying the scene of Yi Wenjie's brutal assault. It seemed Yi Chong had not moved at all. Could it be? Such hubris. In a flash, Yi Wuhen leapt onto the arena, declaring, I am here. Go, Brother Wuhen. Yi Meyer cheered from below the stage. Yi Wenjie, momentarily taken aback by the sound of her melodious encouragement, quickly regained composure and chuckled. Yi Wuhen, those ordinary fights are rather dull. What do you intend? Are you afraid? Yi Wuhen sneered, harboring disdain for Yi Wenjie, particularly for the lascivious glint in his eyes when he looked at Yi Meyer. For that alone, Yi Wuhen yearned to make him suffer. What shall we wager? Yi Wuhen narrowed his eyes, inquiring about the stakes. If you lose, you must give me your sister. What do you say? Impossible. She is a person, not an object. How could she be wagered? Yi Wuhen's anger surged, unleashing his spiritual power and creating a whirlwind around him. In the face of Yi Wuhen's spiritual pressure, Yi Wenjie remained unfazed, still smiling as he replied, You will gamble. Trade your life for hers. Such audacity. Yi Wuhen nearly laughed. It was the first time he had encountered someone even more pretentious than himself. Yi Wenjie also released his spiritual energy, surprisingly even more potent than before. The onlookers were left astonished. When had Yi Wenjie become so formidable? Wasn't he just a servant in the Yi household, granted the surname Yi due to the accomplishments of his forebears? Chapter 38. An unfathomable victory in a nebulous moment. Yi Wuhen sensed an ethereal pressure akin to the essence of Tao Dai. Yet, it did not seem to be the genuine Tao Tai pressure. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual force that Yi Wuhen himself had fused with Tao Ye's power. Could it be that he had ventured into that cave as well? Doubts began to creep into Yi Wuhen's mind regarding Yi Wenjie, one of the local protagonists, who remained shrouded in mystery. He possessed alchemical skills and could immobilize opponents during contests. Now, he exhibited a spiritual pressure infused with Tao Ye's strength. As before, Yi Wenjie opted for a preemptive strike. The energy enveloping his fist surged markedly, and his spiritual power, predominantly of the fire attribute, now bore the faint outline of flames due to this enhancement. Fight! Yi Wuhen intoned, fully aware of the potency of the 9-character mantra, where a single word could devastate mountains and rivers. His spiritual energy gradually coalesced into a golden sword, hurtling towards Yi Wenjie. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, appearing before Yi Wenjie in an instant. The golden sword halted a mere fist's distance from Yi Wenjie's head. Unable to penetrate, Yi Wuhen was taken aback, as an invisible barrier seemed to envelop Yi Wenjie, rendering the sword unable to breach its defenses. It could only tremble in place, emitting a low hum. "There's no need to try. You cannot touch me," Yi Wenjie declared as he charged towards Yi Wuhen, delivering a fiery punch. Yi Wuhen attempted to evade, only to find himself immobilized. "Oh, is this your trump card? Quite formidable, Yi Wenjie. Yet, you still lack experience. Do you comprehend the essence of the 9-character mantra? Fight!" As Yi Wuhen's voice resonated, Yi Wenjie's fist struck what felt like an impenetrable wall. Yi Wuhen felt no impact and suppressed a laugh. Observing how Yi Wenjie's full-force assault inflicted no tangible harm upon him, now that was truly exhilarating. "Wait, you can execute that move too?" Yi Wenjie exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the ring ensnared by a cord at his chest. Did that ring harbor an old man within? Yi Wuhen noted the ring as well. According to the fantastical tropes of his former life, rings often contained artifacts, either housing wise old sages or extraordinary weapons and martial techniques. "Let us see how long you can withstand this." Yi Wenjie hurled another fiery punch at Yi Wuhen. Helpless to evade, Yi Wuhen braced himself. Yi Wenjie's attacks were considerably weaker than those of the Grand Elder or the Second Elder. After 2 punches, Yi Wuhen had only expended a quarter of his spiritual energy. This approach was unsustainable. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Yi Wuhen resolved to invoke the 9 Heavens Thunder Movement spell. Each use of this spell left him utterly enervated, akin to an overwhelming fatigue. In the past, he had no option but to utilize this technique, but now, with other martial skills at his disposal, he had employed it less frequently. 9 Heavens Thunder Movement spell. Yi Wuhen channeled all his spiritual energy into the 9 Nether Divine Thunder, unleashing a purple bolt that descended upon Yi Wenjie. The latter merely smiled, dismissively stating, "A mere show of bravado. Let us see just how powerful this technique truly is." Boom. With a resounding crack, divine thunder struck Yi Wenjie, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. The onlookers below were thoroughly entertained, and the chubby Tang Xiaodian was dragged over by Wei Chong, who explained the rules to him. Although Tang Xiaodian remained silent, he silently cheered for Yi Wuhen in his heart. As the smoke cleared, Yi Wenjie appeared relatively unharmed, albeit missing his upper garment. His long hair cascading down, exuding a hint of the elegance typical of a historical figure. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, smiling, at last. "Someone has managed to subdue him." "Indeed, brother," the Second Elder replied. "Yi Wenjie is extraordinary. I recall his father worked as a handyman here and, during an incident, saved the 5th Elder, thus being granted the surname Yi. Let us not speak of that man. Saving someone matters little when he ultimately perished." The Second Elder fell silent. For the 5th Elder was a prodigy of their generation, achieving perfect foundation establishment at the age of 20. The position of the Yi family head should have been his. Yet fate, in its cruel jealousy, led to his demise when his spiritual power overflowed during the condensation of his rotation, resulting in a tragic explosion. Upon Yi Wenjie's chest lay a black dragon tattoo, which, after being washed by Yi Wuhen's 9 Nether Divine Thunder, began to transform as his spiritual energy concentrated there, morphing the black dragon into a fiery one. From a distance, it appeared almost lifelike, with its 2 eyes fixated on Yi Wuhen, as if ready to launch an attack. Yet, Yi Wenjie remained motionless, his dark skin gradually reddening until he resembled a figure drenched in blood. "Oh no, is he about to self-destruct?" Yi Wuhen exclaimed, bewildered by Yi Wenjie's strange behavior. If this continued, he might indeed explode. Yi Wenjie crouched down, cradling his head with his hands, murmuring to himself, "If this goes on, I will go mad. No, if I go mad, I will die? What the hell? Have you been struck by lightning and turned into a fool? Going mad will only lead to death. Come, I shall stand here and await your strike." Yet, Yi Wuhen remained quiet, adhering to the adage that it was futile to expose someone's bravado, as it would diminish the enjoyment. Finally, Yi Wenjie, with a trace of reluctance, declared, "I concede." He then turned and jumped off the stage, making his way toward the back mountain. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Clearly, Yi Wenjie had the upper hand. Yi Wuhen had exhausted his spiritual energy, and if the fight continued, it was only xianxia who would emerge victorious. Yet, despite such a favorable circumstance, xianxia chose to concede, leading many to wonder if he had indeed been struck by lightning or had lost his mind in pursuit of fame. The spectators could hardly contain themselves. The event had concluded, and discussions erupted around them, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother Wuhen, are you all right?" Yi Meyer leapt onto the stage, gently caressing Yi Wuhen's face, her eyes brimming with tenderness, which only served to shower the onlookers with a dose of romantic envy. "Brother, this is your sister-in-law." Tang Xiaotian rushed over, having missed Yi Wuhen after not seeing him for several days. Yi Meyer blushed at this remark, while Yi Wuhen waved his hand, saying, "This is my sister." Upon hearing this, Yi Meyer rolled her eyes, but chose not to respond. "Ah, surprisingly, she is not my sister-in-law," Tang Xiaotian remarked as he scratched his head, addressing Yi Wuhen's sister with a friendly tone. Yi Meyer's delicate face remained flushed. "You must be my brother Wuhen's little brother, right? Just call me Meyer," as Tang Xiaotian was about to call her by her first name. He sensed the icy glare from Yi Wuhen and quickly shook his head, saying, "No. No, I think I shall address you as Miss Meyer instead." Yi Meyer, undoubtedly aware of Yi Wuhen's cold eyes, chuckled playfully, "Brother Wuhen, do not frighten him." Chapter 39. The Lost First Kiss. Yi Wuhen awkwardly smiled and said, "Why are you all staring at me? This is making me quite uncomfortable." "Brother Wuhen, please don't frighten the little chubby one," Yi Meyer remarked, covering her mouth as she looked at Yi Wuhen. All right, I want to interfere. Call me whatever you like." Yi Wuhen responded to Tang Xiaotian, simultaneously giving him a knowing glance. "Rest assured, Brother Wuhen, I want to speak indiscriminately," Tang Xiaotian replied, his gaze towards Yi Wuhen involuntarily sending a shiver down his spine. Wei Chong also leaned in, glancing at Yi Meyer and inquiring of Yi Wuhen, "Brother, who is she?" "My sister-in-law." Before Yi Wuhen could respond, Tang Xiaotian interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is Brother Wuhen's sister, Miss Meyer." "Miss Meyer?" Wei Chong's expression turned contemplative before he suddenly enlightened. "Ah, is it Yi Meyer?" "Brother Wuhen." "Indeed." Yi Wuhen nodded. Wei Chong chuckled. "Miss Meyer, you have no idea how heartbroken Brother Wuhen was when you left. He mourned for several months." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Meyer replied incredulously, then turned to Yi Wuhen. "Brother Wuhen, is that true?" "You should know how much I care for you," Yi Wuhen said, a blissful smile gracing his face as he gently pinched Yi Meyer's small nose. To Wei Chong and the others, this gesture seemed utterly inhumane. "Yi Wuhen, have you considered the feelings of us single folks?" Cough, cough, Brother Wuhen, this is... Wei Chong cleared his throat, yet did not finish his sentence as the elders approached. "Yi Wuhen, since Yi Wenjie has conceded, you must challenge and defeat another opponent to be deemed victorious," the second elder stated. Wei Chong wished to speak, for there was no such rule. Even if one conceded, it was still considered a win. Moreover, given Yi Wuhen's current state, another challenge could very well prevent him from regaining his original strength before the Five Houses battle. Yi Wuhen signaled Wei Chong to remain silent, for the authority of the elders surpassed that of the academy head. Elders were generally those who had previously contributed to the Yi residence and were of advanced age, elected through a voting system where the highest votes determined the Grand Elder, and subsequently the Second Elder, and so forth. "Grand Elder, who shall I compete against?" Yi Wuhen's complexion paled. Although he had exhausted all his spiritual power, the might of the 9 nether mortality technique was indeed formidable, managing to restore half of his spiritual energy in a mere 3 seconds. He pondered, bewildered by the technique's nature. Previously, when his spiritual energy was depleted, it did not restore itself and cost him 1,000 exchange points, which was utterly vexing. Yet today, despite the depletion, it restored itself directly to half, truly a testament to the capriciousness of a technique born from the system. Yi Wuhen silently mused, recognizing that the 9 nether mortality technique was one of his greatest trump cards aside from the system. While the 9-character mantra remained beyond his capability to wield its true power due to his insufficient strength. "Niece, you have returned?" The elder feigned surprise and, with a sudden flash of inspiration, chuckled, "Since my dear niece Meyer has returned, let us have you compete with Wuhen." "Damn it, you!" Yi Wuhen silently cursed the elder for his unscrupulousness, knowing well the close bond he shared with Yi Meyer. Such a scheme was utterly beneath humanity. "You beast." "Elder, I concede," Yi Meyer declared without a moment's hesitation, leaving the elder quite puzzled. "Meyer, let us engage in a contest," Yi Wuhen proposed. Just when the elder found himself at a loss, he was taken aback when Yi Wuhen took the initiative to challenge Yi Meyer. It was noteworthy that Yi Meyer had emerged from the Tianyin sect, a renowned institution historically dedicated to nurturing female talent, well regarded throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Wuheng, you. Yi Meier's cheeks flushed with indignation, her surprise evident. Fine. If you wish to compete, then let us do so. Pouting, she gracefully ascended the stage. Meier, do not hold back. Yi Wuheng laughed, for he had already devised a plan to attain pure spiritual energy. In his previous life, he had observed that protagonists in fantastical tales often possessed spiritual energy far purer than that of their contemporaries. Thus, Yi Wuheng resolved to experiment with this approach, essentially subjecting himself to trials, relying on the torment of others to refine his own spiritual prowess. In his past life, he would often curse such scenarios in fantasy tales, never imagining he would become the subject of such folly himself. Having just suffered a brutal defeat at the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Wuheng's mood soured considerably. Fortunately, the opponent was also a protagonist, otherwise he would surely have met his demise. A fierce ambition to grow stronger began to blossom within him. Initially, upon arriving in this foreign realm, Yi Wuheng believed that with the aid of his system, he could dominate this new world. He envisioned slaying celestial beings and vanquishing demons, surrounded by unparalleled beauties, wielding the power to obliterate stars with a mere flick of his finger, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the myriad realms. Yet, the reality was that he had been reduced to a fool by a mere local protagonist of the Foundation establishment stage. Very well, Wuheng, be careful, Yi Meier warned, before producing a small whip. A whip? What are you thinking? Before Yi Wuheng could finish his protest, Yi Meier cracked the whip. The sound slicing through the air, and the pain of the blow was excruciating. Meier, you. How ruthless you are. The strike landed on Yi Wuheng's shoulder, leaving a shocking crimson mark, swollen to the size of a fist. Ah, Wuheng, I was wrong. Upon seeing Yi Wuheng's injury, Yi Meier hastily discarded the whip and rushed over, anxiously inspecting him for any serious harm. It's all my fault. I lost my temper just now, she sobbed, tears brimming in her eyes. Yi Wuheng felt a pang of sympathy, gently ruffling her hair as he reassured her. It's all right. I'm fine. I was merely joking with you. Meier, please don't cry. If you do, I shall be displeased. As he spoke, he wiped away her tears, causing the elder's mouth to twitch in response. Indeed, Meier will heed Brother Wuhen's words and will no longer cry, smiled Yi Meier. As the sunlight poured down and a gentle breeze swept through, Yi Meier's long hair danced in the wind, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Yi Wuheng found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at Yi Meier's delicate lips. His throat parched with longing. What to do? How he yearned to kiss her. Was it too beastly to kiss his own sister? Regardless, he thought, let it be. If it is to be beastly, then so be it. Casting aside his mental burdens, Yi Wuheng leaned down and kissed Yi Meier. How sweet her lips tasted. Yi Meier's face flushed crimson as she playfully pushed against him, but with his strength, she was unable to budge him. Thus, Yi Wuheng boldly delved deeper, gently prying open her pearly teeth to engage with her delicate tongue. Overwhelmed by the masculine scent of Yi Wuheng, Yi Meier felt a tingling sensation wash over her, and soon, she melted against him. Seeing that Yi Meier offered no further resistance, Yi Wuheng became even more audacious, savoring her sweetness with abandon. Their first kiss lingered for no less than 10 minutes, as Yi Wuheng justified it by the intoxicating sweetness of Meier's essence that left him wanting more. With her arms wrapped around Yi Wuhen's neck and her cheeks flushed, she gazed at him with sultry eyes and playfully exclaimed, Brother Wuheng, you are quite naughty. Chapter 40. Just watch my moves. Men are wicked, and women do not love them. Yi Wuheng chuckled slyly. Meier, you won't blame me, will you? Yi Wuheng inquired with concern, for he had indeed stolen a kiss from her. As a man, he was not particularly well versed in the nuances of a girl's first experience. Nonetheless, it must have been quite exhilarating. Just moments ago, he had felt a rush of ecstasy, and his heart continued to race. Well, it's just that. Yi Meier's voice faded. Her delicate features flushed a deep crimson that extended to her neck. What is it? Yi Wuheng laughed, while a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Yi Meier buried her face, falling silent. Yi Wuheng gently nibbled on Yi Meier's soft earlobe. Yi Meier gasped, her body going limp as she melted into Yi Wuhen's embrace. The fragrance of her body enveloped him, stirring an intense desire within him. Their fingers intertwined, their gazes locked in a daze. Yi Meier's hands felt as if they were boneless, tender and cool against his skin, a sensation most delightful. Brother Wuheng, you cannot be serious. Is she not your sister? Tang Xiaodian was astounded, left speechless. They had unwittingly consumed a mouthful of dog food, so to speak. Yi Wuheng, what are you doing? In broad daylight, this is utterly disgraceful. The elder was trembling with fury, having witnessed Yi Wuhen's audacious act. You are truly a beast. Wei Chang exclaimed. Those who cannot grasp the sweetness of grapes often declare them sour. Away with you. Yi Wuhen shot a disdainful glance at Wei Chang and Tang Xiaodian, rebuking them fiercely. Yi Wuhen, the elder, fuming, waved his sleeve. Seize him. I shall punish him on another day. Do not touch Brother Wuhen. Yi Meyer interjected, brandishing a whip protectively in front of him. Old fool, I warn you, should you lay a finger on Meyer, I shall not hesitate to annihilate the Yi family. Yi Wuhen clenched his fists, his enchanting golden eyes seeming to blaze with fury, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him, his spiritual energy surging. Come, let us fight to our heart's content. Yi Wuhen drew the thunder sword from his spatial ring, standing resolutely with the blade angled. The golden armored guards surged forth from both exits, numbering in the hundreds. They positioned themselves beside the elder, who exchanged a few words with a tall man at the forefront. Soon, the guards encircled Yi Wuhen with overwhelming force. Arrest him, the leading man commanded imperiously. Seeking death, Yi Wuhen's martial prowess was merely average, but his swordsmanship and combat skills surpassed the third tier. Indeed, with refined swordplay, he could challenge 5 opponents of the same rank without faltering. Wind without trace. Yi Wuhen's sword moved so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. This was the manifestation of his understanding of the sword technique, a path that synthesizes the highest principles of various philosophies. Though it lacked the ferocity of a blade, it excelled in its agility. Though it did not possess the strength of a spear, it triumphed in its finesse. This is his sword technique. Wind passes without trace. He aims to make a name for himself in the vast wilderness with this sword in hand. How could he be captured in this insignificant leaf manner? A flash of cold light swept through, and several heads of the golden armored guards fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 190,009,0000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Try it. Yi Wuhen whispered, positioning Yi Meyer behind him. Meyer, you must leave. No. I will not go. Yi Meyer attempted to push Yi Wuhen's hands away, rushing to stand before him. To her surprise, Yi Wuhen's strength was formidable, despite exerting all her might. She could not budge him. Wuhen brother, I despise you. With teary eyes, Yi Meyer called out, and bit down hard on Yi Wuhen's arm. Ah! Yi Wuhen winced in pain, nearly dropping the heavenly thunder sword. A golden armored guard seized the opportunity and lunged at Yi Wuhen's waist with his sword. The guard's blade merely grazed Yi Wuhen's waist before it shattered against his chainmail. The guard was momentarily stunned by the scene, but quickly regained composure. Intent on killing Yi Wuhen. Are these individuals brainwashed? Yi Wuhen found no worth in conversing with such dullards and swiftly dispatched them with his sword. Seeing Yi Wuhen distracted because of her, Yi Meyer felt increasingly guilty. Meyer, you must leave. Yi Wuhen turned, lifting her chin with his finger, noticing her tear-streaked face. He frowned and said, Stop crying. If you continue, you won't look good. Okay. Yi Meyer wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Wuhen brother, I can't hold them off any longer. Wei Chang and Tang Xiaodian were engaged in a comical struggle with a golden armored guard. Let us go. Yi Wuhen pushed Yi Meyer away with a firm hand. Wuhen brother, I will return and summon my father. Yi Meyer scrambled to her feet and dashed out. Ha! Since you wish to play, I shall join you. Yi Wuhen brandished the heavenly thunder sword, donning an air of sophistication, a faint smile gracing his lips. As for why he urged Yi Meyer to leave, to put it bluntly, she was hindering his actions. Fatty, xianxia, step aside. I am about to take action. Yi Wuhen was eager to test the power of the 9-word true mantra. Tang Xiaodian and Wei Chang, upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, froze momentarily, only to be struck by a sword from a golden armored guard. Wei Chang shouted indignantly, Wuhen brother, you almost got me killed. Do you know that? And yet you want to see me act. Stop whining, Wei Chang. Yi Wuhen retorted. As Yi Wuhen uttered the final syllable of the mantra, he felt his internal spiritual energy rapidly deplete, yielding no significant result. The golden armored guards merely paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. What are you trying to do? What kind of operation is this? This 9-word true mantra is a trap for me. Yi Wuhen thrust his sword forward without a whisper of wind, yet a brilliant beam of sword light, spanning several dozen meters, swept across the line of golden armored guards. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. Experience required for the next level, 3,000,009,000. Come. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Yi Wuhen laughed heartily, astonished by the formidable power of the 9-character true words. Even the 4th character proved to be so potent. What might the subsequent 5 characters entail? Chapter 41. The Power of the One. Good heavens. It seems I merely need to observe Brother Hen's prowess. Wei Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Hen, enough with the boasting. Come lend us your aid. We are on the brink of collapse. Tang Xiaotian shouted desperately. Yi Wuhen, witnessing Wei Chong and Tang Xiaotian engaged in a fierce struggle with another golden armored guard, couldn't help but chuckle, responding, just wait. I shall dispatch this lot and then assist you. The Grand Elder, noticing Yi Wuhen growing more formidable with each passing moment, felt a twinge of unease and remarked, youngster, be patient. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Yi Wuhen, exuding an intimidating aura. With a mere flick of his hand, Yi Wuhen effortlessly dissipated the force of the Grand Elder's blow. In an instant, he delivered a resounding slap to the Grand Elder's face, the impact far exceeding that of their previous encounters. The sharp crack echoed as the Grand Elder was sent flying 5 meters away, spitting blood and several teeth. Goodness, this 9-character true word is astonishingly potent, Yi Wuhen mused, glancing at his palm, which was now enveloped in a faint yellow mist. He recognized this as a manifestation of his overwhelming spiritual power, now condensed into a gaseous form. Brother, just moments ago, the 2nd Elder was jovially conversing with the 3rd Elder and others, but upon witnessing the Grand Elder's plight, he felt compelled to intervene. As he shared a close bond with him, you dare to strike with lethal intent. The 2nd Elder bellowed, brandishing his gun menacingly at Yi Wuhen. Foolishness. Am I truly intent on murder? Had I been, he would have perished long ago. It is he who rallied hundreds against me. Does that not constitute a form of assault? The 2nd Elder fell silent, aware that he could not outwit Yi Wuhen in discourse. Thus, he charged at Yi Wuhen, gun in hand. With a cold smirk, Yi Wuhen, now emboldened by the buff of the One, felt no fear of the 2nd Elder. What could an insignificant figure at the peak of foundational cultivation truly grasp about the art of the spear? Moreover, his swordsmanship had reached a profound level. As sword met spear, brilliant sparks erupted. Yi Wuhen skillfully redirected the force, aiming the tip of his sword toward the 2nd Elder's head, preparing to pierce through. The 2nd Elder, realizing the imminent danger, hastily raised his weapon to block. Hen, we genuinely cannot hold on any longer. Tang Xiaotian was on the verge of tears, and even Wei Chong, usually so vocal, was now silent, desperately fending off the golden armored guard's relentless assault. Yi Wuhen smiled slightly, unleashing a flash of sword light that obliterated all the golden armored guards near Tang Xiaotian. The 2nd Elder, witnessing Yi Wuhen's apparent distraction while engaged in battle, felt his anger surge and thrust his silver spear toward Yi Wuhen. You shall die? By the time Yi Wuhen realized the threat, the spear had already pierced his abdomen, hot blood gushing forth. Thankfully, due to his chainmail armor, the spear had not completely penetrated his body. With a swift motion, the 2nd Elder withdrew the spear. Seeing Yi Wuhen still standing, he aimed to deliver a finishing blow to his head, intent on eliminating any future threat. With a soft chuckle, Yi Wuhen exchanged 10 recovery pills from the marketplace and swallowed them whole. A surge of vital energy erupted from his dantian. Since you are so intent on death, do not blame me for my mercilessness, he declared. You little brat, still boasting when death is upon you. Today, I shall end your life. The 2nd Elder thrust forward with his spear. Yi Wuhen's swordsmanship had reached a profound level, while the 2nd Elder's spear techniques, though proficient, paled in comparison to Yi Wuhen's prowess. In a matter of moments, the 2nd Elder found himself on the defensive. Were it not for his greater spiritual power, he might have already fallen to Yi Wuhen's blade. Come on, weren't you just saying you would kill me? Why have you turned into a turtle now? Yi Wuhen taunted. Feigning fear, the 2nd Elder's face turned green with rage as he thought to himself, what is this Yi Wuhen doing? How can he grow stronger the more he is wounded? The truth lay in Yi Wuhen's cultivation technique, the 9 nether ordinary decision, which was designed to empower the protagonist in dire situations. Under normal circumstances, the technique functioned like any standard cultivation method, but when gravely injured, especially near death, it would rapidly absorb external spiritual energy. The 3rd Elder, witnessing the 2nd Elder's plight, erupted into laughter. 2nd Elder, you cannot even defeat a mere 16-year-old child. What a disgrace to our rank. The 2nd Elder, blushing with anger, retorted, if you're so capable, why don't you step up? Watching from the sidelines is no skill. Very well. Step aside. I shall take over. The 3rd Elder approached without any weapons, his fists moving with a powerful wind. The 2nd Elder merely smiled inwardly, thinking, enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. I will relish watching you grovel when you lose. He then assisted the great elder to his feet and casually selected a seat. At that moment, the crowd had long dispersed. Yi Wuhen had slain over 50 golden armored guards, leaving the arena largely empty. Child, allow me to show you what I can do. The third elder's fists were enveloped in a faint blue spiritual mist, exuding an air of superiority. Is it true that you are the son of Yi Lianlia, the master of the North Courtyard? The third elder inquired. And if I am, what of it? Yi Wuhen replied with pride. He knew his father's strength was formidable. But on the path of cultivation, one must ultimately walk alone. A father can only guide one towards the shortcuts of training. He cannot fight one's battles. If you bear a mortal enemy and plead for mercy by invoking your father's name, would that guarantee your survival? Clearly, that is impossible. You are indeed arrogant. The third elder retorted. Do not blame me for what comes next. With that, he activated his footwork and launched an attack towards Yi Wuhen. The third elder's footwork was indeed exquisite, closing the distance to Yi Wuhen in just 3 steps, aiming to deliver a devastating blow that would shatter his spine. Yi Wuhen hastily employed the Thunder Shadow step to evade, exclaiming, Phew, that was close. I nearly fell victim to his strike. Before Yi Wuhen could even begin to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, the third elder launched another punch. Yi Wuhen raised his sword in defense, but the elder's fist collided with the blade, resonating so powerfully that it left Yi Wuhen's hands numb. Goodness, what a formidable fist. This single blow shattered Yi Wuhen's hopes of confronting him head-on. The third elder's strength far surpassed that of the previous 2 elders. Had that punch landed, it would have surely resulted in severe incapacitation. Chapter 42. Father emerges from seclusion. Although Yi Wuhen could not confront the third elder directly, he possessed the 9 Heavens Thunder Movement spell, a martial art of the heavenly tier. At that moment, he was determined to risk everything to incapacitate him. The third elder remained silent and launched another punch. Just as Yi Wuhen intended to raise his sword in defense, darkness enveloped him, his mind spun, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet the most frustrating aspect was that he was not unconscious. He retained his senses and thoughts, but for some inexplicable reason, his eyelids felt heavy, and he could not open his eyes. His hearing seemed to diminish as well. Faintly, he could discern the third elder mocking the second elder. Second elder, it seems you are inadequate. This child is utterly pathetic, incapable of withstanding even one of my punches. The second elder and the first elder remained silent. Before Yi Wuhen arrived at the Yi estate, the third elder had been a prodigy, his iron fists wielded with formidable prowess, virtually unmatched among his peers. Only the fifth elder could have outclassed him, but alas, many years had passed, and the fifth elder was long gone, leaving the third elder increasingly arrogant. Third elder, do not kill him. We cannot afford to offend the power behind him. The first elder exclaimed, even attempting to rush forward to halt the third elder. What power? Unaffordable? Yi Wuhen wondered. While he was aware that he had some backing, the Yi estate was nonetheless a prominent entity in Wuheng County. The most powerful force was undoubtedly the county governor's mansion, followed by the Cancong Academy, with the remaining influence divided among the 5 estates. Among these, the Yi estate ranked third, yet it was still formidable. The Great Zhou dynasty was divided into 108 counties, each with substantial control over its territory. Furthermore, there were 10 states, distinct from counties, each guarded by formidable beings, including Earth immortals. In summary, the Great Zhou dynasty's vast domain had persevered from an era teeming with celestial and demonic beings. Without a solid foundation, survival was impossible. The Yi estate certainly held a notable position in Wuheng County, displaying extraordinary comprehensive strength. Yet what sort of power could instill fear in the Yi estate? First elder, are you still afraid of that woman? The third elder scolded. How long has it been? Can we truly not defeat the Luoyu Xianmen? Huh, Luoyu Xianmen? What kind of entity is that? Yi Wuhen sighed, pondering the implications. The residual effects of the previous user's buff had unexpectedly proven useful. The woman the third elder referred to was undoubtedly his mother, and the Luoyu Xianmen was certainly the force behind her. One of the 10 absolute dangers. And you are unaware? A mere messenger nearly obliterated our Yi estate. The third elder said in a grave tone. As for whether his mother is alive or dead, who can say? Even if she were to find out, what could she do? This child cannot be left alive, at merely 16. He can withstand my full force. His future is indeed boundless. If it were to be discovered that we revealed his mother's whereabouts to the Liu Xianmen, we would all perish. Nanny, the very culprits that caused my parents' separation are these 2 brutes. It is fortunate for me that this 9-character true word has revealed the truth. Otherwise, I might have spent a century searching for the perpetrator. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder concurred with the third elder's perspective. After all, He harbored a grudge against Yi Wuhen. If he allowed Yi Wuhen to roam unchecked, it was likely that the Yi residents would face annihilation. Such treachery. These two old men were intent on silencing him. At this juncture, Yi Wuhen found himself powerless to resist. He was but a lamb to the slaughter, destined to be butchered. Yi Wuhen, one could only lament your extraordinary talent. Had you remained the useless wretch you once were, perhaps you could have preserved your life. Let it be known, your expulsion was orchestrated by me. The third elder advanced upon Yi Wuhen, his fists enveloped in an increasingly dense azure mist. Naturally, Yi Wuhen was oblivious to this development. What could be more terrifying than death? It is the anticipation of death. Yi Wuhen had entirely relinquished any hope of resistance and began to await the impending blow, certain that a strike to his head would seal his fate. He could almost feel the wind from the punch approaching. It seemed he was on the verge of departing this world, lamentably, for in this realm, he had never even met his parents. What of Bing Wu and Yi Meier? The vendetta against his parents remained unavenged. There were far too many unresolved matters. As these thoughts crossed his mind, tears streamed down his face. Stop! Do not harm my son. A commanding voice resonated. As a middle-aged man with sharp brows and a tiger-like demeanor strode forward with determination. Father! Yi Wuhen inwardly exclaimed, am I to be saved? This was indeed his father, the very one who had come to rescue him. Yi Linglai, you have emerged from seclusion. The third elder remarked with a frown, just in time. I was eager for a duel with you. Dare to speak arrogantly while threatening my son? You are courting death. Yi Linglai drew his sword, engaging immediately without hesitation. From his father's tone, it was evident that his strength was formidable. He would surely overpower that beast. Yi Linglai's swordsmanship was remarkable, and with his formidable cultivation, he surprisingly gained the upper hand against the third elder's iron fists, forcing him back 5 meters. Have you attained the radiant phase? The third elder exclaimed in shock. He, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was but a step away from the radiant phase, yet could never truly compare to one of that realm, especially in terms of comprehension of the Tao and purity of spiritual energy. The Grand Elder and the others were left dumbfounded. When had Yi Linglai ascended to the radiant phase? When did the northern courtyard transform into a treasure trove? First, Yi Wuhen had transformed from a failure into a genius. And now Yi Linglai had successfully advanced to the radiant phase. These revelations were undoubtedly uplifting for the Yi residents, significantly enhancing their strength, but for the elders, these were dire tidings, considering they bore enmity towards Yi Wuhen. Yi Linglai remained silent. The radiant phase allowed one to unleash a miniature sun within, and the might of the radiant phase was determined by the purity of one's spiritual energy and bone structure. The heat radiating from Yi Linglai's own sun was unbearable for Yi Wuhen, a true torment. He felt a piercing sensation throughout his body, accompanied by a burning heat. Father, am I truly your biological child? You confront me so abruptly upon our first meeting. Yi Wuhen could only silently express his grievances in his heart, his body rendered immobile, unable even to open his eyes. The phrase within this 9-character incantation was not a life-preserving buff, but rather a desperate gamble. Victory meant survival, while defeat could lead to a gruesome fate. The third elder, however, maintained his composure, setting aside his previously unsteady demeanor and began to regard Yi Linglai with earnestness. He understood that Yi Linglai, having endured for so many years, was undoubtedly a person of ruthless disposition. Any hint of carelessness could potentially lead to his demise. Chapter 43. The long-awaited revenge. As Yi Linglai's blade clashed once more with the iron fist of the third elder, the latter was sent hurtling through the air, landing with a thud and skidding several meters across the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Yi Wuhen, startled by the sound of the collision, thought to himself, my goodness, it seems they are fighting fiercely. What a pity that I cannot witness my father's performance in person as he mercilessly thrashes that brute. The sight of his father avenging him filled Yi Wuhen with a sense of exhilaration, and suddenly he felt as though his head was not as heavy as before. His eyes could finally open. What on earth is this? Yi Wuhen exclaimed, astonished to see a small sun radiating behind his father. Then he realized it was the rotating brilliance of the sunlight. That dazzling orb nearly blinded Yi Wuhen's titanium alloy eyes. Though he could now open his eyes, he felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him only capable of turning his neck slightly. He grumbled. Yi Linglai, intent on pressing the attack, rushed over upon hearing Yi Wuhen's voice and inquired, Wuhen, are you all right? Seriously, how can this be the case? I've been battered to this extent. How could I be fine? Yi Wuhen lamented, yet he followed the expected script, replying, I'm relatively unscathed. My natural recovery abilities are superior to others. You need not worry, father. Noticing the pallor on Yi Wuhen's face, Yi Linglai grew somewhat skeptical of his words. He infused a sliver of spiritual energy into Yi Wuhen's body to assess for internal injuries. After a thorough examination, he discovered the spiritual energy within Yi Wuhen was exceptionally pure, accompanied by a robust life force. He said, "Wuhen, take a moment to recuperate here while I go vanquish this scoundrel." "Ah, I admire my father's decisive style," Yi Wuhen thought, nodding in agreement. Yi Linglia's swordsmanship seemed to be intertwined with the sun. Each stroke blurred the surrounding air with heat. "This technique is quite formidable," Yi Wuhen mused, though he felt it still paled in comparison to his own wind without trace. While wind without trace emphasized speed, Yi Linglia's technique focused on power. However, Yi Wuhen's wind without trace could unleash 10 strikes in a second. Considering this alongside his refined technique, it was clear that Yi Linglia's swordsmanship could not measure up. Was it truly so simple to best a technique of such caliber? The third elder rose, fists clenched tightly. Despite being grievously wounded by Yi Linglai, he chose not to flee, though escape was not an option. To Yi Wuhen, this decision appeared to be an act of sheer folly, for the separation of his parents was entirely due to the elder's machinations. Were it not for his debilitating weakness, Yi Wuhen would have surely rushed to join his father in battle. Yi Linglai lunged forward with his sword, and the third elder attempted to block with his fists. But flesh was no match for the strength of iron. The blade pierced through him, leaving a gruesome wound. Yi Linglai was undeterred, striking again and severing the third elder's left arm. With a cry of pain, the third elder gritted his teeth and spat, "Yi Linglai, you shall pay for this. This blade is meant for my son. Remember it well." Yi Linglai, after speaking, prepared to head towards Yi Wuhen. Halfway there, he suddenly turned back and declared, "If there is a next time, it will not be merely an arm that is at stake. Father, do not let any of them escape." Yi Wuhen shouted, "Huh? You dare to assault me? You flaunt your superiority before me. After rendering me unconscious, you attempt to reason with me? Alas, it is all your fault for being so verbose. History has shown that those who boast in the presence of the protagonist seldom meet a favorable end. Wuhen, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. We have avenged your grievances. Let us return home," Yi Linglai expressed with a hint of confusion, promptly dismissing Yi Wuhen's suggestion. "Father, you are unaware of the full truth." The elders were taken aback, their hearts racing. Could the truth be on the verge of exposure? However, considering he had been unconscious at the time, they collectively sighed in relief, believing he had heard nothing. "Oh, what truth?" Yi Linglai inquired. "The reason my mother departed was that these brutes revealed her whereabouts," Yi Wuhen stated emphatically. The elders stood frozen in shock. "What? He heard that despite being unconscious?" The grand elder hastily interjected, "Yi Linglai, it was not us who revealed it. It was all the doing of the third elder." "Indeed." The second elder chimed in to support. "You fools." The third elder, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is nonsense. It was the Liu Xianmen who promised you spirit stones and secret techniques, and fearing your own inadequacy against Yi Linglai, you sought to drag me down with you." The grand elder and second elder's expressions darkened further, but then they exchanged knowing glances and, with a swift motion, the grand elder thrust the second elder's weapon towards the third elder's head. The third elder, caught off guard by their sudden betrayal, was swiftly dispatched, blood spraying across the ground. "What a spectacle! A splendid scene of self-destruction," Yi Wuhen exclaimed, "though it was of no consequence. They all had to perish. Shuer was driven away because of you, because you exposed her whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Yi Linglai visibly struggled to accept the revelation. The grand elder and second elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, attempted to say something, but Yi Linglai offered them no opportunity, swiftly ending the grand elder's life with a single strike, followed by the second elder's demise. After vanquishing the two, Yi Linglai crouched down, cradling his head, murmuring, "Shuer, when shall we meet again?" Observing Yi Linglia's prolonged lamentations, Yi Wuhen, now capable of movement, approached him and asked, "Father, what is the Liu Xianmen?" Upon hearing the name Liu Xianmen, Yi Linglia's body tensed, and he repeated, "It is nothing. Let us depart. This Liu Xianmen must be the force behind my mother. Yet why does my father remain silent on the matter? Is there a hidden truth? Why, after all these years, has my father not sought my mother?" Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Wuhen began to ponder these questions, sensing that this force was far from ordinary. At his current level, he found the challenge utterly insufficient. Perhaps it would be wise to seek clarity from his father another day. As Yi Wuhen pondered this, he could not arrive at any conclusions. So he decided to cast aside his thoughts and began to cultivate the soul hammer technique to strengthen his spirit. As he recited the incantation of the soul hammer technique and entered his consciousness, he was astounded to discover that his spirit had transformed into a vast lake. To his surprise, where had the previous celestial bodies gone? How had they morphed into this expansive lake, devoid of any features? The lake paled in comparison to the beauty of the former stars. Though Yi Wuhen expressed his dissatisfaction, he knew that were he to revert to the original celestial bodies, he would undoubtedly refuse. It was evident that the lake was merely an evolution of the stars within his consciousness, and undoubtedly, his spirit had become even more formidable than before. Chapter 44. The 10 Greatest Predicaments in the World with a Deep Exhale. Yi Wuhen awoke from a night spent diligently practicing the soul-hammering technique, feeling as though he had endured a decade of sleeplessness in just one night. His mind was engulfed in profound fatigue, and after expelling a breath of stagnant air, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed until a voice roused him from his dreams. "Wuhen, open the door," called Yi Linlai from outside. "I have matters to discuss with you." "Understood," Yi Wuhen replied, hastily washing up and changing his attire. "What could father want from me?" Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Yi Linlai clad in white, his complexion pale. Yi Wuhen inquired, "Father, you seem to bear urgent news. Let us converse inside," Yi Linlai said, stepping into Yi Wuhen's chamber and taking a seat on a wooden stool. "What is the matter with my father today? He returned yesterday in silence, and now rushes to see me this morning. Could it be that he has realized his shortcomings over the past 2 years and intends to bestow upon me the legendary techniques of the martial world, to forcibly elevate my strength to the next realm? If that is the case, does it not imply a lack of true dedication to the path of cultivation? Should I accept or decline?" A wry smile crept upon Yi Wuhen's face as he pondered this. "What occupies your thoughts?" "I am asking you a question," Yi Linlai said, somewhat displeased. "What is your current cultivation level?" Responding to my father, "My cultivation has surged unexpectedly over the past 2 months, and I have attained the 9th stage of foundation building," Yi Wuhen replied respectfully. "Ha ha ha, splendid. You have indeed inherited your mother's extraordinary talent, though my neglect over the past decade has obscured it," Yi Linlai said with satisfaction. "Now that you possess such potential, it is time I reveal to you the past." Yi Wuhen rolled his eyes internally, thinking, alas, the true son he once had has long since perished. If not for the system, I might have met a similar fate. Though a sense of discontent lingered in his heart, his tone remained exceedingly respectful. After all, it was a principle he held dear to never oppose his father. To harbor resentment against one who gave you life and nurtured you would be unthinkable. "My days are numbered, Wuhen," Yi Linlai said, affectionately ruffling Yi Wuhen's hair. "Seeing you flourish brings me peace. I can depart without regret." "What do you mean by that?" Yi Wuhen exclaimed, alarmed. "I have yet to experience the warmth of your love as a father, and now you speak of leaving this world? You must at least witness my ascension before embarking on your journey. I have been afflicted by a chronic illness for many years, previously suppressed by my spiritual energy. However, in recent days, it has become insurmountable. Just the other day, I expended my energy in a display of my skills. Alas, I fear my time is short. There are matters I must share with you." Yi Linlia's countenance suddenly turned ashen, and he coughed, blood staining his lips. "Father, you should rest for a while." Yi Wuhen gently patted Yi Linlia's back, speaking softly, "There is no need to rush. What can I do to save my father?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yi Wuhen. The revivifying pill. Surely, this miraculous elixir could save my father. Yi Wuhen acted with determination, directly exchanging a replenishing elixir from the marketplace. "Father, I suddenly recalled that I possess a spiritual herb bestowed upon me by a golden core cultivator, capable of resurrecting the deceased." Yi Wuhen hastily pressed the elixir into Yi Linlia's hand. "Resurrecting the dead? Is it truly that miraculous?" Yi Linlai gazed at the crimson elixir with uncertainty. "You shall find out by trying it," Yi Wuhen replied with a smile. "I jest. This elixir has saved my life countless times. Can it not remedy your ailment?" "Very well," Yi Linlai declared, swallowing the elixir whole. After a moment, his complexion began to regain a semblance of vitality, though this rosy hue was short-lived, soon replaced by pallor. "It works. It truly works," Yi Wuhen exclaimed, swiftly exchanging 50 more elixirs from the marketplace, stuffing them into Yi Linlia's hands. "Wuhen, where did you acquire such a bounty?" Yi Linlai was taken aback. "I misspoke. The golden core cultivator gifted me a pouch of spiritual herbs. Since it proves effective, father, you should consume them all." "Very well then," Yi Linlai replied with a smile, and he promptly swallowed the remaining herbs. Uncertain whether it was the approach of death or the guilt of neglecting Yi Wuhen for so many years, Yi Linlai regarded his son with overwhelming affection. As he ingested the herbs, he felt a surge of life force coursing within him. The once dimming radiance of his core began to shine anew, and the fractured foundation of his cultivation gradually mended. It works. Yi Linlai exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Speaking slowly. How wonderful! Yi Wuhen exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. This had consumed nearly all of his exchange value. If it had failed, destruction of the system would have been the only recourse. How could one claim to be the strongest in history if they could not even save a single person? Yet, there were matters I must impart to you. Father, please speak plainly, Yi Wuhen urged, suppressing his excitement as he took a seat. Your mother, Luo Shuer, is connected to a faction known as the Luo Yu Immortal Sect. As Yi Linlai spoke, a profound sorrow flickered in his eyes. The Luo Yu Immortal Sect is one of the most enigmatic forces within the Great Zhou dynasty, classified among the 10 most perilous realms in the world. The 10 most perilous realms? That sounds impressive. I must enter them to showcase my prowess. The 10 realms are situated in the most treacherous areas of the Great Zhou dynasty, 5 belonging to sects, and 5 to organizations, each populated by individuals of formidable strength. In my youth, I relished adventure and cherished freedom, deeming Wuheng County too diminutive to contain me. Thus, at the first stage of my cultivation, I departed the Yi residence to embark on my journey. What? My father was already at the first stage of his core cultivation in my absence? His strength is truly formidable. It's terrifying. During my time in the West, I encountered your mother, who was diligently engaged in a task, inquiring about a certain individual. Coincidentally, I had crossed paths with that person and harbored some grievances against him. Thus, I relayed the whereabouts of that individual to your mother. However, one fateful night, I witnessed her running down the road, drenched in blood. I had just finished drinking and was on my way back to the inn when I saw her suddenly collapse. I rushed to her side and brought her back to the inn, tending to her wounds with utmost care and purchasing medicine for her recovery. Just as she had regained her strength and expressed her desire to leave, I firmly held her back, insisting that she could not depart. In that moment, she burst into tears, a sight that was truly endearing. As Yi Linlai recounted this tale, a smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen sat quietly, absorbing the lengthy monologue and the emotional display, yet his focus remained on the intelligence concerning the Luo Yu Immortal Sect and the 10 great forbidden areas of the world. Among these 10 great forbidden areas, 5 were sects and 5 were organizations. Aligning oneself with either would be advantageous. For solitary cultivators in these times are most susceptible to demise. Chapter 45. A divine sword seeks to slash the heavens. I then consoled your mother, and gradually, we fell in love, eventually leading to your birth. I realized that we could no longer lead a wayward life. We had to provide you with a home. Thus, we returned to the Yi residence. At that time, I refrained from revealing your mother's identity to anyone, fearing they would treat her with excessive reverence, making it difficult for her to interact with them. Yet, in this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. They discerned that your mother hailed from a noble lineage and even procured pure Yang Immortal wine to intoxicate me. Subsequently, they inquired about your mother's background, and in my inebriated state, I inadvertently divulged her identity. They had lingered too long in Wuheng County, having never heard of the Liu Immortal Sect. It was only through your mother that I became aware of it. Father, does the Liu Immortal Sect have an immortal guardian? Yi Wuhen inquired. Indeed, and they possess a cultivator in the harmonization stage. Yi Linlai sighed. This is also the reason your mother was taken, and why I have not ventured out in search of her all these years. My mother was abducted? Yi Wuhen pondered, recalling the elder's previous remarks about revealing locations, which might have led to her capture. Yes, I never anticipated that the Liu Immortal Sect would act with such swiftness. After your mother bore you, their people arrived in Wuheng County, offering treasures to entice her return. It was then that the Grand Elder and others, harboring malice, disclosed your mother's whereabouts to the Liu Immortal Sect. The next day, their representatives came to demand her. I stepped forth to intervene, but your mother insisted I stand down. I placed myself directly in her path and declared that they must step over my corpse to take Shuer. At this point, Yi Linlai let out a self-deprecating laugh. But alas, I was utterly powerless against that individual's single finger. With a mere gesture, I was severely wounded, nearly extinguishing my life force. Consequently, I was left with a hidden ailment, requiring me to seclude myself each year to suppress that injury with spiritual energy. It was only through your mother's desperate pleas that I survived. One day, I shall surely avenge the Liu Immortal Sect with blood. Yi Wuhen clenched his fists. This marked the second time his fury surged, once when he was wronged to death, and now witnessing his father grievously injured. Ah, Wuhen, I have something to entrust to you, Yi Linlai said as he rose and moved towards the door. Yi Wuhen nodded in agreement, closely following his father. Upon reaching his chamber, Yi Linlai remarked, This is a sword once wielded by your mother. I believe the time has come to pass it on to you." With that, he closed the doors and windows, turning the right handle of his chair, which revealed a concealed wall behind it. "Follow me," Linlai said slowly. This led to a vast secret chamber, filled with numerous mechanisms and hidden dangers. Without Linlai's guidance, any intruder would find themselves disoriented by the terrain, never to escape. As they reached the core of the chamber, which was spacious yet damp, Wuheng noticed a solitary crystal coffin in the center. He mused silently. "Is this a coffin? What sword requires a coffin for its resting place?" Inside the crystal coffin lay a long sword, its entirety encrusted with verdigris. Wuheng pondered, "Is this truly a divine weapon? How could it appear so dilapidated?" Linlai grasped Wuheng's hand and approached, kneeling before the crystal coffin, beckoning Wuheng to step forward. He spoke solemnly. "My dear Wuheng, this is the divine sword your mother left for you. The assassination mission she undertook was perilous. It was a feat impossible to accomplish alone. Yet, the rules of the Liu immortal sect dictated that only one could act, and the employer demanded solely your mother's presence. Thus, the sect reluctantly entrusted this divine sword to her for the task. When the pursuers sought to claim the sword, your mother claimed it had been taken by a mysterious figure. But let us not dwell on the past. The process of bonding with a divine weapon is intricate. It begins with a single drop of the owner's blood. The sword must then be refined here. Not only must your consciousness be involved, but an extraordinary treasure must also be added during the process. Should your focus waver, the consequences could leave you incapacitated for life. However, should you succeed in the refinement, this sword will accompany you for many years." "I understand, Father," Wuheng replied with a nod, drawing a dagger across his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall upon the divine weapon. A wondrous scene unfolded as cracks appeared along the sword's blade and hilt upon contact with his blood. Startled, Wuheng thought, could it be that this divine weapon has become irreparably damaged from disuse? Yet, he soon realized his error. Radiant white light emanated from the fissures, and he felt a surge of joy as he understood that the verdigris had merely served to protect the sword from corrosion over time. Now that a bearer had arrived to unlock its seal, the verdigris shattered. Wuheng persisted in his refinement, only to notice his spiritual energy dwindling without any visible progress in the cracks of the bronze sword. It then dawned upon him that his father had mentioned the necessity of an extraordinary treasure to unleash the weapon's true potential. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "For the sake of this divine sword, I shall give my all." He produced 10 essence recovery pills and resumed the refinement process. Initially, progress resumed, but after several hours, it again came to a halt. Was it possible that the materials were not precious enough? Linlai, anxiously observing from the side, felt the weight of the situation. The capabilities of this divine weapon were formidable, and a moment's carelessness could result in the weapon's spirit seizing control, rendering Wuheng a mere puppet or worse. Gritting his teeth, Wuheng retrieved the spatial ring belonging to his late father, Wuheng, which he had seized upon his demise. Casting aside any second thoughts, he placed the ring into the refinement process, and this time, the endeavor continued uninterrupted. After 6 days of relentless effort, he finally eradicated all traces of verdigris. Ecstatic, Wuheng held the divine sword in his grasp. The blade gleamed white, with a golden edge and adorned with enigmatic patterns that were strikingly beautiful. The hilt bore deep blue inscriptions, and as he gripped it, he felt an endless flow of spiritual energy coursing through him. Testing its weight, he swung it effortlessly, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that surged toward the stone wall. With a resounding crash, the wall was cleaved asunder, revealing a doorway. "Master, I am the spirit of the heavenly sword. I am utterly fatigued. I shall take a moment to slumber." An ethereal voice echoed beside Wuheng. "Is this truly the spirit of a weapon?" Wuheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Although I am currently unable to harness its full potential, it is already remarkably formidable. One can only imagine how it might evolve if fully refined." The Heavenly Sword. Chapter 46. Listening to the spirit of the sword tells stories. Henner, have you successfully refined it? Linlai exclaimed with joy, for at least his son had awakened. He had once regretted bringing Wuheng here and allowing him to refine this divine weapon. However, Luo Schwerer had once mentioned that if a child possessed extraordinary talent, he should be taken to refine the weapon during the foundation establishment stage. Wuheng's progress from the first level of body refinement to the 9th level of foundation establishment in just 2 months was no longer merely extraordinary talent. It was a gift from heaven. Moreover, Linlai had witnessed Wuheng's combat prowess. He had single-handedly sent the Grand Elder flying with a palm strike and had fiercely battled the Second Elder, forcing him to retreat. Ultimately, it was only due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy that the third elder managed to gain the upper hand. Yi Linlai pondered that even at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, defeating just one opponent would have been a considerable feat, let alone facing 3. Indeed, father, you worry too much. I must have refined it for a day now, Yi Wuheng said, scratching his head awkwardly. He reflected on the impossibility of waiting without food or drink for an entire day. No, it has already been 7 days, including today. Yi Linlai chuckled. Come, I have arranged a grand feast for us to enjoy together. Yi Wuheng thought to himself that his father possessed a rather high level of silliness. However, he preferred this playful nature over a cold demeanor. At least one was warm, while the other was aloof. In the evening, Yi Wuheng indulged in the meal for a full 4 hours. During this time, Yi Linlai regaled him with numerous tales of wonder and also spoke of the Five Houses War. In truth, the Five Houses War was not merely a contest of martial prowess. It involved venturing into the vast wilderness to slay demonic beasts and competing for the most kills. In essence, it was a brutal affair where one could eliminate any rival they despised without consequence. As for the purpose of the Five Houses War, Yi Linlai explained that it was to select geniuses for recruitment into sects and academies for further cultivation. Finally, Yi Wuheng curiously inquired about the head of the Yi house, to which Yi Linlai merely smiled and replied, the head of the Yi house is an old rascal. When Yi Wuheng pressed further, Yi Linlai fell silent, leaving him feeling frustrated as he returned to his chamber. In his room, Yi Wuheng gazed blankly at the sword of slaying heaven before finally speaking out of boredom. Slaying heaven? Are you there? Meow meow meow. What does my master wish to discuss? The spirit of the sword responded. Yi Wuheng was nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of a sword acting cute. He could hardly fathom a centuries-old blade behaving in such a manner. Forget it. This is beyond human comprehension. I wish to inquire about the history of the sword of slaying heaven, Yi Wuheng said, genuinely curious about the divine sword and even more intrigued by the spirit that exhibited such intelligence. Master, I cannot recall much, only vague impressions, the spirit replied. First, tell me, are you male or female? Yi Wuheng could no longer contain his frustration. Do spirits even have genders? If we were to categorize based on your reasoning, I am male, the spirit replied. And as a male, I certainly won't imitate a cat's meow. Happiness belongs to us all. Yi Wuheng was also feeling quite perplexed. What kind of abnormality was this? Had it truly been too long since anyone had come to console him, rendering him so desperate? Meow, 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 that is fine. Yi Wuheng's ears instinctively filtered out the preceding meows, and he said, all right, please enlighten me about the history of this sword. I recall that I was forged by the immortal Chunjun, originally named Heaven's Severance. However, after being refined by Chunjun's celestial treasures, my power grew immensely. Eventually, the name Heaven's Severance no longer suited me, and Chunjun renamed me the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Then came a cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons. The ancient demons of the void were plotting to ambush Chunjun, unaware of my existence. Hee hee. Yi Wuheng heard the spirit of the sword chuckling lewdly and thought to himself, I am utterly speechless at this spirit. Its laughter is so distasteful. The image of the spirit's lascivious grin involuntarily flashed through Yi Wuheng's mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, attempting to clear the distracting thoughts. What on earth am I thinking? Why am I fixating on such an unsightly image? The spirit seemed to have noticed this, reflecting on its own nature as a millennia-old, or perhaps 10,000-year-old spirit, and concluded that it should maintain a sense of elegance rather than indulge in such laughter. It continued, with my mastery, Chunjun wreaked havoc across the realms. Though ultimately it bore little significance, it is of no consequence now. In the end, Chunjun perished, and I was gravely wounded. My blade shattered. I lost track of time, until I was discovered by someone from the Luoyu sect. Over the centuries, countless individuals sought to refine me. But do they truly believe I am so easily subdued? Chunjun wielded the power of the Nine Nether, having been frequently used by him. I gradually came to associate the Nine Nether's essence with his aura. At this point, Yi Wuheng abruptly interrupted, Spirit, what is the Nine Nether power? That question. Well, it is indeed a very good one, but I, too, am unaware. I could just strike you dead. Yi Wuheng inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to lash out. Rather, he was acutely aware of the sword's formidable power from their previous encounters. He knew he could never prevail against it. Enough of your interruptions, the spirit said, displaying a hint of impatience. You must consider the feelings of one who has been silent for millennia. Eventually, I came to be in the possession of a woman named Luo Shuer. Luo Shuer, isn't that my mother? Could there be secrets I am unaware of? Indeed, within Luo Shuer resided a trace of Nine Nether power, which allowed her to wield me. However, when she used my power, the 9 nether essence was completely consumed, resulting in her severe injury. Fortunately, I was able to save her, but it cost me a century's worth of accumulated spiritual energy. After that, I fainted, and the next thing I knew, I was before you. Yi Wuheng nodded, realizing that this spirit was, in fact, his mother's savior. Yet the 9 nether power within you is exceptionally potent. I shall take a brief slumber now. When I awaken, I shall absorb a bit more. The spirit yawned lazily. My 9 nether power is indeed substantial? Could it be that the 9 nether power is derived from the 9 nether mortal technique? At this moment, it was already the stroke of midnight, yet Yi Wuheng found himself devoid of any slumber. Having heeded his father's words, curiosity regarding the Battle of the 5 Houses began to stir within him. To put it succinctly, the Battle of the 5 Houses resembled a grand contest of goo, where they were akin to insects, engaging in mutual slaughter, with the last surviving insect granted the extensive nurturing of their family. Yet, what could possibly justify such a brutal endeavor? Would it not be more advantageous for the family to have an abundance of prodigies? Yi Wuheng, however, inherited the habits of his previous life. Unable to fathom the rationale behind it, he decided to relinquish his thoughts and embrace sleep instead. Tomorrow, he would seek out Mayer for amusement. With this mischievous notion in mind, Yi Wuheng drifted into slumber. Chapter 47. The true function of the divine soul. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi Wuheng set out early, yearning for an intimate exchange with Mayer. Guided by the recollections of his childhood, he located Mayer's residence. Mayer's father served as the 4th elder of the Yi clan, a man who had always shunned meddling in the affairs of others and eschewed participating in familial competitions. Is Mayer home? Yi Wuheng inquired, rapping gently on the door. Frankly, Mayer's abode was rather splendid, far superior to that of Yi Linlai. Who is it? So early, are you not sleeping? A voice called from within as Cuihua swung open the door. Oh my, you nearly startled me to death. Yi Wuheng had just been pondering what Mayer might look like when he encountered Cuihua. You are? He asked. Oh, you must be the Wuheng that Mayer spoke of. I am Cuihua, she replied with a straightforward demeanor. Ah yes, you are the one with a rather distinctive appearance. Yi Wuheng recalled, remembering how Cuihua had startled him previously. Please leave, Mayer cannot go out. Cuihua's expression darkened, and with a huff, she attempted to close the door before Yi Wuheng could respond. Would Yi Wuheng simply retreat? In a swift motion, he lunged to enter. However, to his dismay, Cuihua's hands firmly grasped his shoulders, binding him in place. This Cuihua is quite formidable, Yi Wuheng mused, astonished that she could restrain him. Channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, the ground beneath him cracked, and he effortlessly broke free from Cuihua's grip, stepping into Mayer's home. In the main hall, a middle-aged man, sipping an enigmatic green liquid he considered tea, was taken aback. He rarely involved himself in worldly matters and never provoked others. Who would dare intrude upon his sanctuary? 4th elder, Yi Wuheng greeted with a smile as he advanced into the hall. Yi Wuheng, what brings you here? The 4th elder raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Had Yi Wuheng come seeking vengeance for his absence a few days prior? His daughter had quarreled with him over this very matter. I have come to see Mayer, Yi Wuheng replied with a continued smile, despite the 4th elder's demeanor inciting a desire to confront him. Yet, considering this man was to be his future father-in-law, he opted for restraint. Leave. Mayer has not been seeing anyone lately, the 4th elder stated, taking a sip of tea with indifference. Who says I am not seeing anyone? Mayer stood at the door, her cherry lips pouting. Upon seeing Yi Wuheng, her previously furrowed brow transformed into a radiant smile. Yi Wuheng beamed at Mayer. Let us go. He stepped forward, taking her delicate hand in his. All right, Mayer responded with a smile, grasping Yi Wuhen's hand in return. Her smile was like a gentle breeze, causing Yi Wuhen's heart to flutter. Meanwhile, the 4th elder's countenance darkened, witnessing his daughter running off with another right before his eyes. Was there anything more humiliating than this? If you dare to leave, do not return to this home. The 4th elder fumed. Yi Wuheng, hand in hand with Mayer, gradually came to a halt. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind as he pulled Yi Mayer along, continuing their walk outside. After meandering aimlessly on the street, they parted ways. This enmity must not be forged. I shall return to seek you out later, Yi Wuheng whispered to Yi Mayer. She nodded, for no one wished to strain their relationship with their father. The 4th elder watched as Yi Wuhen's figure gradually faded from sight and chuckled, acknowledging his prudence. Huh, I told you, Mayer would never follow you, Cuihua mocked, standing beside Yi Wuheng. Yet Yi Wuheng had no desire to engage in a quarrel with her. His thoughts were solely on Yi Mayer. Although their feelings were mutual, the absence of a mother-in-law was soon replaced by the presence of a father-in-law. Was it to be that marrying a wife would mirror the tribulations of a past life? Enduring countless trials and tribulations, one must possess strength, charm, and a notable background. This world of cultivation is astonishingly realistic. Yi Wuhen wandered aimlessly around Yi Meyer's residence, but found himself lacking patience. Thus, he leaped over the wall. Should he spy on her? What if he were discovered? Wouldn't that tarnish his lifelong reputation? But what if she were bathing? Yi Wuhen admitted to himself that he was being indecent. Yet such is the nature of man. He stealthily approached the window, and upon activating his spirit sense, he could see through the glass, revealing Yi Meyer's pristine skin, tinged with a delicate blush, and her lips, soft and lush like rose petals. Sitting on her bed, she swung her little feet, each movement causing Yi Wuhen to bleed from his nose. Goodness! In his astonishment, he nearly let out a stream of blood, forgetting that activating his spirit sense granted him such clarity. This was exceedingly embarrassing. Perhaps it was best not to look any longer. Yet, with reluctance, he stole one last glance before reassuring himself. What skill is there in peeping? At worst, once married, he could take his time to admire her. Yi Wuhen had always known that spirit sense was a remarkable asset, but its potency was overwhelming. Frequent use might strain his body. With a sigh, he wiped the blood from his nose and softly tapped on the window, whispering, "Meyer, come out." Startled from her daydream, Yi Meyer heard Yi Wuhen's voice and excitedly rushed out, exclaiming, "Brother Wuhen, where are you?" "Shoo, I'm right below you." He gestured for silence, swiftly pulling her down and covering her mouth with his hand. "Speak softly. Today, I shall take you out for some fun." Yi Meyer, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. After releasing his hand, Yi Wuhen said, "Your father shouldn't be able to hear us." Though her blush had not yet faded, she merely nodded again. "Am I acting a bit like a pervert? Perhaps it matters not. First, let me charm this girl." As both possessed foundational strength, scaling such walls was effortless. Hand in hand, they strolled into the street, and since he had successfully lured her out, he may as well flaunt their affection. Onlookers murmured as they witnessed the display of their bond. "Ah, my brother Wuhen has found a new love, abandoning me, his former flame. I can't bear it." Sob sob. "Enough. In your current state, only death could purify Wuheng County." What did you say?" "Enough. Just take a look at your own abilities before speaking so recklessly." "Damn it. Are you looking for a fight?" "Ha ha. I was just thinking of that. Beating you shrew." The men had lost interest in such squabbles, for Yi Meyer had utterly captivated their attention. Celestial maiden. Divine being. These 4 words echoed in their minds. Whenever a man encounters a girl who is both rare and desirable, he tends to lose all restraint. But would Yi Wuhen allow their minds to wander? Absolutely not. A powerful divine presence surged within their minds, inflicting unbearable and relentless pain. Those men quickly ceased their frivolous thoughts, having momentarily forgotten that Yi Wuhen was holding the hand of this celestial maiden. Chapter 48. Since you love her, watch me kiss her. Whoever dares to entertain foolish thoughts. Yi Wuhen surveyed the surroundings and remarked nonchalantly, "I wouldn't mind seeing his head explode." Upon hearing this, the infatuated men broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly vacated the scene. They had forgotten that Yi Wuhen was not someone to be trifled with. Once notorious for his ineptitude, Yi Wuhen had recently experienced meteoric growth in strength over the past 2 months. Was this merely a matter of talent? Even if he had been a true celestial in his previous life, it was implausible to achieve such advancement to the foundational stage within a mere 2 months. This was clearly an instance of enduring humiliation. Could one truly be so gentle-hearted if they could withstand a year of disgrace? If Yi Wuhen were to overhear their comments, he would undoubtedly scoff. "Please, if I possess such power, would I remain silent? Am I a natural masochist? Or simply exhausted to the point of demise? That would be sheer folly. Come, blind one, I wish to show you a treasure. This artifact is perfectly symmetrical, and as for its remaining wondrous effects, all you need to do is lean in closer to comprehend." Yi Wuhen initially intended to escort Yi Meyer to the treasure pavilion to showcase a bit of grandeur, as Elder Chen Han was exceedingly respectful towards him, and he would certainly earn some prestige there. However, at that moment, 3 individuals emerged from the crowd. At the forefront stood a handsome young man, seemingly in his 20s, flanked by 2 others who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Yet, they all shared a common trait. None were as handsome as the young leader. "Oh, is he trying to show off? It seems I should also summon Wei Chong and Tang Xiaodian to bolster my presence." The young man was clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace, while the 2 behind him stood expressionless. "Wuheng Gij, why is that person staring at me?" Yi Meyer could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered into Yi Wuhen's ear, If he dares to cause a disturbance, I wouldn't hesitate to send him to the underworld, Yi Wuhen replied with a faint smile. With his strength, he was virtually invincible among those of the same rank, rarely finding worthy opponents aside from the likes of the extraordinary Yi Wenjie. The young man gazed intently at Yi Meyer, his expression shifting from confusion to ecstatic delight. Yi Wuhen seemed to realize something. This young man was indeed a fool. Alas, what a pity. He was quite handsome, just a few hundred meters shy of matching my own charm. Meyer, let us depart. This individual is clearly not all there, Yi Wuhen advised. Yi Meyer nodded in agreement and gracefully advanced, but after taking a couple of steps, she turned back to Yi Wuhen with a puzzled expression. Wuhen Gij. Where are we going? Ha ha ha, brother is, of course, taking you to a place that will bring him honor. The treasure pavilion. Just as Yi Wuhen and Yi Meyer were about to head to the treasure pavilion, the young man in blue extended his right arm, blocking their path, and excitedly addressed Yi Meyer. You are Yi Meyer? Are you trying to get close? Flirting with my sister right before my eyes. You are quite the bold one, aren't you? I am. May I ask who you are? Yi Meyer inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The young man in the blue attire chuckled and remarked, No wonder you do not recognize me. When I visited 3 years ago, you were merely 13. It is astonishing how swiftly time has passed. You have transformed from a youthful girl into a graceful woman. 3 years. 13. Yi Meyer still could not recall who this man standing before her truly was. Li Mubai? The young man narrowed his eyes into a thin slit and articulated each word with precision. Li Manor. Yi Wuhen suddenly remembered. At the age of 13, he had not yet been expelled from the Yi Manor. That year, a remarkable 17-year-old prodigy had visited to celebrate the birthday of the head of the Yi family. Yi Wuhen had been present at that grand celebration, where Li Mubai had indeed proven himself to be a youthful genius, single-handedly battling 5 opponents before voluntarily withdrawing to preserve some dignity for the Yi family. Yi Wuhen vividly recalled holding a cup of fine wine, smiling as none could rival him. At just 17, he had achieved the 9th level of foundation establishment, unmatched within that realm. A true youth prodigy. Yet what of it? Today, I shall shatter your myth and reclaim everything, even that which transpired 3 years ago. Li Mubai? The very same youthful prodigy from back then? Yi Wuhen inquired. Oh, what significance do you hold? Li Mubai replied nonchalantly. I am conversing with Meyer. You have no right to interrupt. Li Mubai? Yi Meyer said with a smile. Li Mubai merely smiled in return. He had always held an appreciation for Yi Meyer, having encountered no fewer than 100 women before. And he was certain that Yi Meyer was a beauty in the making. However, she had been too young at that time for any direct advances. Thus, he resolved to return in 3 years to assess her beauty. Should she have blossomed, he would propose. If she had transformed into an unappealing figure, he would simply depart. Little did he anticipate that Yi Meyer had already captured someone else's heart. I'm sorry, I do not recognize you. As soon as Li Mubai heard Yi Meyer utter his name, he was prepared to display a radiant smile and charm her. Yet, her words disrupted his entire plan. Come now, with your demeanor, you dare to attempt courting? Yi Wuhen scoffed. Li Mubai chose to disregard Yi Wuhen's jibe, coughed lightly, and earnestly addressed Yi Meyer. Let us become friends from this moment forth. Yi Meyer glanced at Yi Wuhen, who merely offered a smile, and replied coolly, No, thank you. Li Mubai, do you fancy Meyer? Yi Wuhen asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yi Meyer rolled her eyes and pinched Yi Wuhen at his waist, admonishing, Stop speaking nonsense. I'm sorry, Meyer. Yi Wuhen quickly pleaded for mercy. To Li Mubai, this scene was unmistakably an exhibition of affection. He was accustomed to showcasing his charm to others. Yet today, he found himself on the receiving end of such displays. Just as Li Mubai felt compelled to respond actively, Yi Wuhen executed a move that nearly drove him to despair. Kiss. Indeed, a passionate one. Since you love her, watch as I kiss her. Yi Wuhen mumbled something indistinctly, casting a glance at Li Mubai that conveyed a message of silent resignation. At that moment, Yi Meyer, her face flushed with embarrassment, playfully pushed Yi Wuhen twice, much like she did last time, yet refrained from any more fervent reactions. You, Li Mubai exclaimed, his face turning crimson with rage. A beautiful girl he had cherished for 3 years had been taken away. If it were Yi Wuhen, he would surely be driven to the brink of fury. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals standing beside Li Mubai inquired, Master, shall we eliminate him? Eliminate? Li Mubai gazed at the couple fervently locked in a passionate kiss before bursting into laughter. Killing him would not quell the wrath within my heart. Instead, let us capture him. Given his striking appearance, why not sell him to the demon clan? Chapter 49, Shattering Your Myth. Alas, how infuriating. Although Yi Wuhen was engaged in a passionate kiss with Yi Meyer, He had not succumbed to such distraction as to become oblivious. Abruptly halting, he noticed Yi Meyer, as before, collapsing against him in a state of weakness. Meyer, please hold on a moment. I must attend to some matters. Yi Wuheng gently eased her away from him, observing her small face flushed like a ripe apple. A smile crept across his lips. It was evident that this young lady was quite bashful. Fortunately, there were no onlookers this time, or she would undoubtedly have fled. The earlier experience was indeed delightful, yet it was prudent to resolve the impending issues before returning to savor the moment anew. Charge! Li Mubai commanded decisively. At his behest, two of his subordinates lunged forward. Oh! Yi Wuheng activated his probing skill, which had lain dormant since the incident at the gluttonous cave. As he employed the skill, the information about the two assailants materialized in his mind. Xianxia, male, aged 40, cultivation level, foundation establishment 9th stage. Xianxia, male, aged 35, cultivation level, foundation establishment 9th stage. Upon reviewing their details, Yi Wuheng chuckled. Perfect. I shall use you two to test my sword. With that, he drew the blade of heaven from his spatial ring. A mere flick of the sword sliced through the air with an audible swish. Xianxia and Xianxia, underestimating Yi Wuheng, recklessly advanced. Fools. In a flash, the sword light struck, severing the heads of Xianxia and Xianxia, which then tumbled to the ground. Li Mubai was left utterly bewildered. What realm was this? Two sword strikes had dispatched two cultivators of the Foundation Establishment 9th stage. How could he possibly contend with that? Though he himself had reached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, mere steps away from the Radiant phase, there remained an insurmountable gap between them. When had such a genius emerged from the Yi family? Moreover, he was adept at masquerading as a harmless lamb. But to flee? Would Yi Wuheng allow it? Certainly not. Yet, if he did not escape, was he merely awaiting his demise? Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a Foundation Establishment 9th stage cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying another Foundation Establishment 9th stage cultivator, gaining another 10,000 experience points. Experience needed for next upgrade, 5,000,000. Very well. Now it is your turn, young prodigy. Yi Wuheng grinned widely, yet to Li Mubai, that smile bore the chilling resemblance of a fearsome demon reveling in its prey, invoking dread. Cold sweat trickled down Li Mubai's back. What to do? What to do? He could not afford to die. There were countless beauties waiting for him at home. As long as he returned to the Li estate, he could reclaim his status as a young prodigy, his word as good as gold. If only he could preserve his life. Yes, he would negotiate for his survival. Wait. Li Mubai hastily extended his hand, urgency coloring his voice. Yi Wuheng regarded Li Mubai as one might observe a jester's performance. Moments ago, he had belittled Yi Wuheng, yet now he was reduced to a mere child. Li Mubai, you truly are pathetic. Today, I shall shatter the myth of your youthful genius. I shall observe how you conduct yourself in the Li manner. The arrogance of 3 years past shall be repaid today. Who claims that the Yi family has no rival to you? Who asserts that no talent from the Yi family can rival yours? I, Yi Wuheng, am the true prodigy of youth. Li Mubai? Merely a jest. Yi Wuheng, I would trade the techniques of the Li family for my life. Li Mubai, perceiving the disdain in Yi Wuhen's eyes, thought to himself, revel while you can. Once I return to the Li manor, during the battle of the 5 families, I and my brothers shall take your life. Li Mubai is inherently vengeful. Even the slightest offense against him warrants retribution. Techniques of the Li family? Yi Wuheng chuckled softly. Indeed. Li Mubai, sensing a shift in fortune, immediately exclaimed. Nearby, Yi Meyer furrowed her brow upon witnessing this scene. Her already poor impression of Li Mubai had diminished to the point of forgetting who he was entirely. Regrettably, I have no need for that. Yi Wuheng advanced step by step towards Li Mubai with his sword in hand. With each step Yi Wuheng took, Li Mubai's heart raced violently, cold sweat pouring down his brow, for it signified a countdown to death. You, do not approach. Li Mubai, in a frenzy, retreated. Ah, young prodigy, do not flee. Yi Wuheng swiftly pursued him. A burst of laughter escaped Yi Meyer, akin to the sound of silver bells, as she remarked, Brother Wuheng, do not tease him so. Very well, I shall heed Meyer's words. Yi Wuheng wore a smile as he turned towards Yi Meyer, but his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Li Mubai, declaring, I shall kill him at once. Li Mubai, mistaking Yi Meyer's plea for humiliation, erupted in fury. You vile wretch. If it is a fight you seek, then let us engage. Insult my wife. Oh, you are quite audacious, young man. Yi Wuheng executed a swift technique, the thunder shadow step, appearing before Li Mubai in an instant, delivering a forceful slap, and furiously said, You dare utter those words again. I shall shred you into pieces. Li Mubai, struck with fear, immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. Excellent. Now you are behaving properly. Yi Wuhan narrowed his eyes with a smile, commanding, apologize to my wife, while kneeling. Kneel before me? Li Mubai was taken aback. For a prodigy to kneel was more unbearable than death itself. You refuse? Yi Wuhan did not allow Li Mubai time to respond, shattering his knees with a swift kick, then kicking him towards Yi Mei-er. The sudden pain made Li Mubai convulse. Was this the ancient demon god? Relentless and precise. I trust you know how to bow your head without my instruction. Yi Mei-er, witnessing Li Mubai's wretched state, felt compassion and urged, Brother Wuhan, let it go. Do not proceed with this. Let it go? In my eyes, it is either his death or this matter shall never be resolved. Li Mubai gritted his teeth and began to pound his forehead heavily against the ground. Time slipped away as the ground became drenched in crimson. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Mei-er had implored Yi Wuhan no less than 3 times to relent, yet Yi Wuhan remained steadfast in his demand for Li Mubai to bow before him. A dragon possesses its vulnerable spot. To provoke it is to invite death. Under such circumstances, one would expect Yi Wuhan to eliminate him. But why did he refrain? His intention was to incite the Li clan to unite against him during the impending conflict of the 5 houses. Presently, he lacked a mere 40,000 experience points, just enough to claim the necessary experience from the little ones. Armed with the celestial slashing sword, why should I fear mere foundation establishment cultivators? Today, I shall shatter the legend of this youthful prodigy. Chapter 50. The 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon. At this moment, the sight of you fills me with disgust. To kill you would soil my hands. Yi Wuhan lifted Li Mubai's head, their gazes locking. To his surprise, Li Mubai flinched. Let me make myself clear. Today, I spare your life for now. Come at me during the 5 houses competition. Now be gone. With that, Yi Wuhan delivered another kick, sending Li Mubai flying. He then turned and strode towards Yi Mei-er. How thrilling it is to flaunt one's strength and then retreat. Brother Wuhan, could you refrain from such violence in the future? Yi Mei-er expressed her mild discontent. All right, I will heed your words, Mei-er, Yi Wuhan replied with a smile. He had little temper when it came to Yi Mei-er, indulging her completely, and he found himself deeply immersed in the role of an affectionate older brother. The only matter that troubled Yi Wuhan was how to explain himself to Bing Wu. Marrying 2 wives like in the stories? Dream on. Did he think those women were all so saintly? They were all proud daughters of noble families, new to the world and easily charmed. But what if you tried to woo 2 at once? You'd likely end up with 2 handprints on your face. What are you thinking about, Brother Wuhan? Yi Mei-er playfully stuck out her pink tongue as she ran ahead of him. Ah, nothing at all. Yi Wuhan quickly snapped back to reality, scratching his head. Oh, you are definitely thinking of something. Do tell. Yi Mei-er leaned down, her attire resembling a dress, accentuating her figure. Yi Wuhan's gaze was captivated by the curves enveloped by the fabric. Mother, save me. I am about to nosebleed. Mei-er, I was pondering how I should kiss you. Yi Wuhan's tone softened, laced with affection. Brother Wuhan, you are insufferable. Yi Mei-er playfully swung her fists at him. When she noticed he did not retaliate, she ceased her playful assault and asked, Why aren't you fighting back? I fear I might hurt you. Yi Wuhan replied with a gentle smile. Yi Mei-er was momentarily taken aback, then closed her eyes tightly, deliberately biting her lip. Was she hinting at something? Was she suggesting a kiss? If so, I shall truly kiss her. With a mischievous grin, Yi Wuhan leaned in to kiss her. Your true intentions are revealed. Yi Mei-er suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly slapped him. Is it necessary to be so cunning? You deliberately tempted me, didn't you? Yi Wuhan covered his face, feigning a pitiful expression. Yi Mei-er turned and walked away, ignoring his gaze completely. How harsh. Not even a word of comfort for my wounded heart. Yi Wuhan hurriedly chased after her. Mei-er, wait for me. Subsequently, Yi Wuhan took Yi Mei-er to the treasure pavilion, where fortunately, Chun Han was perceptive. Yi Wuhan exchanged a knowing glance with him, and Chun Han immediately understood. As they were about to leave, he generously gifted Yi Mei-er a blue gemstone necklace. After escorting Yi Mei-er to the home of the 4th elder, Yi Wuhan departed. Time to visit the back mountain. By the way, let us explore the extraordinary qualities of this celestial sword. In the past, when Yi Wuhan sought to eliminate a 9th-tier foundation establishment opponent, he would invariably expend a modicum of spiritual energy. However, now with a single stroke of this sword, he could vanquish a foundation establishment foe, a power that could only be wielded by a master of the highest caliber. Truly, the sword lives up to its formidable reputation. Yet, can it truly be compared to the immortal artifacts, the weapons of the celestial beings? Surely, there must be more secrets yet to be uncovered. Clutching the celestial sword tightly, Yi Wuhen made his way toward the back mountain. Spirit of the sword, do you possess any other abilities? He pondered inwardly, for communication with the sword spirit was akin to conversing with another consciousness. In essence, whatever he contemplated, the spirit seemed to discern. How could I have forgotten? How utterly awe-inspiring those 3 words are. I forgot. Yet, to utter such a declaration with such righteous fervor, what a pity. I cannot defeat him. Otherwise, spirit, you would truly experience the wrath of your master. Master. As Yi Wuhen practiced his swordplay, a voice called out from behind him. There is a secret. Upon hearing this declaration, Yi Wuhen swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. Yuanjia. A glance towards the source of the voice revealed it to be Yuanjia, someone with whom he had previously clashed. Master, how many more days can this immobile artifact sustain itself? Yuanjia inquired, his tone tinged with respect. An artifact? So, it is indeed an artifact, albeit one seemingly limited in duration. The title of master might refer to the quintessential wise elder within the narrative. Yi Wuhen could not hear the words of Yi Wenjia's master. Their exchange bore a striking resemblance to the dialogues Yi Wuhen shared with the sword spirit, except that Yi Wenjia, in his folly, chose to vocalize his thoughts, inadvertently granting Yi Wuhen an opportunity to eavesdrop. Only 2 days left. Yi Wenjia exclaimed in alarm, his composure shattered. What a jest, having gone to such lengths, only to find there remains but 2 days. When the time of the 5 houses war arrives, will I not be doomed? Ha ha, Yuanjia, just wait until 2 days have passed. I shall relish in your torment. Master, could you perhaps provide me with a life-preserving technique? Recently, I have provoked an individual named Yi Wuhen. His strength is formidable, and it was only due to my true dragon tattoo manifesting that I escaped with my life. The true dragon tattoo? Goodness, this young man is extraordinary. Even more pretentious than I am, flaunting a true dragon tattoo. But you, a mere provincial, do you even comprehend what a system entails? What of the true dragon tattoo? With a system in hand, one can effortlessly crush their foes. What? Master, you too employed your soul power to preserve my life. Yi Wenjia exclaimed, astonished. That bolt of lightning wielded such formidable might. Please, that was the 9 nether divine lightning. Generally, those struck by it would have perished long ago. Master, is this the mysterious technique? Suddenly, an ancient tome appeared in Yi Wenjia's hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering an unknown level secret manual, the 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon. Would you like to learn it? Oh my goodness. An unknown level technique. This is truly extraordinary. It is evident that the system possesses knowledge of every conceivable technique, with scarcely any method unknown within the realms of the heavens. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The variability of this technique is so vast that the system finds it challenging to evaluate its rank. Could it be yet another secret art that rivals the legendary 9 nether mortal transmutation? To learn, how could one not endeavor to grasp such a profound art? Pray, are you lacking in intelligence? Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully acquiring the knowledge. The mysterious dragon 9 transformations. Each elevation enhances one's innate power. Is this the rhythm of ascension? This Yi Wenjia is indeed a treasure. Whatever is lacking will manifest, and during the battle of the 5 mansions, he must not be harmed. He must be preserved. Yi Wenjia embodies the archetype of a protagonist destined for greatness. Chapter 51. Enlightenment on the back mountain. But what, pray tell, is the source power? What efficacy does such a force possess? A myriad of questions assailed Yi Wuhen. Could it be that this unknown level manual is merely a worthless tome? My heavens, this world is rife with deception. Master, this manual. I cannot comprehend it. Alas, I am not alone in my confusion. Upon hearing Yi Wenjia's words, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of excitement. It turns out he is not the sole one struggling to understand. It appears that the source power enhances my true dragon tattoo. Yi Wenjia clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed with fervor. Yi Wuhen, the battle of the 5 mansions shall mark your demise. A grudge had already formed between him and Yi Wuhen during their previous contest within the mansion. Unlike Earth, where enmities may be resolved through combat or other means, Yi Wenjia's temperament is not particularly magnanimous. In this realm, only I shall reign supreme. The Yi Mansion? Merely a stepping stone for me. Once my power is sufficient, the Yi Mansion shall be as good as mine. Yi Wenjia burst into laughter. Oh, what a surprise. Yi Wenjia is indeed a scheming fellow. Yi Wuhen replied, regrettably for you. You have crossed paths with me. You dream of claiming the Yi Mansion? Dream on. Ding. Conflict detected between martial arts, burning heaven and earth, and martial technique. Mysterious dragons 9 transformations. Please choose one to forget. The system's sudden interruption startled Yi Wuhan. What? Pray tell, where lies the conflict between these two techniques? Their names and functions bear no resemblance. Destroy burning heaven and earth. Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent. For each forgotten technique signifies a diminishment of his power. Deep within Yi Wuhan's heart, a fervent desire for strength burned brightly. For he vividly recalled the disdainful gazes of his peers in his previous life. Ah, how can you play with this frail wretch? Beware, lest he stumbles and cast the blame upon you. The taunts and scornful glances he endured during his childhood illness rendered Yi Wuhan exceedingly reclusive, often isolating himself in a room to gaze quietly at the sky. His parents' income was meager, requiring them to allocate nearly half their wages each month for his medication. The weight of their grievances, coupled with the derision from teachers and classmates, plunged him into despair, leading him to contemplate suicide. Yet he did not succumb, for he believed that with diligence, he could surely achieve greatness. He could make his parents proud. Feel pride. Yi Wuhan closed his eyes. Plop. The sound of a stone plunging into water echoed. However, this stone is named the Tao, and this water is called the Heart Pool. The environment surrounding Yi Wuhan transformed rapidly, as if he had entered a peculiar realm, standing upon a vast road that stretched endlessly, devoid of an exit. It is noteworthy that Yi Wuhan's strength had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. He could nearly discern a large tree 300 miles away. The road's foundation was ancient, some sections even cracked. Yi Wuhan crouched down and touched the pavement. Instantly, spiritual energy surged into Yi Wuhan's dantian like a tidal wave. Yi Wuhan was taken aback, springing to his feet. What would be the consequence of an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy? It was akin to a balloon overinflated to the point of bursting. Ah, is this what they call the Tao? He marveled, drenched in cold sweat. In a mere instant, his internal spiritual energy had replenished itself, nearly overflowing. Blood battle in the 8 desolates. Yi Wuhan could scarcely contain the surging energy and promptly unleashed the blood battle technique. Fortunately, this martial art dissipated a portion of spiritual energy each second. If the energy continued to swell, he would have to reluctantly resort to the character from the 9-character true words. Ding. The system detected that the host had discovered one of the great paths. The Heart Tao? This has been recorded in the system's Tao achievements. By comprehending 10 great paths, one may earn a chance to grasp the true self Tao. System. Might I inquire what this true self Tao entails? It transcends the 3,000 great paths and is the path of no path. The true self Tao embodies the essence of non-being. Goodness, such magnificence. To comprehend this path would surely eclipse the other 3,000 paths. Yi Wuhan recalled reading in a book during his youth that understanding 3 paths allowed one to attain the Earth Immortals harmonization phase. He knew this was mere hyperbole. If one were truly an Earth Immortal, why bother writing at all? Yet, it underscored the potency of the Tao. If minor paths could wield such power, the Great Path was beyond description. Though the Tao is indeed formidable, could that esteemed figure enlighten me on how one truly comprehends this path? This Tao is undeniably impressive. It possesses no transparent qualities, yet still radiates light. Yi Wuhan found himself at an impasse. The only way forward was to persist in his journey. Haha, you worthless fool. Don't walk away. Be cautious not to faint again. Suddenly, scenes from his past, where others mocked him, materialized before him. The surroundings transformed into his old school. As he walked through the classroom, derision filled the air. How have I returned to this place? Yi Wuhan gazed at his youthful hands in disbelief. Indeed, this must be the Tao, a mere illusion. Hey, sickly one. I'm asking you a question. Are you paying today? Otherwise, don't expect to attend class. A bald boy snarled, with a group of children echoing his sentiments. Are you threatening me? Yi Wuhan let out a cold laugh. With his current prowess, he had no fear of such intimidation. He could easily take on 100 of that little bald-headed brat. Oh, the bald boy lunged at Yi Wuhan with a swift slap, declaring, "You're quite bold today." Yi Wuhan attempted to dodge, only to find his body had inexplicably stiffened. Smack! The sound echoed as Yi Wuhan was sent crashing onto the stool. This felt too real. Had he traversed dimensions once more? He touched his injured face, disbelief etched across his features. What? You still refuse to pay? Do you wish to be struck again? The bald boy taunted. Huh? You dare to lay a finger on me, Yi Wuhan? Are you courting death? Yi Wuhan held his breath, flushing his face, and urgently exclaimed, "Medicine! Quickly! I need medicine." He then pretended to faint. The bald-headed child had witnessed such a scene before, while others, paralyzed by fear, exclaimed, "Bald brother! What should we do? What else is there to do? Run!" The bald boy had already shouldered his backpack and dashed out of the classroom. "Bald brother, wait for me. Everyone, except for Yi Wuhen, rushed out of the classroom in a frenzy. Once the crowd had vanished, Yi Wuhen awakened, chuckling to himself, a bunch of fools. With such intellect, they dare to challenge me? After his musings, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and strolled homeward. In his memories, the location of his home was etched clearly, for he had lived there for 15 years, cherishing the warmth of that little abode. Chapter 52. This is the path of the heart, I have returned. Yi Wuhen unlocked the door to his home, observing his mother and father seated on chairs, awaiting his arrival. The dining table was adorned with steaming dishes. Wuhen, you're back. His mother, xianxia, exclaimed with a smile. I'm back. Come, let us eat. His father, Yi Mu, said. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Wuhen tossed his backpack onto the sofa and took a seat at the table. During the meal, he recounted the tales of his adventures in another realm to his parents. They merely chuckled and remarked, children truly possess a vivid imagination. All right, dear. You tidy up while Wuhen attends to his homework, Yi Mu instructed. Dazed, Yi Wuhen slapped his forehead, finally grasping the feeling of being disbelieved. It was infuriating. Yet, I have finally returned to the place I longed to be. Following his father's words, he retreated to his room to tackle his assignments. Fortunately, although the homework for the third year of junior high was abundant, most of the questions were substantial, and with his commendable academic performance, Yi Wuhen managed to work through them with impressive speed. Finally done. Yi Wuhen stretched, sighed, and glanced at the clock. How could that teacher assign such a mountain of homework? If not for my good grades, I would have been up until 1 in the morning. Sleeping now would be a shame. I still remember the heart method of the 9 netherworlds and mortal dust. Yi Wuhen hurriedly sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusting his breath to gradually absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The spiritual energy on Earth is rather scarce, he lamented as he entered the classroom with his backpack. After an entire night of practice, he had managed to cultivate a mere wisp of spiritual power. Indeed, the journey of cultivation relies heavily on innate talent. Hey you! Protection fee. Enough of the chatter. The bald, hefty boy swaggered over to Yi Wuhen. Oh, young rascal, last time I spared you. This time, having cultivated even a wisp of spiritual energy is sufficient to deal with you, he taunted. No, Yi Wuhen replied, then swiftly delivered a slap to the bald boy's face. This is for last time. With a resounding smack, the hefty boy was sent flying. Yi Wuhen, you. The boy began to cry, clutching his face. I'll report you to the teacher. Blustering bravado. All show and no substance. Yi Wuhen scoffed. The others were left in shock. Did he just insult the bully? Is this really the frail Yi Wuhen? How has the dynamic shifted so drastically? Should your face still bear a grudge, I wouldn't mind giving it another slap, Yi Wuhen added, bestowing upon the hefty boy a rather innocent smile. The boy, drenched in cold sweat, immediately ceased his weeping and returned to his seat, diligently focusing on his studies. Shikalong, what happened to your face? The teacher entered, noticing the hefty boy's swollen, bruised visage. As a teacher, he felt it necessary to show concern. It's nothing. Shikalong glanced at Yi Wuhen, who was engrossed in his book, and a deep fear enveloped him. Would he be beaten after class? I once took so much money from him. It was my own fault. Upon uttering these words, Shikalong felt an immediate sense of relief, his entire being softening. The classmates began to murmur quietly. What has happened to Shikalong today? What's the matter? He was beaten by Yi Wuhen. No way. That frail Yi Wuhen? He managed to beat Shikalong? I swear, if you don't believe it, go and test it yourself. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That single strike sent him flying, like the divine palm of Buddha. Could it be that Yi Wuhen has been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger all along? It seems so. Upon hearing such remarks, Yi Wuhen had enough. The girls' attitudes towards him began to shift. At least they no longer isolated him. Could it be that my blissful life is about to begin? Wuhen. The melodious voice of Bingwu rang in Yi Wuhen's ears. Bingwu? To be honest, Yi Wuhen had indeed developed a fondness for this innocent and unpretentious girl. Being with her always uplifted his spirits. Although it had only been a brief 2 days, he had buried these feelings deep within his heart. Brother Wuhen. The chime-like voice of Yi Meyer echoed, causing Yi Wuhen's heart to tremble. Meyer? Why are both of them here? Yi Wuhen also held feelings for Yi Meyer. He was not fickle-hearted, but rather wished to shield both from harm. Even if they encountered someone better than himself, he would not relinquish them to another, for that would be the act of a coward. Where are you? Yi Wuhen called out. Bingwu Meyer. I have missed you. Wuhen. The resonant voice of Yi Linlai sounded, leaving Yi Wuhen puzzled as to why everyone had come out. Brother Wuhen. The voices of Tang Xiaodian and Wei Chong chimed in unison, their expressions filled with alarm. Don't lose your mind to the heart's path. Follow your heart. Heart. Yi Wuhen placed a hand over his heart. Following his heart. Don't lose your mind. Indeed, everything revolves around the heart. This is the heart's path. If one becomes engrossed in this world, they will have fallen into the trap of the heart's path. Only by vanquishing the inner demons can one truly depart. As long as my heart remains calm and free from doubt, I can genuinely comprehend the heart's path. This is the heart's path, one of the 3,000 great ways, each serving as a means of self-refinement, akin to a whetstone, sharpening this blade until it gleams. Only when the time for true cultivation arrives can one truly unveil their brilliance. Yi Wuheng chuckled, saying, "The heart's path, this trick won't fool me." The sound of shattering glass erupted, and the scene before him shattered like a broken mirror, fracturing into chaos. Yi Wuheng found himself enveloped in darkness. The previous great paths no longer visible, surrounded by an all-encompassing void, utterly devoid of light. "You have attained enlightenment." An ancient voice resonated, echoing within this environment. A rare clarity of heart at such a young age. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Haha, heart's path. You truly underestimate the era of my past life, that era of information explosion. In a world where information disseminates at an astonishing pace, one navigates through the complexities of human emotions and experiences, encountering various hardships and warmth. Even the disturbances from certain mentors serve as a crucible for the soul's refinement. To emerge untainted from the mire is a rarity indeed. This embodies the essence of the heart's path. The fortitude of one's resolve is pivotal in the pursuit of enlightenment. For only a steadfast heart can endure the arduous journey of cultivation. I am profoundly grateful to my past self. Without you, the person I am today would not exist. With a smile, Yi Wuheng felt tears streaming down his cheeks, expressing his gratitude, for it has clarified my heart's intent. Armed with my sword, I shall carve out a name across the vast realms of the universe, ascending to the heavens and descending into the abyss, so that all may know of me. Let the dreams unfulfilled in my previous life bloom resplendently in this one. Chapter 53. Mayor has departed him? Yi Wuheng opened his eyes, discovering himself lying in the very spot he had been secretly observing. With his heart's path having advanced further, his strength must have significantly improved. But is Yi Wuheng still around? A sense of uncertainty arose within Yi Wuheng. As it was still early in the day, Yi Wuheng should not have left yet. He swiftly turned over and stood up, brushing off the surrounding weeds, then looked around to see if Yi Wuheng remained in place. Alas, he has fled. Yi Wuheng sighed, lamenting that Yi Wuheng, with his true dragon tattoo, was an excellent swordsman. What a pity to let him escape. Ding. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the heart's path and earning the title, Heart's Clarity. Should the title of Heart's Clarity be equipped? What? Titles can be equipped? Yi Wuheng was astonished. This system seemed rather different from his expectations, as it appeared to transform the realm of cultivation into a game. Equip it, regardless, as long as it brings me joy. How could one not equip such a prestigious title? Wouldn't that be foolish? Ding. The title of Heart's Clarity grants the effect. The bearer, Yi Wuheng, can ignore the defensive martial arts and techniques of opponents for 3 seconds when dealing damage. True damage. Yi Wuheng gasped in astonishment. With this, striking down Yi Wuheng would be as effortless as a father chastising his son. Currently, the only function of his true dragon tattoo was its formidable defense, which was nothing short of extraordinary. It could withstand the 9 nether divine thunder, and Yi Wuheng dared not to endure it himself, illustrating just how powerful the effects of the true dragon tattoo were. However, in the face of Heart's Clarity, any defense would seem trivial. 3 seconds of ignoring an opponent's defenses and techniques was ample time for Yi Wuheng. He could unleash dozens of sword strikes in a single second, let alone 3. Who could withstand hundreds of strikes from someone of the same realm? Well then, it's time to seek out Yi Mayor. The sun still hung high in the sky, as though Yi Wuheng had not spent any time undergoing the trial of the heart's path. Now, Yi Wuhen's aura had changed significantly, compared to before. He had shed his childishness and truly grown up. Mayor. Yi Wuheng arrived at Mayor's doorstep, circling a few times before vaulting over the wall and calling softly, "Mayor." "Wuheng, your aura." Yi Mayor hurriedly rushed out, astonished by the presence of Yi Wuheng and the aura surrounding him. "My aura? What is wrong with my aura?" Yi Wuheng exclaimed, alarmed. "Could it be my scent?" "No, I remember having bathed earlier." "Oh, it's nothing. Just that Wuheng seems to have grown up." Yi Mayor giggled, covering her mouth. Being told this by someone younger would leave anyone feeling uncomfortable. Damn it. Yi Wuheng felt a pang of embarrassment. By the way, Wuheng, the 10 participants for the competition at the Yi residence have been selected. Oh, who are they? Yi Wuheng responded nonchalantly, as his participation was already a foregone conclusion. If he were left out, he would charge into the wilderness. Given his strength, nothing was impossible. Yes, there's Yi Wenjie, and Yi Ling. Before Yi Meyer could utter a word, she was abruptly interrupted by Yi Wuhen. What? Yi Ling's strength is actually. Is there no one left in the Yi residence? Yi Wuhen certainly did not underestimate Yi Ling's abilities. Rather, her powers were exceedingly unique, leaving her nearly unconscious after a single use. It was indeed inappropriate to send her to the perilous great wilderness. How is Yi Ling? Yi Wuhen inquired. I don't know either. Yi Meyer puffed up her cheeks, feigning anger. Brother Wuhen, do not interrupt me. All right. Yi Wuhen responded with a radiant smile. Meyer, with those puffed cheeks, you look so adorable. Like a red apple, I could just devour you. While she did not recognize anyone else, she recalled their names. Yi Jingxian, Yi Bufan, Yi Qing, and Yi Zhenxian. And there are 3 women. Sisters. Quickly, tell me their names. Yi Wuhen's excitement surged upon hearing the word women. What are you thinking? Yi Meyer's mood soured as she playfully pinched Yi Wuhen's side. Meyer. It hurts. I was wrong. Yi Wuhen immediately confessed, showing no sign of annoyance, his decisiveness unwavering. Seeing you admit your mistake so swiftly, I shall tell you. They are Yi Qiuxue, Yi Shi, and Yi Xuehui. Yi Shi, that name rings a bell, Yi Wuhen mused, yet despite his efforts, he could not recall where he had heard it, and eventually gave up. By the way, Brother Wuhen, the sect competition has concluded, and I must return to the sect now. Yi Meyer sighed. She longed to spend more time with Yi Wuhen, but the sect was filled with the monotony of enlightenment and cultivation. The atmosphere suddenly grew peculiar, and after a long pause, Yi Wuhen spoke. Can't you stay a little longer? He was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. The sky is vast, and if she could go to a better place, he would not hold her back. He would forge his own path to the mountain gate, and claim Yi Meyer for himself. Moreover, he knew that even if he wished to keep her, he could not. However, upon receiving this news, a strange sensation welled up within Yi Wuhen's heart, an ache, a profound sorrow. Am I not of the Tao heart? Why does my heart still ache? Let us go. Yi Wuhen offered Yi Meyer a heart-wrenching smile, a smile so profoundly sorrowful. Meyer, you have your dreams of cultivation, and I have my own path to tread. Give me 3 years, and I shall ascend to Tianjin's sect to marry you. He gently ruffled Yi Meyer's hair, continuing, in the days to come. Remember to smile more and shed fewer tears. Give me 3 years, and I shall marry you at Tianjin's sect. This vow resonated like a thunderclap in Yi Meyer's mind. A bold promise from a youth to the heavens. No matter the trials and tribulations, 3 years hence, I shall certainly marry you. At that time, I will make the world recognize you. Yi Meyer, you are the woman of Yi Wuhen. All right, I will wait for you, Brother Wuhen. After saying this, Yi Meyer turned and hurried away. Let us go. Yi Wuhen also did not linger, turning to scale the wall and depart. This place, he never wished to return. 3 years have passed, and with the foundational promise of ice dance, Zhang Wenyo aspires to assist his father in securing the position of county magistrate. Thus, I too must lend my aid. By the way, I wonder how my younger brother Yi Ling is faring. He is supposed to accompany me to the Battle of the 5 Houses. Although he travels alongside me, survival will be a formidable challenge. I must seek him out to impart some life-preserving techniques. Yi Wuhen directly set off in search of Wei Chong. Although Wei Chong had not spent as much time at the Yi residence as Yi Wuhen, he possessed knowledge of many routes that Yi Wuhen was unaware of. For during that time, Yi Wuhen had been too indifferent to commit them to memory, leaving it all to Wei Chong. Now, it seems that if one wishes to find someone, reliance on him is indeed essential. Chapter 54. Teaching the younger brother the cultivation method. Wei Chong and Yi Wuhen arrived at Wei Chong's residence, discovering him immersed in his training. Where's Yi Ling? Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's voice, Wei Chong immediately ceased his practice, brimming with excitement. Brother Wuhen, you finally came to find me. Yi Ling, isn't he residing in the central courtyard? Do you need me to guide you there? Yes, that would be splendid. Lead the way. Yi Wuhen nodded in agreement. While others typically volunteered to lead, did you truly feel the need to assert your independence and search alone? This world is devoid of such luxuries. Perhaps the system's marketplace might hold some surprises. Yet Yi Wuhen would never exchange for them. After all, was he here in this realm of cultivation merely for a leisurely visit? Brother Wuhen, you have no idea. I am already at the 5th stage of body refinement. How about that? Am I fast or what? Despite not being blood brothers, Wei Chong and Yi Wuhen shared a bond that transcended mere fraternity, allowing for candid conversation without hesitation. Impressive, Chong. Yi Wuhen was taken aback by Wei Chong's remarkable aptitude for cultivation. Having achieved the 5th stage of body refinement in just 3 short months, a talent far superior to his own in the past, Oh, by the way, I have something for you. Yi Wuhan retrieved 10 recovery pills from the marketplace and handed them to Wei Chong. You and Tang Xiaodian each receive 5. Use them if you sustain serious injuries. I must participate in the 5 estates battle and cannot ensure your safety. Wei Chong nodded, accepting the 10 recovery pills. He was acutely aware of his own limitations in cultivation. Should the Yi family seek to retaliate against Yi Wuhan and find no one else, they would inevitably target him. The pills Yi Wuhan provided would undoubtedly be vital for survival in critical moments. Brother Wuhan, ever since that competition within the estate, the head of the central courtyard has been remarkably kind to Yi Ling. He no longer resides in that dilapidated straw hut, but has moved into the head's home. Indeed, Yi Wuhan acknowledged. Yi Ling's performance during the competition was truly astonishing. He could effortlessly defeat those in the foundation establishment stage with mere body refinement strength. Naturally, he would receive special attention. When Yi Wuhan first encountered Yi Ling's father, Yi Tao, he recognized him as a petty man who had abandoned Yi Ling for so many years. When Yi Ling defeated Yi Tian and fainted, Yi Tao hastily took to the stage to feign concern. Such behavior is the hallmark of a small-minded individual. Brother Wuhan, we have arrived. Let us climb over the wall. Without waiting for Wei Chong's response, Yi Wuhan nimbly scaled the side of the dwelling where Yi Tao resided. Climb over the wall. Wei Chong was taken aback. Why must they resort to such measures? Alas, who could defy the orders of the leader? He, as the younger brother, dared not disobey. As for the reason behind this clandestine entrance, Yi Wuhan simply wished to keep his connection with Yi Ling hidden from Yi Tao. In the presence of a petty man, any relationship could be exploited, and he had no desire to be subject to others' threats. As I stepped through the barrier, my gaze fell upon a fair-skinned young man seated cross-legged, his upper body bare. He was breathing in a rhythm that was almost peculiar, occasionally emitting crackling sounds, with bursts of lightning flickering forth at times, a truly alarming sight. Someone is here. Yi Ling exhaled a breath of stale air, rising to his feet with clenched fists, already poised for battle. It is I. Yi Wuhan emerged with a smile, saying, Yi Ling, you and I are to participate together in the battle of the 5 mansions. Brother Wuhan, Yi Ling replied, still displaying a hint of respect. Are you implying that I shall join you in this contest? Indeed. Your name is on the roster for the battle of the 5 mansions. Yi Wuhan affirmed with a nod. Wait for me. Wei Chong shouted as he rushed over. Brother Wuhan, you truly had to climb over the wall. Good grief. What defines a foolish teammate? Wei Chong is precisely that. Keep your voice down. Both Yi Wuhan and Yi Ling admonished in unison. Oh, Wei Chong, chastised by their united rebuke, felt his bravado wane, opting instead to quietly sit aside and remain silent. Why so harsh? I could draw a circle and curse you both. Wei Chong muttered in complaint. Brother Wuhan, you see, I appear fine now, but in truth, I have been confined by my father and am unable to venture out. The fox's tail has been revealed. Yi Wuhan scoffed, then turned to Yi Ling, stating, I must say something you may not wish to hear. Brother Wuhan, please speak plainly. Yi Tao is a petty man. Yi Wuhan declared without circumlocution, urging, do not heed his words. Although Yi Ling held disdain for his father, he could not tolerate others labeling him a petty man, even if that person happened to be his elder brother. Brother Wuhan, if you require something from me, please be direct. Yi Ling's tone had grown noticeably cooler. Seeing Yi Ling's demeanor, Yi Wuhan recognized that he was not receptive to further persuasion. Thus he shifted to the crux. I am here to teach you a technique, fearing you might perish in the wilderness. The wilderness? Yi Ling inquired, perplexed. Isn't the battle of the 5 mansions a contest of arenas? How has it transformed into the wilderness? Yi Wuhan chose to disregard such a foolish question. The technique is called the Mysterious Dragon's 9 Transformations. Each level enhances your innate power. With 7 days remaining until the battle of the 5 mansions, I hope you can reach the threshold and attain the 1st level. Yi Wuhan himself had reached the 3rd level without any cultivation, a benefit bestowed by the cultivation system. Any technique he encountered would immediately elevate him to the 3rd level, some even to their maximum potential. In the ensuing time, Yi Wuhan outlined several crucial points of the Mysterious Dragon's 9 transformations to Yi Ling, while Wei Chong had simply succumbed to slumber. Casting a glance at Wei Chong, Yi Wuhan sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I refrained from teaching him. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor, wasting my time. Yi Ling's comprehension far surpassed that of Wei Chong, truly a league apart. Brother Wuhan, I grasp the essence of this technique. I shall meditate for a while. If I encounter any uncertainties, I shall seek your guidance. Yi Ling finished speaking and walked into the room, muttering the incantations of the 9 transformations of Xianlong. Yi Wuhan remained silent, after awakening Wei Chong. He climbed over the wall and departed. Deep inside, Yi Wuhan mused, how vexing. My little brother is so diligent, making me, the elder brother, feel rather inadequate. Enough of this. I shall return to my training. Who is Yi Wuhen? A grim voice echoed, prompting Yi Wuhen to turn around. Ah, could it be a fan pursuing me? It is not entirely impossible. After all, who can resist such a handsome visage? A strikingly beautiful face appeared before Yi Wuhen, and he assessed her based on her hair length and complexion. Indeed, it is a lady. Dear lady, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? Judging by your appearance, are we discussing an all-night engagement or merely an hour? If you are reluctant, I am more than willing to offer a generous gesture. Chapter 55, The Black Blade. Oh, is that so? The man in black chuckled heartily. Look at you, so flustered at the sight of a handsome face. Yi Wuhen playfully patted the man's head, revealing a radiant smile, indeed a very sunny one. Go to hell, the man in black retorted fiercely, as a broken blade appeared in his subordinate's hand, lunging towards Yi Wuhen's chest. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen grasped the hat atop the man's head, yanking it away before executing the heavenly thunder shadow step to evade. The man's long, raven hair cascaded to the ground. He was none other than the Black Blade of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Who are you? I bear you no grudge, so why seek to kill me? Yi Wuhen inquired, his question a mere guise to probe into the man's background. He was far from intimidated by the opponent's origins, for his intent was to eradicate the entire lineage. I am the Black Blade of the 10,000 Demon Sect, here to avenge my junior brother, Zhu Qi. The Black Blade replied coldly. Indeed, Zhu Qi had spoken of a formidable master before his demise, a certain Cheng Daoren. Are you referring to that useless Zhu Qi? Your master is the one they call Wealthy Dog? Yi Wuhen remarked, referring to the man colloquially known as the Golden Retriever. You. The Black Blade was momentarily speechless, uncertain of the meaning behind Wealthy Dog. Yet he sensed it was not a compliment. Today, I shall bring your head to honor my junior brother's grave. Haha, your junior brother was torn to pieces by me. Where is the body, let alone a grave? The Black Blade ceased his words, his sole desire now to eliminate this arrogant individual. With his formidable prowess, dispatching Yi Wuhen would be a trivial task, especially with the techniques and martial arts of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Even if Yi Wuhen were 2 realms higher, defeating him would still be an effortless endeavor. He envisioned the moment when Yi Wuhen would experience the torment of the 10,000 Demon Sect's cruel punishments. If Yi Wuhen were privy to the Black Blade's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. You overestimate your 10,000 Demon Sect. I could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of thousands of small sects like yours with a mere wave of my hand. As the saying goes, in life, one may falter in many aspects, but one must never falter in boasting. Wind passes without trace. Yi Wuhen drew the sword of heaven's destruction from his spatial ring, immediately executing the wind passes without trace as he engaged the Black Blade. With the enhancement of the 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon augmenting his innate power, coupled with the title of Enlightened Heart, granting him a 3-second skill to bypass defenses. He was confident. Do not think that just because you are in the Radiant Realm, you can withstand my might. Even a golden core would kneel before me. Huh, do you truly believe such tricks can touch me? The Black Blade sneered, then transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the wind. What the hell? You're cheating, Yi Wuhen exclaimed, realizing the man's tactic, feigning invisibility, waiting for him to lower his guard or circle behind him to strike. But what does it matter if you cheat? Before the system, all is but dust. Detection. Yi Wuhen could once again perceive the Black Blade, now outlined in blue light. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Your disciple is a waste, and by extension, so are you. Swish. Yi Wuhen swiftly reversed the heavenly sword, thrusting it behind him and piercing the abdomen of the Black Blade, who let out a pained scream, instantly revealing his true form. How? How did you see me? The Black Blade was still somewhat incredulous. It would be easy for someone of equal rank and formidable spirit to discover him. Yet Yi Wuhen was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, 3 realms beneath him. My eyes may not serve me well ordinarily, but they shine brightly upon encountering you, Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly. How dare you insult me? The Black Blade retorted angrily, brazenly declaring, Today, I shall show you the might of the rotating sun. With that, a radiant sun appeared behind him, outshining even Yi Linlai. And what of the rotating sun? To rely on it against someone in the Foundation stage merely reveals your own inadequacy. Yi Wuhen replied coldly. If you have the capability, then bring forth your own rotating sun to suppress me. The Black Blade sneered at Yi Wuhen, then made his move. You dare to retort, Black Blade? How audacious. Xuanlong's 9 transformations. With a thunderous sound, his spiritual energy burst forth, creating a shockwave that ripped through the air. Yi Wuhen's upper garments were shredded, golden spiritual energy pouring out, resembling a divine warrior of gold. Fight! The word fight echoed, and combined with the enhancement from Xuanlong's 9 transformations and the reinforcement of his armor, the Black Blade's offensive capabilities were utterly insufficient before Yi Wuhen. The Black Blade exchanged his short sword for a long one, yet the moment it touched Yi Wuhen's abdomen, it shattered into pieces. Ha! Black Blade, does your demon gate provide you with counterfeit goods? A toy sword that breaks upon contact. Yi Wuhen mocked. The Black Blade had not anticipated that Yi Wuhen's martial prowess was so formidable. No wonder even Zhu Qi had fallen to him. Initially, the Black Blade intended to play with Yi Wuhen, hence refrained from using his magical artifacts. Once a cultivator reached the rotating sun stage, they could wield various artifacts and even fly with their swords. You possess some strength, the Black Blade admitted, somewhat impressed by Yi Wuhen. Realizing that a 9th-level foundation cultivator could compel him to resort to magical artifacts. If they were of equal stage, he might have been swiftly defeated, thus such a person could not be spared. I must swiftly conclude this battle. The Black Blade sighed, lamenting the loss of such a worthy opponent. Oh, I too must expedite matters. Yi Wuhen sighed, feeling his spiritual energy dwindle, regrettably unable to humiliate the Black Blade further. The Black Blade lowered his hands, then raised them again, each hand now gripping a black dagger, each measuring a foot in length. These daggers were clearly no ordinary items, emanating wisps of dark energy, their blades reflecting a terrifying glint in the sunlight. Such fine treasures shall be mine, Yi Wuhen remarked, eyeing the daggers with a smile. You must first possess the life to claim them, the Black Blade replied, having merely warmed up. He then leapt into the air, hurling all the daggers from both hands. Good heavens, so many! Yi Wuhen hastily began to defend himself, for the dagger before him seemed far from ordinary. It likely possessed the essence of a magical artifact. If it were to pierce him, the consequences would be dire. Still wishing to resist? The Black Blade smirked and then began to chant an incantation. These 8 daggers, they detonated. Exploded. Who could elucidate why they detonated? It was a series of explosive cascades. However, it proved futile. The Xianlong 9 transformations enhanced not merely defense, but offered a comprehensive augmentation of abilities. Yi Wuhen executed a thunderbolt shadow step, evading the onslaught. Though 1 or 2 daggers struck him, despite the enhancement from the Xianlong 9 transformations, he still felt a sharp sting. With the primal force combined with a clear heart, he declared, "Come forth. One sword shall vanquish you." Yi Wuhen leapt into the air, wielding the sword of heaven-s cleaving, his spirit soaring high. Chapter 56. Encountering Zhang Wenyao again. The finesse of this young man's footwork is astonishing, allowing him to effortlessly evade my black cloud dagger. Black Blade sighed in admiration before retrieving another artifact from the 10,000 Demons sect, the soul-locking rope, in an attempt to counter Yi Wuhen's stunning sword strike. To think that such a mere artifact could withstand the heavenly slicing sword? What a jest! After all, it is a celestial weapon. If it cannot even triumph over this inferior artifact, one might as well dismiss it as a worthless trinket. Whoosh! The moment the heavenly slicing sword made contact with the soul-locking rope, its spirit awakened, exclaiming in excitement, "An artifact! Finally, something to consume." The heavenly slicing sword first absorbed the dark spiritual energy from the soul-locking rope, and then effortlessly cleaved it into 2. Black Blade, why does your 10,000 Demons sect keep producing inferior copies? Do you really think you can contend with my heavenly slicing sword using a mere rope? Yi Wuhen taunted. Black Blade was still reeling from the shock that the artifact bestowed upon him by his sect could be so utterly defeated. It was severed into 2 by a mere broken sword. Die! Yi Wuhen showed no mercy. With the enmity firmly established, Black Blade could not be spared. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow swept past, and Black Blade's head fell to the ground, blood spilling for 5 paces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 2nd-tier practitioner Black Blade. Earning experience, 40,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Experience required for the next level, 10,000,000. Host information, name, Yi Wuhen age, 16 level, 30 technique, 9 nether mortal dust, level undisclosed, martial skills, blood fury 8 desolations, high level earth stage, 9 heavens thunderstorm, high level heavenly stage, thunder shadow step, beginner earth stage, wind passing without trace, beginner earth stage, 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon, level undisclosed. 9 character mantra, level undisclosed, experience required for next level, 10,000,000. With 100,000 experience points needed to reach the Radiant stage, progress seems a bit slow. Nevertheless, I can always venture into the great wilderness to slay Li Mubai and other experience-rich foes that should expedite my leveling. The mere thought of Li Mubai stirred excitement within Yi Wuhen. His talent far surpasses that of Blackblade, and defeating him should yield substantial experience. Ding. System notification. The system will upgrade to the official version upon the host reaching the Radiant stage. Wow. To think this powerful capability is merely a beta version. How formidable must the official version be? Yi Wuhen gasped in exhilaration. Though his strength is nearly unmatched within the Yi residence, he remains acutely aware that he is but a small fish in the vast ocean of the Great Zhou, where talents abound. And he is not the only one of note. To avoid being ensnared by his own hubris, Yi Wuhen constantly reminded himself to live a life of humility and discretion. In the week that followed, Yi Wuhen diligently honed his spiritual essence, reaching the 5th tier of radiance. During this time, he also conversed with Yi Linlai about the impending Five Mansions War. Finally, on the eve of the Five Mansions War, Yi Wuhen encountered the Mansion Lord. Yi Tong, a perennial wanderer, returned to the Yi residence only for significant matters, truly embodying the playful spirit that Yi Linlai had described. At the entrance to the great wilderness, the leaders of the Five Mansions stood before a dense forest, gazing at the prodigies of their realms, and spoke, "Before you lies the entrance to the great wilderness. Once you step into this forest, you have entered the land of the great wilderness, a place where human presence is scarce and ferocious beasts roam freely. In the past, only a handful of individuals survived the battles of the Five Mansions. However, it was not solely the beasts that claimed lives. Most often, it was at the hands of one's own allies or enemies. Throughout history, the human heart remains unfathomable. A friend with whom you shared laughter moments ago could just as swiftly plunge a dagger into your chest. The primary purpose of the Five Mansions conflict is to temper your resolve and sharpen your vision. Be vigilant of your surroundings. Be wary of those beside you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd murmured in concern, casting wary glances at their companions. Yi Wuhen merely smiled, recognizing the artful manipulation at play. Who would be so reckless as to stab you without reason? It is less a battle of the Five Mansions and more a means to resolve grievances that cannot be addressed openly. Hence, they shall be settled amidst the chaos of the great wilderness. After all, in this vast expanse, the mansion lords remain unaware, and when the time comes, one could simply assert that so-and-so fell victim to a beast, with no evidence to refute it. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be unchallenged. The anticipation grew palpable as a young man with long hair soared through the skies on his sword, his ornate attire betraying an extraordinary lineage. Following closely was an elderly man, his piercing gaze unsettling those he fixed his eyes upon. The lords of the Five Mansions greeted him with deference. "We pay our respects to young Master Zhang." Yi Wuhen's attention was drawn toward the elegant figure of young Master Zhang, who, to his surprise, was none other than Zhang Wenyo. The elder chuckled. "Have you forgotten me simply because you encountered young Master Zhang?" The lords of the Five Mansions hurriedly responded with respect. "We pay our respects to Elder Song." "Who is Elder Song?" Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow in confusion. A sultry voice behind him chimed in. "Elder Song is an esteemed elder of the Tsong Kong Academy. Someone of your humble background could hardly be acquainted with him." Yi Wuhen scoffed. "Humph, I wonder how beautiful you think you are, with such a temper. You barely compare to my mayor." "Oh, Yi Wuhen, are you plotting mischief? Bullying my Shuehui?" A burly man approached, his voice filled with indignation. "Shangquan, Yi Jingxian." He introduced himself, pointing out the tall figure beside him, Yi Bufan, and the pale-faced Yi Qing, who stood watching the drama unfold with Yi Zhenxian. Yi Wuhen had already researched them and knew he could easily overpower them, even with one hand tied behind his back. "Xingu, that Yi Wuhen is the one who insulted me." Yi Shuehui's voice, already somewhat sultry, took on a coy tone that was both enchanting and delightful. Upon hearing Yi Shuehui's voice, Yi Wuhen was left shivering with goosebumps. "With such a lack of beauty, is that all you can resort to?" He retorted. "That Yi whatever, your whiny voice, I feel like I'm suffocating." Yi Wuhen yelled at Yi Shuehui. "You!" Yi Jingxian was suddenly engulfed in fury. How could he tolerate such disrespect towards his wife in front of so many people? He clenched his fist tightly, a layer of rock forming upon it. Zhang Wenyao cast a glance and noticed that Yi Jingxian and Yi Wuhen were about to engage in a fight. He boldly declared, "I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to harm my little brother." This proclamation resonated like thunder in the minds of those present. What? Yi Wuhen is a brother to young Master Zhang. Even Yi Tong had not anticipated that Yi Wuhen would have any connection to Zhang Wenyao. The governor's mansion, What a formidable force it was. Chapter 57. Entering the great wilderness, Zhang Wenyao strode confidently to Yi Wuhen's side and addressed Yi Jingxian. If there is something amiss, direct it towards me. Yi Jingxuan's face flushed crimson as he respectfully replied, "Greetings, young Master Zhang." With a resounding slap, Zhang Wenyao struck Yi Jingxian across the face. "Remember this blow. It is delivered on behalf of my younger brother. Should you continue to be forgetful, my mercy will cease, and I shall take your life." After uttering this threat, Zhang Wenyao engaged in casual conversation with Yi Wuhen before turning to leave. Yi Ling stood in stunned silence, excitedly exclaiming to Yi Wuhen, "Brother Hen, I never imagined you had ties with the son of the prefectural office. Indeed, there is much more you are unaware of." Yi Wuhen chuckled, pondering how Zhang Wenyao always seemed to need to put on a show before departing. What am I to do in such situations? Just moments ago, Yi Wuhen had intended to unleash a fierce display of power, only to be preempted by Zhang's interference. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's eyes sparkled with envy, as though he wished to exact justice upon Yi Wuhen right then and there. Meanwhile, Yi Jingxian's complexion turned ashen as he dragged Yi Xuehui to join Yi Qing and others, engaged in hushed discussions. Now then, after the leaders of the 5 houses saw Zhang Wenyao and Elder Tsang off, they positioned themselves before the entrance to the great wilderness and began their explanation. The battle among the 5 houses will last for 3 months. Anyone who arrives here before the 3-month period concludes shall be deemed a failure, and the resources within their house shall be halved for life. Moreover, during these 3 months, one must hunt 3 wild beasts of the rotating glare stage. Wild beasts. Yi Wuhen pondered, taken aback. In the great wilderness, aside from the cultivators who were out training, the most formidable entities were indeed the wild beasts. These creatures possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Weaker wild beasts tended to form packs, while the stronger ones, well, it was best not to contemplate, for they were beyond Yi Wuhen's current capabilities to confront. Even more terrifying than the wild beasts were the ancient monstrosities dwelling within the secret realms. In ancient times, the spiritual energy within the great wilderness far surpassed that of the outside world, prompting many soul transformation stage practitioners to train within its bounds. Countless celestial abodes were established, which over time morphed into secret realms. With the rules clearly stated, the battle among the 5 houses now commences. Upon concluding this statement, the leaders of the 5 houses took to the skies on their swords, leaving the elite disciples behind. Yi Ling gazed at the leaders soaring gracefully, swallowing hard, and mused, "When will I also be able to fly on a sword and traverse the heavens?" Li Mubai approached Yi Wuhen's position, his voice cold and menacing. "Do not presume that the backing of young Master Zhang will spare you from this calamity. Once we enter the great wilderness, I shall enjoy toying with you." Li Mubai sneered. Yi Wuhen dismissed him with disdain. "Do not think that gathering a few allies makes you formidable. Once we are in the great wilderness, I shall defeat you alongside them. Then, we shall see if you dare to speak so boldly." With a haughty snort, Li Mubai turned and strode towards the entrance of the great wilderness, vanishing in a flash. As the crowd witnessed Li Mubai entering, they swiftly vanished from sight. "What about us, Brother Hen?" Yi Ling inquired. "What are you waiting for? Let us hurry inside. Otherwise, we'll just be standing outside, wasting time." Yi Wuhen immediately activated the Thunder Shadow Step, blending into the primordial forest. Yi Ling, without hesitation, quickly followed suit, his heart brimming with excitement. "So this is the legendary battle of the 5 houses. Mother, can you see? Your son is partaking in this grand conflict of the finest talents from the 5 houses. From this moment on, no one shall dare to call me worthless." "Yi Ling, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up." Yi Wuhen's voice shattered Yi Ling's reverie. "Oh." Yi Ling rubbed the back of his head, trying to ease his embarrassment. In this primordial forest, towering ancient trees loomed, and despite it being midday, upon their entry, it felt like dusk. The leaves of those colossal trees were as large as a grown man's hands. The scene was one that obscured the sun, and the forest was exceedingly vast. Once they entered, Li Mubai and the others became elusive. "Yi Ling, stay close to me. This forest is unusual. Together, I can protect you." Yi Wuhen called back to Yi Ling. Yi Ling shared a similar experience with him. Alas, that poor child. Nodding, Yi Ling edged closer. It was impossible to claim this forest posed no danger, yet escaping within the day seemed unrealistic. Thus, Yi Wuhen decided to have a hearty meal. One must be well fed to muster the strength for endeavors. Yi Ling and Yi Wuhen hunted a solitary wolf. After several camping experiences, Yi Wuhen had become quite adept at the art of roasting meat. This technique was exceptional, intricately designed for impressing the ladies. However, such exquisite meat was not offered to a fair maiden, but rather to a burly man. Brother Hen, just look at how expansive this forest is. I doubt we can exit today. We should seek out a cave to rest and regain our strength. I can assist you in slaying those 3 radiant beasts. No need. Some tasks must ultimately be undertaken alone. Acting so tough. How can you, a mere body refinement practitioner, contend with the radiant beasts? Yi Ling, you're merely at the body refinement stage, and to challenge the radiant beasts is akin to courting death. Only those prodigies at the foundation establishment level can stand against the radiant beasts. Yi Wuheng cautioned. Brother Hen, I am no longer just at the body refinement stage. I am now at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yi Ling replied slowly. Hiss. Yi Wuheng gasped in disbelief. This rate of cultivation was truly astounding. You're nearly catching up to me. Very well. If you insist on facing them alone, I can do nothing but offer assistance if you find yourself in peril. All right then. Thank you, Brother Hen. Yi Ling did not refuse, merely smiling and burying this kindness deep in his heart. Brother Hen has treated me so well. Once my strength increases, I shall surely repay him. Yi Ling remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Wuheng had long since taken notice of him. However, this attention was not drawn by his appearance, but rather by his exceptional talent and character. Yi Ling possessed remarkable abilities, and with the added advantage of a thunderous physique. His position as a local protagonist was assured. As for his character, it was evident that he belonged to the category of individuals who were overlooked by their parents and neglected by their relatives. Yet, it was precisely this hardship that made him cherish any kindness shown to him, forever remembering the benevolence of others. On the other hand, xianxia, while endowed with talent and opportunity, lacked the requisite character to be in his company. One could easily find themselves ensnared by him without even realizing it. As for Luo Yan, she was not a consideration at the moment, as her temperament and potential remained unclear. But no matter, let us eat quickly. Yi Wuheng nodded, then lowered his head and took a hearty bite of the wolf meat. Chapter 58. 48 people confront me at last. Yi Wuheng rose to his feet. Employing his spirit to survey the general layout of the primordial forest, he discovered that they were currently situated in the heart of this woodland, approximately 4,000 to 5,000 miles from the great wilderness. Let us seek a cave to rest for the day. We shall set off at dawn. After all, with a 3-month journey ahead of us, there is no need to rush, he suggested. Indeed, Yi Ling nodded. This forest is replete with spiritual energy. If I cultivate here for a day, I might very well break through to the 5th level of Qi training, making survival in the great wilderness considerably easier. The forest was vast, and finding a natural cave was no easy task. However, Yi Wuheng, possessing the spirit of the radiant illumination stage, effortlessly located a small cave. Yi Ling, you may cultivate here while I stand guard, he stated as he entered the cave. Yi Wuheng had little desire to cultivate himself. His talent was exceedingly poor, earning only 3,000 experience points in a night, rendering him incomparable to Yi Ling and the others. The cave entrance was modest, accommodating no more than 5 individuals. The stone walls were adorned with moss, indicating a humid atmosphere and concentrated spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Yi Ling nodded and settled into a cross-legged position, allowing his inner spiritual power to flow into his meridians. Cultivation, in essence, was twofold, enhancing one's physical strength and training the meridians to withstand the surge of spiritual energy. As his spiritual energy began to circulate, the technique of the 9 netherworlds and mortal realm was invoked, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surged towards Yi Ling's dantian. The originally deep blue spiritual energy grew denser, resembling a burgeoning stream. Yi Ling understood that once he coalesced his spiritual energy into a stream, he would reach the 9th level of Qi training. Further cultivation would then lead to the foundation establishment phase. Once the foundation was laid, he would truly embark on the path of immortality. Ascending beyond that, cultivation would not merely involve absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but would require profound comprehension of the Tao to enter the next realm. Observing Yi Ling's cultivation stance, Yi Wuheng couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Damn it, this is what true cultivation looks like." As the 9 netherworlds and mortal realms circulated, spiritual energy surged towards Yi Ling's dantian with such vigor that even the stones began to tremble slightly. Yet, he lamented, "Why can't my cultivation be like this?" Damn. Yi Ling cultivated throughout the night, and by dawn, as the sun rose in the east, he continued his practice. It was not until midday that he finally opened his eyes and stood up slowly, exhaling a breath of stale air. He noticed Yi Wuheng still waiting for him and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Hen, I've broken through to the 6th level of Qi training." Indeed, Yi Wuheng nodded. After such prolonged cultivation, if he had not broken through, he would have surely disgraced the title of the local protagonist. "Let us go," Yi Wuhen declared, dashing forth. If they pressed on with all their might, they should reach the great wilderness by afternoon. Within this forest, only magical beasts roamed, devoid of wild beasts. With Yi Wuhen's strength, he could be said to traverse the forest unimpeded. With his spirit activated, no magical beasts dared to approach within 100 miles. Oh, we are finally out. Yi Wuhen gradually came to a halt, surveying the surrounding mountains, desolate wilderness, and countless bones, he sighed. Yi Ling lamented. So this is the great wilderness. Having lived in Tianhuang City for 16 years without venturing outside, Yi Ling's astonishment at such a scene was hardly surprising. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Wuhen, Li Mubai said with a smile as he emerged from behind a massive boulder. The only exit from this forest was the barren desert, and with Li Mubai lying in wait, Yi Wuhen had no choice but to confront him. What a jest! When others insist on bestowing their experience upon you, what recourse do you have? If you are so determined to seek death, then so be it. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Yi Wuhen unsheathed the sword of heaven's severance. Instantly, its imposing aura enveloped the area, causing Yi Ling to feel as though he had been struck by an unseen force, leaving him momentarily dazed and staggering. Yi Ling, retreat to behind me and maintain a distance of 50 meters, Yi Wuhen commanded. Obediently, Yi Ling dashed to a position 50 meters away. The reason for this distance was that Yi Wuhen feared that if Yi Ling got too close, the imperial aura might harm him. Huh, did you think I was alone? Li Mubai sneered. Oh, perfect. Call forth the talents of the Li family, and today I shall bathe the Li residents in blood. Upon uttering these words, Yi Wuhen's imperial aura manifested in full force, exuding an air of grandeur visible from afar. Yi Wuhen, surely you are aware that your popularity is rather poor. What? Poor popularity? Look at my handsome visage. You dare accuse me of having poor connections? Very well. For that remark, you shall meet a most tragic end. Enough of this banter. Li Mubai clapped his hands. Brothers, come forth. At his command, 3 or 4 figures emerged from behind each boulder, and Yi Wuhen estimated there to be at least 48 men. Although this number may not seem overwhelming, it was worth noting that only 50 individuals were participating in the Battle of the 5 Houses, meaning that aside from Yi Ling and himself, the rest were adversaries. Goodness! Surely my popularity cannot be that dismal. 48 against 1. Li Mubai, shall we negotiate for a one-on-one duel? A duel? I have already gathered my men. And you suggest a duel? Absolutely not. Li Mubai firmly rejected the notion, not for any other reason than his inability to best Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen, you can pass beneath my legs. Before Yi Jingxian could finish, Yi Xuehui tugged at his shoulder, whispering something. Excellent. Here is a splendid proposal. Yi Wuhen, you may crawl beneath my legs and serve my dear Xuehui as a slave for 10 years, and I shall assist you in your battle against Li Mubai. Yi Jingxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, for he believed Yi Wuhen, now ensnared, would surely comply to save his own life, thus allowing him to explain matters to young Master Zhang later. Bah, get lost. Me, a slave to that wretched girl? Dream on. Yi Wuhen scoffed, dismissing them. There were merely numbers, and what of it? They were nothing more than a hoard of experience points awaiting collection. Well, since you remain obstinate, I am left with no choice but to take action. Last time, it was young Master Zhang who saved your life. This time, your fortune has run out. Yi Jingxuan's face flushed crimson with fury as he unleashed his martial skill, the rock fist. Stone enveloped his fists, and just as he intended to charge at Yi Wuhen for a fierce battle, Yi Qing intervened. Allow me. Yi Qing gazed at Yi Wuhen, his lips curling in a predatory manner, intrigued by the prospect of tasting his essence. Yi Qing had been cultivating from a mystical tome he stumbled upon, his progress exceedingly slow. Yet, once he partook of the blood of those cultivators, his spiritual powers surged immensely. Ah, one-on-one challenge. I must candidly express that all present here are but worthless debris. Yi Wuhen planted his sky-slaying sword into the ground and declared solemnly, Today, I shall see who dares to claim my head. Chapter 59. First strike against Yi Qing, then against Yi Jingxian. These words ignited the fury of those around, as Yi Qing transformed his hand into a claw resembling that of an eagle, charging towards Yi Wuhen. In an instant, Yi Qing leaped onto Yi Wuhen's head, intending to crush it with a single move. Yi Wuhen chuckled, questioning the audacity of such a feeble trick. With a swift motion, he kicked up the Zhantian's sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy that severed Yi Qing's head from his body. This showcased the formidable power of swordsmanship combined with the hard-S path. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Yi Qing was a 9th-tier foundational cultivator, yet he was vanquished by Yi Wuhen in a single stroke. Such insignificant adversaries were hardly worth noting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 9th-tier foundational cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 10,001,000. Excellent. Just 10 more kills, and I shall ascend to the Radiant phase. At that point, I shall see who dares to oppose me. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Wuheng was filled with elation. If those opponents rushed at him with reckless abandon, he might have to expend some effort to secure victory, but with an impending upgrade, he felt liberated to unleash his fury. Killing intent surged. Spiritual energy soared. From a distance, Yi Wenjie observed Yi Wuhen's stance and smiled, an intriguing opponent. He then donned his conical hat and headed towards the great wilderness. Li Mubai, today I shall deal with you first. Yi Wuheng propelled himself towards Li Mubai, the Xianxia sword now radiating with formidable brilliance. Though it was a celestial artifact, it yearned for blood could elevate its power. In an instant, Yi Wuheng stood before Li Mubai, who was taken aback. Fortunately, being a perfected foundational cultivator, he reacted swiftly, maintaining a prudent distance from Yi Wuhen's sword. What's this? You were so imposing a moment ago, yet now you've become a turtle hiding in its shell? Yi Wuheng scoffed. Li Mubai, having spared him previously, now sought to confront him. Such a person was not to be left alive. His face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Unaware that Yi Wuheng had comprehended the heart's path and advanced to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Yi Wuhen's strength was now incomparable to his former self. Yi Wuheng, do not be so arrogant. I shall be your opponent. Yi Jingxian had intended to challenge Yi Wuheng, but Yi Qing had arrogantly interjected. I can defeat you without lifting a finger. Yi Wuheng smiled, a thought striking him. What if he employed the heavenly thunder shadow step to attack? How exhilarating. You shall serve as my target. As he executed the heavenly thunder shadow step, Yi Wuheng channeled all his spiritual energy into his legs. With a mere flick of movement, he soared several dozen meters away. Good heavens, how powerful! Yi Wuheng marveled, realizing that such force could launch him far. Using it to strike an opponent would be devastating. Yi Jingxian stood in stunned disbelief. What had just transpired? A gust of wind swept by, and Yi Wuheng was suddenly across the way. Dare you to dawdle while facing me? You court death. Yi Wuheng bestowed upon Yi Jingxian a sinister smile before soaring into the air, positioning himself directly above Yi Jingxian. Transforming into the form of a battle axe, Yi Wuheng launched a devastating strike aimed at Yi Jingxuan's crown. Should this blow land, even deities would find themselves powerless to intervene. Reacting swiftly, Yi Jingxian enveloped his arm in rock to withstand the impending assault. With a resounding crash, dust erupted around Yi Wuheng, and a fierce wind swirled about. The rocky armor on Yi Jingxuan's arm shattered, and he realized with dismay that his arm was now broken. Rendered temporarily useless, to his astonishment, he could not even withstand a single blow. Yi Jingxian sighed. Acknowledging the futility of his situation, one kick could incapacitate his hand. What recourse did he have? At this juncture, surrender was his only option. I concede. He gritted through clenched teeth. Concede? Do you think this is a mere contest within the estate? That surrendering will spare your life? Yi Wuheng chuckled, a glint of mockery in his eyes. How naive you are? This is the wilderness, a land of savagery. Do you comprehend what that entails? It's akin to a mother reprimanding her child, utterly devoid of reason. I shall take your life. But before I do, I must thoroughly humiliate you. To defy me is to court death. Yi Wuheng, you have already taken one life. Do you truly wish to claim another? Yi Xuehui interjected coldly. Having grown up alongside Yi Jingxian, their childhood betrothal made her deeply invested in his well-being. Witnessing him being assaulted by Yi Wuheng was intolerable. Moreover, the one you killed was from our Yi family. Are you seeking to instigate conflict? She continued with a sardonic smile. Just by branding Yi Wuheng as a slayer of his own kin, he shall find himself in dire straits in this vast wilderness. With the support of Li Mubai, eliminating Yi Wuheng will be but a trivial task. Kill one person? Spare me your slander. I intend to eliminate them all. Yi Wuheng retorted with a grin, promptly plunging his sword into Yi Jingxuan's skull. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 9th-tier foundation establishment cultivator. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Experience required for next level up, 20,000,000. He dared to provoke me. This man deserves to perish. For those who wish to challenge me, you are welcome to approach. For those who do not, feel free to spectate. Oh, and Li Manor, you need not observe, for today I shall annihilate you. Yi Wuheng declared fiercely. Upon uttering these words, his aura was undeniably imposing. Immediately, over 20 individuals retreated, while another 20 remained rooted in place. Most of them were from Li Manor, with a few hailing from other estates. Are there truly those unafraid of death? Yi Wuhen mused. Taken aback, his methods were ruthless. First humiliation, then execution. To his surprise, a portion of them remained undeterred. Excellent. Let them all fall and transform into experience points. Meanwhile, Yi Ling had regained his composure after the earlier clash of swords. Witnessing Yi Wuhen's dominance over so many Foundation establishment cultivators stirred a tempest within him. It turns out, Brother Wuhen's strength far surpasses my expectations. I shall eliminate Li Mubai first. Yi Wuhen swiftly appeared beside Li Mubai, then executed a side kick aimed at Li Mubai's ribcage. Should this strike find its mark, Li Mubai's movements would be significantly hindered. In the presence of so many onlookers, Li Mubai felt it inappropriate to solely focus on evasion. Thus, he began to fight back. Initially, he successfully blocked Yi Wuhen's kick, which, surprisingly, inflicted no substantial damage, merely reddening the skin on his arm. How intriguing. Your experience must be quite formidable. Chapter 60. How many sons does Laozi have? Who do you think you are? Li Mubai brandished his weapon, a resplendent green sword, each swing accompanied by a piercing sound that suggested a formidable presence. However, in Yi Wuhen's eyes, the ornate appearance of Li Mubai's sword paled in comparison to the battered copper sword he wielded, known as Heaven's Severance. Thus, a trial of strength commenced to determine whose blade reigned supreme. In an instant, both combatants leaped into the air, their swords clashing and igniting brilliant sparks. Then, with a shocking brevity, Li Mubai's sword shattered upon contact. He stood there, dumbfounded. Could it be that the treasured artifact bestowed upon him by the Li family was merely a counterfeit? His battered copper sword had effortlessly severed his weapon in a single blow. Frustration surged within him. How could he possibly fight back when his treasured weapon had been reduced to splinters? Panic set in. He regretted his decision to confront Yi Wuhen. The situation had escalated beyond his control, leaving him trapped, unable to flee or fight effectively. Was he truly destined for death? I refuse to accept this fate. The Li family has invested heavily in my future. Within 5 years, I shall ascend to the Radiant phase. Gaining admission to the Tsongkong Academy will be trivial. Brother Mubai, should we not summon the others from the Li family to assist? Proposed a slender man clad in white robes. Yes, with 10 of us. We need not fear defeat. Another echoed. Very well, let us advance. Li Mubai replied solemnly, aware that haste could lead to peril. Come at me together. You are all utterly inept. Yi Wuhen discerned their intentions and waved his sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged forth, targeting Li Mubai. Li Mubai, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly summoned another sword from his spatial ring to counter the assault. Yet, Yi Wuhen's sword energy was not so easily repelled. His mastery of the sword had reached profound depths, and coupled with the inscriptions etched upon his celestial weapon, its power rivaled that of a Dao-level sword energy. Beyond the profound was the Dao. To enter the Dao through the sword was to become a sword immortal. To validate one's path with the sword was to attain the status of a sword saint. With all his might, Li Mubai managed to deflect Yi Wuhen's sword energy. Yi Wuhen, your swordsmanship is rather unimpressive. Li Mubai's complexion turned pale as he attempted further taunts, only to feel a tickle in his throat. A sudden cough erupted, and blood spilled forth. Even in such dire straits, he dared to mock, truly a fool unaware of his impending demise. A flash of sword light ascended, and in a heartbeat, Yi Wuhen stood before Li Mubai. With a reverse grip on his sword, he pivoted, the blade gliding across Li Mubai's neck, severing his life in an instant. The entire sequence flowed with an elegance that left onlookers awestruck, realizing that the art of killing could indeed be perceived as a form of artistry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. Experience gained, 50,000 points. Experience required for the next level, 700,001,000,000. Just 3 more individuals stood between him and his next upgrade. The Li family had 10 members, with Li Mubai as their leader. With his demise, their morale would undoubtedly falter, Yi Wuhen mused quietly. The reason he refrained from indulging in rampant slaughter was his fear of becoming ensnared by malevolent energy. When one is engulfed by such energy during the tribulation, it is not akin to the usual 3 thunder tribulations faced by ordinary cultivators, but rather the legendary 9-fold thunder tribulation of the heavenly Tao, compounded by the flames of karmic retribution. The heavens themselves would wish to cast you aside. What recourse remains when malevolent energy presents such a formidable dilemma? Ding! The system has detected 5 points of malevolent energy in the host. Would you like to convert it into experience points? Incredible! Malevolent energy can indeed be converted into experience points. This revelation left Yi Wuhen momentarily stunned. The two most daunting obstacles in cultivation are the bottleneck and the tribulation. Now, with no bottleneck in sight and equipped with his comprehensive martial skills, would he still fear the trifling threefold thunder tribulation? When the tribulation dares to approach, he would simply consume it. Conversion initiated. Ding. 5 points of malevolent energy have been converted into 5,000 experience points. The experience required for the next level is 7500,010,0000 points. The members of the Li family were utterly bewildered. They had assumed that Li Mubai was merely at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Yi Wuheng, unaware that he was decisively vanquished in such a thorough manner. Those with discernment discreetly withdrew, eager to distance themselves from Yi Wuheng, while the astute made their way deeper into the wilderness. Meanwhile, other young ladies from different houses whispered among themselves about Yi Wuheng, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With a swift motion, Yi Wuheng appeared before the man in white, employing the same technique, yet producing a distinctly different outcome. A brilliant light emanated, and the man in white slowly collapsed. Everyone recognized this as the sword light of Yi Wuheng. How could a sword emit such radiance beneath the sun? What manner of divine blade is this? Some greedy individuals discerned the peculiarities of this extraordinary sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 9th-tier Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for the next level is 850,001,0000. Some members of the Li family, though seemingly formidable, crumbled to their knees, pleading, "Yi Papa, spare me, spare me. I bow before you." Would Yi Wuheng show mercy? Clearly not. He had many sons, and this one was insignificant. A surge of sword energy cleaved through, severing the head of the kneeling man. The onlookers shuddered, not out of any other reason, but because most among them were proud heirs who had never even slain a beast, let alone a human. Witnessing such a gruesome scene was bound to elicit a visceral reaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 9th-tier Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for the next level is 9500,010,0000. Such rapid progression in cultivation is undeniably exhilarating. In less than a month, he was on the verge of reaching the radiant phase. A monster. Yi Wuhen's bloodthirsty nature could only be that of a beast transformed. We must eliminate him quickly. One individual from the Li family seemed to have lost his composure, spouting nonsensical claims. The others merely shook their heads. It was laughable. Yi Wuheng dispatched those of this realm as easily as one would slaughter chickens. If one did not fear death, they were mistaken. Cultivators are often deeply afraid of death and inherently selfish. They dare to contend with the heavens and challenge the earth. Could they truly be devoid of selfishness? Enough of this nonsense. May you descend into the abyss. Upon uttering these words, Yi Wuheng charged forward and with a single stroke of his sword, ended his adversary's existence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 9th-tier Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. You have now ascended to the first tier of the Radiant Illumination stage. The experience required for your next upgrade is 5,000,200,000. Ding. The system has detected that the host's level is sufficient. The system has upgraded to the official version, incorporating summoning functions, alchemy capabilities, array energy, and a marketplace system that amalgamates all elements from the myriad worlds, excluding living beings. The system has also successfully enhanced the lottery feature. Given that this is the host's first upgrade, the system automatically grants the host an opportunity for a complementary advancement in martial skills. Chapter 61. The most powerful cultivation system in history, an explosion. The system's voice reverberated within Yi Wuhen's mind like thunder. What does it mean to possess the most powerful cultivation system in history? Is this not it? The official version is riddled with bugs. What is this summoning feature? The shop has incorporated everything from the myriad worlds, making me poised for immense fortune. Please select the martial skill you wish to upgrade. Host. Upon hearing the system's urging, Yi Wuheng was jolted from his reverie. The martial skill he most urgently needed to upgrade was none other than Wind Without Trace. Although it boasted remarkable speed, its power was rather limited. In future battles, this technique would likely see little use. After all, it bore his name. To leave it without the fame it deserved would surely weigh on his conscience. I shall enhance the martial skill Wind Without Trace, Yi Wuheng declared. Now, in this foreign realm, coupled with the capabilities of the cultivation system, why should he engage in endeavors that displeased him? He resolved to pursue his desires. Ding. The martial skill Wind Without Trace has been upgraded to the initial level of celestial rank, and its name has been changed to Unified Sword Technique. What? It was renamed just like that. Must it be so capricious? His frustration bubbled forth. The reason he upgraded Wind without trace was that it bore his name. Now, it had been stripped away. Sighing, he thought, this system, just you wait. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall show you. After venting his grievances, information regarding the unified sword technique appeared in his mind. First move, rainbow piercing the sun. Second move, evergreen welcoming guests. Third move, heaven and earth upside down. Fourth move, mirror flower, water moon. Fifth move, fiery trees, silver flowers. Sixth move, 10,000 swords returning to one. In total, there were 6 moves, each possessing a power 100-fold greater than Wind without trace. Each technique exemplified mastery of the sword path, significantly surpassing Wind without trace, providing some solace to Yi Wuhen's anxious heart. As everyone witnessed Yi Wuhen dispatching foes with the ease of slaughtering chickens, they were left dumbfounded, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Wuhen's silhouette, lost in thought, pondering what could occupy his mind. First, let us conclude matters with the Li family. Then I shall thoroughly explore this upgraded cultivation system. Yi Wuhen exited the system space and returned to reality, where he found some members of the Li family quaking in fear, tears streaming down their faces. Rainbow piercing the sun, a blinding white light surged towards the Li family members. Upon the light's dispersal, the onlookers were struck dumb. What does it mean for blood to flow like rivers? The scene before them was a veritable river of blood. Mangled corpses littered the rocks and earth. With a single stroke of his sword, Yi Wuhen had slain 7 cultivators from the Li family. Just how powerful was Yi Wuhen? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for next upgrade, 15,000,200,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for next upgrade, 75,000,200,000. Who dares to oppose me? Yi Wuhen bellowed. Silence enveloped the crowd. Who would dare provoke this harbinger of death? Was that not courting disaster? The Li residence ranks 3rd among the 5 great houses, cultivating disciples of considerable prowess. Yet, they fell victim to a single stroke from Yi Wuhen, utterly vanquished. Engage him in combat. What folly! Each individual harbored a renewed perception of Yi Wuhen. What does it mean to witness a once downtrodden individual rise to genius? This is the epitome. What does it mean to slay 10 foes in one step? No, he did not even take a step. One should aspire to emulate Yi Wuhen. Oh, how obedient he is today. Yi Wuhen sheathed the sword of heaven and turned to Yi Ling, saying, Yi Ling, come with me. I shall lead you in hunting savage beasts. All right, I'll catch up with you, brother Wuhen. Yi Ling nodded and exerted all his effort to pursue Yi Wuhen. With such a formidable ally, who would dare to provoke him in this vast wilderness? Amidst the crowd, Yi Xuehui's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Wuhen's retreating figure. Currently, her strength was insufficient to avenge Yi Jingxian, and such aspirations were evidently unrealistic. She would have to bide her time. Once she amassed sufficient power, she vowed to exact 1,000 cuts upon Yi Wuhen. Host information, name, Yi Wuhen age, 16 level, 31 cultivation method, Jiu Fanxing Ju, level hidden, martial arts, blood fury 8 desolations, high earth level. 9 heavens thunder command, high heaven level, thunder shadow step, low earth level, unification sword technique, low heaven level, Xianlong 9 transformations, level hidden. 9 character mantra, level hidden. Experience required for level up, 75,000, 2 million summoning system. The host may exchange spiritual power for summoning points to call forth beings from other worlds to assist the host. Yuhuang Dadi, summoning points, 100 million. Yuanshi Tianzuan, summoning points, 10 billion. Pengu, summoning points, 10 billion. Do not burden me with such exorbitant summoning costs. I seek those of lesser value. Ideally, I desire heroes akin to those from League of Legends, henceforth abbreviated as LOL. Darkness Maiden Annie, summoning points, 1000. Feng Jinhao Yasuo, summoning points, 1000. Damasha's Might Garen, summoning points, 1000. What a marvel! Is it truly possible to summon them? How delightful! The system seemed to sense Yi Wuhen's unorthodox intentions and coldly cautioned. System reminder. Summoned individuals or heroes possess their own consciousness. Should the host speak disrespectfully or engage in lewd conduct, they may retaliate against the host. Alas, how malicious! To target this handsome figure. Yi Wuhen silently resolved to cultivate favorable relations with the deities and heroes he summoned. They would become his protective champions in the future. System. How much experience is required for summoning points? 10 experience points can be exchanged for 1 summoning point. Oh, then I shall exchange 5,000 experience points for some amusement. Exchange. Ding. 5,000 experience points deducted. Experience required for next level up, 70,002 million. Current summoning points, 500. Once he accumulates more experience, he will summon all heroes from League of Legends to sweep through this desolate realm. In his previous life on Earth, Yi Wuhen was a bronze champion, who in the first district has not fallen prey to his schemes. Today, the opportunity to summon those comrades who once fought side by side fills Yi Wuhen with exhilaration. Let me explore what treasures lie within the marketplace. Goodness. The moment the marketplace page appeared, Yi Wuhen was utterly astounded by the system. An aircraft carrier. Redemption value, 100 million. A nuclear bomb. Redemption value, 100 million. A black hole. Redemption value, 10 billion. Well, what more can I say? Why on earth are your prices set so exorbitantly? Furthermore, there are items frequently seen in television dramas, such as the Sword of Heaven and the dragon-slaying saber. Even martial arts techniques can be purchased. Chapter 62. In the vast wilderness, someone is transcending tribulations. With the acquisition of this cultivation system, achieving immortality becomes a daunting endeavor. Yi Wuhen sighed softly before meticulously browsing through the items in the system's shop, hoping to discover something novel. To his astonishment, he encountered divine artifacts such as the blood-drinking sword, the endless blade, the Triforce, and the spirit of dreaming shadows from League of Legends. Once I accumulate enough exchange points, I shall redeem them all, and then cast them aside like refuse. Yi Wuhen sighed again, exiting the system space. Brother Wuhen, you're awake. Yi Ling exclaimed. Earlier, while journeying together, Yi Wuhen had stumbled and fallen, subsequently losing consciousness. Yi Ling had assumed Yi Wuhen was merely fatigued after their recent encounters, which was quite understandable. Thus, she stayed by his side, fending off occasional beastly intruders drawn by the heavy scent of blood emanating from Yi Wuhen. Fortunately, these beasts were of low rank, merely small creatures wandering at the edges of the wilderness, and Yi Ling, with her thunder body, was more than capable of confronting them. Indeed, Yi Wuhen nodded, inwardly reflecting that he must not be so heedless when entering the system space again. Who knows what might occur if he were to be devoured without a clue? Let us first locate a cave to take shelter, and then seek out other beasts for you to challenge, thereby enhancing your strength, he proposed, knowing that battles between life and death are the most effective means of growth. Yi Ling nodded earnestly, saying nothing, for she cherished Yi Wuhen's kindness deep within her heart. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the earth began to tremble. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? Yi Wuhen stumbled, cursing under his breath. Brother Wuhen, what is happening? Yi Ling inquired. It could be that an ancient beast is causing mischief. Yi Wuhen replied, recognizing the divine power capable of shaking the ground and inciting the heavens. Surely, this was no good omen. Gradually, a golden sphere, roughly the size of a thumb, began to emerge beside Yi Ling, followed by more and more. Brother Wuhen, what is that yellow sphere beside you? They both exclaimed in unison. I do not know, they responded helplessly, shaking their heads. The golden spheres began to rise from the ground, emerge from the trees, and appear out of thin air. The entire environment transformed into a vast, golden ocean. Submerging both Yi Wuhen and Yi Ling. Yi Wuhen could see nothing but gold. He attempted to rush forward, only to find the spheres had taken on solidity, resembling an iron wall. Determined to break through this barrier, Yi Wuhen struck at it, but the spheres transformed into a liquid state, and within the water. One's abilities were severely hampered due to its buoyancy. Is this some sort of game? Yi Wuhen lamented, feeling utterly helpless. After all this time, to be toyed with by a mere sphere. Could anyone endure such a fate? You leave me no choice. You scoundrel. Yi Wuhen retrieved the Sword of Heaven's decapitation from his spatial ring. Since his hands could not break through, he resolved to cleave it with his sword. Just as he was about to muster all his strength for the strike, the sphere shattered instantaneously, sending Yi Wuhen tumbling to the ground. Shaking his dazed head to regain clarity, he shouted, You, the master of that sphere, just wait. Be careful as you walk in the future. Don't let our paths cross again, or you shall meet your doom. The scattered orbs surged toward a massive platform. It dawned on Yi Wuhen that this sphere had transported him to an unknown location. Yi Ling was nowhere to be found, and the vast platform before him was utterly bewildering. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a bare-chested man sitting cross-legged at the center of the platform. with those golden orbs flying toward him. Hundreds of billions of orbs merged into the man's body. Yi Wuhen was utterly astounded. What on earth is this? Is this man's body impervious to destruction? Thunder resounded once more, and without warning, a purple lightning bolt descended, its girth surpassing 100 feet. Just a few meters from the man's head, the sheer force of the purple lightning seemed poised to obliterate him, yet an invisible barrier repelled its onslaught. Yi Wuhen was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. It was clear that someone was undergoing a tribulation. The thunder roared again, as if the heavens were displeased that the purple lightning had not wreaked havoc. 9 bolts of lightning converged, culminating in a strike even more formidable than the previous 2. However, it was still thwarted by the man. This was the third thunder tribulation, having already withstood 2. Yi Wuhen pondered whether the man could endure yet another. Who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacle? The final thunder tribulation was the most potent, its power eclipsing the combined strength of the first 2. Observing the man's pallid complexion, Yi Wuhen surmised that he would not withstand this last onslaught. Should he perform a good deed and curry favor with this individual who was on the verge of transcending to celestial status? A thought crossed Yi Wuhen's mind. If the man were to face it alone, he would surely falter, but with his assistance, the outcome might be different, especially since he still possessed the power of the 9 nether. Thus, he resolved to lend aid. Seizing the moment as the heavenly thunder converged, Yi Wuhen dashed forward and called out to the man. "Hey, I am Yi Wuhen. Remember to watch over me from now on." The man, with his eyes tightly shut, merely stirred his eyelids upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words. Noticing this, Yi Wuhen said nothing further and imparted a sliver of 9 nether power to him. Upon receiving this energy, the man's previously ashen face regained color, becoming even more vibrant than before. Yi Wuhen, seeing the imminent descent of the heavenly lightning, swiftly retreated to a safe distance to observe the unfolding drama. This bolt of heavenly lightning was an amalgamation of hundreds of strikes, its size far surpassing the previous 2. It appeared quite formidable. With a resounding crash, the thunder boomed as the lightning descended, colliding with the man's invisible shield. A whirlwind erupted, producing a blinding flash that could dazzle even the keenest of eyes, nearly overwhelming Yi Wuhen, a being of extraordinary resilience. After the flash, Yi Wuhen slowly opened his eyes. The scenery outside remained somewhat dazzling, yet it was significantly improved compared to before. The sky gradually cleared, and miraculously, the trees that had been ravaged by thunder and tempest had begun to revive. A man clad in white floated in midair, smiling gently at Yi Wuhen. "My name is Wuheng," he said. "You have shown me kindness, and I shall temporarily hold on to your power. In exchange, I will offer you my own." With that, Wuheng gestured towards Yi Wuhen, and a warm current began to flow freely through Yi Wuhen's meridians, ultimately settling within the swirling light. Chapter 63. Encounter with a little fox demon. Wuheng chuckled softly, saying, "In due time, you shall understand the exquisite utility of this power. Alas, the moment has come for my ascension. My young brother, may our paths cross again." A radiant beam of white light enveloped Wuheng, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. After attaining immortality, one must ascend. Yi Wuhen sighed, gazing at the spot where Wuheng had stood moments before. "I wonder what kind of power he has bestowed upon me." Ding. It has been detected that the host has acquired a trace of true immortal power. Experience reward, 200,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the second stage of rotating illumination. Experience required for the next upgrade, 70,000, 300,000. True immortal power. The very name carries an air of grandeur, compared to the 9 nether power, which is mightier. As Wuheng has suggested, it seems premature to ponder the utility of this power at present. Yi Wuhen surveyed his surroundings, sighing. Where has that rascally child Yi Ling run off to? I have no idea where he has been taken in this vast wilderness. He ventured into a dense forest, intending to find a place to rest or perhaps hunt a beast for sustenance, before gradually seeking out Yi Ling's whereabouts. After all, Yi Ling, being one of the local protagonists, could not possibly meet an early demise. This notion was one Yi Wuhen held with utmost certainty. After a while, Yi Wuhen found himself in the forest, devoid of any noteworthy discoveries. This thicket, besides its trees, seemed to harbor no living creatures. Was it possible that the ominous aura released during Wuheng's ascension had annihilated all the lesser beasts? Yi Wuhen pondered, perplexed. While it was understandable for beasts to be scarce in this area, the complete absence of any was beyond comprehension. After wandering for another half an hour, Yi Wuhen succumbed to frustration and simply sat down on the ground, refusing to move any longer. Suddenly, he perceived a faint whimpering sound. causing him to spring to his feet. This sound signified food. Following the source of the noise, he walked a mere 10 steps, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Trees lay shattered, some bearing sharp claw marks, while many had been reduced to charred remains. The origin of the sound was concealed beneath a heap of fur, obscuring its appearance, though it seemed to be shorter than Yi Wuhen. Could it be a person? Yi Wuhen, possessing a kind heart, could not simply ignore a living soul in such a state. His path of virtue had been influenced, rendering him somewhat purer. He resolved to act upon his inclinations. What he wished to pursue, he would pursue, and what he wished to avoid, even a deity could not compel him to confront. Yi Wuhen strode towards the pile of fur and pulled it aside. What on earth is this? At first glance, he beheld an exquisite young woman, her complexion somewhat pale. She lay with her eyes closed upon the ground, appearing to be in slumber. Her eyelashes quivered slightly, her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were a delicate shade of pink. Her neck, as smooth as jade, drew his gaze downward. Her bosom was as full as a soaring white dove, but just as Yi Wuhen contemplated further exploration, a pristine, soft tail shielded her captivating form. What is this? Where did that tail come from? Would it not be better to sever it? In order to maintain his cheerful disposition, Yi Wuhen chose to bypass that particular tail and glanced down at his lower abdomen. There lay a slender waist as delicate as a water snake, with 2 thighs that revealed a captivating expanse of snowy whiteness, dazzling in their beauty. Just as Yi Wuhen was on the verge of taking in the sight, another tail unexpectedly obstructed his view, concealing the exquisite form of the woman. At this moment, Yi Wuhen felt on the brink of despair, akin to the frustration of anticipating a climactic moment in a cinematic experience only to be met with an abrupt interruption. As he contemplated claiming this enchanting woman for himself, an icy chill surged towards his head, jolting him back to reality. Had he succumbed to carnal desires? Was this woman perhaps wielding some form of enchanting allure? Yi Wuhen shook his head, pondering that such a talent for seduction, even in dreams, was likely a gift possessed solely by fox spirits among the mythical beasts. Having watched numerous dramas, he recalled that fox spirits were renowned for their ability to captivate men and siphon their vitality to enhance their own power. Though he was uncertain if this world adhered to the same principles. Should he rescue this little fox? The thought of being drained of his vitality by her sent a shiver down his spine. Yi Wuhen, a man of stature, could never allow himself to perish at the hands of a woman. What would others think? It would bring shame upon his family. Yet, he entertained the notion that perhaps this world's fox spirits were different. Might she be grateful for his assistance? She appeared to be newly transformed, and it would be a pity if she were to perish so soon, especially given her striking beauty. Clearing his throat, he resolved to utilize a rejuvenating pill from his system to save her. With a rather eager demeanor, he exchanged for a rejuvenation pill and fed it to the little fox. After observing her lack of immediate response, he quipped, "Is this pill only effective for humans?" Approximately 10 minutes later, the fox's long eyelashes fluttered, but she showed no further signs of awakening. Alarmed, Yi Wuhen wondered if the dosage was insufficient. "Blast it. I'll give you more." He swiftly exchanged for 10 additional rejuvenation pills and stuffed them into the fox's petite mouth. After waiting for about 30 minutes with still no sign of her awakening, he felt weary from the earlier excitement and decided to lie down on the ground, drifting into a slumber. An hour later, the little fox opened her blue eyes and gazed calmly at her surroundings. However, upon spotting Yi Wuhen, she sprang to her feet with a startled cry. Realizing he was asleep, she stifled her voice. Who is he? The little fox wondered, her voice sweet and melodic. Yet, Yi Wuhen remained oblivious, sleeping soundly as a beautiful figure wandered around him. "I seem to be unclothed. This won't do. I must conjure an outfit." The little fox formed a peculiar hand gesture, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to transform into a splendid purple attire. This garment was exquisitely designed, as delicate as the wings of a cicada, perfectly accentuating the little fox's lithe figure. Particularly striking were its attributes, which were utterly captivating. It must have been his act of salvation, yet here I am, beset by so many wicked individuals right after my transformation. The little fox murmured in complaint, pouting adorably. "My mother always said to seek out someone who has shown me kindness and treats me well, and then to take a gentle bite at their neck." The little fox flashed a grin, revealing 2 sharp little fangs, and then proceeded to nip at Yi Wuhen's neck. Chapter 64. The sensation with a soft sound. Blood began to flow from Yi Wuhen's neck, gradually merging with that of the little fox. A peculiar energy coursed between them, and miraculously, 2 jade pendants shaped like yin-yang fish appeared in the little fox's hands, one black and one white, vividly lifelike. "One of these pendants is for you, and one is for me." the little fox declared, threading the black pendant onto a cord woven from spiritual energy and adorning Yi Wuhen's neck. Her expression one of innocent delight. My mother warned me, if you treat me poorly after this bite, lightning will strike you. The little fox pouted fiercely. But to an outsider, it appeared more like an adorable temper tantrum than true anger. Meanwhile, the still slumbering Yi Wuhen remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold, lost in sweet dreams. As night approached, the sky was suffused with a fiery crimson glow, casting a red hue upon the vast wilderness, the leaves appearing as though they were ablaze. Yi Wuhen rubbed his eyes and sat up, just as he was preparing to forage for wild fruits. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. This beauty, I just saved you. I am a man who relishes in heroic deeds, and I tend to rescue lovely ladies. I hope your gratitude is to offer yourself to me. No need for mere words of thanks. Just throw yourself at me, he proclaimed with earnestness, patting his chest. You are quite amusing, the little fox giggled, covering her mouth. I know you saved me. Rarely does anyone wander the borders of the wilderness. A forest like this is seldom entered. And how will you repay me? Yi Wuhen squinted, inquisitively. I am already your spirit beast, the little fox said, playfully collapsing into Yi Wuhen's embrace. Caught unawares, Yi Wuhen toppled to the ground, finding himself in a position reminiscent of scenes often depicted in anime, now manifesting in this realm of cultivation. Goodness, this fox is surprisingly forward. I can hardly endure it. Had I known, I would not have tempted her. She is still young and not yet ready for such things, Yi Wuhen lamented internally. The little fox employed a secret technique to connect their minds. As long as the black fish pendant remained with Yi Wuhen, she could perceive his thoughts. Upon hearing the word forward, her face flushed scarlet, akin to a drop of blood, and she slapped Yi Wuhen while casting him a disdainful glance. What is this? I am being taken aback, and you slap me? Is this fox a fool of the demon race? Yi Wuhen pondered, perplexed. Do you dare insult me? The little fox swiftly clawed at Yi Wuhen's face, leaving him unable to evade as he lay pinned to the ground. Very well. Since I cannot escape, I shall learn to embrace this, Yi Wuhen decided, closing his eyes. He then boldly grasped the little fox's admirable curves, his hands wandering curiously. Goodness, how soft. So this is the sensation, he exclaimed. Ah! The little fox let out a startled cry, and then, glaring at Yi Wuhen, exclaimed, You scoundrel. In an instant, the forest echoed with Yi Wuhen's melodious yet tragic wails. Half an hour later, with a bruised face, Yi Wuhen sat on the ground and said, Little fox, you must treat your master, which is me, with greater respect. Remember, you cannot strike your master at will. When your master wishes to pet you, you must allow it, understand? Master, is your face still a bit itchy? The little fox replied with a smile, producing a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Wuhen broke into a cold sweat and smiled back at the little fox, asking, Would you tell me about your origins and the purpose of this black fish jade pendant? Of course, of course. The little fox cheerfully changed her tone. Yi Wuhen now perceived that this fox possessed a childlike temperament, her emotions entirely transparent. Then please continue, Yi Wuhen nodded. Let me first explain this black fish jade pendant. It was crafted using the secret arts of our nine-tailed fox clan. While you were in slumber, I bit your neck, and now my blood flows within you, allowing me to discern your thoughts. Yi Wuhen shook his head, realizing he had been bitten by this little creature, which explained the tingling sensation in his neck. He had a vague impression of the nine-tailed fox in his mind. Was it the enchanting fox spirit from dramas, or the wrathful destroyer of villages from anime? Do not misjudge us, the little fox declared indignantly. We nine-tailed foxes are noble. It is the ordinary fox spirits who tarnish our reputation. Indeed, little fox, please continue, he urged, eager to hear more. My name was given by my mother. I have never seen my father, so I carry my mother's surname. I am called xianxia. Su Fox Spirit, what about your mother? Yi Wuhen inquired. Do not call me Su Fox Spirit, call me Little Fox. Su Xianxia rolled her eyes and continued. My mother resides on a colossal snow mountain deep within the wilderness. There are nine-tailed fox spirits there. 9 tails. That's the essence of a celestial being, Yi Wuhen exclaimed. Indeed, I am a celestial being. Su Qianxia scoffed at Yi Wuhen and continued. I merely ventured out to play, but I did not anticipate straying so far. Then, a group of wicked uncles attempted to devour me, but they were no match for me. I ended up consuming them instead. At this point, Su Qianxia proudly twirled her long hair. I was gravely injured and lost consciousness. I cannot recall what happened next, but when I awoke, I found you sleeping. Oh. Yi Wuhen nodded thoughtfully, then seriously asked, Would you like me to escort you back to the Mountain of Spirits? Am I not adorable? Would you truly send me away, master? Su Qianxia winked playfully at Yi Wuhen. It is precisely because you are so adorable that I fear I might not be able to protect you. Yi Wuhen buried his head and sighed. In jest, she exclaimed, what if that noble family takes a liking to her, eliminates me, and seizes her for themselves? Pray tell, what am I to do? No, she is not interested. The master wishes to take her out for leisure. Xianxia began to caress Yi Wuhen's arm with her charm that could ensnare any man. My dear girl, you are playing with fire. Stop. I concede to your allure. If I remain in this desolate land for 3 more months, I shall depart, and you may accompany me then. Additionally, conceal your enchanting skills and your tail. Should that young master take a fancy to you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yi Wuhen, overwhelmed by her advances, felt his composure wavering. With no other option, he reluctantly yielded to the forces of temptation. Thank you, master. I shall retire for the night. Do not act recklessly. O wicked master. Upon saying this, Xianxia playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue to further entice Yi Wuhen. Yet, would Yi Wuhen so easily succumb? Certainly not. He would merely touch and then depart. He promised himself. Chapter 65. The mischief caused by Yi Ling, little fox demon. Your brother is here. Yi Wuhen chuckled lewdly as he lunged towards the spot where Xianxia lay sleeping. However, midair, he was met with a burst of laughter followed by Xianxia's sharp reprimand. Get away from me. Moments later, a bruised Yi Wuhen returned to his original resting place. Pondering the absurdity of his life, being beaten daily by this little girl was certainly not a dignified situation. What would others think? He concluded, if she were to hit him again, he would retaliate by swatting her backside. Yes, that seemed reasonable. As the night passed in silence, dawn broke, and Xianxia rose languidly, stretching her limbs. Upon noticing Yi Wuhen was awake, she provocatively licked her luscious red lips with her delicate tongue. Yi Wuhen felt utterly helpless. Just yesterday he had remarked on the little fox's lack of cunning. Yet today she had transformed into a tantalizing enchantress. Could she possibly possess a dual personality? Master, you are up quite early today. I was just about to come and fetch you. Xianxia teased, playfully dragging a finger across her lower lip. Realizing he was outmatched by this fox, Yi Wuhen quickly turned his head away. My dear, if you continue to play with fire, I may very well lose my composure. We should leave, and please, refrain from tempting me unnecessarily. Bored, Xianxia pouted, sticking out her little tongue as she followed closely behind Yi Wuhen. In Yi Wuhen's eyes, this fox was merely toying with him, igniting his desires only to deny him the satisfaction of indulgence. It was truly maddening. The priority now was to locate Yi Ling. Once found, he was certain this fox would delight in teasing the reserved Yi Ling, allowing him a moment of respite. Yi Ling practiced the pseudo-9 nether mortal technique. But Yi Wuhen had imparted a fragment of 9 nether energy during his instruction, for without it, mastering the technique would prove exceedingly arduous. After all, not everyone possessed the innate genius of Yi Wuhen. Well, most of it was thanks to the system's prowess. As long as the 9 nether energy was present, Yi Wuhen could sense its existence within a certain range, a sensation akin to the instinctive knowledge of one's home. Master, where are you headed? Xianxia inquired. I am off to find you a handsome suitor. Your master guarantees he is neither foolish nor overly sweet, and he comes without a price, Yi Wuhen assured, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately clung to Yi Wuhen's waist, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaiming, No, I only want you, master. Witnessing this display, Yi Wuhen smiled warmly, gently stroking Xianxia's head, and replied, All right, I shall refrain. At last, the lecherous master revealed his true colors. Xianxia laughed, and playfully swiped at him with her paw. Goodness, little fox, your schemes run deep. Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback by the little fox's tear-streaked face. It was all a ruse. You weep and tell me that fairy tales are mere fabrications. The little fox's sudden movement had startled Yi Wuhen, leaving him unable to evade her playful claw, which left 3 crimson scratches across his face. Indeed, only in anime and stories do fox demons fall into their master's arms to act coy. Yet here, my fox demon appears only to torment me. My dear master, I beg your pardon, but it was you who revealed your thoughts, Xianxia said with a joyful laugh. Enough of that, let us be on our way. Yi Wuhen replied with a grim expression, employing the thunder shadow step to venture forth. Yi Ling was not far from Yi Wuhen. According to his estimations, they were merely about 50 miles apart. Thus, it did not take long for Yi Wuhen to reach a mountain range. Boom. The earth trembled and shook incessantly. What is happening now? Pray tell me this is not yet another immortal ascending. Yi Wuhen remarked with exasperation. Master, something feels amiss. Xianxia's demeanor turned unusually serious. Oh, what feels amiss? Yi Wuhen inquired, puzzled. as he had come to accept earthquakes as a commonplace occurrence in the wilderness. No sooner had he spoken than a slender youth came rushing towards him in disarray. Upon closer inspection, Yi Wuhen realized it was his little brother, Yi Ling. Upon spotting Yi Wuhen, Yi Ling's face lit up with joy, but it quickly shifted to one of concern as he hastened to his brother's side, panting heavily. "What has transpired, Yi Ling?" Yi Wuhen questioned, bewildered by the drastic change in his brother within just a day. Had he encountered trouble? After catching his breath, Yi Ling urgently replied, "Brother, we must leave at once. It is imperative we do so before it is too late. Do not fret, take your time." Yi Wuhen reassured him, noting that Yi Ling appeared to be quite shaken. "There are savage beasts pursuing me." "Huh, is it merely one savage beast? Wait here while I go slay it." Yi Wuhen scoffed, drawing the sword of the heavens from his storage ring, preparing to charge towards the direction from whence Yi Ling had come. "Brother, do not go." Yi Ling grasped Yi Wuhen's arm, pleading, "Let me finish." Turning to face him, Yi Wuhen said, "Very well, speak. It is not merely one savage beast, but hundreds. What on earth have you done? Did you assault a tribe's matron beast?" Yi Wuhen exclaimed in astonishment. Hundreds of savage beasts would certainly pose a challenge even to a nascent soul, let alone someone as inexperienced as Yi Wuhen. "Indeed, I encountered this horde on my journey. They pursued anything living in sight. I merely made a rough estimate, and there are indeed hundreds." Yi Wuhen grabbed xianxia and Yi Ling, bolting away as he admonished, "Damn it, what are you babbling about at a time like this? We must flee. Our lives depend on it." As Yi Wuhen's words faded, a cacophony of wild beast howls erupted not far behind them, the sound grating on the ears. "Master, I sense something is truly amiss," xianxia remarked. "Speak your mind." "Brother, who is she? Your new wife? Just when Mayor has departed, you have moved on so quickly. How can you face Mayor?" Yi Ling exclaimed, angered. "Brother, you truly are a scoundrel." "Yi Ling, what are you blabbering about?" Yi Wuhen was at a loss for words. How could he be concerned with such trivial matters at this juncture? "Indeed, I am your brother's new bride." xianxia wore an expression that suggested she thrived on chaos. "Little fox, I warn you to keep your tongue in check." Yi Wuhen pointed at xianxia. "All right, Brother Hen, once I escape this wilderness, I shall run to Sister May and tell on you." "Enough noise. Little fox, you first explain what has transpired." Yi Wuhen's stern shout silenced both xianxia and Yi Ling. Yi Ling cast Yi Wuhen a defiant glance, akin to disregarding a monotonous chant. Fortunately, xianxia demonstrated a greater sense of maturity than Yi Ling. She understood the distinction between teasing her master and the gravity of life itself. With hundreds of wild beasts rampaging, this wilderness is on the brink of turmoil. Chapter 66, The Hunt, has only just begun. The last occurrence of such a phenomenon was over a millennium ago when merely a handful of savage beasts went berserk, ultimately multiplying into thousands. Even the forces of the Nine Hells were drawn into the fray. Nine Hells? What is that? Yi Wuhen inquired. For his cultivation technique was named the Nine Hells Profound Decision. The last time he imparted a fragment of Nine Hells power to Wuheng. It enabled him to withstand the heavenly tribulation, showcasing the potency of this force. In a simplistic sense, the Nine Hells represent the cycle of reincarnation. When discussing the forces of the Nine Hells, they are divided into the Nine Hells of the mortal realm and those of the netherworld. The Nine Hells in the mortal realm are immensely powerful, often remaining hidden from view, only revealing themselves during major conflicts. Conversely, the Nine Hells of the netherworld are generally prohibited from entering the mortal realm due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao and the cycle of reincarnation. It was the mortal Nine Hells that participated in the last incident. Ah, Yi Wuhen nodded, now grasping the meaning of the term Nine Hells. According to the little fox, the Nine Hells' power within him was indeed the force of reincarnation. Yi Ling, however, paid little heed, for with his strength, listening was futile. It was better to conserve his mental energy. It was unexpected that this year would witness a resurgence of savage beasts. "Master, it would be prudent for you to leave this wilderness," suggested xianxia, given Yi Wuhen and his companion's strength. Venturing forth recklessly would undoubtedly lead them to be overwhelmed by the ferocious tide of savage beasts, resulting in certain death. No, Yi Wuhen promptly dismissed xianxia's counsel. If they retreated from this wilderness now, it would signify a failure of his first step towards making a name for himself here, akin to toppling a line of dominoes, triggering a chain reaction that would disrupt all his subsequent plans. In the past, Yi Wuhen would have chosen to flee, but now, he would not. The system upgrade had bestowed upon him unexpected advantages, one of which was the ability to slay savage beasts from a distance, specifically firearms. When firearms are mentioned, many would instinctively think of sniper rifles, for they are the most powerful among firearms. The thought of sniper rifles inevitably brings to mind the king among them, the Barrett. Those familiar with CF are well aware of the Barrett's formidable power, which is affectionately referred to as the cannon sniper by players. The Barrett 95. With its aesthetically pleasing and dignified design, straightforward structure, and immense power, has garnered immense admiration from players. Instantly, the image of this divine weapon flashed in Yi Wuhen's mind. He swiftly summoned the system marketplace, discovering he still possessed several 100,000 exchange points. Upon checking the exchange value for the Barrett, it was 50,000. With determination, Yi Wuhen decided to proceed, exchanging for the Barrett without hesitation. He then inquired of the system regarding the ammunition. The system informed Yi Wuhen that firearms obtained from the marketplace came with unlimited ammunition. What does unlimited ammunition imply? It means that the recoil of the Barrett could be virtually disregarded by Yi Wuhen, and coupled with his formidable strength and accuracy during the Xianxia period. One might wonder, have you ever wielded a Barrett like a machine gun? Yi Wuhen gently caressed the sleek black metal surface of the Barrett rifle, admiring the orange optical scope, marveling at the extraordinary firearm that had previously only existed in the realm of video games, but was now a tangible reality in his hands. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of this magnificent object in Yi Wuhen's grasp, Yi Ling exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Wuhen, what is this remarkable item?" "Rube, this is a treasure gifted to me by a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Impressive, isn't it?" Yi Wuhen boasted, reveling in his own prowess without any prior instruction. It was a skill he naturally possessed. Xianxia merely covered her mouth with a chuckle, silently acknowledging the exceptional fortune of her master. "Indeed, it looks impressive, but what about its power?" Yi Ling inquired, his demeanor reminiscent of a simple laborer back on Earth, rather oblivious. "I shall use the feral beasts behind us as targets to showcase the might of this divine artifact," Yi Wuhen proclaimed, pulling back the bolt with a swift motion, angling the weapon 90 degrees to aim at the foremost beast in flight. With a squeeze of the trigger, the Barrett unleashed a fiery tongue of flame. Boom! With a single shot, he obliterated the brain of the feral beast. The sheer power was terrifying. It was known that the hide and flesh of these beasts were far tougher than that of a human. If one shot could bring down a feral beast, what would it do to a human? The sound of the gunshot startled all nearby birds into flight, and Yi Ling was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Wuhen, your treasure is truly formidable. With such a powerful weapon, it's no wonder you face 48 adversaries without fear. You are indeed a model for our generation." To think, Yi Ling was starting to flatter him. Nevertheless, Yi Wuhen found the compliment delightful. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Foundation establishment feral beast. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Experience required for the next level, 75,000, 300,000. Yi Ling, take the little fox and leave first. I will engage those feral beasts. It's difficult for me to unleash my full potential with you all here," Yi Wuhen declared with an air of sophistication, implying that their presence was a burden to him. Yi Ling, of course, did not grasp the underlying meaning of Yi Wuhen's words. Otherwise, he would have insisted on accompanying him. However, while Yi Ling remained oblivious, Xianxia was not. She teased, "With your current strength, you truly do not impress me." Transforming into a beast typically required immense cultivation, and the nine-tailed fox was a lineage of ancient divine beasts. Despite Xianxia being a mere two tails, Yi Wuhen had long since detected her prowess, recognizing her as a 6th-tier radiant phase cultivator, with the third tail within reach. "Little fox, please heed my words and follow Yi Ling for now," Yi Wuhen implored, feeling utterly helpless before his ancestral figure. Her strength and cunning could only be described with 6 words: formidable and deeply strategic. Initially, Yi Wuhen believed Xianxia to be a simple rural child from the Beast Mountain, but he soon realized the countryside had undergone significant transformations. Tears brimmed in his eyes at the thought. If Xianxia refused to leave, he would find himself at an impasse. Conducting guerrilla warfare with companions would undoubtedly be challenging. "Very well, how soon can you return to us?" Xianxia readily agreed. "Tomorrow," she affirmed. With the precise time confirmed, she decided against lingering and, grasping Yi Ling's hand, exclaimed, "Xiaolingzi, take your sister out for a bit of fun." Yi Ling's face flushed instantly. He had never before held a girl's hand. Now, feeling its softness, he pondered whether to squeeze it or not. Brother Chun has undoubtedly held many girls' hands. If I haven't, he would surely look down upon me. Thus I shall squeeze. With this resolve, Yi Ling gently pinched Xianxia's delicate hand. Indeed, like master, like disciple. Xianxia retorted angrily, swiftly delivering a slap across Yi Ling's face. Chapter 67. Let us engage with the Gatling Yi Wuhan. Upon hearing Yi Ling's anguished cries, could not help but burst into laughter. The very reason I allowed that little fox to accompany you is precisely this. It will be amusing to witness the extent of your mischief. While engaging in guerrilla warfare with a companion is undoubtedly challenging, this is merely a fraction of the reason. More significantly, Yi Wuhan sought to distance xianxia. After all, the allure of a nine-tailed fox spirit is no trifling matter. Having such a creature by one's side inevitably clouds the mind, and in the vast wilderness, particularly amidst a horde of savage beasts, such distraction can prove fatal. Bang! Yi Wuhan expertly maneuvered the Barrett, having somehow exchanged for it from the marketplace. His understanding of the weapon deepened. He learned how to aim, when to pull the trigger for optimal accuracy, and more. In his hands, the gun felt remarkably familiar, akin to a veteran who had wielded firearms for years. The system seemed to have granted him a talent specialization, leaving Yi Wuhan perplexed. In his previous life, as a law-abiding citizen, he had never engaged with such perilous items. Yet upon acquiring the Barrett, he felt an inherent familiarity, as if it were as natural as riding or dining, a sensation born of extensive practice. Thus, this system upgrade had bestowed upon Yi Wuhan hidden advantages, namely, that the system would assist him in operating items he was initially unfamiliar with. Henceforth, when I exchange for aircraft carriers, I shall not worry about my ability to operate them. Yi Wuhan realized with clarity. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind him. The horde of savage beasts had closed in, now no more than 100 meters away. What the hell? Have those beasts gone mad? They are racing towards me, Yi Wuhan muttered, turning to fire another shot with the Barrett. It must be said, shooting the Barrett was indeed exhilarating, reminiscent of the joy he felt while scoring hits on zombies in his previous gaming endeavors. This shot struck the beast's head, yet did not penetrate. Given the beast's near superhuman regenerative capabilities, such a wound would heal completely within an hour. Yi Wuhan could only awkwardly chuckle at his novice marksmanship. It was a matter of innate talent. Presently, the pressing concern was that the savage beasts drew ever closer, and the Barrett, while formidable in one-on-one encounters, could not inflict lethal damage against these feral creatures, instead inciting their rage. Since the Barrett proved insufficient, it seemed I am compelled to exchange for a Gatling. While the Barrett excels in duels, for battling hordes, the Gatling is paramount. Yi Wuhan swiftly employed the Thunderbolt Shadow Step to create some distance, then summoned the system marketplace. Gazing at his meager 30,000 exchange points and the Gatling's hefty price of 800,000, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have hoarded more gold. Had he known, he would not have been so foolish as to forego picking up the spatial rings of those from the Li family, for they were filled with gleaming gold. All of it could have been converted into exchange value. To discuss the value of exchange, one need not rely solely on gold. Rather, it is the essence of experience that holds true worth. For Yi Wuhan, however, it is but a slight loss. For gold pales in significance when one engages in transactions with mere mortals in the cities. In the realm of cultivators, it is the spirit stones that reign supreme. With a deficit of 500,000, and considering the exchange rate of 1 to 10, 1,000 experience equates to 100,000 in exchange value. Presently, I possess 70,000 that are available for use, thus enabling me to convert experience into the requisite 500,000. Ding. Deduction successful. Upon hearing those 5 words, Yi Wuhan felt a pang of anguish. All his efforts had been dedicated to slaying monsters for the sake of leveling up. And now, it seemed he had lost more than he gained. He caressed the black barrels of the Gatling gun, as the wild beasts eagerly awaited their chance to pounce upon him. No longer did he lament the design of the Gatling. He had found a vantage point and set up the weapon, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the horde of savage creatures. Rat-a-tat-tat, the barrels of the Gatling spun ceaselessly, each bullet striking the heads, legs, and bellies of the beasts. Some of the lower-ranked creatures were even knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the bullets, yet the remaining beasts charged at Yi Wuhan with frenzied determination. Rat-a-tat-tat-ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a foundational realm beast and earning 5,000 experience points. Remaining experience required for the next level, 250,000 to 3,000,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a foundational realm beast and earning another 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a radiant realm beast and earning 20,000 experience points. Remaining experience required for the next level, 500,000 to 3,000,000. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Yi Wuhan's ears. The 50,000 experience points he had just expended were instantly replenished, even exceeding his previous total. Did these beasts possess no fear of death? Yi Wuhan pondered. He had certainly dispatched more than 3 Radiant Realm beasts, yet he dared not approach to claim their heads. For doing so would surely lead to his demise amidst the hundreds of beasts awaiting him. This simply would not do. The number of beasts was multiplying. He needed to find a place to hide. Yi Wuhan withdrew the Gatling into his spatial ring and directed his spiritual energy toward a distant wild beast. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. The 9 nether forces were involved, and thousands of beasts were in a collective frenzy, while Wuheng ascended to immortality. Why had all these calamities converged at once? Yi Wuhan activated the Heavenly Thunder Shadow Step, sprinting toward a dense thicket. In the woods, even a foundational cultivator would require time to locate someone, let alone the lowly beasts with lesser intellect. After his sweeping assault with the Gatling, Yi Wuhan's experience had surged to over 100,000, a truly terrifying rate of accumulation. Brother Hen. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the thicket, startling Yi Wuhan. By the heavens, the bushes had come to life and recognized me. What manner of demon are you? Before my father, Yi, do not masquerade as a fiend. Reveal yourself at once. As Yi Wuhan spoke, he retrieved his barret. Brother Hen, no? A figure suddenly darted out from the thicket. This individual bore an unremarkable appearance, resembling the scholars outside, yet exuded an air of artistic flair. Brother Hen, put away your treasure. I am here to seek your support. The person said, scratching his head. Goodness, have you no shame to such an extent? If you wish to seek my favor, at least offer me something in return. To simply declare one's intent to seek support is truly the epitome of audacity. Who are you? Yi Wuhan inquired, retracting the barret into his spatial ring, only to draw out a Gatling gun in the next moment. Chapter 68. Can one survive here for 3 months? The man gazed at the newly revealed artifact in Yi Wuhan's possession, counting the black barrel, and then broke into a radiant smile. Brother Hen, why so unfriendly? I am from the Luo family, named Luo Xiaofan, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. I pose no threat to you. With but a thought, you could easily end my life. Yi Wuhan nodded in acknowledgement. Having discerned the other's background, he felt less inclined to remain on guard. Initially, he had suspected that members of the Wanma sect had come to end his life. Brother Hen, it seems you too. Luo Xiaofan ventured cautiously. To what? Yi Wuhan frowned. To encountered a horde of savage beasts? Luo Xiaofan inquired. You encountered them as well? Yi Wuhan felt a flicker of delight. It was akin to wishing for companionship and shared suffering. Indeed, Luo Xiaofan replied, his expression dimming. Out of our 5, I am the only one who remains. The life and death of friends is a common affair on the path of cultivation. One must cultivate the heart before mastering the self. Yi Wuhan comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. I have just slain numerous savage beasts, avenging your fallen comrades. Luo Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Hen. During these 3 months in the wilderness, I wish to accompany you. Rest assured, once we escape this desolation, should you desire my departure, I will leave without hesitation. After some contemplation, Yi Wuhan acquiesced. He was certain that if he denied Luo Xiaofan, the latter's chances of surviving the next 3 months would not exceed 5%. He pondered whether the Jiuyou forces mentioned by Su Xianxia would truly intervene. If it were merely the rampaging savage beasts, it would be manageable. However, should the Jiuyou forces become involved, the implications would be dire, rendering survival in the wilderness exceedingly challenging. Xiaofan, let us rest for a while. Tomorrow, accompany me to seek out others. Your strength should suffice to single-handedly slay a xianxia stage savage beast, correct? Yi Wuhan inquired, testing Luo Xiaofan's capabilities. After all, one could only gauge true strength through combat, as mere probing could not reveal the essence of one's power. That should pose no issue. Luo Xiaofan affirmed after a moment's reflection. Very well, Yi Wuhan replied. This arrangement spared him the burden of hunting for Luo Xiaofan. Even with his formidable barret and Gatling weaponry, the discomfort of aiding another without recompense lingered. Assisting Yi Ling in slaying savage beasts was different, as Yi Wuhan's junior. He could handle issues that his elder brother resolved with ease, bringing a sense of accomplishment. Luo Xiaofan settled onto the ground, glancing at Yi Wuhan before turning aside. He whispered, Brother Hen, did you encounter that young man dressed in deep purple amidst the horde of savage beasts? What? You encountered him? Yi Wuhan exclaimed, astonished. If he could traverse alongside savage beasts, he could not possibly be one of the 5 houses. If not from the 5 houses, then a native of the wilderness? Impossible. The tribes within the wilderness practice such rudimentary techniques. How could they possibly coexist with savage beasts without suffering harm? Did Brother Hen not encounter him? Pray, allow me to recount the events that transpired. We were meandering through the vast wilderness. unperturbed by the formidable beasts that roamed the land, for each of us possessed considerable strength. Suddenly, my companion was startled by a cacophony of roars. At that moment, a young man clad in purple descended upon us, wielding a sword with disdainful amusement. He proclaimed himself a member of the Nine Netherfengdu mansion, warning us of an imminent arrival of a precious artifact, urging us to depart swiftly. Initially, we dismissed his words, and my friend even berated him. He merely chuckled, and then a brilliant light surged forth before our eyes. Once the radiance dissipated, we exchanged glances, only to discover my friend had perished. One stroke of sword light extinguished a life. Yi Wuhen gasped in astonishment. The primary reason for his lethal prowess lay within the system's inherent bugs and martial arts, with a minor contribution from his understanding of the heart's path. This individual, lacking any system, hinted at the formidable nature of the Nine Nether Force. The remainder had succumbed to the horde of savage beasts, sighed Luo Xiaofan. Which direction did the purple-clad youth flee? Yi Wuhen inquired. I did not catch sight of him. The sword light had momentarily blinded me. By the time I regained my vision, he had vanished without a trace, Luo Xiaofan replied. Within this statement, Luo Xiaofan imparted 3 invaluable insights to Yi Wuhen. First, a remarkable treasure was poised to emerge in the wilderness. Second, the forces at play were not limited to the Nine Nether. And third, the purple-clad youth was certainly not a peer among the prodigies. The pressing question now was whether Yi Wuhen should venture towards the site of the treasure. Should he proceed, it might unveil immense opportunities. Conversely, abstaining could lead to lifelong regret. To truly live is to broaden one's horizons, to encounter diverse worlds, to meet extraordinary individuals. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. Would he survive the journey? Could he endure 3 months in this perilous realm? Very well, you should rest for a spell. The harrowing escape must have exhausted you. I shall keep watch, Yi Wuhen said to Luo Xiaofan. Nodding in agreement, Luo Xiaofan reclined. Yi Wuhen cast a glance at his resting companion, resolutely vowing to return alive. He had Yi Ling, Su Xianxia, Yi Meyer, his father, Wei Chong, Bing Wu, and Tang Xiaodian awaiting his return. To perish in this wilderness would be a disservice to them all. Moreover, there loomed a 3-year pact and an agreement with Xianzhao awaiting him. As he envisioned their faces, he smiled, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Yi Wuhen abruptly sat up, anxiously touching his face and surveying his lower body, exclaiming, "Phew, that was close. Sleeping in this wilderness is akin to courting death. How could I have been so careless? Brother Wuhen, were you pondering why you survived?" Luo Xiaofan's mischievous grin appeared before Yi Wuhen. Startled, Yi Wuhen scuttled back a couple of steps before realizing, "Ah, it is you. Without me, you would have met your demise yesterday," Luo Xiaofan retorted, brandishing a small knife and slicing off a piece of flesh. Yi Wuhen surveyed the surroundings, stunned to find no fewer than 10 corpses, all flayed to the bones. What had transpired yesterday? Yesterday, feeling famished, I arose to find a horde of monstrous beasts encircling you, salivating profusely. I swiftly dispatched them all to satiate my hunger. Luo Xiaofan skewered the meat and presented it to Yi Wuhen, saying, "Here you go, brother hen. There's still a piece left. Once we finish this, we shall seek out others." This individual possesses discernment, indeed. He even remembers to leave a piece of meat for the leader. If it were Wei Chong and Tang Xiaodian, it is likely that even this would not suffice. Yi Wuhen promptly devoured the large portion in 2 bites, stood up, and clapped his hands, declaring, "Let us be on our way." Chapter 69. Journey to the Land of Treasures. The positions of Yi Lingli and Yi Wuhen were not far apart, and Luo Xiaofan was easily able to keep pace with Yi Wuhen. Consequently, Yi Wuhen took off running, and within a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where they could hear muffled sounds emanating from within. Luo Xiaofan chuckled, "Brother hen, what do you suppose they are up to?" Yi Wuhen's expression darkened. He was taken aback. What did this mean? They were tormenting me while treating Yi Ling with such disregard. In broad daylight, corrupting Luo Xiaofan. Unthinkable. Xiaofan, do not fret. I shall confront that pair of scoundrels. With that, Yi Wuhen unsheathed the heavenly slaying sword and ventured into the depths of the cave. "You truly have a knack for selecting the perfect spots for your escapades," Yi Wuhen remarked, but as he ventured deeper, he was met with a sight that made his heart sink. Yi Ling lay pale and battered, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Su Qianxia stared at Yi Wuhen as if he were a fool. "What on earth is happening?" Yi Wuhen demanded, barely containing his fury. Regret washed over him for having saved this fox, for now it had brought calamity upon himself and left Yi Ling in such a dire state. "What is the matter?" "You should ask Yi Ling." Su Qianxia pouted angrily. Determined, Yi Wuhen resolved that if Su Qianxia was indeed the troublemaker, he would send her back to the snowy mountains. Yi Ling, tell Brother Hen what transpired, and I shall take your side, Yi Wuhen urged. Yi Ling gasped for air and replied, Brother Hen, it's not Sister Xianxia's fault. I was arrogant and foolishly challenged the savage beasts. If it weren't for Sister Xianxia, I would have perished long ago. Yi Ling appeared gravely injured, his speech faltering, and he struggled to breathe. Yi Wuhen glanced at Su Xianxia and expressed his gratitude before returning his focus to Yi Ling's injuries. Su Xianxia remained silent, merely observing Yi Wuhen, lost in her thoughts. This is dire. If things continue like this, Yi Ling will be lost. Desperation gripped Yi Wuhen. The only recourse was to use a recovery pill to save Yi Ling's life. He exchanged for a recovery pill in the marketplace and administered it to Yi Ling miraculously. Yi Ling's injuries began to mend. However, Yi Wuhen understood that this remedy was only effective for those in the qi refining stage. Once one reached the full foundation establishment, the pill's efficacy diminished significantly, merely serving as an ordinary golden pill. While there were potent restorative elixirs available in the marketplace for those in the rotation phase, they required exorbitant exchange values that were not worthwhile. For sustainable remedies, one must rely on alchemy. Given that the system bestowed upon Yi Wuhen this capability, he was determined to utilize it wisely. Alchemy, how often it appears in tales of fantasy. On this continent, the protagonists are invariably the most adept alchemists, leaving others to face defeat. How fortuitous. Yi Wuhen was eager to turn the tables on others. Yet, without materials, how could he engage in alchemy? Yi Wuhen was troubled for a while, contemplating that now in the vast wilderness, apart from using the elixirs for himself, he could only share them with Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan, as selling them was not an option. He decided to set the matter aside, reasoning that there was no urgency in alchemy. He would seek out the necessary herbs once he ventured to the place of rare treasures. Yi Ling, are you feeling better? Yi Wuhen inquired. Yi Ling smiled and replied, much better, thank you, Brother Hen. Brother Hen, what are they doing? Why haven't you come out? Luo Xiaofan shouted from outside. Yi Wuhen communicated telepathically, come in directly. This secretive method of communication was gleaned from the Jiuyou Fanxingju, and could only be utilized upon reaching a certain level of proficiency. Otherwise, Yi Wuhen would have employed it long ago to flaunt his skills. With such a prestigious technique at his disposal, why keep it hidden? As Luo Xiaofan approached the cave entrance, he beheld Su Xianxia staring blankly at Yi Wuhen. He was instantly captivated. With such a beauty at hand, it was no wonder Brother Hen was reluctant to emerge. If it were him, he would ensure she would not leave the bed today. What are you staring at? Yi Wuhen approached and waved his hand in front of Luo Xiaofan's eyes. Noticing he had yet to respond, Su Qianxia also noticed Luo Xiaofan, offering a faint smile before exiting the cave without a word. Wow, is that girl angry? Luo Xiaofan pondered, recalling what he had read online. There was no difference between women and terrorists. At least terrorists could be negotiated with. Brother Hen, who was that beautiful woman just now? Luo Xiaofan asked eagerly, his demeanor resembling a wolf encountering a sheep after a prolonged period without meat. Her? Don't even think about it. Yi Wuhen replied, speechless. He himself felt like a fool played by Su Qianxia, and now Luo Xiaofan well. It was quite difficult to dig a grave in this wilderness. Luo Xiaofan pouted and fell silent. For now, cultivation was paramount, friendship was secondary, and love could wait until he achieved a higher level. Yi Wuhen turned and stepped out of the cave, addressing Su Qianxia. Little fox, I misjudged you. I apologize. I'm not angry, Su Qianxia chuckled lightly. Did you think I was upset? If I were that easily angered, you would have driven me to my wit's end. Yi Wuhen was at a loss for words whatever it was. As long as she was not angry, that was sufficient. Suddenly, Yi Wuhen sensed a tremendous impact on the spiritual energy he had laid upon a wild beast, indicating that a rare treasure was about to emerge. Little fox, I must go to a certain place. I leave Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan in your care, Yi Wuhen stated. Where? Su Qianxia, ever the curious one, asked. Eager to explore. Impossible. If you go, what will happen to Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan? Given their lower capabilities, Yi Wuhen felt uneasy about their safety. If it were only Luo Xiaofan, he would feel reassured. Judging by last night's performance, Luo Xiaofan demonstrated considerable strength, having slain several demon beasts without waking up from his deep slumber. His abilities were sufficient to ensure his survival, provided he did not act recklessly. Very well. Where shall we wait for you? Su Qianxia nodded, inquiring further. Do not stray too far. I can sense the aura of Yi Ling, Yi Wuhen declared, then employed the Thunderbolt Shadow Step to sprint towards the beast he had previously marked. You must return alive. Su Qianxia gazed at Yi Wuhen's retreating figure, offering a silent prayer. Yi Wuhen's speed was astonishing. Within mere minutes, he had distanced himself from the cave's entrance. Yet, as he ran, he realized the path he was taking felt eerily familiar. Observing the flora around him, the realization struck him. This was the very route to Wuheng's ascension site. Yi Wuhen bellowed in frustration. Isn't this a cruel joke? Is it not a cruel joke? It truly is a cruel joke. Chapter 70. Wuheng's celestial abode. Why was I so foolish? Why did I not venture to the place of Wuheng's ascension to investigate? After indulging in so many fantastical tales, how could I falter when it came to employing my own strategies? Yi Wuhen slapped his forehead, pondering what treasures Wuheng might have left behind. The last time he had visited, he distinctly recalled that the place was desolate and barren. Whoosh! Countless sounds of the air being sliced echoed around Yi Wuhen. He looked up, astonished by the grand spectacle above. No fewer than 50 cultivators were soaring through the skies on their swords, casting shadows that darkened the ground below. Alas, while they soared, he was left to run. Was this truly the way for a protagonist to make an entrance? He resolved to visit the marketplace soon, searching for some prestigious martial arts techniques. "Oh, what a refined young man," remarked a youth clad in blue robes, as he skillfully adjusted the angle of his sword before lowering it to fly alongside Yi Wuhen. Not using sword flight, opting for running instead? The blue-robed youth chuckled teasingly. "Just exercising," Yi Wuhen replied with a grin. "I've heard it helps one endure longer in bed. Have you come alone?" The blue-robed youth inquired. Yi Wuhen nodded, feeling slightly irked. Why the condescension towards a solo traveler? Surely, one must possess strength to journey alone. The blue-robed youth laughed heartily, introducing himself as Chu Tianqing from the Chu family of Wuheng Prefecture. "May I ask about your lineage, young brother?" The name Chu family stirred no recognition in Yi Wuhen's mind, and he found the term young brother rather peculiar. "Brother Chu, if it's not too much trouble, let us simply refer to each other as brothers." "Young brother feels somewhat awkward," he responded. "I am Yi Wuhen, hailing from the Yi family among the 5 houses." "The Yi family?" Chu Tianqing mused, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. "Ah, the Yi family's power undoubtedly eclipses that of the Chu family. Yet here I am, lowering myself to call you brother, and you still ponder it." With a wry smile, Chu Tianqing asked, "May I inquire how old you are, brother Yi?" "What does that reluctant expression mean? Even a blind person could see your unwillingness." 16, Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly. "You, on the other hand, seem to hold yourself in high regard. I shall find an opportunity to humble you." Chu Tianqing contemplated, secretly noting, this individual is merely 16, yet dares to roam the wilderness. His strength must be around the first level of the radiant phase. The Yi family backing him is formidable, as their elders' martial arts could easily dispatch cultivators of that level. However, compared to my Chu family, one of the 4 affiliated powers of Tsankong Academy, they still pale in comparison. Nevertheless, I believe a deeper friendship could be forged. Meanwhile, while Chu Tianqing pondered, Yi Wuhen discreetly assessed. Chu Tianqing, male, 20 years old, cultivation level, 2nd stage of radiant phase. What audacity! Even the 2nd stage of radiant phase dares to flaunt? Is he not afraid of having his legs broken? Chu Tianqing chuckled. "Brother Wuhen, I have reached the age of 20. The challenges within this celestial abode are formidable, and I shall need your assistance in the times to come." Celestial abode? What is this celestial abode? Yi Wuhen expressed his confusion, questioning whether Wuheng's territory was not merely a barren wasteland. He remarked that not only was there no celestial abode to be found, but he had not even encountered a single structure. Did Brother Hen not know? Chu Tianqing furrowed his brow momentarily before responding, "It matters not. I, too, have only recently learned that ahead lies the site of a celestial ascension." The surge of spiritual energy was so potent that it could be felt from 100,000 miles away, truly astonishing. This prompted individuals to investigate. And after the celestial ascended, his abode rose from beneath the earth, occupying a 5th of the wilderness's edge. Ah, Chu Tianqing is quite remarkable. His intelligence gathering is commendable, and it may prove beneficial. Yi Wuhen nodded in acknowledgement. After approximately 5 minutes of running, a majestic celestial abode gradually came into view before them, shrouded in ethereal mist, blocking even the sunlight from penetrating its depths. The architecture appeared intricately designed, and one could ascertain its immense value merely from its jade-like exterior. The overall structure seemed to be a product of divine craftsmanship, leaving Yi Wuhen, who had never encountered such marvels in his previous life, utterly astounded. However, beneath the celestial abode lay a gruesome sight, with corpses of wild beasts strewn about, their blood saturating the ground, instilling a sense of dread. It was astonishing to witness the celestials' grand designs, complemented by a formation that gathered spiritual energy. Chu Tianqing, upon gazing at the abode, was equally taken aback. The gathering array appeared to be quite substantial. Meanwhile, Wuheng was filled with regret, lamenting internally, "Oh, how infuriating. Had I known Wuheng was so extravagant, I should have taken advantage of him before departing." Now, the past is truly painful to reflect upon. A considerable number of cultivators had already congregated beneath the celestial abode, including those who had just flown over Wuheng's head. Their diverse appearances caught Wuheng's attention, their gazes oddly intense. Wuheng instinctively shielded himself from their stares and began searching for acquaintances among the crowd. Given the emergence of this celestial abode, it was certain that those from Wuheng County would not let this opportunity slip by, especially the ever-idle Zhang Wenyao, who would undoubtedly show up. And indeed, Zhang Wenyao was present. Following Wuhen's gaze, he spotted a young man in white conversing with a handsome youth. The young man in white was Zhang Wenyao. Behind him stood a considerable entourage, as if they had monopolized Wuheng's celestial abode. "Brother Zhang, you've come too," Wuhen exclaimed as he dashed forward. Chu Tianxing observed Wuhen's retreating figure with a complex expression, realizing that this individual was acquainted with the young masters of Wuheng County. Wuhen smirked, thinking to himself, "How foolish. You flaunted your arrogance before, and soon you will understand your place when you seek to curry favor with me." "Oh, Hen, is it you? Are you also eager to explore this celestial abode?" Zhang Wenyao greeted Wuhen with a smile, though he cautioned, "I must advise you to exercise caution. This celestial abode is not ordinary." Previously, 10 cultivators at the second level of xianxia and 1 at the Golden Core stage entered. Yet only the Golden Core cultivator emerged alive, the others perished. "Must you scare me right from the start?" Wuhen thought to himself, inwardly groaning. "There's no need to worry. I can simply accompany Brother Yao," Wuhen remarked. "Brother Hen, your thoughts are, but I won't be going in," Zhang Wenyao replied. Wuhen silently mused. "How am I to respond to that? Whenever trouble arises, you find an excuse to avoid it. Yet you appear in an instant when it's convenient for you. Not to worry, I'll just tread carefully. After all, I am determined to breach this immortal abode," Wuhen declared with a bold spirit. "With my top-tier gear and an array of celestial and earthly martial techniques, what do I have to fear in conquering this immortal realm? I have yet to unleash the power of my 9 nether force against those creatures. I wonder how formidable it truly is." Feeling somewhat indebted to Wuhen, Zhang Wenyao suggested, "How about this? There is someone accompanying me who also wishes to enter this immortal abode. Perhaps you could journey together?" Chapter 71. The Sharp-Witted Qin Jinj. "How formidable is he?" Wuhen inquired. "If he possesses formidable strength, that would be acceptable. However, if he becomes a liability, I might have to swiftly seek you out to settle the score." "Ah, you must trust me on this. Although he is merely at the first stage of xianjiao, his combat prowess is undeniably impressive." Zhang Wenyao gestured towards the elegant young man behind him, chuckling. Had it not been for Zhang Wenyao's indication, Wuhen might have overlooked him entirely. It was not due to his height, as he stood half a head taller than Wuhen, but rather because he appeared exceedingly frail, like a delicate reed swaying in the wind. Could he truly withstand a strike from a savage beast? "Brother Zhang, are you certain he can manage?" Wuhen remained somewhat skeptical. Before Zhang Wenyao could respond, the refined young man spoke. "May I request you to receive one of my strikes?" His voice possessed an ethereal quality, striking an eerie chord as it bore a slight feminine timbre. Very well." Wuhen, initially surprised, soon reflected that the best way to demonstrate one's strength is through combat. He retrieved the blade of heaven from his spatial ring and stood poised, the wind tousling his long hair, rendering him strikingly handsome. The young man brandished 2 short swords, gripping them horizontally with the blunt sides against his forearms. The blades directed towards Wuhen. The light glinted off the edges of the swords, emitting a menacing gleam. This was a technique exclusive to assassins, one that Wuhen had encountered numerous times in the realm of the fantastical, always associated with stealthy killers. "Make your move," Wuhen said calmly. In an instant, the young man propelled himself off the ground with remarkable force, transforming into a streak as he charged towards Wuhen. Even Wuhen, not a novice in this world, found himself momentarily taken aback by the explosive power of this seemingly fragile youth. Quickly regaining his composure, he brandished the blade of heaven to defend himself. The clash of Wuhen's blade against the young man's 2 short swords resonated with a cacophony of metallic sounds, drawing the attention of those around them. The one wielding the long sword maintains a remarkably stable stance, and it appears he hasn't yet unleashed his full potential. I believe the one with the 2 short swords possesses the upper hand. His speed is astonishing, and the one wielding the long sword seems destined to lose. "Oh, would this esteemed gentleman care to place a wager?" "Why not? How much are you willing to bet?" The man replied nonchalantly. Let us wager 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. 5,000. Another man exclaimed in astonishment, for that amount was equivalent to half a year's worth of his expenses. The young master of the Bai family wouldn't be unable to produce such an amount, would he? The man smirked. Who are you? How do you know I am from the Bai family? The other man gasped. Simply by your white attire, the jade belt adorning your waist, and most notably, the character Bai emblazoned on your left shoulder. Furthermore, your name is Bai Yi, correct? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Bai Yi's back. The individual before him possessed an intricate understanding of the Bai family, as they were not particularly renowned in the Wuheng County. Indeed, when they ventured out, members of the Bai family donned white garments and adorned themselves with white jade belts, their attire marked with large white characters to signify their status. I was right. Let us place our bets. The man gestured, causing a black pouch to soar to the ground, containing 5,000 superior spirit stones. Bai Yi remained bewildered. How do you know my name? Reveal your identity. I am merely a wandering cultivator who has ventured into the immortal mansion. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Bai Yi, unimpressed, tossed the pouch aside. With 5,000 spirit stones at stake, the wager had commenced. Yi Wuheng, eavesdropping on their exchange, found it intriguing but recognized the need to refocus on the pressing situation at hand. Initially, he perceived the elegant youth's challenge as mere jest, intending to engage with only half his strength. However, when Yi Wuhen's sky-slaying sword clashed with the youth's short blade, he was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer force. The power exhibited starkly contrasted with the seemingly frail young man before him. Employing merely half his strength would undoubtedly prove insufficient. One move has concluded. You have lost. Yi Wuhen declared. Do not be hasty. I have yet to complete my strike, the youth replied with a smile, then moved with the swiftness of the wind. This was dire. Yi Wuhen's brow glistened with sweat. The speed was astonishing, and each swing of his sword merely met the youth's afterimages. In a fleeting moment, a radiant orb appeared before him. He recognized it as the rotating sun. Only this technique could emit such heat. Before it even made contact, Yi Wuhen felt a searing pain. As the orb vanished, the youth's two short swords crossed and lunged towards Yi Wuhen, forming a dazzling arc of sword light. Xianlong 9 transformations. In this perilous moment, failing to employ the Xianlong 9 transformations to augment his innate power would be tantamount to courting death. Clang! Yi Wuhen's sword blade intercepted the youth's assault, and in a heartbeat, he closed the distance, positioning the sky-slaying sword against the young man's throat. Their eyes met, revealing an indescribable calmness within the youth's gaze, as if he had encountered such circumstances countless times before. You have lost, Yi Wuhen stated coolly, sheathing his sword and storing it within his spatial ring. I have lost. The youth's expression dimmed momentarily before regaining composure. You are a formidable opponent. What is your name? Yi Wuhen inquired, adhering to a newfound principle of not probing into the identities of those he wished to befriend, as he believed it to be an invasion of privacy. The youth hesitated for a moment before replying. Chen Jinj. What a rather effeminate name, Yi Wuhen silently critiqued. The atmosphere here remains relatively cordial. Yet adjacent to this scene, a stark contrast unfolds. Some are elated while others are engulfed in despair. Bai Yi has suffered a loss of 5,000 superior spirit stones, leaving his spirits at an all-time low. He harbors thoughts of seeking vengeance against Chen Jinj, yet he knows he cannot match him in strength. This is the most exasperating predicament. The rogue cultivator nearby clutches his Qianquan bag, unable to contain his laughter. For him, 5,000 spirit stones are also a considerable sum. What emboldens him to gamble? It is the weapon in Yi Wuhen's possession that has captured his attention. Its exterior appears as if corroded by bronze, yet when it clashes with the two short swords, it emits an ethereal glimmer imperceptible to ordinary eyes. This glimmer is at least of the caliber of a golden core treasure. Zhang Wenyo has been observing the entire exchange, and as Yi Wuhen approaches, he smiles and remarks, I never anticipated that your prowess, Brother Hen, has grown so formidable. You have indeed become significantly stronger since our last encounter. Chapter 72. The first challenge where? Yi Wuhen replied. Engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhang Wenyao, Yi Wuhen remained oblivious to the curious gaze of Chen Jinj, who was keenly observing him. After a while, Chen Jinj abandoned his attempt to decipher Yi Wuhen, for the latter spoke with utter unpredictability, as if his thoughts were not filtered through reason. Those familiar with Yi Wuhen understood this peculiar trait. However, in moments of urgency, he exhibited a remarkable rigor. One might say, in certain circles, that he was an enigma. Just as Yi Wuhen and Zhang Wenyao were immersed in their conversation, an elderly man with white hair interjected, Well, it seems everyone is here. Let us now commence the opening of this celestial gate. With that, the elder summoned all his strength and pushed against the door. Towering at 18 zhang and crafted from an unknown material, the door proved too formidable for the old man to budge alone. "What are you all staring at? Come and lend a hand," he exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Yi Wuhen could not help but quip, "What a splendid display of humiliation." Yet, despite the jest, he stepped forward to assist, pondering how they had managed to open it before. Finally, with the collective effort of the group, the colossal door swung open enough for 3 individuals to enter side by side. The moment the door cracked ajar, someone dashed inside, prompting a flood of others to follow, each hoping that the first to enter might uncover hidden treasures within. At this notion, Yi Wuhen chuckled, thinking, "Do you fancy yourself the protagonist? Do you believe this celestial abode lacks guardians?" Following the conventional narrative, the first to cross the threshold was destined to meet peril. Just as Yi Wuhen intended to warn Qin Jinj against rushing in, a piercing scream erupted, chilling the air with its harrowing intensity. "Goodness, I have yet to step inside, and already I am frightened. Is this truly necessary?" Qin Jinj, momentarily stunned by the chilling cry, swiftly darted through the door. Observing Qin Jinj's boldness, Yi Wuhen felt compelled to follow suit. After all, he could not appear timid before a former rival. In other circumstances, he might have hesitated, but in the presence of someone he had once contended with, that was out of the question. Upon entering, Yi Wuhen was immediately struck by the sight of a man sprawled on the ground, arrows piercing him from head to toe. What a grim tableau. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the door closed automatically behind them. This was undeniably a scene most ghastly. Surely Wuheng must have lost his wits, for such an array of traps lay in wait just beyond the entrance. In response to Yi Wuhen's remark, Wuheng expressed his innocence, questioning whether any reasonable person would be pleased if strangers invaded their home without consent, rummaging about. The elderly man took a moment to soothe the crowd, for witnessing a cultivator in the rotation phase perish so effortlessly before their eyes was a hard truth for anyone to bear. "Everyone, please be cautious of your footing. Beware of the sharp arrows." Upon entering the door, one is immediately greeted by an expansive quadrilateral realm, the ground adorned in alternating shades of black and white, which induces a dizzying effect upon first glance. Yi Wuhen recognized this as Wuheng's enlightenment chamber, where he often sought clarity. The traps laid within were undoubtedly established in anticipation of his ascension. The interplay of black and white stirred the mind. This was indeed a room of enlightenment. Qin Jinj remarked calmly, "However, be cautious, for there are traps located in the upper left and upper right corners." Yi Wuhen glanced upwards, and indeed, there were numerous intricate holes in both corners. The previous individual must have triggered some mechanism upon entering. Bai Yi, in a state of alarm, questioned, "What did that person do to activate the trap?" From the position in which the individual lay, it appeared he had perished almost the moment he stepped through the door. In contrast, Yi Wuhen had entered without incident, as had the others. Thus, the mechanism must lie within the door itself. Merely pushing it open would activate the trap. The door, that was the first point. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Yi Wuhen shrugged, relieved that he had not forgotten his earlier deductions. Such simple reasoning still remained within his grasp. What about beyond the door? Bai Yi queried, still trembling with fear. At this moment, escape seemed nearly impossible. Yet remaining inside posed a significant threat to their lives, which left Bai Yi in a state of distress. "There will surely be a solution," Qin Jinj replied nonchalantly. Yi Wuhen found this demeanor particularly irksome. Such a cold attitude towards everything was exasperating. "Hey, old man, was anyone else here before us? Only a golden core managed to escape?" Yi Wuhen boldly addressed the white-haired elder. "Ah, you young brat, do you even understand the meaning of respect?" The elder retorted, his irritation evident. Indeed, there were a few. The rogue cultivator who had just wagered with Bai Yi laughed heartily. The presence of only one corpse indicates that those few succeeded in passing this trial. Pay attention to the ground. Damn it, that was my line. How did you steal it? Qin Jinj scanned the ground and noted, the floor is spotless, which signifies that they did not walk across it. Flying with swords. The thought struck everyone's mind simultaneously. Yes, they could utilize sword flight. However, Yi Wuhen felt the urge to hurl Qin Jinj and the rogue's saltwater soda back at them. Sword flight. I can't do that. At that moment, Chu Tianxing stepped forward and said, "If you don't mind, come with me." Of course, I don't mind. If Yi Wuhen were to refuse at this juncture, it would indeed be a display of foolishness. Chu Tianxing summoned his exquisite sword and stepped upon it, and Yi Wuhen followed suit, only to find himself unceremoniously shoved aside the next second. Can you not lose weight? Yi Wuhen had initially thought Chu Tianxing's blue robe merely appeared oversized, but upon grasping Chu Tianxing's arm, he realized it was entirely muscle. "Apologies, my brother," Chu Tianxing said with a hint of regret, rubbing the back of his head. In this place, Yi Wuhen was only acquainted with Chen Jinzhi and Chu Tianxing. Now, it seemed that Chu Tianxing was no longer a viable option, so could he rely on Chen Jinzhi? Setting aside the question of whether that fellow could command a flying sword, even if he could, Yi Wuhen doubted that his icy demeanor would allow for such camaraderie. One could sense his chilling aura from 10 meters away. "Hey, do you want to come up?" Chen Jinzhi inquired, tilting his head slightly. At which point Yi Wuhen noticed that his hair was somewhat longer, fragrant, and alluring. Of course, not getting on would be foolish. Yi Wuhen swiftly leapt up, this time without being shoved off, as Chen Jinzhi was considerably slimmer than Chu Tianxing. "My speed might be a bit brisk, so be careful." Chen Jinzhi's expression bore a hint of anxiety. "Ah, that's quite concerning." Yi Wuhen recalled his previous life, riding a motorcycle without a helmet, and being buffeted by the wind to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. In this life, he resolved to learn from his past mistakes. Chapter 73. Stepping into the sword path, Yi Wuhen encircled Chen Jinzhi's slender waist from behind. "Ah!" Chen Jinzhi's face flushed crimson, and he couldn't suppress a cry. He had never before been embraced by a man from behind, so his startled reaction was quite natural. However, the sound that escaped him began to resonate in Yi Wuhen's ears as distinctly feminine. Were it not for Chen Jinzhi's flat chest, Yi Wuhen might have genuinely believed he was in the company of a woman. Turning his head slightly, Chen Jinzhi shot Yi Wuhen a glare, indignantly reprimanding. "Remove your filthy hands." Alarmed by the intensity of that gaze, Yi Wuhen gradually loosened his grip. Yet, scarcely 5 seconds passed before Chen Jinzhi quickened his pace again. Goodness! This sudden movement startled Yi Wuhen into placing his hands back on Chen Jinzhi's waist. "Ah!" This time, Yi Wuhen clearly recognized the delicate tone of Chen Jinzhi's exclamation. "Oh, dear Chen, how has a fine young man like you devolved into such a delicate creature? A mere submissive. Time truly is unkind," Yi Wuhen mused, leaning closer to Chen Jinzhi's ear, lamenting. "Speak another word, and I shall cast you aside. Care to test me?" Chen Jinzhi retorted fiercely. Yi Wuhen, not being a fool, understood that Chen Jinzhi was genuinely irate. The winds today are particularly tempestuous. Yi Wuhen raised his head slightly, adopting a pose as if to admire the moon, deliberately ignoring Chen Jinzhi's words. Regret washed over Chen Jinzhi. He lamented having taken pity on Yi Wuhen in the first place. Now, he found himself entangled with a pestilence he could not shake off. To prevent Yi Wuhen from embracing him once more, Chen Jinzhi intentionally slowed his pace, resulting in everyone else speeding ahead to the innermost door, while only Yi Wuhen and Chen Jinzhi managed to reach 3/4 of the way through. By the time Yi Wuhen and Chen Jinzhi arrived, the others had already waited for a full 10 minutes. Yi, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Hurry up! Don't keep us waiting so long." A rogue cultivator patted Yi on the shoulder, whispering, "Those two possess formidable strength. Remember, within this celestial estate, your family's power will afford you no advantage. Do you understand?" Cold sweat broke out on Yi's brow. This revelation was undoubtedly lethal for someone of his privileged background, who is most prone to causing trouble. The unruly science. And Yi was precisely such a scion. Currently, the white-haired elder's power was unparalleled, having reached the first stage of the Golden Core. Those with such strength were likely affiliated with the Wuheng County Lord's residence. The rest were mostly individuals possessing strength without intelligence. The only ones with both intellect and power were Yi Wuhen, Chen Jinzhi, and that rogue cultivator. Since everyone has arrived, I propose we take a moment to contemplate the Tao here. What are your thoughts? Yi Wuhen suggested. The Tao room of the immortal would undoubtedly provide immense benefits for ordinary disciples like them. The concept of the Tao is profound. When encountered, it can be perceived and felt, influencing both mind and body, as well as one's strength. If one comprehends the Tao of water at the first stage of the radiant phase, for instance, they could potentially measure up against someone at the perfected second stage in a water-rich environment. The significance of the Tao is profound. It serves as a whetstone on the path of cultivation, sharpening your blade with every insight gained. The elder with white hair was the first to agree, as he was on the verge of a breakthrough from the first to the second stage of the Golden Core realm. Even a mere step into the Tao would allow him to bypass his bottleneck and ascend with ease. Others had no objections, as there were no stipulated times for departure. And once one reached the xianxia stage, sustenance could be drawn solely from the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Yi Wuhen settled down to meditate. Though not entirely immersed, he remained wary of potential betrayals lurking among some individuals. After all, one could never predict when an enemy might strike. The world is vast, and anything could transpire. As he focused on the black and white markings on the ground, A slight pressure enveloped his head, embracing his temples. He opened his eyes to find himself in an open space, confronted only by a wooden sword stake, surrounded by barren land devoid of life. Truly a desolate place. Ding. Congratulations to the host for entering the trial of the Sword Dao. Success will grant access to the Sword Dao. The system's voice echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears, stipulating that he must sever the sword stake within a designated time frame, 30 minutes, and the timer begins now. What? No opportunity for contemplation? System, come forth. I wish to discuss life with you. However, the time allotted for him to voice his grievances was scant. Yi Wuhen summoned the Xianxia sword from his spatial ring. With its formidable might, cleaving through this wooden stake should be effortless. A smirk graced his lips. Clang. Upon contact, the Xianxia sword produced a sound akin to iron striking iron. To his astonishment, the blade sank in only a fraction of an inch, merely an index finger's depth. Truly, this system had rendered even the Xianxia sword as ineffective as a common kitchen knife. With a surge of primal energy, he invoked the Xian Long 9 transformations and struck again, this time achieving a depth of 2 fingers. Gaining momentum, he accelerated his strikes, one after another. Time was of the essence, and he soon discovered that the deeper he penetrated, the more resistant the stake became. What began as 2 fingers' depth dwindled to that of a fingernail. Ding. System alert. The remaining time for the host to complete the trial is 10 minutes. The mere mention of time heightened Yi Wuhen's anxiety. Employ the sword technique. Long rainbow piercing the sun. A beam of white light surged toward the wooden stake. Achieving a depth of 1/10. The stake now needed only a third more to be severed. Another long rainbow piercing the sun followed. Yet this time the stake seemed to have developed a resistance, yielding only a finger's depth. Ding. System alert. The remaining time for the host to complete the trial is 3 minutes. What to do now? Yi Wuhen's perspiration lingered, for he was a person who refused to concede defeat. After much struggle, he had finally encountered the path of the sword. How could he possibly refrain from embarking upon it? It is said that once one steps onto the path of the sword, one ceases to be merely a swordsman and transforms into a sword immortal. By merging the way of the heart with the sword path, he sought to integrate the unification sword technique. With a swift motion, he unleashed a single stroke of the sword heart. A brilliant beam of white light sliced through the air, followed by a tempest of hundreds of white rays, as the wooden post was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. This was his self-created sword technique, the sword heart in a single strike. Though it appeared as but one stroke, it was, in truth, a fusion of hundreds of sword lights. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing the sword path, achieving a fragmented accomplishment of Sword Immortal. Full comprehension of the sword path shall be attained thereafter. Chapter 74. I am quite satisfied having successfully traversed the path of the sword. Yi Wuhen was swiftly transported away. As he remained with his eyes closed, he overheard Qin Jinj and Chu Tianxing fervently defending him. This lad is undoubtedly dead. He has been lying there for hours, with his heart no longer beating. Bai Yi remarked coldly, if you wish to tend to that corpse, do so, but do not waste our time. His words elicited a chorus of agreement from the crowd. However, a woman softly suggested, shall we wait a little longer? After all, there is no stipulated time here. Yi Wuhen took note of this woman. She was quite fair, and those capable of entering this realm possessed considerable strength. Her compassion was indeed rare. He was in no hurry to rise. Instead, he planned to set a trap for this Bai Yi and enjoy the game. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi turned to glance back, swallowing his initial refusal and saying, very well, we shall heed Lin's advice and wait a moment longer. After all, he was currently vying for the attention of this maiden, and dismissing her suggestion would ruin his chances. Yi Wuhen patted Qin Jin's calf, prompting him to crouch down and coldly inquire, awake? Yi Wuhen smiled and replied, do not declare my awakening yet, let us ensnare him. Qin Jinj comprehended instantly, responding, I understand, do not speak, be cautious not to reveal ourselves. The white-haired elder remained unhurried, being part of the county governor's office. He recognized Yi Wuhen's connection to Zhang Wenyao and planned to inform Bai Yi when the time was right, delaying for a while longer. Brother Wuhen, what did you just say? Chu Tianxing noticed Qin Jin's unusual demeanor and approached with curiosity. Let us toy with this Bai Yi. However, as a muscle-bound individual, Chu Tianxing struggled to grasp Qin Jin's words, opting to stand aside instead. All right, the time has come, let us depart. If you wish to accompany this useless fellow, then be my guest. Bai Yi stood up, mocking them. He is not dead, Qin Jin stated flatly. Oh, if he is not dead, I shall call him father. Conversely, if he is indeed dead, you must call me father. How about that? Bai Yi sneered, believing this wager was undoubtedly in his favor. and he could flaunt his victory before Lin, capturing her heart in the process. Go ahead, call him. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen stood up, regarding Bai Yi as one would a mere insect. You, have you truly risen from the dead? Bai Yi, terrified, retreated to the wall, prompting disdainful glances from the others. How could a cultivator fear a ghost? Rather than fear of the supernatural, it was a fear of death. Your words are excessive. Yi Wuhen swiftly appeared before Bai Yi, lifting his left foot to rest against the wall in a nonchalant manner. I command you to call me father. Did you hear that? Bai Yi was thoroughly intimidated by Yi Wuhen's overpowering presence, beads of cold sweat trickling down his pale face as he stammered, Father. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. Yi Wuhen nodded in approval and walked over to Chen Jinj, saying, let us depart. Gazing at Yi Wuhen's retreating figure, Bai Yi's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists, filled with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. This grudge must be avenged. Failure to do so would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of the Bai family. Just wait, once we exit this celestial abode, no. You shall surely perish within these very confines. Lin Ling observed Bai Yi's turmoil and felt a pang of sympathy, offering gentle reassurance. It's all right. That person would not intentionally oppose you. If you refrain from mocking them, they would not behave in such a manner. Yet, it was he who had initiated the taunts and proposed the wager. What grounds did he have to resent Yi Wuhen? If any reason existed, it was simply because he was a scion of privilege. Let us depart. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, resolute in his need for retribution. Lin Ling sighed at this display. As a member of the Lin family, which held a long-standing alliance with the Bai clan, her siblings and even the elders had pushed for her union with Bai Yi, believing it to be mutually beneficial. Bai Yi's notorious misdeeds were well known throughout Zhongzhou. He had frequently bullied both men and women alike, and his frequent visits to brothels were particularly intolerable to Lin Ling. The most troubling incident was when she sent someone to follow him, only to discover that he exited a brothel within mere minutes. Was he truly a man? Let us go, Lin Ling replied softly. Yes. She harbored a deep disdain for Bai Yi, but given his current distress and the fact that he recognized only her in this moment, she could not simply disregard him. Firstly, her conscience would not allow it. Secondly, her family could suffer repercussions from the Bai clan. Upon hearing Lin Ling's response, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this humiliation might not be entirely without merit. He had been enamored with Lin Ling since their first meeting. Her beauty seemingly rivaled only by the renowned eldest daughter of the Bing family in Zhongzhou. The more exquisite a woman, the more determined Bai Yi was to subjugate her to his will, followed by a thorough conquest. As Chu Tianxing entered with a laugh, he remarked, Brother Wuhen, your strategy is quite remarkable. Look at how terrified Bai Yi has become, even calling for his father. Such a person will bite you when you are down, truly despicable. Chu Tianxing was indeed one to think before he spoke. Yi Wuhen shook his head with a wry smile. He had discerned that Bai Yi was no ordinary individual, capable of commanding the attention of 50 proud cultivators present. While his strength may be lacking, the power of his family was formidable. Yet, it held no sway over Yi Wuhen. You, Bai Yi, incensed by Chu Tianxing's remarks, retorted, are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this murky affair? Indeed, the Chu family, an affiliate of the Congkong Academy, seems to have some connection to Bai Yi, Chu Tianxing boldly declared. What of it? You dare provoke the Chu family while allied with the Congkong Academy and the Blood Gate? The mention of the Blood Gate conjured memories of Zhang Wenyou's discussions about the 10 most powerful factions in Wuheng County, with the Blood Gate ranking prominently among them, clearly a formidable adversary. Take care of yourself. Bai Yi, within this celestial abode, evidently wished to avoid escalating the situation. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he proceeded to push the door open. This slap in the face pleases me immensely, Yi Wuhen remarked. The sound of the stone door scraping against the ground echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears as it gradually opened to the width of 2 individuals standing shoulder to shoulder. As the door swung ajar, a fierce gust of wind rushed forth, followed by a pungent stench of blood, a thick, overwhelming scent of carnage. Exercise caution. It seems that nearly 2 lives have perished here, Yi Wuhen cautioned, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Chapter 75. Life and death at stake. The elderly man with white hair spoke slowly. Then allow me to pave the way. He believed that if that golden core cultivator could pass through, he could certainly do so as well. Moreover, being at the forefront meant he would claim a substantial share of the treasures. His position within the Wuheng County Guard would undoubtedly rise, leading to promotions and increased wealth, ultimately winning the affections of a beautiful heiress and reaching the pinnacle of life, no longer a mere dream. Within the passage, numerous alcoves lay in wait. Deeper inside, 2 lifeless bodies leaned against the wall, reduced to mere skeletons, clearly devoured by some creature. With each step the old man took, the candles above flickered to life, allowing Yi Wuhen and his companions to discern the conditions within the stone door. Observing the situation, Yi Wuhen mused silently that Wuheng, that wretched creature, seemed to have left something behind. Qin Jinj cautioned, "Let us split up and explore the alcoves. We must seize the treasures and depart swiftly." Both Chu Tianqing and Yi Wuhen nodded in agreement. "I will count to 3, and then we charge in," Yi Wuhen declared, summoning the sword of heaven's slaughter. 1, 2, 3. As his voice fell, he dashed towards the entrance, targeting the nearest alcove, and with a flourish of his sword, he carved a gaping hole into its door. However, he had overestimated his fortune. The alcove was utterly bare, save for a solitary stone bed situated in the center. Bai Yi, observing the trio's actions, was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "They've gone in. We must follow quickly, or we will miss out on everything." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, everyone erupted into a chorus of shouts, rushing forward. They had come to this celestial abode to leap like a carp over the dragon's gate, to become remarkable individuals, perhaps even acquiring treasures from the immortals to flaunt in this barbaric land. Lin Ling also stepped inside, for with so many alcoves, she felt no urgency. Yi Wuhen had given up reasoning with Bai Yi, who, fully aware of the lurking dangers, recklessly charged in, seemingly eager to broadcast their intent to pilfer. As anticipated, upon entering, the stone door resounded with roars, an unsettling echo that reverberated 5 times. What did that signify? It indicated that at least 5 unknown creatures awaited them, eager to feast upon their flesh. Suddenly, Yi Wuhen recalled a skill for locating monsters, the soul search. Activating it, he not only discerned the monsters' locations, but also uncovered where the treasures lay. Truly a staple for those venturing into perilous lands. Currently, 2 creatures lurked within the 5th alcove, resembling tigers in form. 1 resided in the 9th, while 3 could be found in the 11th. As for the true treasures, only the 11th alcove housed anything of value. One could not help but admire Wuheng. He was undeniably a cunning strategist. His actions can be interpreted as deliberate or unintentional. However, the intentional aspect is evidently more pronounced. After achieving immortality, he can guard against those who might infiltrate his celestial abode to thieve. Even if he were to fail his tribulation and become a terrestrial immortal, he could still return to his celestial dwelling without fear of others' treachery. Yet, how could he be certain that these monstrous beings would not attack him? The answer: Yi Wuhen seems to have discerned it. With a smile, Yi Wuhen dashed towards the 11th ear room, accompanied by the white-haired elder. His soul, having reached the foundational stage, afforded him ease in probing these matters. At this moment, the elder had also sensed the presence of treasures in the 11th ear room, prompting him to hasten his pace in hopes of contesting with Yi Wuhen. "Old man, as a senior, you wouldn't wish to compete with your junior, would you?" Yi Wuhen remarked, gazing at the stone door with a nonchalant expression. The white-haired elder was momentarily taken aback. How did he deduce that treasures lay within? "Surely, a mere youth wouldn't he seek to vie with me?" he replied, incredulous that someone so young could possess such a formidable soul. Yi Wuhen must have utilized some extraordinary artifact to ascertain the presence of treasures. At that moment, the door to the 5th ear room swung open, as did the door to the 9th ear room, unleashing a horde of monsters that lunged at a person, biting into their throat and commencing their feast. By heavens, is that a tiger? It's several times larger than an ordinary tiger, with a fierce glint in its eyes. It could easily scare a child to tears. Yi Wuhen gasped in disbelief. Indeed, Wuheng appeared to suffer from a psychological disorder. What folly to keep such a creature as a pet. Should Wuheng overhear this, he would surely erupt in fury, exclaiming, "Psychological disorder, my foot. Do you have any idea what a Tianhuang tiger is? I have acquired this rare ancient species, and you dare suggest I am unwell?" The Tianhuang tiger did not disappoint, living up to its ancient lineage by swiftly claiming 5 lives. Observing a Tianhuang tiger challenging him, the white-haired elder could hardly contain himself. He unsheathed his sword and plunged into the fray. "Ajin, Brother Chu, come here quickly," Yi Wuhen shouted. Upon hearing his call, Qin Jinj and Chu Tianqing rushed to Yi Wuhen's side. Qin Jinj, displeased, retorted, "Do not call me Ajin." Yi Wuhen smirked, "What more can a sissy like you demand? Do you believe I won't toss you into that pile if you keep whining?" Qin Jinj shot back, pointing towards the spot where the Tianhuang tiger prowled. Yi Wuhen found himself at a loss for words, while Chu Tianqing burst into laughter. "What do you want us here for?" Qin Jinj, still recovering from the moniker Ajin, responded to Yi Wuhen with a cool demeanor. "Stop searching. There is only this one place with treasures," Yi Wuhen declared, adding that there were 3 such monsters within. "Brother Wuhen, how do you know this?" Chu Tianxing inquired, puzzled. From his earlier demeanor, he surmised that Yi Wuhen's intellect surpassed his own, but beyond that, he couldn't discern any other superiority, unless it pertained to one thing: his ability to flee. Ha ha ha. Yi Wuhen laughed uproariously, a sound that others might find rather irksome. Because I possess a formidable soul. Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj were both taken aback. This young individual possessed a soul, and moreover, he was in the celestial reflection stage. Such a prodigy was the focus of many. Setting aside the fact that he had a soul, we must consider the presence of 3 such formidable creatures here. What shall we do? Qin Jinj inquired. That is easily resolved. Just watch. Yi Wuhen replied with a smile, and then he shattered the stone door with the sword of heaven's severance. Is this truly your solution? To simply destroy the door and confront them head-on? This is a matter of life and death. Chu Tianxing exclaimed, disbelief flooding his thoughts. No, no, no. This isn't merely a life and death situation. There is absolutely no hope for survival. As Chu Tianxing's mind swirled with complaints, Yi Wuhen, upon encountering the 3 Tianhuang tigers, chuckled softly and strode confidently inside Chapter 76. The thunderous grasp Qin Jinj and Chu Tianxing were utterly bewildered. Was Yi Wuhen deliberately courting death? Yet, even in such peril, he should not drag them down with him. However, what transpired next left them utterly astounded, as the 3 Tianhuang tigers not only refrained from attacking Yi Wuhen, but instead exhibited an unexpected fondness towards him. Indeed, these creatures discerned based on Mu Feng's aura, and within the divine power bestowed upon me by Mu Feng, there existed a trace of his essence. Yi Wuhen sighed. Come here, little pups. Do you see that person over there? Yi Wuhen gently patted one of the Tianhuang tigers and pointed towards Bai Yi, who was watching from the sidelines. Go, and make him pay. Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's command, the 3 Tianhuang tigers joyfully dashed forth, lunging directly at Bai Yi. Yi Wuhen chuckled to himself, casting his gaze upon a tome and an elixir resting on the stone bed, which he swiftly stored within his spatial ring. Just as the 3 Tianhuang tigers were poised to sever Bai Yi's neck, a dark figure emerged, wielding dual blades, her icy gaze fixed upon the tigers. Get lost, she commanded coldly. After securing the tome and elixir in his ring, Yi Wuhen stepped outside and immediately spotted the black-clad woman, unflinchingly confronting the 3 Tianhuang tigers. Ah, what a beauty, Yi Wuhen remarked, though he felt no connection to her. Ruoqian, you've come to rescue your brother, Bai Yi exclaimed, his face beaming with false charm. Bai Ruoqian replied coolly, useless. If it weren't for the family mandating my protection of you, you think. Before she could finish, the 3 Tianhuang tigers charged once more. Bai Ruoqian swiftly positioned her blades against the jaws of 2 of the tigers, while the third was sent flying by a powerful kick. Sister Ruoqian, your strength has truly grown. You are indeed one of the prodigies of our central state. Bai Yi praised, for Bai Ruoqian was a remarkable talent from the Bai family, having entered the xianxia stage at 13 and now at 17. Achieving the 5th tier of xianxia, a level of talent Bai Yi could only admire from afar. Useless, why aren't you fleeing? Bai Ruoqian said coldly. If you wish to die, I won't stop you. All right, I'm going. Bai Yi replied hurriedly, retreating to the side of the loose cultivators. Just wait, Bai Ruoqian. I will ensure you become my slave. Bai Yi shot a chilling glance at her as he departed. Brother Hen, why aren't these creatures attacking you? Why do they heed your commands? Chu Tianxing inquired eagerly, yearning for answers. The master of this immortal abode is named Mu Feng. Do you now understand our connection? Yi Wuhen responded. Qin Jinj chuckled. Isn't it just a matter of being an illegitimate child? What is so commendable about that? Uft. Yi Wuhen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Your imagination is truly boundless. I witnessed him transcending tribulation and, having aided him, he granted me a fragment of his spiritual power. These creatures can only recognize Mu Feng's energy. Yi Wuhen explained. Thus, naturally, they regard me as Mu Feng. Who would have thought that Brother Hen would encounter such fortuitous events? I am truly impressed. Chu Tianxing chuckled and inquired, by the way, Hindi, what treasure did you acquire? Qin Jinj leaned against the wall, remaining silent, which led Yi Wuhen to perceive him as merely posturing. Let us wait until we exit this chamber to divide our spoils. It is far too chaotic here, Yi Wuhen stated. You shameless youth, you shall not escape. The white-haired elder, noticing Yi Wuhen's intent to flee after gathering his treasures, rushed forward, exclaiming, this is my lifeline for promotion and salary increase. I cannot let it slip away. Blast. They've discovered us. Everyone, go and seize that white-haired one. Yi Wuhen commanded decisively. Though Bai Ruoqian was on the verge of collapse, 3 golden tigers were about to breach her defenses and tear into her throat. However, just as they were about to succeed, they turned and fled. You shameless youth. The white-haired elder shouted before re-engaging with the golden tigers. One must admit, the prowess of these tigers was indeed formidable. Even Yi Wuhen might not be able to best them. Bai Ruoshan glanced at the figures of Yi Wuhen and his companions, puzzled. Are these the individuals who rescued me? Yi Wuhen derisively responded, Old man, I shall await you deeper within. With that, he proceeded towards the innermost part of the passage. At the end of the corridor stood a stone door, devoid of any novelty. Yi Wuhen expressed his disdain for Mu Feng's aesthetic choices, muttering, Why use stone when there are far better materials? Such frugality is absurd. Placing his hand upon the stone door, he infused a trace of Mu Feng's celestial energy into it. Suddenly, an expansive blueprint of a celestial abode materialized in Yi Wuhen's mind. Beyond this door lay a crossroads. To the left was the armory, to the right the martial arts pavilion, and straight ahead was the herb garden and alchemy hall. Weapons held no utility for him at present, as he wielded the celestial slaying sword. As for martial techniques, he possessed virtually none above the earth rank, particularly lacking in the mystic rank. Open, Yi Wuhen declared, and the stone door creaked open. He entered and beckoned to Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj, urging them to follow swiftly. What exactly is on that stone bed? Chu Tianxing asked. Yi Wuhen retrieved the tomes and elixirs, responding, a palm technique and a medicinal pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the low-tier heavenly rank martial skill, Thunderclap Palm. Do you wish to learn it? Learn, Yi Wuhen silently reiterated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned it. Chu Tianxing observed the three large characters on the tome, Thunderclap Palm, and shook his head, saying, I have no interest in such a thing. By the way, I wish to see the medicinal pill. Qin Jinj also shook his head, stating, I, too, have no interest in this palm technique. Blast it. Is this technique truly so undesirable? Yi Wuhen thought, exasperated. If you do not want it, I shall give it to Yi Ling. That lad would surely delight in following me around, calling me Brother Hen all day. Very well, since neither of you desires this tome, I shall take it. Yi Wuhen declared as he stored the tome in his spatial ring and lifted the medicinal pill, which was named Thunder Soul Pill, designed for use in conjunction with the tome. Oh, I do not desire this, Qin Jinj replied while shaking his head. My abilities do not align with the powers of the thunder element, hence, I cannot utilize it. Chu Tianxing scratched the back of his head and remarked, Hey, you all seem to want nothing at all. I feel quite guilty. Yi Wuhen responded, If you feel guilty, then in the future, bring us some fine treasures as a token of gratitude. Qin Jinj countered, I support Xiao Chen's opinion. We desire exquisite items. Do not call me Xiao Chen. Qin Jinj shot a sidelong glance at Chu Tianxing and retorted coldly. Chapter 77. The Battle for the Golden Core. The unashamed youth, the white-haired elder, with a single stroke of his sword, shattered the stone door and bellowed, How dare you resort to such despicable tactics? Prepare to pay with your life. My heavens! How has this old man managed to extricate himself from the clutches of those yellow field tigers? Without hesitation, the elder swung his sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy that surged directly towards Yi Wuhen. Faced with such an onslaught, how could Yi Wuhen not evade? The farther he distanced himself, the better. Bai Ruoshan dashed forward, brandishing twin blades, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Wuhen, her voice cold as she addressed the elder. You. Fight me. Spare him. Unashamed youth, is this your doing? The elder's words trailed off into a hearty laugh. Such needless chatter. Bai Ruoshan charged at the elder, her twin blades dancing with an artistry that left only fleeting shadows in their wake. Qin Jinj, Chu Tianxing, and Yi Wuhen stood dumbfounded. How could this aloof maiden be aiding him? Had the sun risen in the west? Brother Wuhen, is she your wife? Chu Tianxing nudged Yi Wuhen's arm with his elbow, casting him a mischievous glance. Don't get the wrong idea, I don't know her. Yi Wuhen retorted. Then why is she helping you? Chu Tianxing queried, bewildered. I have no idea. Yi Wuhen was at a loss. If he knew, he would not be asking. Bai Ruoshan turned to them, urging, Hurry and flee. Wait for me. I'll be right there to assist you, Yi Wuhen declared, brandishing the sword of heaven as he charged forward. Bai Ruoshan was finding it increasingly arduous to contend with the white-haired elder, for the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Had it not been for her agile movements, she might have already met her demise. Yi Wuhen produced a Thunder Soul Pill, swallowing it whole. He felt the overwhelming power of thunder coursing chaotically through his body. Fortunately, his meridians were capable of withstanding it. Otherwise, a careless misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. It was time to gamble. Pray tell, what is your name? Yi Wuhen inquired. Bai Ruoshan. She responded just as the elder struck again, forcing her to cross her blades in defense against the ferocity of his assault. You two youngsters dare to engage in such flirtation before this old man. What a disgrace. Since you are so enamored, let us send you both to the underworld to savor it slowly. The elder swung his sword once more, this time targeting Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen hastily positioned the sword of heaven before him, employing the mysterious dragon's 9 transformations to bolster his innate power in a bid to withstand the elder's strike. 8 Desolations Sword Technique. The elder roared, unleashing 8 terrifying beams of sword light from his position. By heavens, you wretched cur, are you truly serious? With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing instantaneously above the elder, the tip of the sword of heaven aimed directly at the elder's crown. Die! The elder raised his sword to engage Yi Wuhen in a fierce clash. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Wuhen possessed the extraordinary skill of Dao Heart Clarity, which allowed him to disregard the opponent's defenses for 3 fleeting seconds, a fatal miscalculation. Bai Ruochen smiled subtly. This was the opportune moment to eliminate the white-haired elder. With a silent incantation of killing escape, Bai Ruochen appeared directly behind the elder, her twin blades poised at his throat. The elder chuckled, unleashing a furious roar, and with a swift motion, activated his defensive technique, sending Bai Ruochen flying. As Yi Wuhen's sword clashed with the elder's, in but a fleeting exchange, Yi Wuhen's blade grazed the elder's chest, while the elder's sword left a deep cut upon Yi Wuhen's face. This ancient being proved formidable, Yi Wuhen mused, swiftly creating distance between them, for the moment of Dao Heart Clarity had expired. Continuing the confrontation would only lead to his own detriment. Draw him away, I shall attack. Bai Ruochen asserted. I will take the lead. You hold back, Yi Wuhen countered. Bai Ruochen nodded, signaling her intent to advance, urging Yi Wuhen to prepare himself. To Yi Wuhen's astonishment, the wound on the elder's chest was already healing. Is this truly the legendary healing prowess of the Golden Core? Remarkable. Bai Ruochen once more executed killing escape, reappearing behind the elder, her dual blades slicing toward his neck. With a swift motion, the elder's neck was nearly severed, blood gushing forth, and he collapsed to the ground. Phew, the old wretch has finally met his end, Yi Wuhen sighed in relief. Bai Ruochen leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths as if to recover her strength. Chen Jinj and Chu Tianxing rushed over, inquiring, Are you injured? At that moment, Yi Wuhen felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a couple of mouthfuls of salt water at their faces. Did they not notice the scar on his once handsome visage? Were their eyes blind? Fortunately, Yi Wuhen's recovery abilities were quite formidable. In no time, the wound on his face had mended completely. Alas, merely a moment of carelessness. And I allowed myself to be harmed by you too. To his astonishment, the white-haired elder stood once more, his neck wound restored as if it had never existed. What in the world is happening? Someone explain this to me. Chen Jinj suggested, either extract his golden core or deplete the spiritual energy within it. Choose one. Yi Wuhen shot a surprised glance at Chen Jinj, replying, You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Impressive. Chen Jinj, however, regarded Yi Wuhen with a look of incredulity. Bai Ruochen brandished her twin blades anew, ready for battle, while Yi Wuhen armed himself completely. It was time to bring this to a definitive conclusion. The 8 Desolations Sword Technique. This time, however, the technique was unlike any before. As the elder transformed into a mere shadow, appearing simultaneously behind Yi Wuhen, Bai Ruochen, Chen Jinj, and Chu Tianxing. You old fiend. My brother Hen desires a fair fight, which is why we refrained from attacking. But should you involve us, I assure you, your demise will be most brutal. Chu Tianxing bellowed fiercely, yet the elder merely laughed. Ha ha ha, when you all perish within this immortal abode, who will ever know that I was the one who struck you down? Moreover, one is associated with the Bloodgate and the Chu family, while the other is the Bai family of Zhongzhou, each possessing formidable strength, with a plethora of treasures within their spatial rings. And then there is you. The white-haired elder suddenly turned and pointed at Yi Wuhen, exclaiming, Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. To be able to contend with me at the early stage of the rotation phase, TSK, what a pity that today you shall meet your demise. Hey, you old relic, do you know a certain saying? Yi Wuhen said as he stowed away the sword of heaven's severance into his spatial ring, presenting an appearance of relinquishing resistance. Oh, what saying? The white-haired elder genuinely inquired of Yi Wuhen, perceiving him merely as a doomed individual. Villains often perish due to their loquacity. Yi Wuhen replied with a cold smile. Chapter 78. Mr. Water Mirror. Upon hearing those words, the elderly man with white hair was filled with rage and indignation, brandishing his sword with the intent to slay Yi Wuhen. Chu Tianxing, upon overhearing, began to mock the aged man, exclaiming, You old fool, have you not heard? Your verbosity will be your demise. You speak far too much. The old man, undeterred, summoned all 8 of his avatars towards Chu Tianxing, launching a ferocious leap to strike him down, declaring, "Today, I shall first end you." A sense of unease gripped Chu Tianxing as he swiftly retrieved a 9-foot-long blade from his storage ring to defend against the old man's assault. However, could the onslaught from a golden core practitioner truly be so easily thwarted? The 8 avatars, along with the old man's true form, transformed into phantoms, charging towards Chu Tianxing. The odds were decidedly against him. This sword technique appeared extraordinary. Should he be pierced by these 9 blades, his fate would be uncertain. Just then, Chen Jinj suddenly dashed forward to shield Chu Tianxing, prompting a surge of emotion in Yi Wuhen. He realized that Chu Tianxing was being targeted for his sake. Yet Chu Tianxing chose to confront the threat head-on rather than flee. Yi Wuhen felt a profound sense of gratitude, reflecting on how he had previously misjudged Chu Tianxing. He felt ashamed for his prior actions. If he did not assist Chu Tianxing now, what kind of cultivator would he be? What kind of person? Before Bai Ruoqian could arrive, the white-haired elder's sword descended with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing down a mountain, utterly unstoppable. Yet, Yi Wuhen's sword danced through the air like a soaring dragon, akin to thunder crashing upon the earth. Moreover, with the first transformation of the Xianlong 9 changes, his innate power doubled, and with each subsequent transformation, it escalated further. These system-learned martial techniques could only be utilized up to the 3rd level. Much like the Xianlong 9 changes, which required repeated usage or experience points for advancement. The sheer power was devastating. Since you wish to play, allow me to indulge you. Yi Wuhen executed the Heavenly Thunder Extreme Shadow Step, and instantly, a burst of purple lightning erupted from beneath his feet. With a resounding bang, he vanished from his original spot. Xianlong 9 changes, 2nd transformation. A dragon's roar resonated from within Yi Wuhen, its sound rolling like thunder, momentarily halting the thoughts of those present. After a few seconds, they collectively exhaled, taking deep breaths to regain their composure. Even Yi Wuhen was momentarily stunned. This was the 2nd transformation of the Xianlong 9 changes, manifesting a dragon's roar. In a flash, Yi Wuhen reacted, clashing swords with the white-haired elder. The amplification of his innate power by 2 was so overwhelming that even the elderly man was unable to withstand Yi Wuhen's ferocity. The 2nd move, Cypress welcomes guests. Yi Wuhen leaped into the air, executing a complete 360-degree spin before thrusting his sword deep into the old man's back. The elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. "What martial technique was that, young one? Its power is astonishing." Seizing the moment while the white-haired elder's attention was diverted, Bai Ruoqian prepared to unleash her golden core. Just then, Bai rushed over, shouting, "Stop! Bai Ruoqian, have you allowed your prodigious talent to cloud your judgment?" Bai exclaimed in anger, his trembling finger pointing accusingly at Yi Wuhen. This situation had become exceedingly awkward. Bai Ruoqian, bewildered, had thought she was being saved by a benefactor, only to find that he had transformed into an enemy in the blink of an eye. The contrast was staggering. She turned to glance at Yi Wuhen, who shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that he took responsibility for his actions, embodying the spirit of a true man who dares to face the consequences. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder seized the opportunity to replenish his spiritual energy for a better combat performance. Chu Tianxing and Chen Jinj sighed in relief. The power of the 9 swords had indeed been terrifying. Had it not been for Yi Wuhen's sword breaking the onslaught, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Bai Ruoqian coolly flicked her twin blades, leaving behind an impressive silhouette as she turned away. She coldly addressed Bai Yi, "It is not your place to reprimand me, should there be another incident." She swung her blade, producing a sharp, piercing sound. "You know what that means." Bai Yi shuddered at her words, nodding incessantly. "You deceived me," Bai Ruoqian declared, pointing another blade at Yi Wuhen. "Let us settle this another time." With that, she strode towards the spot where Bai Yi had just arrived, as the Tianhuang tiger had not yet been completely eradicated. Bai Yi trailed behind her, calling out, "Ruoqian, take care of that person. I want to see you thrash him." "Impressive, my sister. How have I misled you? Was it your heart I deceived, or your body? You foolishly assumed I was your savior, and yet I said not a word, and you dare accuse me of deceit? Furthermore, you are exceedingly arrogant, ready to challenge anyone at a moment's notice. Fortunately, it's not a father-son affair. Wait, my focus has strayed." At this point, Yi Wuhen's sarcasm had reached a boiling point. "Hey, you all seem to disregard my presence entirely." The white-haired elder's aura surged, his spiritual energy soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a raucous laughter echoed, and Yi Wuhen looked up to see the previously encountered rogue cultivator approaching leisurely, who remarked with amusement, "How intriguing. In this match, I wager on Brother Wuhen's victory." The white-haired elder frowned at this. "Who are you?" The rogue cultivator chuckled. My name has slipped my mind. Now I am known only by a title. The elder was taken aback. Those who bore titles were generally renowned figures, yet the ragged individual before him seemed insignificant. Do enlighten us, Yi Wuhen said, genuinely intrigued. An alias given by others, Mr. Water Mirror. The rogue articulated each word clearly. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen remained unfazed. While Chun Jinj trembled slightly, and Chu Tianxing furrowed his brow. The elder, however, reacted with utmost enthusiasm, his body shaking with joy. It is indeed Mr. Water Mirror. Might you demonstrate your famed technique, the Water Moon Mirror Flower, for the younger generation? He inquired respectfully. What? Am I the only one unaware of Mr. Water Mirror's background? It seems his reputation is far from trivial. Yi Wuhen, filled with curiosity, could not resist the urge to utilize his skill to inspect. Name: Chun Gyue, age 300 years, realm nascent, soul title Master Shuijing, revered by countless individuals. Once known as the unbeaten strategist, served as a military advisor under King Anluo, later retreating into seclusion, possessing an extraordinary intellect, hoping the host would not become his adversary. Martial skills: Water Moon Mirror Flower, borrowing arrows with straw boats, borrowing the east wind. Astonishing. This character is undeniably crafted in the mold of Zhuge Liang. Master Shuijing produced a white feather fan and remarked, if you, Brother Wuhen, emerge victorious, I might consider demonstrating something for you. However, it seems I have yet to encounter anyone I could not best. Such flattery from Master Shuijing was indeed excessive. Yi Wuhen smiled radiantly, responding, I truly do not deserve the title of brother from one of such esteemed age. One must wonder, would you be pleased if a 300-year-old referred to you as brother? Epilogue. Yi Wuhen and Bing Wu. To be honest, my motivation for writing this epilogue stemmed purely from whimsy. Had I foreseen this, I should have seamlessly integrated it into the main narrative. Alas, the past is a painful thing to revisit. As one ventured deeper into the monster beast mountains, the trees grew increasingly verdant and lush. The desolation of human presence rendered the area markedly quieter than the outside world. However, the peculiarity of these mountains lay in their extreme chill, akin to running through the streets in mid-October, drenched in icy water without any clothing. Due to the abrupt temperature drop, Bing Wu's delicate form began to tremble uncontrollably. Are you cold? Yi Wuhen removed his white robe and draped it over Bing Wu's shoulders, cautioning, do not fall ill. Bing Wu initially intended to return the robe to Yi Wuhen, but a gust of frigid wind dispelled her thoughts, and she nodded in acceptance. Now clad in only a short garment, Yi Wuhen inexplicably felt no chill. Could it be that this temperature only affected women? Yi Wuhen pondered, thinking that if this were true, it would indeed be advantageous for him. As Bing Wu inhaled the scent emanating from Yi Wuhen, her cheeks flushed crimson, internally exclaiming, so, this is the scent of a man. How delightful. What on earth am I thinking? Bing Wu began to chastise herself once more. Let us find a cave to start a fire. It will provide some warmth, Yi Wuhen proposed, realizing he had taken a wrong turn. He had intended to venture outward, but had somehow ended up deep within the monster beast mountains. Had his navigational skills been downgraded to an abysmal level by that foolish author? Bing Wu, are you listening to me? Yi Wuhen stepped in front of her, waving his hand before her eyes. Yes, all right. Bing Wu nodded, smiling. Oh dear, I just spaced out. She placed her hands over her face to conceal her blush. Despite the cold, Bing Wu could still harness her spiritual energy to maintain her body heat, ensuring that walking posed no issue. As Yi Wuhen arrived at the cave, dusk had already descended. Bing Wu's complexion had shifted from a rosy hue to a pallid shade. She realized that the chilling cold had rendered her spirit power ineffective. Without discovering a means to warm herself, she faced a dire fate. Witnessing Bing Wu's distress, Yi Wuhen did not dare to delay. He hurriedly gathered firewood and summoned flames with the 9 nether divine thunder. Curled up beside the fire, Bing Wu listened to the crackling of burning wood, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Noticing the flames had no effect on her, Yi Wuhen, in a moment of urgency, embraced her tightly. Startled, Bing Wu gasped, and soon felt a warm current flooding her body, stimulating both her mind and senses. She instinctively exhaled softly. Upon hearing her breathy response, Yi Wuhen found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. His arousal surged, and he inadvertently pressed against her soft abdomen. Bing Wu felt an uncomfortable pressure against her belly, and, upon realizing its nature, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the color of blood. Embarrassed, she shifted her graceful form, inadvertently igniting Yi Wuhen's desire anew. My dear ancestor, please refrain from moving, he silently implored, as Bing Wu's fragrant essence filled his senses. Similarly, his essence enveloped her mind. their energies intertwining in a subtle dance of influence. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Bing Wu to nestle closer into Yi Wuhen's embrace. That night, within the cave, the girl lay in the boy's arms, their tenderness reminiscent of lovers in the throes of passion or intimate scenes from romantic films. Feeling Yi Wuhen's astonished gaze upon her, Bing Wu's cheeks burned with embarrassment. What am I even thinking? She questioned herself. Longing for passion? Ah, how absurdly playful I am. She mused. The glow of the flames illuminated her partially revealed form, tempting those who dared to gaze upon her. This sight caused Yi Wuhen's previously subdued desire to resurge with fervor. No, I must not gaze upon this enchantress any longer, he resolved, closing his eyes and reciting the 9 nether mortal realms techniques, determined to endure the night. This chapter should conclude here. Cough, what? There is still another day? Oh, very well. The following morning was laden with an unusual awkwardness, as if the very air was infused with embarrassment. I apologize for leading us astray yesterday and for taking the liberty of embracing you without your consent, Yi Wuhen expressed remorsefully. Bing Wu smiled gently. It's quite all right. I actually enjoyed myself yesterday. Hearing her enchanting voice, Yi Wuhen pondered. Could this be the legendary suggestion of intimacy? After Ice Dance finished speaking, she suddenly realized that her tone had indeed been somewhat ambiguous, silently reprimanding herself. Am I being too forward? I only met this man yesterday, and today I find myself feeling a flutter of emotions. Love at first sight is a form of fate, and equally, a matter of destiny. Please. As Yi Wuhen and Ice Dance ventured outside the Beast Mountain range, they encountered several magical beasts. Before Yi Wuhen could even make a move, Ice Dance had already taken care of them all. Is this some kind of vendetta against me? I can't even gain a shred of experience here. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a blue flower appeared before Yi Wuhen and Ice Dance, soon followed by one after another. The star sea flowers bloomed. Ice Dance smiled, her laughter akin to a gentle spring breeze, deeply resonating within Yi Wuhen's heart. Yi Wuhen found himself momentarily entranced. What are star sea flowers? He inquired. Ice Dance merely smiled and took Yi Wuhen's hand, following the trail of the drifting flowers. As night fell, the deep blue sky was adorned with countless stars, beneath which lay a vast expanse of blue star sea flowers. Yi Wuhen reclined amidst the floral sea, gazing at the twinkling stars, his thoughts meandering aimlessly. Ice Dance, like a playful child, frolicked through the flower field, her laughter ringing like silver bells. I had heard that the star sea flowers in the Beast Mountain range are stunning. I've always wanted to see them, Ice Dance said, squatting beside Yi Wuhen's head. Indeed, they are beautiful, Yi Wuhen exclaimed in admiration. What were you like as a child, Wuhen? Ice Dance's melodious voice floated into Yi Wuhen's ears, fragrant as orchids. Then came the exchange of various experiences, pulling at shared interests. Even if you struggle, you must engage. I'm truly happy today. Wuhen is so kind to me. Ice Dance suddenly embraced Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen's pupils dilated gradually, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. Chapter 79. The Fiery Sword Technique. Mr. Water Mirror chuckled lightly. No need for concern, Brother Wuhen. You truly embody the essence of brotherhood. Could it be that this remarkably intelligent individual has discerned my possession of a system? May I inquire as to the basis of your statement, esteemed sir? Yi Wuhen responded with utmost respect. This Mr. Water Mirror is of the nascent soul stage and is quite adept in the art of strategy. Engaging him would be less prudent than a hasty retreat. Brother Wuhen, you possess a rare treasure, do you not? Mr. Water Mirror squinted knowingly. I hold great expectations for you. You are the first person I have successfully predicted twice. Perhaps this is fate, for we shall inevitably cross paths again after entrusting matters to friends. Yi Wuhen sighed in relief, secretly grateful that Mr. Water Mirror was oblivious to his extraordinary treasure, for otherwise, his demise would be assured. Upon witnessing the old man with white hair tremble slightly, Yi Wuhen realized that Mr. Water Mirror's friendship with this youth posed a significant dilemma. It implied that Mr. Water Mirror could very well be orchestrating his demise. Mr. Water Mirror, perceiving the old man's thoughts, reassured him, there is no need for alarm. Simply unleash your full potential when the time comes. Should Brother Wuhen perish, I shall not hold you accountable for my misjudgment. Rest assured. Hearing these words, the old man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj had also come to their senses, though they remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Mr. Water Mirror, lost in contemplation. Thus, the duel commenced. Mr. Water Mirror gestured with his white feather fan towards Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj's position, saying, You two shall remain here for a while. Binding technique. Yi Wuhen observed as Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj were rendered motionless, evidently ensnared by some immobilization spell. The old man with white hair cast aside his long sword, and with a flourish of his hands summoned flames that formed a blazing red sword. Now that my treasured weapon is unleashed, young one, prepare for your end. He swung the fiery sword, producing a chilling sound that struck terror into the hearts of those who heard it, causing cold sweat to cascade down their brows. Chen Jinj and Chu Tianxing anxiously worried for Yi Wuhan, for his strength hovered only at the second tier of the rotating illumination stage. To challenge a golden core expert was akin to courting death. Meanwhile, Mr. Water Mirror had inexplicably procured a wooden chair and sat leisurely, observing the impending clash between Yi Wuhan and the old man. To engage with someone of your caliber is beneath me, Yi Wuhan scoffed. I require no treasured artifacts. As his words fell, cracks began to form beneath his feet on the stone slab, and a swirling vortex of energy emerged, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, showcasing his remarkable prowess. 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon. Second transformation. Dragon patterns manifested on Yi Wuhan's arms, amplifying his primal energy twofold. Even if you are a golden core cultivator, what can you do against me? All shall be cut down. With a thunderous boom, a tempest of black thunderclouds erupted beneath Yi Wuhan, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The old man with white hair was momentarily taken aback. Had this youth concealed his true strength? He had not anticipated such swiftness. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhan appeared behind the white-haired elder and struck down with his sword aimed at the elder's head. If he could sever it, he would retrieve the golden pill upon the elder's revival. The plan was nothing short of exquisite. Clang! The elder instantaneously turned around and parried Yi Wuhan's strike. Such audacity at a young age, the elder sneered, as the flames on his sword intensified. Farewell, young one. He hurled the fiery sword into the air, momentarily marveling at the artifact, which spun a full 360 degrees. Newton's principles are certainly being defied. Fire refinement, sword technique. The elder formed a hand seal with his fingers, and the sword began to hum ominously, unleashing countless rays of sword light that cascaded down like torrential rain towards Yi Wuhan. Each beam was infused with scalding lava, a sight that would terrify most cultivators into submission or even unconsciousness. Yet, Yi Wuhan merely chuckled lightly, saying, "It appears you've put on quite the show. But the power is still lacking." With a single swing of his sword, he shattered the onslaught of sword lights aimed to obliterate him. It had been a long time since he had employed the 9-character true words, and its effectiveness remained formidable. Just moments ago, Yi Wuhan had activated the character xianxia from the 9-character true words and discovered its potency had dramatically increased. Without activating xianxia, his chances of defeating the elder would be a mere 30%. With it, however, the odds soared to 60%, a significant enhancement. Beep. Host's spiritual energy is below 50%. Would you like to activate the spiritual energy recovery function? Note, cost for 1 hour is 10,000 exchange points. Yi Wuhan calculated that he had approximately 100,000 exchange points remaining. Engaging in combat with this elder, he estimated he could last no more than 3 hours. Should his spiritual energy deplete before then, he might find himself in dire straits. Activate. Beep. Activation successful. Exchange points have been deducted. Damn, my heart aches. All those points were earned through hard-fought experience. No matter, once I slay this elder and seize his spatial ring, I will undoubtedly profit. The elder was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected his fire refinement sword technique, a high-level earth-grade skill, to be so easily thwarted by this youth. This was utterly unfathomable. If Yi Wuhan were to hear this, he would simply smile and say, "Because I embody science. Let us see how many more times you can withstand this." Swish. Once again, countless streams of sword light surged forth like a tidal wave, and Yi Wuhan met them with the same resolute defense. No, I cannot compete with this elder in terms of spiritual energy. How absurd to compare the spiritual transformation stage with the golden core stage in terms of energy. It would be akin to having one's head simultaneously struck by both a pig and a donkey, not to mention being caught in a door. Profound Dragon 9 transformations. Third transformation. Boom. Yi Wuhan's spiritual energy surged violently, his meridians expanding dramatically. A golden dragon pattern began to shimmer faintly upon his chest. The elder was taken aback. Could this youth possess a secret technique? The dragon pattern on his chest was so vividly lifelike. It must be an ancient secret art. Is this the third transformation? Yi Wuhan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, the spiritual energy swirling around him in a chaotic dance, signifying a profound transformation compared to before. Then I shall unlock all 9 transformations. Yi Wuhan resolutely grasped the sword of heaven and contemplated. Xuanlong's 9 transformations, 4th transformation. Xuanlong's 9 transformations, 5th transformation. Ding. The host has yet to master the fourth transformation and is unable to utilize it. What must I do to wield it? The host requires proficiency or experience in the techniques. To gain experience, the host must exchange other techniques or treasures, with the system granting experience based on their rarity. Proficiency, on the other hand, can only be acquired through frequent use at a ratio of 100 to 1, necessitating the execution of 100 instances to attain a single point of proficiency. Chapter 80. In a fit of rage, he slays the golden core. This is evidently a scheme to swindle my money. Yi Wuheng lamented inwardly, pondering that adding a minuscule amount for every 100 attempts would necessitate at least 10,000 tries to enhance his martial skills. This system is blatantly designed to exploit my cultivation experience. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the most notorious merchant system in history. I concede defeat. Nevertheless, with the Xianlong 9 transformations, I could easily vanquish you, you antiquated wretch. The elderly man with white hair, noticing Yi Wuheng's momentary distraction, chuckled to himself, convinced that the youth was rendered speechless by his fire refinement sword technique. In a flash, the aged man lunged forward, appearing directly before Yi Wuheng, thrusting the tip of his sword into the young man's abdomen. Clang! At that moment, Yi Wuheng's chainmail displayed its feeble resistance, momentarily halting the onslaught of the elder's fiery sword. The white-haired elder was taken aback. This youth's body was unexpectedly resilient. Could he possibly possess the ancient sun-moon physique? Typically, the sword would be obliterated by the immense spiritual energy of the golden core before making contact, reducing it to mere fragments. Yet, Yi Wuheng not only withstood the blow but also countered with sheer physical strength. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? Ah, the old wretch has learned to ambush. Yi Wuheng's voice suddenly deepened as he grasped the elder's fiery sword with his hand and forcefully yanked it free. You, how can you withstand the flames of the fire refinement sword technique with your bare hands? What manner of creature are you? The white-haired elder retreated a couple of steps in fear. I am no creature. I am merely the most gifted genius in this realm. With the fire sword in his left hand and the sky-slaying sword in his right, Yi Wuheng stood like an invincible war god, gazing down upon the pale-faced elder. As blood dripped from Yi Wuheng onto the blade of the fire sword, the flames flared even more intensely. Heavenly Koan turns upside down. This is the third form of the unification sword technique, which, in Yi Wuheng's memory, required the use of both swords, one representing heaven, the other earth. One sword to vanquish myriad immortals, one sword to annihilate countless demons. This is Heavenly Koan turns upside down. In an instant, Yi Wuheng appeared above the white-haired elder, the two swords swirling like a waltz, exuding a breathtaking beauty. The dual blades generated a gust of wind akin to a tempest, imbued with golden and crimson hues. A suffocating aura descended, nearly forcing the elder to his knees. Is this the true power of the Xianlong 9 transformations? Bang! The tempest and myriad sword shadows intertwined around the elder's form, inflicting one wound, then another. Only when the elder was covered in lacerations did Yi Wuheng gently descend, swinging both swords, unleashing a chilling sword wind that sent shivers down the spine. Shui Jing stood up, laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Brother Wuhen's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. Who would have thought such remarkable technique could be witnessed in this barbaric land?" Chen Jinzhi and Chu Tianxing were utterly astounded by Yi Wuhen's swordplay. Is this truly a human? Withstanding golden core attacks head-on, exhibiting sword techniques as if divinely inspired. Could this be the true extent of Yi Wuhen's prowess? The answer is unequivocally no. He had yet to employ his myriad divine abilities. If he did, it would be a one-sided massacre. It is akin to an elderly man with white hair being a player within the game, while Yi Wuheng embodies the game's designer. What is the point of this? One might as well wield a machete against the architect of this creation. Suddenly, the elderly man rose to his feet, only to taste blood in his throat and subsequently spew forth a crimson stream. Foolishness! My sword is imbued with spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi Wuhen's energy gradually infiltrated the body of the white-haired elder. Spitting blood? Merely a trifle. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. The 9-character true words of war. The essence of this technique is to amplify one's own spiritual power, and Yi Wuhen's golden energy is of a universal nature, encompassing all attributes. The enhancement is so substantial, coupled with the severity of the wound, that the elderly man may very well succumb to excruciating pain. This is precisely why Yi Wuheng aimed for such a grievous injury. As the word war was uttered, Yi Wuhen's domineering aura intensified, accompanied by the resounding echoes of a dragon's roar, while the elderly man, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth in agony. "Youngster, I shall slay you." The elder bellowed from his kneeling position, his fury akin to a thunderstorm. Upon uttering this, his spiritual power surged dramatically. "Oh, I am truly terrified," Yi Wuhen retorted with a smile. "Then, I implore you to come and kill me." Shui Jing, seated upon a chair, offered a wicked grin. With a roar, the elderly man stood, channeling his energy into his hands, which now glowed like flames due to their fiery attribute. "What the devil? Is he about to show me roasted pig trotters?" Yi Wuhen gasped in disbelief. "Youngster, prepare to meet your demise," shouted the elder, and with that, what once resembled roasted pig trotters transformed into flaming ones. Truly, it seems that his power relies solely on his vocalizations, Yi Wuhen mused, shaking his head. The elder, now driven by rage and humiliation, flailed his hands aimlessly, devoid of any martial technique. Yet, one must understand, a mere child defeating an adult would elicit a similar reaction of disbelief. Yi Wuhen sighed. This man is utterly ruined. With that, his soul within the sea of consciousness collided with that of the elderly man. As Yi Wuhen's soul made contact with the elder's, it suffered a wound. Who would have imagined that in his madness, his spiritual power could be so formidable? It seems I must bring this to an end. The elder, consumed by madness, had indeed grown stronger, yet he lacked the comprehension of swordplay or martial arts. Yi Wuhen charged forward, but the elder's furious roar sent him hurtling backward. What sorcery is this? How has he become even more powerful than before his descent into madness? Die! Perish, young one! The elder bellowed, brandishing his flaming fists, his shouts echoing. Thunderclap palm. 9 heavens, thunder incantation. A dark cloud gathered above the elder's head, while a tempest of thunder crackled in Yi Wuhen's palm. As the 9 hells divine thunder descended, Yi Wuhen's thunderclap palm struck precisely at the elder's core. Boom! The twin bolts of thunder simultaneously struck the elder, producing a blinding flash of white light, a singular anguished cry, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Is this the extent of Brother Hen's power? Surely the old wretch is now the target of divine retribution. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tianqing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chun Jin's reaction was not as pronounced as that of Chu Tianqing. Yet he too was taken aback by the prowess displayed by this seemingly unassuming youth wielding a flying sword. Shui Jing, on the other hand, merely smiled faintly. One could not deny that he was thoroughly captivated by the unfolding battle. The swordsmanship of Yi Wuhen bore striking similarities to his own technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon, both striving for swiftness and strength. Between Yi Wuhen's fingers rested a golden sphere, which was busily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from afar. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder had been reduced to a mere pile of charred remains. At this moment, Yi Wuhen's complexion was pale. The repercussions of his exertion weighed heavily upon him, though he managed to remain conscious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core realm cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points. The experience required for the next level up is 200,000 to 300,000. Chapter 81. The Water Moon and Mirror Flower. As the host achieved the unprecedented feat of vanquishing a golden core practitioner for the first time, the system announced the activation of a hidden function. The voice of the system reverberated in Yi Wuhen's ears, akin to celestial music. A hidden function? Could it be the fabled bed-warming maid? Good heavens, must it be so risky? The hidden function was successfully activated, revealing its essence, recycling. Yi Wuhen nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Wasn't a maid supposed to be part of the deal? Where was his maid? He bellowed in frustration. But his outburst fell on deaf ears. The system remained unresponsive. What purpose does this recycling serve? Yi Wuhen queried, gazing at the newly loaded feature on the luminous screen. The system elucidated, the host need only provide items deemed worthless, such as pebbles, or refuse. Should you attempt to forcefully give valuable items, the host will face punitive consequences. Subsequently, the system will reward the host based on the value of the items provided. If they are martial skills or techniques, the host will receive experience in those arts. After absorbing the system's lengthy explanation, Yi Wuhen grasped the intended use of the recycling feature. It resembled a trade, offering unnecessary possessions in exchange for something of equal worth. Ultimately, engaging in this transaction posed no loss to Yi Wuhen. Water Moon and Mirror Flower dissolve. With a flick of his white feather fan, Shui Jing unleashed a torrent of formidable spiritual energy. As it enveloped Chun Jinj and Chu Tianqing, they experienced a refreshing wave, only to realize that their bodies had regained mobility. Chun Jinj flexed his wrist, casting an irritable glance at Shui Jing. Once a stoic figure, his displeasure had now morphed him from an icy demeanor to an absolute glacier. Conversely, Chu Tianqing had transformed from a robust man into a brooding giant. Observing their expressions, Shui Jing chuckled heartily. Do you not find this duel most entertaining? The reason you were immobilized earlier was solely to preserve the integrity of this contest. Fairness, you say? A mere rotation period against a golden core practitioner, and you speak of fairness. Yi Wuhan couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. With a stiff smile, Chen Jinj remarked, we have emerged victorious. What of our reward? The reward shall solely be bestowed upon Brother Wuhan, Shui Jing replied, producing a flask of wine from his storage ring. He took a few sips before casting a contemplative glance at the resting Yi Wuhan. I have no objections, after all. It was Yi Wuhan who fought for it, Chen Jinj stated. Chu Tianqing concurred, indeed. Brother Wuhan risked his life for this. It rightfully belongs to him. Without a word, Shui Jing merely offered a sly smile and approached Chen Jinj, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing Shui Jing's murmurs, Chen Jinj trembled slightly, his countenance shifting as he seethed quietly. If you dare speak of this, I will not hesitate to confront you. Surely, you jest, Shui Jing retorted, retreating to his seat. Who would dare contend with you? Chen Jinj remained silent, tilting his head to one side. Chu Tianqing inquired, Brother Chen, what did that water mirror just say to you? Nothing of significance, Chen Jinj replied. Disappointed, Chu Tianqing recognized Chen Jinj's reluctance to share and refrained from pressing further. At that moment, Yi Wuhan rose to his feet, gathering the spatial ring of the white-haired elder, and approached Chen Jinj and Chu Tianqing. His injuries had finally healed, albeit at the cost of 20,000 exchange points. A painful expense indeed. Brother Wuhan, are you all right? Chu Tianqing expressed his concern, noting the toll the fierce battle had taken on Yi Wuhan's spirit. Observing his friend's pallor, Chu Tianqing retrieved a pill from his spatial ring. Here, take this. It's a spirit herb I acquired during my travels, quite effective for restoring spiritual energy. Yi Wuhan smiled. Thank you, Brother Chu, and promptly stored the pill in his spatial ring. What does this mean, Brother Wuhan? Do you look down upon my pill? Chu Tianqing furrowed his brow. What the hell is going on? Is this the rhythm of a quarrel? Yi Wuhan waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. That is not the case. If it were, Brother Chu would surely draw his blade against me. Then why not consume it? Chu Tianqing pressed. I don't require it at the moment. I'll save it for later, Yi Wuhan responded. Very well. Chen Jinj approached and patted Yi Wuhan's shoulder, saying, Here. The water mirror has a reward for you. My goodness, that old miser is giving me a reward? Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed the water mirror to be a miserly old man, so the unexpected reward brought him a sudden thrill. Mr. Water Mirror, I hear you wish to bestow a reward upon me, Yi Wuhan boldly proclaimed. Mr. Water Mirror appeared perplexed. Who said that? There is no such thing. Well, the show is over. I must take my leave. This implied that he had been deceived. Yi Wuhan's expression darkened, realizing he had been played. Mr. Water Mirror continued. Brother Wuhan, I merely teased you out of curiosity. As for the reward, speak your desire. If I possess it, I shall grant it. Yi Wuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that is the case, I desire a supreme treasure. Mr. Water Mirror responded coolly. There is none indeed, for someone like Mr. Water Mirror, devoid of any special advantages. Acquiring a supreme treasure was quite the challenge. Then I shall request a heavenly tier leg technique. Cold sweat dripped down Mr. Water Mirror's face. There is none what a formidable opponent I face. Do you truly believe I am the treasury of the great Xia dynasty? You ask for supreme treasures and heavenly leg techniques, which even I do not possess. It was evident that if Mr. Water Mirror truly had a heavenly tier leg technique, the Monk King would not have dismissed him. Then I shall request something of lesser caliber, something more mundane. I want 10 million taels of gold. By the heavens, are you deliberately seeking trouble? If I had 10 million taels of gold, would I still dress as I do? At present, I cannot even afford to drink. Mr. Water Mirror lamented internally. There is none. You possess nothing of value, yet you speak of rewards. How can one be so impoverished? Yi Wuhan remarked disdainfully. To have reached such a state as a cultivator is indeed quite remarkable. I simply wish to preserve my noble sentiments. Some may exist in body, yet their souls have long perished, Shui Jing said, adjusting his findings and gazing deeply into Yi Wuhan's eyes with his dark orbs. Enough. What do you have to offer? Yi Wuhan hastily interrupted, refusing to indulge in his sentimental musings. I possess but one thing of worth, Shui Jing replied with a smile, the reflection of water and moon. A mirror of flowers. Chapter 82. The Art of Qimen Duanjia Unveiled. After all that, are you merely trying to foist upon me a worthless trinket? Sighed Yi Wuhan. No. My dear Wuhan, do not underestimate the water moon mirror flower, interjected Shui Jing, waving her hands dismissively. Oh, pray tell, what exactly is this water moon mirror flower? Your praise sounds quite extravagant, remarked Yi Wuhan. internally assigning a mere 3 stars to this so-called treasure as he observed Shui Jing's salesmanship. It embodies both swordsmanship and footwork, a flawless fusion of the two. Shui Jing proclaimed, raising her hands with fervor. Water Moon Mirror Flower, 2 stars. Oh, and what level of martial skill does it possess? What tier of formation? Well, if we categorize it as swordsmanship, it is of the low Xian rank, and as footwork, it is of the mid Xian rank, Shui Jing mused, scratching the back of her head. Just a mere Xian rank sword technique, and you extol it so highly. Yi Wuhen couldn't help but admire Shui Jing's wit. If he were on Earth, he would surely be the most formidable salesman. Wuhen, you are gravely mistaken. Shui Jing waved her feather fan, insisting. How can you discern its power without giving it a try? Oh, then do unleash it. But do remember to show some mercy. Yi Wuhen initially expressed disdain, but his demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. The might of the nascent soul stage is far beyond what the rotating illumination stage can withstand. A poorly skilled practitioner might not even be able to endure the spiritual energy released by a nascent soul, resulting in an instant explosion and a swift demise. Oh, I comprehend that, Shui Jing replied, calling forth a long sword, standing firm, and forming 8 hand seals. Then, with a smile directed at Yi Wuhen, she said, Come at me, Wuhen. Yi Wuhen scoffed. After all, Shui Jing was a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, and he had no intention of holding back. He initiated his attack with the pine welcoming guests move from the Unity sword technique. With a swift leap, he surged forward, aiming to execute a full 360-degree spin to arrive behind Shui Jing. Astonishingly, she did not flinch, remaining motionless in her place. Swish! It was a complete miss. The strike that should have been precise had only met with an afterimage. She hadn't moved at all. How could it have transformed into an illusion? Could it be that I have been outmatched? This is utterly unscientific. This mid-Xian rank footwork is even more bewildering than my Thunderbolt Shadow Step. Truly, this is devilish footwork, rivaling the legendary magic of my rollerblades. Well then, you have witnessed the footwork, now it is time for the swordsmanship. Shui Jing's voice eerily emanated from behind Yi Wuhen. He spun around, only to find nothing there. Be careful. Shui Jing's voice rang out from his left arm. This footwork is indeed uncanny. I concede. Yi Wuhen found himself utterly bewildered. Water Moon Mirror Flower. Yin Flash. Just as Shui Jing finished speaking, 3 sword lights erupted from his left arm. Goodness, 3 strikes in a single second. Are you defying the heavens? Yi Wuhen's unification sword technique is indeed remarkable. Yet he can only unleash a single sword beam. This is not a flaw of the technique itself, but rather a reflection of Yi Wuhen's insufficient comprehension. However, the Yin Flash is undeniably on par with the unification sword technique. Observing Shui Jing's demeanor, it appears that emitting 3 sword beams comes effortlessly to him. Yi Wuhen, gazing at the resplendent sword light, felt a tightening in his heart and, with a thunderous roar beneath his feet, leapt into the air. Yet, it proved of little consequence, as he only managed to evade 2 of the sword beams. Oh, I did not expect your agility to be so exquisite. Your spiritual essence has indeed reached the golden core stage, truly a prodigy. Shui Jing exclaimed, suddenly materializing not far behind Yi Wuhen. Whoosh! This time, 5 sword beams were unleashed. Good heavens! Is Shui Jing intent on ending my life? Clanged the sword beams as they struck Yi Wuhen's body. Fortunately, his chainmail performed admirably, blocking 3 of the beams. Is this person's body forged of iron? No, the hardness of a body at the Xuanjiao stage should not be like this. Could it be that he possesses the ancient Sun Moon divine body? Mr. Shui Jing, that is enough. Yi Wuhen rose, his robe tattered in multiple places, blood flowing freely. The once pristine white garment now stained crimson. May I inquire about the footwork you demonstrated, Mr. Shui Jing? Sensing Shui Jing's prowess, Yi Wuhen relinquished his haughty demeanor. The Qian represents the horse, Kuan the ox, Jin the dragon, Sun the rooster, Kin the pig, Li the chick, Jin the dog, and Dui the sheep. Shui Jing began, moving gracefully. With each step, Yi Wuhen gradually discerned that this was the 8 trigrams array. I have imparted the essence of the footwork to you. Remember, within the array you traverse, the 8 directions I mentioned allow for unrestrained teleportation, Shui Jing elucidated. Furthermore, the Yin Flash emphasizes swiftness, formidable offense, and all-encompassing strikes. It is the sole technique within the Water Moon Mirror Flower. Shui Jing's eyes gradually became increasingly luminous, resembling luminous pearls of the night. Yi Wuhen could already sense the surging spiritual energy emanating from Shui Jing, a force that enveloped his spirit like an ocean. Before employing this technique, one must unlock the Qimen, Shui Jing declared. Rest, birth, injury, closure, scenery, death, shock, and opening. All 8 gates must be unsealed. Shui Jing formed 8 hand seals, indicating for Yi Wuhen to follow suit. Yi Wuhen nodded in acknowledgement. As he successfully completed the 8 seals, Shui Jing suddenly clapped his hands against Yi Wuhen's back. The Chiman Duanjia is now open. Yi Wuhen felt a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy racing through his meridians, as if his body were ablaze. With a thunderous boom, Yi Wuhen's rest gate was opened, resulting in a heart-wrenching cry from him. "Brother Hen, what has happened to you?" Chu Tianqing and Qin Jinj rushed over. Concern etched on their faces as they found Yi Wuhen writhing on the ground. Shui Jing gestured for silence and whispered, "I am unlocking the 8 gates within him. There is no need for alarm. Brother Wuhen will endure this." Qin Jin's expression was far from pleasant, clearly anxious for Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen's complexion had turned crimson, and he found himself struggling to breathe. However, he had persevered through the 6th gate, with only the formidable shock gate and the most challenging life gate remaining. Spiritual energy surged into the meridian associated with the shock gate, breaking through with the force of a raging torrent. Next was the death gate. Should he fail to pass it, only a grim fate awaited him. His excessive spiritual energy would lead to his demise. Yi Wuhen let out a furious roar, channeling all his spiritual energy into the meridian of the death gate. Yet, the gate remained utterly unmoved. "Open, mysterious gate of escape." Yi Wuhen rose to his feet, the 9 nether mortal decision within him operating with fervent intensity. This death gate was no match for him. It was swiftly engulfed by the vast reservoir of Yi Wuhen's spiritual energy. Chapter 83. All a sudden chime resonated in Yi Wuhen's ears, announcing that the host's Chimin Dunjia had been activated, rewarding him with 20 points of martial arts experience. This was undeniably impressive. "Check the data," Yi Wuhen commanded, and as soon as the words left his lips, a luminous screen materialized before him. Host information: name, Yi Wuhen, age, 16, cultivation level, 2nd stage of rotating illumination, title, enlightened heart, rising fame, pseudo-sword immortal, remaining experience points, 200. 000 martial arts experience, 20 remaining exchange points, 200. 000 martial arts, 9 nether mortal dust, level unavailable techniques, blood fury 8 desolations, advanced earth level 9 heavens thunder invocation, advanced heaven level thunder shadow step, beginner earth level return to unity sword technique, beginner heaven level mystic dragon 9 transformations, level unavailable 9 character true words, level unavailable water moon mirror flower step, advanced earth level water moon mirror flower swallow flash, advanced earth level thunder palm, low level heaven. The system had revamped the original interface, introducing the display of exchange and experience points, thus offering Yi Wuhen a more convenient means to monitor his remaining exchange and martial arts experience. Ding. The host's Thunder Shadow Step and Water Moon Mirror Flower have overlapped. Please select one to destroy or merge. As it was the host's first attempt at merging, the system granted a 50% success rate. Yi Wuhen, initially contemplative, immediately resonated with the system's prompt and thought, merge. Merge. Ding. Congratulations to the host on a successful merge, acquiring a new technique. I Ching Step. I Ching Step, an advanced earth-level technique, allows the practitioner to move freely in 8 directions, accompanied by the sound of thunder, effortlessly exuding an air of superiority. Damn, I absolutely relish the notion of exuding superiority. Yi Wuhen's heart was elated. Not only had the merge succeeded, but this technique also allowed for a subtle display of prowess. Did this system not comprehend that subtle displays of superiority were most impactful? Exiting the system space, Yi Wuhen opened his eyes to behold the rugged visage of Chu Tianqing, nearly causing him to lose control of his faculties. "Wuhen, I underestimated you. Your future accomplishments will be remarkable," Shui Jing praised, having just witnessed Yi Wuhen's magnificent breakthrough. With 3 dragon tattoos faintly visible, accompanied by the resonant roar of dragons and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, the momentum was such that one might think a tribulation was underway. Chu Tianqing also expressed his admiration. "Brother Wuhen, I didn't realize you were such a formidable man." Yi Wuhen rolled his eyes. "Am I not a man? Are you? Do you not recall my former titles?" Though Qin Jinj remained silent, Yi Wuhen discerned the concern in his gaze. "All right, if we don't head in soon, the treasures might all be snatched away," Yi Wuhen declared, rising to dust off his trousers. "We just took a look, and they are still battling those monsters." Chu Tianqing chuckled. "That's good. Let us make haste. Once we secure the treasures, we shall wait for them." Yi Wuhen replied. "Why must we wait for them?" Chu Tianqing questioned, puzzled. "I shall place the entirety of the responsibility upon that old man. claiming he absconded with all the treasures, then fled. Yi Wuhen scoffed, noting that with their intellect, had they been on Earth, they would have long since been outsmarted. Shui Jing retrieved a set of conical hats from his spatial ring, donned them, and addressed Yi Wuhen, "Brother Wuhen, may our paths cross again." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Shui Jing is indeed quite intriguing. "Brother Hen, how should we proceed?" Chu Tianqing inquired. "We shall split up. You take the eastern route. Qin Jinj will traverse the west, and I shall lead the way." Yi Wuhen replied. "Understood." Chu Tianqing nodded, with Qin Jinj also signaling his agreement. Yi Wuhen's light golden eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance as he gazed towards the cave entrance. With a thunderous crack, he disappeared from his original position. Is this the merged version of the Thunder Shadow Step? The speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuhen arrived at Mu Feng's medicinal garden, which resembled a vast field of vegetables, yet was much larger and brimming with spiritual energy. Observing the flowers and fruits amongst the trees and grasses, Yi Wuhen sighed. Mu Feng has taken quite a bit. Well, I shall reluctantly claim it all. With a sweep of his hand, he gathered the spiritual herbs before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for harvesting a fig, earning the title of Herbal Gatherer. Herbal Gatherer? What is that? If you grant me a title, will I then become a flute player if I play a tune? Herbal Gatherer Level 1. Effect. Enhances the collection of herbs and fruits. Collect 100 herbs to advance to level 2, and reach level 5 to unlock a new title. Oh, this effect is indeed beneficial for Yi Wuhen, as there aren't many herbs left in this garden. Damaging more would be a grave miscalculation. Once Yi Wuhen completed his herb gathering, he focused his spirit to explore what else lay within the spatial ring. 20 figs, quite satisfactory. 5 ginseng fruits, good. 5 dew flowers. What on earth is this? Surely it's not dew water? Never mind. This world has been deceiving me for quite some time. 10 drops of spirit deer water. Wait, could this be a pill formula? The system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Xuanwu pill formula and the Zhuke pill formula. The Xuanwu pill significantly enhances 1's defense for 30 minutes, while the Zhuke pill provides exceptional recovery capabilities. This is tailor-made for me. What I lack most is defense and recovery. I never expected Mu Feng to bestow such blessings upon me so swiftly. Truly, he is a good person, and heaven is so kind to me. With this thought, Yi Wuhen was moved to tears. Yi Wuhen then took out the ancient golden pill, deciding to set aside other matters for now, but recognizing the necessity to deal with this golden pill promptly. It is time to rely on the system's recycling function. Yi Wuhen placed the golden core into a receptacle displayed by the system, which subsequently revealed the details of the item. The golden core, a manifestation of the spiritual power expended by cultivators, embodies an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. However, its self-absorption poses a significant risk of falling into madness. The reclamation value stands at 50,000 experience points. Retaining this item serves little purpose for me, as my cultivation method differs from his, rendering me susceptible to the very madness it entails. It is prudent to dispose of it. Reclaim. As soon as Yi Wuhen's words left his lips, the receptacle absorbed the golden core, and a stream of radiant light surged forth, piercing Yi Wuhen's brow. He felt a refreshing coolness in his mind, followed by the system's notification. Congratulations, host. You have reclaimed the golden core and acquired 50,000 experience points. The experience required for your next upgrade is 250,000 to 300,000 points. Chapter 84. Yi Ji and Yi Wenji. Yi Wuhen sighed, reflecting on the fact that while others might spend decades meditating to reach his level, he merely needed to defeat monsters, flaunt his prowess, and charm women to level up. The solitude of invincibility was profound. Having resolved the matter of the golden core, he now turned his attention to the spatial ring. He retrieved the ring from within his robe, aware that one could not store another spatial ring within it, lest it lead to infinite storage. This particular ring belonged to that ancient being, a practitioner of the golden core stage, and it surely contained a wealth of treasures. When Yi Wuhen probed the ring with his spirit, he was astounded to discover that it was not just on Earth that a low-income class existed. This world had its own share of impoverished souls. The Ancient One was truly destitute, for within the ring lay merely 100 taels of gold, 10 superior spirit stones, and a few flying swords. Yi Wuhen exchanged all the gold for its equivalent value, yielding over 1,000 points with a conversion rate of 110. He then stored the superior spirit stones and flying swords into his own spatial ring. Just as Yi Wuhen prepared to seek out Chu Tianqing and Qin Jinj, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Yi Wuhen, we meet again. Yi Wenjie stood beneath a large tree, gazing up at Yi Wuhen. Beside him was a striking young man clad in purple, who was presently cradling an extraordinarily alluring woman. Yi Xuehui and Yi Wenjie? Yi Wuheng raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Humph. Of course, we are here for revenge. You killed my brother. This grudge must be avenged. Yi Xuehui lied, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, when she was nearly devoured by a beast in the wilderness, Yi Wenjie had saved her, leading to a deal where she would offer herself to the young man in purple in exchange for avenging her fiancé's death at the hands of Yi Wuheng. Oh, is he not your husband? How has he suddenly transformed into your brother? Yi Wuheng chuckled. You, don't speak nonsense. Yi Xuehui's face reddened even further, her embarrassment reaching her ears. Realizing that her attempts at evasion were futile against Yi Wuheng, she turned to the young man, feigning innocence. Young Master Ji, it was him. He bullied me. The sweetness of her voice was undeniable, yet to Yi Wuheng, it was nothing short of repulsive. After having her fiancé slain, she quickly found another. Such a person was nothing but a harlot. Yi Wenjie sneered. Yi Wuheng, with young Master Ji of the 9 Netherfengdu mansion here, you shall not escape. Meanwhile, young Master Ji maintained a composed demeanor, soothing Yi Xuehui. Xuehui, do not fret. I shall soon rid us of this scoundrel. People of the 9 Nether? Yi Wuheng frowned momentarily but quickly recalled that he possessed pure 9 Nether power. Why should he fear this impure wretch? Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just a roadside fowl. Yi Wuheng laughed heartily. You dare call me a roadside fowl? The young man in purple pushed Yi Xuehui aside, pointing an incredulous finger at Yi Wuheng. Excuse me? Are you pointing at me? With a raised eyebrow, Yi Wuheng swiftly invoked the I Ching step, summoning thunderclouds beneath his feet. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed as he materialized before Yi Ji. At that moment, the energy of his thunderclap palm was fully charged, and with a swift motion akin to a lightning strike, his palm collided with Yi Ji's. Moments later, Yi Ji spat blood and staggered backward. I not only insult you, but I also dare to strike you, Yi Wuheng disdainfully remarked. You needn't call yourself a wild chicken any longer. Garbage would be a more fitting title. You despicable wretch. Is ambush all you are capable of? The young man in purple retorted angrily. In that earlier clash, Yi Wuheng had only exerted 50% of his strength, believing it sufficient to subdue him, yet the young man in purple had managed to react and block the blow. Yi Wuheng, is this all you can do? I am truly ashamed for our Yi family. Yi Wenjie chimed in. Do you dare to prattle before me, you piece of trash? How about we settle this with a duel? Loser calls the other father. I have plenty of sons. I wouldn't mind adding one more, Yi Wuheng replied. Come then, Yi Wenjie declared, removing his bamboo hat to reveal 2 striking black dragon tattoos on his arms, along with a vividly lifelike black dragon across his chest. At that moment, spiritual energy gathered at his heart, and the dragon began to move, coiling around Yi Wenjie's neck. First transformation of the mysterious dragon, 9 changes. Yi Wenjie unleashed the initial transformation, taking a swift step toward Yi Wuheng. Yi Wuheng was taken aback. You dare to steal my martial arts? What? Me, Yi Wenjie. Steal your martial arts? Yi Wenjie laughed. Pray tell, what technique have I pilfered? The mysterious dragon 9 changes. Oh, then show me. The first transformation of the mysterious dragon 9 changes. The second transformation. Yi Wuhen's body resonated with dragon roars, and the dragon tattoos on his arms appeared even more vivid than those of Yi Wenjie. Impossible. Yi Wenjie retreated 2 steps, utterly astonished. This martial art was supposed to be his alone. How could Yi Wuheng also possess it? At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Yi Wenjie's mind. Wenjie, do not be alarmed. In my estimation, this young man possesses a remarkable treasure. After you vanquish him, flatter Yi Ji so that he may bestow this treasure upon you. With that, you'll harness its power within this immortal abode, then eliminate Yi Ji and seize all the treasures. Once outside, you shall truly soar to great heights. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Yi Wenjie quickly regained his composure. The elder's plan filled him with excitement, and he could hardly wait to slay Yi Wuheng. Ah, splendid. It seems the old man has come to aid Yi Wenjie. Yi Wuheng observed the shifts in Yi Wenjie's expression, first shock, then tranquility, and finally elation, clearly indicating that the elder had imparted some method of pretense. Yi Wenjie, did you hear that? Yi Wuheng inquired. Hear what? Yi Wenjie became vigilant in an instant. Without his grandfather's talisman, his life was precariously fragile. The sound of the wind whispered ominously. At this moment, Yi Wuheng had meticulously arranged all 8 directions of the I Ching steps. When the time came to employ the swallow flash, Yi Wenjie would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yi Wuheng directly utilized the I Ching steps, and after a thunderous roar, he vanished from sight. A gust of wind carried an eerie whisper to Yi Wenjie's ears. accompanied by a piercing beam of sword light. Another ambush. Yi Wenjie cursed angrily. You scoundrel, is ambushing all you are capable of? In response to Yi Wenjie's ire, Yi Wuheng merely smiled faintly before retorting, I can also engage in vigorous activities with your mother, day and night, countless times. That is how you came to be. Did you know? Chapter 85. Yi Ji versus Yi Wuheng. Yi Wuheng harbored a profound disdain for being referred to as mere refuse. He firmly believed that insults should never involve one's parents. Despite his vocal protestations, his limbs were far from idle, as he swiftly maneuvered to continue the confrontation. At this moment, Yi Wenjie's attire lay in tatters, having been mercilessly shredded by Yi Wuheng's swift strikes. Yi Wenjie, lacking in both skillful movement and combat finesse, could only manage to hold his ground in close quarters against opponents of equal rank. However, facing Yi Wuheng was an entirely different ordeal. To fight, he could not prevail. To flee, he could not escape. Such was the essence of bullying. Yet, Yi Wuheng derived great pleasure from tormenting others, particularly those who spoke out of turn. You dare call me refuse? Yi Wuheng charged forward with a swift step, delivering a resounding slap. This is a much-deserved chastisement. However, he realized that this blow could not fully express the fury that simmered within him. Look at your face. It truly deserves a slap, and my hand cannot restrain itself. With that, he struck again. With Yi Wenjie's diminutive stature, a single blow from Yi Wuheng left him bruised and battered, and a second strike would surely obliterate him. Completely cowed, Yi Wenjie dared not retaliate. Even the elder present was taken aback by Yi Wuheng's sudden ferocity, disrupting all plans. On the third blow, I shall reduce you to dust. On the fourth, you shall soil yourself. On the fifth, you will be left a bloody mess. On the sixth, you will be left searching for your teeth. Do you think this is the end? I shall deliver yet another strike. Stop. Please, no more. Yi Wenjie's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head, and he nearly fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. I was wrong, truly wrong. At that moment, Yi Ji looked at Yi Wenjie with an expression of bewilderment, as if to say, who is he? I do not recognize him. Although she wished to assist Yi Wenjie, she had previously been struck by Yi Wuheng and had yet to recover. Have you realized your mistake? Will you no longer act so arrogantly? Yi Wuheng's hand remained poised in the air, ready to deliver another slap at the slightest provocation. I won't dare. I will never again act so brazenly before Brother Hen. Yi Wenjie hastily shook his head. Yet, despite his words, Yi Wenjie's heart harbored a different sentiment. He had sworn to dismember Yi Wuheng, especially after being humiliated in front of Yi Ji, to whom he had previously boasted. How am I to salvage this situation? Although you say this, I feel compelled to teach you a lesson, Yi Wuheng replied, his tone calm. What? Another lesson? After you have mercilessly humiliated me, you still wish to punish me further? Do you derive joy only from my despair? Yi Wenjie's psyche was on the verge of collapse. Yi Wuheng's name had transformed into a synonym for torment. Brother Hen, simply state your desires. Spare me further humiliation, Yi Wenjie implored desperately. I desire your storage ring. Yi Wuheng declared bluntly, knowing that with the elder present, he could extract a hefty price. The mention of the storage ring struck Yi Wenjie like a thunderbolt. All the martial arts and techniques bestowed upon him by the elder were contained within that ring. If it were taken, he would be left with no chance of recovery. Brother Hen, what is a nascent ring? Yi Wenjie attempted to feign ignorance to evade this calamity. How dare you play the fool? Yi Wuheng swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Startling even Yi Ji, Yi Wenjie was sent flying. The elder cautioned Yi Wenjie, this individual is not to be underestimated. What should I do? Yi Wenjie frantically pondered. Give him the nascent ring. The elder declared resolutely, knowing that this action would postpone his rebirth for many years, yet it was preferable to the death of Yi Wenjie. Just as Yi Wenjie prepared to retrieve the nascent ring to hand over to Yi Wuheng, Yi Ji suddenly charged forward, exclaiming, Scoundrel! Let me, Yi Ji, confront you today? Oh! Yi Wuheng drew the sword of heaven and the fire sword, declaring, I have changed my mind. None of you shall escape today. Lightning crackled around Yi Ji's legs, presenting an impressive spectacle, though the true measure of its power would only be revealed in combat. With a resounding crash, Yi Ji's legs soared to his head, colliding with Yi Wuheng's dual swords, not yielding an inch. Truly, the forces of the Nine Nether were formidable. With a hand on the ground, Yi Ji spun his legs in the air before landing, taunting. Indeed, one who relies solely on ambushes cannot possess much strength. In the future, you shall merely be a source of amusement. 9-character true word, armament. Yi Ji proclaimed. Since you accuse me of ambush, I shall show you a genuine surprise attack. A golden light sword materialized above Yi Ji's head, oblivious to him as he continued to mock Yi Wuhen. "Yi Ji, brother, watch out above you," Yi Wenjie shouted urgently. "Huh? What? Above?" Yi Ji hastily glanced upward, only to witness the light sword hurtling toward him with fierce momentum. Startled, he narrowly evaded the lethal blow through his superior agility, though the sword's edge grazed his fair visage. Cursed beast. Another ambush. Yi Ji could no longer contain his fury, cursing vehemently. "Come and strike me if you find me displeasing. I relish your frustration, knowing you cannot defeat me," Yi Wuhen replied triumphantly, reveling in the sight of others in a state of vexation or humiliation, finding it quite foolish. Just wait. Yi Ji summoned a pitch-black scythe, towering over a person, with a blade as long as a man's arm. Infusing his spiritual energy into the scythe, lightning crackled around the blade, emitting a harsh, piercing sound. With a clang, Yi Ji swung the scythe toward Yi Wuhen's head. Yi Wuhen hastily defended with his swords, only to discover they were conductive. Fortunately, the power of the nine nether within him rendered the lightning harmless, instead replenishing his spiritual energy. Heavenly reversal. Clarity of the Tao heart. With these two maneuvers, Yi Wuhen aimed to obliterate Yi Ji in an instant. Two swords descended with the weight of the heavens and the earth, their might unmatched. At this moment, Yi Ji's scythe had sustained damage. "My treasured artifact has actually been damaged," Yi Ji exclaimed in astonishment. This was a precious gift bestowed upon him by the Fengdu government. Yi Wuhen, however, merely scoffed. "You accuse me of ambush? Even in a head-on clash, you cannot prevail against me." With an exceptionally overpowered skill that rendered defenses irrelevant for 3 seconds, Yi Wuhen summoned his light sword to join the fray against Yi Ji. 3 swords. Let us see how this insignificant fowl can withstand such an assault. I have told you, do not call her Yi Ji anymore. Instead, refer to her as trash, for it sounds more pleasing to the ear and may, in the future, spare you from further beatings. Bang! Yi Ji's treasured artifact shattered completely, disintegrating into dust that scattered across the ground. Chapter 86. The face-slapping demon. The oppressive force emanating from Yi Ji's damaged artifact instilled a sense of trepidation. Yi Wuhen, due to his momentum, nearly lost his balance. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ji delivered a powerful kick to Yi Wuhen's chest, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. With a cough, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of warmth in his throat, followed by the spillage of fresh blood. Observing Yi Wuhen's injury, Yi Ji rushed forward and executed another kick. Just as it was about to connect with Yi Wuhen's head, he swiftly raised his left arm to block it. A dull thud resonated as Yi Ji was unexpectedly pushed back 2 steps. "Ah, merely a moment of carelessness, and you've struck me," Yi Wuhen remarked, rising to his feet while adjusting his disheveled hair and brushing off the dust from his white robe with an air of nonchalance. "Merely carelessness? I beg to differ," Yi Ji retorted. "Without your artifact, how do you intend to contend with me?" Yi Wuhen scoffed. "How about this? Kneel and call me father, and I shall spare your life." By uttering those words, do you mean to make an enemy of the 9 nether Fengdu? Yi Ji shot back. "I do not target your Fengdu clan. My focus is solely on you." With that, Yi Wuhen stomped fiercely on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack. He leaped into the air, summoning thunderclouds around his feet, and propelled himself upward to match Yi Ji's height. He attempted a battle axe-style kick aimed at Yi Ji, who adeptly evaded the strike. Yet, Yi Wuhen instantly repositioned himself, unleashing a chilling beam of sword light that even made Yi Wenjie shudder in fear. Yi Xuehui stood trembling in place, her desire to slay Yi Wuhen dimmed by his formidable martial prowess. Although the sword light did not physically harm her, it struck at her innermost fears. True to her lineage from the 9 nether, Yi Ji swiftly produced a new artifact, a sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it, enveloping the blade in crackling lightning. She intended to withstand Yi Wuhen's sword light with this weapon. With a resounding clang, Yi Wuhen's sword light began to dissipate against her defense. "Your swordsmanship is nothing remarkable," Yi Ji taunted. "Was your very existence merely to flaunt your arrogance?" Yi Wuhen retorted angrily. "Since you take pleasure in such pretense, allow me to indulge you. Let me slap your face." Employing the I Ching steps, Yi Wuhen darted forward to stand before Yi Ji. She looked down at him disdainfully. "You may have an advantage in swordsmanship, but in unarmed combat, you remain inferior. Today, I shall teach you the essence of physical martial arts." With a powerful shout, she threw a punch towards Yi Wuhen. Surprisingly, Yi Wuhen found himself at a disadvantage, retreating 2 steps. This brat's physical skills are rather formidable. I must seek some martial arts techniques from the shop, he thought. Opening the system's marketplace, he hurriedly began browsing for physical combat techniques, and despite the urgency, he managed to find a skill that pleased him. In the world of Naruto, The character Rock Lee exchanges for the technique known as Konoha Rising Dragon. This martial art is described as possessing an almost instantaneous speed, allowing the practitioner to move beneath their target and deliver an upward kick into the air. The exchange value required is 50,000 points. The reason Yi Wuhen opted for this technique is primarily its affordability, with only 80,000 points to his name. Other superior martial arts techniques typically require over 100,000 points, rendering them unattainable. Upon exchange, a notification rang out. Ding. Post exchange successful. Current remaining exchange value, 30,000 points. The Konoha Rising Dragon does not meet the criteria for martial arts classification, hence cannot be marked with the heaven, earth, and yellow levels. As the system's voice faded, a radiant light surged into Yi Wuhen's mind, granting him profound comprehension of the Konoha Rising Dragon skill. Since you wish to engage in martial arts, I shall indulge you, he declared, executing the Konoha Rising Dragon. True to the system's assertion, he instantaneously positioned himself beneath Yi Ji, who, caught off guard, was propelled into the air by his upward kick. With a thud, Yi Ji's chin took a heavy blow, causing drool to escape from the corner of her mouth as she gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? In just a matter of seconds, his martial arts have transcended an entire tier. Yi Wenjia was left utterly dumbfounded. A single upward kick had sent her skyward. An elder's voice echoed in his mind. This individual must never be underestimated. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, to advance a tier in mere seconds transcended the bounds of genius, bordering on the extraordinary. Yi Wuhen gazed coolly at Yi Ji suspended in the sky, taunting. Now that you're up there, do not expect to come down. Enjoy your time aloft. Just as Yi Ji was about to descend, Yi Wuhen propelled her skyward once again with another Konoha Rising Dragon. On her third descent, Yi Wuhen seized her by the throat, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Since you enjoy posturing, allow me the pleasure of striking you down. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. This blow awakened Yi Wenjia's dread of the palm. Thinking to himself, poor Yi Ji is doomed. Yi Ji's jaw had already contorted from repeated impacts, and with Yi Wuhen's forceful slap, her face swelled, rendering her appearance quite comical. The sound of the slap echoed like a pig's squeal, reverberating through the air. Am I to pursue speed or strength? She pondered, in a state of distress. Very well, let us first experience speed. The sound of slaps continued unabated as Yi Wuhen unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes. Yi Ji clung desperately to his left arm, her grip tightening around his arm that held her throat, her eyes bloodshot. Yet she could not grit her teeth due to her disfigured jaw. Having pursued speed, it is now time to focus on strength. Yi Ji, witnessing Yi Wuhen's fierce demeanor, felt genuine fear and emitted whimpering sounds, though they proved futile. With a resounding clap, this slap rang out even louder than the preceding dozens. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title, Slap Master. The face-slapping fiend possesses the ability to daze others, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as a concussion. After delivering a resounding slap, Yi Ji was left with glazed eyes and frothing at the mouth. Observing this spectacle, Yi Wuhen found the mess distasteful and unceremoniously cast Yi Ji aside, inwardly lamenting. Who would have thought that one could earn a title from face-slapping? Truly, this is the most formidable cultivation system in history. I wonder if one might gain titles from ostentation in the future. How exhilarating that prospect is. Having expressed his musings, Yi Wuhen approached the reclining Yi Wenjia with a cheerful smile, rubbing his hands together. Chapter 87. The most powerful deceiver in history, Brother Jian. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. If you catch my drift, Yi Wuhen said with a mischievous grin that suggested he was quite the rascal. Yi Wenjia, dripping with cold sweat, hastily replied, as your loyal subordinate, how could I not understand? Here, Brother Jian. This is a humble token of respect from me to you. With that, he produced a spatial ring from his bosom and placed it into Yi Wuhen's hands. Yi Wuhen nodded in satisfaction, remarking, look at you all. If you had been this honest from the start, you wouldn't have ended up with such a swollen face. Yi Wenjia twitched at the corners of his mouth, yet felt utterly helpless. What could he do against someone of superior strength? Upon inspecting the contents of the ring, Yi Wuhen discovered it contained merely a leg technique manual and several hundred taels of gold, not even a single spirit stone. Truly, they were impoverished to an astonishing degree. After concluding his inspection, Yi Wuhen tucked the ring away and cast a sidelong glance at the trembling Yi Shuai standing nearby. He couldn't be bothered to deride such a worthless person. It was simply a waste of time. Meanwhile, Yi Ji lay nearby, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. Yet, Yi Wuhen showed no mercy, for he was in dire need of funds, desperately so. After seizing Yi Ji's spatial ring, he cheerfully remarked, "I shall let you off today. But remember to bring me money in the future." Yi Wuheng was well aware that Yi Wenjie harbored a vengeful spirit, and Yi Ji was no different. He felt it was only right to extract every ounce of influence from that old man in the Nine Nether Realm. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of the system. Once Yi Wuheng departed, Yi Shuhui finally exhaled, relieved to no longer feel like her heart was lodged in her throat. She sank into a despondent state, silently chastising herself for her cowardice, as she had not even dared to meet Yi Wuhen's gaze. Joyfully humming a tune, Yi Wuhen made his way to the gathering point, which was bustling with life. Nearly everyone had arrived, though they numbered only about a third of the original group, around a dozen individuals. Upon seeing Yi Wuhen approach, they shouted angrily, "Yi Wuhen, you scoundrel! You have stolen what belongs to us. Return it at once." Yi Wuhen was taken aback. What did they mean by stolen? This was a formless object, after all. Whoever claimed it first was its rightful owner. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, recognizing the power of public opinion. If word spread, he would bear the ignoble title of a petty thief. Scanning the crowd, he noted that Chen Jinj and Chu Tianxing were conspicuously absent, likely still ensconced within the inner sanctum. "My fellow cultivators, what has transpired? Why do you all hurl such vitriol at my mere appearance?" Yi Wuhen inquired. "You vile creature dare ask. Did you not take the treasures for yourself?" shouted a man clad in animal hides. "Exactly. You steal and refuse to admit it. How shameless," echoed another voice. "This is truly barbaric." The crowd chimed in unison. "Gentlemen, what treasure are you referring to?" Yi Wuhen feigned ignorance, maintaining his act. Bai Yi sneered. "What treasure? You know full well. Produce it, or we shall take matters into our own hands." Indeed, it is this White Yi, a despicable scoundrel. Had it not been for his sister Bai Ruoqian, he would have met his demise countless times over. With this thought, Yi Wuhen instinctively cast a furtive glance at Bai Ruoqian. Bai Ruoqian's beautiful eyes coldly fixed upon Yi Wuhen, seemingly still incensed by his manipulation of her. How could White Yi fail to notice Yi Wuhen's gaze, filled with goodwill, directed at Bai Ruoqian? He was also observing Bai Ruoqian and Lin Ling, wishing to incorporate both into his harem as his concubines. This scoundrel sought to entice my sister with treasures. White Yi grew increasingly agitated, even gesturing towards Bai Ruoqian to indicate that she was his sister. However, my sister resolutely rejected him, leading this man to believe that perhaps he simply lacked sufficient treasures to win her over. "Enough of this. Ask your sister, and you shall know," Yi Wuhen interjected. All eyes were fixed on Bai Ruoqian, astonished that White Yi had such a stunning sister, albeit one with a rather frigid demeanor. Yet who cared about that? They were confident in their ability to conquer this icy beauty with their prowess. "A bunch of fools, do not stare at me," Bai Ruoqian declared coldly. The crowd, though furious, dared not voice their anger. They had witnessed Bai Ruoqian's true strength, which was indeed formidable. Some cultivators, lacking in skill or dedication, could not even perceive the movement of her blade, only sensing a flash of cold light before she effortlessly thwarted the attacks of several monstrous beings. At such a young age, possessing such power, with an extraordinary family background and unparalleled beauty, binding her to oneself would surely save at least 500 years of effort. "Very well," Whitey nodded in agreement, then turned to Bai Ruoqian. "Sister, is what my brother says true?" Being family, he held a degree of belief in her, as it was unlikely she would publicly embarrass him. "I am not a frivolous person. I shall not waste my breath on his kind," Bai Ruoqian stated, pointing her delicate finger at Yi Wuhen. Though she did not explicitly accuse White Yi of deceit, the discerning could see the truth. "Do you see? Your sister has sold you out," Yi Wuhen shrugged, conveying his innocence. White Yi trembled with rage, never expecting that this sister, who had always disregarded him, would strip him of such an essential dignity. "Allow me to recount the truth of this matter." Yi Wuhen inhaled deeply. "At first, I observed the old man with white hair acting suspiciously, so I stealthily followed him. To my surprise, this old man intended to hoard the treasures for himself and make us do his bidding. Without hesitation, I charged forth. However, upon realizing he was a golden core cultivator, I felt a twinge of fear. Yet, bolstered by the support of my comrades, I feared nothing." As Yi Wuhen recounted the tale, his tone grew fervent, as if the events unfolded precisely as he described. Many cultivators vehemently condemned that golden core cultivator, labeling him a villain. Some went so far as to declare, "This is the most disgraceful incident ever faced by a scoundrel in the realm of cultivation." However, I never anticipated that this old wretch would ambush me with a cultivator in the rotation stage. This Bai Yi is utterly shameless. despite my numerous entreaties. He adamantly insists on aiding that white-haired elder against me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, You speak nonsense. Such a thing never occurred. The crowd erupted in outrage, vehemently denouncing Bai Yi. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to flee, Bai Ruoxian stepped forward and declared, I know not of other matters, but I am certain it was you who unleashed the monsters upon us. The crowd gradually regained their composure. At that moment, the words of a beautiful woman held significant weight. To confront you? How could that be? I merely intended to use this to restrain that old wretch. The assembly fell into contemplation, pondering whom they should ultimately trust. Chapter 88. Bringing the soul ring into the realm of immortality. Very well. Bai Ruoxian nodded slightly, choosing not to say more, and stepped aside to fix her gaze upon Yi Wuhen. However, Bai Yifei, undeterred by my counsel, insisted on aiding that old immortal. Yi Wuhen then turned his attention towards Bai Yifei, the old one, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with me, had only exchanged a few blows before fleeing. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This individual could actually hold his ground against the practitioner of the Golden Core stage? Moreover, he did not vanish into dust. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. The dust and scars adorning my body were remnants from that encounter. Alas, such trivial wounds are hardly worth mentioning. Yet I still failed to reclaim the treasures belonging to my esteemed companions. It is my inadequacy. As Yi Wuhen spoke, he deeply bowed in acknowledgement. Brother Yi, do not speak in such a manner. Practitioners of the Golden Core stage are inherently formidable, and especially so when they are as treacherous as he, came the response. Indeed, Yi Wuhen, I did not anticipate you to possess such profound insight at such a tender age. It is indeed rare. Let us not dwell on this matter. I just saw that old immortal darting ahead. Let us pursue him swiftly, Yi Wuhen proclaimed, immediately employing the art of the I Ching. With a resounding clap of thunder, he vanished from sight. What Yi Wuhen says is absolutely correct. Fellow cultivators, today we shall jointly confront that Golden Core practitioner, declared a robust man, his aura fierce and commanding. Indeed, we must reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Many echoed in agreement, while only Bai Yifei stared vacantly at the floor, lost in thought. The leading man cast a glance at Bai Yifei and snorted, Upon our return, we shall see how to deal with you. Bai Ruoxian stepped protectively in front of Bai Yifei, her voice icy. I would like to see who dares. At that moment, Chu Tianqing and Chun Jinj burst forth from the two alleyways, standing side by side. Yi Wuhen, upon seeing them, slapped his forehead and sighed. What misfortune that these two ancestors would appear at such a time. What shall we do now? The leading man regarded him with suspicion. Brother Wuhen, what is the meaning of this? Chun Jinj quickly grasped the situation and addressed Yi Wuhen. Wuhen, I found no trace of that Golden Core practitioner here. After speaking, he nudged Chu Tianqing with his elbow. I have found nothing unusual either, Chu Tianqing added. Regarding the prior incident, due to the urgency, I did not elaborate. That Golden Core practitioner seemed intent on stalling me, invoking a secret technique that produced two avatars, each darting down separate alleyways. I had no choice but to instruct my friends to follow the Golden Core practitioner, which has led us to this predicament. It appears the Golden Core practitioner is indeed ahead of us. Yi Wuhen pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, the robust man nodded. Brother Wuhen, you have truly exerted yourself. It is nothing. I do this for everyone's sake, Yi Wuhen replied with a shameless grin. Should the crowd discover Yi Wuhen's actions, they would surely exclaim, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. The great Han surveyed Yi Wuhen with considerable satisfaction before addressing his fellow comrades. The old wretch is just ahead. Let us charge. Bai Ruoxian assisted Bai Yi to his feet and also advanced forward. Concerning Bai Ruoxian, Yi Wuhen refrained from passing judgment, merely sensing that her pride was excessively pronounced and her reluctance to owe anyone a favor was palpable. In any case, there would be no further interactions between them, so he resolved to forget her entirely. Yi Wuhen shook his head and made his way towards Chun Jinj and Chu Tianqing. You may keep what you have. There is no need to share. What lies ahead is a medicinal garden, Yi Wuhen declared. Mine is a weapon pavilion, Chun Jinj replied. Noting that the only weapons within were two short daggers suited solely for assassination, making it somewhat embarrassing to distribute them evenly. I possess a martial arts hall. However, it seems Wuheng harbors reservations, as he has only placed a single martial technique within, and it is precisely what I require. Chu Tianqing, a straightforward individual, divulged the general state of the martial arts hall. Haha, indeed. Once you peruse the architectural diagram of this immortal abode, you will comprehend, he added, anticipating the main event to follow. Yes, all those spiritual herbs are essential for refining elixirs, Yi Wuhen stated, his his words ringing true, as those herbs were indispensable for concocting the Zhuke pill and the Xuanwu pill. Brother Hen, I did not anticipate your prowess in deception to be so remarkable. Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly. Please, refer to me as the most formidable deceiver in history, Chun Jinj suggested. While they are preoccupied with pursuing a deceased individual, you should hasten to cultivate your martial technique. Shu Tianqing replied with a bright smile. I am in no rush. My comprehension is rather limited, and it may take several months before I can even grasp the basics. Yi Wuhen interjected. I have matters to attend to. Please allow me a moment to refine my resources. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Wuhen seated himself on the ground and began to refine the 2 spatial rings in his possession. When his consciousness immersed into the ring belonging to Yi Ji, he was astounded. What is a tycoon? This is what a true tycoon is. With no fewer than 50 precious artifacts, a fortune of 1 million taels of gold, and 50 superior grade spirit stones. Now, this is what one would call a tycoon. Yi Wuhen exchanged all the gold into exchange value, totaling 1,000,500. Adjusting the exchange rate to 1, with rare items calculated separately. Ding. Host exchange value has been attained. Remaining 1,030,500 points. The system's crisp voice chimed, resonating in Yi Wuhen's ears as if to say, ding. Your external assistance has been renewed. Once more, Yi Wuhen experienced the exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth. In times of poverty, he yearned to acquire everything. Yet with newfound riches, he found himself reluctant to make purchases. I ought to select a piece of high-status equipment to enhance my grandeur, Yi Wuhen mused. As the system's marketplace interface materialized before him, Yi Wuhen browsed through the apparel section, flipping through several pages without encountering anything visually appealing. Just as he was about to close the system marketplace, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. This item exists. He gasped in disbelief. How can this be possible? Yi Wuhen shook his head in astonishment. For he had encountered a soul ring, white soul ring, no additional functions, yellow soul ring, slight increase in attack power, purple soul ring, slight increase in attack power, black soul ring, significant enhancement of attack power, red soul ring, substantial augmentation of attack power, golden soul ring, comprehensive attribute enhancement. The exchange value is set at 100 million points. System notification. This equipment can accommodate a maximum of 9 pieces, so please purchase with caution. The exchange value for the white soul ring is merely 10 points, albeit of little utility. The yellow ring is 100, the purple ring 1,000, the black ring 1 million, and the red ring 10 million. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuhen opted to exchange for 9 purple soul rings. Ding. Congratulations to the host on a successful exchange. The remaining exchange value is 1,021,500 points. Chapter 89. A transformed being. To my astonishment, in my lifetime, I have encountered something as extraordinary as a soul ring. Yi Wuhen sighed deeply. In his previous life, he had observed such wonders and held a profound appreciation for soul rings. They were inherently ostentatious and placed in this desolate wilderness. Their flamboyance was amplified to an unparalleled degree. Ding. As this is the first time the host has exchanged for items within the clothing category, the system will unlock a storage pouch and character card for the host. Currently, the storage pouch has a capacity of 20 slots. What is this? Is this not akin to a backpack in a game? The system's creativity is indeed boundless. Yi Wuhen chose not to dwell on this revelation. Transforming into a game-like experience was quite fortuitous. He equipped all 9 purple soul rings he had exchanged, only to discover he could manipulate their appearance and size with mere thought. 9 rings, each the size of an adult man's fist, hovered around Yi Wuhen, resembling 9 radiant orbs from a distance, an exquisite display of unspoken grandeur, truly captivating. Check attributes, Yi Wuhen murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than a luminous screen materialized before him. Host information, name, Yi Wuhen age, 16 cultivation level, 2nd stage of radiance title, clear of heart. Gaining fame, pseudo-sword immortal-tier. 9 purple soul rings. Remaining experience points, 200,000 cultivation experience, 20 points. Remaining exchange value, 1,021. 500 points. Cultivation method, 9 nether mortal decision, level unviewable, body technique, rising dragon of leaf martial skills, blood fury of 8 desolations, high earth level, 9 heavens thunder spell, high heaven level, extreme shadow step, low earth level, unification sword technique, low heaven level, 9 transformations of the profound dragon, level unviewable, 9 character mantra, level unviewable, water moon mirror flower step, high earth level, water moon mirror flower swallow flash, high earth level, thunderclap palm, low heaven level. Excellent. Now, I merely require a cloak to shield my striking visage. Yi Wuhan understood the general layout of this immortal abode. Inevitably, he would engage in the art of thievery and combat. How could he possibly navigate without a cloak to conceal his identity? Would he still be able to maintain his grandiose facade? Yi Wuhan reopened the system's marketplace, meticulously browsing through the offerings. He discovered that cloaks that possessed both elegance and practicality were rather scarce. Nevertheless, he eventually stumbled upon a cloak that perfectly suited his desires. Sunfire Cloak, exchange value, 121. 500 points. The host can utilize their thoughts to command the sunfire within the cloak to scorch others. When worn, individuals below the third stage of the nascent soul cannot perceive the host's realm. Yi Wuhan gazed in awe at the fiery red, slightly billowing cloak, exclaiming, "Is this not the Sunfire Cloak from League of Legends? Its effects are astonishing." However, the price of this Sunfire Cloak was exorbitantly steep. It demanded a staggering 120,000 exchange points. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall exchange for it." Exchange value? It is merely a mere set of data. Spend freely. Though Yi Wuhan spoke with bravado, his face was already streaked with tears. To describe him as tearful would be an understatement. Ding. The host has successfully exchanged for the Sunfire Cloak, leaving a remaining exchange value of 900,000 points. Shall it be equipped immediately? Equip it. After spending such a hefty sum, not wearing it would be a waste. Ding. Equipping the Sunfire Cloak overlaps with the armor, upgrading it to Sunfire Cloak Level 1, slightly enhancing the temperature of the sunlight. Upon hearing the first half of the system's announcement, Yi Wuhan felt a lump rise in his throat, fearing that both pieces of equipment would be lost due to the overlap. To his surprise, it was an upgrade instead. The cloak draped over Yi Wuhan's shoulders, fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of ostentation. Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj were taken aback. This was Yi Wuhan? His demeanor had transformed completely. They too had not been idle. Qin Jinj was practicing with a short blade, while Chu Tianxing contemplated martial techniques. Upon hearing an unusual sound, they turned to Yi Wuhan, only to find a figure clad in a red cloak. The man's face was obscured by the cloak, leaving only a shadow, and his spiritual energy was entirely absent. Appearing no different from an ordinary person. "Esteemed friend, have you encountered a rather good-looking yet somewhat foolish individual?" Chu Tianxing inquired. Qin Jinj, however, was much more cautious, casting a cold gaze at Yi Wuhan without uttering a word. Yi Wuhan, upon hearing the first half of Chu Tianxing's question, nodded appreciatively, but nearly choked on his own words upon hearing the latter half. "In your eyes, am I merely foolish? And notably so? You must be referring to that young man. When I first encountered him, he was extraordinarily handsome. His charm and aura could rival that of true immortals. No, even surpass them. Those pale golden eyes. Enough. I am already nauseated by your words." Qin Jinj exclaimed, swiftly stepping forward to lift the cloak, revealing Yi Wuhan's face to Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj. Chu Tianxing gasped in shock and then asked Yi Wuhan, "Brother Wuhan, how did you conceal your presence?" "This cloak can obscure my spiritual fluctuations," Yi Wuhan indicated, pointing to the sunfire cloak draped over him. "By the way, how did you manage to discover me?" he inquired of Qin Jinj. "Only you in this world could praise yourself so," Qin Jinj replied. "Ah, I never imagined that even my Oscar-worthy acting could not deceive you," Yi Wuhan chuckled. Chu Tianxing marveled. "Brother Wuhan, that cloak is truly remarkable. Wearing it transforms you entirely, rendering you unrecognizable. Humph, if even a little brat like you can see through it. Is this item truly worth 100,000 exchange points?" Yi Wuhan shook his head and removed the cloak. The real show is yet to come. In front of the medicinal garden lies a genuine spiritual mountain, the very heart of the gathering spirit formation. There are numerous wild beasts on that mountain, and the truly terrifying aspect is, entering is easy, but surviving to exit is quite another matter. "Brother Wuhan, what lies ahead of the medicinal garden?" Chu Tianxing asked. Yi Wuhan replied, "A spiritual mountain rich in spiritual energy. Once we enter, you can cultivate there for several days. I estimate that one day within will be equivalent to a month of cultivation in the outside world. The gathering spirit formation is an ancient array that has been passed down through the ages. The prolonged accumulation of spiritual energy within it is indeed rather formidable." After Yi Wuhan concluded his remarks, he hastened towards the medicinal garden, with Chu Tianxing and Qin Jinj swiftly keeping pace beside him. Oddly, Yi Ji, Yi Wenjie, and the enigmatic Yi Shuhui were nowhere to be found. Yi Wuhan remarked in surprise, but upon reflection, he realized he had not employed lethal force. So they must have fled. "Brother Wuhan, you have arrived," boomed a robust figure upon noticing Yi Wuhan. "I was just over there, attending to a comrade. My companion has taken care of things, Yi Wuhan added, playfully patting Qin Jinj on the shoulder. I trust one did not impede anyone's progress? Chapter 90. All who enter the array shall perish. There was nothing of great significance. Merely the fact that we had yet to uncover the whereabouts of that elusive old man, remarked the burly figure. Yi Wuhan cast a glance at the towering mountains that pierced the heavens, wisps of white smoke rising from their peaks. He replied, surely. He has taken refuge within the mountains. Qin Jinj, having been patted on the shoulder, shot Yi Wuhan a fierce glare before turning away, lost in contemplation. Brother Wuhan, should we venture inside as well? Proposed the burly man, who, with only 15 members remaining in their party, considered himself the de facto leader, being the strongest among them. Let us proceed, Yi Wuhan declared, draping his cloak about him. The 9 violet soul rings manifested, floating in the air and emitting a wave of spiritual energy that blurred the surrounding atmosphere. 9 rotations. This individual possesses 9 rotations. He is no mere mortal. Some cultivators recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. He must be a hybrid of gods and demons. Slay him. A cacophony of voices rose, opinions fragmented. Yet they were united in one consensus. Yi Wuhan must die. Ah, what is this? To kill me? Yi Wuhan scoffed. How quickly the warmth of their smiles had turned to hostility. Truly, the human heart is inscrutable. Upon encountering the unknown, their first instinct was to resort to violence. A pack of ignorant souls, no different from the savage beasts, save for their greater cunning. Since you believe I possess 9 rotations, Yi Wuhan raised his hand slightly. A smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to have 10 rotations. Suddenly, a small golden sun appeared behind Yi Wuhan. With a flourish of his hands, the 9 soul rings and the newly manifested rotation radiated brilliantly. The cloak shrouded his visage, casting an air of mystery as sunlight struggled to penetrate its fabric. How pitifully ignorant you are, Yi Wuhan remarked disdainfully. He then unleashed the fiery effect of his sun cloak. The burly man, whose cultivation levels were relatively low, could not withstand the dual onslaught of heat from the sun and the rotation, howling in agony. Only Bai Yi, Bai Ruoqian, and Lin Ling, with their superior cultivation, felt the intense heat, but still found it unbearable. Bai Ruoqian spoke coldly. Yi Wuhan, you have gone too far. The burly man concurred, Brother Wuhan. You must calm yourself and retract the rotations. Some, unable to bear the searing temperature, cried out, kill him. Otherwise, we shall all perish in flames. Yi Wuhan retracted the sun and the rotations, his voice icy. Friends, since they are intent on my demise, I shall strike first. They speak without malice. Why take their words to heart, Brother Wuhan? Chu Tianqing interjected. Why waste words on them? Let us charge forth. Yi Wuhan's eyes suddenly sparkled with resolve as he addressed Chu Tianqing. No need. Let us hasten into the mountains. With that, Yi Wuhan vanished from sight, racing towards the mountains. Yi Wuhan had just learned from the blueprint that this spirit mountain, while seemingly abundant in spiritual energy, was merely a fade. Its true purpose was as a battleground for Wuheng to eliminate his foes. This gathering spirit formation possessed the ability to accumulate spiritual energy. Yet it was not merely a gathering spirit array. It was based on the ancient Xuanwu formation. The most formidable and simultaneously the most vulnerable aspect of the Xuanwu formation was that once one entered, one could not easily exit. Only 3 types of individuals could escape. The one who set up the formation, a master of formations, or someone capable of breaking the formation through sheer force. As Yi Wuhan stepped onto Spirit Mountain, regret enveloped him. Damn, that dog Wuheng, the blueprint was far too vague. Now I might not even be able to escape. Of course, Yi Wuhan could not rely on brute strength to dismantle this ancient formation. Only those at the nascent soul stage or above might accomplish such a feat. As for being a master of formations, Yi Wuhan was utterly clueless about it. In other words, it seemed everyone was doomed. Qin Jinj and Chu Tianqing rushed in. Noticing Yi Wuhan's despondent expression, they inquired, Yi Wuhan, what's wrong? Yi Wuhan recounted the entire situation to Qin Jinj and Chu Tianqing. Qin Jinj stood up, beginning to pace as if searching for something. Ajin, what are you looking for? Yi Wuhan asked, feeling a blush creep onto his face at Qin Jinj's serious demeanor. Could it be that I have feelings for men? Am I gay? This is impossible. Yi Wuhan quickly dispelled that thought. It would be quite absurd if he were to fall for himself. Qin Jinj turned his head and replied, I'm looking for the formation's core. We must break the formation. Do you not realize this is the Xuanwu formation? Yi Wuhan responded. What of it? Qin Jinj inquired, puzzled. It's an ancient formation. How could you possibly break it? Unless you try, how will you know it cannot be broken? Qin Jinj scoffed. Are you so willing to accept death? Chen Jin's words ignited a flicker of hope in Yi Wuhan. There was still some time before the formation activated. If they could locate the core and dismantle it, there might be a chance for salvation. Suddenly, a burly man charged forward, shouting at Yi Wuhan, "Yi Wuhan, I'll chop you to pieces today. Don't you dare run." Humph, merely a man facing imminent death. Yi Wuhan drew the sword of celestial slaying, prepared to strike down the burly man, when several figures emerged from behind him. In Yi Wuhan's eyes, the tactic of overwhelming numbers was futile against absolute strength. It would only require a few more strikes at most. Just as Yi Wuhan was about to make his move, a sharp arrow fell from the sky, piercing the leading burly man and killing him instantly. What the hell is going on? Could the sheer number of people have triggered the formation prematurely? This arrow was merely an appetizer. After it struck, the others dared not move, fearing they would meet the same fate. After a prolonged silence, as those present exhaled in relief, suddenly, hundreds of arrows rained down from the sky, mercilessly slaying the gathered individuals. The spectacular sight of countless arrows piercing through hearts unfolded before Yi Wuhan's eyes, as certain stones and earth were shot down by arrows. Just as they were about to strike Yi Wuhan, he cleaved them apart with his sword. The introduction of the Xuanwu formation echoed in Yi Wuhan's mind. Those who enter the formation shall all perish. Hastily, Yi Wuhan rose to his feet. It seemed that the arrows had merely targeted the burly man, not aiming for him. "Jin, Tiangu, where are you?" Yi Wuhan called out. Chen Jin and Chu Tianxing had vanished. Did this imply that there were others on the mountain? Yi Wuhan pondered. If that were the case, then this journey to the immortals' abode would not be in vain, and he would have the opportunity to accomplish something significant. Chapter 91. Filled with passion, Yi Wuhan walked through the rustling forest, searching for Chu Tianxing and Chen Jin. It struck him as peculiar that they had vanished in mere seconds. Frustration welled within him. Surviving in this spiritual mountain with his second-tier strength was indeed daunting. Suddenly, a sound like breaking air echoed above him. Yi Wuhan looked up and was astonished to see a colossal ship soaring through the sky, resembling the hand of an ancient deity. The sight left him momentarily speechless. This spiritual mountain was not just occupied by him, Chu Tianxing, and Chen Jin. There were others as well. Yi Wuhan sensed someone on the ship watching him, and a sudden feeling of suffocation overcame him. "Hey, brother, look, there's someone down there." A male voice resonated from the ship. Yi Wuhan summoned all his spiritual pressure to counter this sensation, which gradually receded. After exerting his spiritual pressure, he was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his handsome face. With a sigh, Yi Wuhan gazed at the ship, pondering the identity of those aboard. This vessel must be some extraordinary treasure. The feeling he had just experienced was terrifying, akin to having one's throat constricted. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. For possessing such a treasure surely indicated that its owner was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, a striking young man clad in animal skin addressed a pale youth in a Taoist robe. "Brother, there truly is someone down below." Xianxia chuckled. "Brother, watch me bring him up for you to see." Xianxia shook his head. "No. Anyone who can enter this spiritual mountain is undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, I scanned the area with my spiritual awareness and detected no signs of spiritual energy emanating from him." Confused, Xianxia replied, "Brother, forgive my ignorance. But what does it matter if he lacks spiritual energy? It merely suggests he is an ordinary person." "Haha, dear brother, you are still too naive. Did I not just say that those who can arrive here are not to be trifled with? This individual, capable of concealing his strength, is surely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, to traverse this spiritual mountain alone is quite admirable." Xianxia commanded, "Hasten, brother, invite him aboard. Our mission is to acquire the waters of this spiritual mountain and the Xuanwu formation. With his assistance, they shall all be within our grasp." Xianxia nodded and leapt from the ship. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhan contemplated whether to flee. If he did, it would mean conceding defeat. No, he must maintain his faade. After all, he had just donned the Sunflower cloak, and they likely remained unaware of his true strength. "Esteemed friend, my brother invites you aboard for a chat." Xianxia gestured. "Sit. Are we to discuss life's intricacies?" Yi Wuhan instinctively probed this individual. Name: Xianxia. Age: 200 years. Cultivation level: first stage of nascent soul. Yi Wuhan felt a tightening in his heart upon realizing Xianxia was a nascent soul practitioner. There was no chance of escape now. Observing Xianxia's somewhat respectful demeanor, he decided to comply. Yi Wuhan cleared his throat, attempting to deepen his voice. "In that case, I shall humbly obey your command." Xianxia grinned and replied, "Very well, esteemed elder, let us ascend now." With that, he employed the sword flight technique, allowing the flying sword to gently carry him onto the grand vessel. Oh dear, now that you've ascended, how am I supposed to follow? Yi Wuheng gazed at the towering ship, cold sweat trickling down his brow. If he attempted to use his footwork, there would be no leverage in the air, and he could very well fall to his demise. Halfway through his flight, Xianxia noticed Yi Wuhen's lack of movement and inquired, "Esteemed elder, why do you not ascend?" Feeling embarrassed, Yi Wuhen chuckled awkwardly. "In recent years, I have focused solely on cultivation and neglected the trivialities, hence I am not adept at the sword flight technique." Xianxia, with his youthful visage, pouted and scratched his head, appearing adorably innocent. Any female admirer would likely swoon at the sight. However, to Yi Wuhen, it was utterly distasteful. A 200-year-old man trying to act cute? Preposterous. Then, Xianxia lowered his flying sword, extending a hand towards Yi Wuhen. "Please step aboard." In that moment, sunlight cascaded down, leaves fluttering about with an air of camaraderie. If one were to utter, "How fortunate it is to meet you in the prime of life," without regrets or sorrow, it would be quite fitting. Yi Wuhen scoffed, "Withdraw your hand. Such gestures are inappropriate between men." With that, he leapt aboard, Jiangxi's frame being only half the size of Chu Tianxing, easily accommodating Yi Wuhen. "Oh, are you also searching for the Xuanwu array?" Jiangxi inquired upon seeing Jiangxi bring Yi Wuhen aboard. "Brother, quickly fetch the exquisite long lake tea I bought last time at Tianyuan Treasure Mountain. Today, I shall have a proper discussion with this esteemed friend," Jiangxi commanded. Jiangxi nodded and retrieved a pot of tea leaves. He then produced 2 small bowls and poured in the freshly boiled spring water. The legendary exquisite long lake tea is simply tea. Goodness, do not jest with me. You could at least present a few treasures. Once Yi Wuhen had calmed his thoughts, he nodded. "Indeed, I am seeking the Xuanwu array. May I inquire about your cultivation level, esteemed elder?" Jiangxi asked directly. "I am at the 3rd stage of nascent soul." The sunlight did not penetrate Yi Wuhen's cloak, rendering his face a shadowy figure in Jiangxi's eyes. A slight smile curved Yi Wuhen's lips. "Splendid. You are oblivious, and now it is my stage. I too am at the 3rd stage of nascent soul," Yi Wuhen declared, activating the effects of his purple soul rings and the sunflame cloak. Jiangxi furrowed his brow. "Indeed, esteemed elder's prowess is commendable. Might I inquire if the aura surrounding you is your magical treasure?" Yi Wuhen replied. No, I possess 10 soul rings." Jiangxi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The old gentleman was indeed formidable. There was a tone of respect in his voice. "Naturally, please elucidate the general situation," Yi Wuhen inquired. "What?" Jiangxi was genuinely startled this time. "What general situation? Are there others in the spirit mountain besides you?" Yi Wuhen pressed on. "Yes," Jiangxi replied, taking a sip of the exquisite dragon lake. "Apart from myself, there are 6 others, each possessing remarkable strength. Their aim is the spirit mountain's spring water and the Xuanwu formation. Therefore, I wish to request the old gentleman's assistance." Jiangxi bowed deeply. "However, I also desire the Xuanwu formation," Yi Wuhen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I can transcribe a copy and originally intended to present it to you." Jiangxi maintained his bowing posture. "Very well, but you must agree to one condition," Yi Wuhen stated. "Please, speak plainly, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall exert myself to the fullest," Jiangxi assured him. "Help me find 2 individuals." Chapter 92. I only bow to Yi Wuhen this time. Jiangxi did not immediately acquiesce to Yi Wuhen's request. The phrase "find 2 people" seemed deceptively simple, yet Yi Wuhen had not clarified the whereabouts of these individuals. What if they were beyond the confines of Ling Mountain? The vast expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty made the prospect of locating 2 people akin to a lifelong endeavor. Jiangxi could not afford to squander his entire life for the sake of a formation. "Esteemed elder, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your condition," Jiangxi stated, shaking his head. "What? You refuse to agree to this? What do you even mean by trying your best?" Yi Wuhen retorted, displeased. "My apologies, elder. But without knowing the general location of these 2 individuals, you must understand that the Great Zhou dynasty is immense. Searching for 2 people among countless billions could take a lifetime." Jiangxi lamented. "Oh, I see now. It was my oversight," Yi Wuhen replied, a realization dawning upon him. "These 2 individuals are actually within Ling Mountain itself and are easily distinguishable. One is a delicate youth, while the other is a robust man." Jiangxi's lips twitched at the description. What kind of companions did this man associate with? A pair of misfits. "Ah, now I understand. The deal is struck," Jiangxi declared with a smile. "Brother, do hurry and retrieve the meat from the savage beasts we hunted earlier." Jiangxi nodded and soon produced a monstrous carcass from a storage pouch, the size of which occupied 1/3 of a boat. The creature, charred to a crisp, revealed a skull that faintly resembled that of a tiger, while its body boasted the brawn of an ox. One could only imagine the ferocity it possessed while still alive. Esteemed elder, though this savage beast is reduced to this state, its flavor remains remarkably exquisite. Here, do sample it, Xianxia said, slicing off a palm-sized piece with his hand and indulging in it. Is this how you treat your elders? Truly appalling, Xianxia retorted, rushing over to slice off a small piece for himself as well. Esteemed elder, this is genuinely delicious, Xianxia mumbled with his mouth full. Oh, if that is the case, I too shall partake, Wuheng said as he approached, eyeing the dark, charred meat, still adorned with patches of unburned fur. Surely, this must be the legendary dark cuisine. Brother, our elder is a formidable figure. How could he possibly eat our humble fare? Let us eat quickly. I have heard that this delicacy can also strengthen the body. What? It can actually enhance the physique. Wuheng realized that he was in dire need of such a treasure, for his physical strength paled in comparison to others of his rank, due to his inferior root bone. Despite possessing the extraordinary 9 nether common dust technique, it merely elevated him to an average level. When faced with equally talented individuals, like e.g., he would undoubtedly be outmatched in raw physical power. Only by utilizing external assistance was he able to triumph over him. Not at all, esteemed elder. It is merely that I have abstained from meat for quite some time. Seeing your enthusiasm today, I shall indulge myself just this once, Wuheng declared, also employing his hand as a blade, channeling his spiritual energy into it. With a swift motion, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Then, to his astonishment, the piece of flesh struck by Wuheng's blade bore not a single mark. This was indeed quite awkward. Xianxia inquired, Senior, what are you doing? Wuheng gasped, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. What should I do? Is this the legendary case of attempting to show off only to be humiliated instead? Am I destined to perish here today? A fleeting thought crossed Wuheng's mind as he drew the sword of heaven, skillfully performing a flourish before slicing the meat into a small piece. He then propelled the morsel into the air, using his spiritual energy, which gracefully landed in his mouth. I fear soiling my hands by cutting this meat, Wuheng remarked coldly. Truly a master, even consuming a piece of meat with such elegance, Xianxia marveled. Xianxia merely smiled, her gaze towards Wuheng less fervent than before. This fellow still manages to maintain his charm while pretending. Wuheng adjusted the strands of hair on his forehead. Once the beast's flesh settled in his stomach, Wuheng felt an intense heat surging within him, as if countless ants were crawling through his veins. In contrast, Xianxia and Xianxia seemed unperturbed, continuing to enjoy their portions of the beast's meat. Goodness, is this beast toying with me? While others remain unaffected, I am left feeling both pain and itch. The cause of his discomfort lay in Wuheng's insufficient bodily strength. This beast belonged to the first stage of the nascent soul level, capable of exerting a slight body tempering effect even on those at the nascent soul stage, let alone someone like Wuheng at the radiant stage. I must endure. Unbeknownst to him, apart from his face remaining unflushed, the rest of his skin had turned a fiery red. Senior, are you not going to eat? Xianxia asked. Indeed, it seems that meat is not suitable for the refined palate. Its flavor is rather strong for someone who prefers a more delicate taste, Wuheng replied nonchalantly. After some time, the discomfort subsided and became less intense. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly interjected, Senior, how do you interpret the concept of immortality? Wuheng sighed and said, the nascent soul can move mountains and fill seas, and the void can even shatter the fabric of reality. What is an immortal? Merely a wisp of smoke in this world. Upon hearing this, Xianxia experienced an epiphany, realizing that the senior was subtly advising her not to excessively pursue higher realms, but rather to relax her spirit. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Xianxia earnestly expressed. Not at all, Wuheng waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself. I merely spoke casually, yet this fool took it to heart. Xianxia, however, was left perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of Wuheng's words. Xianxia furrowed her brow, sensing a disturbance. Wuheng feigned seriousness, indeed. Xianxia rushed to the edge of the boat to peer down, then shook his head. This is troublesome. The Xuanwu formation has been activated. The activation of the Xuanwu formation? Wuheng's heart sank. The activation of the Xuanwu formation signified a grand assembly of myriad demons and beasts. The only viable course of action at present is to disrupt the core of the formation. Given the prowess of those two in the nascent soul stage, they should be able to hold their ground for a while. Once we shatter the core, the defensive capabilities of those monstrous beasts will significantly diminish, thus facilitating our escape. We must hasten our search for the core of the Xuanwu formation. With that, Xianxia harnessed her spiritual energy and maneuvered the vessel deeper into the ethereal mountains, reasoning that the core must lie in the innermost depths. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself into the wooden plank beside Yi Wuhen's foot. What is the meaning of this arrow? Yi Wuhen pondered, still perplexed as to whether it had been shot by a person or launched by the Xuanwu formation itself. He has arrived, Xianxia sighed. Chapter 93. The God of Arrows. Who is he? Yi Wuhen inquired. Senior, we might require your assistance immediately, Xianxia said with a smile. Damn, am I to be thrust into the fray so soon as cannon fodder? Even if you need my help, you must first tell me who he is, Yi Wuhen replied. Who exactly is that person? You must enlighten me, he insisted. Senior, you should be aware of the 12 gods within the Wuheng County Governor's Mansion, Xianxia stated, having already drawn her sword from her storage bag, now fully equipped. Those bestowed with the title of God are the strongest combatants of the Governor's Mansion. Xianxia scanned the surroundings, seemingly seeking the hiding place of the God of Arrows. For the individual they had just encountered was indeed the God of Arrows. Suddenly, Yi Wuhen recalled the magnificent sight of 1,000 arrows raining down. Was this the prowess of the God of Arrows? Where is he now? Yi Wuhen unsheathed his twin swords, declaring, I shall slay him. Senior, do not. Xianxia interjected, extending her arm to block him. This individual is exceedingly cunning. He likely intended to assassinate you just now. However, your agility is truly remarkable. It is said that the God of Arrows has never missed a shot. Oh, is that so? Yi Wuhen's eyes were fixed on the distance. He had not evaded the previous attack, and if that god possessed such extraordinary skill, hitting him would have been a certainty. If he had not aimed to harm him, what was his intention? Swish. Another arrow was released, striking the exact spot as the previous one without a hint of deviation, shattering the earlier projectile. Yi Wuhen was initially startled, but quickly regained his composure, gazing towards the direction from whence the arrow came. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure atop a towering tree, which swiftly vanished from sight. That resembles the enigmatic figure in Conan. Could it be that the God of Arrows is akin to that mysterious person? He thought incredulously. He has departed, Yi Wuhen noted. Look, Senior. There is a note attached to the arrow, Xianxia said, pulling the arrow free and handing the note to Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen received the note, which read, Hey, your friend is in my possession. Come to the Ling Mountain Spring to find me, and do not collaborate with Xianxia. That individual is quite scheming. Upon reading the note, Yi Wuhen incinerated it with a burst of sunlight. Senior, what did the note say? Xianxia inquired with a playful smile. For some reason, Yi Wuhen found her smile disingenuous. Was this the cunning nature of the God of Arrows she spoke of? Now he faced a dilemma, to trust the God of Arrows or Xianxia. Yi Wuhen arrived at a conclusion. Neither of them could be trusted. Nothing of significance. My friend is simply in his grasp, Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly. Senior, this individual's strength is formidable, especially his rain of arrows, which has astonished Wuheng County. With just the 3 of us, it may be. Xianxia's tone hinted at reluctance. If you wish to acquire the Xuanwu array, you must heed my words, Yi Wuhen proclaimed. Indeed, it was clear that this individual was rather unreliable. Very well, Xianxia acquiesced. We shall head to the Ling Mountain Spring, as you are aware. Even Yi Wuhen did not notice the moment when she turned her body away, revealing a smile. Xianxia skillfully maneuvered the great ship directly into the depths of Lingshan, and after a brief while, they arrived at a small forest nestled between the mountains. Xianxia said, Senior, little brother, you may disembark first. I will retrieve this great ship and join you shortly. As Yi Wuhen descended, he unfurled his spirit, which surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire small forest. He soon discovered a waterfall ahead, beneath which were the locations of Chu Tianqing and Qinjinj. Let us go. Yi Wuhen's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. With a thunderous clap beneath his feet, he vanished from sight. Chu Tianqing and Qinjinj sat on the ground, utterly bored. The white-haired man before them did nothing but stare, and inexplicably, they felt an uneasy chill whenever his gaze fell upon them. What do you want with us? Qinjinj inquired, warily. With his strength, he believed he could make a desperate escape, but with Chu Tianqing accompanying him, the chances of being captured were absolute. Such a risk was not to be taken lightly. I await your friend, the white-haired man replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Qinjinj lifted his gaze toward the nearby trees. If that is indeed the case, why did you not capture him back then? Time was of the essence. Had I pursued him, one of you would surely have perished. I chose to assist you. Consider me your savior. What do you intend to do with my friend? Chu Tianqing retorted angrily. feeling threatened by the man's readiness to capture them and the ominous suggestion that they might be fed to wild beasts if their friend did not arrive. Such a person was not one with whom Chu Tianxing would entertain a favorable disposition. Suddenly, Yi Wuhan sprang from the woods, interrupting the tense dialogue. The first thing he noticed was the white-haired man with a rugged face and dark skin, though not conventionally handsome. He possessed a rugged charm that grew more captivating upon closer inspection. "I have arrived. Speak your purpose," Yi Wuhan said, gripping his twin swords, fully alert. He could tell by the man's archery skills that he was not to be underestimated. "I am here to," the white-haired man began, but abruptly turned his head, his brow furrowing as if he had sensed something. "Arrow God, it has been a long time," she said coldly, with Xianxia standing behind her, his gaze laced with an icy demeanor. It seemed they had a history. Yi Wuhan sighed. "Nevertheless, this works to my advantage. Once you finish your battle, I shall reap the benefits." "Brother Hen, you've arrived?" Chu Tianxing said. "Yes, I came late. I hope you are unhurt?" Yi Wuhan inquired. "He has not harmed us. He merely seeks you," Chu Tianxing replied, shaking his head. Yi Wuhan glanced at Qin Jinj before returning his attention to the unfolding battle. "Senior, let us defeat him together," she shouted, drawing a long sword from her side. Upon hearing the term senior, the arrow god paused for a moment, and then replied coolly, "3 against 1? The archer revealed a colossal bow, entwined with gray fur, exuding an air of striking elegance. The silver double curves and the nearly invisible bowstring radiated an aura reminiscent of the audacity with which Genghis Khan claimed his expansive territories. "Let us proceed," he declared. Xianxia retrieved a hefty blade from his storage pouch and leaped forward, the clash of his sword against the arrow igniting a cascade of brilliant sparks, astonishingly. The archer remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhan found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating whom to assist. After the archer's guidance, Yi Wuhan discerned that the depths of Jiangxi City were indeed profound, yet the archer's trustworthiness was equally questionable. He had merely uttered 2 words, "I serve," raising suspicions of a higher authority. "Senior," Jiangxi shouted, jolting Yi Wuhan from the tenuous state of contemplation he had just managed to enter. Chapter 94, Rampage Today, Let Loose. Yi Wuhan no longer hesitated. His companions were still in the hands of this arrow god, and Jiangxi could not be spared. "Kill." The arrow god, noticing Yi Wuhan's intent to assist him, whispered, "Create some distance, do you understand?" Yi Wuhan nodded, alternating between his twin swords and bow. Upon clashing with the formidable blade, he realized the sheer might it possessed, capable of fracturing his palm. "Predecessor, are you opposing us?" Jiangxi spoke coldly. "Are you blind? I am already engaged with your brother, yet you dare ask if I oppose you? A functioning brain is a blessing. I hope you possess one," Yi Wuhan retorted fiercely, casting aside any semblance of decorum. Jiangxi was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of insults. How could one erupt in such fury over a mere disagreement? "Hope you do not regret this." Jiangxi lunged forward with his sword, which shimmered with the essence of bamboo leaves and bore the fragrance of blossoms. Seemingly delicate, yet wielding the ferocity of a dragon, exuding an astonishing aura. At Yi Wuhan's current cultivation level, he was ill-prepared to withstand this strike. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, he believed his end was nigh. However, in the next instant, an arrow, swift as a wolf, shot through the air, clashing with Jiangxi's sword and thwarting the attack. Jiangxi paused. It appeared the arrow god had found a sanctuary. This battle was becoming increasingly precarious. Yi Wuhan crossed his twin swords and raised them, deflecting Jiangxi's massive blade before fleeing. Since the arrow god advised creating distance, he would heed that counsel. Yi Wuhan's exquisite footwork rendered him elusive, though it was effective only against those below the golden core stage. Against an opponent at the nascent soul stage, it held little sway. "I sense something amiss with you. It turns out you are at the reflective phase," Jiangxi remarked coldly. Previously obscured by the Sinflar cloak, one would not have discerned the truth without deliberate scrutiny. However, circumstances had changed, and Yi Wuhan's strength was now laid bare before Jiangxi. "How could I have believed the words of someone at the reflective phase?" Jiangxi smacked his forehead and chuckled bitterly. "Then I must bid you farewell." With a sword that split the heavens, swish, a piercing sword light surged forth, its velocity so rapid that it grazed Yi Wuhan's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Jiangxi seized the moment, swinging his blade downward with intent to cleave. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, Jiangxi's assault was intercepted by 3 arrows from the arrow god. Otherwise, Yi Wuhan would surely have met his demise. Qin Jinj, witnessing Yi Wuhan's injury, wasted no time in drawing his dual blades and rushing to his side, his speed remarkable, arriving within mere breaths. "Leave." I shall handle this, Chen Jinj urged, handing Yi Wuhen a pill before pushing him away. Brother Wuhen, fear not. We are here for you. Chu Tianxing also brandished his weapon, a great blade rivaling Jiang Zhe's in length. Yi Wuhen, overwhelmed, felt a sudden mist cloud his vision, an urge to weep swelling within him. Such camaraderie was truly life-altering. In his previous life, he possessed scarcely any friends, rendering him incapable of comprehending the emotional bond such camaraderie could foster. Yet in this life, he has come to understand it. This is what brotherhood entails. Yi Wuhen gazed at the elixir in his hand, a warmth inexplicably blossoming within his heart. Subsequently, he swallowed the pill, and a torrent of life force surged through his body. However, the wound on his shoulder remained stubbornly unhealed. The shoulder is crucial for exertion. Should it be pierced, his strength would undoubtedly wane, perhaps even rendering his arm immobile. How then could he engage in battle? Yi Wuhen observed the disadvantaged Shi Tianxing and Chen Jinj. Although the arrow god stood by to assist, he would only intervene when faced with a lethal threat. Otherwise, he remained indifferent. Yi Wuhen genuinely questioned whether he had chosen the wrong side. What's the matter, little brother? Are you contemplating joining us? Xianxia looked down upon Yi Wuhen with a chilling demeanor and declared, Let me be clear, there is no way. Today, you shall perish. No one can save you. You will die by my sword. To wish for my demise, you lack the necessary strength, Yi Wuhen retorted, gathering his spiritual energy in one palm and striking it against his wounded shoulder. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. This method temporarily alleviated the pain, but the side effects were akin to merely masking the injury, effective for a fleeting moment, yet the affliction would soon worsen. At present, Yi Wuhen could afford no further hesitation. Today he was determined to slay Xianxia. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full fury, to let chaos reign. Yi Wuhen instructed Shi Tianxing to aid Chen Jinj while he faced Xianxia in a competition of swordsmanship. The unification sword technique was no less formidable than the heaven-splitting sword, perhaps even slightly superior. However, Xianxia held a higher realm, more profound spiritual energy, and greater comprehension of the Tao than Yi Wuhen. With dual swords in hand, he naturally intended to execute the celestial reversal. Upon the initiation of this technique, Yi Wuhen's momentum became unparalleled. His twin blades stirred a tempest aimed at Xianxia. Should this maneuver succeed, the tides of battle could be turned. Mere parlor tricks, Xianxia scoffed before executing another strike. The heaven-splitting sword. A beam of sword light soared into the sky, effortlessly shattering Yi Wuhen's tempest, sending both swords careening apart. His sword technique could not withstand the opponent's single strike. How could this be? Was this truly the might of a nascent soul cultivator? Have you ever encountered the flames of the nascent soul? Xianxia coldly inquired, as a sound erupted from his palm, igniting an formless flame. The surrounding space instantaneously warped and blurred, a testament to its searing heat. This fire could reduce your soul to ashes, preventing your reincarnation. Xianxia feigned an intent to incinerate Yi Wuhen completely. How could he, a nascent soul cultivator, be outwitted by a mere radiant stage cultivator? If word of this circulated, how could Xianxia maintain his dignity? The arrow god, concealed behind a large boulder, observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Suddenly, he chuckled, Young master, this Yi Wuhen indeed possesses remarkable combat prowess, just as you described. Perhaps it could assist the master in seizing the position of the county magistrate. Yi Wuhen gazed at the intangible flames, a chill creeping into his heart. If he were to be consumed by this fire, he might truly vanish into ashes. After all, it was merely a fleeting moment of radiance. What in the world was that damned Wuheng hiding to incite such a fierce competition among these formidable beings? Meanwhile, the arrow god had drawn his bow to its fullest extent. In the next instant, an arrow was loosed with a resounding thud. A fierce wind erupted around the arrow god, a testament to the strength and speed of his shot. She turned his gaze to Yi Wuhen, utterly oblivious to the arrow hurtling toward him with a menacing swiftness. Chapter 95. Zhao Zilong, I salute you. As the arrows came perilously close, Jiangxi's pupils suddenly dilated, veins bulging on his forehead. He swung his sword downward with great force, only to have it deflected with a resounding clang. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through Jiangxi's shoulder, embedding itself in the large tree behind him, the tail of the arrow continuing to tremble, a testament to its formidable power. Arrow god. Jiangxi's face turned a deep shade of purple, his frustration palpable. At that moment, blood gushed from the gaping wound in his shoulder, the arrow's curse seemingly preventing any chance of halting the flow. Seeing Jiangxia injured, Yi Wuhen prepared to launch a surprise attack. But his own shoulder wound flared up unexpectedly, this time more severely than before. He coughed up blood, a searing pain engulfing his mind. If he continued to sit idle, death would surely claim him. Killing someone at the rotation phase was a trivial task for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. A mere finger or a flash of sword light would suffice. What to do? What functions does this system possess that could save me? Yi Wuhen's mind raced, and curiously, at this critical juncture, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Remaining composed often leads to clearer thoughts. The arrow god was unreliable, and with Qin Jinj and Chu Tianxing struggling against Xianxia, it was futile to expect assistance from them. His own arm was proving to be a hindrance, rendering the execution of martial techniques a formidable challenge. Suddenly, inspiration struck Yi Wuhen. There was a feature within the system he had yet to utilize, namely, summoning. He hastily activated the summoning function, and a luminous screen materialized before him. However, to his dismay, the requirement of 50 billion points flashed before his eyes. What a farce. He might as well resign himself to reincarnation. Suppressing his frustration with the system, Yi Wuhen knew he had to swiftly find someone capable of defeating Xianxia. After some contemplation, a suitable candidate emerged in his mind, Zhao Yun. He glanced at Zhao Yun's summoning value of 200,000 points, then looked at the summoning value of the renowned General Zhao Xian, which astonishingly stood at 400,000 points. Yi Wuhen decisively opted for Zhao Yun. Zhao Xian was a hero, exceedingly powerful within the realm of League of Legends, and if he was so formidable in that world, surely he would not be weak here. Zhao Xian was essentially an enhanced version of Zhao Yun. With a lower summoning value and immense strength, Zhao Yun was the ideal choice for the current predicament. Beep. Does the host wish to summon the eternal Changting Marquis, Zhao Yun? Summon. Beep. Exchange successful. Deducting summoning value, 200,000 points. Remaining summoning value, 700,000 points. As soon as Yi Wuhen completed his command, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand, inscribed with the ancient character for Zhao. Exiting the system, he beheld Xianxia, whose face was contorted with rage as he charged toward Yi Wuhen, intent on delivering a fatal blow. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Wuhen cast the yellow talisman and intoned in a deep, resonant voice, "Arise, Zhao Zilong." Boom. In the blink of an eye, a formidable figure clad in white armor, wielding a gleaming silver dragon spear and adorned with a headscarf, stood majestically in the position of the yellow talisman. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, then coldly remarked, "I initially assumed you were a mere native. To my surprise, you possess such a remarkable puppet. Very well, now both it and you shall belong to me." Zhao Yun turned, resting his spear against his back, and respectfully declared, "I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan, at your service." Qin Jinj and Chu Tianxing were both stunned, unaware of Yi Wuhen's capabilities. However, the imposing presence of Xianxia kept them vigilant, quickly propelling them back into a state of combat readiness. "Is it you, scoundrel? Who has harmed my lord?" Zhao Yun shouted, pointing his spear accusingly at Xianxia. "Zhao Yun, cease your idle chatter and strike with all your might. Show no mercy." "Yes," Zhao Yun replied, charging forward and astonishingly unleashing over 10 thrusts in the span of a mere second. The realization of Zhao Yun's formidable strength left Yi Wuhen breathless. The investment of 200,000 had not been in vain. Xianxia remarked, "It appears your puppet is quite powerful. Yet, I wonder if it can withstand my spirit beast." With a swift motion of his sword, he conjured 3 fiery birds. Zhao Yun merely scoffed and leapt above Xianxia's head, his spear glinting ominously in the sunlight. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear that surged forth like a dragon. Yi Wuhen, captivated by Zhao Yun's silhouette, inadvertently uttered the phrase, "This action is truly spectacular." Such words were indeed worthy of Zhao Yun. The spear emerges like a dragon, a cold brilliance stretching for miles. In Xianxia's gaze, he saw only a glimmer of that chilling light before Zhao Yun's towering figure filled his vision. Frightened, he hastily raised his sword to defend. But could it truly withstand Zhao Yun's spear? Clang, clang. Sparks flew as Xianxia found himself at a disadvantage. The 3 fiery birds, witnessing their master in distress, screeched and charged at Zhao Yun. "Ah!" Zhao Yun bellowed, sending the birds careening away with a forceful strike. "This puppet is incredibly fierce. Without spiritual power, it can contend with me. With it, would it not be capable of overwhelming me?" Xianxia lamented inwardly. "Dragon Shadow." Zhao Yun intoned casually, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a series of afterimages. "Damn it, this puppet can utilize martial techniques." Xianxia cursed, "If it can wield martial skills, what hope do I have?" Once again, Zhao Yun leapt, his spear crackling with thunder, embodying the audacity of claiming an enemy general amidst a sea of foes. A thunderous roar echoed. A fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Zhao Yun shouted, and the dust quickly settled, revealing the scene. Xianxi's sword lay shattered, while Zhao Yun's spear remained unscathed. Coughing up blood, Xianxi exclaimed, "To be bested by a puppet to this extent. I refuse to accept it." Clenching his fists tightly, he was now a pitiful sight, his hair tie in tatters, his disheveled appearance a stark contrast to his previous ethereal demeanor. "Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce shout, Zhao Yun unleashed a chilling glare, poised to strike down the Yuan cultivator. However, to his astonishment, Xianxi merely chuckled coldly, retorting, "You think you can kill me?" With that, he formed a complex hand seal, summoning a torrent of violet mist that surged towards Zhao Yun. "Perhaps in your next life," he added, dismissing Zhao Yun as nothing more than a puppet. Xianxi then retrieved a sword from his storage pouch, its blade gleaming with a radiance far surpassing the previous one, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. Yi Wuheng gritted his teeth, lamenting, "Why hasn't this wound healed yet? If only my shoulder were mended, I could join Zhao Yun to vanquish Xianxi. The experience gained would be invaluable." Chapter 96. Throughout history, the champion of the battlefield and the rescuer of the imperiled, only Zhao Zilong of Changshan. With a fierce shout, Xianxi unleashed the brilliance of his sword, imbued with a flicker of fire, as it surged towards Zhao Yun. At that moment, Zhao Yun found himself momentarily entranced by the purple haze, and only when the sword was nearly upon him did he manage to react, but it was already too late. Just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh, it was thwarted by the arrow of the arrow god. Yi Wuheng chuckled, bemused by Jiangxi's predicament. His meticulously prepared strike had been so easily intercepted by another. "Arrow god, your end is nigh," Jiangxi bellowed, his fury still unquenched. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he bore down upon Yi Wuheng, who felt the weight of his pressure, though it paled in comparison to the might of Tao Dai. In contrast, Zhao Yun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, a testament to his experience in the chaos of battle. He thrust his spear with measured grace, its movement as fluid as a serpent, exuding formidable strength. The clash of spear and sword reverberated, and in a fleeting moment, Zhao Yun's spear pierced Jiangxi's other shoulder. Jiangxi let out a howl of agony, reminiscent of a wounded beast, only to then reveal a sinister grin. The tide-subduing Yang Alii technique. Draw the blood from Jiangxi's wound intertwined with Zhao Yun's spear. And with a thunderous crack, a storm echoed from Zhao Yun's being, painting a vivid tableau of blood-soaked battle attire, yet he uttered not a word. "Zhao Yun, are you all right?" Yi Wuheng, feeling a pang of concern, inquired. "Such a trivial wound is of no consequence. I cannot trouble my lord with such matters." Zhao Yun replied with a wry smile. Yi Wuheng felt a lump in his throat, and a line from a poem echoed in his mind. "Blood stains the battle robe. Piercing red, who dares to challenge in the light of day?" Throughout history, the champion of the battlefield and the rescuer of the imperiled, only Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Suddenly, Jiangxi erupted into manic laughter. "Indeed, no matter how strong, you are but a puppet. How could you ever rival human intellect? It was you who allowed my lord to be injured, and today, I, Zhao Zilong, shall slay you." With a swift motion, Zhao Yun unleashed a flurry of thrusts, his spear darting like lightning. Though wounded, he remained vigilant, for he understood the formidable power of the dragon's silver lance in his grip. With both shoulders injured, Jiangxi's strength had significantly waned, and he was left to rely solely on his martial prowess. The patterned killing poison technique. As his incantation fell from his lips, he formed a hand seal, unleashing a plume of purple smoke towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, sensing the threat, retreated, determined not to bring this peril near Yi Wuheng, for he knew that his lord's safety was paramount. Thus, he could only endure the suffering alone. The intricate designs of Jiangxi's lethal poison were extraordinarily potent. Merely a touch caused Zhao Yun to spit blood, his skin turning a deep shade of purple and black. As the veins on the back of his hand bulged, he tightened his grip on the Longdian spear and charged forward, continuing to clash with Jiangxi. Yi Wuheng watched Zhao Yun with a heavy heart. They had no prior connection, merely a transactional value of 200,000. Yet, Zhao Yun fought valiantly for him, repeatedly calling him my lord. Yi Wuheng could sense the loyalty within Zhao Yun's heart. Indeed, he was a true man, a genuine general. Seeing Zhao Yun recklessly charging ahead, Jiangxi felt a surge of anxiety and summoned his treasure, the Four Suns chains. With a sweeping motion, for fiery iron chains erupted like serpents of flame, obscuring the space around them before ensnaring Zhao Yun's wrists and waist. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he remained silent. The chains coiled tightly around his waist, merging with his iron armor, causing it to melt away, while the chains pressed against his muscles, producing a chilling sound akin to meat sizzling on a carbon grill. Zhao Yun's face flushed crimson as he clenched his teeth, fiercely declaring, "Today, for my lord, you shall surely perish." Suddenly, the sound of Zhao Yun struggling against the chains echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears. "Zhao Yun!" Yi Wuhen roared, rising to his feet, but due to his severe injuries, he immediately coughed up blood upon standing. Jiangze, witnessing Jiangxi's use of his treasure, refused to be outdone. With a thunderous roar, an immense spiritual force surged forth, his eyes turning blood red. In an instant, Chen Jinj was marked by several wounds. And Chu Tianxing suffered similarly, though his injuries were far worse. His robe was torn, revealing a horrific gash across his back. In contrast, Jiangze appeared remarkably at ease, wielding his blade with nonchalance, recognizing that if he had approached the confrontation earnestly from the start, they would have perished long ago. With a fierce cry, Zhao Yun's body radiated a brilliant white light, shattering the chains binding his wrists and waist. Jiangxi, initially taken aback, soon revealed a greedy glint in his eyes, contemplating, "If I could possess this puppet, the Xuanwu formation would be effortlessly within my grasp, and I would gain my family's favor. Thus I would." Aha! The astonishing dragon spear. Zhao Yun's Longdian spear blazed with brilliance, resembling a silver dragon. He leaped into the air, aiming the spear directly at Jiangxi's head. Unwilling to relent, Jiangxi met his challenge with his sword. The clash of spear and sword resounded, yet Zhao Yun's silver dragon surged forth, effortlessly reaching Jiangxi's jaw. With a powerful thrust, the spear pierced through Jiangxi's skull. The blood of Jiangxi and the milky brain matter were strewn across the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yun descended, albeit with a pallid and feeble visage. After a while, his skin began to flush with a deep crimson hue, and wisps of white smoke emanated from his body. Ultimately, Zhao Yun could no longer withstand the affliction and collapsed to the ground. Yi Wuhen, alarmed by this alarming condition, hurried to Zhao Yun's side in an attempt to lift him. However, as soon as Yi Wuhen made contact with Zhao Yun's hand, he was met with an intense heat. Nevertheless, Yi Wuhen persevered and helped Zhao Yun to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, please do not perish. My lord, I am about to vanish." Zhao Yun spoke slowly, his words labored, reminiscent of a dying man. "What? Brother Yun, we have yet to take a photograph together, and I have not even requested your autograph." Yi Wuhen exclaimed in a flurry, lamenting the potential loss of financial opportunity should he return to the past without having secured these moments. Who could have anticipated that the system would whimsically send Yi Wuhen back to Earth? What would he do without money? One must always leave a path for retreat. Chapter 97. Another dragon-headed worshipped the greatest honor for a general lies in sacrificing one's life for their sovereign. The second greatest honor is to perish on the battlefield. Having attained both the highest and second highest honors, I now find myself without regrets. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Yun's form dissipated into shimmering silver particles, carried away by the wind. It would be disingenuous to claim that Yi Wuhen was unperturbed, despite Zhao Yun now being deceased. Witnessing his demise once more stirred profound sorrow within him, for this sacrifice was made on his behalf. Moved, Yi Wuhen ventured into the system marketplace, inquiring, "System, does the death of summoned characters signify their true end?" Not at all. They merely return to their rightful realm. There is no need for the host to grieve. They can be summoned once more in the future. The system seemed to sense Yi Wuhen's emotions, prompting such reassurances. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Wuhen exited the system space, only to be confronted by the visage of Jiangxi. With a fierce countenance, she brandished a long sword, aiming to pierce Yi Wuhen's heart. However, with quick reflexes, he evaded her strike, narrowly escaping death. "Have you risen from the dead?" Yi Wuhen questioned in bewilderment. How could she be alive after what seemed like a definitive demise? "Do you naively believe that a nascent soul cultivator is easily slain? Merely piercing the heart and brain does not guarantee death," Jiangxi declared, brandishing her sword, which sliced through the air with a chilling sound, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space. "Nonetheless, you shall die today. Allow me to elucidate the nature of a nascent soul cultivator." Yi Wuhen, however, remained unfazed by her words. This was a classic case of tempting fate, an example of hubris that often leads to downfall. A nascent soul cultivator can resurrect through blood. "Unless you deplete the spiritual energy within me, I cannot perish." Of course, there are some prodigies capable of advancing the ranks and dispatching nascent soul cultivators with ease. But suddenly, a black arrow pierced through Jiangxi's head, causing her to fall lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around her. "Such needless chatter," remarked the arrow god. who swiftly approached Yi Wuhen and patted him on the shoulder. Yi Wuhen felt a tingling sensation in his injured area, and upon inspection, found it healed. I used my spiritual energy to heal you, applying some healing techniques I learned previously, the arrow god stated nonchalantly. Is she dead? Yi Wuhen still felt a lingering apprehension. Astonished by the formidable regenerative abilities of a nascent soul cultivator, truly a terrifying concept, akin to rebirth through blood. Not yet. The nascent soul is a creation of heaven and earth. How could it be so easily extinguished? What then shall we do? Yi Wuhen inquired. Should she die this time? It may take a moment for her to resurrect. By then, we shall make our escape. Aren't you a nascent soul? He retorted. Yi Wuhen spoke while making a gesture reminiscent of a downward punch, fervently insisting, do not spare me. Though I am in the nascent soul stage, you are not. I cannot extricate myself to safeguard a burden. The arrow god dismissed Yi Wuhen's suggestion with a mere wave of his hand. However, your puppet is indeed formidable, he complimented. To possess such a level of puppet, no wonder the young master holds you in high regard. Who is your young master? Yi Wuhen suddenly frowned, having noticed that the arrow god had been alluding to his young master without revealing any specifics. Zhang Wenyao. Oh, so it is him. Yi Wuhen finally understood. While you two are engaged in this meaningless chatter, I might very well perish here. Chu Tianqing bellowed, prompting Yi Wuhen and the arrow god to realize the presence of another in the nascent soul stage. The arrow god's bow glimmered with light, the arrowhead emanating a chilling radiance. Drawing the bow to its fullest, he released a barrage of arrows that transformed into thousands, raining down upon Xianxia like a torrential storm of pear blossoms. Xianxia swung his blade towards the oncoming arrows, flames ignited upon it, consuming each arrow in a blaze, akin to a lion asserting its dominance. This individual's power seems to surpass that of the one currently lying on the ground. The arrow god remarked, stroking his chin, this presents quite the conundrum, especially since I am merely an archer. This person is utterly unreliable. Had I known, I would have chosen Xianxia instead, perhaps prolonging my existence amidst the perilous rhythm of his unpredictability. Xianxia snorted, and to his left, a column of water surged upward, towering at least 3 men high. Coldly, he declared, Arrow God, you have repeatedly thwarted the plans of my brothers. Today, I shall claim your life. As soon as his words fell, fiery spiritual energy poured forth from his nascent soul, causing the air that Yi Wuhen inhaled to become searing, rendering him dizzy. This is the fury of a nascent soul. I am merely a flickering light. Who in the world allowed these monstrosities to enter? Even the small lake beside Xianxia began to billow with steamy vapors, resembling a cloud of mist. Xianxia's gaze fixated on the arrow god, who, undeterred, had knocked 3 arrows upon his bow, a cataclysmic battle on the verge of eruption. Oh, how lively it is here. Even the tremors of heaven and earth have startled me. The voice rang out like thunder on a clear day. Both Xianxia and the arrow god turned to see a dragon-headed warship appearing in the sky. Truly, one wave has not yet settled before another rises. Yi Wuhen shook his head, wondering how the heavens intended to orchestrate this chaos. How did those from Zhongzhou arrive here? Xianxia frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Damn it, you little wretch, call me again and I shall shatter your skull. The man in the purple robe stood atop the ship, casting a disdainful glance at Xianxia. Everyone, speak less. The voice of Xianxia resonated behind Yi Wuhen. Crap, how has this big shot risen again? Today is a splendid day. As a multitude of fortuitous events converge, let us engage in a profound discourse. The man in the purple robe formed a sword gesture with his fingers and effortlessly sliced the towering tree before the dragon-headed warship in two. Xiaoyu, do not be so impatient. Wait for me to vanquish the arrow god, and then I shall thoroughly discuss matters concerning Yunxiang with you. Xianxia admonished coldly. For Yunxiang is his betrothed. Yet, she was seized by the very Xiaoyu he now seeks to confront. It is only a matter of time before he exacts retribution upon him. Yunxiang, she is right inside the ship. Come forth, Yunxiang, Xiaoyu beckoned. And a captivating woman swayed her petite waist, approaching his side with a radiant smile. Chapter 98. The beastly assault. How infuriating. Jiangxi's face flushed crimson in an instant. For the woman he thought was his own now lay blissfully in another's embrace, adorned with a countenance of sheer happiness. What a colossal betrayal. It felt as if an enormous green hat had been thrust upon him. Calm down, brother, let us first confront this Xiaoyu, Jiangxi suggested. The arrow god can wait. With a snort, he called out to Xianxia, who immediately turned and nodded in agreement. 1 against 2? Perfectly suitable. It would merely serve to illustrate your ineptitude. Xiaoyu forcefully pushed Yunxiang aside, drawing forth his long sword inscribed with peculiar runes. Upon witnessing this, the arrow god swiftly urged Yi Wuhen, "You all must leave at once." Yi Wuhen nodded, realizing that any delay would be sheer folly. The earlier display of Xiaoyu's strength, effortlessly cleaving the towering tree in two, indicated that he was a force to be reckoned with, more than capable of dispatching their pitiful group of fighters. "Shenjinj, Chu Tianxing, we must depart," Yi Wuhen declared, promptly employing the I Ching steps to transform into a beam of light, swiftly escaping from this perilous place. Shenjinj and Chu Tianxing nodded in unison, vanishing from sight almost simultaneously. Observing their flight, Xiaoyu smirked coldly. "Well then, the trash has left. It is time to settle our accounts." With a swift motion, Xiaoyu pointed, unleashing a brilliant aurora aimed directly at Xianxia. Phew, that commotion was rather intense. Fortunately, I fled swiftly, or I would have been drawn into a different realm. Yi Wuhen arrived at a spacious clearing and paused to catch his breath. "Brother, your performance just now was indeed valiant, and your puppet truly stands on its own. You are truly from the Yi family?" Chu Tianxing and Shenjinj arrived closely behind, having appeared beside Yi Wuhen within mere moments. "Indeed," Yi Wuhen replied dismissively. "Yet I recall the Yi family does not possess such advanced puppets," Shenjinj interjected. "Are you genuinely one of them?" "Ha ha." Yi Wuhen struck a flamboyant pose, laughing heartily. "Since you've inquired, I shall not conceal it any longer. I have encountered fortuitous events. There will be many treasures to come, so long as you follow me. In due time, wealth, cultivation, artifacts, and martial skills, anything you desire will be yours. With a wave of my hand, I shall elevate you." Shenjinj and Chu Tianxing exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unconvinced that Yi Wuhen could produce another valiant puppet like Zhao Yun. "You dare not indulge my flamboyance." Yi Wuhen suddenly clutched his shoulder wound, collapsing to the ground as if on the brink of death. "I fear I shall perish soon. If you merely humor my theatrics, I shall recover." "Damn. It would be best if you did die," Chu Tianxing retorted, cursing at Yi Wuhen's lack of seriousness. "I did not expect such callousness from you." Yi Wuhen sat up, returning the pill that Chu Tianxing had previously given him. "The elixir in question holds little significance. The wounds inflicted upon oneself stem from the nascent soul stage, and only potent, high-grade elixirs could remedy such injuries. The appearance of this particular elixir is far from impressive, and given that Yi Wuhen already owes a debt of gratitude to Chu Tianxing, utilizing it would only deepen that obligation. Yi Wuhen harbors a profound aversion to being beholden to others." Upon observing the elixir, Chu Tianxing pondered briefly before smiling and swallowing it whole. He too bore severe injuries, and without several days of rest, recovery would remain elusive. In contrast, Shenjinj merely sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation, nursing only minor wounds that posed no real threat. "The time has come to concoct the Xuanwu pill." Yi Wuhen summoned the system, and a translucent screen materialized before him. The alchemy function presented itself as a furnace at its center, requiring only the formula and requisite materials to initiate the process. Remarkably simple, and it consistently produced exquisite elixirs. This capability would undoubtedly provoke envy among those who had labored for centuries in the art of alchemy. After placing ginseng fruit, nimble grass, and tortoise shell into the furnace, a towering violet flame erupted beneath it. Although Yi Wuhen felt no heat, the sight of the flame was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. He sensed that this fire was exponentially more potent than Xianxia's fire attribute spiritual energy. Moments later, the alchemy furnace opened, releasing a cloud of steam. As the mist dissipated, dozens of violet pills were neatly arranged within, emanating a fragrant aroma that wafted into Yi Wuhen's nostrils. "Ah, these pills exhibit remarkable quality." Yi Wuhen's eyes gleamed with admiration, and he promptly collected all the Xuanwu pills into his satchel. Exiting the system space, he retrieved one of the pills and consumed it. The instant it slid down his throat, a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body, and he witnessed the gaping wound on his shoulder visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "Incredible!" Yi Wuhen exclaimed in astonishment. That was a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. To heal so effortlessly speaks volumes of the Xuanwu pill's efficacy. At that moment, Shenjinj, who had been immersed in his practice, abruptly opened his eyes and coldly remarked, "Something approaches, and in great numbers." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen chuckled, "Perfect. My injuries have fully mended. If there are many, they can only be demonic beasts, not those nascent soul cultivators. With a Gatling gun in hand, I shall wreak havoc." He retrieved the Gatling gun, positioning it from an elevated vantage point, awaiting the assault of those unfortunate creatures. "Today, having been tormented by others, it is now your turn to face my wrath." Chu Tianxing, feebly interjecting, said, I am too gravely injured to engage in combat. You must take the lead. Yi Wuhen reassured him, no worries, you rest well. Suddenly, a ferocious howl echoed. A cacophony of wolves, tigers, bears, and various unknown demonic beasts surged forth, baring their teeth and glaring menacingly at Yi Wuhen and his companions. The air was thick with anticipation. Yi Wuhen did not say much. He simply seized the Gatling gun and commenced firing. Dozens of barrels unleashed furious tongues of flame, with bullets penetrating the bodies of the monstrous beasts. Chen Jinj, pointing his sword, sent forth 3 streaks of fire into the horde of beasts, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the guardian beast of the Xuanwu formation, earning 10,000 experience points. You require an additional 210,000 to level up. Upon hearing the system's notification of advancement, Yi Wuhen exclaimed in astonishment. He was on the brink of leveling up. He swiftly freed one hand to grasp the Barrett. Wielding the Gatling gun in his left hand and the Barrett in his right, sweeping across the Xuanwu formation with relentless fury. Chapter 99. Achieving the indomitable ancient divine demon physique upon witnessing the demise of their kin, the monstrous beasts exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they grew increasingly ferocious, charging toward the small enclave occupied by Yi Wuhen and his companions, intent on tearing them to shreds. With a fierce determination, Chen Jinj unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles into the throng of creatures before drawing his dual blades and plunging into the fray, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Yi Wuhen, observing Chen Jinj's fervor, felt an invigorating surge within himself. His Gatling and Barrett seemed to fire with unprecedented velocity. A relentless stream of fire erupted from the barrels of the Gatling and Barrett, decimating the advancing horde of beasts in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the guardian beasts of the Xuanwu formation, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the guardian beasts of the Xuanwu formation, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up to the 3rd tier of the rotating illumination, with the required experience for the next level being 10,000,040,000. As the system's announcement faded, Yi Wuhen felt a profound intensification of spiritual energy within him. The gentle stream had fully transformed into a mighty river. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing Yi Wuhen's Barrett to clatter to the ground. The monstrous beasts, in a panic, scattered in all directions. This defied all logic. At that moment, the arrow god transmitted a warning. Hurry! The Xuanwu is about to unleash its wrath. Hearing the arrow god's voice, Yi Wuhen replied telepathically, I thought you had perished in silence. By the way, what is the Xuanwu? The Xuanwu formation, naturally, requires the presence of the Xuanwu. Came the arrow god's ominous reply. What? Brother, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Yi Wuhen responded, exasperated. The last time, a single Taodai had me spinning in circles. Now you bring forth a Xuanwu? I might as well go home and rest. Chen Jinj interjected. That roar signifies the awakening of some monstrous entity. We must leave swiftly. Yi Wuhen nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is the Xuanwu. I certainly do not wish to be its fodder. Chen Jinj assisted Chu Tianqing to his feet and led the way toward a nearby spring. Upon reaching the spring, the arrow god transmitted again. Do you see that water? Yes, what of it? Yi Wuhen inquired. That is the focal point of the Xuanwu formation. Knowing this, why do you not dismantle it? Yi Wuhen asked, puzzled. If I could, would I not have done so already? Besides, I am tasked with ensuring your safety. The arrow god retorted. Yi Wuhen's lips twitched in irritation. Is this your notion of safeguarding me? I nearly met my end at the hands of that xianxia, and you offered no assistance. Enough. Spare me your words. Go perish. Yi Wuhen scoffed, shifting his gaze back to the focal point of the Xuanwu formation. The spring appeared no different from an ordinary one, save for the ethereal mist that wafted above it, resembling nothing more than a hot spring. Originally, Yi Wuhen presumed it to be a magnificent artifact, only to discover it was merely this trivial thing. Alas, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. It seems the heavens take delight in thwarting my aspirations, depriving me of even a single divine treasure. Upon gazing at the crystalline waters of the spring, an idea suddenly blossomed in Yi Wuhen's mind. Since the heavens refuse to bestow upon me an artifact, I shall taint this spring's purity and indulge in a bath. Brother Chu, let us go soak. Yi Wuhen called to Chu Tianqing. Brother Chun, care to join? Chen Jinj shook his head, replying, You go ahead. I shall stand guard for you. Once you finish your bath, we can switch, ensuring safety. Yi Wuhen nodded. acknowledging Qin's thoughtful consideration. At this moment, Chu Tianqing, weary and sore, yearned for a soothing soak to unwind. In a swift motion, he shed his garments. And Yi Wuhan followed suit. Chen Jinj, blushing fiercely, cried out, prompting Yi Wuhan to inquire, could it be? Brother Jin, have you never seen such a sight? No, I've always bathed alone, Chen Jinj stammered, his cheeks aflame. Ah, I understand. After all, my nickname is Leaf. Yi Wuhan patted his chest before plunging into the spring. Splash. What a refreshing sensation. Chu Tianqing sighed. However, Yi Wuhan experienced something entirely different. His complexion flushed. Breath became labored, and his skin felt as if it were seared by fire. Hiss. Yi Wuhan gasped. Why does it hurt so much? Moreover, he sensed a boiling tumult within him, as scorching blood coursed through his veins, akin to the exhilarating shock of pouring icy water on oneself in winter. Attempting to rise, he found his legs utterly unresponsive, as if the nerves had been severed. Damn it, does the heavens take offense at my bathing? In his heart, Yi Wuhan had already cursed the ancestors of this day. Yet, the pain continued to spread, alternating between searing heat and icy chill, rendering Yi Wuhan utterly unable to desist. Brother Hen, what has befallen you? Why are you frothing at the mouth? Chu Tianqing, noticing Yi Wuhan convulsing beside him, inquired with concern. Brother Chu, do you feel nothing? Yi Wuhan questioned. I do. It's quite invigorating. This spiritual spring is truly extraordinary. My injuries are healing rapidly. Chu Tianqing gazed skyward, reveling in the bliss. Uft. Yi Wuhan, upon hearing this, spat out another mouthful of foam, realizing the heavens were playing tricks on him. While others remained unaffected, he endured both cold and heat. A roar echoed within him, followed by a strange, beastly cry. Damn it! Yi Wuhan clutched his chest, cursing inwardly. At this moment, his chest ached fiercely, accompanied by a stifling heat, as if a fire were raging within. Brother Hen, what on earth is happening to you? I am overwhelmed with excitement as I immerse myself in this mystical spring for the first time. Yi Wuhan's face glows with a radiant light, revealing no signs of any significant event. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the indomitable ancient divine demon physique. Huh, what on earth? Yi Wuhan is bewildered by the voice of the system, and the peculiar sensations within his body have vanished. He gazes down at his chest. A black dragon and a Xuanwu, entwined in a fierce struggle as if engaged in combat. Xuanwu Dan, Xuanwu Spring, Xuanwu Tattoo. Yi Wuhan realizes that all of this is a consequence of consuming that Xuanwu Dan and immersing himself into Xuanwu Spring. Chapter 100. Encounter with Mu Feng. Have I stumbled upon fortune through misfortune? Yi Wuhan felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, yearning to engage in another duel with xianxia. With a swift plunge, Yi Wuhan submerged into the depths of the Xuanwu spiritual spring, where he discovered a resplendent golden orb at its center, within which a Xuanwu coiled gracefully. This is Yi Wuhan touched the golden orb, and the system promptly chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the ancient formation, the Xuanwu array. Do you wish to break the formation? Is this truly the core of the Xuanwu array? Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would never have imagined that the heart of the Xuanwu array was encapsulated within an orb. Break the formation. At this juncture, the crisis of the Xuanwu was imminent. Should he delay any further, death could very well ensue. Though breaking the formation might prevent Qin Jinj from enjoying a bath, after considerable contemplation, Yi Wuhan prioritized the safety of everyone over that. As he uttered the command to break the formation, an extended silence ensued from the system. Fortunately, Yi Wuhan's cultivation in the radiant reflection phase allowed him to endure for an hour underwater. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to drowning. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken the formation. Would you like to replicate the ancient formation, the Xuanwu array? What? Such a formidable array can be replicated? Yi Wuhan was momentarily stunned, then elated. With this array, utilizing the Xuanwu to engage in combat with the nascent soul would pose no challenge. Replication successful. The system has integrated the array energy. Henceforth, the host need only activate the array energy to deploy the replicated grand formation. Yi Wuhan couldn't help but marvel at this immense power. While others must first study the array and manually establish it for use, he could simply activate the system's replication. Countless array geniuses would surely be infuriated by this advantage. Boom. The spiritual spring began to tremor, and stones from the mountain started to plummet, as if the very earth was quaking. What on earth are you doing, Brother Hen? Chu Tianqing bellowed. Why is there an earthquake? Chen Jinj queried. Could it be that the Xuanwu is beginning to move? What the hell is going on? Yi Wuhan echoed, perplexed. Just moments ago, everything was calm, and now it felt as if the world was ending. Suddenly, Yi Wuhen found himself within a picturesque landscape, where a long-haired, ethereal man stood, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Yi Wuhen's gaze sharpened. This was Mu Feng. Mu Feng, you have caused me great distress. Were it not for my lack of attire, I would have surely grasped Mu Feng by the throat, demanding an account from every female in his household. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Ah, it is you, my young brother. What brings you to my humble abode? Yi Wuhen's lips twitched. Humble abode? Then my Yi residence must be a mere snail's nest. By the way, Mu Feng, why have you not ascended? Yi Wuhen inquired. I have ascended. But this is merely a remnant of my soul, Mu Feng explained with a smile. During my transcended journey, I left a fragment of my soul here, fearing that I might not succeed in my ascension. Ah, how fortunate it is to have you here. What purpose does your remnant soul serve now? Yi Wuhen inquired, perplexed. Since Mu Feng has successfully ascended, why does he still retain a fragment of his soul? Of course, it is to take on disciples, Mu Feng replied, pouting and waving his hand dismissively. I am already an immortal, yet I have yet to accept a disciple. Why not you become my apprentice? Become Mu Feng's disciple? Absolutely not. Yi Wuhen's immediate thought was resolute. The very notion of being a disciple to this miserly old man is utterly unacceptable. Following him would surely cost me at least a decade of life. Forget it, brother Mu. You know I already have a master, Yi Wuhen said with a bright smile. Yet internally he mused, what if Mu Feng decides to eliminate me in a fit of displeasure? I would then be the most tragically unfortunate among traversers, slain by one whom I had once saved. Mu Feng's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Then, little brother, please find me a disciple. This. A cold sweat trickled down Yi Wuhen's brow. Who should I push into this predicament for you? Chen Jinj? Or perhaps Chu Tianxing? Is it possible to avoid this altogether? Mu Feng's expression grew even more somber. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I didn't catch that. With that, he produced a long sword that shimmered menacingly, unmistakably a weapon of great power. Yi Wuhen felt an acute sense of impending death, a sensation he had not experienced even during his confrontation with Xianxia. An overwhelming aura of suffocation enveloped him, and he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. The wind is too strong? You're just boasting. There's no wind at all. Yi Wuhen clutched his chest, gasping for breath. My apologies, little brother. I mismanaged my emotions just now, Mu Feng said, retracting his oppressive aura, which dissipated in an instant. That Mu Feng is truly ruthless. Yi Wuhen thought. Are you still willing to help me find a disciple? Mu Feng asked with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Yi Wuhen was drenched in sweat, genuinely frightened by Mu Feng's earlier display. Reluctantly, he realized he had no choice but to push someone into this perilous situation. Having an immortal backing him was not without merit. I shall find one. Your affairs are my own, Yi Wuhen declared, thumping his chest with a sense of camaraderie, his lips curling into a confident smile. I knew I could count on you. Once you find a disciple, they need only to whisper my name to arrive in this space. Mu Feng laughed heartily, and at that moment, Yi Wuhen was forcibly ejected from the space. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Wuhen was greeted by the visage of Chu Tianxing, which filled him with joy. Brother Hen, you fainted in the water. What happened? Chu Tianxing asked with concern. There's no time to explain. Get in the car? Yi Wuhen exclaimed, gripping Chu Tianxing's shoulder tightly. He then silently invoked Mu Feng's name in his mind, and with a shift of scenery, he found himself once more in the small realm crafted by Mu Feng. Oh, little brother, your speed is truly remarkable. You found someone so quickly? Mu Feng exclaimed upon seeing Yi Wuhen enter with a robust man. Brother Hen, who is this? Xianxia inquired how he had arrived at this place in an instant. Young brother, do not speak. Mu Feng suddenly gestured for Yi Wuhen to remain silent. I am Mu Feng, the master of this immortal abode, and I seek to take on a disciple. Would you be willing? Mu Feng, is that the immortal my brother mentioned? Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. Then I shall certainly become your disciple. Very well. Once you refine this jade talisman, you will be free to enter and exit my immortal abode at will. Moreover, I shall impart to you martial skills and the path of enlightenment. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will stand by your side. Mu Feng handed a jade talisman to Xianxia. Chapter 101. You have no true understanding of what power truly is. Xianxia nodded and infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, swiftly refining it. Excellent. Henceforth, you are my disciple, Mu Feng smiled. What is your name? Xianxia. A fine name. From this day forward, I shall ensure you are free to traverse the world. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen stood in utter disbelief. I have never encountered such a frivolous individual. to take on a disciple so casually, and yet he does not even know the name of his pupil. Master, I bow to you, Xianxia proclaimed, kneeling and performing a grand salute to Wuheng. Very well. Wuheng nodded with satisfaction. Xianxia was equally elated. Having an immortal master backing him was akin to walking through the world with unparalleled confidence. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I shall enter seclusion. You may leave, Wuheng said, waving his hand to teleport Yi Wuheng and Xianxia away. Thank you, brother. Xianxia trembled with excitement. This opportunity was a rare gift, undoubtedly bestowed upon him by Yi Wuheng, and he felt genuine gratitude. The injuries he had endured had not been in vain. Do not thank me just yet. Look where we are. Yi Wuheng restrained his anger. Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, Xianxia was momentarily stunned before laughing. Have you lost your wits? We must be. What is this place? Before them lay a lush expanse of verdant forest, devoid of any spiritual springs, indicating they had been teleported outside the immortal abode by Wuheng. How could Wuheng be so ungrateful? He finds a disciple, yet leaves me in a lurch. We must have been sent outside the immortal abode. What of Qinjinj? Yi Wuheng turned to look at Xianxia. I shall inform my master and see if he can bring him out as well, Xianxia declared before vanishing from sight. After a considerable time, Xianxia descended from the heavens and addressed Yi Wuheng. The inhabitants of the immortal abode have all emerged, though their whereabouts remain unknown. Oh, Yi Wuheng nodded thoughtfully. Brother, where do you intend to go next? Xianxia inquired. I need to return to my family, the Chu clan. Will you accompany me? No need. Yi Wuheng waved his hand, expressing his resignation. I must continue my training in the wilderness for another 2 months. Very well then. Once you are out, remember to visit me at the Chu clan. Xianxia replied. As Chu Tianxing finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, leaving Yi Wuheng alone, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It was time to seek out the little fox, and Yi Wuheng closed his eyes, beginning to sense the presence of the 9 nether power through his spirit. Yi Ling, who practiced a variant of the 9 nether common method, naturally possessed a hint of the 9 nether power, which allowed Yi Wuheng to locate her position. It was not far from here. It seemed that Wuheng had a conscience. A faint smile crept across Yi Wuhen's lips as thunderclouds erupted beneath his feet. And with a thunderous crack, he disappeared without a trace. Oh, the scum of the Luo family, and a mere wretch from the Yi family. A tall man sneered, while another beside him echoed his disdain, their eyes brimming with contempt. Dongfang Tianyi, Dongfang Ming, what brings you two here? Luo Xiaofan stood protectively in front of Yi Ling, his voice cold. Behind him, Yi Ling, unyielding, summoned crackling thunder in her hands, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Dongfang Tianyi laughed heartily. You are truly naive. Do you know where you are? This is the great wilderness. We have come to seize your treasures. You shall not. Yi Ling retorted angrily. Dongfang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Brother, why waste words with them? Let us eliminate them directly. Luo Xiaofan, currently, Sister Su has been captured by her clan, and Wuhen has gone to seize the immortal treasure. We must not be careless. Luo Xiaofan cautioned Yi Ling, fearing that her passion might lead to reckless actions that could endanger them both. Very well, brother, you can watch from here. I can handle these 2 scoundrels alone. With that, Dongfang Tianyi drew his long sword and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Luo Xiaofan. With a swift motion, 5 strikes of the sword were unleashed. He, like Yi Wuhen, practiced the art of the swift blade. In the realm of martial arts, only speed can prevail. Swiftly, paper can sever steel. Swiftly, one can traverse space. Swiftly, water droplets can bore through stone. Luo Xiaofan was no pushover. He transformed his hand into a blade, enveloped in a faint yellow aura of spiritual power. With a resounding clash, Luo Xiaofan's hand met Dongfang Tianyi's sword. Dongfang Tianyi was taken aback. This person could actually withstand my sword with his bare hand. With a swift motion, Dongfang Tianyi unleashed a sword ray, striking Luo Xiaofan's arm with the force of a collapsing mountain, piercing through it completely. Dongfang Tianyi sneered, Today, let me finish you. Just as he was about to wield his sword to obliterate Luo Xiaofan, a sound like thunder echoed from afar. Finish? Huh. To strike my little brother in my presence. You truly are formidable. Yi Wuhen clapped his hands in applause. Dongfang Ming furrowed his brow. Yi Wuhen. He had witnessed Yi Wuhen's feats firsthand. A single man could take on the entire Li family. The strength of this so-called waste was indeed astonishing. Yet the Dongfang family was not one of the lesser 3 among the 5 families. A mere Li family could be extinguished with ease. Should conflict arise, Yi Wuhen would be no match for Dongfang Ming. This was the essence of Dongfang Ming's arrogance. Humph, a wretch dares to utter my name so casually? Yi Wuhen remarked, displeased. Brother Hen, you have returned. exclaimed Luo Xiaofan and Yi Ling with great joy. Yi Wuhen smiled and nodded, contemplating how to handle the situation. Yi Wuhen, do not be too arrogant. Otherwise, you may end up with a bruised face, warned Dongfang Tianyi, patting his own cheek and laughing heartily. Yi Wuhen responded with a swift gesture, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light aimed directly at Dongfang Tianyi's head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. In an instant, Dongfang Tianyi's head fell, his eyes wide in disbelief until the very end. You do not comprehend the essence of true power. The color drained from Dongfang Ming's face as he realized his brother had fallen so easily before him, unable to withstand even a single strike from Yi Wuhen. Brother Hen, it is my fault. I should not have set my sights on your junior brother. Spare me. Dongfang Ming pleaded, retreating. A person like you is not worth lamenting. Yi Wuhen replied coldly, and with another flash of sword light, he pierced Dongfang Ming's chest, leaving him with a look of disbelief as he departed this world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. Chapter 102. What is mine shall be reclaimed, piece by piece. A group of worthless scum dares to act brazenly before me, Yi Wuhen stated coldly. He then approached Luo Xiaofan, transferring a trace of the true immortality power that Mu Feng had given him into Luo Xiaofan's body, before quickly retracting it. Brother Hen, your strength is truly growing stronger, Luo Xiaofan praised. However, Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow, noticing only two individuals present. Where is xianxia? He inquired. Brother Hen, Sister Xiaxia has been. Yi Ling stammered. Observing the expressions on Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan's faces, Yi Wuhen's anger ignited. After all, she was his beast. He seized Luo Xiaofan by the collar and lifted him, demanding, Tell me, where has she gone? Luo Xiaofan's face flushed red as he struggled against Yi Wuhen's powerful grip. Be brother, let go. It was only then that Yi Wuhen regained his composure, releasing Luo Xiaofan and bowing his head in apology. I am sorry, Xiaofan. I acted impulsively. Luo Xiaofan gasped for breath and, after a moment, managed to speak through tears. It's all right, Brother Hen. Sister Xiaxia has been captured by her clan. Hurry and bring her back. Yi Wuhen stood frozen, taken aback by the revelation that she had been captured. Memories of his time with Su Qianxia flooded his mind. I'm going to sleep now. Don't mess around, you scoundrel master. Please, master, don't send me away. Those moments felt so vivid. Although he often spoke of sending Su Qianxia to the snowy mountains, deep down, he could not bear the thought. Xiaxia. A sudden mist of emotions clouded Yi Wuhen's eyes, and with a resolute furrow of his brow, he clenched his fists tightly. Fear not, I shall rescue you without fail. You are mine, and I shall reclaim you piece by piece. In his previous life, Yi Wuhen had but a handful of friends, a mere few to be precise. Yet in this life, he yearned to genuinely experience the camaraderie of friendship, to share mutual support and progress together. Though he had spent only 2 days in the company of Su Qianxia, in Yi Wuhen's heart, she was already his friend. Despite her penchant for teasing him and then delivering a sharp slap, Su Qianxia was undeniably his ally. Now that she had been captured, how could he possibly stand idly by? Friends and family were his sacred vulnerabilities. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and one would face certain death. Brother Wuhen, shall we not rescue Sister Xiaxia? Yi Ling inquired, for he too longed to save her. After Yi Wuhen departed, it was Su Qianxia who single-handedly hunted the savage beasts, saving them countless times. Without her, they might have perished long ago. Yi Wuhen rose. His demeanor transformed entirely. Having lived 2 lives, it was time for him to cast aside this wretched cowardice. We must rescue her. If they do not release her, I shall bathe this snow mountain in blood. Yi Wuhen gritted his teeth. How could the forces of the snow mountain be weak? Before entering the immortal mansion, Yi Wuhen had been unable to defeat Su Qianxia. Now, facing her again, he felt confident in his ability to prevail within the snow mountain. A fox demon of Su Qianxia's caliber could only be considered mediocre, thus the strength of the snow mountain was evident. Moreover, according to Su Qianxia, there were also demon immortals stationed there, making this rescue mission exceedingly arduous. Yet, for Yi Wuhen, who possessed an ancient, indestructible divine body and a system at his disposal, what did such challenges signify? Brother Wuhen, Sister Xiaxia said before leaving that she despises you and warned you not to seek her out. Is that true? Yi Ling asked. Yi Wuhen smacked his forehead in exasperation. I am truly astounded by your intellect. She clearly intends for me to rescue her. Can't you discern that? Yi Ling's face lit up with realization. Oh, so that's how it is. At this moment, within the snowy mountains, thousands of miles away, in the White Moon Palace. A woman of unparalleled beauty sat gracefully on the ground, her wrists and ankles wrapped in chains as thick as those of an adult man. Her alluring form bore numerous scars, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke heartache in Wuheng, for he would instantly recognize her as xianxia. A fox-faced man draped in a fur robe chuckled softly, "Xiaxia, why do you persist in this? You need only marry me, yet." At this, the smile on the fox-faced man's face twisted into a sinister grimace. "But you would rather be a human spirit beast." Xianxia lifted her delicate head slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with fury. "Ningbai, do not indulge in delusions." "Delusions? Ha ha ha." Ningbai laughed heartily, then pointed an accusatory finger at Xianxia. "I am now a disciple of the White Fox Demon Immortal, and all the demons in the Snow Mountain must respectfully address me as young Master Bai. What can those from the Anshan and Su families do? That night, I shall seek out the White Fox Immortal and request that he betroth you to me." Ningbai declared as he strode towards the door, addressing the two guards outside. "Keep a vigilant watch. If she goes missing, your entire family shall pay the price." Xianxia lowered her head, secretly pleading, "Wuheng, please do not come." Meanwhile, the atmosphere was lively around Wuheng, who had exchanged for a map of the great wasteland in the system's marketplace, and was now making his way towards the snowy mountains. "Brother Wuheng, there's a savage beast over there." Luo Xiaofan pointed towards a nearby monkey-like creature. "Huffed, it's just a savage beast. What is so frightening about that?" Wuheng retorted and swiftly employed the I Ching steps, unleashing both trigram and thunder as he soared past the monkey. "Allow me to demonstrate," he said, and with a single punch, he struck the creature's head, which was instantly penetrated with a resounding crash. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a fifth-order savage beast, earning 1,000 experience points and 1,000 exchange points." Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan were left agape, astonished by the display of prowess. This was the true demeanor of a king, effortlessly dispatching a savage beast with a single blow. "Brother Wuheng, how have you become so formidable?" Yi Ling inquired. "What? I have always been this impressive, haven't I?" Yi Wuheng confidently adjusted his hairstyle, convinced that they simply had not noticed before. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the title, Narcissistic Maniac." "What on earth is this? Narcissistic Maniac?" Yi Wuheng was taken aback. Title explanation. The bearer of this title will find the favor of women reduced by 50%, while men may rush to confront the host. And monstrous beasts will invariably attack the host. Huh. System, you ought to unlock a title specifically designed to ensnare the host. Would the host like to equip the title, Narcissistic Maniac? Absolutely not. I refuse to wear such a thing, especially something that attracts hostility. Yi Wuheng decisively rejected the system's suggestion. Chapter 103. A bold assault on the snowy mountains. "I hardly recognize the current Brother Wuheng," Luo Xiaofan remarked, covering his mouth in disbelief. Yi Ling felt the same, stating, "Brother Wuheng has indeed changed." "Goodness, must you belittle me so?" Yi Wuhen's brows twitched slightly. "If you continue to speak of me this way," he clenched his fists and struck the nearby ancient tree with force. Boom! The colossal tree, towering as high as 12 stories, was cleaved in two and toppled to the ground. "This is your fate," Yi Wuheng declared coldly. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan. To strike a savage beast and to kick down an ancient tree was simply extraordinary. In every manner, flatteries are the most effective. Praise Yi Wuheng well, and surely one shall soar to greatness. "Brother Wuheng, you are indeed a celestial being. My admiration for you flows like the endless waters of the Yellow River," Luo Xiaofan exclaimed, drawing closer to Yi Wuheng with ingratiating words. Yi Ling stood on the other side, also lavishing praise. "Brother Wuheng, do not heed his words. I am your true loyal subordinate." Oh, how have these two become so adept at flattery? Yet, who does not relish the sweet nectar of praise? Time swiftly elapses, and before he knows it, Yi Wuheng arrives at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, where snowflakes swirl in the air, the earth cloaked in a silvery shroud, and the biting wind lashes against the skin with a cruel sting. At last, he has reached the snow mountain. Yi Wuheng bellows at the towering peaks. "Wuheng, Brother Wuheng, slow down. I can hardly keep pace." Yi Ling gasps, trailing behind him. Who dares to disturb the tranquility of the Baiyu Palace with such raucous shouts? A refined young man clad in a Taoist robe descends upon them, flying with his sword. "Where is Xianxia?" Yi Wuheng demands of the elegant youth. "Speak, and I shall spare your life." "Oh, you are the so-called loose cultivator that young Master Bai mentioned." The youth scoffs. "You three think you can snatch away young Master Bai's wife?" Yi Wuhen's brows furrow, his hands forming a sword seal, and he exhaled a word of command. A golden sword materializes behind the youth, slicing through the air with a sharp swiftness, piercing directly through the youth's chest. However, the expected alert from the system, warning of the consequences of killing a cultivator, does not sound. Instead, the youth's cold voice resonates. You loose cultivators truly excel at ambushes. The youth rises from the snow, his demeanor icy. Prepare to die? Ice blade formation. Yi Wuheng gasps in alarm and quickly turns to Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan, urging, Xiaofan, Yi Ling, run. Quickly. Swish. Swish. From the youth's shoulders, countless flying swords rise, their blades encased in a layer of ice as hard as steel. With a sweeping gesture, the youth sends the swords cascading toward Yi Wuheng like a torrential downpour. Yi Wuheng smirks, his sky-slaying sword and fire sword radiating formidable brilliance, akin to a ravenous wolf hunting in the wilderness. Heaven's reversal. This technique ranks among Yi Wuhen's highest in both defensive and offensive prowess. Before his words fade, he swiftly positions himself to shield against the icy blades. The youth stumbles back in shock. How can this be? My ice blade formation is beyond the capability of a loose cultivator to withstand. Humph, such a pathetic formation hardly merits my attention. Yi Wuheng retorts coldly, swiftly rotating his body to appear before the youth. The youth attempts to flee, but the earlier wound in his chest, inflicted by Yi Wuheng, weighs him down considerably. As he attempts to leap, he finds his body as heavy as lead, unable to rise. Die. Yi Wuheng brings his sword down decisively. But before the blade can strike the youth's head, the powerful cyclone generated by Yi Wuhen's dual swords causes the youth's head to explode. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a golden core first-tier demon, earning 10,000 experience points, acquiring a golden core, and receiving 1,000 exchange points. This bounty is indeed substantial. Yi Wuheng summons the system to review his character profile. A luminous screen materialized before Yi Wuheng, revealing the following information. Host name, Yi Wuheng. Age, 17. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of rotating illumination. Available experience, 50,000, 400,000. The host's physique is that of the ancient, indestructible divine demon body, capable of rebirth through blood, attaining a sacred physical form, and possessing bodily strength comparable to divine beings at a certain level of cultivation. Remaining summoning points, 705,000. Skill experience, 20 points. Title acquired, Sword Immortal with Enlightened Heart, gaining renown. Techniques, 9 Nether Mortal Dust Decision. Body technique, the Rising Dragon of Konoha, derived from the world of Naruto's Rock Lee. Level indiscernible. Martial skills, Blood Fury 8 Desolations, Advanced Earth Grade. 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Advanced Heaven Grade. Thunder Shadow Step, Beginner Earth Grade. Unification Sword Technique, Beginner Heaven Grade. Xianlong 9 Transformations, Level Indiscernible. 9 Character True Mantra, Level Indiscernible. Water Moon Mirror Flower Step, Advanced Earth Grade. Water Moon Mirror Flower Swallow Flash, Advanced Earth Grade. Thunderclap Palm, Low-Level Heaven Grade. Impressive. My grand system has added a new attribute during these mere days of not accessing this character profile. Moreover, my ancient indestructible divine demon body seems extraordinarily formidable. Rebirth through blood, achieving a sacred body, and rivaling divine beings. Brother Wuhen, you looked incredibly handsome just now. Especially with that spinning leap, Yi Ling remarked, mimicking the move, evoking laughter with his comical antics. I merely wish to quietly embody the essence of a handsome man. Yi Wuhen replied, adjusting his hairstyle with a calm demeanor. The wind is too strong. Let me fix my hair. Brother Wuhen, we should hasten to the snow mountain. Yi Wuhen abruptly halted his movements, gazing at the colossal palace atop the snow-capped mountain, and coldly declared, since they refuse to hand over the person, we shall force our way into the snow mountain. Luo Xiaofan clenched his fists and shouted, yes. Let's charge into the snow mountain and rescue Sister Xia. Yi Wuhen suddenly had an epiphany and raised a hand, saying, wait, we cannot storm the snow mountain recklessly. I need to prepare. He first distributed a few Xuanwu pills from his spatial ring to Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan, and then handed over the spatial rings of Yi Ji and Yi Wenjie to them, as he had already emptied their contents. They were merely empty shells now. Luo Xiaofan might not possess a spatial ring, but it was certain that Yi Ling did not have one. The thought of someone as unfortunate as him owning a spatial ring was quite laughable. Yi Ling's complexion flushed with excitement as he cradled the spatial ring, exclaiming, Brother Wuhen, is this truly the legendary spatial ring? Yi Wuhen nodded. You just need to acknowledge it with your blood. Chapter 104. I will show you. Of course, Yi Wuhen's preparations were not so simple. The Snow Mountain's defenses could not be solely comprised of the recent cannon fodder represented by that robed man. Furthermore, There was the so-called White Fox Demon Immortal stationed there, and he would be burdened with two liabilities, rendering the lack of suitable survival skills tantamount to courting death. At that moment, a brilliant idea flashed through Yi Wuhen's mind. He suddenly contemplated exchanging for a long-coveted divine skill, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. In the realm of battle through the heavens, Yi Wuhen, upon witnessing a certain divine technique, envisioned a scene of obliterating the cosmos. Reflecting upon it now, he couldn't help but acknowledge the youthful exuberance that permeated his thoughts. However, what truly mattered was that he could now exchange for this divine skill. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Wuhen activated the system's exchange feature and entered the words Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a divine technique within the world of battle through the heavens, requiring the presence of two or more ihua to unleash its formidable power. The exchange value is set at 250,000 points. Goodness, what a steep price. And I need two types of. Yet, for the sake of his dreams, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Yi Wuhen fixated on a gray flame, discovering through the description that it was the Jiao Yao wind flame, born from the endless abyss of extreme darkness, where the chilling winds blow perpetually. This takes form in the fiercest gales, producing an unusual wind sound that, when heard, instills a peculiar sense of agitation within the listener, capable of stirring emotional fluctuations. The exchange value is 200,000 points. With determination, Yi Wuhen declared, "Exchange." Ding. The exchange was successful. As the system's notification resonated, Yi Wuhen felt a gray materialize beside his foundation. Is this the sensation of possessing? He did not experience any discomfort. Rather, there was a refreshing sensation, perhaps one of the benefits bestowed upon him by the 15th Sea Heart Flame, a deep blue fire, appeared extraordinarily mystical, spreading like clear seawater, with gentle ripples reminiscent of water waves. The exchange value is 200,000 points. Having already spent 200,000, what was a mere point more? Exchange, he exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Ding. The exchange was successful. Similarly, another deep blue appeared beside his foundation. Yi Wuhen scrutinized the two for a considerable time, ensuring they would not clash. After all, his previous encounter with the Black Dragon and the Xuanwu had nearly propelled him into the heavens. System, will these two engage in combat? Yi Wuhen inquired cautiously, for the thought of being consumed by these flames was truly unsettling. No, the host can use them with peace of mind. The reassurance allowed Yi Wuhen to exhale in relief as he proceeded to exchange for the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. In total, he had spent 650,000 points, returning him to a state of financial destitution. System, how many exchange points do I have remaining? Ding. The host has 100,000 exchange points left. Yi Wuhen nodded and exited the system, realizing the truth in the saying, without money, one feels unburdened. Brother Wuhen, I have reached the first level of foundation establishment. Yi Ling exclaimed, clenching his fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he added. I also wish to fight alongside you. Luo Xiaofan echoed his sentiment. Brother Wuhen, please allow me to join you in battle. Yi Wuhen stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, have you two not taken your medicine? And you? He pointed at Yi Ling. Do you think the foundation establishment is impressive? Let me be unequivocal. The foundation cannot withstand even a single ray of my sword light. Xiaofan, I comprehend your current state of mind, but suddenly, Yi Wuhen's brows furrowed, and his gaze turned sharp. This is no game. This is a matter of life and death. They are not merely humans, but rather, monsters. Yi Ling and Luo Xiaofan were taken aback. Indeed, they were not facing mere mortals, but rather demonic beings, who were far more ruthless in their dealings with humans. From this moment onward, you shall remain by my side, declared Yi Wuhen. Just as he was about to ascend the mountain, an arrow suddenly shot towards him. With a nimble roll, he narrowly evaded the projectile. An arrow god. This was Yi Wuhen's first thought, but he quickly shook his head. Such a deity could not be so incompetent. Damn it, more monsters are coming, he muttered. How dare a mere rogue cultivate beneath my snowy mountain and slay demons? Seeking death. An enchanting maiden, bow in hand, scolded angrily. Yi Wuhen regarded her with keen interest. She was indeed quite beautiful, yet she could not compare to my beloved xianxia. You. The maiden's face flushed with rage as she retorted, do not change the subject, you wicked disciple. With a chuckle, Yi Wuhen unsheathed his dual swords, enveloping them in otherworldly flames. As the 8 trigrams thundered beneath his feet, he declared, then do not blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, the sweet maiden fell beneath his blade, her eyes wide open in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that this elegantly robed young man could slay her so swiftly. A beauty? Yi Wuhan had seen many. What was one more? If she obstructed his path, he would not hesitate to dispatch her. Brother Wuhan, please, do not be so hasty. Capture her alive. Do you understand? Luo Xiaofan lamented upon seeing her lifeless form. Yi Wuhan let out a cold laugh. Xiaofan, this is your naivety. Do you know what fox demons cherish the most? At the tone of Yi Wuhan's words, Luo Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine. What is it? He inquired. Vital essence of men. Yi Wuhan replied. Luo Xiaofan suddenly understood. Well, then, Brother Wuhan, you absolutely must not kill her. Are you foolish? Vital essence is the essence of cultivation for practitioners. Without it, what cultivation can one pursue? Yi Wuhan spoke with a seriousness that belied his absurdity. Luo Xiaofan was evidently taken in by Yi Wuhan's words and nodded foolishly in agreement. Indeed, it is fortunate that Brother Wuhan eliminated this demon. Yi Wuhan gave Luo Xiaofan a knowing look, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, you are indeed teachable. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a golden core demon, earning 10,000 experience points, 50 points of cultivation experience, and 1 golden core. Swish. The sound of flying swords slicing through the air echoed in Yi Wuhan's ears. 5 demon warriors clad in white robes surrounded Yi Wuhan, Luo Xiaofan, and Yi Ling, angrily demanding, how did these 3 intruders enter our snowy mountain? Oh, and they have slain 2 of our demon warriors from the Baiwa Palace. A figure clad in white robes scoffed, declaring him nothing more than refuse. Yi Wuhan cast a cold glance at the 5 demonic figures, and spoke in a detached manner. Pray tell, what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly? Chapter 105. The Buddha's Wrath. The fire lotus explodes on the snowy mountain. One of the demonic beings bellowed, You, a mere human, must comprehend the current situation. You are the fish, and we are the cleaver. Yi Wuhan shot a sidelong glance at this individual, who seemed utterly unafraid of the repercussions of his words. This demonic figure could no longer contain himself, displaying a distinct inclination to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Brother, why waste time conversing with this human scum? Let us seize him directly. Young Master Bai has promised a reward of thousands of spirit stones and a multitude of beauties for the capture of these 3. With a resounding cry, the 5 charged swiftly towards Yi Wuhan. 5 beams of sword light erupted from their blades, radiating like exquisite glass tiles, deterring any who dared approach. Yet, Yi Wuhan met these 5 streaks of light with a mere cold snort, his spirit energy surging skyward, enveloped by the essence of the character, resembling a suit of gleaming golden armor. 2 of the sword beams struck Yi Wuhan, while the remaining 3 were deftly intercepted by his twin swords. The impact from the 2 beams was utterly negligible for him, bolstered as he was by the protective armor of the character and the radiant cloak of sunlight. The feeble assaults from these 5 demonic miscreants could not breach his defenses. Brothers, this one's defensive techniques are formidable. We must employ our ultimate skills. One of the demons shouted. The others nodded in agreement, and with a sweeping motion, they cast 5 chains to ensnare Yi Wuhan's wrists and ankles. The leading demon chuckled derisively. Huh? You are now trapped by our chains. Let us see what other tricks you possess. Yi Wuhan could only scoff at such foolishness. It was evident that these beings lacked insight. After living for so long, they remained oblivious to the might of a traverser. Chains were but trifles. With a thought, Yi Wuhan summoned the flames of his sun cloak, igniting the 5 chains. The demons paused in astonishment before regaining their composure, exclaiming, What treasure is this? Is it the radiant reflection? They shook their heads in disbelief. No, it cannot be. The radiant reflection could not possibly burn these iron chains, forged from mysterious iron. You truly are mistaken, Yi Wuhan remarked with a mocking smile. Allow me to demonstrate what true power looks like. With a simultaneous flick of his hands and feet, the chains were cast aside as though they were mere water. In that moment, Yi Wuhan radiated an overwhelming aura, embodying the essence of the Sun Flame Sovereign. The 5 bumbling demons were momentarily paralyzed by his display, standing still atop their flying swords. With a chilling smile, Yi Wuhan summoned forth the 2 types of extraordinary flames from within him. In an instant, his left hand ignited with the 9 netherwind flames, while the right was enveloped by the sea heart flames, exuding an air of supremacy that commanded the world. While Yi Wuhan viewed this power as a mark of dominance, to others, it was merely a show of arrogance. Esteemed audience, are you aware of the nature of the flame wielded by this loose cultivator? Is it not the nascent soul fire frequently unleashed by the young master Bai? One startled demon exclaimed. Did not the young master inform us that this loose cultivator is merely at the phase of rotation? How has he ascended to the nascent soul stage? Xiao Fan, Yi Ling, flee at once. Yi Wuhen called out to Luo Xiaofan and Yi Ling, who immediately grasped the urgency and began to retreat swiftly. A particularly observant demon noticed their escape and urgently addressed the leading demon. "Brother, should we not also take flight?" The leader nodded in agreement, decisively asserting, "Of course we must flee. Facing a nascent soul practitioner, we at the Golden Core stage stand no chance." Yi Wuhen paid little heed to these foolish beings. Had they seized Luo Xiaofan and Yi Ling at that moment, they might have evaded this calamity. However, their refusal to act left them with no recourse. They were about to experience true power. Yi Wuhen fused the in his hands, and with a resounding boom, two fiercely tempestuous flames intertwined, gradually transforming into a resplendent fire lotus. As this lotus emerged, it began to rotate languidly upon Yi Wuhen's chest, radiating gray and deep blue light, while the surrounding spiritual energy entwined around it like silken ribbons. The heat, an overwhelming warmth. The scorching temperature rapidly engulfed the area, melting all snow within a 10-mile radius into water. The 5 demons were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? They had witnessed the young master by unleash the nascent soul fire before, yet it had never been so formidable, so grand. As the fire lotus manifested, it nearly drained half of Yi Wuhen's internal spiritual power. The 5 demons furrowed their brows, clearly sensing that this fire lotus posed a grave threat to their lives. Being inhabitants of the snow-capped mountains, they were acutely aware of the composition of the snow there. It was ancient, a millennium in the making. And now it was effortlessly melted away. Yi Wuhen's fingers spun rapidly, deftly like a skilled artisan, as he continuously infused his internal power into the delicate, gray-blue fire lotus, compressing it further. Gradually, the fire lotus resembled a freshly blossomed flower, resting serenely in Yi Wuhen's palm, exquisite yet exuding an aura of devastation. The 5 demons' eyes widened in astonishment, their flying swords glinting ominously at their feet, and in an instant, they shot forth. Yi Wuhen let out a cold chuckle, casting the fire lotus toward them. Upon contact, it erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of heat akin to the surging tide. The explosion emitted a silvery brilliance, obscuring the distant scene, leaving only the echo of a colossal detonation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Golden Core demons, earning 10,000 experience points, 50 points of cultivation experience, and 1 Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Golden Core demons, earning 10,000 experience points, 50 points of cultivation experience, and 1 Golden Core. In contemporary times, Yi Wuhen has amassed 300 points of martial experience, 6 golden pills, and 60,000 experience points, marking a modest profit for him. The recently exchanged Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus can only allow him to fuse 3 types of. To incorporate more, he would require additional martial experience for upgrades. Upon examining his character profile, the details reveal: host name, Yi Wuhen, age, 17, constitution, ancient indestructible divine demon body. Remaining exchange value, 100,000 points. Martial experience, 320 points. Current title, Sword Immortal, Pseudo Dao Heart Clear, gaining renown. Martial arts, 9 Nether Mortal Dust Decision. Body techniques, the Wood Leaf Rising Dragon from the world of Naruto. Practiced by Lee Rock, level indeterminate. Martial skills include Blood Rage 8 Desolations, Advanced Earth level, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Advanced Heaven level, Heavenly Thunder Extreme Shadow Step. Initial Earth level, Return to Unity Sword Technique. Initial Heaven level, Xian Dragon 9 Transformations, level undisclosed, 9 Character True Words, level undisclosed, Water Moon Mirror Flower Step. Advanced Earth level, Water Moon Mirror Flower Swallow Flash, Advanced Earth level, and Thunderclap Palm, low level Heaven level. Chapter 106. Dare to move her and find out? Yi Wuhen pondered for a moment. The most pressing upgrade required was undoubtedly the Xian Dragon 9 Transformations, a martial skill deemed essential for surpassing levels. Though he could only utilize the preliminary 3 transformations, the thrill it provided was akin to consuming an energy booster, rendering this divine skill a necessity for enhancement. Upgrade the Xian Dragon 9 Transformations. Pour all martial experience into it. Yi Wuhen, somewhat capricious, was willing to expend whatever was necessary for martial skills he cherished, unconcerned about those he did not favor. Ding! The Xian Dragon 9 transformations have been upgraded to the 5th level, allowing the host to employ the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation empowers the practitioner to move mountains and rivers with sheer force. A total of 320 points of martial experience were consumed for this advancement. Yi Wuhen pouted, exclaiming, "This is excessively costly in terms of martial experience." Yi Wuhen had discerned the method of gaining martial experience, primarily through vanquishing opponents. Those of higher levels, cultivators, demon warriors, or savage beasts, were suitable targets. However, the rewards were scant. He had yet to experience a significant windfall. Nonetheless, considering the system's tendencies, acquiring ample martial experience would likely necessitate completing a highly challenging dungeon or exterminating Yuan Ing stage cultivators. After upgrading the Xian Dragon 9 transformations, Yi Wuhen exited the system space, preparing to tidy up his mess. Brother Wuhen, can we come over now? Luo Xiaofan communicated telepathically. Yi Wuhen cast a casual glance and was astonished to see Luo Xiaofan and Yi Ling had already sprinted to the opposite mountain. He had not previously realized their martial skills were so proficient. When the situation demanded escape, they moved with remarkable speed. Yes, I've dealt with everything. You can come over now, Yi Wuhen replied. Their swift retreat was indeed a boon. It alleviated his concerns about their safety in future confrontations, allowing him to unleash his full ferocity without hesitation. Not 10 seconds after Yi Wuhen's telepathic message, Luo Xiaofan, accompanied by Yi Ling, appeared at his side with astonishing speed, leaving others in awe of their swiftness. Brother Hen, you truly exude an impressive aura, particularly with that fiery lotus, which you flamboyantly cast aside, resulting in a resounding boom. In that instant, it exploded. Luo Xiaofan animatedly recounted the scene while mimicking the action, appearing quite comical. Yi Wuhen adjusted his hairstyle as the cold wind tousled his locks. Did you only just realize how handsome and formidable I am? Luo Xiaofan's expression twitched. He was certainly taking advantage of the situation, climbing the social ladder with such boldness. Very well, let us rescue xianxia. Yi Wuhen cast a sharp glance at the towering snowy mountain before him, his demeanor becoming considerably more intense. Ningbai elegantly held a delicate jade cup, sipping the crystal-clear exquisite wine, and smiled at Su Qianxia, saying, xianxia, tonight we shall consummate our union. Su Qianxia shot him a fierce glare, huffing, even if it means my death. I will never share a chamber with a fox spirit like you. Ningbai merely smiled calmly. That remains to be seen. The white fox spirit has indeed consented to this marriage. You should understand the consequences of defiance. His voice took on an unsettling tone. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxia trembled, stammering, fine then. The Snow Mountain's White Moon Palace was of utmost importance to the white fox spirit, being the foremost among the 4 palaces. The repercussions of defiance were grave. Expulsion from the demon clan. If one were alone, they would suffer alongside their kin. It is best to comply. Ningbai adopted a demeanor of a gentleman with ulterior motives, whispering a phrase that only he could hear. You will inevitably become my captive. Young Master Bai. An anxious demon warrior rushed in. What is it? Ningbai replied with irritation, feeling that this fool had interrupted an opportune moment. It's bad. The rogue you mentioned is far too powerful and has stormed in with his entourage. The demon warrior pointed towards the palace's entrance, trembling in fear. Enough with the chatter. A flash of sword light pierced through the demon warrior's head, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would meet his demise in this very place. Yi Wuhen arrived before Ningbai, treading upon the 8 trigrams of thunder, and a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a golden core demon, earning 10,000 experience points and a golden core. Upon seeing Yi Wuhen, Su Qianxia quickly broke free, tears shimmering in her eyes as she shouted, What are you doing here? Leave at once. Yi Wuhen gazed at Su Qianxia with affection, smiling tenderly. You are my spirit beast. How dare others lay a finger on you? Should they attempt to do so, I shall sever their hands. Su Qianxia wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, having thought that their last parting was to be eternal. She never anticipated that Yi Wuhen would brave the snowy mountain to rescue a spirit beast he had only known for a few days. You must leave. You cannot defeat Ningbai. Su Qianxia yelled, her frustration mounting. Why wouldn't he depart? Did he wish to perish here? For my sake, it's not worth it. Yi Wuhen smiled softly, remaining silent until he noticed the scars adorning Su Qianxia's body. He directed an angry shout at Ningbai. Did you do this? Regardless of my actions, Ningbai's face had turned crimson. Just moments ago, the scene was dominated by Yi Wuhen and Su Qianxia's display of affection. If I so desired, I could extinguish her life at any moment. Yi Wuhen smiled faintly, then go ahead and try it. His spiritual energy surged dramatically, manifesting 2 exceptionally ferocious flames in his hands. As these flames emerged, the temperature soared, swirling like a vortex, continuously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, as well as Yi Wuhen's own power. Ningbai initially gazed at Yi Wuhen in astonishment. realizing the formidable technique that allowed him to conjure flames of such intensity. This fire, even my primordial fire pales in comparison. Soon, astonishment morphed into greed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Boy, hand over your technique to me, and I shall grant you a quicker demise. Yi Wuheng merely chuckled coldly. This foolish child, facing imminent death, still fixated on my flames. What a fool. I ask you, do you not wish to flee? Ningbai was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter. Flee? Why would I run? Are you so intimidated by my aura that you've lost your wits? Yi Wuheng paid no heed to his words, swiftly positioning himself before xianxia. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a thunderous roar. Ningbai was understandably startled, witnessing the convergence of the two flames. Was this man a fool? Such audacity. These flames are of the utmost violence. A slight miscalculation could result in an explosion. Does he intend to perish alongside her, fully aware of his hopelessness? Chapter 107. Confronting Ningbai. Ningbai watched Yi Wuhen's actions, utterly perplexed. Could he truly intend to perish with xianxia? No, I cannot allow this calamity to unfold. A glint of cold light shot from Ningbai's eyes as he swept his hands through the air, conjuring an ice sword in the space he traversed. Yi Wuheng, I know you wish for mutual destruction with xianxia, but that is impossible. Surrender. Yi Wuheng merely smiled lightly. To perish alongside xianxia? Apologies, but that thought never crossed his mind. To perish with Ningbai? That was out of the question. The only possible outcome was Ningbai's demise. While he claimed the beauty for himself, the fire lotus in Yi Wuhen's hands spun incessantly, growing increasingly delicate and alluring with each infusion of his spiritual energy. The air around him began to blur, hinting at a potential rupture in space itself. This fire lotus was extraordinary, enhanced by the 9-character true word technique, which augmented his martial prowess by 30%. As Ningbai gazed upon the fire lotus, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. This blossom was anything but ordinary. It seemed capable of harnessing the very forces of heaven and earth. Yet, Ningbai regarded the fire lotus with a dismissive smile. What kind of earth-shattering technique could a mere radiant reflection cultivator wield? He was a genius of the Baiyu Palace, the pride of the entire Snow Mountain Demon clan. He, Ningbai, naturally harbored his own pride. Dealing with a mere human cultivator was as simple as a flick of the wrist to extinguish him. Go forth. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Yi Wuheng gazed at the exquisite yet fearsome fire lotus, exhaling a soft sigh before gently casting it forth. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus appeared to spiral gracefully through the air, yet in truth, it surged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger. As Ningbai beheld the fire lotus approaching, a sense of alarm gripped him. He hastily summoned his icy sword to intercept it. However, as soon as the ice blade made contact with Yi Wuhen's fire lotus, it shattered explosively, radiating brilliance, while waves of heat crashed upon Yi Wuheng, leaving him utterly discomfort. It felt as though every inch of his skin were being pricked by needles, but these were no ordinary needles. They seared red-hot before piercing. If Yi Wuheng, standing at a distance, felt such agony, one could only imagine the fate of Ningbai, who was in close proximity to the fire lotus. Surely, he would be reduced to ashes. When the smoke finally cleared, Ningbai was left without his upper garment, sprawled on the ground, his torso marked by several vivid wounds. At that moment, xianxia also endured the onslaught of heat, unable to suppress a cry of distress. Yi Wuheng, upon hearing her exclamation, felt his very being tremble. At such a critical juncture, she dared to emit a delicate gasp, almost playful. What could he say? Truly formidable, my sister. Would you be so kind as to do that again? Of course, Yi Wuheng would never voice such thoughts aloud. He was a model youth of the new era. How could he utter anything unbecoming? Are you all right, xiaxia? Yi Wuheng inquired, his concern piqued, especially since xianxia had previously suffered at Ningbai's hands. It was conceivable that she was no longer unscathed. No, wait, judging by Ningbai's ravenous expression, it seemed he had yet to savor the fruits of his labor. This meant, this untouched territory was indeed his? Xianxia shook her head, managing a wry smile. I'm fine. At this moment, she had already succeeded in diverting Yi Wuhen's attention. If she allowed him to focus on her well-being any further, the battle would be rendered futile. Such petty tricks. Do you think you can save xianxia? Ningbai, having been momentarily incapacitated, now rose to his feet, mocking. To think you wish to kill me, a nascent soul, is truly. Yet before he could finish his taunt, the internal injuries triggered by the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus manifested, and he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Wuheng was momentarily taken aback by the sight, then erupted into laughter. You, a man of weak constitution, must have coughed up blood while boasting. At that instant, Su Xianxia furrowed her brows, her lips parting slightly. Master, this person is exceedingly treacherous. It would be wise to exercise caution. Hearing her words, Ning Bai's face flushed with anger, his body trembling as he seethed. After all his efforts, he was met with accusations of being cunning and deceitful. Su Xianxia, Ning Bai suddenly stepped onto the icy ground, causing the solid ice beneath to crack instantly, with fragments cascading down. With a flick of his hand, those shards magnified in midair, growing to the size of an adult's arm before ceasing their expansion. I've changed my mind. You are utterly unworthy of being my wife. Yi Wuhen retorted. As if anyone else wishes to be your wife, Su Qianxia also rolled her eyes, disregarding Ning Bai's remarks. Yet, Ning Bai continued unabated. Once I have savored your essence, I shall cast you deep into the snowy mountains to be at the mercy of the beasts. Yi Wuhen, incensed, understood that for a girl, her virtue is paramount. As a seasoned recluse, he recognized the profound harm such words could inflict on her self-esteem. You dare utter another word? I might just throw you into the mountains, letting the swine and mutts have their way with you. Yi Wuhen scoffed coldly. Ning Bai waved his hand, sending hundreds of ice spikes hurtling towards Yi Wuhen. In response, Yi Wuhen spun his twin swords in a circular motion, intercepting all the ice projectiles. Ning Bai touched his chest, internally lamenting. This rogue cultivator's fire lotus is exceedingly potent. If not treated promptly, it could jeopardize my foundation. I must expedite my retreat. Observing Ning Bai's momentary weakness, Yi Wuhen seized the opportunity, prepared to meet your end. He brandished his swords, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a hungry wolf hunting in the wilderness. Is the power of the nascent soul merely this? Hardly. The ferocity of the fire lotus had caught Ning Bai off guard, leading to this predicament. Should Yi Wuhen engage Ning Bai directly now, he would still be at a disadvantage. The disparity in their realms was evident, with a mere 30% chance of survival for Yi Wuhen, and an 80% likelihood of severe injury. Confronting a nascent soul, even a wounded one, should never be underestimated. Just as Yi Wuhen prepared to charge forward and confront Ning Bai head-on, a chilling sensation akin to menthol rushed into his mind, instantly awakening him. He realized it was a warning from his heart's path. Had it not been for this intuition, Yi Wuhen might have succumbed to Ning Bai's current bravado. That was close. He almost fell into the fox's trap. Chapter 108. Has Yi Wuhen truly perished? Yi Wuhen cast a glance at the menacing Ning Bai and taunted. You are merely a backup option. Summoned at will, dismissed in an instant. As if you could ever attract a girl. I suggest you seek another world to amuse yourself in. Engaging a nascent soul head-on? Never had Yi Wuhen contemplated such folly. The highest realm of combat is to win without bloodshed. Observing Ning Bai's demeanor, one moment of embarrassment from a goddess, and he was ready to unleash his full power. Yi Wuhen devised a scheme to provoke him into a rage. Having already faced a cruel rejection from Su Qianxia, Ning Bai trembled with fury upon hearing Yi Wuhen's derisive words. What qualifications do you, a mere rogue cultivator, have to speak to me? As Ning Bai concluded his words, he raised his hand with a swift motion, summoning dozens of icy spikes that materialized from thin air. With a series of piercing sounds, these formidable ice projectiles surged towards Yi Wuhen. However, Yi Wuhen merely smiled. In that moment, Ning Bai, disturbed by Yi Wuhen's mockery and burdened by grave injuries, could barely muster 30% of his full potential. Thus, Yi Wuhen only needed to employ his technique, Heavenly Koan, to effortlessly deflect the onslaught. At times, I find myself feeling a profound pity for individuals like you. Oh, wait, you are a monster. You consider yourself a genius? Yi Wuhen effortlessly blocked all the ice spikes, twirling his sword with a playful demeanor. Should he eliminate Ning Bai so easily, he would feel he had betrayed Su Qianxia. Hence, he resolved to first dismantle Ning Bai's pride and arrogance, which was, in essence, a quest to shatter his spirit. To us, you, the so-called genius, amount to nothing more than a mere nuisance. Ning Bai, taken aback initially, then erupted in a wild laugh. You, a mere rotational reflection. Think you have the right to lecture me after withstanding one of my techniques? I admire your audacity. The only reason I haven't killed you is that you amuse me. He raised his hand, 5 ice swords swirling ominously around his fingers, presenting a terrifying spectacle. As for that fox, he cast a dispassionate glance at Su Qianxia, who was bound by iron chains, and shook his head. If you perish, she shall follow. I have lost all hope in her. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen, much like Ning Bai, shook his head. Disappointment merely because you cannot catch her? How laughable. Aren't you the strongest in this realm? Why can't you pursue her? Meanwhile, Su Qianxia was left in a state of utter bewilderment, her expressions reflecting confusion. Infinite confusion. You, young man, are merely wasting time with your lengthy discourse. Your death is inevitable today, Ningbai shouted fiercely. Heh, are you incensed because someone has unveiled the truth? Yi Wuhen retorted with a cold smirk. Ningbai regarded Yi Wuhen, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Why does this person continually mock me? Is he attempting to provoke my anger? If I allow such emotions to take hold, my technique in battle will surely falter. Truly a clever strategy. Yet, Yi Wuhen, this is where your capabilities cease. For I have discerned your scheme. Gradually, Ningbai regained his composure. Indeed, a nascent soul practitioner, he restored his state to normal in mere moments. Yi Wuhen observed Ningbai and noted his calm demeanor, sensing that the situation was turning unfavorable. As expected, Yi Wuhen's intuition proved correct. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy crashed against Yi Wuhen like a colossal wave, causing him to stagger and nearly collapse. You fool. Such tricks are futile in the face of absolute power. Ningbai scoffed, then retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. He rotated his neck and wrists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Divine powers manifest and transform the heavens and the earth. After Ningbai spoke, a layer of golden yellow film enveloped his body. With a mere gesture, an ice sword appeared before Yi Wuhen. When Ningbai touched the hilt, the ice sword too was covered in a similar golden hue. Ningbai cast a cold smile at Yi Wuhen before leaping into action, striking the ice sword against Yi Wuhen's fiery blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yi Wuhen's fiery sword was effortlessly severed in two. How easily it broke. Such formidable power. Yi Wuhen momentarily froze at the sight of his sword being shattered, and Ningbai seized the opportunity to thrust towards Yi Wuhen's chest. Should this strike connect, the outcome could range from severe injury to something far worse. The reflexes of a nascent soul are remarkably swift, their speed unparalleled, even after 30 years of solitude. One's hands might not match the quickness of a nascent soul during a game of chance. At this critical juncture, Yi Wuhen had no choice but to leave his fate in the hands of destiny. With a swift motion, Ningbai pierced Yi Wuhen's chest, and the warm blood cascaded onto the ice sword, producing a sound akin to water dousing hot coals. Damn it, my luck has betrayed me. Yi Wuhen's face turned pale as he cast a fleeting glance at xianxia, managing a faint smile. Xiaxia, it's nothing. His voice grew weaker, the last words barely a whisper. Ningbai withdrew the ice sword, and Yi Wuhen first knelt on the ground, then lay sprawled there, blood pooling around him. Xianxia, witnessing the fatal blow dealt to Yi Wuhen by Ningbai, wept bitterly, resembling a rain-soaked flower, evoking deep sympathy. Master, please don't die, Xianxia uttered in a daze, her gaze fixed on Yi Wuhen, her face ashen. Seeing no hope for Yi Wuhen's revival, Xianxia was consumed by fury, yearning to break the iron chains binding her and confront Ningbai in a final battle. Yet, this was not the realm of mindless animation. With her strength, she could not hope to sever the mystical iron chains. Having relinquished her last sliver of hope, she longed merely to touch Yi Wuhen, if only for an instant. Yi Wuhen had perished because of her, and all Xianxia could do was watch him die, unable to aid him in any way. As tears streamed down her face, she lamented, "Fool, why did you come to save me?" The disdain she once felt for Yi Wuhen's attempts to rescue her had transformed into desperation, sorrow, and anguish. You are the biggest fool in this world. With so many powers at your disposal, if only you had trained diligently, becoming the overlord of the great Xia dynasty would not have been impossible. Why sacrifice your life for me? Hearing her heart-wrenching words, Ningbai furrowed his brow and glanced at Xianxia. The moment she uttered those words, he felt no further connection to her. That strike had merely been an expression of the fury of a backup. Chapter 109. I truly do not boast. Speak your last words, Ningbai coldly instructed, pointing his sword at Xianxia. It seemed that she too must meet her end. Bury me together with Wuheng. Xianxia gazed at Yi Wuhen with eyes brimming with tenderness, realizing that if she could not repay her debts in life, she would do so in death. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Ningbai smirked coldly, intending to entomb you alongside that wandering cultivator. Just as Ningbai was about to plunge his ice sword into Xianxia's body, a sudden voice interrupted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wait. Yi Wuhen rose, brushing off his robes, and with a wry smile said, Who said I was dead? Upon seeing Yi Wuhen alive, Xianxia was overwhelmed with joy, her delicate form trembling in excitement as she exclaimed, Wuhen, you're not dead? Yi Wuhen nonchalantly brushed away the remnants from his robe, the wound on his chest visibly healing, returning to its pristine state in mere seconds. Ningbai was astonished. That strike was no trifling matter. It contained the might of divine powers and had pierced his heart. Yet this fellow, in just a few fleeting moments, managed to recover. Could it be that he possesses some arcane secret? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile crept upon Ningbai's lips. Such a precious secret must surely have its limitations. After all, it could not be used repeatedly in quick succession. Thus, if he could force him to reveal the secret and then eliminate him, acquiring such knowledge would be akin to gaining another life. Escaping this White Moon Palace and becoming the paragon of Wuheng County would soon be within reach. Yi Wuheng was well aware of the schemes brewing in Ningbai's mind. This man, in essence, was driven by one notion. Seeing others wielding superior martial skills, he yearned to seize them. Witnessing someone's beauty, he desired to claim it. After all, I am the protagonist. For a mere supporting character to wish to slay me is rather audacious. Since you have put on such a show, let me take my turn to end you. Yi Wuheng remarked coolly. It was only due to the extraordinary resilience of his ancient divine body that he barely survived. And he had just been alerted by the system that he possessed a singular chance of resurrection each day, cumulatively amounting to 3 opportunities. Yi Wuheng now had 2 chances remaining, ample enough to exhaust Ningbai. The nature of this resurrection differed fundamentally from true revival. The divine body granted him a chance to resurrect only when not subjected to overwhelming pressure from a higher realm, and only if his injuries were not grievous. However, should he encounter an opponent of significantly higher cultivation intent on his demise, he would be instantly vanquished, or if slain by someone of equal rank, albeit with a penchant for gruesomely desecrating corpses, he would be rendered incapable of revival. In essence, this granted him 3 additional chances against foes of equal standing. But against those of superior realms, he need not entertain any hopes. If his adversary possessed the capability to kill him once, they could certainly do so a second time. It was akin to donning a resurrection armor and facing 5 foes. I understand there will be readers asserting they can achieve a 5-kill streak. However, the author has not woven such a tale. One could break through that resurrection armor, and reviving would only lead to another swift demise. The term protagonist? Ningbai found no influence in such a notion. Was he perhaps a disciple of some grand figure? Ningbai, I am a disciple of the far-traveling sage. Having devoted my youth to the study of ancient arcane arts, Yi Wuheng, striding forth, advised, I urge you to relinquish your resistance, and allow me to take xianxia. Faced with defeat, I shall boast. Haha, Ningbai retorted coldly, a disciple of the far-traveling sage in such a place? What manner of being is the far-traveling sage? Yi Wuheng, upon hearing Ningbai's words, scoffed. Truly, a young calf knows not the tiger's ferocity. Were you aware of my master's renown, you would dare not speak so frivolously. Such profundities would elude your comprehension, let it be known. Places like your Snow Mountain and the White Moon Palace could never withstand his might. The moment my master appears, both the Snow Mountain and the White Moon Palace shall be obliterated. Ningbai merely chuckled. Obliteration? You truly underestimate us, the Snow Mountain's White Fox Immortal. Yet, deep within, Ningbai felt a twinge of trepidation. Yi Wuheng's formidable martial prowess was indeed no ordinary feat, however. To simply let him go was a bitter pill to swallow. My master, the far-traveling sage, has comprehended 3,800 paths. Furthermore, the fault lies with you. I ascend the mountain to claim what is mine. And is there anything amiss with that? Yi Wuheng cast a sidelong glance at Ningbai and continued, no matter how powerful the White Fox Immortal may be, one must consider the implications of such actions. Would he truly risk everything for a mere disciple? You ought to ponder your significance in the eyes of that so-called White Fox Immortal. Yi Wuheng gradually approached Ningbai, extending his finger to jab forcefully at Ningbai's shoulder several times. I am a direct disciple of the far-traveling sage, and what are you? Merely a nominal figure. At this moment, Ningbai was thoroughly intimidated by Yi Wuheng, cold sweat trickling down his brow, genuinely perceiving him as a disciple of the far-traveling sage. Yi Wuheng glanced at xianxia, smiled, and then spoke in a low, somber tone. In years past, upon my birth, my father wept inconsolably for a month and a half, utterly disbelieving that I was his biological child. Subsequently, my mother, in a bid to affirm her innocence, insisted on a blood test, drawing a crowd who, upon merely glancing at me, wept and exclaimed, "This cannot be your son. No one could possibly bear such beauty." A young maiden approached, promptly procuring a box of red ink to capture my fingerprints, letting my cascading locks fall as she murmured, "Long hair for you, my lord. If I do not marry you in this life, my hair shall remain uncut." As I dwell in solitude with ancient lamps and Buddha, by the time I reached 15, I dared not venture outside. It wasn't that I had never been out, but rather that when I did, the entire street would descend into chaos. Young girls and women would go wild. and my visage would swell from the affections of little ones. The media of the great Xia dynasty came to interview me, and the beauty wielding the gossip mirror fainted thrice, while the girl tasked with taking notes transformed the text into an incomprehensible script. The great Xia dynasty constructed a sanctuary for me atop Mount Everest in the Himalayas, where I experienced true tranquility. The azure sky so close that it felt almost within reach. Though I found tranquility, I was still engulfed in profound vexation. Standing atop the peak, I shouted aloud, "I am not handsome." Suddenly, a celestial voice echoed from the heavens. "Nay, you speak falsehood." Eventually, I was discovered by a sage from afar, who gazed at me and gently shook his head, declaring, "You possess extraordinary talent. You shall undoubtedly transcend even the saints." Thus, I became his exceptional disciple. Chapter 110. The White Fox Demon is surely, you can now comprehend my anguish. Yi Wuhen tossed his long hair back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears of regret streaming down his face. I can only resent the heavens for endowing me with such striking looks. Upon hearing this tale, Su Qianxia ceased to believe anything Yi Wuhen claimed, for he was indeed an extraordinary braggart. Ningbai was drenched in cold sweat, recognizing that the story was undoubtedly fabricated by Yi Wuhen. Yet, the disciple of the distant sage seemed all too real. What if others discovered I had struck a disciple of the distant sage? Wouldn't that spell my doom? Ningbai contemplated carefully, untangling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and coldly remarked, "Nevertheless, I cannot allow you to remain." Yi Wuhen nearly spat out his own blood, clutching his chest in exasperation. Why? Because Ningbai swiftly closed the distance, lunging once more towards Yi Wuhen's chest. There was no reason to explain. His desire to expel was resolute. In that moment, Yi Wuhen's reflexes heightened, his adrenaline surging to unprecedented levels. He was unwilling to revisit the sensation of impending death and helplessness. With a swift turn, he evaded Ningbai's strike, yet the icy blade grazed his arm, igniting a searing pain that coursed through his brain. A deep gash marred his arm, exposing flesh beneath. To not wish to remain is one thing. Your stubbornness is truly outrageous. After evading the blow, Yi Wuhen rolled and retrieved the fallen blade of heaven, pressing his other injured arm. "I am a disciple of the distant sage. You ought to tread carefully," Yi Wuhen admonished, fully embracing his identity as the sage's disciple. After all, the identity of the distant sage was one he had fabricated. No one would discern who that sage truly was. If anyone demanded proof, Yi Wuhen could effortlessly summon an unknown figure to assume the role. "Since I have already struck you once, it is inevitable that you would rush back to your master in tears," Ningbai scoffed. "It is better to kill you." Yi Wuhen cursed inwardly. He had never anticipated this turn of events. Was Ningbai truly intent on a fatal confrontation? "Indeed, your reasoning is sound, and I cannot refute it," Yi Wuhen nodded, a wicked grin forming on his lips. "But you must consider the repercussions of opposing me. It would lead to your utter ruin." Ningbai paused momentarily, then retorted with a cold laugh, "Utter ruin? The path to immortality is inherently defiant. Having embarked upon this journey, I have already sealed my fate. If you lack the courage to even confront your own demise, what audacity do I possess to continue my journey along this celestial path?" It is undeniable that Ningbai articulates this sentiment eloquently. However, he places himself upon an undeserved pedestal. Yi Wuhen regards such individuals with a sense of pity, for their youthful arrogance is overwhelmingly pronounced. The notion of defying fate or ascending to immortality. Do you truly believe you are the protagonist of this tale? Given your obstinate delusions, there is little I can do. Yi Wuhen flicked his wrists and twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. To the outside observer, he appeared poised for a serious battle, yet in truth, he was preparing to make his escape. The only technique capable of inflicting harm upon Ningbai would likely be the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, perhaps accompanied by the 9 transformations of the mysterious dragon. However, after employing the former, Yi Wuhen found his spiritual energy severely depleted, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the less taxing technique of the I Ching steps. Exchanging glances with Ningbai, Yi Wuhen noted that Ningbai seemed to glide upon the wind, suddenly appearing before him in a swift advance. With a cold smirk, Ningbai thrust his sword toward Yi Wuhen once more. Yi Wuhen could only sigh in exasperation at such a predictable opponent. "Is this truly the only technique your master has imparted to you? Could you not conjure a hint of originality?" Let me interject here. Why has no one come to their aid despite the prolonged conflict between Yi Wuhen and Ningbai? This is Ningbai's private chamber. And while disciples might inform higher-ranking elders or teachers, they were hindered by the White Fox Demoness. Yi Wuhen deftly sidestepped Ningbai's strike. Prompting a look of surprise from Ningbai, who was evidently taken aback by Yi Wuhen's ability to evade. Little did Ningbai know. Yi Wuhen's reflexes were far superior to those of his contemporaries, augmented significantly by the indomitable body of the ancient deities. Purple lightning ghost sword. Ningbai called out, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed his ice sword into mere powder. In a swift motion, he produced a blue blade, cloaked in a veil of purple lightning. The intricacies of Ningbai's swordplay were unfathomable. The manifestation of purple lightning was evident, and the ghostly sword was executed with exquisite precision. He lunged toward Yi Wuhen, his weapon morphing into an illusion. Yi Wuhen hastily employed the Heavenly Kuan's reversal to defend himself. At that moment, the efficacy of his pseudo-sword immortal title revealed itself. The formidable sword technique erupted, generating a fearsome whirlwind. Yet, before one of the nascent soul stage, such defenses proved futile. Within mere seconds, Ningbai dismantled Yi Wuhen's technique. Just as he prepared to pierce Yi Wuhen's chest to unleash a thunderous strike, an uncanny and enigmatic voice suddenly reverberated in both Yi Wuhen's and Ningbai's ears. Akin to the crack of thunder. Who dares to cause chaos upon my snowy mountain? In an instant, the very air seemed to freeze. Yi Wuhen could perceive the sword poised perilously close to his heart, see the terror reflected in Su Qianxia's eyes, and even the tempest of thunderclouds swirling beneath his feet. He could think. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized. Who is the master of this voice? Why do I feel utterly defenseless before him? What should I do in the face of such an adversary? A barrage of questions bombarded Yi Wuhen, leaving him bewildered. To safeguard his own life, he hastily sold all his golden pills within the system, amassing resources for exchange. 6 golden pills in total. Yi Wuhen sold them all to the system, which generously provided him with 6,000 exchange points. Note: to prevent the values from becoming excessively large, I have reduced all exchange values. Originally, Yi Wuhen possessed 100,000 exchange points, which have now diminished to 10,000, and the values of other items have also been lowered. Oh, a mere wandering cultivator of the human race dares to display such audacity? I shall dispose of you first. Following this chilling pronouncement, Yi Wuhen bled from all 7 orifices and met his demise once more. Yes, Yi Wuhen has died again. Chapter 111. The Middle Realm. The Lower Realm, the White Fox Immortal. The thought flashed through Ningbai and Su Qianxia's mind simultaneously. To be able to slay Yi Wuhen with a mere thought. It must be a formidable being like the White Fox Immortal who could accomplish such a feat. All right, you may move now. Upon hearing this, Ningbai attempted to move and discovered he could indeed do so. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as he soon heard Su Qianxia weeping. Hey, you can't just kill someone over a disagreement. Yi Wuhen stood up again, brushing the dust off his robe. Ningbai was utterly dumbfounded. How many times can one come back to life? Seeing Yi Wuhen rise once more, Su Qianxia laughed through her tears. Wuhen, you're alive after all? How did you? Oh, you mentioned being a disciple of a distant saint before, and I didn't believe you. But it seems to be true now. As these words fell, a man appeared before Yi Wuhen. This man seemed to materialize out of thin air. Yi Wuhen gave him a brief glance and discerned that he was quite handsome, donned in a pure white robe. His voice imbued with an ethereal quality that imparted a sense of detachment from the mundane world, embodying the essence of celestial elegance. In contemporary terms, he resembled a male deity, albeit with long hair, should he choose to cut it and style it down the middle. He might rival even the most celebrated stars from the land of Han. An immortal? Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow in confusion. The man chuckled lightly. What? Does it not seem so? You are the White Fox Immortal? How can that be? The White Fox Immortal laughed heartily, having basked in glory for over a millennium. Now being questioned by a mere wandering cultivator was indeed amusing. Ningbai was utterly astonished. What was happening? Why was he conversing so casually with the White Fox Immortal? Sharing such jovial laughter? The atmosphere during his own encounters with the Immortal was suffocatingly heavy. Su Qianxia was equally bewildered. Was this how one treated an outsider? One might think you were his uncle. Shouldn't an immortal exist on a different plane? Yi Wuhen pondered. Could he possibly be different from Wuheng? The White Fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, then replied, You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Indeed, immortals should ascend to the middle realm. But you may also traverse the lower realm. This body of mine is merely a projection from the middle realm, with powers reduced to a mere fraction of its original strength. Middle realm? Lower realm? What do these terms signify? Yi Wuhen was bewildered. The volume of information was overwhelming. Moreover, if my divine consciousness is only 1,000th of its original form, then should my true self arrive, it would be. Yi Wuhen shuddered at the thought. Did your master not inform you? The White Fox spirit inquired, puzzled. Yi Wuhen quickly regained his composure and replied, My master, being preoccupied with his cultivation, has not shared such trivial matters with me. He merely stated that once my realm is sufficiently elevated, I will naturally come to understand. The white fox spirit chuckled. I never expected your master to be even more irresponsible than I. Wuhen's brow twitched. More irresponsible than you? You must be comparable to that Wuheng. I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed white fox spirit. Although I am unaware of the identity of your master, the distant sage, I have heard of certain techniques within the three realms that allow for such powers. The white fox spirit waved grandly. Today, I shall grant you the favor of your master. The so-called lower realm is the very realm you currently inhabit, governed by the principle that upon becoming an immortal, one must ascend to the middle realm. Of course, there are exceptions where some prodigies from the upper middle realm come to this lower realm to toy with mortals. The middle realm, then, is the continent where immortals reside. Once you arrive, you will understand what it means to have immortals walking among you. With true immortals as common as dogs. Wuhen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, contemplating silently. This world appears to be far more complex than I had anticipated. Noticing that the white fox spirit had ceased to speak, he hastily pressed on. Is that all? The white fox spirit shook his head, replying nonchalantly, that is all. Wuhen internally scoffed. You truly exhibit a lack of responsibility. So, what was your purpose in seeking me? He inquired. To kill you once, and secondly, to assess your capabilities, the white fox spirit responded. To kill me once. You truly speak candidly. Wuhen exclaimed. Why must you kill me? The white fox spirit cast a sidelong glance at Wuhen, regarding him with an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. You have slain so many of my disciples. Should I not seek retribution? Your disciples captured my spirit beast. Thus, it is only right that I reclaim what is mine. Wuhen retorted, his tone suddenly chilling, his gaze sharp as a blade. I shall retrieve my possessions, one by one. The white fox spirit chuckled softly. You speak rather presumptuously. That young lady bound before you is not your possession. Wuhen was momentarily stunned, and xianxia shared his astonishment. What do you mean by that? He queried. She is not your spirit beast. The white fox spirit clarified. Understanding dawned upon Wuhen. I see. With a gentle smile, he approached xianxia, who cast a glance filled with a hint of regret. Wuhen merely smiled as he drew a crimson line across his other hand, droplets of blood cascading onto xianxia's delicate lips. This was undoubtedly partaking in the spirit beast ceremony. As for why Wuhen engaged in such a ritual, it was the system that informed him. He had anticipated this situation, for when xianxia consented to become his spirit beast, the system did not indicate that she had been successfully bound. Wuhen found this peculiar, but chose not to investigate further. Upon hearing the words of the white fox demon immortal, everything became clear to him. Seizing the moment, he entered the system space and inquired about the method to bind a spirit beast, leading to the events that followed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound xianxia as your spirit beast. Spirit beast xianxia is authentic, a two-tailed, nine-tailed fox. However, if one believes that binding a spirit beast is as simple as it seems, one is gravely mistaken. The consent of the spirit beast itself is imperative. Without it, binding is impossible. I have no words. The white fox demon immortal clapped. Very courageous of you. Are you not afraid I might slay you? Wuhen shook his head and replied, I am not afraid. My ancient divine and demonic body has one last use. If I were to cower and abandon such a charming, adorable, yet cunning little fox, it would be akin to a fate worse than death. Indeed, I hope to encounter you again in the mid-tier realm. The white fox demon immortal waved a hand, and suddenly, darkness enveloped Wuhen and xianxia. A heavy sense of oppression descended upon them, but it dissipated swiftly. When Wuhen opened his eyes again, he was greeted by xianxia's lovely visage. Chapter 112. The depth of xianxia's schemes. Ningbai respectfully inquired, White Fox Demon Immortal, will you truly let them go so easily? The White Fox Demon Immortal sighed. This young man's background is extraordinary. I find myself at a loss. Extraordinary background? Ningbai's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had once killed him. What if he harbored a grudge? Would that not mean his demise? The White Fox Demon Immortal discerned Ningbai's thoughts instantly and remarked coolly, rest assured. He will not approach until he possesses sufficient strength. Ningbai asked, what do you mean by an extraordinary background? His master is indeed remarkable, possessing such martial prowess. However, I have yet to hear of his name in either realm. Do you not find that strange? Ningbai scratched his head in response. What is so strange about that? Perhaps his master is merely fabricated. Ningbai gasped. Ah, immortal, if you know he is fabricated, why let him go? The White Fox Demon Immortal stepped out of the disheveled room, gazing skyward with a sigh. I have a foreboding that a great calamity will befall the three realms. One that rivals the disasters of the end of the Dharma Age. I hold high hopes for that young man. I hope he can save your lives when the time comes. And what of you, immortal? Why do you not safeguard us? Ningbai was deeply moved by the White Fox Demon Immortal's words. It is not a matter of indifference, but rather an inability to protect oneself. By that time, I fear I may be unable to ensure my own safety. At this moment, Yi Wuhen is also facing a great calamity. The embrace of Su Xianxia in Yi Wuhen's arms signifies perilous danger. Yi Wuhen hastily rose to his feet, assisting Su Xianxia to stand as well, and she, with a flushed face, offered no resistance. It is worth noting that Su Xianxia was clad in attire reminiscent of delicate silk, and as she had just reclined against Yi Wuhen's chest, he had taken in quite a sight. Consequently, Yi Wuhen felt a stirring within him, prompting him to silently recite the incantation of the 9 netherworlds and mortal realm to quell the fire within. Su Xianxia playfully chided, "If you continue to stare, do not blame me." Upon hearing her words, Yi Wuhen averted his gaze from her bosom. Su Xianxia first flashed a bewitching smile, then extended her arms upward, embracing herself, presenting her ample figure before Yi Wuhen's eyes, and notably, she even darted her delicate tongue to moisten her lower lip. This was undeniably temptation, the allure of a demon. No, he must resist. Yi Wuhen recited the incantation in his mind, yet in the face of such overwhelming seduction, it proved futile, and he resolved to yield to the allure. "Master, you would relinquish your life to save this little fox. I am truly touched, yet I have naught to offer in return," Su Xianxia cooed, and upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling a stirring beneath. "I can only repay you with my body," she teased, lightly tugging at her lower lip with her jade-like fingers. Clearing his throat, Yi Wuhen pretended to cough and then said, "Since you are so earnest, little fox, I shall reluctantly accept your offering." Su Qianxia smiled enchantingly. "Master, come a bit closer." Yi Wuhen chuckled, "Little fox, hurry and undress. Shall you go first or shall I?" "Master, come here quickly." Su Qianxia waved her small hand playfully, appearing utterly adorable. "I have a treasure to show you." "A treasure? How thrilling. Isn't it customary to start from the bosom?" Yi Wuhen dashed over with incredible speed, incomparable to his battles with Ningbai. "What treasure? Hurry and reveal it for my thorough examination." Su Qianxia's tone shifted slightly, yet Yi Wuhen, engrossed in his pursuit of knowledge, remained oblivious. "Do you truly wish to see, master?" Yi Wuhen paused momentarily before asking, "Do you mean to say, little fox, that you no longer wish to repay me?" Su Qianxia's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she smiled brightly. "How could I not want to repay you, master?" Yi Wuhen replied. "Then hasten to repay your master. I shall do so immediately." Suddenly, a cacophony of punches and kicks echoed, accompanied by Yi Wuhen's resounding cries. Reverberating through the air, and faintly, one could discern the words "blue fragrant mushroom. Do not strike. Please cease." Yi Wuhen lay disheveled in the snow, lamenting. Su Qianxia teased, "Master, why do you no longer desire to be repaid?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen hurriedly waved his hand and exclaimed, "No, no. My body cannot endure it. Quickly find me a garment to wear." Su Qianxia's delicate rebuke truly radiated an overwhelming charm. Ultimately, Yi Wuhen redeemed a female robe from the system's marketplace, which required no exchange value, allowing Su Qianxia to relent. Such schemes are indeed unfathomable. Time swiftly passed, and after Yi Wuhen and Su Qianxia reunited with Yi Ling and Xiao Fan, they embarked on a frenzied hunt for savage beasts. Remarkably, just a day before the conclusion of the Five Houses War, Yi Wuhen ascended to the 4th tier of the Rotating Radiance. Upon inspecting his character attributes, it was revealed, host name, Yi Wuhen, realm, 4th tier of Rotating Radiance, experience required for the next level, 4,000,000, age, 17, physique, ancient indestructible divine demon body, technique, 9 nether mortal decision, technique experience, 300, earned from previous slaughters of savage beasts, exchange value, 15,000 points. Overall stats significantly diminished, title equipped, sword immortal, pseudo Dao heart clear, renowned reputation, body technique, wood leaf rising dragon from Naruto, level undetectable, martial skills, blood fury 8 desolations, advanced earth tier, 9 heavens thunder movement, advanced heaven tier, thunder shadow step, beginner earth tier, return to 1 sword technique. Beginner heaven tier, mysterious dragon 9 transformations, level undetectable, 9 character mantra, level undetectable, water moon mirror flower step, advanced earth tier, water moon mirror flower swallow flash. Advanced earth tier, thunderclap palm, Beginner Heaven Tier, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Advanced Heaven Tier. The following day marked the conclusion of the Five Houses War. From an initial 50 participants, only a mere 10 remained. The others had perished in this brutal wasteland, becoming mere whispers of sand. The atmosphere was undeniably oppressive. Yet amidst the crowd emerged two anomalies. Indeed, Yi Wuheng and Su Xianxia. Yi Xuehui and Yi Wenjie had gone missing, while Yi Qing and Yi Jingxian fell victim to Yi Wuheng. The Li house had been entirely obliterated by him. At this moment, the five house leaders stood outside the great wilderness forest, contentedly observing their prodigies, save for the leader of the Li house, whose expression was stormy with rage. Who has slain my Li house's people? The Li house leader thundered, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder. Chapter 113, what of it? Yet, no one responded. Yi house leader Yi Tong chuckled. Li Wenbai, do not press them so. Is it their fault that your disciples are lacking in strength? As the other house leaders noted that their disciples remained, they urged, Wenbai, this is merely the triviality of the younger generation. Do not involve yourself. All the other disciples gazed at Yi Wuheng, yet not a single soul dared to claim responsibility for the slaying of the Li house members. Almost everyone had been present during the massacre. Yi Tong looked at his three surviving disciples, laughing heartily. I never expected 3 of you to survive. In the past, there were seldom more than 1 or 2. Yi Wuheng cast a glance around, noting that only he, Yi Ling, and Yi Shi remained alive. Comparatively, the Yi house had indeed fared better than the others, apart from the complete annihilation of the Li house. The Luo house and the Dongfang house had only 2 survivors each. Ro Xiaofan expressed his gratitude to Yi Wuheng, saying, Thank you, Brother Hen. Had it not been for your assistance, I would surely have perished in the vast wilderness. The master of the Luo family, Luo Junjie, furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how his disciple had become entangled with someone from the Yi family. Moreover, it seemed that the Yi family member exuded an air of dominance. Li Wenbao's countenance darkened, and with a sudden stomp, the ground beneath him fractured. Who was responsible for this? The savage beasts could never have annihilated all the prodigies of the Li family. Who dared to commit such an atrocity? Li Wenbao bellowed, his spirit surging with fury. These were the hopes of the Li family, now extinguished. How could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? Yi Wuheng smiled at Ro Xiaofan and replied, It's nothing. Upon hearing Li Wenbao's voice, he furrowed his brow slightly and coolly remarked, And if it were I? A murmur of awe swept through the assembly. What a bold declaration. It was well known that Li Wenbao was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Xianxia realm. No matter how powerful Yi Wuheng might be, it was implausible for him to withstand the might of a Xianxiao, especially not the raging flames. Could Yi Wuheng endure such a force? Li Wenbao retorted, Is it you? A mere brat from the Yi family dares to challenge the prodigies of the Li family? Surely you have accomplices. Let them come forth. Yi Tong interjected. Li Wenbao, are the members of the Yi family not comparable to your Li family? How dare you speak so brazenly in front of us lesser families? The other families remained silent, relishing the spectacle before them. Nothing delighted them more than a spectacle akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. Then, with a lively bounce, Su Qianxiao emerged from behind Yi Wuheng, her beauty captivating and enchanting. The moment she appeared, she drew the gaze of the so-called prodigies, who eyed her like famished wolves fixated on a delicate lamb, oblivious to the true nature of this seemingly innocent creature. Seeing Su Qianxia's exquisite allure, Li Wenbao leered. Little girl, I could spare your life, but you must remain in the Li family for 5 days. While his words sounded benign, those 5 days could bring about numerous complications. After that time had elapsed, Li Wenbao would surely concoct an excuse to detain Su Qianxiao further. Ro Xiaofan and Yi Ling exchanged amused glances, ready to wager on how long Li Wenbao could endure. For they were well aware of Yi Wuheng's prowess. His might was akin to striking down wild beasts and kicking sea dragons. This was the legendary Yi Wuheng. Su Qianxia coldly chuckled. Can you withstand this, you old relic? Li Wenbao was momentarily rendered speechless. This woman was astonishingly brazen. She was nothing short of a witch. With Li Wenbao's strength, he had no inkling that Su Qianxia's true age far surpassed his by over a century. Furthermore, he likely could not even compare to her master. With a charming smile, Su Qianxia glanced at Yi Wuheng, her smile radiating life and allure, leaving the prodigies utterly dumbfounded. Master? They wondered. Could she be referring to the legendary figure? Unexpectedly, Yi Wuheng proves to be rather extreme, compelling such exquisite beauty to address him as master. Yi Wuheng gazes at Su Qianxia, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This little fox truly knows how to incite animosity. He can almost feel the piercing stares of those around him. Had their gazes the power to kill, he would have perished countless times over. You dare to mock me. Li Wenba's face flushed crimson as he infused his legs with spiritual energy, leaping into the air, his hands transforming continuously until they resembled the claws of an eagle. Aimed at xianxia. Upon witnessing Li Wenba's advance, Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly, activating the fourth transformation of the Xianlong 9 changes in an instant. Boom! A surge of overwhelming power enveloped Yi Wuhen, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, akin to the awakening of an ancient, indomitable demon body. Reminiscent of a potent combination of Viagra and sheer virility. Swish! Yi Wuhen's fist pierced through Li Wenba's chest, and in that fleeting moment, Li Wenba met his demise. This was the master of the estate, yet he could not withstand a casual strike from Yi Wuhen. How formidable must Yi Wuhen's strength be? Ding! The host has slain a 5th-tier Xianzhao practitioner, earning 1,000 experience points and 20 points in cultivation. Experience required for the next upgrade, 1,000 points. The 4 estate lords widened their eyes, utterly incredulous that such an act could be achieved by a mere disciple. To annihilate Li Wenba in a heartbeat, none of them possessed such prowess. This individual must be befriended, never provoked. This thought echoed in the hearts of the 4 lords. To effortlessly dispatch a 5th-tier practitioner with a mere flick of the wrist, what else could he be but a prodigy? Yi Tong's hands began to tremble. Wuhen, brother Hen. You have brought honor to our Yi family. Yi Wuhen cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tong. Recalling that he had shown no concern when Yi Wuhen was expelled from the family, he was not a decent person. Coldly, Yi Wuhen declared, from this day forth, you are no longer the master of the Yi estate. Yi Tong's mouth fell agape, bewildered by the situation. Had he truly incurred Yi Wuhen's ire? He had yet to flatter him properly. Do you have any objections? Yi Wuhen fixed Yi Tong with a menacing gaze, causing him to shudder internally. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Wuhen spoke calmly, yet his tranquil tone was far more unnerving than Li Wenba's earlier fury. And no, the others, drenched in cold sweat, hastily waved their hands in protest. With a light chuckle, Yi Wuhen remarked, then I shall assume the role of master of the Yi estate for now. I will find a suitable replacement in due time. The crowd fell silent, internally mocking him. He could have simply declared himself master instead of speaking of finding a suitable candidate in such a roundabout way. Here are the skulls of the savage beasts I have hunted over the past 3 months. With a flourish of his hand, Yi Wuhen filled the expansive area before him with an array of unknown beast skulls, easily numbering over a dozen. Chapter 114. Daoist Chung. The lords were stunned by the sight of these beast skulls. Some they recognized, while others were entirely foreign to them. Never before seen or heard of. In this recent battle of the 5 houses, Yi Mansion claimed the top position. Yi Wuhen audaciously declared himself the victor, shamefully flashing a peace sign. I have never encountered such unabashed arrogance. The other prodigies stood in stunned silence, realizing the insignificance of the beasts they had hunted compared to Yi Wuhen's impressive tally. They had believed themselves to be the champions of this contest, only to discover that Yi Wuhen surpassed them by an astonishing margin. Luo Xiaofan and Yi Ling exchanged knowing smiles, each displaying the skulls of the beasts they had hunted. While their collection did not rival Yi Wuhen's in quantity or spectacle, together they boasted over 10 trophies. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Yi Wuhen departed, leaving them with the solitude of his retreating figure. How lonely it is to be invincible. Upon their arrival at Yi Mansion, Yi Wuhen, Su Qianxia, and Yi Ling found the grand entrance battered and the interior in utter disarray. The elders, including the Grand Elder and Second Elder, lay bloodied on the ground, evidently lifeless, while Yi Linlai was engaged in a fierce battle with a man clad in black robes, his body marred with wounds. Yi Wuhen was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What could have provoked such a violent confrontation? Yi Linlai, spotting Yi Wuhen stepping through the door, shouted urgently, Wuhen, you must flee. This man is at the Golden Core stage. The black-robed man sneered, seizing the opportunity to strike Yi Linlai with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling backward. How bold for a mere Golden Core cultivator to act so arrogantly. Yi Wuhen could not help but scoff. In his previous encounters, a Golden Core practitioner might have posed a challenge, but now, it was tantamount to courting death. The black-robed man bellowed, Are you Yi Wuhen, the one who killed my disciple? Who are you? Yi Wuhen inquired, his brow furrowing. The mention of a slain disciple hinted at the troublesome Zhu Qiyi's master, who seemed to be named Cheng Daoren. I am Wang Cheng, an elder of the 10,000 demon sect, declared the man. Regardless of your title, I shall not spare you. Yi Wuhen thought of Wang Cheng merely as a target for his fist. However, he decided to indulge in a little sport. After all, one does not strike his father and remain so brazen. Xianlong 9 transformations. Fourth transformation. Wood Leaf Rising Dragon. Yi Wuhan swiftly closed the distance to Wang Cheng and, without hesitation, delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Wang Cheng had barely registered the impact before he felt a sharp pain in his jaw and found himself aloft. Brother, what sort of Taoist are you? Yi Wuhan called out as he awaited Wang Cheng's descent, ready to execute another Wood Leaf Rising Dragon. I am. Cheng Daoren. With a resounding thud. This kick was even more forceful than the last, propelling him closer to the sun itself. What did you say? The wind is too loud. I cannot hear you. Yi Wuhan shouted gleefully. At the side, xianxia burst into laughter. Master, is it really fair to play with others like this? Yi Wuhan replied, his expression darkening. Is it truly fair to toy with others in such a manner? It is difficult to believe that such words could emerge from the lips of the mischievous and cunning xianxia. When you were toying with me, did you ever stop to contemplate this? Hey! Wang Cheng executed a mid-air somersault, and upon descending, he seized Yi Wuhan's foot, furiously rebuking him. Have you had enough? Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. Then with a slight jump, he delivered a kick that sent Wang Cheng flying, responding nonchalantly, not quite. With a resounding thud, Wang Cheng spun in the air, completing an 860-degree flip before crashing to the ground, sliding several feet afterward. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Wuhan as if he were a creature of the extraordinary. Why do you look at me like that? Yi Wuhan scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xianxia approached Yi Wuhan, exhaling delicately. Master, I've realized you possess a rather devious nature. Oh, really? Xianxia's slender fingers glided toward Yi Wuhan's chest as she murmured, but I find it appealing. Yi Ling felt utterly blindsided by this unexpected display of affection. At this moment, Wang Cheng was overwhelmed with humiliation and rage, for Yi Wuhan had dismissed him entirely. The searing pain coursing through his nerves ignited a singular thought. This man must perish. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and a flag materialized in his grasp. As ominous winds began to howl, dark clouds enveloping the area where Yi Wuhan stood. What is this? Yi Wuhan stared at the spectacle, momentarily stunned. Gathering Ghost's banner. Wang Cheng declared with a sinister grin. Yet in Yi Wuhan's eyes, it resembled nothing more than a street fortune teller's trick, at worst. It merely suggested that Wang Cheng had a rather gloomy demeanor. The howling winds and the cacophony of countless vengeful spirits disturbed Yi Wuhan's tranquility. Suddenly, with a sneer, Wang Cheng lunged toward Yi Wuhan, believing that his Gathering Ghost's banner had unsettled Yi Wuhan's composure. However, this was merely his misconception. Who was Yi Wuhan? His cultivation was at an extraordinary level, complemented by a technique for refining the soul. How could a mere Gathering Ghost's banner disturb his serenity? Just as Wang Cheng prepared to strike, Yi Wuhan furrowed his brow and unleashed a powerful fist. This was an enhancement from the fourth transformation of the Xianlong 9 changes. Its power was sufficient to rival that of an 8th-tier golden core practitioner. How could Wang Cheng withstand such a blow? Naturally, he was obliterated by Yi Wuhan's punch, reduced to mere fragments, with not even a trace of his corpse remaining. Ding. Thank you, host, for slaying a 3rd-tier golden core practitioner, earning 5,000 experience points and 20 technique experience points. Ding. Experience required for the next upgrade, 6,000,400,000 points. After dispatching Wang Cheng, Yi Wuhan rushed over to where Yi Linlai lay, gently lifting his head. Upon seeing that Yi Wuhan had survived the encounter with Wang Cheng, Yi Linlai was overjoyed, eager to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a sweet taste in his throat, followed by a spurt of blood. Cough, cough, Wuhan, your strength is astonishing. Whoa, Dad, just hold on, don't speak. As Yi Wuhan witnessed Yi Linlai nearing death, he promptly retrieved a Xuanwu Dan from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Linlai to consume. After approximately half a minute, Yi Linlia's complexion began to regain its rosy hue. 3 minutes later, he appeared vibrant and full of life, exhibiting the ability to leap and run, seemingly stronger than before his injuries. Who is that enchanting girl beside you, Wuhan? Yi Linlai inquired, rising to his feet and noticing the stunning beauty accompanying Yi Wuhan. This. Yi Wuhan pointed at Xianxia, puzzled. Unless it's Yi Ling? Yi Linlai retorted, bewildered. Oh, you mean her? Yi Wuhan suddenly enlightened, waving his hand proudly. This is my spirit beast, the legendary 9-tailed fox. Yi Linlai was momentarily stunned. He had heard of spirit beasts, but they were typically possessed only by the powerful. A spirit beast capable of transforming into human form was exceedingly rare and precious. How could Yi Wuhan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly own one? Yi Linlai was utterly mistaken. Could a foundation establishment cultivator truly obliterate a golden core expert? Could they turn an entire celestial residence upside down? Did you perhaps exert yourself too much in battle, and the golden core cultivator's spiritual sense left you dazed? Yi Linlai speculated. Yi Wuhen howled towards the heavens. Why? Why does even my own father not believe my words? Su Xianxia smiled faintly, pressing her lips together as she greeted Yi Linlai. Hello, uncle. Hey, why is this fox behaving so well? Show us your true colors from the past. Yi Wuhen chided Su Xianxia. Suddenly, a mist of emotion clouded Su Xianxia's beautiful eyes, rendering her captivating and pitiful. Uncle, you see Wuhen. He took my innocence the night before last, and for the past few days. He has treated me this way. Su Xianxia lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. I truly wish I could disappear. With your acting skills, it would be a pity not to pursue an award. Yi Linlai waved his hand dismissively at Yi Wuhen, saying, Wuhen, come here. Feeling a sense of impending misfortune, Yi Wuhen approached nonetheless. Slap. Yi Linlai delivered a resounding slap across Yi Wuhen's face. Wuhen, you must treat that girl well from now on. Treat her well? Are you sure you're not mistaken? She is a girl? Yi Wuhen was taken aback, not expecting another slap to land on his face, though it barely registered. Did you hear me or not? Sigh. I understand. Yi Wuhen reluctantly yielded to the formidable influence of Su Qianxia. A melodic laughter, akin to silver bells, rang in Yi Wuhen's ears, and he felt a gentle tug on his hand, compelling him to move forward. Wuhen, let us go. Yi Ling followed suit, accompanying Yi Wuhen. Upon entering the branch of the Yi family estate, the attendants and disciples rushed forward to inquire, has that cloaked figure perished? Yes, he replied. Yi Wuhen cast a glance at them, sighing inwardly. With just one person at the Golden Core stage, the Yi residence was rendered so pitiable. The so-called foremost power of Tianhuang City was but a fade. Ah, he has finally perished. The crowd exclaimed, nostalgia flooding their minds as they recalled the scene of that Golden Core master annihilating the Grand Elder with 3 punches, an image etched in their hearts. Yi Wuhen, did you not go to participate in the Battle of the 5 Houses? A rather unremarkable young lady stepped forward. How many of us from the Yi family survived? Yi Wuhen held up 3 fingers, stating coolly, only 3 remain, myself, Yi Ling, and 1 Yi Shi. However, Yi Shi did not return with us. And what of the others? Did they not accompany you? She pressed, bewildered. No, they did not leave with me and Yi Ling, Yi Wuhen replied, shaking his head. From this moment on, I shall assume the position of the new head of the Yi family. Laughter erupted from the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. Yi Wuhen remained silent, choosing instead to summon his rotating light and 9 violet soul rings. At times, strength is the most compelling testament. Once the light flared to life, it became evident that they, mere foundation establishment practitioners, could not withstand such radiance. Yi Wuhen even hesitated to activate the sun effect of his sunflame cloak, fearing it might incinerate someone. This is the rotating light. They gasped, recognizing its brilliance akin to the golden crow. At merely 17, Yi Wuhen was indeed a prodigy. He scoffed at their remarks. For 6 months prior, he had been scorned and reviled, yet now, he had ascended to become one of the preeminent talents of Tianhuang City and even Wuling Prefecture, with an unparalleled backing. At the tender age of 17, he had already made the acquaintance of luminaries such as Mr. Xuejing and young Master Zhang. How ironic fate can be. In his 2 lifetimes, Yi Wuhen had gleaned certain truths. If you treat me sincerely, I shall respond in kind. If you regard me with disdain, I shall wield my sword against you. To make a name in Tianhuang City, that was not Yi Wuhen's aspiration. He sought to become a true immortal, renowned throughout the 3 realms. In the vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds and countless lesser realms, he yearned for every soul and beast to tremble at the mention of his name. Should anyone dispute my authority, I challenge you to a duel. Should you best me, the position of head will be yours. As these words left his lips, a suffocating silence enveloped the air, a chilling aura permeating the atmosphere. Who would dare stake their life against Yi Wuhen's authority? After all, he was a 17-year-old prodigy. A beacon of hope. Very well, since all agree, I shall devise a new plan, Yi Wuhen spoke slowly. Firstly, all the elders of the Yi family have perished, and we urgently require 5 new elders. The former head, Yi Tong, will serve as the Grand Elder, with the remaining positions to be determined later. Secondly, I intend to disband the establishment of the Central House, appointing Yi Ling as the head of the Internal House. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Ling, who was shedding tears like pearls upon the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Wuhen, you are truly too good to me. Initially, I believed my life was irrevocably ruined, yet fate brought me to you, Brother Hen. As Yi Ling uttered these words, she brushed away her tears. The crowd, moved by her sentiment, found themselves in tears as well, expressing a desire to find a brother like Yi Wuhan. It is Brother Hen who has bestowed hope upon me. Yiling, what are you saying? You are my little brother. Yi Wuhan proclaimed with a fa of righteousness, though inwardly he scoffed. If you weren't one of the local protagonists, who would even care about you? You worthless fool? However, this is not the time for emotional discussions. Yi Wuhan waved his hand to silence Yiling. The inner court is a gathering ground for the geniuses of the Yi family. I will place some martial arts techniques and skills within it for your learning. This declaration ignited excitement among the crowd. Presently, only 3 of the Yi family's prodigies remain. One has become the head of the family, another the master of the inner court, and one is yet to return. Thus, the chances of entering this inner court are exceedingly high. Yi Wuhan is already at the radiant phase, and the techniques and skills he leaves behind are unlikely to be inferior. When the time comes to risk their lives in the 5 families' war, if they survive, they might even have the opportunity to study at the Tsangkong Academy. A magnificent path seemingly appeared before them, shimmering with promise. Chapter 116, a fateful misstep, and thus, one punch sealed the deal. However, those of ill intent are not permitted to enter. Yi Wuhan added. This statement had little effect on the crowd, as they thought. How could you possibly know my intentions? Do you possess the ability to read my memories? Yet, the next moment, they regretted their thoughts. For Yi Wuhan continued, I will have someone compile the actions you have taken over the years. Those with good character will be allowed into the inner court. Regarding the golden armored guards, well, their overall strength within the estate is indeed lacking. So I plan to appoint Wei Chong as the trainer for the golden armored guards. Where have Wei Chong and Tang Xiaodian gone? Yi Wuhan pondered aloud. Naturally, being associated with such a genius as Yi Wuhan, Wei Chong was well known, and soon someone replied, a few days ago. Brother Chong learned that Brother Hen would return today, so he and Brother Xiaodian went to procure supplies, and have yet to return. Yi Wuhan pointed at the tall, slender youth who answered him, smiling. Ah, you've made connections, haven't you? What is your name? Could it be that Yi Wuhan enjoys flattery? The crowd was startled and prepared to unleash their long-held compliments. The tall, slender youth stepped forward, shaking his head. How could I dare? I am but a humble servant named Yi Xian. Yi Xian, is it? Yi Wuhan suddenly snorted coldly. Very well. I shall have you join the golden armored guards. Yi Xian froze, thinking, aren't those esteemed figures fond of flattery? Joining the golden armored guards would surely ruin my future. Brother Hen, you cannot send me to the golden armored guards. Yi Xian panicked and hastily gestured in refusal. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter at Yi Xian's comical demeanor. I knew that Brother Hen was not one to relish flattery, so let that sycophant be sent to the golden armored guard. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of uproar surged through the crowd, with everyone shouting, let that flatterer be dispatched to the golden armored guard. Upon hearing these remarks, Yi Xian broke into a cold sweat, feeling a sense of foreboding. Yi Wuhan shrugged and remarked, you see, one cannot defy the will of the crowd. It appears there is no alternative but to send you to the golden armored guard. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become their leader. With a wave of his hand, a few compliant individuals stepped forward to escort Yi Xian away. Well, as you can see, I am not one to settle personal scores. I always address matters as they arise, and I do not particularly enjoy flattery. In any case, you may judge for yourselves. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yi Wuhan departed. Yi Wuhan was just about to take Yiling out to search for Wei Chong and Tang Xiaodian, but to his surprise, he was intercepted by Yi Lintian as soon as he stepped outside the door. Where are you off to, Henner? Yi Lintian inquired with a broad smile. Father, I am on my way to find my little brother, Yi Wuhan replied, feeling an inexplicable tension at the sight of that smile, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Do not rush to find your brother just yet. Someone is looking for you, Yi Lintian said, taking Yi Wuhan by the hand and leading him out of the Yi residence. He then addressed Yi Ling, who was following behind. Yi Ling, you wait here. Once Yi Wuhan is done, he will certainly seek you out. Though Yi Ling wished to follow, Yi Wuhan turned to him and instructed him to wait, which caused Yi Ling to remain behind. Father, who are we going to meet that warrants such formality? Yi Wuhan expressed his discontent, lamenting that he could not even bring his brother along. Wait a moment, Henner, your father just recalled something. How did you manage to defeat a golden core cultivator? Yi Lintian inquired. Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not say that he possessed a system. He feigned a cough and replied, Ahem, father, you are unaware that I encountered a fortuitous event in the great wilderness, where I met an immortal. Seeing our fated connection, he took me as his disciple. Thus, I became his apprentice, and he helped me break through the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage. Fearing my demise, He imparted to me a talisman capable of dispatching a golden core cultivator in an instant, which is how I managed to survive. Yi Lintian's eyes widened in realization. Hinner, where has that immortal gone? Yi Wuhen sighed. Regrettably, my master has gone wandering. What a pity. We are to meet the law elder He Yun from Songkong Academy. Oh, I wonder what you are all discussing. An elderly man suddenly appeared before Yi Wuhen and Yi Lintian. Yi Wuhen was startled, exclaiming, "What is this, a display of ethereal grace?" Instinctively, he activated his probing function. TCH, merely a 5th-tier golden core cultivator. I thought he was something formidable. Yi Wuhen scoffed, dismissing the individual as someone he could easily dispatch. Yi Lintian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and respectfully said, "Elder He, what brings you here in person? I was feeling rather bored, so I decided to come out." Yi Linlai pointed at Yi Wuhen and proudly declared, "This is my son, Yi Wuhen, who emerged as the champion of the 5 Prefectures battle. The 5 Prefectures battle is a contest among the most talented individuals from our 5 domains. To survive and claim the top spot is indeed a matter of great pride." He observed Yi Wuhen's appearance and mused, "He seems quite impressive. However, I wonder about his true strength. Strike me with your utmost effort. If you demonstrate talent, I shall invite you to the Songkong Academy." He you, indicating Yi Wuhen, boomed with a voice that seemed to emphasize the prestige of the Songkong Academy. Yi Wuhen nodded, acknowledging the challenge. "If you wish for me to strike with full force, I shall grant your desire." With a crack of his fingers, he activated the 4th transformation of the Xianlong 9 changes. But that was not all. He also unlocked his Dao Heart, which effectively combined both defense-breaking and critical strike capabilities. He Yu gazed at Yi Wuhen's fist, radiating golden spiritual energy, and felt an inexplicable thrill, as if that fist possessed divine might. "Well then, Elder He, I shall be serious now," Yi Wuhen remarked, reminding him of the impending attack. "Enough talk, unleash your strike." He Yu, in a bid to uphold the dignity of the Songkong Academy, could only respond thus, unwilling to admit he was intimidated by a mere child's punch. With a resounding thud, Yi Wuhen's punch obliterated He Yu. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have chosen differently," he lamented, as Yi Wuhen nonchalantly blew away the steam rising from his fist. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5th-tier golden core cultivator. You have gained 7,000 experience points and 20 points of cultivation experience. Ding! Experience needed for the next level, 13,000 points. Thunner, what is your strength?" Yi Linlai was momentarily stunned. How could a mere rotation stage practitioner annihilate a golden core stage cultivator? Yi Wuhen shrugged innocently. "He asked me to go all out, so I had to use the talisman my master gave me. But unexpectedly, it resulted in a single strike." Chapter 117. The earliest prefect of history unexpectedly. A single strike led to his demise. Such a casual remark. "You just obliterated a golden core practitioner," Yi Linlai exclaimed in disbelief. "Thunner, how did you manage to defeat a golden core cultivator?" "Wow, Wuhen, that's incredible. You can now effortlessly eliminate golden core cultivators." Su Xianxia suddenly emerged from behind Yi Wuhen, showering him with praise. Yi Wuhen paused before quickly reacting, pulling Su Xianxia aside to whisper, "Where have you been?" "I was just exploring the Yi residence." Su Xianxia replied with wide, innocent eyes. "Sigh, there's no time to explain. Help me with this." Yi Wuhen thought of Yi Linlia's puzzled expression and realized he must keep this under wraps. "What should I explain? Just act as if you're my master, understand?" Su Qianxiao nodded, "Understood." "Thunner, what were you discussing just now?" Yi Linlai inquired as Yi Wuhen and Su Qianxiao approached. "Father, I can no longer conceal the truth. She is indeed my master," Yi Wuhen declared, pointing at Su Qianxiao. "Indeed." Su Qianxiao reluctantly nodded, indicating that she was Yi Wuhen's master. "What?" Yi Linyan questioned, his expression one of skepticism. "Didn't you say your master was wandering the world? How did it become a woman now?" "In truth, my master had instructed me not to disclose her whereabouts to others, so I had to fabricate such a reason." Su Qianxiao nodded in agreement, and then feigned an ethereal demeanor, slowly stating, "This esteemed one indeed does not appreciate disturbances to my tranquil cultivation." However, her celestial Fade bore an undeniable allure that was far from convincing. Seeing that Yi Linyan remained unconvinced, Yi Wuhen decided to bite the bullet. Leaning closer to his father's ear, he whispered, "Father, you must not display such disbelief in her words. I must inform you, my master is ill. In truth, he is a man, disguised as this female form. Alas, the world has indeed fallen into disarray." "What? Is that truly the case?" Yi Linyan exclaimed, taken aback. "Then you must keep your distance. Isn't that precisely why I deceived him into wandering?" "Yes, But be cautious. What will you do about the elder of the Cancong Academy you have slain? Fear not. I shall accompany my master to Cancong Academy soon. At that time, it will be dealt with. Yi Wuhen's gaze turned icy. He was confident that no one at Cancong Academy could hinder him. Yi Linyan nodded, then said, "Be careful. I shall take my leave now." With that, he hurried away. "What did you just say?" Su Xianxia's cold voice pierced the air, instilling a sense of dread. I said you are as beautiful as a flower, captivating enough to make fish sink and birds fall, a beauty that could topple nations. Oh dear, please let go. I'm about to die from the pain. Yi Wuhen could no longer contain himself and cried out. It must be said, Su Xianxia had a knack for pinching, always targeting the softer flesh, and with just a hint of spiritual energy, it was simply overwhelming. Humph. Su Xianxia released her grip with a playful huff. If you dare speak ill of me again, just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, she shot Yi Wuhen a frosty glare. I wouldn't dare. Summer, you are the most beautiful. Yi Wuhen and Su Xianxia returned to the Yi residence, where they found Yi Ling still waiting outside. Yi Wuhen had already made up his mind. He intended to resolve all obstacles at the Yi residence in the coming days, and then assist Zhang Wenyo in securing the position of county governor in Wuheng County. Yi Ling, you should prepare yourself. I will be teaching you a leg technique shortly. In a few days, I plan to head to Wuheng County. Yi Wuhen sighed. Farewells were ultimately inevitable. Brother Wuhen, are you really leaving? Yi Ling did not attempt to persuade him to stay nor express a desire to accompany him, as he understood his own strength was insufficient. Following Brother Wuhen would only be a burden. Yi Wuhen nodded and handed Yi Ling the fragmented lightning leg technique he had obtained within the celestial estate. This technique, imbued with the essence of thunder, was undoubtedly the best choice for Yi Ling. I estimate I shall depart by tomorrow. I likely will not see Wei Chong and Tang Xiaotian again. Yi Ling, remember to train diligently with them. Once my name resonates throughout the Great Zhou, I shall return to elevate the Yi residence to its sacred status. The chilling howl of the wind echoed as Yi Ling's vision blurred. Once he rubbed his eyes, he found that Yi Wuhen had vanished from sight, leaving him clutching the weathered tome of the shattered corpse leg technique, tears as large as beans cascading down his cheeks. He realized that if he did not elevate his strength, this separation might become eternal. Resolve ignited within him, as if a dream were ablaze in his eyes. He hastily dashed toward the humble thatched cottage he had previously occupied. Ahem, everyone, allow me a moment. Yi Wuhen conveyed his thoughts directly into the ears of each person present. I have grown weary of this position as the lord of the estate. I am now prepared to pass this title to my father, Yi Linlai. What? No way. This is utterly astonishing. He is surely the lord who has held the title for the shortest time in history. To resign without hesitation? How audacious. Yi Linlai was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Hunger, are you truly leaving? There is something I have yet to tell you. What is it? Yi Wuhen swiftly appeared beside Yi Linlai, having been just outside when he overheard that there was something his father had not disclosed. Goodness. Yi Linlai was startled. Hunger, your sudden appearance is truly alarming. Father, please tell me what it is that you have not revealed. It concerns your mother. She is imprisoned within the inner sanctum of the Liu Immortal Gate. Isn't this just like a fantasy tale? It seems I must rescue my mother. However, that inner sanctum may not even exist in this world. Does the influence of the Liu Immortal Gate extend to the middle realm? Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow slightly and replied, I understand, father. You wish to advise me against confronting the Liu Immortal Gate without sufficient strength. Yi Linlai nodded. The power of the Liu Immortal Gate is formidable. Your mother once told me that this force ranks among the top 5 in the 10 absolute realms, and the sword you possess, the sky-slashing sword, is a priceless treasure. Yi Wuhen acknowledged this with a nod. Although the sky-slashing sword appeared battered and akin to a bronze blade, it housed a sword spirit, which had remained silent for months. He wondered what it was up to. Hunger, there is one last matter. Yi Linlia's gaze suddenly deepened. What is it? Are you truly leaving tomorrow? No. Tomorrow I shall clear the obstacles from the Yi estate. Chapter 118. Increasing water attributes spiritual power. Obstacles? Yi Linlai frowned slightly. Yi Wuhen moved toward the door, slowly declaring, I will single-handedly eradicate the other 4 estates, leaving only one standing. Yi Wuhen's figure had already receded into the distance. Yet his voice lingered in Yi Linlia's mind, echoing, I will leave only one estate standing. Swear, our son is truly remarkable. The following day, Yi Wuhen and Su Xianxia set out early, for the 4 estates were not constructed in close proximity to one another. As a result, Yi Wuhen found himself darting from one location to another. He had meticulously gathered information regarding the positions of these estates, and only the Luo estate was situated within Tianwang City. However, Luo Xiaofan, the master of the Luo estate, was but a subordinate of his, which left Yi Wuhen in a state of deep contemplation. Suddenly, Yi Wuhen unleashed all of his spiritual energy, causing the gates of the Luo estate to be forcefully shaken open. "Oh, it is Yi Wuhen. What brings you here?" exclaimed Luo Junjie, the lord of the Luo estate, who hurriedly emerged. Having heard of Yi Wuhen's notorious actions against Golden Core cultivators, compounded by the recent death of Li Wenbo before his very eyes, he now regarded Yi Wuhen with utmost reverence. Without uttering a word, Yi Wuhen unsheathed his sword. With the sword of heaven in hand, an aura of dominance enveloped him, causing Luo Junjie to retreat repeatedly, his back slick with perspiration. "Brother Wuhen, let us speak civilly. Do not resort to violence," he implored, recognizing the lethal intent in Yi Wuhen's demeanor. "You have two choices," Yi Wuhen declared, raising a finger. "First, you shall willingly place the Luo estate under the dominion of my Yi estate, and this must never be violated." "Brother Wuhen, this is unacceptable," Luo Junjie protested urgently. However, Yi Wuhen disregarded his words and raised a second finger, stating slowly, "Second, I shall annihilate this Luo estate. Choose wisely. You have 1 minute. My patience is limited," Yi Wuhen said with an air of indifference. This was the might of the strong. This was power. A single utterance could determine the fate of a lineage. Luo Junjie had long anticipated that Yi Wuhen would eventually set his sights on the Luo estate, yet he had not expected this day to arrive so swiftly. It was either destruction or submission. After a prolonged deliberation, Luo Junjie reluctantly conceded, "The Luo estate shall be governed by the Yi estate." Yi Wuhen chuckled. "Merely verbal consent will not suffice. You must swear a heavenly blood oath to solidify your commitment." Luo Junjie was taken aback. The heavenly blood oath was a notoriously severe vow known to all cultivators. To swear before the heavens meant that any breach would result in the obliteration of one's entire lineage. "What? Are you reluctant?" Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. "Of course, I am willing." Luo Junjie hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly enacted the heavenly blood oath. Yi Wuhen nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to visit the next estate. Though the next estate was not located in Tianhuang City, with Yi Wuhen's remarkable agility, he arrived at the Dongfang estate in less than 10 minutes. The Dongfang estate was one of the upper 3 estates among the 5, and its prowess was self-evident. Nevertheless, in comparison to Yi Wuhen, it was akin to a small sorcerer facing a great one. Employing the same tactic, he forcefully opened the gates. Though somewhat simplistic, it proved effective and rather impressive. However, Yi Wuhen was caught off guard by one unexpected detail. The master of the Dongfang estate was waiting for him outside. Regarding the Eastern Mansion, it bears no relation whatsoever to Yi Wuhen, not even the slightest connection. Thus, its destruction would evoke no feelings of guilt within him. Yi Wuhen first lured out then channeled all his spiritual energy into it. Within a mere 10 seconds, a beautiful yet lethal fire lotus began to gracefully swirl in his hands. The lord of the Eastern Mansion gasped, "Yi Wuhen, what are you doing?" With a maniacal grin, Yi Wuhen hurled the Buddha's wrath fire lotus away. Just as it was about to detonate, he turned and strode outward, for the sole reason that a cool guy never looks back at explosions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaughtering numerous cultivators, gaining 50,000 experience points. Ding! The experience required for the next level is 63,000,400,000 points. Ah, it feels exhilarating to gain experience this way, Yi Wuhen mused. This single Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus yielded him a staggering 50,000 experience points. If only a few more would come his way, leveling up would be just around the corner. In a single afternoon, Yi Wuhen rampaged through 4 mansions with overwhelming ease, annihilating 3 of them, while the Luo mansion, no, it should now be referred to as the Little Yi Mansion, remained. The 3 mansions provided Yi Wuhen with nearly 160,000 experience points, making his next level up imminent. By the time Yi Wuhen returned to the Yi Mansion, dusk had settled. Entering the Yi Mansion always imbued him with a sense of home. Tomorrow he would set off. Today he intended to visit the lakeside where he first taught Tang Xiaotian his techniques. "Brother Hen," Wei Chong exclaimed upon spotting Yi Wuhen making his way to the lake, hastening over to him. Yi Wuhen blinked and then exclaimed excitedly, "Wei Chong, you're back?" Wei Chong nodded and replied, "I just returned this afternoon. Here, a gift." He produced a sky blue herb from his hand, emanating a faint azure glow, clearly an extraordinary item. "Wait for me, Brother Chong." Tang Xiaotian approached swiftly, moving with the grace of a swallow, though his physique contrasted amusingly with his speed. Upon receiving the sky blue herb, the system immediately chimed. "Congratulations, host has acquired water spirit grass, which grows in the extremely humid environment of the Consuming it permanently increases water attribute spiritual energy. Permanently increases water attribute spiritual energy. How astonishing. It is known that cultivators can only choose one attribute for their spiritual practice, but to possess two attributes. Such a notion is unheard of. The addition of a new attribute means one could augment their damage in battle. How utterly overpowered. Little did he expect that Wei Chong and Tang Xiaotian would bestow upon him such a treasure. Yi Wuhen swallowed the water spirit grass whole, and the system promptly notified him. Ding. Detection of host consuming water spirit grass, gaining a 1% increase in water attribute spiritual energy. Attribute roulette. Host spiritual energy attribute. Imperial spiritual energy. Possessing the power of the nine nether, with attributes as follows. Fire, 80%, water, 81%, metal, 80%, wood, 80%, earth, 80%. How ridiculous. I originally possessed all 5 attributes. Yi Wuhen remarked with a sigh. Chapter 119. Farewell to Yi Mansion. Brother Hen. How is the gift? Is it satisfactory? Tang Xiaotian approached eagerly. Excellent. Yi Wuhen replied with a smile. After all, how could he possibly find fault with such a divine gift? If there were any complaint, it would be about its scarcity. Haha. I told you Brother Hen would definitely adore this. Tang Xiaotian chuckled, patting Wei Chong on the back. Brother Hen, now that you're back, what are your plans? Yi Wuhen's smile gradually faded, and he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Chong, sensing something amiss, quickly inquired, Brother Hen, what's wrong? Is there something troubling you? Yi Wuhen finally spoke. I do have plans. I intend to venture to Wuheng County. Wei Chong clenched his fists, his muscular physique suddenly bulging, tearing through his clothing. Yay! Finally, we can leave this Yi mansion. Wei Chong exclaimed with excitement. However, Wei Chong, it seems this may not unfold as you wish. Yi Wuhen replied. Wei Chong looked bewildered. Brother Hen, what do you mean? Listen, Wei Chong, my strength is still insufficient. I lack the ability to protect you all. Yi Wuhen placed his hands on Wei Chong's shoulders, his tone softening. Tang Xiaotian, momentarily taken aback, then addressed Yi Wuhen, Brother Hen. I do not plan to leave Tianhuang City because I have my mother to care for, but Brother Chong is different. He has often told me that his greatest wish in this life is to venture alongside you in the Dezhou dynasty and carve out his own name. Yet here you are, saying such things to him, Brother Hen. Sigh. Yi Wuhen hesitated. He had indeed promised to take Wei Chong along on adventures. The change of heart stemmed from his feeling that Wei Chong would be a burden, hindering his progress. I understand, Brother Hen, Wei Chong said. Wow, that was surprisingly easy to convince him, Yi Wuhen thought. He then turned to Tang Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I would like you to take on the role of steward for the Yi mansion. You may bring your mother to live here. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaotian immediately nodded with joy. All right. Only Wei Chong left with a hint of sorrow. Yi Wuhen suddenly felt guilty toward Wei Chong. Promises made should be honored. In a moment of clarity, Yi Wuhen realized that with the strongest cultivation system in history at his disposal, why should he harbor such reservations? Why not pursue his desires without concern for others' opinions? In summary, the essence of it all was simple. Life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling, then let them face the consequences. If anyone dares to harm my little brother, I shall ensure their ruin. Wait, Wei Chong. Wei Chong halted and asked, what is it? Brother Hen? Yet, his tone seemed tinged with a greater indifference, as if he had aged considerably. What is your current realm? In the 4th stage of Qi cultivation. Wei Chong was momentarily taken aback when Yi Wuhen suddenly inquired about the meaning of his realm. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow you shall accompany me. Yi Wuhen stated before striding towards the lakeside. Hooray! Wei Chong exclaimed, tensing his muscles in exhilaration. Congratulations, Chong. Tang Xiaotian patted Wei Chong on the back in celebration. Wei Chong, smiling, touched his own rear and replied, Congratulations to you as well, Tian Di. You have successfully assumed the role of steward. Haven to you? Wei Chong. Continue to devote yourself to your cultivation. Yi Wuhen's voice echoed in his ears, prompting Wei Chong, who had intended to boast further, to return to his room with a bright smile. Jier, who has done this to you? A stunningly beautiful noblewoman rose, her eyes blazing with fury, her commanding presence enveloping the room, causing Yi Jie's figure to retreat in fear. Yi Jie, touching the various bruises and swellings on her face, wept, Mother. It was that Yi Wuhen. Yi Jie's mother was momentarily stunned before responding. That Yi Wuhen could inflict such harm upon you? Yi Jie thought to herself. If it weren't for the peculiar energy of Yi Wuhen, preventing me from fully healing my wounds, would I be in such an embarrassing predicament? Indeed, his physical techniques and martial skills are of the highest caliber, but most importantly, I sense the power of the 9 nether within him. Yi Jie exclaimed. It is pure 9 nether power. Yi Jie's mother stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "There are very few who possess the 9 nether power in Fengdu, let alone pure 9 nether power. Could he be? No, that's impossible. That race has been extinct for many years and cannot possibly re-emerge." "Mother, what race do you mean?" Yi Jie inquired. Her mother slowly replied, "The legendary Shura that once wreaked havoc across the 3 realms." Shura. Yi Jie was instantly petrified, as if turned to stone. In Fengdu, everyone had heard the tales of the Shura, a realm among the 6 paths of the underworld, known for their bloodlust and combativeness. They were infamous as a malevolent path, with a Shura war god having slaughtered countless mid-tier celestial beings, provoking the wrath of the immortals, which ultimately led to their suppression and the gradual decline and disappearance of the Shura clan. What defines a Shura can be summed up in just 8 characters: blessed like the heavens, yet lacking the virtues of the heavens. Jier, let us set this matter aside for now. We have reached an agreement with the underworld. In just 5 months, the gates of hell will open, allowing those demons to escape. At that time, we will have the opportunity to be escorted into the mid-tier realm, where immense prospects await us." The villain's boisterous and arrogant laughter echoed ominously. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen lay upon the grass, utterly unaware of the impending calamity that loomed ahead. Gazing at the myriad stars in the sky, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to hone his spirit instead. Yi Wuhen silently recited the incantations of the soul-hammering technique within his mind, swiftly entering his consciousness realm. Gazing at the myriad of colorful spheres, he was filled with profound reflections. After months of not entering this realm, his spirit had evolved to such a state. What would happen if a year passed? Seizing the moment, Yi Wuhen began to cultivate diligently. As he invoked the soul-hammering technique, the spheres emitted wisps resembling silken ribbons that coalesced into a vast river. Yi Wuhen understood that this river represented his divine consciousness, the very source of his mental assaults. The divine consciousness of celestial beings was dreadfully formidable. Take, for instance, that white fox demon. Merely a fragment of its consciousness could obliterate him, while its true essence might rival the ocean. The following day, Yi Wuhen opened his eyes to the sound of Wei Chang's calls. A slight smile graced his lips as he gazed at the golden crow hanging in the sky, softly uttering, "Yi residents, farewell." This time, it would likely be a long while before he returned. By then, he intended to ensure that all would recognize his name. Clenching his fists, he resolutely set forth on the road to Wuheng County. Chapter 120. The Darkening Brother Hen. "We must be nearing Wuheng County. Look at how long we've been walking," Wei Chang panted while carrying their luggage. Yi Wuhen's lips curled upward. From his perspective, Wuheng County was indeed close. They had journeyed tirelessly for 5 consecutive days, finally reaching Wuheng County from Tianwang City. To put it bluntly, they were utterly exhausted. Before seeking Zhang Wenyo, Yi Wuhen had another crucial task to attend to: the annihilation of the Kong Academy. Having slain an elder, the academy posed a lingering threat, and thus, there was no reason to spare it. Approximately half an hour later, they entered Wuheng County, a vast territory divided into 4 districts: upper, lower, left, and right. Yi Wuhen and Wei Chang entered the upper district, primarily a marketplace bustling with vendors selling fruits and vegetables, commonly known as the vegetable market. However, it was not limited to produce. Weapons and spirit stones were occasionally on offer, given that Wuheng County was home to cultivators. High-grade spirit stones. Only 10,000 taels of gold for a single piece. Hurry, come and get them. Supreme treasures. Slicing through iron like mud. Truly the perfect weapon for PK battles. The clamor of merchants filled Yi Wuhen's ears. By noon, he turned to Wei Chang and said, "Wei Chang, find a place to rest here and wait for my return." Wei Chang, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Hen, where are you going?" Yi Wuhen continued forward, responding to Wei Chang's voice, "Just a trivial matter to attend to." Yi Wuhen has already discerned the location of the Kong Academy, nestled within the ethereal Ling Hun Mountain in the upper city. With his adept footwork, reaching this sacred mountain would merely take him a few moments. As he ascended, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, and the imposing characters of Kong Academy loomed above the mountain gate, their strokes vigorous and powerful. From a distance, it seemed as though a sword had sliced through one's heart, invoking both awe and a flicker of reverence. Yi Wuhen paused, momentarily entranced by the calligraphy. Undoubtedly the handiwork of a master swordsman. Yet, when compared to his own swordsmanship, it paled in comparison. After all, the title of pseudo-sword immortal he bore was not without merit. Beneath the mountain gate, a throng of white-robed cultivators gathered, all with a singular ambition: to enter the esteemed Kong Academy. Yi Wuhen, however, was an exception. His purpose lay in the academy's obliteration. Brother, you radiate an aura of fortune. Surely, you have come to seek admission to this illustrious academy? Inquired a handsome young man, his features refined. Yi Wuhan blinked, then replied coolly, not at all. The young man, beads of sweat forming on his brow, chuckled nervously, I am Zhang Ziqiang. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Wuhan. He responded. Just as Zhang Ziqiang was about to continue their conversation, a ringing bell echoed, prompting him to dash towards the gate while calling back, Brother Wuhan. May fate bring us together again. With a cold smirk, Yi Wuhan retorted, we shall meet again in no more than 5 hours. Instead of entering through the main gate, Yi Wuhan employed his skill in the I Ching to access a back entrance. How did he know about this alternate route? Does one not realize that Yi Wuhan possesses a system? How absurd. With automatic navigation, of course. Who goes there? 2 gatekeepers obstructed his path. Yi Wuhan merely drew his sword, the Zhan Tian, and in a flash of blinding light, their heads fell to the ground. Ding. Host has slain a Radiance Phase Cultivator, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. Host has slain a Radiance Phase Cultivator, gaining 1,000 experience points. Yi Wuhan wiped the blood from his sword and slowly entered the Tsang Kong Academy. Bring forth your strongest, he commanded in a deep voice. The academy was divided into an inner and outer court, and Yi Wuhan had fortuitously entered the inner sanctum. A burly man, with the stature of a bear, emerged upon hearing Yi Wuhan's declaration, bellowing, I am the mightiest. Yi Wuhan, unimpressed by the man's demeanor, replied calmly, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare your academy. The hulking figure scoffed, I suspect you possess less wit than I, daring to utter such words within the Tsang Kong Academy. Yi Wuhan merely smiled faintly, invoking the 9-word true mantra, enhancing spiritual power. Weapon, summon forth a golden sword. Combat, armor of combat, no further explanation needed. Mastery, augment the potency of martial skills. All, amplify one's spiritual essence. Formation, increase the power of formations. Lineage, master all weaponry. In the midst of summoning a legion of minions for battle, a colossal blade cleaved through mountains and seas, its formidable power unmatched. The incantation of the soldier's true words was whispered softly. In an instant, a golden long sword materialized behind the burly man, and with supersonic speed, it lunged forth, piercing his heart in the blink of an eye. Just like that, the burly man's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. Before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, before Yi Wuhan. Ding. The host has slain a perfected practitioner of the rotating radiance, gaining 2,000 experience points. He died just like that? Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest? Has the Sky Void Academy taught you nothing but arrogance and empty boasts? Yi Wuhan shouted in frustration, prompting dozens of practitioners to soar into the air on their swords, creating a magnificent spectacle. Who dares to shout here? I am Yi. One practitioner, infuriated, charged at Yi Wuhan with his sword, exclaiming, you seek death. Swish. Another golden blade pierced the heart of this practitioner, and he fell, slain with a single strike. A wave of shock rippled through the hearts of the countless practitioners present. This individual was undoubtedly unbeatable. This thought echoed in everyone's mind. He slaughtered as easily as one would a dog. That was the first impression all had of Yi Wuhan. Ding. The host has slain a perfected practitioner of the rotating radiance, gaining 2,000 experience points. Yi Wuhan, hearing the system's notification, smiled coldly. If he were to eliminate all these individuals, surely he would level up. A perverse thrill surged within him, a sickly smile spreading across his face. The practitioners, witnessing this, were taken aback. Was this person truly unhinged? Some even expressed their desire to flee, exclaiming, this place is too terrifying. I want to go home. The leading practitioner calmed himself and instructed the remaining practitioners, quickly summon the elders. I and a few high-ranking practitioners will hold our ground. Chapter 121. Call me why? An artist. Useless, Yi Wuhan scoffed, cracking his knuckles ominously. They all must die. He activated the system and donned the Sunfire cloak, which shrouded his face in shadow. I have decided. Let us play a game of the art of slaughter. Yi Wuhan proclaimed, thrusting his sword, the sky-slaying sword, into the ground and leaning upon it. Run. The practitioners stood frozen in disbelief. What? Run? Are we to simply be let go? Yi Wuhan, dissatisfied, urged, why not run? Swish. The golden blade once again pierced the chest of another practitioner. Ding. The host has slain a perfected practitioner of the rotating radiance, gaining 2,000 experience points. Hurry. Run. The practitioners erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. Ding. The system has detected that the host has entered a darkened state. With all attributes increased by 500%, The skill Crescent Moon Sky Rush has been awakened. The awakened state White Ichigo has transitioned to the state of Golden Wood. Yi Wuhen merely smiled. At this moment, should his cloak be torn away, one would discover his complexion exhibiting a sickly pallor, his eyes transformed into a yellow-hued orb, reminiscent of the nonchalant smile gracing the lips of Byakuya Kachiki. Art cannot possibly embody malevolence. Yi Wuhen withdrew his barret and expertly aligned the scope upon those hastily fleeing. Bang! Ding! The host has slain a peak practitioner of the rotation phase, gaining 2,000 experience points. The sound of bullets striking the ground reverberated in Yi Wuhen's eardrums. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt as though eons had passed, yet in the blink of an eye, Yi Wuhen had eradicated all, leaving not a single soul to escape the inner courtyard. The practitioners, their eyes wide with disbelief, had barely touched the threshold, yet not one managed to flee. Yi Wuhen, in his darkened state, relished the act of first instilling false hope in others, only to shatter it before their very eyes. Then, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, as if to proclaim, "Behold, your hope before me is utterly worthless, mere refuse." Suddenly, an ostensibly virtuous old man with white hair charged forward, surveying the inner courtyard strewn with corpses, and saw a sinister figure leaning against a sword, idly playing with his fingers. "Ha ha! More newcomers, I see." Yi Wuhen, with a sickly yet not quite deranged laughter, murmured to himself, "This system, it seems to have bestowed upon me something extraordinary." The white-haired elder, witnessing Yi Wuhen's demeanor, gasped, Who are you?" Yi Wuhen produced a black long knife and a white long knife, seamlessly combining them into one. A flash of light enveloped them, and the once dual blades morphed into a weapon with protruding short horns, the blade showcasing a black core with a white edge. The hilt adorned with a black iron chain, reminiscent of the true celestial lock that cleaves the moon. Ha ha ha! What a weapon! Yi Wuhen glanced at the celestial cleaver and, with a gentle sweep of the celestial lock, unleashed a thunderous explosion. A formidable cyclone erupted from his blade, hurling the celestial cleaver against the wall with a spine-chilling clang of steel. "One person cannot impede me," Yi Wuhen declared, a disquieting smile gracing his lips. The white-haired elder, sensing the impending doom, trembled and uttered, "Surely, our Xianxia Academy has not offended such a formidable figure?" "Offended? Not at all. But I am intent on annihilating your Xianxia Academy." Yi Wuhen channeled all his spiritual energy into the blade of the celestial lock, which began to emanate a terrifying black aura. "What is happening, Elder Second?" Another white-haired elder rushed in, alarmed by the sight of the second elder. "Principal, this individual is peculiar." The second elder shouted in panic. Yi Wuhen chuckled softly and said, "This is insufficient. Summon them all at once. Those hiding in the alleys are truly cowards." After Yi Wuhen's transformation, his eyesight became exceptionally keen, enabling him to perceive a group of middle-aged individuals lurking behind him with a mere glance. The dean's heart raced. These individuals were the pillars of Xianxia Academy. A swift glance revealed that the Elders' Council was fully assembled, the enforcement team was present in its entirety, and all the teachers who usually impart knowledge were also gathered. This indicated that if this battle were to be lost, Xianxia Academy would no longer possess the capability to recover. Henceforth, there would be no Xianxia Academy in Wuheng County. Yi Wuhen noted the dean's change in expression and smiled broadly, saying, "Good, very good. Everyone is here." He spread his palm, channeling spiritual energy into it, and with a commanding shout, the previously fallen Zhan Tian sword instantaneously returned to his grasp. Gently brushing his forehead, he sighed, "Please call me Yang. From this moment, remember the performance I am about to present." The dean chuckled. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he could not possibly be intimidated so easily. Yi Wuhen's actions seemed nothing short of the antics of a clown, absurd and laughable. How should this game be played? Yang paused for a moment. Then with a sudden sweep of the Tian Suzhan Yu, a black crescent-shaped wave of energy swept through the group of people. Moon Crescent Sky Charge. With a swift motion, a black blade wave cut through the crowd, severing them completely in half. Ding! The host has slain a golden core cultivator, gaining 5,000 experience points and 20 points of martial arts experience. Ding! The host has slain a golden core cultivator, gaining 5,000 experience points and 20 points of martial arts experience. Ding! The host has slain a golden core cultivator, gaining 5,000 experience points and 20 points of martial arts experience. The experience required for the next upgrade is 260,000 out of 400,000 points. The system's voice resonated in Yang's ears, prompting him to cover his head with both hands and cry out in anguish, "Stop the noise." With a resounding thud, Yang struck the ground with a fist, causing a small patch of earth to crack open. Only then did the system's notifications cease, and Yang exclaimed, "Finally, it has stopped." People wondered if he had lost his mind. Despite his remarkable prowess in dispatching over 10 cultivators in a single blow, he appeared to be either mentally impaired or deranged. "You insolent brat, you will not get away with this," the dean declared, drawing his Qiushui long sword and advancing. Yang waved the Zhantian sword, retorting, "Old man, this place is rather dull. Art should not be confined to so few spectators." With that, he charged into the mountain gate, intent on attending the disciples' enrollment ceremony. If chaos was to ensue, let it be cataclysmic. Chapter 122. I am an artist. Yang executed the I Ching steps with rapidity, while the dean mistakenly believed that Yang was fleeing in fear of his strength. The dean coldly scoffed, "Bold rogue, dare you disrupt our Tsangkong Academy?" He turned to the cultivators behind him and commanded, "Elders, let us eliminate this vile creature. Yes, let us vanquish the vile creature." Voices echoed in unison, and the atmosphere instantly grew tumultuous. In a moment of disdain, the dean smirked before employing his swift footwork to pursue Yi Wuheng. The cultivators trailing behind him hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the mountain gate, a multitude of individuals, poised to join Tsangkong Academy, gathered in a grand plaza. Dominating the square was an opulent hall beneath, which stood 2 young men clad in white, their lips curled in faint smiles. Both youths observed the eager crowd, brimming with anticipation, and one remarked, "By the command of our master, we now commence the formal initiation within the grand hall. Whoever finds this object in the mountains." He then produced a small bronze bell, holding it aloft. "Only those who possess one of the 10 bells may enter Tsangkong Academy to study. First come, first served." "Ah, just 10 bells," gasped the crowd, which numbered in the hundreds. The odds of obtaining a bell were dismally low, less than 1%. Just as the throng prepared to disperse in a frenzy, Yang swiftly positioned himself between the 2 young men, wrapping an arm around each of their necks, and said, "Gentlemen, do not rush. The rules of the trial have been amended." With a sly glance at the bell in the youth's hand, he snatched it, and, with a forceful clap, reduced it to mere powder. Snatching bells is so last season. The 2 youths felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly reassured themselves. This was the territory of Tsangkong Academy. Why should they fear? "Who are you to disrupt our grand apprentice ceremony?" they demanded, their brows furrowed defiantly, exuding an air of authority. Yang frowned slightly at their words, clearly displeased. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, patting the backs of the 2 cultivators, saying, "My dear brothers, your attitude is quite..." Suddenly, a sword and a dagger pierced through their chests from behind. "This is truly bothersome. Ah, you fiend." The 2 cultivators, bewildered, never comprehended how Yang had managed to silently insert the weapons into their backs without any discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy. Ding. Host has slain a first-tier golden core cultivator, acquiring 2,500 experience points, 20 points of martial arts experience. Ding. Host has slain a first-tier golden core cultivator, acquiring 2,500 experience points, 20 points of martial arts experience. Ding. Experience required for next level up, 310,000,400,000 points. Yang nonchalantly placed the sword and dagger into the ground, dusting off his hands and cracking his knuckles. He then calmly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. That was merely an art form, as you all know. I am, after all, an artist." An artist? The cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. How could one smile while stabbing another and claim it was art? Such a mindset was undeniably twisted. This cannot be a human. They thought in terror. "Art, you say? How crude." The thoughts surged through their minds in a tumultuous wave. Wuheng smiled enigmatically, proclaiming, "Now is the time for you to demonstrate your agility. Without it, you shall find yourself utterly incapacitated in this world." A cultivator, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Who do you think you are? A celestial being?" Wuheng, unfazed, merely chuckled, seemingly dismissing the cultivator's words. Yet, in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the very cultivator who had shouted in anger. "My dear brother, it appears your intellect requires some enhancement," he quipped, before wielding the heavenly lock to perform a rather unconventional cranial procedure right there and then. Ding. The host has slain a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, gaining 1 experience point. Wuheng waved his hand in discontent as blood splattered onto the onlookers. The cultivators wore expressions of sheer terror, and some, seizing the opportunity before their legs turned to jelly, began to hastily retreat towards the mountain gate. "You would do well not to entertain thoughts of escape," Wuheng chuckled, retrieving a Gatling gun from his spatial ring. The gun whirred to life, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon those attempting to flee. Ding! The host has slain a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 1 experience point. Ding! The host has slain a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 1 experience point. In an instant, a blinding radiance engulfed the fleeing cultivators, tearing them to shreds. Wuheng then pivoted the gun towards those whose legs had turned to rubber, grinning malevolently. Hello, dear AV body, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Merely survive the forthcoming onslaught of bullets, and you shall emerge unscathed. What manner of monstrosity is this figure in black? The cultivators pondered. A madman of the final era. You shall perish today. The dean, moving like a streak of light, swiftly approached Wuheng. However, the darkened Wuheng was not to be outpaced. Even before his transformation, his speed rivaled that of a nascent soul, and now, enhanced by darkness, it was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, Wuheng retreated. Kill him, someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a chorus of cries. Eradicate me? Wuheng pointed at himself, feigning shock. Do you truly believe those few before you could extinguish my existence? I am, after all, an artist. Murder is but an opera, and I am its director. I now invite you all to witness a grand performance brought forth by the illustrious artist Wuheng, a dramatic spectacle. With a slight bow, Wuheng stowed the Gatling gun, and with a single wave of his hand, black flames ignited, rending the fabric of space itself. The heavenly lock tore through the ruptured void, landing in Wuheng's grasp. The dean merely smiled, extending a colossal hand, 100 times larger than his own, aimed directly at Wuheng. With a mere flick of the heavenly lock, Wuheng dismantled the technique effortlessly. Boom! The dean's massive hand, once severed, erupted in a violent explosion. Indeed, it had exploded. Boom! A resounding explosion was followed by an enveloping mist. Upon seeing that the young man was unscathed, momentarily paused before erupting into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! It has been far too long since I felt the thrill of battle." With a sudden surge, the spiritual energy amplified several-fold, causing his garments to tear asunder. He chuckled, retrieving a grand blade from his storage ring, exuding an eager anticipation to unleash its might. Chapter 123. The nascent soul is merely trash humph. Today, let this insignificant creature witness the truth that there are realms beyond realms and beings beyond beings. The declared, invoking the divine blade technique. A low grunt escaped him as crimson flames ignited upon the blade, resembling the true fire of Samadhi, rendering the air hazy. The young man, momentarily stunned, realized that although he had sustained no injuries, the exertion of his martial skills had drained his spiritual energy. This body seems incapable of further use, he lamented, fully aware that he could only temporarily wield this form. He was not even a true manifestation of Yi Wuhen's character. Rather, he was a derivative of the 9 nether mortal dust technique, governing all the 9 nether powers within Yi Wuhen. The 9 nether power is regarded as one of the 5 most potent forms of spiritual energy in existence, ranked as follows: the power of the heavenly Tao, followed by the 9 nether power, the imperial spirit power, the original sin power, and finally, the true immortal power. Among these 5, Yi Wuhen possessed 3. Just as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the true immortal power came to his aid. In an instant, his energy replenished to over half its original state, as the 9 nether mortal dust technique operated fervently, restoring 2/3 of his spiritual power within mere seconds. They fixated on the dazed young man from a distance, tightened his grip on the blade, and suddenly lunged forward, launching a fierce attack. The young man raised the heavenly slash to the heavens, enveloped in a shroud of dark spiritual energy, clashing with the legendary demonic blade. With a resounding crack, this weapon shattered. The blade was cleaved in two, one piece clattering to the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. They recognized as a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage. Had his weapon severed with a mere collision? What unfathomable strength did this young man possess? The elders and those in charge of enforcement were taken aback, their voices caught in their throats, stifled by the overwhelming might of the two combatants. The collision, though seemingly simple, generated a brilliance that blinded their senses. This young man, this artisan, what could his true power be that he could so effortlessly sever this blade? Stunned, they grasped the broken weapon, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of strength displayed. What sorcery is this? It feels as though I am slicing through tofu. He exclaimed. You, young man, possess extraordinary power. It appears I must reveal my true abilities. With that, he formed his hands into fists, channeling his spiritual energy, as a purple-blue aura enveloped his formidable iron fists. You just claimed you would show me what lies beyond realms and beings, the young man retorted, unabashed and unyielding. Humph. Do not compel me to wield my ironclad fist. Yang taunted, come on, strike me. With a forceful stomp, the ground beneath the Dean cracked open, and a gust of wind surged from his feet, transforming into a whirlwind that swept towards Yang. Meanwhile, the Dean was not idle. He swiftly propelled himself forward in a leap, his fist enveloped in a violet-blue aura, just as it was about to make contact with Yang's face. In a flash, Yang vanished and reappeared behind the Dean, having strategically laid out the most formidable Bagua formation of the I Ching, allowing instantaneous movement in all 8 directions. Simultaneously, the heavenly/lock moon unleashed 6 crimson glimmers, whereas the ordinary Wuheng could only manifest 3, which sliced through the Dean's arm. With a whoosh, blood gushed from the Dean's arm, enveloping the area in a mist of red, and he gritted his teeth, feeling an intense sting from the wound, tenfold more painful than a typical attack. In truth, Yang's crimson blades were not mere spiritual energy. They were the potent power of the 9 nether, materialized. Ladies and gentlemen, the spectacle we present today is the slaughter of nascent soul cultivators. Yang bowed slightly, treating this battle with utmost solemnity. How could this be? It seemed the Dean was at a disadvantage. Could it be that he could not overpower this monstrous opponent? Impossible. Cheer on, Dean. The encouraging shouts reverberated throughout the mountain gate, as the Dean, gritting his teeth, drew another great sword, his treasured twin weapon, now reduced to but one, having been severed by Yang. Boom. The Dean channeled his nascent soul fire into the sword, expelling a mouthful of his own primordial blood, and with a thunderous explosion, the nascent soul fire erupted fiercely. You must flee. The Dean's voice, infused with his spiritual energy, pierced the air, causing immense pain to the eardrums. Some with weaker abilities even spat blood, nearly overwhelmed by the roar of his voice. Go. The Grand Elder, witnessing the Dean's release of the nascent soul fire, understood. He was truly prepared to fight to the death. Thus, he wasted no time, waving his hand to gather the participants of the Tsong Kong Academy, intent on ensuring their safety, preserving the foundation of their resurgence. Attempting to flee, Yang merely chuckled coldly, swiftly establishing the Xuanwu formation. None would escape today. Thud. A swift individual dashed towards the mountain gate, only to collide with an invisible barrier, resulting in a painful bump on their head. A formation? The Grand Elder gasped in shock, questioning when the formation had been laid and how it had gone unnoticed. Drawing forth the Qiushui longsword, the Grand Elder struck at the barrier, sparks flying as the blade met the air wall, creating ripples that reverberated back to his sword. With a clanging sound, the Grand Elder's Qiushui longsword was deflected, plunging into the ground. The Dean was momentarily taken aback. A formation capable of such potent offensive and defensive capabilities was something he had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? With a sinister smile, Yang cracked his knuckles, producing a chilling sound. I merely wish to stage a mad spectacle. You are indeed a lunatic. The Dean's hand trembled slightly around his weapon, before he turned to the eldest elder, stating, do not attack. It is futile. I cannot break this formation. Thank you for your compliments, Yang replied, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Mad artist? I quite relish that title. A delicate young woman trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why must I encounter such a fate? Noticing her sobs, Yang tilted his head and pointed at her. Hey, you wish to survive, don't you? The girl shuddered at his words, unable to respond. More accurately, she was too frightened to reply. Come here, step closer. Yang beckoned her, urging her to approach him. Chapter 124. The Death of the Nascent Soul. You come here, and you shall live. With a sly smile, Yang spoke. But at that moment, the Dean seized the opportunity, swiftly turning to strike at Yang. In an instant, Yang reappeared behind the Dean, unleashing 6 streaks of light, 3 of which struck the Dean, causing blood to spurt forth violently. Did you not hear me? I told you to remain still. Move again, and I shall end you. Yang's voice dripped with menace, and the Dean, upon hearing his icy tone, dared not budge. None of you are to move. I intend to have a proper conversation with this young lady. Yang chuckled lightly. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the cultivators stood frozen in place. Who would dare interrupt a creature so prone to violence? The female cultivator trembled at Yang's words, cautiously stepping closer to him, her mind racing with thoughts. What does he want from me? Does he fancy my appearance? She quickly dismissed that notion. How could a sane individual take a liking to her upon first sight? Especially a deviant? Is he wishing for me to witness this carnage? No, a monster like him likely requires no audience. Then what could his intention be? At that moment, her mind was inundated with countless thoughts, and before she knew it, she stood beside Yang. Hey, did you just cry? Yang gently brushed away a tear that lingered at the corner of her eye, speaking softly, "Do not weep. In truth, I cannot abide the sight of a woman in tears." "What is your name?" he asked, his voice rich and magnetic, the epitome of charm. "Chen Lesong," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she momentarily froze. Could it be that he genuinely likes me? For Chen Lesong, this was undoubtedly a piece of good fortune. At the very least, she might survive this ordeal. "Do you wish to live?" Yang inquired nonchalantly. Chen Lesong nodded vigorously. Her desire to survive surpassed that of anyone else. "Oh," with 2 fingers pinching his chin, Yang intently gazed into Chen Lesong's eyes. "Indeed, I perceive the will to survive within you. Since you wish to live, I shall permit you to be my spectator as I obliterate this Tsong Kong Academy." Ah! Chen Lesong was momentarily stunned, and not just him. Even the other cultivators were left in shock. How could this aberration utter such words? Wasn't the plan to kill? Why not display that ruthless spirit that strikes down at the slightest disagreement? A mere cry could avert death? If only they had known, they would have wept countless times. This was the unspoken sentiment among the cultivators. Indeed, as Yang spoke, a group of female cultivators began to weep profusely, their tears cascading like rain on pear blossoms. Infuriated, Yang bellowed, "Damn it, stop crying, or I will slay someone right now." Time seemed to be slipping away. "I surmise I must depart in 10 minutes. Yang suddenly felt a throbbing headache and muttered to himself, "This perfect drama is not yet complete. I must see it through." With that, Yang revealed an exceedingly peculiar grin. Crescent moon strike. Suddenly, the power of the 9 nether surged within Yang's heavenly slaughter moonlock. The academy head was alarmed. It seemed that a deadly confrontation was imminent. Boom! With a slight wave of the heavenly slaughter moonlock, 5 black crescent moons erupted from the blade, akin to a galloping lion charging toward the headmaster. The headmaster, a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm with exceptional agility, found the angles of Yang's 5 crescent moons to be exceedingly cunning, targeting his head, torso, and lower body. No matter how he dodged, he was bound to be struck. Once hit by a crescent moon strike, the impact was undeniable. He would surely be sent flying. Upon being launched, Yang could employ the instantaneous movement of the I Ching steps to appear behind the headmaster and deliver a devastating blow, allowing the 9 nether power to slowly erode his being. Boom! Indeed, the strike landed. The crescent moon strike violently struck the headmaster, sending him careening away. Yang grinned wickedly, swiftly appearing at the headmaster's side. Boom! One slash. The heavenly slaughter moon lock appeared magnified tenfold, casting an immense blade shadow across the sky, before crashing down upon the headmaster. If not for the timely ignition of his primal energy, the headmaster would have undoubtedly met his demise with that blow. Yang showed no hesitation. In terms of reaction speed, he was 10 times faster than Wuheng, rivaling the void return level. Swish! In a flash, Yang reappeared behind the headmaster, delivering another amplified strike. This blow was different from the previous one. Its might rivaled that of a fully unleashed nascent soul. For Yang had invoked the true words of the 9-character mantra. The martial technique's power was enhanced by 30%. One slash could turn everything to dust. What of the nascent soul? Would it not perish all the same? Boom! The strike seemed to contain boundless power, causing even the sky to subtly change color. As if fearing this force, Yang brought the blade crashing down upon the headmaster, and in an instant, dust billowed forth, obscuring the scene within. Had the headmaster truly met his end? I see it clearly. He is undoubtedly dead. What shall we do now? The dean has perished. How can we continue to live? Should we not, like that woman, shed a few tears to mourn? I believe that would suffice. As a gust of wind swept through, it dispersed the lingering smoke and unveiled the scene within. The dean lay covered in blood, a grotesque scar marring his left eye. Yang faintly waved his sword, having witnessed the entirety of the preceding events. The initial strike, the crescent moon charge, should have claimed the dean's life. However, a monstrous creature with a green face and sharp fangs unexpectedly emerged from the void. Yet, it failed to halt Yang's assault, merely mitigating the impact of the crescent moon charge, granting the dean a fleeting chance of survival. Gushing blood, the dean collapsed, murmuring, "Wui, why did you have to die?" Yang let out a sinister laugh, then placed his foot upon the dean's head, his grip on the sword of heavenly decapitation trembling slightly. He regarded the dean's look of unwillingness and mused, "Ah, to slay a nascent soul cultivator. What a delightful experience that must be." With a swift motion, Yang severed the dean's head from his body, subsequently using the corpse for a grotesque display. Ding! The host has slaughtered a 2nd-tier nascent soul cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points and 500 points in technique experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 5th stage of Radiant Reflection. The experience required for the next level is 10,000,500,000 points. Is this the taste of slaying a nascent soul? Yang expressed his dissatisfaction, declaring that it was hardly pleasurable. Well, there are roughly 3 minutes remaining. The members of Song Kong Academy must not be spared, while the others may be reluctantly released. Chapter 125. Boy, wait for me. With a single crescent moon charge, Yang swept away nearly 2/3 of Song Kong Academy's elders, accumulating over 50,000 experience points. The remaining elders offered no resistance and were swiftly slaughtered. With merely 1 minute left, Yang lifted the boundary and sped down the mountain, leaving behind a disordered assembly of cultivators, their minds echoing Yang's chilling words. I am Yang, an artist. You may call me a madman. I relish the title. For all artists are mad. Brother Hen, are you all right? Brother Hen. Yi Wuheng slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by Wei Chang's rugged visage, nearly causing him to faint anew. Sitting up, Yi Wuheng cradled his head, sensing an unsettling void in his memory, and checked his attributes. Ding. Host name, Yi Wuheng. Age, 17 years. Cultivation, 5th stage of Radiant Reflection. Technique, 9 Nether Mortal Decision. Constitution, undying body of the ancient divine demon. Technique experience, 2,000 points. The exchange value stands at 15,000 points, which has significantly decreased. The experience required for the next upgrade is between 100,000 and 500,000 points. The physical technique, the Leaf Rising Dragon, remains unassessed in terms of its level. The title worn is Sword Immortal, Pseudo Dao Heart Clear, Renowned. The darkened state has entirely dissipated, leaving behind the effect of weakness. Martial skills include Heavenly Thunder Movement, High-Level xianxia, Earth-Level Initial Stage Return to One Sword Technique, Initial Stage Xianlong 9 Transformations. Levels undisclosed for the 9-character True Words, an Advanced Earth-Level Shueiyue Jinghua Step, High-Level Shueiyue Jinghua Yin Flash, Low-Level Thunderclap Palm, High-Level Buddha S Wrath Fire Lotus. Ding. The effect of darkness has vanished, automatically nullifying the martial skills, including Blood Fury of the 8 Desolates, High-Level Earth. Yi Wuheng suddenly realized that the creature named Yang had utterly tarnished his reputation. His good name. Yi Wuheng could only lament in despair, feeling as if he had stepped in mud with no way to clean it off. Yet, why had he not learned the martial skill, Crescent Moon Charge? Yi Wuheng pondered with 2 fingers pressed against his forehead. What are you thinking about, Brother Hen? Wei Chang inquired. By the way, how did you end up lying by the roadside? Had I not found you while searching, you would certainly have been captured. Why are you wearing that hat to cover your face? Wei Chang grumbled, pulling off Yi Wuhen's hat. Instantly, sunlight illuminated Yi Wuhen's back, revealing tears at the corners of his eyes, with his pupils shifting from golden to a faint red. Strange, Brother Hen, your hair has turned a bit white. And your eye color has changed, Wei Chang observed, staring in confusion at Yi Wuhen's hair and pupils. Goodness, it's a side effect. The thought of side effects struck Yi Wuhen's mind, prompting him to hastily consult the system, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning it would not persist. Although it would not, the hair color was excessively ostentatious. How would he navigate life henceforth? By the way, Brother Hen, just now a rather pure girl asked me to relay a message. She said she would be wandering around Wuheng County and would return after a day. So you need not worry about her. Yi Wuheng covered his head and exclaimed, Ah, when she returns, just tell her to go die. He knew without a doubt that the girl Wei Chang referred to was that insufferable Su Xianxia, who never regarded her master with respect and frequently beat him up. Wei Chang paused, then asked, Brother Hen, do you have a grudge against that girl? A grudge? Yi Wuheng recalled Su Xianxia's provocative demeanor and gritted his teeth. Indeed, it is a deep-seated enmity. Wei Chang was about to say more, but Yi Wuheng raised a hand to stop him. Enough, gather your things. We are leaving this place. Brother Hen, you just arrived this morning. Wei Chang exclaimed as he hurriedly began to pack his belongings. I have someone backing me. Yi Wuhen's voice echoed from a distance. At the entrance of the Wuheng County Governor's office, a magnificent mansion stands proudly amidst the forest, and upon entering, one can immediately sense the rich spiritual energy, indicating that this place is imbued with a spirit-concentrating formation. Outside the mansion, a row of guards stands at attention. Yi Wuheng glanced at them and exclaimed, Bring out your most formidable one. The guards were taken aback, bewildered by such an absurd request. One guard stepped forward and shouted, Do you even realize this is the residence of the county governor? Yi Wuheng shot a displeased glance at the guard and, with an air of arrogance, replied, I am indeed looking for the county governor. Spare me the pleasantries and call Zhang Wenyo out. I have matters to discuss with him. The guard scoffed. Who do you think you are to summon our young master? Yi Wuhen merely smirked, reflecting on whether his striking appearance had inadvertently made him seem weak. As even the smallest creatures dared to obstruct his path. Ignoring the guard, he called out, "Yao Go, are you there? I need to speak with you." The other guards, unimpressed, muttered, "Enough of this. Let's get rid of him." "Hey, kid, if you don't leave, I'll have to take action," the guard warned with a mocking smile. Yi Wuhen's expression suddenly turned icy, a chill emanating from him that could silence the bravest of hearts. "Go ahead, make your move," he declared, arms outstretched, unconcerned. "You're asking for trouble." The guard, enraged, infused his fist with spiritual energy and launched a powerful strike at Yi Wuhen. This guard, possessing golden core strength, aimed to deliver a crushing blow, while the other guards eagerly anticipated the spectacle, hoping to witness Yi Wuhen's defeat. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Yi Wuhen intercepted the punch with ease, twisting it with a sudden force. The guard's face flushed crimson, and he howled in agony as Yi Wuhen dislocated his arm. "Let go, or you'll regret it." The guard bellowed in fury. Yi Wuhen snorted dismissively. "Oh, still talking back? I dare you to test me." With that, he exerted more pressure, eliciting another shriek from the guard. The other guards exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. This man was not merely playing the fool. He was far more formidable than he appeared, despite his ragged attire. "Are you toying with us?" Suddenly, Zhang Wenyo emerged from within the mansion, his face lighting up with a smile. "Ah, Wuhen, what brings you here? My apologies for not welcoming you properly." The guards' hearts sank as they recognized Zhang Wenyo's esteemed guest. This was a moment of true peril. The guard, now in Yi Wuhen's grip, felt despair wash over him. He had undoubtedly failed in his duty, and his life now hung in the balance. Observing Yi Wuhen's hold on his guard, Zhang Wenyo's expression darkened. He swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to the guard's face, reprimanding, "Is this how you treat my guest?" After finishing his words, Zhang Wenyo turned around and surveyed the row of guards, then rebuked, "Is this how you all gaze upon me?" The guards could only stand in silence, enduring Zhang Wenyo's critique, not daring to utter a word of dissent, nor even to draw a breath. "You need not remain here. Go settle this month's expenses at the financial office." Upon saying this, Zhang Wenyo flicked his sleeve and prepared to usher Yi Wuhen into the Wuheng County Governor's residence. "Brother Yao, I must admit, I share some responsibility in this matter," Yi Wuhen said with a smile. "What?" The guards, upon hearing this, felt their hearts race with a sudden surge of hope. Perhaps this situation could be salvaged. They were but simple folk from the countryside, lacking in martial skills and cultivation, destined to remain at the golden core stage for life. Moreover, the Wuheng County Governor's residence had shown them kindness. To leave so abruptly would weigh heavily on their hearts. What does Wuhen imply? Zhang Wenyo's heart leaped at this remark. He too did not wish to expel the guards from the governor's residence. One must show mercy when possible. "Let us spare them this time, for I have already reprimanded them." Zhang Wenyo feigned a cough. "Ahem, since Wuhen has spoken thus, you may remain. Remember, such behavior is not to be repeated." Turning to Yi Wuhen and his companion, he added, "Wuhen, let us discuss matters further inside." Once Zhang Wenyo and Yi Wuhen entered, the guards erupted in fervent cheers. "Hooray! We have retained our positions." An elder guard patted the back of the guard who had suffered a broken arm at Yi Wuhen's hands, sighing, "You ought to offer a prayer to the heavens for that young man. He has saved our lives." The younger guard, Xiao Lu, inquired, "Saved our lives?" The elder guard explained, "You are young and do not grasp these matters yet. Do you believe the governor's residence would so readily show mercy to those who have protected its grounds for years?" Xiao Lu suddenly comprehended. The innocent suffer for the treasures they possess. Such is the nature of this world, where the strong prey upon the weak. "Ha ha." Zhang Wenyo laughed heartily, then remarked, "I must apologize for the earlier display." "Not at all. This is my comrade, Wei Chong," Yi Wuhen said, giving Wei Chong a pat on the shoulder. "Wuhen, you returned alive from the immortal realm?" "Indeed," he replied. "How far did you progress?" Zhang Wenyo's expression shifted at this question, a detail Yi Wuhen noticed. "I entered the spirit mountain and encountered the arrow deity." Zhang Wenyo grew anxious. "And the arrow deity? The arrow deity? Did he not return?" Yi Wuhen paused, then continued. "Never mind that for now. By the way, Wuhen, did you come to the governor's residence for a specific purpose?" "As I have stated, I shall assist you in acquiring the position of governor," Yi Wuhen declared, thumping his chest. "Very well. Since my brother is so confident, please follow me." Zhang Wenyo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter as he strode further inside. As Wei Chong observed Yi Wuhen trailing behind Zhang Wenyao, he too followed closely behind Yi Wuhen. Wei Chong remarked, "Brother Hen, is this the Wuling prefectural office?" Zhang Wenyao, possessing exceptional hearing, responded with a chuckle before Yi Wuhen could utter a word. Brother Chong, you jest. Indeed, this is the Wuheng prefectural office. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, Zhang Wenyao entered a room, with Yi Wuhan and Wei Chong following suit. Upon their entrance, the door closed automatically. The room was spacious yet in disarray, featuring a bookshelf, over 10 chairs, and a round table positioned in the center. The 4 individuals present regarded Yi Wuhan and Wei Chong with scornful expressions, seemingly looking down upon them. Yi Wuhan furrowed his brow, contemplating the difficulties ahead and aiding Zhang Wenyao to secure the position of prefect. Wuhan, these are my strategists, Zhang Wenyao introduced, pointing to the first individual, Pang Zimo. Pang Zimo sneered disdainfully and remarked to Zhang Wenyao, Brother Yao, is this the rustic fellow you mentioned? Zhang Wenyao replied with displeasure. Zimo, refrain from such remarks. Pang Zimo huffed in dissatisfaction, continuing to cast a disdainful gaze at Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan frowned further, while Wei Chong, unable to contain his emotions, was on the verge of confronting Pang Zimo, had Yi Wuhan not intervened. The other 3 individuals were named Jiang Anping, Chao Wenguang, and Mu Zijin. Jiang Anping and Chao Wenguang exhibited the same contemptuous expressions as Pang Zimo, while Mu Zijin welcomed Yi Wuhan with a smile, exclaiming, You must be Yi Wuhan, the one Brother Yao frequently speaks of. It is an honor to meet you. I never expected someone so young to achieve such remarkable feats. Truly, the youth are formidable. Yi Wuhan did not engage with Mu Zijin's praise, instead stating coldly, I understand that you harbor certain reservations about my origins, which I can only interpret as envy. Your jealousy stems from my talent, from my audacity and capability at such a tender age. Jiang Anping laughed heartily. Jealous of you? Spare me. What level are you at? Merely a foundation establishment cultivator, at best a mere xianxia. I, on the other hand, am a golden core cultivator. Furthermore, I am a strategist. I once single-handedly devised a plan to eliminate a nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Anping spoke with immense pride, as slaying a nascent soul cultivator was a feat reserved for the truly exceptional. Oh, killing a nascent soul cultivator is impressive? Yi Wuhan scoffed. Do you think I couldn't subdue one with ease? Pang Zimo coldly interjected. At least that would be a feat far superior to some mere xianxia cultivators. At that moment, Zhang Wenyao could no longer contain his frustration and admonished, Enough! Wuhan is here at my invitation to assist us. How dare you belittle him? Pang Zimo, momentarily taken aback, retorted slowly, Brother Yao, at least provide him with some credentials. Lacking strength, age, and experience, how can he command respect? Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan unleashed his inner spiritual power, asserting with authority, In truth, I alone can seize this position of prefect. Wei Chong immediately applauded and shouted, Wonderful! That's splendid. Brother Hen, Chao Wenguang remarked, Enough already. You were never likable to begin with, and now you boast excessively. Young man, it will be quite challenging for you here. Chapter 127. Distribution of Power. Yi Wuhan grinned menacingly. It seemed the time had come to set an example. Not convinced, are you? He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Care for a fight? Zhang Wenyao immediately interjected, Wenguang, don't. You mustn't engage him. Chao Wenguang let out a cold laugh, rising from his seat with clenched fists. It's fine. I shall be gentle. With a swift motion, Chao Wenguang summoned a flurry of white bones that surged toward Yi Wuhan. However, Yi Wuhan smirked and, employing a technique to teleport, appeared behind Chao Wenguang, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The onlookers were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, What on earth? Is this barbarian still in the rotation phase? How is he so formidable? Chao Wenguang, known for his quick reflexes among those at the Golden Core stage, realized the situation as Yi Wuhan's fist connected with his back. Nevertheless, while his mind reacted promptly, his body lagged behind. The impact sent Chao Wenguang sprawling, causing him to spit blood. And this was without Yi Wuhan utilizing the transformation of the mysterious dragon. Had he done so, there would likely be another corpse on the ground. Mu Zijin, unbeknownst to him, began to sweat profusely, thinking to himself, That was close. How fortunate I did not provoke this harbinger of doom, or else. Yi Wuhan forced Chao Wenguang to the ground, seated himself upon his back, and twisted his remaining arm behind him, grinning with a sinister smile. So, will you continue to fight? Chao Wenguang's face turned crimson. With the slightest twist of his arm, he would surely cry out in pain. Thus, he stammered, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Brother Wuhan, please spare me. Yi Wuhan did not respond to Chao Wenguang, but instead turned his head toward Pang Zimo and Jiang Anping, declaring, Anyone else who dares to challenge me, step forward. I shall render you incapacitated. With that, he stood and adjusted his rumpled clothing. Ahem. Let me remind you not to underestimate others or flaunt your authority before me. Otherwise, Yi Wuhan cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Chao Wenguang. You shall meet the same fate. Pang Zimo and Zhang Anping were taken aback, then smiled brightly. We were indeed blind to your prowess, Brother Wuhan. Our presumptuous words have caused you amusement. Zhang Wenyao sighed, covering his forehead. I told you not to fight with Wuhan. What was the point of this? He returned alive from the immortal realm. Chao Wenguang was startled, his face turning even redder in embarrassment. How foolish he had been to show off in front of him. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, Yi Wuhan smirked and asked, Brother Yao, could you enlighten me on how many are coveting the position of the county governor? His gaze hardened, exuding an aura of bloodlust. Upon witnessing this, Pang Zimo dared not to maintain his pretense of superiority and promptly ceded his position to Yi Wuhan. Zhang Wenyao, momentarily taken aback, gradually spoke. There are 3 individuals in total. My grandfather has 3 sons. The eldest is Zhang Jinglong, who is also my father. The second is Zhang Xiangming, and the youngest is Zhang Ning. From my investigations, it appears that Zhang Xiangming wields considerable influence, having connections with the blood sect, while Zhang Ning is singularly focused on the path of immortality, showing little interest in the position of county governor. To say he has little interest is, in essence, to imply he has some. Yi Wuhan pondered, tapping his fingers against his forehead, before inquiring, when does the contest for the county governor commence? There are 3 days remaining until my grandfather's 200th birthday, Zhang Wenyao replied. Thus, the choice of gifts and the spectacle on that day are of paramount importance. Yi Wuhan folded his hands behind his back, declaring, I understand. At this juncture, Pang Zimo interjected, Brother Wuhan, I must inform you that the situation is more intricate than it appears. Oh, Yi Wuhan cast a sidelong glance at Pang Zimo and continued. If you wish to draw attention, it would have been prudent to say so outright. No. Pang Zimo stammered awkwardly. There is indeed a significant event that night. Something akin to the Battle of the Prodigies, in which you will represent your faction. Rest assured, you need not be concerned about this matter. With that, Yi Wuhan unleashed his 9 soul rings, asserting, I possess the strength. The radiant pressure of the Sunfire cloak and the spiraling light bore down upon Pang Zimo, who, despite being in the Golden Core stage, found it somewhat overwhelming. Before long, he was frantically gesturing, Brother Wuhan, I can't endure this any longer. Please retract your treasures. How tiresome, Yi Wuhan remarked, rising to his feet and addressing Wei Chong, let us depart. Seeing Yi Wuhan preparing to leave, Zhang Wenyao hurriedly rushed out to lead the way. Once Yi Wuhan, Wei Chong, and Zhang Wenyao had exited, the remaining 4 began to express their thoughts. Did you all sense that young man is extraordinary? Pang Zimo remarked. Mu Zijin exclaimed in terror. Did you perceive his divine consciousness? The others shook their heads in confusion. What divine consciousness? How could someone so young possibly possess such a thing? No, when he smiled just now, I felt an overwhelming wave of divine consciousness crashing towards my mind's sea, nearly shattering it. Mu Zijin lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. How could this individual merely be a barbarian? Zhang Wenyao opened a door to a room and cheerfully addressed Yi Wuhan. Wuhan, you shall reside here for the time being. I will ensure someone informs you when grandfather's birthday arrives. Yi Wuhan smiled and replied, Ah, it seems quite spacious, thank you. With that, Yi Wuhan and Wei Chong entered the room, closing the door behind them. Reclining on the bed, Yi Wuhan said, Wei Chong, focus on your cultivation. I shall take a brief rest. Wei Chong nodded and replied, All right, Brother Wuhan, you may rest easy. Upon hearing Wei Chong's words, Yi Wuhan gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed, and a gentle, ethereal voice whispered in Yi Wuhan's ear, Master, Master. Yi Wuhan suddenly awoke, realizing that this was someone who had grown weary of their games and decided to remember him. He replied nonchalantly, Where have you been? How did you find me? Su Qianxia blinked her large, innocent eyes and playfully stuck out her delicate little tongue, saying, Isn't it because I wanted to understand the outside world a bit better? That's why I played for a little while. Yi Wuhan remained silent, contemplating what Su Qianxia might do next. First, to curry favor with him. She might intentionally flaunt herself, though that seemed unlikely. Next, she could be attempting to seduce him and then give him a good beating, which was quite possible. The most probable scenario, however, was that she simply wanted to go out and have some fun. Master, I've seen so many beautiful clothes outside, Su Qianxiao exclaimed, gesturing animatedly with her hands, looking quite comical. So many lovely outfits. Chapter 128. May I ask if you are Qinjinj? Oh, what do you wish to do? Yi Wuhan's brows arched slightly, as he seemed to have already deduced the outcome. Why don't you buy them for me? Su Qianxiao immediately tugged at Yi Wuhan's arm, speaking in a sweet, coaxing tone. One should really not let women go shopping. Although Yi Wuhen voiced his concerns, internally he was bursting with delight. Goodness, she was so soft, so comforting. He felt he might not be able to withstand it. Ahem, xianxia, do mind your posture. There are others in this room. Yi Wuhen cleared his throat, attempting to redirect her attention. Unfazed, xianxia continued to tug at his arm, replying, "It's fine, I've already taken care of him." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen glanced over at Wei Chong, who lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, looking utterly wretched. A shiver ran down Yi Wuhen's spine. The fox before him was no longer a mere fox, but rather a fierce tigress. "Don't you want money? I'll give it to you right away." Yi Wuhen reluctantly withdrew his hand from xianxia's embrace and said, "How much do you need?" "Not much." xianxia chuckled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. 50,000 gold. Uft! How dare you ask for such a sum? Instead of becoming angry at Yi Wuhen's outburst, xianxia merely smiled coyly. "Just 50,000 taels of gold. It's not too much, master. Just give it to your cute little fox. I'm begging you." After saying this, xianxia activated her otaku charm, manifesting fox ears, and playfully rubbed Yi Wuhen's head with her soft tail. Indeed, it was a terrifyingly effective head pat. Yi Wuhen found himself utterly captivated by the softness of that tail and hurriedly handed xianxia a spatial ring, saying, "I don't know how much gold is inside, but after I finish helping Zhang Wenyo, I will make sure to give you 50,000 taels. Yay, you're the best, master." xianxia beamed sweetly before darting out of the room. Now, Yi Wuhen felt a sense of inevitability about her departure. It was true that his initial agreement to let xianxia out stemmed from a sense of compassion. How could a bird, long confined in a cage, ever learn to soar? Take care and explore the world out there, he thought, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The following day, Yi Wuhen did not awaken Wei Chong, who was sleeping too soundly to be roused. Wei Chong departed from the room, making his way directly to Zhang Wenyao's quarters. It was not that Yi Wuhen possessed particularly extraordinary perception to locate Zhang Wenyao's room instantaneously. Rather, it was the undeniable opulence of the chamber that gave it away. With door frames fashioned from pure 24-karat gold, it was evident that this was indeed Zhang Wenyao's domain. Yi Wuhen approached the door with purpose, uttering no superfluous words, and pushed it open. To his astonishment, he found Zhang Wenyao changing clothes. Not that Yi Wuhen harbored any romantic inclinations. He simply took a seat on a nearby stool and said, "Brother Yao, I have come to seek your assistance. You need not say more. I already surmised the reason for your early visit." Zhang Wenyao replied with a light chuckle. After sipping some mild tea, he inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss? Where is Chen Jinj?" Yi Wuhen's gaze sharpened, and he promptly struck to the core of the matter. "Chen Jinj? Ah, you mean my fiancé's younger brother? You are looking for him?" Zhang Wenyao pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Yi Wuhen nodded. "Yes, where can I find him?" "He's at the Chun residence, quite near our governor's mansion. Would you like me to escort you?" Zhang Wenyao offered. Yi Wuhen nodded once more, then followed Zhang Wenyao outside. As Zhang Wenyao had stated, the distance from the governor's mansion to the so-called Chun residence was astonishingly short, akin to that of a shop located just downstairs. The guards at the Chun residence were clad in dark gray armor, projecting an air of sophistication. Upon spotting Zhang Wenyao from a distance, the captain of the guards hurried over to greet him, saying, "Young Master Zhang, whom do you seek here?" With a grand gesture, Zhang Wenyao replied, "I am not the one seeking. Rather, my brother here is in need of an audience with young Master Chun." With that, he gave Yi Wuhen a friendly pat on the back, indicating their close relationship. The guard captain, seasoned and astute, understood the unspoken dynamics. Power and influence were paramount in this world. He nodded earnestly. "Yes, yes. May I ask the surname and given name of this young master?" "Yi Wuhen." "Style name?" "Shui Bai." Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly, while brushing aside the white bangs that obscured his right eye with a smirk. The guard captain twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "If he is Shui Bai, then I must be a male god." However, he dared not voice such thoughts, for this was the brother of a young master from the governor's mansion. "Very well, young master Yi, please." The guard captain bowed slightly, gesturing for him to enter. Yi Wuhen paused and asked, "Brother Yao, are you not coming along? I have other matters to attend to." "You should enjoy a good chat with your brother," Zhang Wenyao replied with a hearty smile before departing from the entrance of the Chun residence. The guard captain maintained his respectful posture and said, "Young master Yi, please." Yi Wuhen followed the guard captain to the entrance of a room, and even through the door, he could detect an enticing fragrance, not an unpleasant odor, but rather the sweet scent of a young woman. Could it be that Chen Jinj was so audacious as to engage in such activities in broad daylight? Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the captain of the guards, who wore a broad smile, and said, "Young Master Yi, I shall take my leave." With that, the captain dashed away. Just as Yi Wuhen reached out, intending to call him back to keep watch at the door, he swallowed hard. Slowly, he opened the door. As he did, he remained silent, for he could hear the sound of water. Taking a few steps inside, he turned a corner, and the sound of water grew louder. Before him hung a pink curtain, obscuring his view, but that was of little concern. He possessed spiritual awareness. Suddenly, from the water emerged a delicate, pale leg, akin to a white lotus, followed by a woman who was gently rubbing her body. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down. Yi Wuhen's eyes gleamed with intensity. The imagery conveyed by his spiritual sense surpassed that of mere sight. A smooth, flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, accentuated by droplets of water, evoked an urge that was hard to resist. As he shifted his gaze to the woman's face, he was struck by her ethereal beauty, exuding an otherworldly charm. However, something felt amiss. The more he looked, the more she resembled Xianxia. Was it possible that he had opened the door inappropriately? Hastily, Yi Wuhen closed his spiritual sense. He was certainly not inclined towards such inclinations. Shaking his head, he reopened his spiritual awareness. This time, although he did not behold the woman in her full nudity, it mattered little, for some beauties in this world transcended mere physicality. There she was, clad in a sheer bathrobe, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin blushing softly from the warm water's caress, creating a captivating contrast with her original fair complexion. The sight was utterly enchanting. Her long, slender legs, free of any excess flesh, appeared so flawless that they invited admiration and gentle exploration. Yi Wuhen felt a strange sensation stirring within him, a compelling urge to pay homage. And then he looked at her face. In a panic, he hastily closed his spiritual sense again. Goodness, she truly resembled Xianxia. Shaking his head in disbelief, his pupils dilated with fear. Had he truly transformed into someone of such inclinations? "Who are you?" The woman's gaze sharpened, and with a swift kick, she sent the pink curtain flying, revealing her silhouette. Yi Wuhen awkwardly scratched his head and inquired, "Is this Xianxia's private room?" "Xianxia?" The woman's elegant brows arched. "I am indeed Xianxia." Yi Wuhen's heart sank into despair, disintegrating into fragments. Of course, someone as adorable as her must be a blue-haired beauty. The imagined perfect girl, aside from his beloved Bingbing and Mei likely only existed in dreams. With a sigh, Yi Wuhen lamented, "What nonsensical things are you saying?" Xianxia expressed her confusion, tugging her bathrobe tightly against her chest. "You can either leave on your own accord, or I shall compel you to depart." "Wait." Yi Wuhen hastily spread his arms, exclaiming, "I have matters to discuss with Xianxia. I am Xianxia." Her complexion flushed, possibly from the remnants of her recent bath or the gaze of Yi Wuhen. "Speak. What is it you wish to convey?" "Miss, the Xianxia I seek is a man." Yi Wuhen replied, utterly speechless. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the subtle smile of the chief guard. It seemed Yi Wuhen had been played for a fool. "A man?" Xianxia initially paused, then lowered her pink robe, responding slowly, "Please wait a moment." Yi Wuhen, feeling utterly overwhelmed, was at a loss. Just moments ago, she had urged him to leave, and now she was requesting him to wait. Could it be that she was captivated by my appearance? Did she desire a more intimate encounter? As Yi Wuhen pondered this, a commanding voice interrupted his reverie. "Come here." Startled, he pushed aside the curtain and entered, only to behold a breathtaking beauty transformed. She donned male attire, her hair tied back into a long ponytail. Yi Wuhen was left speechless, not merely by her beauty, but by how strikingly similar she appeared to Xianxia. "By heavens, you truly resemble Xianxia," Yi Wuhen stammered, momentarily entranced. Were he not familiar with Xianxia's form, he might have easily mistaken this woman for the one he knew. "I am indeed Xianxia," she replied with a sweet smile. "Very well, you are the esteemed one, and you are correct in all matters," Yi Wuhen retorted, rolling his eyes in an exaggeratedly dismissive manner. "Xianfu, Shudiangxing, Hot Springs." Xianxia spoke calmly at this juncture, her words sending a jolt through Yi Wuhen's heart. Who had imparted such information to her? Who informed you of this? Yi Wuhen's tone grew icy, and he unleashed his spiritual energy. An overwhelming pressure directed at the Xianxia before him. Her complexion paled dramatically as she confessed, "Because I am the Xianxia of Xianfu." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen's demeanor softened slightly, retracting his spiritual pressure. He stood up and struck the table, which resembled stone, with a decisive chop, shattering it into two halves. "Where's my friend?" A melodic laughter, akin to silver bells, echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears. "Your temper. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yi Wuhen." A smile graced Yi Wuhen's face. Indeed, that is I? Well then, since it is you, I shall be candid. To be honest, with your change in hairstyle and color, I scarcely recognized you, Jinj remarked with a shrug. I am female. As for the last time, when you, well, you know. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. It was because I was wearing binding cloth. Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, utterly deceived by this pretense. Why are you masquerading as a man? He inquired. Due to Zhang Wenyo's influence, Jinj replied. Her previously flushed cheeks now drained of color. I harbor no affection for him. My family insists on our union. Hence I disguised myself as a man during my journey here. Oh, I see. Then you should continue your charade. I shan't expose you, Yi Wuhan exclaimed, patting his chest in a gesture of camaraderie, as if to assert his loyalty. It is precisely because of your forthrightness that I confided in you, Jinj chuckled. What are your plans next? Yi Wuhan asked, running away from the wedding? Jinj nodded, indeed. I wish to escape from this marriage and pursue my own path to immortality. Perhaps once I tire, I shall seek a partner. She sighed wistfully. And where will you go next? Yi Wuhan queried, instantly regretting his question, fearing it might come across as intrusive. But if you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine. No, we are friends. I intend to join the ranks of the Liu Immortal sect, Jinj replied after taking a deep breath. The Liu Immortal sect? Yi Wuhan mused, repeating the name silently before responding. That seems quite distant. Indeed, it is, in the southern Jiangbu continent, Jinj confirmed. Then, I suppose it is time for separation? Yi Wuhan choked slightly on the words, and they both uttered the phrase simultaneously. Then pursue your path to immortality with all your heart. Yi Wuhan smiled, harboring hopes of a future reunion. With that, he departed. The original purpose of his visit now overshadowed by a tidal wave of anguish and helplessness. Chapter 130, The Italian Canon. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the 200th birthday celebration of Zhang Wenyo's grandfather. The Wuheng County Governor's residence was bustling with a throng of guests. Some came sincerely to present gifts, while others sought to curry favor. The governor's estate was adorned festively, and Zhang Wenyo had no time to attend to Yi Wuhan, merely instructing him to join the banquet in the main hall that evening before vanishing from sight. With little else to occupy his time, Yi Wuhan began preparing a gift for the evening's festivities. Upon entering the system marketplace, he was met with a dazzling array of items. Though diverse in nature, they shared a singular trait. They were exorbitantly priced. After a cursory assessment, Yi Wuhan realized that with his meager exchange points, the options available to him were exceedingly limited. This system has deteriorated significantly. I must leave a negative review, he lamented internally, resigned to the necessity of accruing more exchange points in the future. A brief glance around revealed that affordable and practical items were alarmingly scarce, leaving Yi Wuhan at a crossroads. He desired items that were both visually appealing and functional. Yet they must also be reasonably priced. Just as Yi Wuhan was feeling disheartened and contemplating his withdrawal, 2 items caught his eye. Could these magnificent treasures be the legendary Italian cannon referenced in the phrase, Second Lieutenant, bring me my mother's Italian cannon? Yi Wuhan gazed excitedly at the dark cannon within the exchange shop and remarked, this is splendid. I could certainly use this to bamboozle the locals, and perhaps indulge in some artillery practice during my leisure time. Upon glancing again at the exchange value, he noted with delight that it was a mere 500 points. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as the system facilitated the acquisition of this fabled Italian cannon. Ding! The host has successfully exchanged for the item Italian cannon from the exchange shop. 500 points deducted. Remaining exchange value is 14,500 points. While 500 points may not seem substantial, for Yi Wuhan, who was left with only 15,000 exchange points, it felt like a considerable sum, leaving him with a twinge of regret over the expenditure. As his gaze wandered once more, he discovered another exceptional treasure. This item was an unparalleled presence in the realm of cultivation, requiring an astonishingly low exchange value of merely 50 points. This treasure was none other than the renowned golden finger often depicted in countless stories, a mobile phone. Mobile phone, Nuomi phone, truly domestic, a device you can trust. Yi Wuhan exclaimed in disbelief. What sort of annotation is this? He stamped his foot in exasperation, wondering how much Nuomi had paid the system for such blatant advertising. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his irritation and exchanged for the phone, recognizing that such an economical and prestigious item was simply too good to pass up. Ding! The host has successfully exchanged for the item mobile phone. 50 points deducted. Remaining exchange value is 14,450 points. No sooner had the system's announcement concluded than a phone plummeted from the heavens into Yi Wuhan's hands, startling him considerably. If the items he exchanged were to descend from above, what about the colossal Italian cannon? Would it not crush him? Do all exchanged items fall from the sky? Yi Wuhan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and inquired. Only select small items will descend from above. Larger items will be stored in the host's inventory. Please check accordingly. Understanding now, Yi Wuhan's heart rate returned to a normal rhythm. He pressed the lock screen button on the mobile, discovering that it was fully charged. Yet alas, there was no charger. Does this phone not support charging? Yi Wuhan questioned, perplexed. Correct, this phone does not support charging. Should you wish to acquire a rechargeable device, please scroll down to the electronics section of the shop and purchase the cultivation phone. Yi Wuhan nodded, considering that this cultivation phone was indeed meant solely for his use. He then transferred the Italian cannon into his spatial ring and exited the system space. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, dusk had arrived. Yi Wuhan tidied himself before stepping outside, while Wei Chong remained unconscious from the fierce chastisement delivered by Su Xianxia, who had struck him with great ferocity. In the grand hall, the number of idle spectators had diminished significantly, leaving behind only those of notable backgrounds, yet still numbering in the hundreds. In the grand hall, Zhang Wenyo's grandfather, Zhang Yaoxing, occupied a pure black chair. Despite his advanced age, Zhang Yaoxing stood strong and steadfast, akin to an ancient pine tree. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of penetrating the innermost thoughts of those before him. Even Yi Wuhan felt a tremor in his heart upon meeting that gaze. A formidable presence. This thought swiftly crossed Yi Wuhan's mind, accompanied by a sense of ruthless determination. Zhang Yaoxing, noticing Yi Wuhan's scrutiny, merely responded with a faint smile, showing no sign of agitation. Zhang Wenyo patted Yi Wuhan's back and remarked, "Let us wait. Tonight is when the true spectacle begins." As he surveyed the crowd, it was evident that everyone was adorned in resplendent attire. Yet our dear brother Wuhan chose to defy convention, donning nothing more than a simple white robe. The reactions from the assembly varied. Some deliberately ignored him, while others expressed their disdain openly. One individual could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Brother, your fashion sense is quite unique. Do you not realize today marks the 200th birthday of the county governor?" Yi Wuhan cast a languid glance at the man, internally scoffing, "What an ignorant fool. This garment is a legendary treasure from the League of Heroes, the Sunfire Cloak." Acknowledgement mattered little to him. "And what of it?" Yi Wuhan retorted coldly. The man faltered, as if Yi Wuhan's words had struck him like a blow against a pillow, utterly ineffective. "Xiaoyuan, why waste your breath on such a rustic? We are men of taste." A dashing figure interjected, stepping beside Xiaoyuan. "Indeed, what you say is quite right. Let us move over there," Xiaoyuan replied with a hearty laugh. Secretly grateful to Mu Lixing for salvaging his dignity, without his intervention, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. Mu Lixing, smiling, guided Xiaoyuan away, glancing back at Yi Wuhan as they walked. Yi Wuhan felt a pang of regret for not being more ostentatious, lamenting the current state of his Sunfire Cloak. What a travesty! Just as the gathering reached a crescendo, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated through the hall. "I hereby declare the banquet to commence." This voice, unmistakably belonging to Zhang Yaoxing, prompted several astute individuals to step forward with gifts. "I am Li Yong from the Li family, presenting a magnificent South Mountain Pearl to the county governor." A muscular man presented a large crimson box. Zhang Yaoxing received it with a smile. At his current cultivation stage, he was in the transformation realm, likely to face calamity within a century. Thus it was imperative to accumulate resources for the Zhang family while he still could. Chapter 131. A song of the unsightly for all present. Li Yong's gesture stirred a considerable uproar among the crowd, prompting many to present their tributes to Zhang Yaoxing. However, most of these offerings were items purchasable with gold, with the finest being 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The attendees recognized that the governor's household lacked for nothing in that regard, and moreover, the true protagonists of the evening were the three contenders vying for the governor's position. If your gift surpasses theirs, are you not courting disaster? As the curtain fell on the gift-giving ceremony, a dashing young man clad in a sweater rose and strode purposefully toward Zhang Yaoxing. Someone remarked, "Isn't that Zhang Yanqiu, the second son of the county governor's estate? I hear he has returned after years of training abroad, likely to vie for the position of county governor on behalf of his father, Zhang Ning. Look over there." Zhang Heihu seems eager to make his move as well. Zhang Wenyo remains remarkably composed. "I have high hopes for him." "Wait, have you noticed that the fathers of these three young masters have yet to make an appearance?" Yi Wuhan was taken aback by this observation. Indeed, their fathers were competing for the position of county governor. What business did they have here, acting as if their lives depended on it? Could there be some clandestine dealings at play? He tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, pondering deeply. "If I were to inquire with Zhang Wenyo, he would certainly not divulge the truth. Even if he did, it would be a fabrication. How vexing. The gift presented by xianxia was a pristine snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains, reputed to possess life-saving and longevity-enhancing properties. If a skilled alchemist were to use it in concocting elixirs, it could yield a 9th-grade divine pill. Goodness, how extravagant of young Master Qiu to present such a remarkable offering. It seems Zhang Ning's chances of securing the position of county governor have increased significantly. Hearing the murmurs surrounding him, coupled with the radiant smile on Zhang Yaoxing's face, Zhang Yangqiu's grin grew ever brighter. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Wenyo and Zhang Heihu, as if to say, "Do you see this? I possess wealth beyond measure." Zhang Heihu remained silent, merely rising to present a rare spiritual root, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, "Today marks my grandfather's 200th birthday. In the depths of the northern mountains, I chanced upon this spiritual root, which is said to enhance one's consciousness and realm. Thus, I bring it forth as a tribute to my grandfather. What an astonishing spiritual root! Such a treasure capable of transforming the physique of a cultivator is indeed formidable. I never imagined I would witness such an extraordinary gem, truly. Young Master Heihu is deserving of his reputation." In terms of appearance, Zhang Heihu did not possess the striking handsomeness of Zhang Wenyo or Zhang Yanqiu. If one were to describe his looks, it could only be said that his brow bore a hint of darkness, akin to a lurking tiger preparing to pounce. At this moment, Zhang Wenyo could no longer contain himself, yet Yi Wuhen restrained him, whispering, "Brother Yao, do you trust me? If so, allow me to present the gift on your behalf." Zhang Wenyo pondered for a moment, glancing at the disdainful expressions of Zhang Heihu and Zhang Yangqiu. Though his own offering may not measure up to theirs, it was still a gesture of goodwill. "Nevertheless, all right, Wuhen, I trust you," Zhang Wenyo replied solemnly. Yi Wuhen smiled, and then stepped forward. "What? Zhang Wenyo isn't going up himself? He's allowing this country bumpkin to take his place. What a disgrace to the county governor's reputation." Xiao Xiaoyuan glared at Yi Wuhen's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in anger. Zhang Yaoxing was taken aback as well, feeling a surge of irritation. His grandson had the gall to not present the gift himself, and instead sent someone else. His assessment of Zhang Wenyo plummeted from 80 to a mere 30 in an instant. Yi Wuhen smiled lightly, and then respectfully said, "Senior, please do not be angered. I understand you must be feeling vexed about why Zhang Wenyao has not come personally to present his gifts, primarily because I did not want him to come." Upon hearing these words, an uproar ensued. "What? This person can actually command young Master Zhang. By heavens, what kind of background does he possess?" Zhang Yaoxing, upon listening, felt his anger intensify and rebuked. "What qualifications do you have to command my grandson? You scoundrel!" Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly and replied, "You ought to consider my background when speaking. If you were to utter such words in the Middle Realm, you would find your tongue cut out." A chilling voice echoed through the air. Zhang Yaoxing was taken aback, while others were left dumbfounded. What on earth is the Middle Realm? It sounds grand and lofty. Zhang Lei's expression was not quite right. Zhang Yaoxing steadied his heart, which was swelling with fear like a tidal wave, and then inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Oh, quite impressive. You are aware of the Middle Realm." Yi Wuhen chuckled lightly, yet his eyes betrayed a boundless disdain. "Wuhen, what have you experienced in the Immortal Mansion?" Zhang Wenyao chuckled. "Who is your master?" Zhang Yaoxing asked. "Is that something you can inquire about? Do you possess the capability to provoke someone from the Middle Realm?" Yi Wuhen boasted. "I possess 2 treasures that can ensure your Wuheng County's peace for eternity." "Then please, young brother, present them." Zhang Yaoxing's tone softened somewhat, recognizing that those from the Middle Realm were far from ordinary. Even he only learned of the Middle Realm upon attaining the position of county governor. "Very well." Yi Wuhen revealed a wicked smile, then took out his phone. "I know you will be astonished by what comes next, but please, do not be overly amazed. This is the moment to witness a miracle." Yi Wuhen adeptly unlocked his phone, then played a song, proclaiming loudly, as if he were a singer performing on stage, "Now, I present a song titled Ugly Monster to all present." Instantly, the melody of Ugly Monster resonated throughout the venue, and the crowd exclaimed, "What sort of divine object is this? Why does it play such a beautiful melody automatically? This melody seemed to belong only to the heavens. How rare it is to hear such a tune on earth." The rhythm and lyrics were truly exquisite. Soon, everyone became immersed in the melody of Ugly Monster, unable to extricate themselves, and some began to softly sing along, "Ugly Monster. In this ambiguous era, my existence is like an accident." Even Zhang Yaoxing, under the enchanting influence of Ugly Monster, declared his surrender and began to revel in the experience. To suggest that Zhang Yaoxing could not enjoy himself? He possesses immense wealth, indulging in the finest of pleasures. Yet nothing had ever moved him quite like Ugly Monster. Unbeknownst to them, 10 minutes had slipped by, and everyone remained entranced by the melody, unable to break free. Yi Wuhen smiled and remarked, "I wonder, esteemed elder, how do you find this treasure?" "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Zhang Yaoxing's complexion was rosy as he exclaimed thrice in delight, "Whatever you desire, I can provide. Just hand me that treasure." In chapter 132, the 2nd Battalion commander, infuriated, declared, "Damn it, I've brought the Italian cannon." Yi Wuhen observed Zhang Yaoxing's expression, akin to that of a drug addict, and a wicked amusement surged within him. Thus fell the once mighty county magistrate into depravity. Yi Wuhen waved his index finger before the magistrate, then spoke, "Elder, do not be hasty. I still have a song to play." His intention behind the music was to ensnare the magistrate further. "Here is a splendid folk melody for all present." Yi Wuhen pretended to hold a microphone and shouted exuberantly, "Oh my, there's even a song!" Cheered a beautiful woman as she stood. "What is your name? Handsome on stage." "Wow, Lu Beauty." She actually asked a man's name. A stunned male exclaimed. Mu Lixing, unable to contain himself, clenched his fists, ready to confront Yi Wuhen. He had harbored a secret affection for Lu Shi for years, having even studied music for her sake, yet to no avail. Lu Shi remained aloof, never casting him a glance. Now, however, she was inquiring about the name of a stranger, in public no less. At that moment, Mu Lixing felt as though his beloved had been taken by another, and a profound sense of humiliation surged within him. Unable to restrain himself, he released a hint of spiritual energy. Xiao Xiaoyuan, standing beside Mu Lixing, sensed something amiss and advised, "Brother Xing, temper your anger. Now is not the time for trouble. At least wait until this banquet concludes." Mu Lixing regained his composure and coldly replied, "Once this banquet is over, he shall understand true suffering." Yi Wuhen glanced toward Mu Lixing, catching the subtle expression on his face, and remarked nonchalantly, "I understand. Some forces compel me to play a role." To the enchanting woman over there, "Pardon me. I meant the ethereal fairy. I am Yi Wuhen." His demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth, akin to a spring breeze, as he continued, "I would like to invite you to the stage to revel in this delightful music." Lu Shi's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Her lips parted slightly. Is that truly possible? A fervent lover of music, she had longed to create a new musical paradigm, having grown weary of classical compositions. The song Yi Wuhen played resonated perfectly with her desires. Yi Wuhen nodded, signaling Lu Shi to join him, while Mu Lixing's countenance darkened. Were it not for Xiao Xiaoyuan's persistent counsel, Mu Lixing might have already rushed forward to confront Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen pressed the play button, and the most vibrant melody of the national style suddenly resonated throughout the hall. A shiver ran through everyone's hearts, and soon, they began to sway to the rhythm. In an instant, hundreds of people joined in the dance, as if the music possessed an unparalleled enchantment, compelling them to move gracefully. Even Lu Shi, typically stern and reserved, found herself dancing. Mu Lixing observed Lu Shi's graceful figure and exquisite dance moves, his gaze seemingly glued to her, unwavering. Zhang Yaoxing, a venerable elder of 200 years, naturally refrained from joining the youthful revelry, instead sitting on a chair crafted from black and white stones, softly humming along to the lyrics. As the vibrant melody came to an end, the throng remained entranced, lost in their own world of movement. Yi Wuhen chuckled inwardly, recognizing the song's widespread appeal across the land, aptly deemed a quintessential anthem for group dances. Those rustic folk were indeed captivated after just one listen. Gradually, Zhang Yaoxing emerged from the rhythm's embrace, feeling a slight purification of his spiritual energy. He mused to himself, such a divine artifact must be acquired. Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly before retrieving his phone, jesting that it would be absurd to play music continuously without draining its battery. He turned to Zhang Yaoxing with a grin, saying, "Well, esteemed elder, you must have witnessed the benefits of this phone. Such a miraculous object. TSK. It is truly astonishing. I wonder where this young brother obtained it." Zhang Yaoxing swallowed hard, his greedy gaze fixed on Yi Wuhen's storage ring, betraying no attempt to conceal his desire. "The legendary treasure bestowed upon me by my master is said to date back to the time of Pangu's creation. It not only plays enchanting melodies but also provides knowledge and even can preserve time." Yi Wuhen spoke solemnly, indeed beginning to boast once more. "Preserve time?" Zhang Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, then questioned with curiosity, "Does such a divine object truly exist in this world?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd awoke from the enchanting melody, clamoring, "Brother, I'll buy your treasure. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Enough talk. I possess 10 Earth-grade treasures. Earth-grade treasures are ranked according to the principles of heaven and earth, yet you think 10 Earth-grade treasures could purchase such an item? Are you dreaming? I possess 10 top-tier Earth-grade treasures. Even Lucia cast her alluring gaze towards Yi Wuheng, seductively stating, Wuheng, I desire that phone within your storage ring. Zhang Yaoxing, witnessing the crowd resembling a boiling cauldron and the cacophony surrounding them, thundered, silence. His voice resonated like thunder, instantly awakening the crowd. Yi Wuheng shook his head, addressing the young lady. I understand your fondness for this phone, but please maintain your decorum. With that, he discreetly slipped a small note into Lu Shi's hand. When Yi Wuheng and Zhang Yaoxing began conversing, Lu Shi unfolded the note only to find it read. Tonight at 3 o'clock, I shall await you by the lake. Zhang Yaoxing spoke, young brother, what is it that you desire? Yi Wuheng chuckled and replied, Elder, do not be impatient. I have something splendid to show you. Indeed. The treasure Yi Wuheng referred to was none other than the legendary Italian cannon of the 2nd Battalion. Observing the expansive hall's layout, Yi Wuheng noted that while it was vast, the excessive number of people rendered it unsuitable for artillery. Thus, he turned to Zhang Yaoxing and said, Elder, let us step outside for a moment. Zhang Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, but then he reconsidered. After all, this was his domain, and his strength surpassed that of Yi Wuheng. Why should he be apprehensive? Very well, let us proceed, he said, revealing a benevolent smile akin to that of an elder as he accompanied Yi Wuheng out. As they stepped through the door, Yi Wuheng glanced back and remarked, Are you daft? Why linger here like a mere utility pole? Come out and witness my demonstration. Chapter 133. The Great Wuheng. Once Yi Wuheng awaited the others outside. He chuckled and, with a grand gesture, placed the Italian cannon of the 2nd Battalion upon the ground. The crowd gasped at the sight of the dark, colossal object with a cylindrical barrel, and murmurs erupted among them. Good heavens, what is this thing? Is it functional? Do not question Brother Wuhen's offerings. What he presents is guaranteed to be effective. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Zhang Heihu and Zhang Yanqiu stood bewildered, feeling utterly defeated. They yearned to shout at Yi Wuheng. Damn it, I am the star of the night. How has all the attention shifted to you? Had Yi Wuheng overheard such sentiments, he would have merely smiled faintly, delivering a firm slap to each of them, and gently replied, Heh, do not dream. I am the true protagonist. Yi Wuheng patted the cannon's barrel and declared, This is a treasured artifact commonly employed in the Middle Realm, though you may not comprehend what that entails. Nevertheless, you need only know that it is called an Italian cannon, and its power is immense. Watch closely, Yi Wuheng continued, retrieving an enormous black sphere from the spatial ring. He infused the orb with a strand of spiritual energy and then positioned it within the unexplainable opening of the cannon. Prepare yourselves. The moment of wonder is about to unfold. Yi Wuheng grinned, igniting the cannon with otherworldly flames. Reminiscent of the artillery in the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, though he had never witnessed an Italian cannon himself. With a swift flicker of flames igniting the fuse, mere seconds later, a dazzling flash erupted, followed by an extraordinarily formidable projectile that soared forth. The ears of those nearby buzzed as if swarmed by bees. What kind of weapon is this? The sound is deafening. Did you not hear? Brother Wuheng just proclaimed that this magnificent creation is the Italian cannon. Zhang Yaoxing, witnessing the distant explosion, the blinding light, and the massive crater formed, stood in astonishment, exclaiming, Such an artifact rivals the full force of a nascent soul cultivator's strike. Yi Wuheng chuckled as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Of course, this is a treasure of the Middle Realm. However, beneath his calm exterior, he thought to himself, My goodness, this Italian cannon drained a fifth of my spiritual energy with just one shot. What on earth? The power it possesses is truly remarkable. This is indeed worthy of its reputation as an Italian cannon. Brother Hen, how much does this Italian cannon cost? Is there a wholesale price if purchased alongside a mobile phone? Yi Wuheng smiled faintly and replied, This Italian cannon is a rare gem left to me by my master. It is said to be a divine stone that fell when Nuwa repaired the heavens, which my master later found. Recognizing its spiritual essence, he crafted this legendary Italian cannon and entrusted the only one to me. Were it not for my brotherly bond with Zhang Wenyo, I truly would not wish to reveal it. Indeed, this is the mark of a true master. After hearing Yi Wuhen's words, Lu Shi gazed at him with an even more alluring look, longing to throw herself into his embrace at that very moment. In truth, I do not wish to elaborate so much. I have had the fortune of accompanying my master to the Middle Realm a few times. Yi Wuhen's expression, aged yet wise, reflects his mastery of boasting. Indeed, the Middle Realm is a splendid place. Zhang Yaoxing shuddered upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words. contemplating silently. This individual's background must be extraordinary, and his master possesses immense powers. I wonder how Yaoxing has befriended such a person. Zhang Wenyo approached with a smile, patting Yi Wuhen on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Wuhen, you've worked hard." Yi Wuhen, one to seize opportunities, promptly replied, "Brother Yao, if anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. I still possess some capabilities." With that, Yi Wuhen's hands suddenly erupted with two strands of extraordinary flames, warping the very fabric of space around them. Their temperature beyond comprehension. Zhang Wenyo retreated in quick succession, chuckling nervously. "Brother Wuhen, please extinguish your flames. I cannot withstand this." Zhang Yaoxing felt a tremor at the sight of the flames, sensing their extraordinary nature. He lowered his guard, smiling brightly. "Little brother, your flames are truly remarkable." "Good to know," Yi Wuhen replied as he reabsorbed the flames into his body, then continued with a composed demeanor. "Now that I have introduced my background and these two treasures, it is time to discuss terms." "Yes, I understand. What do you seek?" Zhang Yaoxing inquired. "It is not about what I desire, but rather what you currently possess." Yi Wuhen's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting like a hawk's. "Spirit stones? Techniques? Martial skills?" Zhang Yaoxing ventured to inquire. "Do you think I would lack such things?" Yi Wuhen countered. "What I seek is the position of the county governor." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoxing pondered for a moment before responding. "That is not possible. My position?" He declined outright. Just like that, he was rejected. Yi Wuhen asked, "Is it that my offerings are insufficiently rich, or is there another reason?" "No, your gifts are abundant, but according to the rules, I cannot pass on the position of the county governor to you." Yi Wuhen shook his head in confusion. "You've misunderstood. I do not seek the governorship for myself, but rather wish for it to be bestowed upon Zhang Wenyo's father." "That is still not permissible," Zhang Yaoxing retorted with a cold smirk. "According to the rules, you must first compete in 10 matches. In truth, this rule had been fabricated on the spot. If he managed to eliminate this individual, the treasures acquired would surely be immeasurable. Yi Wuhen furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhang Wenyo, who shrugged, indicating he was equally oblivious to such a rule. Yi Wuhen nodded and replied, "Very well, I accept your challenge. When shall we compete?" Zhang Yaoxing's smile widened, revealing a sinister gleam. Securing victory in this contest would make it quite easy to dispose of him. "Tomorrow, our county governor's office shall host a designated arena for beast fights." Everyone was taken aback. How had the previously jovial atmosphere shifted to one of icy tension in the blink of an eye? Gifts had seamlessly transitioned into a competition? Yi Wuhen retrieved his phone from his storage ring and tossed it into Zhang Yaoxing's hands, saying coolly, "Here, I've given what I owe. As for this phone, you'll have to figure it out on your own." With that, Yi Wuhen turned toward his chamber, while Zhang Wenyo contemplated for a moment before choosing to follow. Chapter 134. I can defeat you with one hand. Don't cry. "Wuhen, what did you mean by middle-tier realm?" Zhang Wenyo inquired directly, taking a seat. Yi Wuhen's response was succinct. "Some things are better left unknown." Zhang Wenyo awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Then one last question. "Where did you acquire that phone and the Italian cannon? Isn't it obvious? Besides the immortal realm, where else could I procure such items?" Yi Wuhen reclined with his legs on the table, hands clasped behind his head in a nonchalant manner. Zhang Wenyo nodded, understanding. "All right, rest well. We have a match tomorrow." With that, he exited the room. Yi Wuhen glanced at Wei Chong, who lay sprawled on the floor, and sighed. "I certainly do not wish to unleash my killing intent. But since the county governor has played this trick on me..." A glint of malice flickered in Yi Wuhen's eyes as he coldly proclaimed, "Then I shall eliminate one. Hey, Wei Chong, it's time to wake up." Yi Wuhen lowered his legs and approached Wei Chong, exclaiming, "Damn it, why isn't he stirring? Does Su Xianxia mean to push him to his limits?" Shaking his head, Yi Wuhen infused a trickle of his celestial energy into Wei Chong. Moments later, Wei Chong erupted into a fit of coughs before swiftly rising to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother Wuhen, we must flee. That old witch is returning." "Old witch? What on earth have you been through, Wei Chong?" Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback before reassuring, "Do not panic. That old witch has already been driven away by me." Upon hearing those words, Wei Chong felt a sense of calm wash over him, his trembling body steadied. Suddenly, a formidable kick struck the door, flinging it open, and several dapper young men entered. Yi Wuhen recognized two of them, Mu Lixing and Xiao Xiaoyuan. At that moment, Mu Lixing's eyes glinted with menace as he bared his teeth and exclaimed, "You're the one who stole my wife." "What? Stolen your wife?" Yi Wuhen rose to his feet, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. "If you five wish to cause me trouble, simply say so. Why resort to such flimsy excuses? It's counterproductive." Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, the four men, except for Mu Lixing, erupted into laughter. Mu Lixing's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "I'm telling you, don't play the fool with me." "Oh." Yi Wuhan brushed aside his bangs with a smile. "I've been with many women. I'm not sure which one you're referring to." "You." Mu Lixing clenched his fists, producing a thunderous sound. He had witnessed Yi Wuhan discreetly slipping a note into Lu Shi's hand, and he knew precisely what was written on it. "It's Lu Shi," Mu Lixing roared. "Lu Shi?" Yi Wuhan shook his head, sighing. "I haven't even made my move yet. Why the haste? How dare you?" Mu Lixing cursed vehemently, then waved his hand, unleashing 5 fiery chains that shot from his sleeves towards Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan regarded the 5 chains with a scoff, remarking, "I'll handle you with one hand. Don't weep later." In an instant, he grasped the sky-slaying sword with one hand, and, with a single swipe, severed all 5 chains, not even grazing the hem of his attire. Mu Lixing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and dread. The youth before him emitted no signs of spiritual energy. Yet his swordsmanship and the aura that had just emanated were enough to send shivers down Mu Lixing's spine. The other 4 gentlemen, sensing the dire situation, instinctively murmured, "What now? Should we retreat?" Yi Wuhan, overhearing this, chuckled. "What? After putting on a show, you wish to leave?" With a thought, he activated the Xuanwu formation. As they attempted to breach the threshold, they were repeatedly rebuffed by an invisible barrier. Desperation set in as one of them cried, "Brothers, let us fight back." One individual brandished an unknown object, chanting a spell before hurling it at Yi Wuhan. Boom! The object exploded, yet Yi Wuhan remained unscathed. Previously, he had invoked the 9-word true mantra, donning a layer of golden armor that shielded him from this minor assault. Mu Lixing, realizing the gravity of the situation, rolled a fiery sphere in his hand and charged towards Yi Wuhan. Yet, Yi Wuhan's instincts were exceptionally acute. Just 3 steps away, Mu Lixing laughed maniacally. "You shall perish." But then swish. Yi Wuhan reversed his grip on the sky-slaying sword, delivering a deadly thrust that dispatched Mu Lixing. Ding! The host has slain a golden core stage cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 20,000,500,000 points. The 4 individuals, witnessing Mu Lixing perish before their eyes, were filled with profound regret. They lamented that they should never have accompanied him. "Brother, whatever you desire, I can provide. Just spare my life," pleaded Xiaoyuan, the true opportunist among them. Upon seeing Mu Lixing, the strongest among them, fall, he immediately knelt in submission. "What do you think I lack?" Yi Wuhan said, sheathing his sword, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Xiaoyuan, that smile felt increasingly sinister, akin to a skull mocking him with a ghastly grin. "Brother, you surely lack nothing, so please just dismiss me as a mere nuisance." Xiaoyuan replied with a bitter laugh. The other 3 were left dumbfounded. The situation had flipped, and they promptly knelt as well. Yi Wuhan chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the remaining 3. Feeling the weight of his stare, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground in fear. "Excellent. This is more like it." Yi Wuhan nodded in approval, then commanded, "Hand over all your spatial rings." Initially taken aback, the 4 quickly complied, surrendering their rings without hesitation. Holding the 3 rings, Yi Wuhan felt a surge of joy. "Wonderful, the exchange value is assured. Do you know what the consequence of arrogance is?" Yi Wuhan casually tossed one of the rings into the air, the 3 rings clinking as they intertwined. The trio shook their heads. "No, please enlighten us, Brother Wuhan." "The consequence of arrogance," Yi Wuhan mused outwardly, while inwardly he had already completed the incantation for the 9 heavens thunderbolt. With fingers aglow with divine lightning, he swung downwards, summoning the wrath of the heavens. 3 bolts of lightning descended from the skies, obliterating the 3 men without leaving a trace. Ding! The host has slain a Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! The host has slain a Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! The host has slain a Foundation Establishment cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Chapter 135, The Endless Pursuit of Arrogance. Ding! The experience required for the next upgrade is 50,000,500,000 points. Wei Chong was rendered speechless by the shock. The earlier display of martial prowess had already left him astounded, and the unleashed spiritual energy fluctuations had filled him with dread. Yet, Yi Wuhan had dispatched them all in an instant. Yi Wuhan examined the contents of the 3 rings and, as expected, found items typically favored by young aristocrats. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, 10,000 tails of gold, and women's lingerie, along with some object resembling a contraceptive. What on earth is this? Is one of them a pervert? Yi Wuheng shook his head, then converted the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and gold into exchange value, amounting to a substantial sum of 50,000. Yi Wuheng tossed one of the rings to Wei Chong, instructing, "Tomorrow, procure some supplies. We plan to set off the day after." With a disdainful glance at the prostrate Mu Lixing, Yi Wuheng unleashed a flicker of otherworldly flames, incinerating him utterly. The following day, having finished his breakfast early, Yi Wuheng made his way to the Grand Hall, only to find Zhang Yaoxing had been awaiting him for quite some time. Within the hall, the only occupants were Zhang Yaoxing and Zhang Wenyao, making Yi Wuheng the third. Zhang Yaoxing spoke. "Ah, the young brother has arrived. Let us proceed to the beast-fighting arena together." Yi Wuheng glanced at Zhang Wenyao and nodded. "Very well. The sooner we conclude, the better." After more than an hour's journey alongside Zhang Yaoxing, they arrived at an arena resembling a vast disk, its center filled with a mound of earth and stone, while an array of weapons lay scattered around. Upon approaching the stone walls of the arena, Yi Wuheng discerned the presence of stone doors. "Young brother, your first challenge is the blade god from our county's governor's estate." Zhang Yaoxing squinted his eyes and bellowed. With a thunderous crash, a robust man wielding a large blade shattered the stone door and emerged, grinning at Yi Wuheng, who provocatively beckoned him forward. "Oh, how amusing it is to flaunt oneself before me," Yi Wuheng remarked with a cold smirk. He then summoned the celestial blade from his storage ring, leaping gracefully before the blade god. "You are the famed Yi Wuheng, are you not?" The blade god laughed. "I wonder how your flesh will fare under my blade." Yi Wuheng widened his eyes in confusion. "What did you say?" "The wind is too strong for me to hear." "I said, you are the one who has been making waves, Yi Wuheng." The blade god initially paused, then shouted loudly. "What? The wind today is indeed boisterous," Yi Wuheng replied, cupping his hands over his ears. "I asked if you were Yi Wuheng." The blade god was bewildered. What was this Yi Wuheng up to? "What? Who am I?" Yi Wuheng continued to feign ignorance. "You old fool." The blade god, incensed, swung his blade down toward Yi Wuhen's head. Yi Wuheng smiled, employing the I Ching steps coupled with the Bagua wheel maneuver to swiftly evade to the blade god's rear. With a wicked grin, he declared, "Yes, I am indeed your elder." He then thrust his sword toward the blade god's back. In a state of shock, the blade god reacted swiftly, for he was at the nascent soul stage. Just as Yi Wuhen's sword was about to pierce his back, the blade god hastily turned to parry with his weapon. Clash! Yi Wuhen's celestial blade collided with the blade god's weapon, creating a small breach in the latter's formidable blade. The blade god was filled with disbelief. His blade was a prized earthly artifact, yet it had been so easily pierced by this youth's seemingly modest bronze sword. Suppressing his astonishment, the blade god gradually began to chant a spell, and flames began to flicker on his blade. Yi Wuheng, with a mere glance, discerned that these flames were insufficient to contend with his own. They might barely scorch the armor of the combatants. "Using fire, are we?" Yi Wuheng scoffed. "Allow me to show you what true flames look like." Boom! Two unusual flames surged in Yi Wuhen's hands, gradually extending to envelop the blade of his sword under his command. These two flames began to intertwine, transforming into a violet blaze that blazed with such intensity that it turned the area around Yi Wuhen's Zhantian sword into a pitch-black void. At this moment, Yi Wuheng unleashed all his spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a sovereign, towering majestically above all. The sword god gripped the hilt of his blade, once again clashing with Yi Wuhen's Zhantian sword. A resounding crash echoed as sparks flew. Yi Wuhen's sword remained unscathed, while the sword god's weapon suffered catastrophic damage. The blade itself melted away under Yi Wuhen's extraordinary flames, leaving behind a mere fragment, resembling something gnawed by a dog. Zhang Yaoxing observed from a distance, his heart aflame with excitement. He realized he was taking a significant risk. If Yi Wuheng perished, it would be one thing, but if he survived and discerned Zhang's intentions, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Wenyao, too, was filled with incredulity, never imagining that this celestial abode possessed such immense power, capable of transforming a mere mortal into such a formidable force. Had he known, he would have joined the fray. How could a sword god be deemed a sword god with no sword? At this moment, the sword god sat despondently on the ground, clutching the remnants of his blade. Devoid of any spark of spirit, years of arduous training in martial arts had proven futile against his opponent, unable to withstand even a single strike. Moreover, his weapon had been severed. Could such a sword god still be called a sword god? Yi Wuheng glanced at the sword god and calmly stated, "I shall resolve your fate. Will you take your own life, or shall I assist you? Come then, to perish at the hands of a genius. There's no loss in that." The sword god replied with a wretched smile, reminiscing about his former dreams of wielding an unparalleled sword and astonishing the entire Zhou dynasty. But now, alas, Zhang Yaoxing sensed something amiss, but when he saw Yi Wuhen raise his sword, realization struck him. He shouted urgently, "Do not kill!" But it was too late. Yi Wuhen's Zhantian's sword had already sliced through the sword god's neck, and the renowned sword god of Wuheng County met his demise at Yi Wuhen's hands. Ding! The host has slain a nascent soul stage cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 150,000 out of 500,000 points. Yi Wuhen's Zhantian's sword was stained with blood, which was soon incinerated by the extraordinary flames. Zhang Yaoxing shook his head and declared, "Now, let us commence the second battle, with our county's axe god facing off against the young brother." Yi Wuhen smiled, then removed his headband, letting his long hair cascade over his shoulders. It was time to unleash his true berserk mode. One would fall for each he encountered. Let this beast arena become the treasure trove of experience for Yi Wuhen. Chapter 136. I'll treat you to Erguo too. The axe god made his entrance with even more grandeur than the sword god, opting not to cleave the stone door with his great axe, but instead shattering it with a burst of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the stone door collapsed, revealing a towering man of 7 feet, a quintessential berserker. "I am the guardian of the Wuheng County," the axe god bellowed, wielding his battle axe with fury. The situation was utterly bewildering. The brainwashing had clearly left a profound mark. Yi Wuhen observed the axe god, who resembled a minotaur, save for the absence of horns and a snorting nostril. "You look down upon me." With a furious roar, the axe god swung his battle axe towards Yi Wuhen, a fierce gust of wind swirling in its wake. Reacting swiftly, Yi Wuhen evaded the impending blow, thinking to himself, "What immense power! Truly a berserker. I shall end your life," thundered the axe god, igniting his axe in a blaze of flames. "Prepare to perish." The axe swung relentlessly, creating a cacophony of winds. Unable to contain himself, Yi Wuhen summoned the strange fire within him, crashing it forth. Clang! He cast the sword of heaven to the ground. The axe god, taken aback by Yi Wuhen's unexpected action, hesitated and inquired, "What are you doing?" Yi Wuhen crashed the formidable flames in his hands together, watching as they intertwined. With a grin, he remarked, "I am about to perform a magic trick. I don't believe you. You can't be this benevolent." The axe god eyed Yi Wuhen suspiciously, but when his gaze fell upon the extraordinary flames in Yi Wuhen's hands, he was momentarily transfixed. The fire lotus was breathtaking, like a vision from a dream. "See, is it not a magic trick?" Yi Wuhen chuckled at the axe god's astonishment. This berserker truly is rather naive, easily deceived. Indeed, the lotus was stunning. The axe god, captivated by the swirling flower in Yi Wuhen's hands, commended, "That lotus is truly beautiful." With a sly smile, Yi Wuhen presented the lotus to the axe god, gently stating, "Since you admire it so much, I shall gift it to you." With that, he unleashed a surge of thunder beneath his feet and swiftly distanced himself from the axe god. The axe god continued to gaze at the flower, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Do take good care of this blossom." Yi Wuhen smiled and then detonated the fire lotus. Zhang Yaoxing's heart sank. Yet another trusted ally had perished. Ding! The host has slain a Yuanying stage cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 250,000, 500,000 points. What on earth was that fire lotus? Zhang Yaoxing slammed his fist into the stone wall, and with a resounding boom, the wall crumbled, revealing a massive indentation of 100 meters. Such power was astonishing. Yi Wuhen reveled in Zhang Yaoxing's furious and embarrassed demeanor, then shouted, "Elder, are you not going to call it a day? There are still 8 rounds remaining. Let us continue." Zhang Yaoxing's lips twitched as he thought, "What was I thinking? Provoking this monster?" Since the young man wished to challenge further, Zhang Yaoxing could only force a smile through gritted teeth and declared, "Then our next contender shall be the renowned sword god of our governor's mansion." "Oh, a swordsman?" As soon as Yi Wuhen's words fell, 3 streaks of sword light flashed past his left arm. Had it not been for Yi Wuhen's swift application of the legendary I Jing steps combined with the Armstrong spiral maneuver, he would have barely evaded the attack. "What's wrong? Do you look down upon those who wield swords?" A long-haired, handsome man approached, holding a sword in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. Chuckling softly, "Aren't you also wielding a sword?" "Indeed, I do wield a sword," Yi Wuhen replied, his gaze turning somber as he continued. "However, within this realm of swordsmanship, I find it exceedingly difficult to encounter a worthy opponent." "Oh," the sword god laughed heartily, then tossed a wine gourd towards Yi Wuhen, exclaiming, "A person of such boldness should certainly partake in wine." Yi Wuhen glanced at the gourd and, without hesitation, gulped down the rich liquor inside. Glug, glug. Moments later, a fiery sensation surged through his throat, and within 10 seconds, he began to cough violently. "By heavens, this wine is poisoned." Yi Wuhen coughed, while wiping the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. "Ha ha ha, little brother, is this your first time drinking this wine?" The sword god laughed heartily at Yi Wuhen's disheveled state. Yi Wuhen looked at the sword god and chuckled before saying, "Since you have gifted me such fine liquor, it is only proper that I return the favor." With a plan forming in his mind, Yi Wuhen thought, "Since you have me drink this, I shall treat you to some Red Star Erguo-tu." With that, he exchanged for a bottle of Erguo-tu in the marketplace, which was quite affordable, costing him merely 5 points of exchange value, an amount I shall overlook lest I be accused of exaggeration. Yi Wuhen grasped the weighty bottle of Red Star Erguo-tu, secretly amused. "Huh, after drinking this enhanced version of Erguo-tu, you may find yourself in a deep slumber." "Oh, is this what you consider fine liquor?" the sword god asked, noticing the bottle in Yi Wuhen's hand with a puzzled expression. Yi Wuhen promptly offered the Erguo-tu, lowering himself in deference. "Sword god, this is a rare treasure I brought from afar. It is guaranteed to be delightful." The sword god regarded Yi Wuhen thoughtfully before accepting the bottle. After fiddling with it for a moment, he inquired, "How does one open this?" Yi Wuhen adopted an expression of disbelief, then took the bottle back, twisted off the cap, and handed it back to the sword god. Glug, glug, the sword god, also a wine enthusiast, wasted no time and tilted his head back, swallowing it down. While this might be acceptable with a common wine, this was, after all, the enhanced version of Red Star Erguo-tu. In the Great Celestial Empire, it would cost 6 yuan. Such a fine product ensures 1 bottle invigorates the mind, 2 bottles banish fatigue, and 3 bottles grant immortality. By heavens, you have tricked me. As soon as the sword god finished the bottle, the effects of the Erguo-tu became apparent. He felt as though his throat and abdomen were ablaze, with layers of heat compounding upon one another, nearly overwhelming him. "Hee, this liquor hails from the Great Celestial Empire. Can you handle it?" Yi Wuhen jeered. "If you can't drink, why act so pretentious? Is it not strong enough? Shall I fetch you another bottle?" Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, the sword god was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Such potent liquor ought to be savored slowly. Drinking it in haste, as the sword god did, would undoubtedly lead to choking, a discomfort that requires no elaboration. Chapter 137. Engaging in combat is best left to one's subordinates. "You scoundrel!" The sword god, fueled by indignation, flushed with rage, resembling a wrathful deity, declared, "If I do not vanquish you today, I shall renounce the title of sword god." "Huh, you are unworthy of that title," Yi Wuhen retorted coldly, gripping the sword of heaven's slaying, prepared for battle. As his opponent wielded a sword, Yi Wuhen was determined not to be outmatched in the art of swordsmanship. With a thunderous shout, the sword god wasted no words. His sword, akin to a bolt of lightning, surged forth with a fierce wind towards Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen infused the sword of heaven's slaying with the power of the 9 nether, causing the once bronze sword to undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into the celestial lock moon slasher. Clang! The swords clashed, emitting blinding sparks. In terms of swordplay and the quality of the blade, Yi Wuhen undoubtedly held the upper hand, yet for reasons unknown, he struggled to breach the sword goddess' defenses. Heartbreaking divine sword. The sword god bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword as it lunged rapidly towards Yi Wuhen. The unification sword technique was no mere boast. After all, it was a celestial-grade sword art. With a stance resembling an ancient pine welcoming guests, Yi Wuhen countered the heartbreaking divine sword, forcing the sword god into a series of defensive maneuvers. "Didn't you just boast loudly? Aren't you the sword god? Come, let us clash directly," Yi Wuhen taunted. The sword god, hearing this provocation, flushed with embarrassment, having just postured grandly before being so publicly chastised. "Golden Phoenix, Overlord Sword," he intoned softly, as a glimmer of golden light danced upon his blade. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, his sword resembling a golden phoenix, soaring with wind and fire. "By heavens, are you serious?" Yi Wuhen exclaimed, just as the sword neared his chest, poised to pierce through with a mere advance. Yet, employing the I Ching step, Yi Wuhen deftly repositioned himself behind the sword god, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Since you are earnest, I shall not hold back." With a fierce thrust, the celestial lock moon slasher pierced through the fabric of space, exuding an aura of desolation, and surged towards the sword goddess' back. infused with the essence of the Nine Nether. The Sword God, a seasoned swordsman with years of practice, sensed the imminent threat from the celestial lock moonslasher. His brows furrowed as he hastened to flee forward. If you think this will suffice to evade it, Yi Wuhen smirked coldly. For his celestial lock moonslasher had begun to emanate tendrils of dark ethereal light, coalescing into a terrifying crescent-shaped blade. You are indeed too Navi. The dark blade erupted from the sword, appearing before the Sword God in an instant. The Sword God's pupils suddenly dilated, and he hastily raised his sword in defense. Flames of golden hue dancing upon its blade. The presence of these golden flames signified the essence of the nascent soul's fire. Should a nascent soul cultivator wield such flames and imbue them upon a weapon, it would indeed signal a grave escalation. The nascent soul's fire is no ordinary flame. Anything it ignites shall burn eternally unless cleansed by sacred waters or certain precious artifacts. Furthermore, this fire has the capacity to consume the very soul. Clang! The black crescent-shaped blade clashed against the sword engulfed in nascent soul flames, and amidst the fierce struggle, the Sword God's weapon was shattered into fragments. Cough! The Sword God immediately knelt on one knee, covering his mouth with his hand, but blood trickled through the gaps between his fingers. Who are you? The Sword God's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been bested by an unknown individual at the rotation stage, and that even the nascent soul flames had been completely extinguished. What unfathomable power did this person possess? The Sword God, having summoned his last reserves of strength, managed to rise momentarily before slowly collapsing again, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I concede. I have lost, utterly and completely. In my life, I can no longer face this world. The law of the jungle prevails in this realm. Defeat is defeat, with no excuses to be made. Zhang Yaoxing, sensing the dire situation, scoffed, "Do not kill him." He leapt down to the shoulder of Yi Wuhen and urged, "Little brother, spare him." Yi Wuhen cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yaoxing, retorting, "You think your words hold weight? Who do you believe yourself to be? It was you who urged me to engage in these 10 matches, now that you have lost. Whom do you blame? I assure you, for each of those matches, I shall not let a single one of them escape retribution." With that, Yi Wuhen unleashed his full spiritual power, a majestic imperial force descending like a king upon a city, leaving the Sword God gasping for breath. Dominance. Absolute dominance. I shall not spare any of them who have lost. This declaration echoed profoundly within Zhang Wenyao's heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaoxing stood dumbfounded, utterly at a loss. Yet his singular thought was to prevent Yi Wuhen from slaying the Sword God. The Sword God is one of the 12 divine guardians of the Wuheng prefecture, and with 2 already fallen to Yi Wuhen, coupled with the disappearance of the Arrow God, if the Sword God were to fall as well, Zhang Yaoxing would be left utterly bereft of a plan. Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly, and then struck swiftly. He aimed a decisive blow to behead the Sword God. However, just as Yi Wuhen's celestial locking moon slash was about to graze the Sword God's neck, clang, clatter, it was as if the attack had collided with an invisible wall of wind, rebuffed effortlessly. It was evident to Yi Wuhen that this was the handiwork of Zhang Yaoxing. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yaoxing, Yi Wuhen seemed to convey his dissatisfaction regarding the protection of the Sword God. You cannot kill him. Huh. It appears the game has become unplayable, with rules being altered unilaterally. Quite the audacious display. Yi Wuhen smiled faintly. This predicament is forced upon me by you. While I may not be able to defeat you myself, it does not imply that my system cannot triumph. You dare to bully me, provoke me, toy with me? Not a chance. Without hesitation, Yi Wuhen accessed the system and opened the exchange store. This store was not merely for exchanging items. It was a marketplace for legendary heroes and illustrious figures. As the screen flickered, Yi Wuhen had already envisioned a fitting candidate. Compared to him, Zhang Yaoxing falls slightly short. The character Yi Wuhen selected was none other than the renowned Elbu from the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, the exchange value for this Elbu, post-revision of the store, was a mere 5,000 points, an undeniable bargain. A wicked smile crept across Yi Wuhen's lips as he coldly remarked, "Indeed, when it comes to battles, it's far better to enlist a subordinate." Chapter 138. This game must continue. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen summoned the formidable Elbu Ding. The character Elbu has been successfully exchanged. Deducting 5,000 points, your remaining balance is 59,500 points. As the system's voice faded, a yellow talisman materialized in Yi Wuhen's hand. Antiquated in appearance, emblazoned with a grandly inscribed character for El. Goodness, is this truly the summoning talisman of Elbu, El Fengxian? I cannot contain my excitement. He is my idol. Grasping the talisman, Yi Wuhen's eyes widened in astonishment. He was the sort of person who, upon encountering something he adored, would exuberantly express his delight like a child, yet would staunchly oppose anything he detested. After a moment of admiration, he exited the system space. At that instant, Zhang Yaoxing remarked with a smile, "Little brother, once this round concludes, let us commence the next." However, inwardly he mused, "I refuse to believe I cannot deplete your internal spiritual energy. When that energy runs out, let us see how you fare." Humph. As long as I say this contest is not over, it remains unfinished. Yi Wuhen snorted coldly, exuding an aura of dominance that sent chills down Zhang Yaoxing's spine. Wait, how has this kid become even more formidable than before? Zhang Yaoxing questioned in bewilderment, yet reassured himself that perhaps he was merely overthinking it. It was but a last-ditch struggle, leading him ultimately to a dead end. "Come forth, my subordinate, El Fengxian." Yi Wuhen hurled the talisman into the air, and in an instant, thunder and flames erupted. A circular red wheel materialized at the site of the talisman's descent, soon enveloped by a veil of smoke. "What extraordinary treasure did you just summon?" Zhang Yaoxing exclaimed in astonishment, the overwhelming aura radiating from the spectacle causing his heart to race. As if an ancient demon god had taken form before him. As the smoke dispersed, a figure emerged, standing 7 feet tall, possessing a striking appearance and an imposing presence. Clutching a halberd and adorned with a golden crown, from which sprouted 2 red hairs reminiscent of Sun Wukong, he donned a resplendent floral battle armor, its shoulder plates embellished with white blossoms, evoking envy in all who beheld him. Indeed, the current Elbu regarded Yi Wuhen with an air of calm detachment. He chuckled. "What I seek is my senior brother." With that, Yi Wuhen rushed over to link arms with Elbu, exclaiming, "Right, brother?" As he spoke, he winked at Elbu, signaling him to play along. However, Elbu brusquely pried Yi Wuhen's hand away with his Feng Tianhua halberd, disdainfully retorting, "Remove your filthy hand, monkey." "How rude." Yi Wuhen shot a scornful glance at Elbu and continued, "Could you show some respect to your customer? Be careful, or I shall summon the system to discipline you." Upon hearing the term system, Elbu shuddered, sighed, and replied, "All right, speak your mind. What do you wish to do?" Yi Wuhen pointed to the sword god, who lay unconscious on the ground, and slowly declared, "Eliminate him." Zhang Yaoxing laughed, "Eliminate him? Let us see if you possess the capability to do so." Just as Elbu's halberd was about to descend upon the sword god, Zhang Yaoxing suddenly trembled, releasing a burst of violet light in an attempt to thwart Elbu's attack. Yet, the assault had no effect on Elbu's halberd, passing right through it, before exploding in the open space with a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, the halberd fell, and a head rolled off. Thus, the legendary sword god met his demise at the hands of Yi Wuhen. Or rather, Elbu Ding. The host has slain a nascent soul stage practitioner, earning 100,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 450,000 to 500,000 points. Upon hearing this system notification, Yi Wuhen clenched his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "One more kill, and I shall level up. Old man, keep calling for reinforcements." Elbu swung the Feng Tianhua halberd in a wide arc, producing a chilling sound of slicing air, before pointing disdainfully at Zhang Yaoguang. What shall I do now?" Zhang Yaoguang was left dumbfounded. Initially, he thought he merely needed to outlast Yi Wuhen, but now, a formidable character had emerged, one who murdered without a blink, and whose aura resembled that of a true lion. Zhang Wenyo was equally astonished, thinking, "Goodness, how powerful is this celestial mansion? Which puppet of the celestial mansion is this? How does it possess such abilities? Why on earth didn't I enter back then?" At this moment, both individuals were filled with regret. "Brother Wuhen, can we possibly refrain from playing this game?" Zhang Yaoxing laughed brightly, "The position of county governor. I yield to your judgment. Whoever you wish to appoint, I shall comply. But truly, let us not continue this competition. It's no joke if we keep playing. Our resources will dwindle." Indeed, 4 of the 12 war gods had already perished, coupled with the disappearance of the arrow god. Their forces in the celestial mansion had suffered tremendous losses. Their foundation was now alarmingly fragile. Had Zhang Yaoxing known how monstrous Yi Wuhen was earlier, he would never have engaged with him. Now, Zhang Yaoxing felt like a mute, suffering in silence. "Not play." Yi Wuhen lifted his chin slightly, gesturing for Elbu to strike the stone doors. Since Zhang Yaoxing was unwilling, he would take matters into his own hands. "This game must continue. I shall show you what true power looks like." Yi Wuhen clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound, as Zhang Yaoxing found himself utterly disheveled amidst the swirling winds. He could only utter, "This is terrible, truly dreadful." With a resounding crash, Lu Bu forcefully kicked open a stone door and strode in with majestic authority. Mere moments later, he emerged once more, his Fangtian Huaji stained with blood. Congratulations, the host has slain a nascent soul period cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points, and has now ascended to the 6th tier of xianxia. The experience required for the next upgrade is 50,005 points. Suddenly, an overwhelming force coursed through Yi Wuhen's entire being, leaving him with a sensation of exhilarating comfort. As the interior of xianxia was incessantly compressed until it ultimately transformed into a diminutive sphere. With a sigh of relief, Yi Wuhen expelled a breath of turbid air and remarked, "The sensation of leveling up is truly marvelous." Observing Lu Bu's effortless sweep through 3 caverns, Zhang Yaoxing realized that Yi Wuhen had accumulated experience points from 50,000 to 350,000. At that moment, Zhang Yaoxing's face turned ashen. A fleeting spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, prompting him to spring to his feet and shout at Zhang Wenyun, "Wenyun, hurry down and persuade your friend." Zhang Wenyun hesitated for a moment, but eventually complied with Zhang Yaoxing's command, rushing down to Yi Wuhen with an apologetic demeanor. "Brother, no, Wuhen. Could you please ask your senior to cease his actions?" Chapter 139, Entering the Qingyun Rankings. "Cease?" Yi Wuhen replied, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling. "Let him take down 2 more before we discuss it. There is no rush." As he spoke, another notification resonated in his ears. "Congratulations. The host has slain a nascent soul period cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points. The experience required for the next upgrade is 450,000, 550,000 points. One more," Yi Wuhen stated, extending his index finger nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaoxing lamented, "My loyal subordinates. 8 have perished." Zhang Wenyun fell into a contemplative silence, pondering whether he would have been better off refusing Yi Wuhen's assistance initially. Perhaps then, the 12 divine guardians of the Wuheng County Governor's Mansion would not have suffered such losses. "Congratulations, the host has slain a nascent soul period cultivator, earning 100,000 experience points, and has now leveled up to the 7th tier of xianxia. The experience required for the next upgrade is 60,000 points." A surge of life energy flooded Yi Wuhen, akin to a bucket of warm water poured over him in the biting cold of winter. The comfort he felt was even more profound than that of a passionate embrace. "All is well now. Lu Bu, you may refrain from further killings," Yi Wuhen signaled, transmitting his voice over distances. In the next instant, Lu Bu appeared beside Yi Wuhen, exasperated. "So soon? I was just getting warmed up. Alas, I have leveled up. The fewer lives taken, the better. Who knows, you might even have the chance for reincarnation." Yi Wuhen jested. "Very well, the time has come. Allow me to escort you out." Lu Bu guided Yi Wuhen outside, and just as his form began to dissipate into shimmering starlight, he abruptly turned with a fierce expression, declaring, "Who dares to harm him? I shall eventually exact vengeance upon that person." As the echoes of that sound lingered in the arena following Lu Bu's disappearance, the commanding aura it exuded struck a chord of trepidation in Zhang Yaoxing, while Zhang Wenyao nearly succumbed to fright. With a radiant smile, Zhang Yaoxing escorted Yi Wuhen to the entrance of the arena, casually remarking, "Brother Hen, take care, rest assured. The position of governor will undoubtedly belong to Zhang Wenyao's father." Yi Wuhen cast a curious glance at Zhang Yaoxing before retorting with ire, "I can't find my way back." Only then did Zhang Yaoxing realize his faux pas, grinning as he beckoned Zhang Wenyao over, saying to Yi Wuhen, "Brother Hen, allow Wenyao to accompany you on your journey." Satisfied, Yi Wuhen nodded, while Zhang Wenyao remained silent. The overwhelming power and influence Yi Wuhen had displayed had left an indelible psychological mark on him. He vowed never to assume a superior demeanor in front of Yi Wuhen again. Observing Zhang Wenyao's taciturnity, Yi Wuhen inquired curiously, "Brother Yao, why the silence?" With a wry smile, Zhang Wenyao replied, "Let us refrain from calling me Brother Yao. I cannot bear such a title. With your formidable prowess, I must ensure to ingratiate myself with you." Yi Wuhen chuckled, "That can certainly be arranged." And once again, silence enveloped them. It dawned on Yi Wuhen that a chasm had formed. Such is the nature of this world. Once others discern your true capabilities, even those who seemed close can become distant. Yi Wuhen felt an unsettling sense of his true friends drifting farther away, while superficial acquaintances multiplied. He opened the door to his chamber, inviting Zhang Wenyao to sit and share tea while discussing matters. Zhang Wenyao hesitated briefly, then, upon assessing Yi Wuhen's demeanor, consented. Upon entering, Wei Chong stood and addressed Yi Wuhen, "Brother Hen, A person named Shui Jing asked me to deliver this to you. With that, Wei Chong handed Yi Wuhen a scroll. Shui Jing. Before Yi Wuhen could respond, Zhang Wenyao exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't he the strategist under the king of the temple? Ah, you know him too? Yi Wuhen inquired, puzzled. Isn't Shui Jing merely indulging in idle pastimes? Bringing me gifts? Indeed, Mr. Shui Jing is quite remarkable. It is said he has never lost a gamble. What he has given you must surely be of great value. Open it and see, Zhang Wenyao urged, his eyes fixed on the scroll. With a measured hand, Yi Wuhen slowly unfurled the scroll, and an enchanting fragrance of flowers mingled with a subtle aroma of bamboo leaves enveloped him. His eyes beheld 3 elegantly inscribed characters. Qingyun list. The characters did not evoke a sense of oppression. Rather, they imparted a comforting spiritual ease. My goodness, this is extraordinary. Yi Wuhen marveled after examining the characters. Turning to Zhang Wenyao, he asked, what does this Qingyun list signify? You are unaware of the Qingyun list. Zhang Wenyao gazed at Yi Wuhen as if he were an alien. The Qingyun list enumerates the number of prodigies across the entire Great Zhou. Only those who have accomplished significant feats can ascend to the esteemed Qingyun list. Above this list lie the 3 categories of heaven, earth, and humanity, reserved for heroes of exceptional caliber. Remarkably, only 30 individuals may be admitted to the Qingyun list. Ah, this indeed is no trivial matter. As Yi Wuhen fully unfurled the scroll, he was taken aback to find it utterly vacant, as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. What the devil is this nonsense? In the very next moment, a vague image of a person surfaced in Yi Wuhen's mind. The first name on the Qingyun list, Song Yusen. Sect, Shinfeng Sword Sect. One of the 10 secret realms. The second name, Yang. Sect, none. Wait, this person. This individual named Yang. Yi Wuhen's pupils dilated in astonishment. Isn't that me? Altering my name to something avant-garde to show off. And I've made it onto the Qingyun list? Good heavens, how superficial is this list? Yi Wuhen had now unleashed years of accumulated sarcasm. Achieving fame without the requisite strength meant only one thing: facing dire consequences. Although those listed on the Qingyun list possessed genuine prowess, Yi Wuhen was an anomaly, as his recognition came only after his descent into darkness. The third name on the list, Shu Shui. Sect, Luoyu Immortal Sect, one of the 10 secret realms. After perusing the entire list, Yi Wuhen felt a stir in his heart and promptly withdrew. The individuals who had just appeared did not seem easy to provoke. Once Zhang Wenyao had exited, Yi Wuhen contemplated how to address his newfound status on the Qingyun list, yet feared the implications of such inquiries. Therefore, he feigned ignorance, saying, Brother Yao, what should I do if my friend has made it onto the Qingyun list? Your friend? Zhang Wenyao inquired, puzzled. The one ranked 14th, named Rongan. From the Yimo Peak, one of the 10 secret realms. Yi Wuhen, now disregarding any pretense, casually selected a name from the 30 to pose his question. Chapter 140, A Wave of Grand Gifts. Ah, then you must advise him to be cautious. Zhang Wenyao cautioned. Tell him to stay vigilant. It would be prudent for him to remain within the sect and avoid going out. Why? Yi Wuhen questioned, perplexed. Is someone out to harm him? This is far more severe than mere threats. It's a matter of life and death. Zhang Wenyao suddenly grew serious. The Qingyun list is notoriously known as the short-lived list. The higher the rank, the more susceptible one is to assassination. Goodness, are we truly playing a game of slaughter? Yi Wuhen was taken aback. He was ranked 2nd. Was he not merely moments away from being eliminated? Why is it called the short-lived list? Why are people killed? Yi Wuhen inquired in rapid succession. Zhang Wenyao sighed and replied, It seems your understanding is woefully inadequate. Allow me to enlighten you briefly. Firstly, the Great Zhou dynasty convenes a Young Talents Conference every 300 years, wherein cultivators below the spirit transformation stage and under the age of 200 may participate. But how does one qualify for this event? The selections arise from the esteemed rankings of the Qingyun list, the Daiban list, and the Renbang list. In this triad, with each demise, a new contender emerges. Achieving victory at the Young Talents Conference is a cherished aspiration for many. Rumor has it that the champion of the previous session was even chosen by the Supreme Hongmeng. Thus, it is no wonder that individuals are drawn to the Qingyun, Daiban, and Renbang lists. Among these, the Qingyun list offers the most attainable positions, prompting some to naturally focus their aspirations there. However, it is not solely external pressures at play. There exists an internal struggle as well. Certain individuals, unwilling or dissatisfied with their current standings, contemplate ruthless ascension. As Yi Wuhen recalled the moment, a cold glimmer had swept across his body, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, and he thought, goodness, how fierce. In any case, one should advise friends to exercise caution, for those on the list are anything but ordinary, especially among the top 10 secret realms, Zhang Wenyao cautioned. Alas, it seems I must temper my actions lately, especially since I am depicted in my photo wearing the Sunfire cloak. Surely, I will be safe, Yi Wuhen reassured himself. In truth, he harbored no fear. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly dispatch even a Yuanying stage opponent. Should he encounter someone at the transformation stage, he could summon his 30 million disciples, annihilating them in an instant. Oh, by the way, Brother Hen, I have a gift for you, Zhang Wenyao suddenly declared. Retrieving a storage ring from his sleeve, the ring bore intricate runes and displayed a unique metallic sheen, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. What exquisite brand is this ring? It appears to possess great prestige, Yi Wuhen remarked appreciatively. This is a storage ring, with a capacity vastly superior to that of a conventional one. It can hold the contents of an entire county magistrate's residence. Zhang Wenyao replied with a smile. Yi Wuhen chuckled. Your generosity puts me in quite a bind. He then swiftly seized the storage ring, stowing it within his system bag, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Zhang Wenyao managed an awkward smile. This storage ring contains my token of gratitude to you, as well as a modest gift from my grandfather. Oh, very well, you may take your leave, Yi Wuhen responded, placing the items into his pack before issuing a polite dismissal. Zhang Wenyao said nothing further, recognizing that he had accomplished his task, and, given the vast disparity in strength between them, it would be wiser to return and devote himself to his training. Wei Chong had remained silently observant throughout, and once Zhang Wenyao departed, he finally spoke. Brother Hen, did you go to eradicate the Tsong Kong Academy during your absence? Indeed, Yi Wuhen acknowledged. Realizing the truth could not be concealed any longer, it was better to admit it. But I am curious, how did you come to know this? The water mirror informed me, he replied, and it also mentioned that you are the second-ranked individual on this list, Brother Hen. I must say, I perceive a change in you. Wei Chong initially looked down, but then lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Wuhen. I have changed? Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback. In what way have I changed? Am I not standing right before you? Perhaps I have simply grown more handsome? No, Brother Hen, I mean you have matured. Becoming more resilient and your depth of character has certainly increased. Perhaps you have encountered some events in these past few months, Wei Chong sighed. Wei Chong, you should proceed with your cultivation. We shall depart tomorrow, Yi Wuhen said, before reclining on the bed and retrieving his storage ring. With a gentle thought, Yi Wuhen's consciousness permeated the ring, revealing 500,000 taels of gold, 10 million top-grade spirit stones, 9 exquisite earth-tier flying swords, and 999 remarkable human-tier flying swords, along with the coveted xianxia hanbing. Goodness gracious, this is quite the bounty, Yi Wuhen marveled. The wealth contained within this storage was astonishing. Just the 500,000 taels of gold alone was enough to elate him. Gold signifies exchange value, does it not? Moreover, with 10 million top-grade spirit stones and 9 earth-tier exquisite flying swords, the most precious of all was indeed the xianxia hanbing. Within the storage ring lay a substantial block of 10,000-year ice crystal, accompanied by a label detailing its name and uses. The xianxia hanbing is primarily utilized for alchemy and nurturing one's own cold energy. Extracting a small piece could plunge a room into extreme cold. This generous gift was truly remarkable. The success of this dungeon run was beyond expectations. Yi Wuhen swallowed hard, then converted all the gold into exchange value, netting a staggering 500,000 points. Beep. Host successfully exchanged for exchange value. Remaining exchange value is 559,500 points. The sensation of instant wealth was exhilarating. Yi Wuhen stretched his body, letting out a sigh. As for the remaining 10 million top-grade spirit stones, he had no intention of converting them into exchange value. What a folly that would be. What good are exchange points when one's strength is insufficient? If one were to be swiftly defeated, the summoned allies would simply be left helplessly watching. Yi Wuhen took out 500 top-grade spirit stones and tossed them beside Wei Chong, saying, use them to attune to the natural spiritual energy and absorb the spiritual power within. 500 should suffice for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Without pausing, Yi Wuhen was acutely aware that there were those on the Qing Yuan ranking who had their eyes set on his bounty. Ranked second, he wondered how much of a reward that would yield. Yi Wuhen chuckled bitterly, then absorbed a top-grade spirit stone. Within a mere 10 seconds, the system notification chimed. Beep. Host successfully absorbed top-grade spirit stone, gaining 5,000 experience points. Chapter 141, System Upgrade. At this moment, Yi Wuhen was seated cross-legged on the bed, having consumed a total of 800 spirit stones. His current level was at the 7th stage of xianxia, with the required experience for the next upgrade being 200,000 out of 650,000 points. With a deep breath, the strands of spiritual energy flowed into Yi Wuhen's body, causing the once radiant stone to dull, resembling an ordinary rock. Beep. Host absorbed 1 top-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Beep. Host absorbed 1 top-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Beep. Host absorbed 1 top-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. The host has ascended to the 8th stage of the rotating illumination, with a requisite experience of 1,700,000 points for the next upgrade. Boom. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy instantly erupted, followed by warm currents flowing into Yi Wuhen's meridians, ultimately merging with the illumination. The illumination gradually diminished, shrinking to the size of a man's fist. If this trend continues, with so many spirit stones, I estimate I should be able to break through to around the 8th stage of the golden core. That would be splendid. At that time, I shall see who dares to drag me down. This short-lived ranking? Merely a means to grant me experience. Yi Wuhen's gaze was piercing, akin to a wolf on the hunt, a solitary wolf weathered by time and trials. With another 700 spirit stones consumed, Yi Wuhen ascended to the 9th stage of the rotating illumination. Thanks to the system's experience upgrades, bottlenecks were non-existent for him. Moreover, at merely 17 years of age, he had comprehended the dual paths. By this single accomplishment, Yi Wuhen was a genius of global renown. With a sigh, Yi Wuhen opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air. In just half an hour, he had ascended to the 9th stage. If this speed were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly shatter the hearts of countless prodigies. Such talent seemed to mock them. It was akin to crafting an exquisite statue in half an hour, only for a child to come along and, with a mere tap of an iron nail, transform a colossal granite block into a stunning masterpiece. Undoubtedly, this was a slap in the face, pointing to you and declaring, "See, I possess such talent that what took you ages can be accomplished in a mere moment." Indeed, Yi Wuhen was that child. Returning to the matter at hand, Yi Wuhen noticed Wei Chong still diligently training and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, my younger brother is so hardworking. I must also strive harder." With that, Yi Wuhen embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Though termed arduous, it was anything but, for the process was exhilarating. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged into his body, cleansing him with each infusion, rendering the experience far more pleasurable than painful. With another 800 spirit stones absorbed, Yi Wuhen could now be deemed a powerhouse of spiritual energy, as his power was governed by the system, eliminating any risk of explosion. For an ordinary person, well, they could expect their families to search for their remains. Ding. The host has achieved the great perfection of the rotating illumination, with a required experience of 101,000,800,000 points for the next upgrade. Indeed, if I exert myself, I could leap directly to the golden core stage. At that juncture, I shall upgrade my techniques and utilize the last opportunity for a lottery draw. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Wuhen sighed, pondering that had he known upgrades were so effortless, he would not have endured such torment in the past. Initially, Yi Wuhen, influenced by the moral codes of the modern world, would contemplate the act of killing. However, upon entering the great wilderness, he truly grasped that survival of the fittest was the fundamental principle of this realm. Although the so-called Great Zhou dynasty exists, its jurisdiction is overwhelmingly vast, 108 counties and 10 states encompassing the 4 seas. Can it truly govern such an expanse? Rather than a dynasty ruling, it resembles an era of savagery. Once again, 800 high-grade spirit stones. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Wuhen summoned 800 exquisite spirit stones to his bedside. At this moment, his eyes were devoid of any regard for the stones. All that resided within was an insatiable thirst for power and ascension. Ding. The host absorbed a high-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. The host absorbed another high-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. The host absorbed yet another high-grade spirit stone, gaining 1,000 experience points. As Yi Wuhen consumed the spiritual energy of 800 spirit stones, a swirling energy within him coalesced, gradually forming into a small, golden orb. He recognized it as the golden core. Ding. The host has ascended to the first level of the golden core stage, with the required experience for the next upgrade set at 101,000,850,000 points. Following his elevation to the golden core, Yi Wuhen was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of the passage of time, as if he had traversed this mystical realm for merely a day. It felt as though he had lived for 1,000,000 years. If I am to be a golden core, let the rooster call to the heavens. Though these lines may lack elegance, they were sentiments Yi Wuhen had long contemplated. Ding. Detection indicates the host has reached the golden core stage. The system will commence an upgrade in 3 hours. During this period, the host will be unable to utilize the system, with an estimated upgrade duration of 2 days. The upgrade announcement is as follows. 1. The sect system will be unlocked, allowing the host to create their own sect. 2. The lottery system will be initiated, permitting monthly draws, with rewards directly correlated to the host's strength. 3. The card system will be activated, where defeating wild beasts and cultivators may yield cards with various abilities. 4. The official version of the cultivation system will be launched. Lastly, the system has detected that this world is approaching the early stages of the end of the law era. The host is advised to prepare and safeguard their life. What is this nonsense? Emergency maintenance? This cannot be happening. I still have a multitude of matters to attend to. How disrespectful to the consumer. Yi Wuhen nearly hurled a stone in frustration, but restrained himself, mindful of his image before Wei Chong. After all, one must maintain composure and an air of sophistication in front of subordinates. One cannot simply express expletives at will. Otherwise, when questioned about their leader's frequent sayings, their subordinates would boast of profound declarations, while his would retort with a simple, "Get lost." The past is a painful memory, a recollection steeped in blood and tears. Wei Chong is still diligently training. Excellent. If he continues with this zeal, he might surpass the version of me from 3 months ago. Yi Wuhen nodded in satisfaction before entering the system. Chapter 142. Congratulations. You have drawn away long spicy strip. View character data. Ding. Host name. Yi Wuhen. Age, 17. Realm, first level of the Golden Core stage. Cultivation method, 9 Nether Mortal Decision. The experience required for the next upgrade stands at a staggering 101,000,850,000 points. My physique is that of the ancient indestructible demon, and I possess 2,000 points of martial arts experience. My martial techniques include the Leaf Rising Dragon ninjutsu from the Naruto world, though its level remains unviewable. The titles I bear are Sword Immortal Pseudo-Dao Heart Clear, Renowned and Rising. My exchange value amounts to 59,500 points. My martial skills encompass the high-tier Heavenly Thunder Extreme Shadow Step, the primary tier Earthly Unification Sword Technique, the primary tier Xianxia 9 Transformations, whose level remains unviewable, the 9-character True Words, also unviewable, and the high-tier Water Moon Mirror Flower Step. Alongside the high-tier Water Moon Mirror Flower Swallow Flash, the low-tier Thunderclap Palm, and the high-tier Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus, with an additional 2,000 points of martial arts experience. I must level up soon, for otherwise, enduring the heavenly koan overturned would be exceedingly arduous. Yi Wuhen supported his chin with 2 fingers, pondering. The Xianxia 9 transformations also require an upgrade. The Heavenly Thunder Extreme Shadow Step is futile. I might as well merge it with the I Ching Step. As for the Swallow Flash, no, it lacks the requisite flair. I have yet to employ the Thunderclap Palm. I shall try it shortly. The 9-character True Words? Oh, there's no need for me to upgrade it. It's innately mastered. The Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. This absolutely must be upgraded. Yi Wuhen swiftly resolved to upgrade his martial skills, prioritizing the Unification Sword Technique, followed by the Xianxia 9 transformations, and finally, the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. Upgrade the Unification Sword Technique. Yi Wuhen exclaimed, and a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, allowing him to thoroughly grasp the essential aspects of the Unification Sword Technique, which he now mastered with unparalleled finesse. Ding. 500 points of martial arts experience have been deducted. The host has fully comprehended the Unification Sword Technique. The subsequent techniques may now be employed. So this is the exquisite nature of it. Yi Wuhen joined his index and middle fingers into a sword gesture. Then with a sharp motion in the system space, a torrent of sword energy surged forth from his fingers, etching a line upon the ground and emitting a piercing sound. It appears I have wasted my efforts on the Unification Sword Technique in the past. It seems I was never deserving of the title of Pseudo-Sword Immortal. Yi Wuhen chuckled to himself. Alas, I still possess 500 points of martial arts experience. I wonder if I can successfully upgrade the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. After some contemplation, Yi Wuhen declared, upgrade the Xianxia 9 transformations. Boom. A resonating dragon's roar emanated from Yi Wuhen's arms and chest, accompanied by a gentle golden glow radiating from within him. It was evident that he had attained mastery over the Xianlong 9 transformations. Ding. 500 points of martial arts experience have been deducted. The host has fully comprehended the Xianlong 9 transformations. The subsequent techniques may now be employed. This overwhelming sensation of power. With both hands, I could surely be deemed to possess the might of a Qilin arm. Wuheng flexed his fists. And merely that action caused the air to explode with a resounding crack. It truly feels as though 2 dragons are coiling within my arms. Wuheng could only sense a tingling and surging energy within his limbs, and with the might of the 9 transformations. I estimate I could obliterate a first-tier divine transformation practitioner with a single punch. There remains 1,000 points of martial arts experience. I shall invest all of it into the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. As much as I can. Wuheng, having spoken, addressed the system, commanding it to upgrade the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus with all available martial arts experience. With a resounding bang, he felt the within him stir, and soon, the 2 flames began to gleam more brilliantly than ever before. It dawned on him that upgrading the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus was tantamount to enhancing this. Currently possessing only 2, he pondered the formidable power that would manifest should he acquire more. Surely, none would withstand its might. Beep. Upgrade successful. Deducting 1,000 points of martial arts experience. The current level of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus is now 2. Wuheng nodded in satisfaction. Time was of the essence, and he needed to accomplish all necessary tasks before the system went offline. One final task remained, the lottery draw. It struck Wuheng that, during his initial entry into the system, he had been granted 3 chances to draw, yet he had only utilized 2. Those 2 items had significantly altered the course of his fate. Naturally, for this 3rd draw, he placed his faith in luck. Having experienced 2 strokes of fortune, he believed the 3rd would not disappoint. System lottery, he declared, and the scene swiftly transformed into a vibrant, dazzling environment, characterized by a singular grand spinning wheel, unchanged since his last visit. Lottery draw. As Wuheng's words fell, the wheel began to spin, emitting a screeching sound that grated on the ears. Why do I feel that my luck is rather poor today? Before he could finish his thought, the pointer of the wheel settled on a shadowy corner. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Wei-Long spicy strip. By all that is holy, what on earth is this? Wuheng nearly spat blood in his agitation. A Wei-Long spicy strip? Could it even be consumed? Even if it could, what use would it serve? He yearned for items that would enhance his power. With that, a seasoned Wei-Long spicy strip materialized in his hand, its presence evoking an indescribable mix of delight and frustration. Wei-Long spicy strip quality, divine artifact. What is a spicy strip? It is a transcendent treasure birth from the chaos before the world's formation, a marvel that even the most prestigious lineages might not possess. You are most fortunate to have acquired such a divine item. Wuheng clutched the legendary Wei-Long spicy strip tightly, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront the system's developers with this absurdity. How could they bestow such a trivial item upon him? He did not seek the likes of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron, the Xianyuan Sword, or the Kunlun Mirror, yet surely they could not insult him with this. Realizing that reclaiming his lottery opportunity was futile, he resolved to exit the system space and delve into the mysteries of this so-called legendary Wei-Long spicy strip. Slumped on his bed, he held the 3-foot-long red object, the very Wei-Long spicy strip he had exchanged his luck and integrity for. What utility could it possibly possess? Could it truly be consumed? Wuheng spoke, tentatively taking a bite, which nearly shattered his teeth. Had it not been for his strong dentition, others might have lost theirs. What use is this if I cannot eat it or fight with it? Chapter 143. Brother, the flavor of this divine artifact is truly remarkable. For the first time, I felt a profound malice from the world. Wuheng lay on the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, embodying a state of despair. I feel so blue and lost. Today my mood was so good. Why did I self-sabotage by entering a lottery? Ding. The time has arrived. The system is entering an upgrade phase, and the host cannot use the system. Damn it. Wuheng felt even more frustrated upon hearing the system's notification. He still had martial skills left to integrate. There was no choice but to wait for the system upgrade to complete. That brat Wei Chong truly had no fear of being overwhelmed by excessive internal energy. Wuheng glanced at Wei Chong, who was still cultivating, his body emanating a soft blue glow that illuminated the entire room. What is this blue light? It seems his breakthrough is even more impressive than mine. Suddenly, Wei Chong let out an angry roar, and the soft blue glow intensified, eventually bursting forth from his body. Wuheng felt the energy surging towards Wei Chong. What on earth is happening? Wuheng was taken aback, It couldn't really explode, could it? Just as Yi Wuhan was preparing to flee, Wei Chong abruptly stood up, exhaling a breath of stale air, and exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Wuhan, I've advanced. I've reached the foundation establishment stage." Wei Chong. Yi Wuhan rushed over to pat Wei Chong's rugged face, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "You have no idea. I thought you were going to explode." "Explode?" Wei Chong replied, bewildered. "What do you mean by explode?" Yi Wuhan pinched the legendary artifact, the spiced meat stick, and said, "Never mind about explosions. The important thing is that you didn't explode. Come, let us go test what this treasure can do." Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's words, Wei Chong finally noticed the reddish meat stick in his hand and grinned. "Brother Wuhan, this treasure seems quite powerful. Enough talk. I still don't know its utility." Yi Wuhan pulled Wei Chong outside, looking around. "By the way, Wei Chong, where is the training ground?" "Training ground? I think it might be over there," Wei Chong replied, leading the way towards the center of the governor's estate. Soon, they came upon an expansive training ground. Numerous disciples were engaged in various forms of training, some lifting stone cauldrons, others practicing swordplay, and many honing their martial techniques. Countless activities unfolded before them. However, the first reaction of those disciples upon seeing Yi Wuhan was astonishment, followed by surprise, and ultimately, exclamations of admiration. "Oh my, is this Yi Wuhan, the one rumored to have caused a stir in the governor's estate? This is the legendary Brother Wuhan. Wow, he looks so handsome in person. I'm a fan now." Yi Wuhan possessed exceptional hearing, and naturally, he caught wind of the so-called rumors. He found it amusing when people commented on his handsomeness. After all, it was an undeniable fact. However, the accusation of engaging in public debauchery was something he could not tolerate. What does it mean to engage in such acts in public? Can't they clean up their language a bit? Wei Chong observed the astonishment on everyone's faces and curiously inquired of Yi Wuhan, "Brother Hen, what exactly did you do a few days ago that has everyone remembering you?" "Nothing much," Yi Wuhan replied, deliberately feigning fatigue as he gazed skyward. "I was merely putting on an act I had to maintain." "Ahem, greetings to everyone." Yi Wuhan coughed lightly before using his spiritual energy to address the gathering. "I trust that you all have heard of my name by now. Indeed, I am the Yi Wuhan who recently captivated the hearts of many across the land. I must clarify that my attractiveness is a fact that cannot be disputed. Furthermore, I did not engage in any public debauchery. Rather, it was merely a display. Do you understand? Now, back to the main topic. I believe you are all aware that I presented 2 extraordinary treasures during the governor's birthday celebration," Yi Wuhan said, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he tightened his grip on the spicy snack in his hand. "I am willing to offer these 2 treasures to you for free, but only if you can withstand a single strike from me." "Is this for real?" "Free gifts," exclaimed a young man, stepping forward eagerly. "If Brother Hen himself is offering, it must be true. With that phone, I shall undoubtedly become a renowned genius in Wuheng County. I desire that Italian cannon. I am eager to experience what it feels like to unleash such power in public." At this proclamation, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Could it be possible that fortune was truly descending from the heavens? A young man boldly approached Yi Wuhan, respectfully stating, "Great Wuhan, I was fortunate enough to witness your earlier display at the governor's estate. I wish to experience it myself, so please be lenient." Yi Wuhan responded with a smile, "Of course." With that, he swung the spicy snack fiercely, unleashing an overwhelmingly foul odor that enveloped the area. The young man immediately collapsed, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness without uttering another word. Wei Chong, utilizing his golden core strength, fought against the noxious stench and quickly distanced himself from Yi Wuhan, exclaiming, "Brother Hen, the smell of this artifact is quite potent." Yi Wuhan furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, why does the scent seem so familiar? Could it possibly be the smog of old Beijing? Yi Wuhan's expression remained unchanged. While most of the crowd had already succumbed to the noxious fumes, with only a few able to withstand it through their golden core powers. Why did the smoky aroma of Beijing's barbecues inflict such severe effects on these seemingly omnipotent cultivators? Yi Wuhan was puzzled. The answer was simple. What were these cultivators inhaling? They were breathing in the spiritual essence of the universe, a rare commodity that only existed during the planet's formation. What had they just breathed in? It was the smog of old Beijing combined with exhaust fumes. A substantial amount of PM2.5 in carbon dioxide is akin to a person accustomed to pure water suddenly being served hard water. One cannot help but feel a degree of discomfort. While Yi Wuhan pondered this, 5 more individuals had succumbed on the training ground. Observing their continued struggle, he could not bear it any longer and, with a swift motion of his hand, sent them into unconsciousness with another dose of his spicy strips. Consequently, the last few dozen who were still holding on finally fell, and Yi Wuhan adjusted his hairstyle, remarking, "Ah, I truly am a kind-hearted individual." Meanwhile, Wei Chang trembled in the background, silently thinking, if this person is kind-hearted, then there are no villains left in this world. Yi Wuhan pinched his nose and remarked, "But I must say, the flavor of these spicy strips is quite potent. It seems to have intensified the smog of old Beijing. I dare say it has amplified by more than tenfold. Alas, this dreadful PM2.5 has poisoned these cultivators to such a degree." Chapter 144. This misunderstanding is inexplicable. Wei Chang shouted from a distance, "Brother Hen, let us depart. This place is truly inhospitable for us." Yi Wuhan nodded in agreement, for indeed, the PM2.5 levels had become intolerable even for someone like him, a native of Earth. The once sunny environment had transformed into a shrouded scene of smoke after Yi Wuhan's 2 waves of the spicy strips, rendering even nearby objects invisible. Yi Wuhan activated his spiritual sense, barely managing to discern Wei Chang's large figure, and called out, "Wei Chang, let us go." With that, he grasped Wei Chang's hand and sprinted away, the ground beneath them erupting with thunderous force, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original spot. Moments later, they found themselves within a room. "Brother Hen, that truly is a miraculous artifact. With just a wave, who dares to survive?" Wei Chang exclaimed. His face flushed, but he was interrupted by a fit of severe coughing. Yi Wuhan stowed away the spicy strips. Now understanding why it was deemed an artifact of great power, it was essentially an infinite smoke bomb combined with a tear gas canister. Such a divine object must possess more than one application. Otherwise, why would there be a note indicating that many supreme sects cannot produce even one? This warranted further exploration. Yi Wuhan glanced at Wei Chang and slowly stated, "It would be prudent for us to limit our use of such artifacts in the future." "You are correct, Brother Hen." Wei Chang nodded in agreement. "I still have 200 spirit stones left to absorb. I have reached the foundation establishment stage. I should be capable of self-defense now. Should I continue absorbing?" Yi Wuhan affirmed, "You must absorb them. The foundation establishment stage is far from sufficient. It is only when you reach the golden core stage that you may stand a chance in this." "No." Yi Wuhan suddenly recalled the system's warning. "The end of the law era is approaching. I hope you can survive. At the very least, you must attain the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Only then might you endure in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong." Yi Wuhan's gaze was clear, yet he felt an indescribable weariness. Observing Yi Wuhan in such a state, Wei Chang felt a pang of sympathy and promptly turned back to begin absorbing the spirit stones. As Yi Wuhan pondered the intricacies of life, he mused that such contemplation was merely a trivial indulgence. He had been in this fantastical realm for several months, yet his actions seemed devoid of significant consequence. "Oh, perhaps I shall seek out my wife upon my arrival in Zhongzhou." The memory of the first embrace with Bingwu flooded his thoughts. Her exquisitely beautiful face, flushed with a rosy hue, stirred a passionate response within him. No, this is too risky," he chastised himself, shaking his head as warmth trickled from his nostrils. "Ah, what sinful thoughts are occupying your mind?" Xianxia appeared unexpectedly behind him, her ethereal hand, as cool and delicate as a wisp of mist, gently tapped the back of his head, accompanied by a playful laugh. "Goodness." Yi Wuhan turned swiftly, relieved to find it was merely Xianxia. "You startled me. I thought it was those individuals from the Qingyan ranking." "Oh, have you acquired those garments you desired, xiaxia?" he inquired, noticing her empty hands and unchanged attire. "Indeed, I have purchased them, though I still find this outfit to be the most appealing," she replied with a nod. Yi Wuhan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, you spent 500,000 taels of gold on a collection of clothes you do not intend to wear?" Xianxia bit her lip, a hint of shyness washing over her. "It seems that is the case." In despair, Yi Wuhan collapsed onto the bed, lamenting, "I cannot believe this. I have never encountered anyone so extravagant. You buy a multitude of garments yet do not wear them. Do you think your spatial ring is merely a clothes rack?" "Oh dear." Xianxia, upon seeing Yi Wuhan's despondent expression, grew anxious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she threw herself upon him, sending him tumbling back onto the bed. As Yi Wuhan gazed at her alabaster form, he swallowed hard, blood rushing from his nose once more. Internally, he thought, "Referee, there is foul play here." "My lord, I am sorry," Xianxia cried, her voice quivering like a flower touched by rain. "Please do not let me go." With that, she buried her head into his chest. Yi Wuhan felt a delightful tingle spread through his chest, realizing it was her breath against him. "Xiaxia, forgive me, I am." Affected, he confessed silently, yet assured her, "Fear not, I shall not allow you to leave." "Yes, my lord, you promised." Xianxia's tears transformed into a radiant smile. reminiscent of a child's innocence. How endearing, Yi Wuhan thought, his heart swelling with affection for her. Goodness, Brother Hen, what are you doing? Wei Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly? How can you forsake Miss Mei? She is waiting for you at Tianyin sect. Goodness. Yi Wuhan, who had just intended to embrace Su Xianxia, found his hand suspended midair, frozen in shock at Wei Chong's interruption. Wei Chong, allow me to explain. Yi Wuhan hastily turned to face him. How peculiar it felt to utter such a phrase to a man of his formidable stature. It was undeniably comical. Su Qianxiao swiftly rolled off Yi Wuhan, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Wei Chong as she exclaimed, "You insufferable old man. Last time, you obstructed my meeting with my master, and I spared you only because I feared my master would recognize you. This time, I shall not hold back." Just as Su Qianxiao was poised to launch an attack on Wei Chong, Yi Wuhan hurriedly grasped her petite hand, imploring, "No, xiaxia, he is one of us." Wei Chong, his eyes blazing with anger, retorted, "I never expected you to be such a person, abandoning Miss Mayer to associate with a woman of questionable character. I must say, I misjudged you, Yi Wuhan. What kind of relationship is this? Abandoning Mayer? That has never been the case." Yi Wuhan's mind was in turmoil, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. "Humph, questionable? You are the one who is unclean. Your entire family is tainted." Su Qianxia shot back, her fury palpable, as if her rage had materialized into a tangible force, signaling an impending clash. "Everyone be quiet." Yi Wuhan commanded with authority, his golden core strength emanating powerfully, causing even Su Qianxia to shudder. He realized that if the conflict escalated further without his intervention, this misunderstanding would become irreparable. "Both of you, let us calm down," Yi Wuhan urged, suppressing his anger. Meanwhile, tears welled in Su Qianxia's eyes as she sobbed. "Wuhan, who is this Miss Mayer that this brute speaks of?" Chapter 145. How to make you eat your words. To think you would inquire about Mayer. This situation has truly become chaotic. If this were a time past, Yi Wuhan would never have believed that such a scenario, which seemed only plausible in television dramas or anime, would manifest in his life. Yet now, he found himself a believer. Life, it seemed, had a way of throwing everyone into tumultuous circumstances. With a sigh, Yi Wuhan began, "Everyone, please lend me your ears. We must unravel this matter. Let us not rush into conflict. Indeed, let us not be hasty in our grievances. Wuhan, you must first enlighten me about who Mayer is." Su Qianxia gazed at Yi Wuhan, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Well, actually, Mayer is my sister. You can ask Wei Chong. He knows her, that foolish giant." Yi Wuhan, perspiring under Su Qianxia's intense gaze, hastily revealed the truth. "Yes, indeed, Miss Mayer is Brother Wuhan's sister." Wei Chong nodded in affirmation. Continuing from where he left off, "Brother Wuhan, why did you abandon Miss Mayer to be with this dubious woman? I see the allure in her visage. She must be a vixen." This statement ignited Su Qianxia's temper. She, being rather childlike in disposition, could not tolerate being spoken of in such a manner. Enraged, she shouted, "Who are you referring to? What are vixens? Have they wronged you?" Seeing the imminent escalation of hostilities, Yi Wuhan rushed forward, pulling Wei Chong aside, whispering, "Have you lost your mind? Are you attempting to reason with her?" Wei Chong was taken aback, then questioned, "What is it, Brother Wuhan? Do you truly side with her?" "Not at all. I am not biased towards her. Rather, she is my spirit beast." Yi Wuhan gestured towards Su Qianxia and then pointed to his own temple, implying that she has some issues. "She is a bit foolish, like a child with a cognitive impairment." "I see. That explains why she inexplicably attacked me when we first met. It turns out she has some mental challenges," Wei Chong said, shaking his head with a sigh. "Indeed. No one is perfect. Although Su Qianxia possesses an enchanting appearance, she is rather simple-minded. Just understand this. Avoid arguing with her in the future. It will be futile." After explaining, Yi Wuhan moved closer to Su Qianxia and spoke earnestly, "Xiaxia, I know you are feeling upset. Don't worry. I have already dealt with that oaf. And he won't dare to treat you that way again. You are the best, master." Su Qianxia looked at Yi Wuhan with gratitude. "Ha ha ha, not at all." Yi Wuhan chuckled, thinking that with his acting skills, he should be winning awards, for this was a real-life version of an espionage thriller. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. Since that Zhang Yaoxing dared to play dirty, Yi Wuhan decided to outwit him. Before leaving, he intended to extract some profit from the governor's mansion. Yi Wuhan had already devised a plan, intending to sell excrement as if it were a precious commodity. He initially wanted to access the system's marketplace, but it was currently undergoing an upgrade, which was rather unfortunate. Thus, Yi Wuhan reluctantly addressed Wei Chong, "Ahem, xianxia. Go procure a few hundred piles of dung for me." "Huh." Wei Chong was taken aback. while Su Qianxia chuckled, "Master, I never expected you to have such a peculiar taste." "Ugh, Summer, are you trying to embarrass me?" Yi Wuhan retorted. "Wei Chong, quit dawdling and go buy it." After several minutes, Wei Chong arrived at Yi Wuhan's door with an extraordinarily grotesque bucket of dung. Su Qianxia covered her mouth and nose in disgust, exclaiming, "Hurry and take it inside. Brother Hen, here is the fresh dung you wanted, still warm," Wei Chong announced, carrying the bucket. "Ahem, let us just store it in the spatial ring for now. This is even more pungent than my artifact," Yi Wuhan said, pinching his nose in distaste. Wei Chong complied and stored the vibrant, aromatic dung into the spatial ring. "All right, xianxia, we are going out to sell dung. Would you like to join us?" Yi Wuhan donned his sunfire cloak and addressed Su Qianxia. "If you wish to come, you may." "Never mind, I want to go." Su Qianxia quickly waved her hand. "I'll just wait for you here, good girl. I will buy you new clothes with the gold we earn." Yi Wuhan glanced at Wei Chong and then stepped outside. "Wei Chong, off you go to work." Thus, the two individuals vanished from the room. While the most bustling spot in the Wuheng governor's mansion saw the arrival of two new figures come. Come, look here. My master, the sage from afar, left me this rare treasure, the ancient white xianxia spirit jade root." As Yi Wuhan spoke, a throng of individuals surged around him, questioning, "What is this? A rare spiritual treasure? The ancient by Jinling Man jade root? The name sounds rather peculiar. Who is this person? Is he credible? I find it hard to believe." Indeed, one among them mused whether he had infiltrated their ranks. Observing the skepticism of the onlookers, Yi Wuhan coldly removed the hood of his cloak and remarked nonchalantly, "Now you must recognize who I am. By heavens, it is the illustrious Wuhan, the very individual rumored to have audaciously proclaimed his prowess within the governor's estate, and to have made quite the spectacle at the martial arts arena. Pray tell, from whence did this title of the one who breaks wind in public originate?" Yi Wuhan wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance at Wei Chong, signaling him to unveil the astonishing offering he had brought forth. Wei Chong, ever the astute accomplice, promptly retrieved a basket brimming with the peculiar item. The moment it emerged, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd, as many pinched their noses and exclaimed, "What on earth is that? Why does it reek so foully?" It was well known that during his time at the governor's estate, Yi Wuhan had indeed drawn considerable attention. He gestured towards the basket and solemnly declared, "You are all aware that I have presented numerous treasures here, items the likes of which you have never encountered. All of these precious artifacts were bestowed upon me by my master, the esteemed sage from afar, whose power far exceeds your imagination. This ancient by Jinling Man jade root is the first of my master's gifts for cultivation. It was created by the mighty Pangu, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming just one will guarantee an advancement in cultivation within a month." As Yi Wuhan spoke with growing fervor and inspiration, the crowd remained perplexed, pondering, "But why does this treasure emit such an awful stench? It smells akin to refuse. Not only does it reek, but it also appears quite unappealing." Coughing lightly, Yi Wuhan, his face flushed from the surrounding reactions, assured them, "Rest assured, this product is of the highest integrity and is certainly not refuse. You may purchase it with confidence." Yet, he hesitated, pondering the unpleasant nature of the item. One individual could no longer withstand the foul aroma and began to retch. Indeed, how can something so odious be consumable? Yi Wuhan surveyed the crowd's reactions, his brow furrowing slightly. Adopting a righteous demeanor, he admonished, "Silence. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Do you not comprehend the value of this item? It is an ancient treasure. Why would I sell it to you? It is all thanks to the esteemed young master Wenyao. Otherwise, do you think mere ants from the lower realms could covet such treasures? Do you not realize that even your governor cannot partake of such rare marvels?" In his fury, Yi Wuhan unleashed a portion of his spiritual power, a tremendous pressure enveloping the area, causing the faces of those nearby to pale noticeably. "Humph, a mere swarm of ants. The moment I slightly release my spiritual energy, you find yourselves in such a disheveled state. How ludicrous." Yi Wuhan waved his sleeve dismissively, letting out a low grunt, and then pointed at the basket still emanating warmth. He spoke slowly, stating, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones or 10,000 taels of gold for a single piece. Opportunity knocks but once. There is but a single basket. You may deliberate as you wish." After uttering these words, Yi Wuhan settled himself aside, preparing his storage ring, indifferent to further negotiation. The barrage of Yi Wuhan's words had already clouded the minds of those present, and the yearning for spiritual treasures and power surged within them. In this generation, who could soar to greatness? Who could, like Yi Wuhan, audaciously display their might, as if performing in a martial arts arena? All eyes were fixated on the spiritual treasures. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, the cacophony rising to a deafening crescendo as they cheered and leaped, each hoping for Yi Wuheng to bestow upon them a morsel of his precious treasure. I offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I implore you, esteemed Wuheng. Grant me a piece of the ancient white Xianxian spirit root, cried one individual, clutching his storage ring in a fervor. Enough. All my wealth resides within this ring. I beg for an ancient spirit root. Another exclaimed, Father, I am your long-lost son. I urgently beseech you for a piece of the ancient white Xianxian spirit root. Yi Wuheng had barely closed his eyes when he suddenly snapped them open at the man's audacious claim. What? You dare call me father? I am but 17 years old, and you appear to be over 30. Get lost. I have no offspring as grotesque as you. With that, Yi Wuheng's foot swiftly collided with the face of the man who had addressed him as father, sending him flying 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Skidding an additional 10 meters. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Even Yi Wuheng would strike his own son? Who would dare defame my name in the future? That was but a light punishment. Yi Wuheng resumed his place beneath the grand tree. Wei Chong wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now commence your purchases. Submit your storage rings, and you may directly acquire a piece of the spirit root. Should we discover any deficiencies in your contributions, even the county magistrate cannot protect you. Upon hearing Wei Chong's words, those who had intended to submit empty storage rings hesitated, retracting their hands nervously. Mere moments later, the entire basket of ancient white Xianxian spirit roots had been snatched away, leaving only one piece, which stood out strikingly. Yi Wuheng, at this moment, was prepared to make use of that very piece. Ahem, this piece is no longer for sale. Yi Wuheng coughed lightly, gesturing toward the remaining root. This auction concludes here. This piece is the legendary ultimate ancient white Xianxian spirit root, which purportedly elevates one's cultivation by an entire realm with but a single bite. Wei Chong chuckled, discreetly giving Yi Wuheng a thumbs up behind his back, signaling his approval. What? Elevate an entire realm with a single bite? The individual firmly grasped an aromatic ancient white Xianxia spirit jade root, gazing at the ultimate ancient white Xianxia jade root in the basket, swallowing hard. I want it. Master Wuheng, I implore you. My elder brother, I truly require this root. Please, grant it to me. I have a younger sister, just 17, at your command. I shall willingly surrender her for your disposal. This treasure I must possess. A resounding voice emerged from behind the crowd. Yi Wuheng glanced at the speaker, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that not the county governor? What brings you here today? Brother Hen, you jest, Zhang Yaoxing replied with a chuckle. I heard this place was bustling, so I came to take a look. To my surprise, it's merely a stall set up by you. Brother? A tone of cordiality? My goodness, this Master Wuheng shares an extraordinary rapport with the county governor. The onlookers, upon witnessing Zhang Yaoxing, instinctively bowed and said, We pay our respects to the county governor. Zhang Yaoxing paid them no heed, focusing solely on Yi Wuheng. Brother Hen, I desire this ultimate ancient white Xianxia spirit jade root. Surely, you would not refuse me. After speaking, he tossed a spatial ring into Yi Wuhen's hand. Within it lies the fire of the mighty element, capable of nurturing fiery calamities. Let us exchange this. In times past, Zhang Yaoxing would never have so readily relinquished the fire of the mighty element, for such a rare treasure was exceedingly precious. A foundation-building cultivator possessing fiery calamities could rival even those at the luminous phase. However, Zhang Yaoxing found himself desperately yearning for advancement. If he did not ascend to the next realm soon, his time would be severely limited. Why do mortals pursue cultivation? They seek the elixir of immortality, striving for eternal existence. With a mere wave, the earth could be annihilated. With a single step, the heavens could change their hue. Are cultivators not selfish? Quite the contrary. They are often the most self-serving. They consume vast resources of heaven and earth, while nature, indifferent, regards all beings as mere fodder. Cultivators, in turn, view the common folk as trifles. Yi Wuheng clenched the spatial ring, a cold smirk forming on his face. Very well, I shall indulge the county governor. Please. With that, he gestured for the governor to retrieve the fragrant offering. The governor chuckled, reaching for the aromatic morsel, exclaiming, What a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Merely holding it, I can feel the immense spiritual energy coursing through my body. Yi Wuheng inwardly scoffed. Go ahead and boast. It's merely a morsel. The county governor swallowed hard, fixated on the offering, then pinched a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Yi Wuheng shielded his eyes, utterly aghast. What a sight to behold. The entire county governor's residence. I only bow to you. Chapter 147. The county governor is on the verge of exasperation. Wei Chong, witnessing the governor's reaction, rushed to stand behind Yi Wuhen and exclaimed, "Hey, Brother Hen, you've truly outdone this old fellow." Wei Chong had just finished speaking when Zhang Yaoxing had already devoured a significant portion and was still indulging in the fresh delicacy with unabated enthusiasm. What does it mean? He was clearly relishing it, wholeheartedly and willingly consuming it. Do you believe that if I offered him a few more morsels, he would not joyously dance about, thinking that his ancestors had blessed him? Yi Wuhen retorted coolly, "Since he enjoys eating it, let him savor it. This man has schemed against me before, and I intend to teach him a good lesson." Seeing the county magistrate enjoying the delicacy with such fervor, the others were unwilling to be outdone and began to partake as well, observing how they treated the delicacy as if it were a divine elixir. Even competing to consume it, a wicked amusement arose in Yi Wuhen's heart. He scoffed, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire if these treasures of heaven and earth are truly delectable?" "Delicious, absolutely delicious." Someone responded, "It is simply exquisite. I feel an overwhelming surge of primal energy within me. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. If I could have a few more pieces, I could conquer everyone in the county magistrate's office." "Come, brothers, let me share something with you," Yi Wuhen said with a smile. "What you are consuming is not some celestial treasure, but rather excrement." The crowd was momentarily stunned, halting their consumption. Wei Chong asked, perplexed, "Brother Wuhen, what do you mean? Why provoke enmity?" Chuckling nonchalantly, Yi Wuhen replied, "In the past, I lacked the strength to be so audacious, but now I possess power. Additionally, since Zhang Yaoxing has plotted against me, how can I not retaliate to dissolve this animosity? Do not concern yourselves, should they dare to attack. They would merely be delivering experience points to me," Yi Wuhen declared, smiling as he drew the sky-slaying sword, leaning against a grand tree, surveying everything with disdain. Zhang Yaoxing looked at his hands, feeling the remnants of the delicacy in his mouth. After spitting a few times, he furiously exclaimed, "Yi Wuhen, are you declaring war against our entire county magistrate's office? And if so, what of it?" Yi Wuhen scoffed, "Do you intend to confront my master? Spare me your threats. You, an old relic, might not live to see another day. It is wiser to enjoy your retirement than to pursue unrealistic fantasies of killing and treasure hunting. By the way, I have visited an immortal's abode, and indeed, there are real immortals within." Yi Wuhen was unreserved in revealing his background. The stronger one's connections, the more fear and respect one commands. This was a lesson Yi Wuhen had learned upon entering this realm. Yi Wuhen was never a paragon of virtue. He was devoid of the compassion often ascribed to saints, possessing only a lamentable understanding of human nature. From a young age, he had been unloved by his grandmother, neglected by his uncle, isolated or bullied by his peers, and ultimately, he had met his end from a heart attack while sleeping. "You, Yi Wuhen, you are courting death," Zhang Yaoxing shouted, unleashing his spiritual power, which manifested as a tempest sweeping over Yi Wuhen's vicinity. The great tree trembled, its leaves rustling ominously. Yet Yi Wuhen remained unmoved, his golden-hued eyes shimmering with uncontainable contempt. "How dare you, Yi Wuhen? You are nothing but a pathetic pretender, a monk." Unable to contain his fury, lunged at Yi Wuhen with a swift step, brandishing his sword with an air of ferocity, seemingly poised to pierce Yi Wuhen's flesh. However, with a nonchalant flick, Yi Wuhen effortlessly sent the monk's blade flying, mocking him with the words, "You cannot even hold your sword steady, yet you dare to attack me?" "Thunderclap palm," Yi Wuhen murmured softly, and in an instant, a crackling orb of lightning materialized in his hand, emitting a deafening sound. Terrified at the sight of Yi Wuhen's thunderclap palm, the monk cried out, "County Governor, save me." "Seeking salvation? It's too late." Yi Wuhen scoffed coldly, and with that, the thunderclap palm drove into the monk's chest. In his final moments, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that he would perish before the county governor. Ding. System upgrading. Henceforth, slaying enemies will yield no experience points. Please be advised. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of indignation. He desired to channel the energy of all his martial skills into his fists, and with a leap of faith, his fists radiated with the holy light of thunder, delivering a resounding blow that would shatter the developer's foolish mind. Damn, is this developer toying with me? No upgrades allowed. What nonsense is this? Yi Wuhen seethed inwardly. Yi Wuhen. Zhang Yaoxing clenched his fists, his voice brimming with anger. Do not force my hand. And what if you do? What can you accomplish? I forgot to mention. I can summon my senior brother once more. Yi Wuhen retorted with a cold smile, wielding the blade of heaven. Zhang Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, his confidence wavering. The overwhelming presence of El Bu had left an indelible mark on him, akin to a tsunami of malevolence that nearly shattered his mental fortitude. Faced with the prospect of Yi Wuhen truly summoning his so-called senior brother, he realized that the entire county governor's mansion, or rather, the entirety of Wuheng County, might not possess a soul capable of standing against such power. Even if he managed to slay this so-called senior brother of Yi Wuhen, what would it change? Killing Yi Wuhen would merely satisfy his own resentment. Had he considered the consequences? With a brother of such formidable prowess, capable of unsettling the very fabric of Wuheng County, what might his master, the distant sage, be capable of? Yi Wuhen had claimed that his master could instill fear throughout the entire mid-tier realm with a mere display of wrath. Yet, the thought of Yi Wuhen's various actions and the humiliation he had endured filled Zhang Yaoxing with rage. As the esteemed county governor of Wuheng, how could he have been subjected to such indignity? Yi Wuhen, just wait. The day you leave Wuheng County will be your last. Zhang Yaoxing vowed silently, for he was a cunning individual. If Yi Wuhen were to perish in Wuheng County, would not his master seek vengeance upon the region? Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to confront Yi Wuhen once he had exited Wuheng County. Very well. Today, I shall grant you the favor of my brother's reputation. The contest for county governor has concluded. You are requested to depart by tomorrow, Zhang Yaoxing declared, his face flushed with anger as he waved his sleeve dismissively, signaling the end of their encounter. Yi Wuhen did not refuse. He had secured his wealth and repaid Zhang Wenyao's favor. Remaining here was exceedingly dull, so he decided to seek out Bing Wu in Zhongzhou. Grasping Wei Chang's hand, Yi Wuhen immediately employed the I Ching step and departed, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals caught in the wind. What just happened? Why did the county governor take flight? I have no idea. Chapter 148. The moment I step out of the city, you send someone to gank me at this moment. Yi Wuhen reclined comfortably on his bed, leisurely counting the wealth amassed from his dealings. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he possessed as many as 50 storage rings. The number of high-grade spirit stones had exceeded 100,000, and with an additional 1 million taels of gold, Yi Wuhen had undeniably become a wealthy man. Once the system upgrade was complete, he intended to exchange all these treasures for redeemable value and update his equipment. The 9 purple soul rings he currently possessed were simply beneath his style. Su Xianxia's enchanting gaze fixed upon Yi Wuhen, and she breathed softly, Master. I have my eyes on several exquisite pieces of jewelry. I simply must have them. Yi Wuhen narrowed his eyes and tossed a storage ring into Su Xianxia's hands, declaring generously, Buy it. I have money to spare. Wei Chang, tidy up. We are preparing to leave. With that, Yi Wuhen rose and instructed Wei Chang, stepping out through the grand doors. Having offended the county governor, it was clear he could not remain in Wuheng County. To seek out Chu Tianqing recklessly would only invite trouble upon him. Moreover, with the impending arrival of the end of the magical era as foretold by the system, Yi Wuhen understood that if he did not prepare, he would surely perish in this coming age. Accompanied by a group of inept warriors, Yi Wuhen felt a genuine weariness. As someone who never waited for others, upon exiting the governor's mansion, he strolled along the main road, leaving Su Xianxia and Wei Chang to hastily pursue him from behind. Hey, Brother Hen, why are you walking so fast? By the way, where exactly are you headed? Wei Chang began to run, straining to catch up to Yi Wuhen. Don't go so quickly. Surprisingly, now that Yi Wuhen had advanced to the golden course stage, he possessed a remarkable sense of speed, strolling leisurely while Wei Chang had to sprint to keep up. To Zhongzhou, Yi Wuhen replied, casually resting his hands behind his head, unconcerned with the gazes of others. Oh, being handsome inevitably invites such scrutiny. Zhongzhou is wonderful. It is truly the capital of cultivation, far superior to Wuheng County. Upon hearing the name Zhongzhou, Su Qianxia could hardly contain her excitement. You know about Zhongzhou? Yi Wuhen tilted his head, addressing Su Qianxia. You, who have never ventured beyond the great wilderness, are aware of Zhongzhou. Of course, my senior brothers and sisters have told me about it. Every time they return from tasks in Zhongzhou, they bring back so many fascinating things. I am so envious. Su Qianxia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if 2 golden stars had ignited within them. Hey, the 2 of you ahead, you are truly speaking without feeling the strain. You walk so swiftly, while I, at the foundation establishment stage, feel like crying just trying to keep up. Wei Chang lamented behind Yi Wuhen and Su Qianxia. By the way, Brother Wuhen, you can't possibly walk to Zhongzhou. Wei Chang suddenly recalled. Yi Wuhen paused, realizing indeed, I can fly on my sword. Why would I walk? After Wei Chang's prompt, Yi Wuhen produced the sword of celestial slaughter and infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to enlarge significantly, capable of bearing the weight of 2 individuals. Although reluctant to allow Wei Chang to ride with him, convenience dictated that he acquiesced. Su Qianxia also appeared to produce a flying sword from seemingly nowhere. She infused it with her spiritual energy and stepped onto it. 2 minutes later, two figures soared through the sky on their swords. The system provided a route to Zhongzhou. Although the system itself had become non-functional for upgrades, Yi Wuhan, possessing a formidable spirit, merely had to glance to memorize the path. There were 5 routes to Zhongzhou in total, 3 waterways and 1 that traversed a mountain range. The system had even marked a point atop this mountain, the Bronze Demon Gate. Any reasonably clever individual would recognize it as a dungeon, and given the name, it suggested a significant challenge. It would be manageable for Yi Wuhan alone, but he had to consider Wei Chong and Su Xianxia as well. You must understand, Wei Chong had no martial skills whatsoever, while Su Xianxia, with her childlike disposition, might trigger a deadly flag should she stumble upon something extraordinary within that demon gate, leading them both to an untimely demise. Thus, Yi Wuhan had no choice but to select a path through the secluded forest, which, fortunately, had the only advantage of being sparsely populated by humans but teeming with wildlife. Its scenic beauty was a bonus. As Yi Wuhan, Wei Chong, and Su Qianxia flew on their swords through the dense foliage, they encountered countless beasts. Thankfully, Yi Wuhan's spiritual pressure was sufficiently potent that the ferocious creatures dared not approach within 100 meters, content to snarl from a distance. Suddenly, a cold gleam sliced through the air, narrowly missing Yi Wuhan's face. His exceptional dynamic vision allowed him to quickly focus on the object, a throwing dart. Damn, I just left the city and I'm already being ambushed. Yi Wuhan grumbled, suspecting Zhang Yaoxing was behind the attack. A shadow leapt from a tree, followed by another dart aimed directly at Yi Wuhan, employing the same tactic as before. This time, Yi Wuhan could no longer tolerate the assault. He caught the dart barehanded, gripping the crimson projectile tightly and rebuking, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait for a second attempt after failing the first? Is there no code of conduct among assassins?" The assassin, seeing Yi Wuhan's unscathed hand gripping the dart, stepped forward. It was then that Yi Wuhan discerned his features. Long hair, a black mask, and clad in dark fabric, with only his eagle-like eyes visible. This image aligns perfectly with my expectations. Indeed, the founder of this continent is merely a foolish child, not even bothering to alter the appearance of a killer. "Oh, you dare to show yourself? Aren't you just asking for a beating?" Yi Wuhan scoffed, then suspended the sword of heaven beside him and leapt down. Wei Chong and Su Qianxia intended to assist, but Yi Wuhan extended his left arm to thwart their intentions. This assassin's prowess was no trivial matter, at the very least. He was at the Golden Core level, and perhaps even at the nascent soul stage. "We shall duel," declared the assassin, transforming his hand to reveal 4 fish-shaped, throwing blades nestled between his fingers. "A duel?" Yi Wuhan paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Knowing you cannot win, yet you still wish to engage me? You certainly possess audacity. I am quite curious about what kind of organization would nurture someone like you." Chapter 149, Don't Rush. "Shut your mouth. Do you think you can insult our Bloodblade?" The assassin retorted angrily, tightening his grip on the darts, searching for an opportunity, the first to strike. As the essence of an assassin lies in thriving against the odds. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Why can certain special forces soldiers take on multiple opponents of the same age? Primarily due to extensive training, and secondly, through combat skills and various techniques. Bloodblade? Yi Wuhan mused softly, intrigued. How fascinating, the second-ranked assassination organization. I wonder what could compel you to target me. The assassin, unfazed by the provocation, merely offered a cold, disdainful smile. Do you believe yourself clever? Do you think victory is assured? In truth, you are but a fool. Once our Bloodblade accepts a contract, we are guaranteed triumph. Oh, such arrogance. Even the county magistrate wouldn't dare to act so brazenly before me. What do you think you are? Yi Wuhan replied, opening his left hand as the sword of heaven sliced through the air, hurtling towards his grasp. The assassin merely sneered. I am aware of your strength, Yi Wuhan. Below the first stage of the Golden Core, you can challenge those above your level, possibly due to the arrival of an unknown puppet. Facing you alone may prove challenging. But, clap, clap. The assassin clapped his hands forcefully, producing a sound that was understood but left unspoken. Suddenly, dozens of figures descended from the trees, the rustling sound echoing around, yet their forms remained hidden. Damn, this is the rhythm of them coming to confront me, Yi Wuhan grumbled, acknowledging that the timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with his system upgrade, rendering the situation rather awkward. I cannot summon help. I have gathered 50 individuals to deal with you, each a formidable Golden Core expert. Haraha. With that, the assassin vanished into the depths of the forest. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with Su Qianxia furrowing her brow, tightly clutching a short blade that glinted coldly. while Wei Chong awkwardly clenched his fists, scanning the surrounding flora. This was a battle of life and death, a struggle for survival, where every blade of grass and every tree could conceal an enemy's disguise. With a sudden thud, a plume of smoke rose from beneath Yi Wuhen's feet, followed by the swift approach of a dark shadow. In an instant, Yi Wuhen discerned the weapon wielded by the assassin, an eagle's claw. 5 glimmers of icy light darted towards his neck, prompting Yi Wuhen to hurriedly evade the strike. Recognizing the assassin's ignorance of his true prowess, Yi Wuhen reflected on the mere words relayed by the assassin's leader. If anyone could be encapsulated in a single phrase, the world would not know of espionage or intrigue. With a resounding clash, Yi Wuhen's sword of celestial slaying met the eagle's claw, slicing through it effortlessly as if it were but tofu. He then executed a spinning strike. Having comprehended the unified sword technique, Yi Wuhen wielded his sword with newfound intensity. As he turned to deliver his blow, the sword of celestial slaying blurred into an ethereal shadow, leaving the assassin momentarily stunned. Was this truly a manifestation of celestial prowess? In a flash, cold brilliance erupted, and the head of the assassin flew, blood splattering in a 5-step radius. Is this the extent of your bloodblade strength? Yi Wuhen uttered coldly. You are all utterly worthless. Bring everyone forth. Even through the dense foliage, he could hear the echoes of furious voices. At his command, 48 figures surged forth, and for a fleeting moment, Yi Wuhen felt as if night had descended. The narrow country path was soon filled with people. Onlookers might have presumed there was something valuable concealed within. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation of battle, Yi Wuhen suddenly recalled an important detail. Channeling his spiritual energy, he instantly surveyed the entire scene within the jungle, including the intimate encounters of the animals. Clearing his throat, he swiftly pinpointed the location of the leader assassin. With the ferocity of a lurking wolf upon discovering its prey, he executed a lightning-fast step, closing the distance to stand before the man. Their eyes locked, and the assassin's expression morphed into one of horror as he stammered, "How did you find me? This is impossible." Yi Wuhen merely smiled coldly, his palm crackling with electric energy as he unleashed a thunder strike across the assassin's face. "You have some nerve to confront me." With a resounding smack, the electric hand struck the assassin, sending him sprawling to the ground, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Yet, Yi Wuhen's thirst for retribution was not yet quenched. He delivered a kick to the assassin leader's groin, eliciting a scream that echoed in agony. Planting his foot on the assassin's chest, he coldly remarked, "Am I being too generous? You dare to act boldly before me? You possess quite the audacity." The assassin leader, bloodied and battered beneath Yi Wuhen's foot, mumbled incoherently through a mask now soaked in crimson, having lost 5 teeth from that earlier blow. "Why you have a spirit? A spirit? How could one possibly exist without it?" Yi Wuhen, with a sinister smile, unleashed his soul's full power, his spiritual essence. Having reached the strength of a golden core during the radiance phase, now as a golden core cultivator, was utterly terrifying. Thud! It reverberated like a colossal bell in the ears and minds of the assassins, instantly instilling an overwhelming sense of doom in their hearts, a suffocating sensation. With but a thought, I could render you a madman or a fool, and then hang you at the city gate. After years as an assassin, you must have amassed numerous enemies. How would they react upon seeing you in such a state? And what of your organization? Yi Wuhen did not even glance at the leader of the assassins, only sneering at the sword of destiny in his hand. The leader of the assassins was filled with terror. The Bloodblade was a truly ruthless organization, and someone of his stature could be easily discarded within the Bloodblade. Such discarding meant silencing one permanently, often through exceedingly violent means. "Kill me." The assassin, his consciousness ravaged by Yi Wuhen's mental assault, found it difficult to speak. Yearning only for Yi Wuhen to end his life, this would be his greatest honor. The thought of being hung at the city gate was too dreadful to contemplate. "Do not rush," Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly, and then he carried the assassin leader towards the area where xianxia and Wei Chong were engaged with the 48 assassins. The performance must unfold slowly to be truly captivating. A swift resolution would be but a fleeting moment, and Yi Wuhen was a masterful dramatist. Chapter 150, Calling You a Pig. Cough, cough. As Yi Wuhen emerged from the dense forest onto the rural path, he discovered xianxia and Wei Chong fervently battling the 48 assassins, yet neither had sustained any harm. On the contrary, many of the assassins lay defeated on the ground. Observing this scene, Yi Wuhen cleared his throat and declared, "Everyone cease." Huh. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to Yi Wuhen, who was holding a shadowy figure aloft. Upon closer inspection, they would realize this was none other than their leader. What the hell, boss? How were you captured? An assassin instinctively exclaimed. With the leader captured, what was the point of continuing the fight? Someone inquired about the group's opinion on retreating. I say, you lot. I'm not dead yet. The assassin leader, if he could remove his mask, would undoubtedly reveal a face flushed with embarrassment. Being held captive like this was utterly humiliating. Not dead. You might as well be, considering you've been captured. One remarked, prompting another to chime in. I think it wise to withdraw. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Isn't there a rule in Bloodblade? A timid newcomer observed. If we cannot win, preserving our lives is paramount. We can seek assistance later. Xiao Wu, who would have thought a fresh recruit like you would possess such wisdom? Excellent. Without delay, let us flee. One assassin patted Xiao Wu on the back, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished like the wind. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the assassins turned ashen, and with a frenzied roar, he exclaimed, a pack of ingrates. I have nurtured you without reserve. Not one of you came to my aid when I was captured. 48 of you, and yet you cower in fear. As the cloaked assassins hastily fled the scene, only Xiao Wu remained, foolishly standing still. The leader, noticing Xiao Wu's presence, was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. At last, there is one who will share both my joys and hardships. Xiao Wu, I knew you would stay. I did not care for you in vain. Brother, once we meet our demise, I shall ensure we are reborn together in our next life. The leader struggled to free a hand from the iron grip of Yi Wuhen, but he had gravely underestimated Ye's strength. He was utterly incapable of moving his arm, even slightly. They remained locked in this awkward standoff. Xiao Wu stood there, bewildered and silent. Observing his indecisiveness, Yi Wuhen bellowed, Hey, are you going to linger here and wait for death? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Then, trembling slightly, he stammered, boss, I'm sorry. With that, he bowed deeply and sprinted away, his speed comparable to that of the first to flee. Damn, he runs so quickly. So swiftly has he betrayed me. The leader despaired at the sight of Xiao Wu's retreat, contemplating self-detonation. However, it seemed Yi Wuhen possessed some arcane method that bound his energy, rendering him incapable of summoning his power. Feeling helpless to connect with your essence? Yi Wuhen mocked. Observing the leader's anxious demeanor, the leader retorted coldly, How do you know? If you intend to execute me, do so quickly and spare me your prattle. Curious to learn? I shan't divulge. Yi Wuhen dismissed his words with a laugh. Su Xianxia, face-palming, lamented, It's over, this foolish child is beyond saving. Wei Chong, casting a sharp glance, remarked disapprovingly, Brother Hen, keeping him alive serves no purpose. He should be eliminated. In response to Wei Chong's statement, Yi Wuhen turned his gaze towards the leader and replied coolly, Why the haste? Let us indulge ourselves first. With that, he retrieved a Gatling gun from his storage ring and aimed it at the leader. Do you know what this is? Humph. Do you think some nonsensical artifact will intimidate me? The leader looked up at the Gatling gun, defiantly declaring, The Bloodblade will avenge me. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Yi Wuhen remarked, firing a shot into the leader's arm. The gun erupted with flame as a bullet sliced through the air, striking the leader's leg. Let me show you a trinket from the 20th century. The leader of the assassins let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. He could scarcely believe that such a diminutive weapon could possess such formidable power, capable of piercing his very flesh. From this moment forth, I shall pose the questions, and you shall respond. Utter an unnecessary word, and you shall consume a bullet. Do you comprehend? The seasoned assassin leader nodded vigorously, opting for silence. You are a pig. Upon witnessing the leader's demeanor, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of malicious delight, and, regrettably, his mischief resurfaced. What sort of inquiry is this? The assassin leader was momentarily taken aback. When did interrogations incorporate such absurdities? Must he truly declare himself a pig? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, as the memory of excruciating pain was all too vivid. Must I truly say it? The assassin leader stammered in disbelief. Of course you must, Yi Wuhen replied, pressing the barrel of his Gatling gun against the leader's face. Speak quickly. Su Qianxia gently rubbed her forehead and interjected. Let him play for a moment. He might be feeling overwhelmed and in need of relaxation. Wei Chong took a step back, beads of cold sweat dripping to the ground. At that moment, he felt far more anxious than when confronted by 48 assassins. Jokingly, he recalled Yi Wuhen's previous claim of being a shepherd in a lush pasture. Very well, you are a pig. With newfound courage, the assassin leader uttered the phrase, uncertain of Yi Wuhen's true intentions behind such a peculiar demand. Indeed, I commanded you to declare that you are a pig, Yi Wuhen retorted, his anger palpable. Remember to express it with sincerity. Otherwise, I shall be forced to treat you to a bullet. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle, while Wei Chong rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Brother Wuhan, spare him your jest. Let us expedite this. We have a journey ahead." "Oh, yes, indeed. I must visit my wife." Yi Wuhan nodded in agreement and then shifted to a more aggressive approach, pressing the gun barrel against the assassin leader's chin. Chapter 151. Entering the Wasteland, all right. That was merely a prelude. Yi Wuhan chuckled, shaking the barrel of the Gatling gun, causing the assassin leader to feel a surge of panic. Cough, cough. Let us resume our little game. I pose the questions, and you shall answer. First question, where is the headquarters of Bloodblade? Yi Wuhan's inquiry struck directly at the core of the matter. I genuinely do not know. The assassin leader was taken aback. How could he be asked such a critical question right from the outset? The unfortunate truth was that he truly had no knowledge of the Bloodblade's headquarters. You do not know? Yi Wuhan's eyes narrowed, his tone turning menacingly severe. If you were to tell the truth, I might consider sparing your life. But if you lie, well, you should understand the consequences. I truly do not know. The assassin leader quivered. The Bloodblade organization is vast. Even the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty is within their reach. I have no idea where their headquarters lies. Deeply concerned, Yi Wuhan pondered the consequences of displeasing his adversary, contemplating the potential for violent retribution. Oh, does this organization hold sway even in the capital? He mused, fingers stroking his chin. Pray, enlighten me about the Bloodblade's influence. The Bloodblade is an assassination syndicate, with its assassins categorized into 5 tiers. The first corresponds to the rotating illumination stage, the second to the golden core stage, the third to the nascent soul stage, the fourth to the god transformation stage, and the fifth to the post-transcendent stage. I must say, I had not anticipated such formidable strength from your organization, Yi Wuhan confessed, a shiver running down his spine. The implications of the assassin leader's words were clear. This organization possessed the capability to extinguish his life. The assassin leader nodded, acknowledging Yi Wuhan's prowess. Internally, however, he cursed vehemently, plotting to report back to his superiors and dispatch a 4th-tier cultivator to eliminate Yi Wuhan. I find your flattery quite agreeable, Yi Wuhan declared, firing a shot that seemed rather pedestrian. The assassin leader, accustomed to such pain, refrained from voicing his discomfort, instead casting cold, scrutinizing glances at Yi Wuhan. If mere glances could kill, Yi Wuhan would have perished countless times. The assassin leader seethed inwardly. Yi Wuhan, mark my words. One day I shall exact my revenge. Now let us address the next inquiry. Does the Bloodblade hold power in Zhongzhou? Yi Wuhan retorted with a sardonic smile. Should they possess any influence there, I would eradicate them without hesitation. I cannot abide by the presence of an assassination organization near my wife. Zhongzhou? Surely you jest. That region is guarded by Earth Immortals. Who would dare operate there? The assassin leader's expression turned to one of terror. Within the 10 states, we wield no power. It appeared that the Earth Immortal was indeed a formidable figure. Yi Wuhan chuckled softly, formulating a plan to forge an alliance with the Earth Immortal to become sworn brothers. Well, you've served your purpose. Farewell, may there be no calamity in the afterlife. Yi Wuhan sighed, shaking his head, and then pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that transformed the assassin leader into a mere sieve. Due to a system upgrade, Yi Wuhan did not hear the accompanying notification, but it was evident that the assassin had met his demise. As he stowed away the Gatling gun, Yi Wuhan gazed upon Wei Chong's imposing figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair at the thought of having to soar through the skies daily with him. I long for xiaxia. If only you could trade places with me, he lamented. If it were xiaxia, perhaps she would tenderly wrap her delicate hands around my waist. In stark contrast to Wei Chong, who resembles a gnarled tree root. Come now, we must be on our way, Yi Wuhan declared, drawing forth the sword of heaven's slaughter. The blade gradually enlarged as he stepped upon it, and when Wei Chong joined him, he felt the sword tremble 3 times. Their journey led them out of the woods and into a desolate expanse, beyond which loomed a majestic mountain range, verdant and resplendent. Wait a moment. That mountain range seemed to be Mount Shu. Beyond the Shushan Mountains lies an expanse of desolation, followed by the outer city of Zhongzhou. As for the impending arrival of the so-called end of the Dharma Age, Yi Wuhan can only hope that it arrives later rather than sooner. After all, this end of the Dharma Age is no trivial matter. Meteorites crashing down, celestial techniques flying haphazardly, chaos reigns supreme. This surely must be a wasteland. After approximately a day and a half of flight, a scene of ashen yellow gradually unfolded before Yi Wuhan. Withered trees, dust, ominous winds, and skeletal remains, all present in abundance. It resembled a no-man's land. Where on earth is this place? The atmosphere is utterly disagreeable. Su Qianxia pouted in discontent. Master, let us depart from here swiftly. Yi Wuhan nodded in agreement. Indeed. With that, he wielded the sword of Heaven's Edge, preparing to accelerate and burst forth from this desolate expanse. Truth be told, he too sensed that the ambience of this wasteland was unsettling. How to describe it? It exuded a sense of deathly silence, devoid of any vitality. This must surely be a dungeon of sorts. Furthermore, it undoubtedly harbored a significant presence. Just as Yi Wuhan prepared to escape this wasteland, he suddenly found his spiritual energy inexplicably drained, rendering him immobile. The sensation was akin to purchasing a can without a pull tab, instant noodles without seasoning, or a bottle of water lacking a cap, utterly frustrating. It appeared that this place also exuded a sense of weakness, Yi Wuhan mused internally, as he subtly channeled his energy to evade any seemingly perilous areas. As the saying goes, when one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can cause discomfort, and one might slip on a smooth surface while walking or suffer a heart attack in their sleep. Such was the fate of Yi Wuhan, who was contemplating avoidance when, ironically, the very beast he sought to evade came knocking at his door. Hissing, Yi Wuhan heard the faint sounds of breath around the wasteland, reminiscent of serpents. There are beasts, he exclaimed. Xianxia, be cautious. He hastily halted the sword of Heaven's Edge and leaped down, for his spiritual energy could barely be summoned, rendering him unable to outrun the beasts. Should he encounter them, he could only fight. If victorious, dinner would be secured for the night. But if defeated, that would be quite the predicament. Hiss! The sound echoed once more, and Yi Wuhan caught sight of the creature's form, a colossal serpent, nearly 100 feet in length, its scales towering above him, radiating a dark spiritual energy. At that moment, the serpent's enormous golden eyes fixed upon Yi Wuhan, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Chapter 152. By the heavens, this serpent has claws. My word, how enormous it is. What hope do I have of fighting it? Yi Wuhan gasped, realizing that without the enhancement of his imperial spiritual energy, his sword would likely be ineffective against such a colossal beast. The giant python regarded Yi Wuhan with keen interest, as if it had discovered a delightful new toy. Yi Wuhan could only lament, what have I done to deserve this? To be thrust into such a challenge right away, and to be rendered weak as well. This is a never-ending source of frustration. Su Qianxia met the gaze of the colossal python with a defiant attitude, unflinching in the face of danger. Yi Wuhan assessed the situation, surmising that her spiritual power had not been diminished. What was the nature of this place? Even the 5 major spiritual forces could be countered here. It appeared that this location was extraordinary. In an instant, the python swung its tail towards Yi Wuhan, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, aiming to strike him. Should this blow connect, it would surely rearrange his internal organs. With a sudden burst of instinct, Yi Wuhan leapt into the air, but with his spiritual energy depleted, he could not ascend high enough. All he wished for was to soar higher, to sing a song of ambition. Thud! The python's tail swept across Yi Wuhan's legs. Had he not possessed the ancient, indestructible body of a divine demon, this blow would have resulted in far more than a fracture. It could have obliterated his legs entirely. With a resounding smack, Yi Wuhan was sent flying 100 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. It had been ages since he had felt such pain, and even longer since he had tasted his own blood. Now, as he spat it out, he could only exclaim, "It hurts." The python slithered forward with a serpentine grace, seemingly slow yet deceptively swift, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Su Qianxia gripped her short blade tightly and rushed towards Yi Wuhan, while Wei Chong stood at a distance, offering silent support. His abilities were limited in the face of such a formidable beast, and there was little he could do. Clang! Su Qianxia's blade clashed against the python's scales, igniting sparks. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not overcome the creature. The python let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of spiritual pressure that forced Su Qianxia to the ground. Seeing the dire situation, Yi Wuhan hastily retrieved a Xuanwu pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. An overwhelming surge of life energy flooded into his legs, and in mere moments, he was fully restored. With his renewed vitality and the enhancement from the I Ching step, Yi Wuhan darted to Su Qianxia's side in the blink of an eye. The python's tail was descending upon her, and the threat was grave. Yi Wuhan understood that if it struck her, she would either die or suffer grievous injuries. Thinking quickly, he scooped Su Qianxia into his arms in a princess carry. She blushed deeply, flailing her arms and protesting, "Put me down. This is so embarrassing." Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with humiliation. Though he held a beauty in his arms, Yi Wuhan had no time to admire her. A monstrous python was hot on their trail. Thud! The python missed its target, letting out a furious roar that pierced the air with a shrill, grating sound. Akin to nails scraping a chalkboard, the sensation sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. By the heavens, is spring not yet upon us? Why is it behaving so wildly? Upon hearing the call, Wuheng trembled slightly and turned his head, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, astonishingly, the serpent seemed to possess a form of intelligence, for it understood his words. What followed was even more astonishing. The serpent stood upright. Not only did it rise, but it also exhibited a peculiar vigor, revealing two enormous claws. My goodness, this serpent possesses claws. Wuheng's eyes widened in awe as he exclaimed, indeed. This place is teeming with extraordinary creatures. Human, how dare you insult me? The serpent articulated in human speech, flicking its tongue menacingly at Wuheng. You shall meet your demise today for daring to disturb my sanctuary in this desolate land. Alas, this serpent seemed poised to ascend to immortality, defying the heavens. Although Wuheng was aware that many formidable beings existed within the demon race, he had never encountered one before, so he felt no fear. However, the power of this serpent was undoubtedly extraordinary. It possessed claws. While it had not yet transformed into human form, it was certainly not far from achieving that. At the very least, xianxia could not defeat it. Why? Because xianxia was a nine-tailed fox, a legendary species that could assume human form much sooner than other demon races. This gigantic python might have been cultivating for over 1,000 years. With a swift motion, the two colossal claws sliced through the air, hurtling toward Wuheng's vicinity. Faintly, he perceived a dark, ethereal energy shimmering upon those claws. What on earth is this energy? As the claws approached at breakneck speed, a wave of despair washed over Wuheng. His imperial spiritual energy was utterly depleted. What could possibly be on those claws to drain his imperial energy so completely? Countless questions surged through his mind like a torrential wave. And as he gazed at the monstrous claws, he felt an unwillingness to succumb. Am I to be rendered powerless without spiritual energy? Am I to be deemed worthless without the system? No. A fierce determination ignited within Wuheng's heart as he looked at xianxia in his arms. Smiling softly as he said, Xiaoxiao, when I set you down, you must flee swiftly, all right? This battle may have dire consequences. Without the system, Wuheng felt as though he were without legs. Devoid of spiritual energy, he felt as though he were without arms. How could he possibly fight like this? Gently, he placed xianxia down. Drawing forth the heavenly slaying sword, he bellowed at the colossal python. Come on, you old scoundrel. Chase after me. With that, Wuheng dashed in the opposite direction. Anyone could see that he was buying time for xianxia to escape. Wuheng, what are you doing? xianxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cried, if there is a next life, you must still be my master. Her words echoed far and wide. Upon hearing them, Wuheng's fleeing form shuddered, and a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, with you, my foolish fox, I truly cannot bear to perish. Chapter 153. Grant me 5 seconds to unveil the environment, and I shall return to you a brand new world. Upon witnessing Wuheng's current demeanor, the serpent erupted into laughter, exclaiming, facing death, and yet you remain so tender and affectionate. Fear not, both of you shall meet your demise. This colossal python, having experienced countless encounters, was acutely aware of Wuheng's deep concern for xianxia. Bored in this desolate wasteland, it decided to toy with the pair, torturing them for its amusement. As the serpent coiled its immense body and pivoted to pursue xianxia, Wuheng cried out to her, who was still dazed, Xianxia? Flee at once. It was only then that xianxia snapped back to reality and hastened in the opposite direction. However, the python's serpentine speed was astonishingly deft, intercepting her path in mere seconds. Wuheng, witnessing this, smacked his forehead in exasperation, shouting, Damn you, Baal serpent. Release my companion. No, release my woman. The python glanced at the infuriated Wuheng, its eyes widening, and then, with a series of coughs, it unleashed a thick, greenish venomous substance, more accurately described as phlegm of an extraordinary magnitude. As this noxious fluid cascaded towards Wuheng, he adeptly rolled to evade the attack. Yet, upon striking the ground, the venomous fluid continued to bounce several times before finally settling. The area where it landed was instantly corroded, leaving a significant scar upon the earth. Wuheng, observing the scene, thought to himself, Good heavens, this serpent's saliva is formidable. If it had struck me, the consequences would have been dire. The python, amused by Wuheng's evasive maneuvers, extended its wicked claws towards xianxia's delicate form. Curse this lascivious serpent, Wuheng muttered. summoning a surge of spiritual energy from within his golden core. Remarkably, he managed to harness a modicum of power. Employing this energy, he executed the I Ching steps, causing a tempest of thunder to erupt beneath his feet. With a powerful stomp, Yi Wuhen extinguished the thunderous force and propelled himself toward the colossal python. This time he would not be a lamb for slaughter. This time he would not allow another to perish. What if this demon was formidable? Regardless of its strength, it was still a beast. What if he lacked spiritual power? Could he not wield a sword without it? His mastery of the sword technique was unparalleled. Should all else fail, he possessed a tidal skill. As Yi Wuhen observed the python's arrogance, a chilling resolve enveloped him. He glanced at the celestial sword in his grasp. Recalling his title of Sword Immortal, though it was a mere fade, it was better than nothing. The proficiency associated with that title granted him mastery over swordsmanship, and when combined with his technique, it could inflict devastating consequences upon his foes, even if he had but 5 seconds. With the additional skill of the Heart of Clarity, I can disregard my opponent's defenses for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the serpent shall scream in agony. It is said, grant me 5 seconds to unleash my potential, and I shall return to you a brand new world. If you allow me those 5 seconds, I shall leave you unrecognizable to your own parents. As Yi Wuhen approached the colossal python, he executed the wood leaf rising dragon technique, slightly altering his method. He propelled himself into the air by forcefully pushing off the ground, gripping the celestial sword firmly as he aimed directly at the creature's head. The Heart of Clarity buff activated. The sword mastery buff initiated. The celestial sword is in position. Target locked. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. A smirk graced Yi Wuhen's lips. He relished in displaying his prowess, particularly before beautiful women. In a flash, the celestial sword miraculously pierced through the python's scales. Plunging toward its head, the serpent roared, exclaiming, "How can a mere human penetrate my scales?" The anguished cries of the python echoed as Yi Wuhen had already infiltrated its skull. One must admit, the python's hide was exceptionally thick. It took Yi Wuhen a full 50 meters of thrusting before he breached the cranium. Subsequently, he unleashed the final move of the Unity Sword technique, the fire trees and silver flowers. In an instant, flames erupted from his sword, resembling trees, followed by ice crystals that blossomed like flowers. Rather than merely fire trees and silver flowers, it appeared as if the sword had come to life under Yi Wuhen's command. Like a serpent, it writhed, with flames and ice crystals intertwining within the python's head, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. "Come out, child," the python bellowed, its voice a mix of fury and desperation. "Come out." Yi Wuhen chuckled at the creature's frantic calls, intensifying his strikes. The ice crystals transformed into droplets, the flames into sparks, which he then amalgamated with his sword. With a swift motion, a beam of ethereal light shot forth, and lo, the silver trees bore the very sparks of fire, the true fire trees and silver flowers. Yi Wuhen unleashed this spectacle all at once. Such talent was indeed astonishing. "Come out, child. If you do not emerge, I shall show no mercy. I will self-destruct and take you with me." The python taunted, its laughter echoing madly. Yi Wuhen recognized the creature's descent into madness. He had already grasped the true power of the fire trees and silver flowers in his mind. Even if it emerged, it could still meet its demise. With that thought, Yi Wuhen thrust forward, leaping down to the ground, and flung the celestial sword, now stained with brain matter and blood. Boom! The fire trees and silver flowers within the python's head erupted, causing it to spew forth a green, unidentifiable liquid before dying a gruesome death. Yi Wuhen gazed at the celestial sword in his hand, reflecting, "So this is the incredible might of a sword immortal. I wonder how formidable I shall become if I truly attain that title in the future. What a thrilling prospect." However, Yi Wuhen remained oblivious to the fact that a dark spiritual force emanated from the giant python, soaring into the sky. Upon seeing Yi Wuhen, bloodied and battered, xianxia felt a pang of sympathy. Yi Wuhen noticed xianxia stowing away the Tian sword into her spatial ring and then looked at her with a silly grin. At that moment, xianxia could no longer contain herself. She rushed over, embracing Yi Wuhen, weeping, "Wuhen, why are you so good to me? Why do you keep saving me?" Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, then gently stroked xianxia's long hair, replying, "Because I brought you out of this desolate land." Chapter 154. System issues a quest. This statement was undeniably touching. Upon hearing it, xianxia instantly burst into tears, resembling a weeping willow. While Wei Chong clenched his fists in the distance, gritting his teeth, "One day, I will become Brother Wuhen's pride. I will no longer be a burden to him. One day, I too will slay towering beasts with a sword, just like Brother Wuhen." This was Wei Chang's vow, his unwavering dream. After comforting xianxia, Yi Wuhen approached the giant python. This was the corpse of a millennial-old beast. If he were to skin it and extract its fangs, the profits would be immense. Furthermore, its venom could be collected, proving to be a potent weapon for ambushes. In short, the giant python was a treasure trove, and nothing should go to waste. It needed to be utilized properly. Just as Yi Wuhen prepared to use his sword to peel the python's skin, a message flashed in his mind. Ding. System update successful. Now loading new features. What the hell? The system chose this moment to update? Damn it. While I was battling, you didn't update. But after I risked my life to slay this python, you come through with an update notification? Yi Wuhen felt a mix of annoyance and disbelief. A torrent of complaints surging through his mind. Ding. This system update introduces the following new features, and the worldview has been fully integrated. 1. The faction system is now available. The host can create their own faction. 2. The lottery system is now activated. The host can draw once a month, with prizes linked to the host's strength. 3. The card system is now initiated. Defeating wild beasts and cultivators has a chance to yield cards, which may possess supernatural abilities, illusions, or character traits. 4. The Immortal Cultivation System is officially launched. All system-selected individuals from the myriad worlds have been transported to this realm, totaling 100, including the host. The system leaderboard is now open, with the strongest individual at the top. The last place will be eliminated each month until only 50 remain, at which point the elimination feature will cease. 5. The quest function is now active, with the first quest issued. Explore the wilderness. Reward: a trace of heavenly power. Penalty for failure: the system will detach from the host automatically. Ding. Announcement: the host's redeemable value is limited. Furthermore, the use of spirit stones and gold for exchanges is prohibited. The host must slay those cultivators, ensuring their realm is not higher than that of the host. Secondly, this system will absorb the abilities of the system cultivators killed by the host. In the age of decline, numerous bizarre creatures shall emerge, and various grand worlds will collide. The host is advised to exercise caution. The functionality of the 5th card will not be accessible for 5 days. The host may carry only 5 cards, and the strength of the summoned beings will automatically adjust to match the host's level. The 6th clause reveals that the lottery system has unlocked all items, while the 7th clause introduces the auxiliary profession feature. Warriors will cultivate their bodies to move mountains and rivers. Mages will wield their arts to shake the world. Formation masters can strike down enemies from 100 miles away, and alchemists can create elixirs that captivate the masses. The host is encouraged to select an auxiliary profession during the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing the system's announcement and the newly added features, Yi Wuhen felt an overwhelming urge to roar. I will be the first to end you once I achieve immortality. Just wait. This felt akin to being thrust into hell mode after becoming accustomed to a simpler challenge. While the issuance of tasks could be tolerated, the mere exploration of desolate lands as the sole objective felt inadequate. There were no time constraints, nor specific task guidelines. It was akin to being told to draw a circle on a playground without any directions on where or how large to draw it. However, Yi Wuhen soon reconsidered, realizing that it was rather straightforward to simply walk around the desolate area. With this revelation, he touched his sword to the massive python. A chime resonated as the system announced. The host has acquired 2 venomous fangs, a hide, and a vial of venom. Following the system's announcement, the gigantic python vanished before him, leaving xianxia momentarily stunned. She inquired, Wuhen, what have you done to it? I merely stored it within my spatial ring. Yi Wuhen responded, his gaze distant as he contemplated how to preserve himself amid this chaotic era and save those connected to him. Moreover, the system rankings posed a significant concern. Falling to the last position would result in dire consequences. He silently pondered, System, what is my current rank? The host is currently ranked 22nd, with no risk of elimination. The system will automatically notify the host if the rank falls to 90. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen felt a sense of relief. With the threat of elimination lifted, he could afford to bide his time. However, he was troubled by the region's weakness. His spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, yet after slaying the python, it surged to half its capacity. This led him to suspect that this area relied on hunting wild beasts to replenish spiritual energy. Yet, this suited Yi Wuhen's intentions perfectly, as he had been lamenting the lack of targets for his sword practice. The desolate lands now presented an excellent training ground. Xianxia, let's not rush to leave this place. I have matters to attend to, Yi Wuhen said to xianxia, just as Wei Chang arrived at his side. Yi Wuhen reiterated his sentiments to Wei Chang as well. Wei Chang and xianxia both expressed their lack of objections. Yi Wuhen nodded slightly, and then infused spiritual energy into the sword of heaven's severance, taking to the skies. In this vast, desolate wasteland, devoid of life, Yi Wuhen traversed hundreds of miles without spotting a single beast. Only an endless expanse of bones lay before him. However, as he ventured deeper, the skeletal remains multiplied, culminating in a breathtaking scene where the ground was littered with bones. What a staggering number of lives, both human and beast, must have perished here. Yi Wuhen was taken aback by the sight. Among the remains, there were indeed both human and animal bones, though the majority belonged to humans. Su Xianxia glanced at the scene and inquired, "Wuhen, what is happening here? I am uncertain. It appears that a great battle must have transpired," Yi Wuhen replied. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that amidst the dense collection of bones, there lay an underground ruin. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him, making it impossible to resist? Yi Wuhen's complexion flushed, and he gasped for breath, realizing that every step he took revealed another ruin. In Chapter 155, I have a Kunpeng avatar. Yi Wuhen distanced the sword of heaven's severance from the skeletons. For dusk was upon them. If he recklessly ventured into the ruins now, it could lead to unforeseen troubles, and he was also concerned about Wei Chong and Su Qianxia. What if they encountered that monstrous python again? Yi Wuhen settled onto a patch of grass, raising his right hand slightly. In an instant, an unusual flame flickered into existence upon his palm. With a gentle flick, he sent a small ember tumbling into the overgrown grass, igniting a large fire. The greater the flames, the less daring the beasts would be to approach. As he observed the overwhelming blaze, Yi Wuhen explained to Su Qianxia and Wei Chong that they need not worry about kindling the fire for a while. "Here, take this," Yi Wuhen said, flicking his finger to send a ring that glimmered warmly in the flames into Su Qianxia's hand. "You both should focus on your cultivation and not be distracted by other matters. I will protect you. When the time comes for you to ascend to a higher realm, I shall guide you into that ruin." Once Su Qianxia and Wei Chong began their training, Yi Wuhen sighed. Let me try my luck once more. I hope I do not draw something as trivial as spicy strips again." With that, Yi Wuhen gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the system's lottery space. This time, the lottery space seemed to have altered its hues to a warm pink, seemingly compensating for Yi Wuhen's prior wishes. Goodness! Yi Wuhen felt a wave of frustration. Did the system truly think of him as a girl, adorning it with such a feminine color scheme? He felt powerless against this system, which had become rather haughty and aloof after his level up, often severing ties with the host over trivial disagreements. Lottery. Yi Wuhen inhaled deeply and slowly articulated. Ding. The host has consumed one lottery opportunity. Remaining lottery opportunities, 0. Upon hearing these words, beads of sweat formed densely on Yi Wuhen's forehead, revealing the depth of his anxiety. In the past, he would not have been so perturbed. However, circumstances had changed. This world was no longer solely about his own bravado, face-slapping, and resource acquisition, but rather a multitude of others. Those hosts of the systems, the local protagonists, the destined chosen ones. There were simply too many to count. Moreover, the primary concern lay in the bizarre attributes and spiritual power restrictions within this desolate expanse, compounded by the presence of relics and two burdensome companions. Yi Wuhen felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the primordial treasure. The ancient species of Kunpeng's avatar. Kunpeng's avatar. In the northern wilderness, there is a fish named Kun, whose size is beyond comprehension. It transforms into a bird, known as Peng, whose back measures incomprehensible distances, soaring in fury, its wings like clouds hanging from the heavens. Goodness, is this the legendary Kunpeng? Yi Wuhen thought to himself. How much fortune must I have accumulated over the years to have drawn such an ancient species? And it's an avatar, no less. Little did he know that an avatar and a spiritual pet were entirely different concepts. One could betray you, while the other was a part of you, meaning you could command the avatar freely, unlike a spiritual pet. With a thought, a Kunpeng of thousands of zhang in size appeared before him. The creature's eyes, akin to massive lanterns, gazed at Yi Wuhen. Although he understood that this was his avatar, a sense of trepidation washed over him. This was the oppressive aura of an ancient species, and it was none other than the renowned Kunpeng of antiquity. "Are you my true form?" the Kunpeng inquired, eyeing Yi Wuhen with curiosity before adding, "I am hungry." Hungry? Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, then produced 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Kunpeng opened its enormous maw and swiftly inhaled, devouring all the spirit stones in an instant. "I am still hungry," the Kunpeng remarked, patting its belly after consuming the 1,000 spirit stones. "What? You are still hungry?" That was 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are you not afraid of bursting? Yi Wuhen exclaimed in astonishment. Please, are you daft? I am Kunping. It is perfectly normal for me to have a hearty appetite. Furthermore, I can help you seize treasures, the Kunping declared after some contemplation. By the way, I know the whereabouts of the Tianyi Divine Water, one of the 4 ancient waters. Tianyi Divine Water? Yi Wuhen felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. The legendary ancient divine water was known to be perilous. To elaborate, Yi Wuhen had once encountered a description of Tianyi Divine Water in an ancient tome. It was said to be the most toxic water in both the celestial and mortal realms, with a single drop weighing as much as 30 million drops of ordinary water. Consuming it below the divine transformation stage would inevitably lead to explosive demise. It was renowned alongside the Yellow Springs Nether Water, the 9 Nether Blood Water, and the celestial Tao Sacred Water. Moreover, there were the 4 great heavenly fires, but enumerating them would take too long. In summary, any ordinary cultivator who could acquire even a single drop could witness a 100-fold increase in their power, yet it was exceedingly rare and had long been lost to time. However, this Kunping is indeed an ancient relic, undoubtedly not an ordinary creature, and must possess secrets unknown to the common man. If I were to discover that you were deceiving me, Yi Wuhen chuckled softly and then slowly spoke. In the northern wilderness, there exists a fish known as the kuan. The size of the kuan is such that it cannot be cooked in a single pot. Divide it into 2 pots. In one, remove the bones and flesh. Saw it with scallions, ginger, and garlic over a high flame until fragrant. In the other, add water and bring to a boil. Then add the fish bones and simmer gently until the broth turns pure white, finishing with a few drops of fragrant oil. Upon hearing this, the Kunping couldn't help but shiver, thinking to itself, humans are truly ruthless, to have such a secret recipe for Kunping, daring even to consume me. Rest assured, you are my essence. How could I ever deceive you? The Kunping said with a forced smile, trying to ingratiate itself. Very well, all of this shall be yours. Yi Wuhen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his heart as he gave all his spiritual stones to the Kunping. He understood that to reap rewards, one must first make sacrifices. The Kunping then let out a satisfied belch, patting its belly. After all these years, this is the first time I've truly eaten my fill. You just fed me over 10 million spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen's tears flowed like rain. He could only express his deep emotion and concluded that this Kunping must be raised freely. If it stayed by his side, he felt that cultivating immortality would be unnecessary. He was at a loss over whether this system had bestowed upon him a boon or a bane. Last time it had given him a spicy strip, and now, seemingly a magnificent Kunping, but alas, it was a glutton. Nevertheless, it mattered not. In the future, he could boast, I possess a Kunping avatar, able to dive into the depths of the sea to seize treasures, and soar to the heavens to grasp the moon. Chapter 156. I hear you wish to duel with me? Kunping, where is the divine water of Tianyi you mentioned? Yi Wuhen took a deep breath and said, feeling a surge of irritation at the sight of this gluttonous creature. The divine water of Tianyi, do not rush. Once your strength is sufficient, I shall retrieve it for you. The Kunping replied dismissively, its tone exceedingly nonchalant. Why must my strength be sufficient? Yi Wuhen clenched his fists and recited slowly. In the northern wilderness, there exists a fish known as the kuan. Stop. Must I not tell you? Do not bring up that northern wilderness fish. The Kunping felt a chill run down its spine at the mention of the northern wilderness fish, as if it were already in the frying pan. Your strength is directly linked to mine. Otherwise, with my temper, if you keep rambling about that northern wilderness fish, I shall strike you dead with a single slap. Goodness, I did not realize my temper was so volatile. Yi Wuhen mused silently, astonished at how this avatar dared to disregard its master, an exceedingly terrifying prospect. Little did Yi Wuhen know that the Kunping, as an ancient relic, was inherently powerful and possessed a lofty pride. In the Golden Core stage, it was said to be invincible against all below the transformation stage. Were it not for Yi Wuhen being its essence, he might have met an untimely demise. All right, I have decided to let you roam freely. I cannot afford to keep you. Go explore, and do remember to bring back anything of value. Yi Wuhen said with a sly grin. Of course, I have always been thinking of you, Kunping remarked. Yi Wuhen retorted, with a clone like you, I would rather die with my eyes closed. You should leave, he urged Kunping, covering his eyes, and hastily exited the system space. Oh, I wonder if this time I am fortunate or unfortunate, Yi Wuhen mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. I hope this relic brings me tremendous opportunities, otherwise, I truly cannot afford to squander any more spirit stones. Xianxia and Wei Chang continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, diligently cultivating, while Yi Wuhen remained their guardian. If Yi Wuhen were to cultivate, well, then Wei Chang and Xianxia would have no hope of progressing. For within 100 miles, Yi Wuhen could drain all the spiritual energy from them. This exemplifies the formidable yet vulnerable nature of the 9 Netherworlds mortality technique. He resembled an immense power bank, capable of rapidly replenishing others in times of scarce spiritual energy. However, as Yi Wuhen's strength grew, the techniques he employed consumed an ever greater amount of energy, and this power bank was nearing depletion. Fortunately, the system had bestowed upon him a Kunpeng clone, whose remarkable trait was boundless spiritual energy. Its abundance was akin to an ocean. How vast is the Kunpeng? The soaring Kunpeng's wings could shroud the heavens and lift the sun. With a gentle smile, Yi Wuhen resumed pondering the remarkable utility of this Kunpeng clone. The following day, Yi Wuhen exhaled a breath of turbid air and then burst into boisterous laughter, entirely disregarding the presence of Wei Chang and Xianxia. Last night, he had set aside his grievances and had an earnest discussion about life with Kunpeng. He had acquired numerous advantageous insights, including the whereabouts of treasures. As an ancient relic species, Kunpeng was privy to secrets unknown to Yi Wuhen, and within this relic lay a secret method. This method was precisely what Yi Wuhen sought. Though he was a master of close combat, he knew nothing of range combat. The dual phoenixes soaring to the sky was just the long-distance technique he required. The phoenixes could represent fire, and Yi Wuhen possessed 2 types of exotic flames, transforming into phoenixes, soaring from the heavens, and descending with might. Yi Wuhen rose and addressed Wei Chang and Xianxia. Let us depart. We are heading to the relic site. Wei Chang and Xianxia stood up, with Wei Chang expressing his lingering thoughts. I feel as if I have just grasped the essence of the Tao. I have just advanced to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. What a delightful sensation. Xianxia added, I am close to advancing to the 3rd tail. It should only require about 5,000 spirit stones. Yi Wuhen paid them no mind, although upgrading with spirit stones was indeed swift. Their understanding of the Tao was evidently insufficient. If they encountered true masters of the Tao, it would be quite a different story. At the shallow depths of the relic, Yi Wenjie exclaimed joyfully, This is my opportunity. If I can seize the dual phoenixes soaring to the sky secret manual, then I shall soar to great heights. Just wait and see how Yi Wuhen will surpass me. After speaking, Yi Wenjie fondled the ring in his bosom, and suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from the ring, transforming the monstrous creature before him into mere remnants. Old fool, you seem to be growing stronger. Humph. Your strength is far too feeble. I have merely revealed 1% of my true power, spoke the elder from within the ring. Oh, so do you believe you can defeat Yi Wuhen in a duel? Inquired Yi Wenjie. At that moment, the elder hesitated, ready to respond, when suddenly a voice imbued with overwhelming authority resonated. Allow me to answer that question for you. From the shadows emerged an individual. Illuminated by the flames on either side of the stone path, it was none other than Yi Wuhen. You cannot win. Yi Wuhen. Yi Wenjie exclaimed in shock. What a nuisance you are, always tagging along. Ha. Yi Wuhen merely brought together his middle and index fingers, and a stream of sword energy shot forth from his fingertip. I hear you wish to duel with me? Upon witnessing the pearly sword energy, Yi Wenjie's heart trembled, and he hastily formed a hand seal to summon a vibrant shield. Bang! Clang! The sword energy collided with the shield, which quaked violently before shattering into countless fragments, akin to broken glass. With such meager strength, you dare challenge me? Yi Wuhen scoffed, then beckoned his companion Wei Chang to approach. Can you defeat my subordinate? Seeing Wei Chang's formidable physique, Yi Wenjie sneered. Just don't blame me when I have to eliminate your little subordinate. Wenjie, you should let me take control of your body. This individual is not one you can easily contend with, advised the elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenjie exchanged minds with the elder, and Yi Wuhen remarked, noticing Wenjie's newfound composure, you have switched to another. Huh. The elder paused for a moment, then his eyes gleamed with a piercing cold light as he inquired, how did you come to know of my existence? Such a foolish question. I truly do not know how to respond. Yi Wuhen replied with a shake of his head, drawing forth the Zhantian sword. I am not like those fools. I sensed your presence the moment you appeared. I simply chose not to expose you. With a flick of his sword, he continued, well, do you not wish to engage in a duel with me? Chapter 157, Sea of Blood. The elder spoke coldly. I have lived for a millennium and have never encountered someone like you. Indeed, Yi Wuhen nodded, tossing his bangs aside with a smile. You have never seen someone so remarkably handsome. You have never encountered someone so shameless. The elder retorted. swiftly forming a hand seal with his hands like butterflies flitting among flowers. Today, I shall show you what true magic is. Wuheng chuckled lightly. Oh, are you a spellcaster? Broken tendon sacred palm. The elder shouted, as his palm transformed to a golden hue, unleashing an enormous palm imprint towards Wuheng. Puff. Wuheng was momentarily taken aback. You dare showcase such a low-level spell? How amusing. A streak of sword light surged forth, obliterating the massive palm imprint into fragments. Wuheng curled his finger. What other spells do you possess? Reveal them all. The elderly gentleman, proud and indignant, could not endure the mockery from Wuheng. He bellowed. Half-moon dominance. A sharp sound pierced the air, causing Wei Chong to cover his ears and xianxia to furrow her brow. Yet, for Wuheng, such a display was mere child's play. His spirit was immensely powerful, his consciousness having been honed through relentless trials. If such a sound caused him discomfort, he might as well abandon his aspirations of becoming an immortal. Another beam of sword light surged forth, distinct from the previous strike. This one struck the old man directly. Whoosh! The radiant white sword light pierced through him, severing one of his arms. A piercing scream echoed, and Xianxia's face flushed crimson, while the old man retreated into his ring in agony. Wuheng, you are a calamity in my fate. Xianxia, suppressing his pain, shouted, mark my words. With that, he produced a talisman from his spatial ring, tossing it to the ground, whereupon he vanished in a mist. Huh, this fellow is truly amusing. I shall spare him for now, Wuheng remarked, shaking his head. He had long contemplated ending Xianxia's life, but the time was not ripe. Being one of the local protagonists, Xianxia possessed immense fortune. Should Wuheng fail to seize the opportunity wisely, he would no longer be Wuheng. Wuheng sheathed his sword and proceeded deeper into the passage. Given the numerous fatalities that had occurred in this ruin, it was evident a great battle had transpired. Yet, why was this corridor so eerily silent? Was there a monster guarding this place? The further he walked, the more perplexed he became. Not only were there no people, but even the monsters were remarkably scarce. A mere flick of Wuheng's sword could vanquish them, hence the system awarded him no experience points. How did the second rank of the Qingyun list end up in such a place? A cool voice echoed, prompting Wuheng to turn swiftly. He beheld a tall young man in white, wielding a 7-foot azure blade, who smiled at him. And you are? Wuheng inquired, raising an eyebrow while contemplating whether this individual should be eliminated. Relax, Brother Yang. I come as a friend. This ruin is not as simple as you think, the young man replied, sheathing his sword into his spatial ring and raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I am a disciple of the Divine Windsword sect. I stumbled upon a map while descending the mountain and followed it here. As a fellow of the Qingyun list, I am naturally aware of your esteemed reputation. Oh, then you must enlighten me about this ruin, Wuheng said coldly, recognizing that the young man could not merely be offering information without ulterior motives. Especially given his status on the Qingyun list, he might very well intend to scheme against Wuheng. Of course, this ruin is divided into 3 sections. The first has already been traversed by tens of thousands, and now we stand at the second. It is said to be guarded by a sea of blood. This sea of blood should be the legendary 9 nether blood water, the young man clad in white remarked. Now we find ourselves akin to a small boat amidst a tempest. Why not strive together to seize the treasures concealed within this ruin? I am Huangsu, he proclaimed, drawing forth his 7-foot azure blade. This relic is still teeming with others, Brother Yang, if we do not exert ourselves. The bounties of the 2nd and 6th ranks on the Qingyun list are quite lucrative. Let us join forces. I desire the dual Phoenix Ascension and shall split the 9 nether blood water with you. With that, Wuheng turned and ventured further inside, closely followed by Wei Chong and xianxia. Only Huangsu revealed a cold smirk, pondering the arrogance of cultivators 3 millennia hence. What transpired during my slumber? The end of the magical era approaches once more. This time, I shall transform into a true dragon amidst the storm. After traversing for approximately 3 hours, Wuheng, xianxia, and the others finally arrived beside a vast blood sea, an immense chasm filled with a river-like expanse of crimson liquid. Strange. Why is it that in this second location there are still no others? Wuheng mused. Were there not supposed to be many? Suddenly, a golden orb soared from the blood sea, radiating a brilliant light, and soon after, Wuheng and Huangsu found themselves enveloped within the golden sphere. Ahaha! An elderly man with white hair laughed heartily. Look, old two, we have visitors. Let us entertain these two today. Wuheng was taken aback, unable to comprehend the bizarre situation. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, bewildered. Why does this orb seem to draw people in? And why are there individuals contained within it? Huangsu, however, was less taken aback than Yi Wuhen. His curiosity was piqued by the appearance of the renowned figures from the Great Zhou dynasty, the illustrious De Ming and Heir Ming. Noticing Huang Su's gaze, Heir Ming remarked, "Brother, it seems this person recognizes us." Hearing this, Huang Su's mind raced. Lacking the strength to confront De Ming and Heir Ming directly would be folly. So he resolved to cultivate a connection instead. "Esteemed masters, De Ming and Heir Ming, your illustrious reputations are a beacon to us humble cultivators. We are honored to be summoned within this orb. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your gathering?" Huang Su spoke with reverence. Yi Wuhen, witnessing Huang Su's flattery skills, could hardly contain his astonishment. Is this man truly more adept at flattery than I? He thought. Unbelievable. Masters, ahem. My admiration for you is as boundless as the Yellow River, and my reverence for you rivals the golden crows in the sky. At that moment, Yi Wuhen also displayed his own talent for sycophancy. Chapter 158. A favor in darkness. As Huang Su observed Yi Wuhen's exceptional flattery, he swallowed hard and silently mused. In 3 millennia, have cultivators learned nothing but the art of flattery? De Ming and Heir Ming, amused by Yi Wuhen's words, burst into laughter and replied, "We are merely bored, trapped here with nothing to occupy our time. How about you two engage in a spar with us?" Yi Wuhen glanced at Ming's sinewy muscles, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart, and then smiled brightly, saying, "My brother Huang Su will shield me from any troubles." Huang Su was already internally hemorrhaging, thinking, "Damn it, am I the one to bear the brunt? Didn't we agree to share the burden equally? Why am I the only one taking it all? Wait, brother Erming, my constitution is rather frail. It would be better for brother Yang to take on this fight." Huang Su clutched his kidney, waving his hand dismissively, appearing quite feeble. Daming, however, waved his hand decisively, and a thunderous sound echoed, proclaiming, "Enough. It's that one in the white robe. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom." Huang Su was left in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Fight you? You just spoke and already left me dizzy, let alone actually fighting. This is courting death. I cannot do it. Brother Daming, you should seek out that individual instead," Huang Su said with a bright smile, gesturing towards Yi Wuhen. "This person can truly fight." Yi Wuhen cast a knowing glance at Huang Su, contemplating, "Very well, you dare to scheme against me, young man. Just wait." He clasped his hands together and smiled. "You two must be significant figures. Might I inquire if you desire freedom?" Freedom? Daming and Erming were momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since they had heard these words. They had been languishing in this orb, lost in time, unaware of the outside world, and had not seen the sun in what felt like an eternity. Yet, the allure of this place kept the cultivators moving forward, sparing them from complete solitude. One must wonder, if confined in a small space, devoid of sunlight and time, would one not perish from loneliness? Freedom? Daming's lips quivered as he slowly articulated the word, turning to Erming. "Brother, did you hear that? The word freedom. Indeed, it is freedom." Yi Wuhen, resembling a butler, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice laced with irresistible temptation. However, he was a dark butler, bearing the treasure of freedom, the allure named freedom. "Do you wish for freedom?" Erming paused, this time not allowing himself to be swept away by those words. He regained his composure and replied coolly, "On what basis should we trust that you can grant us freedom?" On what basis?" Yi Wuhen replied fearlessly. He had just inquired of the system whether this orb could be breached, and the system had provided a resounding affirmative. Breaking it would be as easy as pie. However, it required a payment of 5,000 exchange points. Yi Wuhen gritted his teeth and relinquished the amount. Ding! 5,000 exchange points successfully deducted. Remaining exchange points, 54,500. Congratulations to the host for temporarily acquiring the power to alter the space for 30 minutes. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Wuhen caused the space to his left to twist rapidly, transforming into a void. Yet, within this void, a faint light shimmered, a radiance 1,000,000 times more intense than that within the orb. Just a wisp of it caused the orb's glow to surge immensely. Wow! Yi Wuhen is truly extraordinary. Huang Su was utterly stunned. It is well known that altering the laws of space is a feat achievable only by mighty beings in the God transformation stage, and it requires considerable effort. Yet, Yi Wuhen not only altered the spatial laws, but did so with a mere flick of his hand. "Who on earth are you?" Upon witnessing Yi Wuhen effortlessly reshape the structure of the orb, De Ming hastily inquired, "Why have you come here?" Once again, Yi Wuhen posed the question, "Do you yearn for freedom?" As he withdrew his hand, the orb instantly sealed itself, and its radiance vanished in the blink of an eye. This time, De Ming and Heir Ming genuinely believed him and excitedly exclaimed, "I crave freedom. Then offer me some treasures, and perhaps in my good graces. I shall release you, Yi Wuhan replied. Deming and Ming were momentarily taken aback before they spoke in unison. My lord, we truly possess no treasures here. All our valuables lie outside. How about this? You release us, and we shall fetch treasures for you. What do you say? Yi Wuhan's brows furrowed in anger as he retorted, Are you trying to deceive me? Leave, or you may as well await your demise here. Deming and Ming were infuriated by his words. After all, they were among the most esteemed rogue cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty, once holding reputable positions on the human ranking. Alas, they had foolishly sought to challenge the legendary power of the 9 nether bloodwater, and now they found themselves in dire straits. Recognizing that Yi Wuhan was adamant about not releasing them without treasures, Deming thought of his sole remaining precious item. If he could escape, it would surely elevate him to great heights, perhaps even lead him to sanctification. That treasure was the 9 nether pearl, which contained the 9 nether bloodwater. With gritted teeth, Deming retrieved the crimson orb and placed it in Yi Wuhan's palm, pleading, Brother, this is my only treasure. If you take it, I shall have nothing left. I implore you, let us go. Yi Wuhan examined the cool, red orb in his hand, sensing the power of the 9 nether within him being tempered. What is this? This orb is a miraculous artifact capable of absorbing 9 nether bloodwater. I swear on my life, brother. Just trust me. Deming sobbed. Just as Yi Wuhan was engulfed in confusion, the Kunping interjected. Wuhan. This indeed is the 9 nether pearl that can absorb 9 nether bloodwater. With this revelation, Yi Wuhan smiled and said, Very well, I shall release you. He then cast a glance at Huang Su, who only then realized the gravity of the situation and grasped Yi Wuhan's leg, exclaiming, Brother, take me with you. Take you with me? You must be dreaming. There was never any transaction. It was all in your imagination, Yi Wuhan replied, sending Huang Su flying with a kick before distorting space and making his escape, leaving Huang Su seething with rage. Yi, you will pay for this. Once I am free, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Just wait, for you may not yet know that I am a cultivator who has lived for 3,000 years. Such trifles cannot pose a challenge to me. Huang Su's eyes blazed with fury as he descended into madness. Beyond the abyssal blood sea, Yi Wuhan remained oblivious to Huang Su's praise, his spirits soaring with uncontainable joy. He had fortuitously acquired a precious treasure and had managed to imprison the rogue within a gem. As I have proclaimed, I shall ensnare you, and so I have. Yi Wuhan silently mused. Chapter 159. Forcibly refining the abyssal blood water. Deming and Ming, puzzled, examined their bodies, astonished to find themselves unscathed. Their elation was palpable. They had just forcefully traversed the fabric of space. Such an act could result in mutilation or, in the gravest of circumstances, death and the scattering of one's soul. Yet, they emerged entirely intact. Had Yi Wuhan known, he would have chuckled derisively and remarked, Do you not understand what a System S dedicated passage is? Well then, I do not know your esteemed name, but we shall repay this kindness in the future, Deming declared, with Ming echoing his sentiment. Yi Wuhan lowered his head, his voice becoming considerably somber as he replied, There is no need for thanks. I am known as the living lei foam of the Great Zhou dynasty. Deming's brows quivered slightly, and he laughed. Lei, my friend, may our paths cross again. With the loss of the abyssal pearl, it was futile for Deming and Ming to linger here. Thus, they resolved to venture forth and explore the world outside. Freedom was an invaluable treasure for them. What is the purpose of cultivation? To attain longevity or to master formidable powers? No, these are not the true aims of cultivation. Each individual has their own unique motivations. Some seek enlightenment, others desire to prolong their lives, and some yearn for vengeance. Yet, the fundamental pursuits of life remain the same: to broaden one's horizons, to savor the finest wines, and to revel in the fiercest of companions. Yi Wuhan grasped the abyssal pearl, gazing into the tumultuous blood waters below, and felt a tightening in his chest. He then cursed vehemently. What the hell, those two individuals. They didn't even provide me with instructions. How am I supposed to utilize this? How can I absorb it? Kunpeng, how does one even use this? Is there a manual or something? Please, grant me some guidance, Yi Wuhan implored in desperation, recognizing Kunpeng's vast knowledge. Let me think. I recall the great beings once saying that to refine this abyssal blood water, you must immerse yourself within it, Kunpeng conveyed telepathically. Indeed, Kunpeng's reliability was questionable. The implication was clear. To obtain the abyssal blood water, one must swim through it. But what is this abyssal blood water? It is the fabled water of utmost malevolence and darkness. Any artifact that comes into contact with it would instantly lose its power, and for a mere mortal to plunge into it? TSK, that could be problematic. Yi Wuhen rolled his eyes and retorted, I am but a human. How can my flesh and blood be compared to your ancient relics? Upon uttering this, Kunping fell silent. With a sigh, Yi Wuhen began to climb alongside the trench, meticulously inspecting it. To his surprise, upon completing a circuit of the trench system, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. A new task has been issued. Refine the abyssal blood water. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Yi Wuhen felt a wave of refreshing energy coursing through him, as if his 9 nether power had increased slightly. Reflecting on the essence of the 9 nether power, Yi Wuhen pondered, this 9 nether power, akin to the 9 nether blood water, is infused with the essence of the 9 nether. I wonder if I can utilize my 9 nether power to refine it? With a deep breath, Yi Wuhen infused his spiritual energy into the 9 nether pearl, raising it high as if cradling an unparalleled treasure. After a moment of anticipation, there was still no response. What is this, a prank? He thought, retracting his spiritual energy from the 9 nether pearl and contemplating the situation. Could it be that like repels like? After a while, he poured his pure 9 nether power into the 9 nether pearl once more. To his astonishment, the pearl radiated a brilliant light, and tendrils of thick blood water surged towards it. Yi Wuhen's heart soared as he beheld the relentless flow of the 9 nether blood water rushing toward the pearl. It felt as though he had effortlessly acquired the elusive 4 divine waters. Indeed, fortune had favored him, unstoppable as it was. However, this was merely the acquisition, not the refinement. Typically, practitioners require the essence or spiritual energy of an item for successful refinement. Yet, the 9 nether blood water, possessing its own consciousness, proved exceedingly difficult to refine. Undoubtedly, obtaining the 9 nether blood water was challenging, and refining it was even more arduous. Were it not for Yi Wuhen's possession of the 9 nether power, he would find himself utterly powerless against it. Moreover, the water was merely infatuated with the essence of the 9 nether power, rather than truly entranced. How, then, could one refine this divine water? It seemed a formidable task. Observing the dissipating strands of thick blood water, Yi Wuhen decided to stow away the 9 nether pearl. If he failed to refine this blood water, the pearl would merely occupy space. It appeared that his earlier excitement had clouded his judgment. The 9 nether blood water was indeed quite troublesome, and acquiring the heavenly 1 divine water in the future would undoubtedly be even more challenging. A new strategy was imperative. With resolve, Yi Wuhen's eyes ignited with determination. If softness would not yield results, then he would employ a more forceful approach. Thus, he resolved to forcibly refine the 9 nether blood water. This new method, while brutish and straightforward, was practical. In Yi Wuhen's own words, it involved relentlessly overpowering the blood water with his 9 nether power until its consciousness was shattered, rendering it into lifeless water. What is lifeless water? It is water that has lost its consciousness, a term shared among the 4 divine waters. Though some peculiar waters may possess their own awareness, as lifeless water, its potency would inevitably be less than that of living water. Yet, Yi Wuhen remained unfazed. For what he coveted were the 4 divine waters. Previously, he had inquired of the system regarding the upgrade of the 9 nethermortal decision, and it had responded with clarity. Collect the 4 divine waters, the 4 divine fires, the 4 divine winds, and the 4 divine thunders to achieve an upgrade. Clenching his teeth, Yi Wuhen summoned forth all the 9 nether power from the purple golden core within him, and with a focused thought, he commanded it forth. The formidable power of the 9 nether surged through his meridians, and fortunately, Yi Wuhen's physique was sufficiently robust. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have surely perished by now. Plop! The power of the 9 nether stirred tumultuously within the 9 nether pearl, with the blood waters exulting, rejoicing, and leaping in delight. This was the 9 nether power they had long yearned for. Humph! Yi Wuhen snorted disdainfully, his gaze intensely fixated on the 9 nether pearl, wondering how much more mischief it could exhibit. Bang! The 9 nether power, palpable as if it were a solid entity, collided against the will of the blood waters. Despite having the upper hand, for some inexplicable reason, it could not disperse the will of the blood waters. Was it still not potent enough? Yi Wuhen felt the golden core within his lower abdomen begin to tremble, likely a consequence of overexerting the 9 nether power. Once more. Chapter 160. The might of the 9 nether blood waters. With that, Yi Wuhen summoned all his strength, desperately squeezing forth the 9 nether power from his golden core and surrounding meridians, channeling it into the 9 nether pearl. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you today, Yi Wuhen declared as he formed a hand seal and pointed at the 9 nether pearl, sending a bolt of violet lightning into it. The 9 heavens thunder invocation, Yi Wuhen murmured softly. It had been far too long since he had unleashed this martial technique. As he executed it once more, he felt, yes, its might had indeed intensified significantly, yet Yi Wuhen remained reluctant to overuse this technique. He simply detested the sensation of being drained completely. For him, a heavenly-grade martial technique would likely reduce his spiritual energy to half if he unleashed over 10 uses at once. Boom. Within the Nine Nether Pearl, one could observe the tumult of thunder and the surging blood waters, a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision perfectly encapsulated within a mere orb. Even Yi Wuhen, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but marvel at his own extraordinary power, capable of upheaving an entire microcosm. Although this microcosm could be effortlessly obliterated by foundation-building cultivators with but a flick of their fingers. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have collected one of the 4 divine waters. The 9 Nether Blood Water. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Wuhen retracted some of the 9 Nether power and threw the imprint of the 9 Nether Pearl. He beheld his pallid complexion, as white as paper. Alas, it seems the 9 Nether power cannot be squandered recklessly. It appears to be deadly. Yi Wuhen sighed. Yet his eyes gleamed with an unusual brilliance. This endeavor had not been in vain. With the enhancement of the 9 Nether Blood Water, my strength shall surely ascend to new heights. This individual appears to require purification, a dashing bald man remarked. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Wuhen turned to face the shaven-headed man and inquired, Hey, bald head, do you need something? Benefactor, your sins are rather grave. The bald man replied, I am Mu Xiaoge, a disciple of the Qingguang Buddhist sect, one of the 10 absolute realms. As Mu Xiaoge was about to utter more, his gaze suddenly fell upon the 9 Nether Pearl in Yi Wuhen's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he pondered, could this be the legendary 9 Nether Blood Water? One of the 5 divine waters? A single drop of the elusive 9 Nether Blood Water is sufficient to cause immense headaches for cultivators of the same rank. Surely, its acquisition would yield numerous rewards within the sect. Please, kind sir, hand over the items you possess, Mu Xiaoge said with a smile. I shall assist you in purifying them. Yi Wuhen glanced at the 9 Nether Pearl in his hand and retorted to Mu Xiaoge, Get lost, you bald donkey. If I see you again, I swear I'll strike you. Ah, since you possess such poor judgment, I shall be compelled to take action, Mu Xiaoge replied, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Thus, I shall resort to seizing it. With that, Mu Xiaoge formed a seal with his hands, rotating his fingers, and called out, Great Thousand Buddha Light. In an instant, a dazzling golden radiance shot forth towards Yi Wuhen. Seeing the formidable offensive of the Buddha light, Yi Wuhen dared not underestimate it. Yet he feigned nonchalance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he conjured a fierce wind, augmented by the power of the 9 Nether Blood Water. Consequently, the wind was tinted a vivid crimson, effectively obstructing the Buddha light, which diminished significantly in potency upon encountering the blood-red gust. Mu Xiaoge was taken aback, exclaiming, How can this be? This is the Great Thousand Buddha Light. Enough with the howevers, Yi Wuhen scoffed. You can't even withstand a mere flick of my sleeve. Yet you dare to covet what I possess? You bald donkey. Mu Xiaoge remained incredulous that the Buddhist teachings he had upheld for so long could falter so easily before this individual. Although he perceived Yi Wuhen to be merely at the golden core stage, the ease with which he had thwarted him was perplexing. Indeed, it must be the enhancement of the 9 Nether Blood Water. Listen carefully, young man. I advise you to reconsider. If you surrender the 9 Nether Blood Water now, I may spare your life. Mu Xiaoge's intent to kill was palpable at this moment. However, Yi Wuhen remained unfazed, viewing life and death with indifference, ready to fight if provoked. Come then, bald donkey. Do you think I fear you? Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for resorting to lethal measures. Mu Xiaoge's tone grew colder. He then chanted an incantation, Wrath of the Buddha King. Upon uttering these words, he waved his hand, unleashing a towering wave of flames that surged forth, threatening to engulf Yi Wuhen entirely. What of the wrath of the Buddha King? Yi Wuhen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the impending inferno. As the fiery tempest approached, he spread his palm, and the 9 Nether Pearl radiated with brilliant light. With a flourish, he summoned the 9 Nether Blood Water. I refuse to believe that my 9 Nether Blood Water cannot withstand your wrath of the Buddha King. As the 9 Nether Blood Water emerged, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The blood water flowed in tune with Yi Wuhen's will, hissing as it clashed with the flames. Clearly, the wrath of the Buddha King was no match for the 9 Nether Blood Water, as it retreated in defeat upon contact. The bald monk was surprisingly at the nascent soul stage. After extinguishing the wrath of the Buddha King, Yi Wuhen retrieved the 9 Nether Blood Water and remarked to Mu Xiaoge, if he were an ordinary rogue cultivator, that strike would have been sufficient to obliterate him. Yet, He appears to belong to one of the 10 absolute realms. Indeed, those from the 10 absolute realms are not to be trifled with. Wuheng shook his head, preparing to draw the sword of heaven's decapitation to confront the bald monk directly when the monk suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, benefactor, what now?" Wuheng shot a cold glance at Mu Xiaoga and replied nonchalantly, "I wish to test the potency of the 9 nether blood water on you." Just moments ago, Mu Xiaoga had unleashed the Buddha King's wrath, still possessing half of his spiritual power. However, the 9 nether blood water had absorbed his energy, leaving him with but a thread of his original strength. This was utterly untenable. Without spiritual power, how could he fight? After all, Mu Xiaoga was not a body cultivator, but a spell practitioner. "I nearly forgot to mention," Mu Xiaoga said, retrieving an oval-shaped, pale yellow relic from his spatial ring. He offered a chilling smile before declaring, "You shall wait." A flash of Buddha light erupted, and the bald monk vanished from sight. Had Wuhen's ability to alter spatial laws not expired, he would have surely dealt with him then and there. Chapter 161. Did I choose the wrong instance? Wuhen gazed at the spot where the old monk had disappeared, letting out a slight sigh. What a pity. I finally found an opponent to spar with. And he just slipped away like that. However, Wuhen also noticed something. All those individuals possessed life-saving treasures. From himself to Mu Xiaoga, each had their own protective artifact. Yet Wuhen appeared to possess nothing. By the way, where are Wei Chong and Su Xianxia? Have they gotten lost? At that moment, Wuhen recalled the existence of Wei Chong and Su Xianxia. It seemed they had not entered that orb. Where had he been transported? Wuhen activated the radar function of his system to locate Wei Chong and Su Xianxia, only to discover they were not within this relic. Confused, he muttered, "What the heck? It can teleport too." Eventually, using the search function, he found their whereabouts. As expected, they were outside the relic. Wuhen sent a message across miles, saying, "Wei Chong, Xianxia, focus on your cultivation and do not panic. I will find you once I finish exploring this relic." Meanwhile, outside the relic, a flustered Su Xianxia and Wei Chong paused, then settled down to cultivate diligently. Now, this was splendid. Without any burdens to weigh him down, Wuhen could unleash his full potential. He clenched his fists, the sound of thunder crackling in the air, but he pondered how to proceed. Never mind. I'll rely on the system. I'm not adept at navigation. With that, Wuhen opened the system interface, discovering that to progress to the 3rd level, he merely needed to cross the Blood River. Yet, he harbored grave doubts about whether he had indeed chosen the correct instance, for it seemed to be teeming with people. Indeed, Wuhen now finds himself amidst a throng of people, beneath a resplendent and majestic hall, flanked by 2 guardians, though it is an understatement to call them so, for they are not human at all, but rather enigmatic figures shrouded in flames. Observing the gathering of fellow practitioners around him, Wuhen felt a sudden jolt of surprise, his mind retracing the words of Huang Su, who had warned him that this relic would attract quite a number of individuals. But this is truly an overwhelming crowd. Upon a cursory glance, he estimated that approximately 300 to 400 souls had ventured to this place, predominantly loose cultivators, with the remainder hailing from various esteemed sections. Some exchanged glances, while others embraced one another in camaraderie. Although many appeared puzzled or engaged in discussions regarding the relic, one sentiment resonated universally among them. They were not alone. Only Wuhen stood solitary in the midst of this assembly, casting a solitary figure that evoked a sense of isolation. Yet, he remained unfazed, murmuring to himself, "At this rate, have I chosen the wrong instance? Dear friend, have you come to challenge this relic alone?" inquired a cultivator who lightly patted Wuhen's shoulder. "I am Kai Qinghua, a wandering cultivator with no fixed abode. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Turning at the sound, Wuhen initially anticipated a fair maiden, only to find a man before him. Nevertheless, he exhibited no hint of displeasure, responding with equanimity, "I am Wuhen, newly arrived in this place, unfamiliar with my surroundings. Please pardon my awkwardness, Kai Daoist." "Not at all, Yi Daoist. Are you aware of the trials that await in the 3rd challenge?" Kai Qinghua said, casting a glance around the crowd, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Wuhen sensed a hint of malice in that smile and instinctively took a few steps back, stating, "I am not aware. I barely managed to navigate the first 2 challenges by mere chance." Kai Qinghua, pleased with Wuhen's reaction, nodded in satisfaction. He, being a prodigious talent from his locale, naturally desired the respect of fellow cultivators. He casually draped his arm around Wuhen's shoulder, intending to speak loudly, but refrained due to the presence of nascent soul cultivators, opting instead for a hushed tone. "Yi Daoist, I find your disposition quite agreeable. Perhaps we should become brothers." At this proposition, Wuhen's lips twitched slightly, contemplating the absurdity of forming such a bond with someone like him. He removed Kai Qinghua's arm from his shoulder, responding coldly. Kai Daoist, discussing such brotherhood upon our first meeting seems rather inappropriate. Yi Wuhen was not naive. Any sensible individual could discern that Kai Qinghua harbored ulterior motives. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Yi Daoist. The hearts of men can be treacherous, and as a newcomer, you may encounter those of narrow-minded disposition. Kai Qinghua persisted, undeterred by Yi Wuhen's dismissal, offering what he considered a friendly warning. That won't be necessary. Yi Wuhen waved his hand dismissively, yet Kai Qinghua remained unrelenting. As he was about to speak, the two fire spirits on either side of the Grand Hall announced, the third challenge is about to commence. There are a total of 456 participants present. We shall transport you to a miniature world, where for 30 days, you will engage in fierce combat against one another. The one who claims the most lives shall be rewarded with the dual phoenixes soaring to the heavens. Of course, the second and third place will also receive rewards. The rules are as follows. Upon eliminating another participant, you will gain the number of lives they have taken. Furthermore, no magical artifacts may be utilized. Upon hearing the fire spirit's explanation, Yi Wuhen could not help but exclaim, "What the heck? It seems I have truly chosen the wrong scenario. What is this author even writing? How has the third challenge devolved into such a slaughter? The process ahead cannot solely rely on me. I can foresee others eyeing my treasures, attempting to seize them, only to be met with my retaliation. Then, those unsatisfied will band together, seeking to retaliate against me. Ultimately, I would shine brilliantly in this third challenge, claiming the dual phoenixes, and perhaps a lovely maiden would take notice of me, leading to a blissful conclusion. This is the conventional narrative arc. How has it transformed into a battle royale? This author, alas, has such a poor grasp of writing fundamentals, failing to capture even the most basic thrills, and the script, the conception, and the scenario all reek of elements that provoke ridicule. It is utterly impossible not to criticize. At this moment, Yi Wuhen's frustration reached its zenith. Had his complaints been capable of manifesting as attacks, this world would have been obliterated by him. Kai Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What? No use of treasures? What on earth am I supposed to do?" Not only Kai Qinghua, but all the cultivators present were equally astonished, exclaiming, "No use of treasures." For cultivators, the two most crucial aspects are their cultivation level and their comprehension of the Tao, while treasures come next. A superior artifact can greatly ease victories in one-on-one confrontations or significantly enhance the likelihood of triumph. The absence of artifacts would at least diminish a cultivator's strength by 30% or more. Moreover, in this era, many cultivators, seeking convenience, have neglected their training and begun to explore esoteric paths, with magical artifacts being one of their primary focuses. During the previous generation's decline of the magical era, individuals discovered the extraordinary utility of talismans, magical artifacts, and formations. Consequently, cultivators began to delve into the study of these tools, leading to the emergence of three major factions: the formation masters, alchemists, and sorcerers. Sorcerers possess an array of divine abilities and enigmatic talismans, while alchemists create potions that can significantly enhance one's power in a short span or produce miraculous elixirs that attract hordes of individuals. The utility of formation masters is self-evident. Merely by arranging a formation at a certain location, one can strike down foes from miles away. Following the rise of these three factions, the original body cultivators were suppressed and silenced. However, people gradually realized that the formations of the formation masters could be forcefully unraveled. The effects of the alchemist's potions would diminish over time, and the melee capabilities of the sorcerers were utterly lacking. Thus, apart from the original body cultivators, a fourth faction emerged, the puppet masters. Through the art of puppetry, it is said that an extraordinary master once faced 5 adversaries without a trace of fear. The emergence of this sect was greeted with jubilant acclaim by countless practitioners, as previous cultivators had undoubtedly endured the brutal trials of physical cultivation. In stark contrast, these puppeteers could ascend directly to the chi refining stage, bypassing the arduous physical training. However, as time wore on, the shortcomings of the puppeteers became evident. Avoiding the puppets made it exceedingly easy to eliminate the puppeteer themselves. Furthermore, these masters lacked significant means of self-preservation, rendering them vulnerable to those with formidable assassination skills, akin to lambs to the slaughter. After this revelation, no new sects arose, leaving only the original 5 factions engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. Esteemed guests, Fire Spirit announced, "We have but 10 breaths remaining before the transmission commences, affording you a brief moment for preparations." Though his voice was soft, it penetrated the hearts of those present, showcasing his formidable prowess, leaving even Yi Wuhen momentarily stunned. It was difficult to fathom that even the two guards at the Grand Hall's entrance possessed such strength. What then of the might within the hall itself? Contemplating this, Yi Wuhen could not help but marvel at his own prudence in avoiding trouble, lest he become a target for those within. Upon hearing Fire Spirit's words, xianxia glanced at Yi Wuhen's expression and realized his attempts at camaraderie were futile. He opted to withdraw and engage with others instead. This gave Yi Wuhen a sense of relief, for he had always felt that xianxia was scheming against him. And being in the company of such a person was exhausting. One had to remain perpetually vigilant, for he could strike at any moment. The human heart is a labyrinth of complexities. As the 10 breaths elapsed, Fire Spirit's commanding voice rang out. The transmission begins now. A radiant white light materialized before Yi Wuhen, and he felt a sudden disorientation in his mind. When he blinked again, he found himself standing on a vast expanse of grassland. That power, it was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the two Fire Spirits. Legend has it that the owner of the twin phoenixes is a terrestrial immortal, and now it seems the rumors hold truth. Standing amidst the lush grassland, inhaling the rich spiritual energy, Yi Wuhen sighed. This must be a small world. I wonder where the others have been transported. A glance around revealed a desolate landscape devoid of any inhabitants. The absence of company struck him as rather awkward, for it implied a lack of good food, romantic prospects, and comfortable lodgings. Suddenly, the world seemed less enchanting. Everything felt as though it were unraveling. Such was the folly of unbridled expectations. As he gradually calmed his mind, Yi Wuhen focused on the only visible feature ahead, a dense forest. Surely, the others must be within its confines, and he could hunt a few down later. With that thought, he attempted to summon the Sword of Heaven's decapitation from his spatial ring. To his dismay, he found himself unable to sense its presence. However, considering it was a magical artifact, it made sense that the laws of this small world might not permit the existence of such treasures. Alas, even with immortals present, one could not attain cultivation. Yi Wuhen shook his head and then produced an ancient spicy strip, puzzled by how it could be drawn forth. This object filled him with irritation, as it had utterly tarnished his illustrious reputation. He suddenly realized that this system possessed a cunning nature, consistently presenting items that appeared splendid yet proved to be of little utility, much like a chicken rib, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. This spicy strip was no exception, and the same could be said for the Kunping avatar. Clutching the spicy strip tightly, Yi Wuhen advanced, for it was the only tool he could wield, barely qualifying as a weapon, yet could be deemed a formidable treasure. Indeed, to utilize this spicy strip required a certain audacity, a courage akin to that of welcoming one's own demise. Its potency was overwhelming. In a single phrase, it was devastating, infinitely superior, akin to smoking 2,000 premium cigarettes in a mere second. As Yi Wuhen ventured into the forest, he was struck by an eerie silence, with even the rustling of leaves sufficient to disturb the peace. Just as he pondered the misfortune of being misplaced by fate, a piercing voice echoed, "You shall perish, brat." Yi Wuhen turned to see a plain-looking man in a white robe, fist clenched, glaring fiercely. "You shall die? I, Jiang, despise those more handsome than myself." At this moment, rather than feeling trepidation, Yi Wuhen was exhilarated. Finally, someone else in this cursed place. "Esteemed fellow, I mean no harm. Let us refrain from violence at the outset," he said, offering a charming smile, one that could sway the hearts of many, a smile that the world would deem divine. However, Jiang, clearly averse to anything handsome, became further incensed upon witnessing Yi Wuhen's smile. "You, prepare to meet your end." Lacking any treasure of his own, Jiang had no choice but to engage Yi Wuhen barehanded. Yet he possessed formidable martial skills, breaking mountain dominance. He roared, as a blaze of fire and thunder erupted from his hands, exuding unparalleled ferocity. He then stomped the ground, producing a resonant explosion, propelling himself like a released arrow towards Yi Wuhen. In response to this spectacle, Yi Wuhen merely smiled faintly and waved the spicy strip. A refreshing breeze swept through, flowers blossoming all around. No, I misspoke. It was a cup of spicy strip liquor, shrouded in eternal haze. Chapter 163. A clash of ice and fire in an instant. As Yi Wuhen waved the spicy strip, a haze enveloped Jiang, who inhaled the smog deeply, transforming him into a fish stranded on the shore, his complexion turning an alarming shade of red. The fiery storm in his hands gradually dissipated. With a single move, Yi Wuhen had effortlessly neutralized what seemed an overwhelmingly fierce attack with just a gentle motion. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang prepared to flee. But Yi Wuhen chuckled coldly. "You think you can run after posturing? With that, he retrieved 2 vials of venom obtained from slaying a giant python and uncorked them, exclaiming, "Ah, the tangy flavor is indeed unbearable. I refuse to believe you can withstand it." With a flicker of his mind, Wuheng unleashed a torrent of thick venom, splattering it across Zhang's back. A hissing sound echoed as the venom corroded Zhang's Taoist robe, which had been pristine, now ravaged to reveal a back as rugged as the Lust Plateau. Observing this scene, Wuheng expressed his dissatisfaction. "It appears the dosage is insufficient." "What? More is coming," Zhang exclaimed, startled. This robe was a treasure of innate quality, yet it was so easily eroded by the venom. Given Wuhen's tone, it seemed he had a second vial. If this substance came into contact with flesh, the thought was too dreadful to imagine. With this in mind, Zhang hastily employed his footwork and began to flee, unaware that his speed was merely a third of Wuhen's. Utilizing the I Ching steps, Wuheng summoned a surge of thunder beneath his feet and, in a flash, appeared before Zhang. "Young man, it seems you cannot escape now." Wuheng smirked wickedly, and then he hurled the venom directly at him. Against such a foe, he would show no mercy. To be benevolent to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. How many tales have narrated the consequences of the protagonist's moment of weakness, allowing a hidden threat to fester? When dealing with enemies, the greatest taboo is to be soft-hearted. Cowards cannot protect that which they hold dear. As the venom made contact with Zhang's face, he let out a cry of despair. No. In the next moment, his visage was irrevocably altered, not merely disfigured, but rather a failed attempt at reconstruction. Zhang felt an intense burning sensation on his face, his eyes unable to open as he wailed, "Ah." Wuheng, witnessing his suffering, felt a twinge of compassion. He pondered whether his actions were too cruel, too inhumane. After a moment's reflection, he raised his right hand, and in a flash of electric brilliance, he extinguished a life. Ding. Host has slain an 8th-tier golden core cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points and 20 points in cultivation experience. Upon hearing this long-awaited notification, Wuheng felt a surge of exhilaration within his heart. Indeed, this was the thrill of power. Check character attributes. As soon as he uttered these words, a luminous screen appeared before him. Ding. Host name: Wuheng. Age: 17 years. Realm: first stage of golden core. Cultivation technique: 9 Netherworld's Mortals Decision. Experience needed for next upgrade: 111,000, 850,000 points. Physique: ancient indestructible divine demon body. Avatar: ancient rare species Kunping avatar. Cultivation experience: 20 points. Body technique: wood leaf rising dragon ninjutsu from the Naruto world, level undisclosed. Title equipped: Sword Immortal. Pseudo Dao heart clear, renowned reputation. Redemption value: 500 points. Martial arts: the 9 heavens thunderous incantation, advanced heavenly step of the I Ching. Advanced unification sword technique at max level, and the initial level of the Mystic Dragon's 9 transformations at max level can now be employed. The 9 transformations true words cannot be viewed for their levels. The Water Moon Mirror Flower, Advanced Flash of the Swallow, Advanced Thunder Palm at heavenly level, and the low-level Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. To my astonishment, my martial skills are rather scarce, truly insufficient. Wuheng shook his head with a sigh. However, now that he possesses numerous divine artifacts, he surmised that martial skills might not be necessary. In truth, Wuheng held a greater fondness for magic than martial arts. If one day he amassed enough exchange points, he would undoubtedly summon Harry Potter into the modern world to ascertain whether cultivators or wizards hold greater prowess. Wuheng surveyed his surroundings. Dusk was approaching, and continuing his journey would be unwise. Since he had no pressing matters at hand, he decided to organize the items within his spatial ring, only to discover the gift bestowed upon him by the county governor, which he had yet to refine. The primordial flame emerges only in the most intense heat of the world, taking on a fiery form, while the county governor's offering took on a stone-like appearance. Such stone forms require the primordial flame to be tempered for millennia to manifest, rendering them exceedingly precious. Now, holding this crimson stone, Wuheng felt a slight agitation within his body's exotic fire. He was aware that they were excited, eager to consume all the fiery elements contained within this primordial flame. The so-called fire sha must be a lesser form of exotic fire. Wuheng paused momentarily before retrieving a piece of eternal ice. Let me test this duality of ice and fire. With that, Wuheng gently closed his eyes, attuning his spirit to the movements of the primordial flame and the eternal ice. Soon, the 2 exotic fires within him could no longer be contained, erupting into flames in his hands, enveloping the primordial flame. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. His left hand felt as cool as touching ice in winter, while his right hand radiated an intense heat. Had anyone been present, they would surely have exclaimed at this miraculous sight. At that moment, the left side of Yi Wuhen's face blazed with a brilliant red, akin to a roaring fire, while the right side was enveloped in an exquisite frost. Such a scene, typically emblematic of dire straits, manifested upon a single individual. Normally, one could only harbor a singular form of fire xia or ice xia within oneself, yet he possessed both. Is this the duality of ice and fire? Yi Wuhen exhaled a breath of turbid air, remaining with his eyes closed and body still, as he continued his cultivation. Reluctant to part with this sensation, the feeling was indescribably exhilarating, akin to a fleeting moment in paradise. When the primordial flame in his hands and the eternal ice dissipated, he rose and lifted his hand towards a towering tree before him. Ice and fire simultaneously appeared in his left hand, swiftly merging to create an extraordinarily radiant light within Yi Wuhen's grasp. With a flick of his hand, this brilliance was released, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the tree, leaving not a trace behind. Yi Wuhen vowed that the power of this duality of ice and fire was undoubtedly on par with the Buddha's wrath fire lotus, if not even more formidable. Chapter 164. The Extraordinary Youth Yi Wuhen. Alas, how astonishing! This ice and fire duality. Could it be that it has consumed some potent elixir? Yi Wuhen found himself somewhat taken aback by the formidable power of this technique, exclaiming in awe that he had not anticipated such might from the fusion of fire and ice. Ding! The system detected that the host Yi Wuhen has created a martial art, classified as a high-tier celestial technique. Please, host, bestow a name upon this martial art. The system's voice unexpectedly resonated in Yi Wuhen's ear. Yi Wuhen was momentarily stunned, before declaring, the name of the martial art shall be ice and fire duality. Ding! The naming of the martial art was successful. Now, the silver moon hung high, casting its luminescent glow over the forest, resembling a delicate layer of silver frost. Yi Wuhen felt no chill. On the contrary, he reveled in its comfort, a sight unseen on earth. On this dark, windy night, ideal for nefarious deeds. While it may not have been the best time for travel, it was undoubtedly an opportune moment for bloodshed. Having already claimed a life, he knew others would seek him out. It was an inevitability, for Yi Wuhen was not one to embrace passivity. Seizing control of the battlefield often yielded unexpected results. If my instincts serve me correctly, Yi Wuhen surveyed the forest with a faint smile, gripping his spicy strip snack a bit tighter. This forest was indeed the largest expanse in this small world. Everyone should be within its confines. Thus, the moment had come for my spicy strip artifact to shine. Yi Wuhen's eyes glinted with a cold light as his consciousness gradually enveloped the entire forest. In an instant, he discerned the movements of all present. The nearest individual was but one, and Yi Wuhen had no qualms about eliminating him. From a distance, Yi Wuhen unleashed the ice and fire duality. Whoosh! A radiant beam, akin to the aurora borealis, surged forth, piercing through its target before erupting violently like a meteor, dazzling in its brilliance. A blinding white light appeared, and the unfortunate individual could scarcely fathom how effortlessly he met his demise, unable even to muster a semblance of resistance against the beam. At the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm, he was vanquished in a single strike. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, untouched by dust, Yi Wuhen exuded an air of distinction, carving out his own legacy. Ding! Host has slain a Golden Core 8th stage cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points and 20 points of martial arts experience. Ah! Yi Wuhen chuckled lightly. It appears I have come to understand the essence of this third trial. It is indeed a means of granting me experience. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be an extraordinary youth. Yi Wuhen donned his sunfire cloak, and astonishingly, his black cloak billowed in the absence of wind, exuding an extraordinary charm. What followed was a pure slaughter orchestrated by Yi Wuhen, employing various tactics, such as conjuring fog with his spicy strips before dashing forth to eliminate each adversary, or utilizing the Buddha's wrath fire lotus to explode upon them, and so forth. In the end, he had dispatched over 30 cultivators, amassing an astounding experience total exceeding 300,000. The remaining cultivators sensed the disturbance and formed alliances with unfamiliar companions. Rumors circulated about the presence of terrifying demonic beasts within the forest and the fallacies surrounding the Beast King. However, Yi Wuhen's unrelenting slaughter was indeed impeded. The clever individuals around him set up formations on the spot. Although these formations were trivial for the system, Yi Wuhen still needed to expend a considerable amount of time to dismantle them. As the death toll rose, Yi Wuhen began to realize that he was encountering increasingly formidable opponents. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the forest grew increasingly scarce, making it evident that prolonging his stay was untenable. There was no food source available, no water to be found, and the spiritual energy continued to dwindle. If the cultivators could not absorb spiritual energy, they would need to consume food to sustain their lives. Yet, with no sustenance in sight, even those cultivators who typically sought to evade battle began to emerge, hoping to complete the third trial swiftly or secure a place among the top 3 to obtain valuable treasures to return home in triumph and honor their families. Some cultivators, however, aimed for enlightenment through the trials of life and death, understanding that adversity fosters growth. While their motives varied, their ultimate goal remained the same: to survive and escape. If Yi Wuhen were in their position, the path to escape would be relatively simple. He could simply activate the omnipotent system and sacrifice his pristine and invaluable essence. Ahem, I misspoke. I meant to say his precious exchange value. Even if those within the Grand Hall had the capability to seal off the system's exclusive passage, Yi Wuhen could still find a way out. After all, he possessed a high-capacity power bank. His Kuimping avatar was no idle boast. It was endowed with nearly inexhaustible spiritual power. Thus, these individuals were destined to become Yi Wuhen's prey. It was merely a matter of time. Didn't he expect you to still be alive? Kai Qinghua remarked coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Am I obstructing your vision? Yi Wuhen raised his left hand, his tone laced with hostility. He harbored no fondness for Kai Qinghua, only animosity. It's not merely an obstruction, it's a significant hindrance. Kai Qinghua clenched his fists, emanating a palpable aura as if he would strike down Yi Wuhen should he fail to meet his expectations. I initially thought you had some utility, but it seems I overestimated you. Your survival until now is likely just good fortune. Oh, I do not subscribe to the notion of fate. I believe in my own strength. Yi Wuhen's gaze was intense as he summoned crackling electricity around his left hand. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward, unleashing a gust of wind that rippled beneath him as if he had stepped upon water's surface. One must concede that Kai Qinghua possessed some skill. Upon witnessing Yi Wuhen charging towards him, he momentarily froze in shock before hastily evading. If you can dodge this, then I shall not be known as the extraordinary Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen's palm suddenly shifted direction, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sounds and fierce winds as it surged towards Kai Qinghua. Startled, Kai Qinghua's eyelids fluttered, and he hastily produced a treasure he had discovered during his travels, a protective barrier. Although this barrier managed to thwart Yi Wuhen's strike, it was nonetheless shattered into fragments by the overwhelming power of Yi Wuhen's thunderous palm. Kai Qinghua stood in shock. He had once considered himself a prodigy, but in comparison to Yi Wuhen, his status felt utterly trivial. He knew that the barrier he had conjured would require at least the strength of the nascent soul realm to breach, and even then, it demanded considerable effort. Yet here stood a person who effortlessly demolished it. What terrifying prowess! A formidable spiritual pressure nearly forced Kai Qinghua to the ground, leaving him feeling utterly exposed, as if a thorn were embedded in his back. A moment's carelessness could lead to his swift demise at Yi Wuhen's hands. As the pride of his homeland, he was aware of fundamental combat principles. Regardless of the opponent's might, one must not yield to fear. For once fear took root, defeat was already certain. Now drenched in cold sweat, Kai Qinghua gulped, realizing he could not afford to be distracted, for Yi Wuhen's strength far surpassed his wildest imaginings. Cursed be my blindness. How did I offend such a person? Kai Qinghua's hubris had led him astray. He had recklessly wielded his 9th-grade golden core power, dismissing the people from his homeland. He had ventured into the desolate wilds upon hearing rumors of hidden treasures, and upon arriving at the Third Realm, he had spotted the solitary Yi Wuhen, concocting a scheme to lure him into a trap to be dealt with later. In truth, Kai Qinghua's plan was quite astute. Encountering a mere supporting character could have yielded success, perhaps even making him the dark horse of the Third Realm. Alas, he had crossed paths with Yi Wuhen, who was no mere background character. Kai Qinghua declared coldly, I never expected your strength to be so formidable, yet you still fall short of my prowess. This was his internal battle mantra. Regardless of victory or defeat, one must project a stronger presence. Thus, he attempted to overwhelm Yi Wuhen with sheer force of will, seeking a glimmer of survival. However, not everyone is as foolish as he. Upon hearing Kai Qinghua's words, Yi Wuhen was genuinely astonished. He had never encountered anyone so audacious, facing imminent death and still daring to boast. How utterly foolish. Yi Wuhen had no time for meaningless banter. Against such an individual, words bore no weight. Even with a blade at his throat, he would steadfastly proclaim, I am the strongest. I surpass you. Just wait. In conclusion, such a person was best dealt with swiftly. Yi Wuhen's gaze turned frigid, and suddenly, an ethereal flame surged forth upon his left hand. His left arm began to glow crimson, veins igniting like kindling, radiating brilliant light. Yet, this spectacle only lasted a fleeting moment before being supplanted by an icy aura. A shard of frost materialized upon Yi Wuhen's left hand, encasing the ethereal flame, which continued to burn fiercely, its intensity escalating. However, xianxia felt a piercing cold. A bone-chilling frost enveloped him, causing even his robed frame to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, amid this discomfort, he was more perplexed by the nature of Yi Wuhen's martial prowess. What extraordinary technique was this? Such miraculous phenomena were unprecedented. What level of martial skill could induce such a dramatic transformation in the environment? Xianxia instinctively inquired, recalling his own fortuitous acquisition of a high-grade, earth-level martial technique, which had never produced such profound changes. At that moment, the towering tree beside Yi Wuhen was momentarily cloaked in silvery frost, only to morph into charred remnants the next instant. Yi Wuhen replied, curious about the level of this martial skill. A grin spread across his face as he flicked his left hand, unleashing a resplendent beam of light that pierced through xianxia's form. In an instant, as the dual forces of ice and fire were released, the heavens seemed to darken, only to blaze with the brilliance of day. Ding! The host has slain a 9th-tier golden core cultivator, gaining 15,000 experience points and 20 points of skill experience. The icy inferno that coursed through xianxia's body incinerated him utterly, leaving no trace behind. Yi Wuhen shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, alas. I didn't even retrieve the spatial ring. Truly foolish of me. I should have claimed it before delivering the final blow. A mere weakling, daring to flaunt his prowess. With that, Yi Wuhen resumed his search for further victims. The current trend indicated dwindling numbers of prey, while formidable foes were on the rise. A moment's carelessness could lead to perilous encounters, or worse, being besieged by multiple adversaries in the underbrush. In this confined world, uncertainty reigned. Even treachery among allies was a distinct possibility. Those aware of hunters like Yi Wuhen had begun to congregate, for such gatherings bore both advantages and disadvantages. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists chaos. The more individuals present, the greater the potential for disorder. Before Yi Wuhen lay a scene that could only be described as an epic clash, 100 cultivators battling against 50. Although he could intervene, his interest remained dormant for the moment. After all, aiding others often led to personal peril. Moreover, he lacked the inclination to assist strangers. Yet suddenly, a thought struck him. Experience points could be gained from such encounters. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He must involve himself, not just with one foot, but with both hands and feet. In any case, Yi Wuhen resolved to engage in this troublesome affair. What was that? You suggest that helping others often leads to demise? Nonsense. Now is the time to embody the spirit of selfless dedication, much like Comrade Lei Feng. The battle commenced with an unexpected turn of events, instigated by a momentary lapse from a practitioner, whose tremulous hand inadvertently directed a spell towards an adversary, igniting a fray. Amidst this chaos, Yi Wuhen, embodying the spirit of Lei Feng, sought refuge within the thicket, striking from the shadows. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and torrents, resonating with the fury of thunder and lightning, while blades gleamed ominously. Yi Wuhen remained undeterred, invoking the 9-character true words. A radiant sword of light swiftly traversed the arena, claiming the lives of the wounded cultivators. Clink. The host has slain an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Clink. The host has slain an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Clink. The host has slain an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. In mere seconds, Yi Wuhen had dispatched 3 foes, while the remaining cultivators mistakenly attributed the kills to their opponents. Their eyes now clouded with rage, their hearts blinded by vengeance. Clink. The host has slain an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Clink. The host has slain an 8th-stage golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. With 2 more heads severed, Yi Wuhen noted the dwindling numbers on the battlefield and boldly stepped forth from the woods. Chapter 166. Annihilation. As Yi Wuhen emerged from the foliage, the very heavens seemed to darken, and a tempest raged, causing the trees to sway violently. A fierce gust spiraled from beneath his feet, a potent spiritual pressure descending like a stone wall upon the hearts of all present, evoking discomfort. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, internally questioning, is this individual an ally of our foes? Yi Wuhen cleared his throat and declared in a resounding voice, "Esteemed friends, I am but a novice. Please do not bully me." A white-robed cultivator retorted, "Is that all you have to say after such a grand entrance? Let us not turn on each other just yet. We must first eliminate this nuisance. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of him. I have long found him displeasing." The crowd echoed in fervor. Yi Wuhen was taken aback. How could these esteemed figures so readily target a newcomer? "Why are you all ganging up on me? Is it truly acceptable to bully a novice?" He protested. "Enough chatter. Bring him down. Strike him with everything you've got." A voice rang out from the throng, igniting a chorus of furious shouts as myriad spells and weapons were unleashed upon Yi Wuhen. With a serene smile, he summoned his Duzi armor, which enveloped him in a protective embrace. The armor, infused with Yi Wuhen's profound spiritual energy, began to radiate a golden glow, transforming from transparency into a tangible form. As the myriad weapons and spells collided with the Duzi armor, they faltered and fell away, leaving the onlookers astounded. What kind of martial skill is this? It withstands such an array of treasures without faltering, even shining with brilliance. This technique must be mine. Thus, it is not certain that one could become a genius of our clan. Yi Wuhen's gaze swept across the assembly with an icy intensity, an indescribable pressure descending upon the hearts of all present. A thought emerged within everyone's mind, a notion of defiance against this formidable individual, but no one dared to voice their stance. Humans often harbor a sense of delusion, believing they possess the potential to conquer the unconquerable and seize the treasures within, thereby ascending to an illustrious path of grandeur. This excessive confidence and arrogance is, in truth, a most foolish endeavor, attempting to challenge the impossible, an aspiration that has never materialized. Perhaps this is what dreams are. Currently, defeating Yi Wuhen and claiming his battle armor to attain first place had become the ambition of the cultivators present. Yet, this dream was indeed unattainable. Yi Wuhen summoned the within him with a sudden intensity. This time, he did not intend to employ the ice and fire duality, for its penetrating power was too formidable for a one-on-one confrontation. It was, however, an unparalleled weapon against a multitude. In comparison, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, while potentially less powerful, undoubtedly surpassed ice and fire in its capability for group attacks. At this moment, the danced around Yi Wuhen's palm like a playful child, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Could this be the fire of the nascent soul? This individual is a nascent soul cultivator. Most of those present were at the golden core stage, with only a handful at the nascent soul level. However, upon witnessing Yi Wuhen's flames, those few shook their heads, their eyelids twitching. The might of this flame was so overpowering that it suppressed the nascent soul fire within them. Before thee, all flames bowed in subservience. There was the emperor of flames, the progenitor of fire. When there was present, all other flames were merely mundane. Two streams of fire intertwined in Yi Wuhen's hand, and with just one hand, he effortlessly conjured the awe-inspiring Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. A delicate fire lotus began to materialize as the flames merged, captivating the attention of all. A golden core cultivator, unable to contain himself, recognized the fire lotus as an extraordinary martial technique. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Wuhen was yet to complete his technique, he decided to strike first and eliminate him. With a swift motion, this golden core cultivator lunged at Yi Wuhen, sword in hand, and leapt to pierce Yi Wuhen's skull. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, his pupils dilated in shock, and he slowly descended. A thunderous palm had pierced through his body. It was Yi Wuhen's thunderclap palm. Ding! Host has slain an 8th tier golden core cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. All the cultivators were left in awe. How could this individual's strength be so formidable? One hand executing a martial technique, while the other could annihilate a golden core cultivator? What an extraordinary prodigy. Could it be that this person hails from the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty? The several ancient beings in the Yuanying stage all sighed, realizing that even if they faced this Yi Wuhen, their survival was far from guaranteed. Esteemed guests, I possess a treasure I wish to bestow upon you, Yi Wuhen proclaimed with a sinister smile, as he unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus from his grasp. A singular fire lotus spiraled gracefully towards them, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. Just how immense was the power of this fire lotus? This question was soon answered with a resounding explosion, a blinding light erupting that threatened to sear the very vision of those present. A wave of scorching heat followed, and Yi Wuhen heard the system's notification chime. A serene smile gracing his lips. There was no doubt that total annihilation had occurred. Best performer of the match, Yi Wuheng, highest output. Yi Wuheng, maximum damage absorption. Yi Wuheng, cumulative record, 108 kills. Ding. The host has instantaneously slain 108 cultivators, earning 120,000 experience points. Ding. The host has ascended to the third tier of the Golden Core stage, with 800,000 points required for the next level. It felt as though a celestial radiance descended upon Yi Wuheng, who now sensed an overwhelming surge of power. The spiritual energy within his Golden Core was burgeoning. And at this rate, achieving a perfected Yuanying was not beyond reach. A perfected Yuanying is nurtured by innate treasures, ancient artifacts that cultivate one's Golden Core, leading to the formation of a Danling before the emergence of the Yuanying, and subsequently giving rise to an infant spirit capable of manifesting physically. Such perfected Yuanying are exceedingly rare throughout history, typically attained by formidable figures who dominate their realms. Observing the scattered remnants of clothing strewn across the ground, Yi Wuheng pondered. What transpired? Did not all those individuals perish? Surely, I should be able to teleport out of here. Chapter 167. There's no choice, Kunpeng. It's your turn to shine. Though perplexed, Yi Wuheng quickly entered a state of contemplation. With a conundrum at hand, the next course of action was to devise a solution. His consciousness should ideally sweep across the entire forest. Was it conceivable that anyone remained outside its confines? Such a notion seemed implausible. If that were indeed the case, what could Yi Wuheng say? Merely that the individual in question possessed extraordinary luck. However, according to the two fire spirits, only the last 4 survivors would be teleported away, which meant that the number of those still alive must surely exceed 4. Excluding Yi Wuheng, it was improbable that everyone else was beyond the forest's perimeter. If so, he could only wish to express his heartfelt greetings to the entire family of those fire spirits, followed by dousing them with the blood of the 9 nether. Eliminating this possibility left only one conclusion. Those individuals must have employed methods to evade his consciousness. With this realization, Yi Wuheng understood that he could not afford to leisurely search, for the forest was vast. It would be folly to return and seek slowly. Yet, abstaining from searching would preclude him from slaying, and idling away time was excessively tedious. How vexing. Those individuals were indeed too cunning. With this thought, Yi Wuheng stomped fiercely upon the ground, causing a tremor to ripple through a 10-mile radius centered around him. Since there is no other recourse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Yi Wuheng remarked coldly. You were the ones who initiated the deceit. With that, he focused his thoughts, addressing Kunpeng. Hey, Kunpeng, where are you now? After a brief pause, Kunpeng replied, I am currently searching for treasures. What is the matter? Have you encountered any trouble? I have been deceived. Yi Wuheng responded tersely. Those individuals possess the ability to evade my divine sense. I cannot locate them. Oh, then why call upon me? I cannot assist you in finding them, Kunpeng retorted, adding, moreover, it seems you would require some form of compensation for my assistance. I am truly out of options and must rely on you, Yi Wuheng admitted with resignation. It is fortuitous. I am also eager to witness your capabilities. After Yi Wuhen's declaration, he waited in vain for Kunpeng's response, growing increasingly suspicious that this avatar did not obey his commands. It seemed time to teach Kunpeng a lesson through the system. Just as he prepared to enter the system to discipline Kunpeng, the ground before him suddenly began to collapse, stirring a great disturbance in the heavens and earth. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards the river, which absorbed them like an endless whirlpool, transforming into a vast ocean. Yi Wuheng was taken aback by this dramatic change, pondering what sort of formidable being could provoke such a phenomenon. A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Could it be that someone has come to appreciate my talent and charm? Perhaps a striking princess from a celestial pool has arrived to claim me as her betrothed? Or maybe an ancient powerhouse wishes to take me as a disciple. Countless possibilities swirled in Yi Wuhen's mind, but the ensuing events left him reeling. A massive fish, no, it was Kunpeng, surfaced, its enormous lantern-like eyes gazing at Yi Wuheng. Wuheng, what brings you to seek me in such haste? Little Kunpeng, I find myself in a predicament, Yi Wuheng sighed. Could you submerge this area? Submerge this place? Kunpeng blinked in surprise before nodding its colossal head. I can do that, but what about you? Fear not, I shall remain within your mouth, and add poison to the water. A potent toxin. Kunpeng nodded in agreement. Very well then, enter. With that, it opened its gigantic maw. Yi Wuhen's heart raced at the sight of the gaping abyss. What if Kunpeng accidentally devoured him? Nevertheless, he preferred this over the overwhelming dread of being submerged in water. Are you ready? I shall commence my spell, Kunpeng declared, soaring out of the lake and into the sky. When it reached the heart of the forest, it abruptly halted, and Yi Wuheng felt his energy being drained. leaving him with only 1/5 of his spiritual power. What in the world is Kunpeng doing? Yi Wuhen expressed his dissatisfaction and exclaimed, witnessing the Kunpeng in the sky continuously flapping its immense wings. However, the gusts it generated were not fierce hurricanes, but rather a stream of dark, foul-smelling water cascading down from above. Any object touched by this murky substance dissipated into wisps of pale smoke, carried away by the wind. Observing this phenomenon emanating from the mouth of the Kunpeng, Yi Wuhen was taken aback and exclaimed, incredible. Can I learn this? Absolutely not. The Kunpeng retorted decisively. This is a secret technique unique to my kind. After this proclamation, the Kunpeng ceased flapping its wings. Yet, a fissure appeared in a small space above its head, from which a relentless torrent of dark water began to flow, increasing in ferocity with each passing moment. Goodness, little Peng, are you defying the heavens? With such power, why not assist me in making an impression? Yi Wuhen remarked with annoyance. By the way, when will you take your true form? With your size? I want to be able to showcase you to the world. Transforming is not urgent. I must wait until you reach the nascent soul stage before I can take my true form. If a powerful being discovers me prematurely, they may attempt to seize me. Leaving you at a loss, the Kunpeng explained. Ding. The host has slain a golden core cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Oh, splendid. It was so easy to defeat one. I reckon that with a few more kills, I might just be able to teleport out of here. Yi Wuhen felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of the dark waters swirling below, having previously witnessed its formidable power. Ding. The host has slain a golden core cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. As this notification echoed, a flash of white light appeared before Yi Wuhen, accompanied by the Kunpeng's voice. I must take my leave now. Do not provoke the powerful beings within your palace. Powerful beings in the palace? Yi Wuhen pondered, contemplating whether he had indeed teleported. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find two male cultivators standing beside him, one adorned with a robe intricately embroidered with a golden dragon. Inner disciples of the Divine Windsword sect? The thought crossed Yi Wuhen's mind, recalling a prior conversation with Zhang Wenyo regarding such matters. The inner disciples of the Lanyu Immortal sect bore the emblem of a phoenix, while those of the Divine Windsword sect were marked with a dragon. Chapter 168. Do not regret your decision. Dragons and phoenixes symbolize auspiciousness among all creatures, yet their meanings diverge significantly within the context of the 10 absolute realms. In the Sanjiang Pavilion, only the mightiest of two absolute realms may wield the dragon and phoenix, representing the very essence of power and authority. Yi Wuhen cast a glance at the inner disciples of the Divine Windsword sect before shifting his gaze to another figure cloaked in a black robe with a hood. Although the face remained obscured, the silhouette suggested a female cultivator, discerned by the distinct curves of her form. Yi Wuhen could not help but marvel at the modern-day female warriors, daring to venture into such perilous ruins while adeptly evading the assault of the dark waters. Evidently, the inner disciples of the Divine Windsword sect were unfamiliar with this female cultivator, and the fire spirits remained silent, plunging the three into a profound silence. Yi Wuhen glanced at the fire spirits flanking the grand hall, yet they regarded him and his companions as inconsequential, their gazes fixed upon the distant realm of the Nine Netherblood River. A thought flickered in Yi Wuhen's mind. Could it be that the hall master did not wish for them to depart? They had already been long out of that small world, yet the two fire spirits and the hall itself showed no signs of response, clearly indicating an unwillingness to let them leave. Was it truly the case that the other party sought to detain them? The inner disciple of the Divine Windsword sect was not one to be trifled with, a prodigy who had ascended to the Golden Core stage at a tender age. He had now entered the inner sect to learn the sect's specialized techniques, and had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. He was tasked by his master to seize the Twin Phoenix celestial technique from this very place, and in his mind, securing first place was a foregone conclusion. It seems so, Yi Wuhen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he turned to the female cultivator. I wonder what your thoughts are, my lady? Upon hearing his words, the female cultivator tilted her head and softly replied, let us wait a while longer. Yi Wuhen scrutinized her closely, realizing that her enchanted cloak was indeed formidable. Despite his strength, he could only discern a shadow of her face, revealing nothing more than her delicate crimson lips. The inner disciple of the Divine Windsword sect, growing impatient at the exchange between Yi Wuhen and the female cultivator, interjected, you may wait here. I shall defeat those two fire spirits and claim the Twin Phoenix celestial technique. Yi Wuhen had to concede that this disciple was rather foolish. After all, the two fire spirits had the power to transport numerous individuals into a small world. Their prowess was self-evident, and to challenge them was nothing short of courting disaster. This disciple, driven by impulsiveness, disregarded the overwhelming strength of the fire spirits and, emboldened by the innate treasure bestowed by his master, strode boldly towards them. The fire spirits, however, seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, continuing to gaze into the distance. "Hey, bring me my reward. Do you hear me?" he shouted furiously, wielding the shattered Wuheng sword. The fire spirit on the left merely waved a dismissive hand, unleashing a wave of potent spiritual energy that sent the disciple flying several meters away with ease, as if swatting away a mere insect. "It appears the inhabitants of this grand hall truly do not intend to let us go," Wuheng mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He pondered their next course of action. Engaging in combat was futile, yet relinquishing the hard-earned reward seemed an insufferable loss. The disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect, now humiliated and scrambling to his feet, though embarrassed by the fire spirit's effortless dismissal, had no intention of seeking revenge, for he knew he stood no chance. After all, the risk of losing his life without securing the reward was a steep price to pay. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated within the grand hall. Although the speaker remained unseen, one could vividly imagine their appearance through the sound. The first place in the palace examination was awarded to Wuheng, followed by Mo Yongzhen in second place, and Shui Zixuan in third. The rewards have been deposited into each individual storage ring. Please check, and then feel free to depart. Upon hearing this, Wuheng began inspecting his own storage ring and discovered a grayish-yellow tome had manifested within it. If he was not mistaken, this book was indeed the twin phoenixes ascending to heaven. The female cultivator Shui Zixuan quickly left after examining her storage ring. But Mo Yongzhen's gaze remained fixed on Wuheng with an intensity that suggested he wished to consume him whole. It was him. This Wuheng had stolen his destined fortune. The twin phoenixes ascending to heaven was rightfully Mo Yongzhen's. "You little brat," Mo Yongzhen snarled through clenched teeth. "Hand over the twin phoenixes ascending to heaven, and I shall spare your life." Wuheng paused for a moment, then glanced at the fire spirits flanking the hall. Noting their complete lack of response, was he truly attempting to seize it by force? "How intriguing." Wuheng replied with a faint smile. "Are you serious? I highly suspect your intelligence played a role in you attaining first place. Did you perhaps slay someone with your wits?" Mo Yongzhen sneered. "Surrender it, or face death. Choose one. Choose one. You truly have no fear of your own hubris." Without further ado, Wuheng drew the sword of heaven's slaughter. Since the fire spirits and the people within the hall seemed disinclined to intervene, he would take it upon himself to administer order. "Since you covet my twin phoenixes ascending to heaven," Wuheng suddenly appeared behind Mo Yongzhen. His I Ching steps and 8 trigrams formation enveloped Mo Yongzhen, signifying that Wuheng could traverse endlessly around him. "You might want to reconsider your choices." With a swift motion, the sword of heaven's slaughter cleaved through the fabric of space, leaving behind a void of darkness. Mo Yongzhen was taken aback. This individual could actually tear through the void? He had only been able to do so after advancing to the nascent soul stage. Could this person also be at that level? However, since Wuheng wielded a sword, Mo Yongzhen felt undeterred. The Divine Wind Sword sect was renowned across the land, ranking second among the 10 absolute realms, and their swordsmanship was indeed formidable. As an inner disciple, Mo Yongzhen's sword skills were undoubtedly at least of Earth rank, with the potential to reach Heaven rank. "Comparing swordsmanship with me? You should think carefully," Mo Yongzhen chuckled, and then the explosive chi of his Wuheng sword surged forth, transforming into phantoms that swiftly lunged toward Wuheng. "Our Divine Wind Sword sect fears nothing more than engaging in a sword duel." Mo Yongzhen suddenly felt the weight of his words, which resonated powerfully in the space around them, echoing, "Fears nothing more than engaging in a sword duel." Upon hearing this, Wuheng could not help but laugh aloud. Comparing swordsmanship with others? To have such an amusing sect. The least feared aspect is competing in insults. It is evident that in this regard, I cannot match your wit. Mo Yongzhen's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Kid, you can only rely on your tongue. In terms of martial skills, you could never surpass me." "Oh, so you are so formidable, are you?" Wuheng actually wished to tell him, "I casually toss around celestial tier martial techniques." Yet, Wuheng now understood that pointless bravado held no significance. Only subtle displays of superiority could prove most lethal. "Naturally, I am an inner disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect." Each time Mo Yongzhen mentioned this, a sense of pride swelled within him. The Divine Wind Sword sect represents a certain status, one recognized throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. It is said that the previous emperor's royal mentor once cultivated within the Divine Wind Sword sect, and since then, the Great Zhou dynasty has revered this sect wholeheartedly. If you are so extraordinary, why then do you covet the martial skills of a mere wandering cultivator? Damn it, why are you not following the script? Mo Yongjin cursed vehemently, simultaneously tossing his exploding shattering phoenix sword into the air. To his astonishment, the sword began to move of its own accord, then rushed down towards Yi Wuhen with tremendous force, piercing through the very fabric of space, arriving before Yi Wuhen in an instant. This sword must be blocked. Yi Wuhen realized that failing to withstand this strike would spell disaster for him, potentially leaving him severely crippled. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by a dazzling eruption of sparks, which rained down like a cascade of fire, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Yi Wuhen was taken aback by the sheer might of this sword. Its power rivaled that of a colossal serpent. Truly, as an inner disciple of the divine wind sword sect, his strength was indeed exceptional. However, the greater the strength, the more exhilarating the battle would become. The heaven-slaying sword appeared identical to an ordinary bronze sword when devoid of infused spiritual power. But upon the infusion of even a hint of netherworld energy or true immortal power, its appearance would transform dramatically. Yi Wuhen had deduced that infusing it with netherworld energy would turn the heaven-slaying sword into the moon-slaying lock, while infusing it with true immortal power would transmute it into the stone sword. Yi Wuhen slightly infused true immortal power into the heaven-slaying sword, and he observed as the bronze dross swiftly shed away, revealing a resplendent golden light that enveloped the sword's body. Mo Yongjin, perplexed, wondered what tricks Yi Wuhen was up to. However, adhering to the principle taught by every major sect, strike when your opponent is down, Mo Yongjin hastily summoned back the exploding shattering phoenix sword, enveloping its blade in the fires of the nascent soul. A scarlet glow erupted from the sword, hurtling towards Yi Wuhen at great speed. But in the next moment, Yi Wuhen opened his eyes wide, and the light of the stone sword surged forth as he swung it in the air, conjuring an invisible sword wind that intercepted the scarlet sword light. You are still too weak. Yi Wuhen swiftly maneuvered to Mo Yongjin's rear, striking him fiercely with the hilt of the Shizhong sword, instantly creating a gaping wound in his back. Mo Yongjin's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth in agony and quickly turned to slash at Yi Wuhen. The explosive clash of the Qihuang sword and the Shizhong sword reverberated through the air, but the true celestial power within the Shizhong sword erupted suddenly. An invisible cyclone materialized between the two blades, and with a resounding boom, Mo Yongjin was violently propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. You are still far too weak, his voice echoed hauntingly in Mo Yongjin's mind, coupled with a disdainful expression that stirred a deep-seated desire for revenge within Mo Yongjin. In a blink, Yi Wuhen appeared beside Mo Yongjin, expressionless as he raised the Zhantian sword, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend upon Mo Yongjin's head, an intangible wall of energy obstructed Yi Wuhen's strike. No matter how forcefully he attempted to drive the sword downward, it did not budge an inch. Suddenly, the energy wall erupted with a thunderous crack, sending Yi Wuhen's Shizhong sword hurtling across the ground. Enough! Do not commit murder before my hall. It truly disrupts the peace. A voice akin to a thunderclap resonated in Yi Wuhen's ears. Are you negotiating with me? Yi Wuhen retorted, retrieving the Shizhong sword and placing it back into his storage ring. He turned to gaze at the barely conscious Mo Yongjin lying on the ground, spat contemptuously, and then delivered a swift kick to his arm. Crack! Mo Yongjin's left arm shattered. His face flushed with rage as he cried out, but Yi Wuhen showed no mercy, delivering another kick. Crack! Mo Yongjin's right arm was broken as well. With two final kicks, crack! Mo Yongjin's legs too succumbed to the same fate. Fixated on Yi Wuhen, Mo Yongjin could no longer endure and lost consciousness. Let him live, but I shall ensure he is left crippled, Yi Wuhen declared, fully aware that the Hall Master had no ties to Mo Yongjin and thus no reason to intervene. So why was his execution halted? Young man, I find you exceedingly intriguing. The mere thought of interest sent a chill down Yi Wuhen's spine, leaving him unable to fathom what was to come. Before he could voice his thoughts, the two fire spirits standing outside the hall raised their fiery hands, and the unconscious Mo Yongjin vanished from sight. Forced teleportation or complete annihilation? Yi Wuhen pondered, furrowing his brow. Never mind, I shall take my leave. I have already obtained the twin phoenixes, and remaining here serves no purpose. With that, he turned to exit, but after taking 3 steps, the fire spirit spoke slowly. Wait. Yi Wuhen halted and inquired. What is it? Is there something amiss? The fire spirit responded. My master seeks to speak with you. He requires your presence in the hall for a detailed discussion. This cadence, could it be the legendary discourse of reason, a discussion of life itself? Yi Wuhen turned around, and with a creaking sound, the hall door swung open, a beam of light spilling forth. Without hesitation, Yi Wuhen stepped inside, for the master within was surely a person of great significance. If the intention was to kill him, there would be no need for such theatrics. Luring him inside merely to slay him seemed rather far-fetched. With a swift stride, he entered through the door. Although the grand hall was spacious, its decor was exceedingly simple. A few golden pillars, robust as 10 men, stood in the center, and there loomed a 2-person-high structure resembling either an alchemical furnace or an incense burner, a furnace of 7 cauldrons, with small holes exhaling wisps of purple gas, transforming the entire hall into an ethereal palace. Atop the hall was a raised platform, upon which rested a cool white jade bed. Reclining upon this bed was a middle-aged man adorned in a fur cloak, his dark hair and eyes lending him an air of mystique. He appeared somewhat handsome, embodying the essence of a celestial being, yet upon closer inspection, he bore the weariness of travel. As Yi Wuhen gazed upon him, the man gently opened his eyes and smiled. "You have arrived. What is it that you seek from me?" Yi Wuhen, devoid of any particular fondness or aversion towards this hall master, posed his question directly. "I am here to inquire about your purpose in summoning me," the hall master replied. "I am Yuanhua the Earth Immortal. Congratulations on passing this hall's examination." Is this the rhythm of discussing life? Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since Yuanhua had encountered another soul. Was he truly spending his days merely playing with 2 fire spirits? "I have not ventured into the outside world in hundreds of years," Yuanhua remarked, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "What is the state of the world beyond these walls?" Yi Wuhen nodded, responding, "The outside world is exceptionally vibrant. By the way, immortal Yuanhua, I have a question to pose." Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, Yuanhua paused briefly before encouraging, "Ask away." "Regarding cultivation, I can only advise that one must first attain enlightenment before directly breaking through any barriers." Yi Wuhen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Damn, I haven't even articulated my question, and you're already providing answers." "Not that. What I truly wish to ask is why you have not ventured outside for so long," he queried with a hint of confusion. Yuanhua's expression momentarily faltered before he offered a sheepish smile. "How should I put it? There are enemies out there. I shall seek vengeance only when my strength is sufficient." "Oh, so it is a matter of enmity," Yi Wuhen exclaimed, realization dawning. "I wonder how you incurred such a grudge." Yi Wuhen is, in fact, quite the gossip enthusiast, albeit one who has long concealed his true nature. Observing the celestial being Yuanhua, he refrained from uttering a word, thus shedding any reservations and boldly posing a question. "Tell me, will you seek vengeance for me if I confide in you?" Yuanhua inquired with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen fell into a contemplative silence, not responding. "I was jesting. As a mere celestial being, I lack the capacity for revenge. How could a golden core practitioner like you do so?" Yuanhua waved his hand dismissively. "The truth is, I summoned you here because you bear an uncanny resemblance to my younger self. It has been ages since I engaged in heartfelt conversation with anyone. Perhaps you find me foolish, but you cannot fathom how many years I have lingered in this place. With no wine to savor nor meat to relish, all that remains are you wandering cultivators." Wait, Yi Wuhen suddenly recalled something. This location serves as a legacy point for the legendary dual phoenix technique, and if this individual sought vengeance, he could easily wield the famed skill to achieve it. Something feels amiss. Moreover, the yellow orb within the 9 nether blood water. This reeks of conspiracy. Isn't this place a legacy site for the dual phoenix technique? Yi Wuhen queried. Then why not learn it and unleash havoc upon the world? Yuanhua sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Do you think I haven't desired that? Let me tell you, this place was bequeathed to me by the old wind. The dual phoenix technique was his creation, yet he ascended after successfully overcoming his tribulation, while I failed and transformed into a celestial being. Before his departure, he entrusted me with the task of disseminating the dual phoenix technique, aiming for a total of 15 practitioners. Once that goal is met, I shall be liberated to pursue my passions. Unfortunately, the trials he devised are exceedingly arduous and occur only once every century. You are merely the 10th. I fear that by the time I face the heavenly tribulation, I will barely manage to gather the required 15. I have indeed studied the dual phoenix technique, he continued, but alas, my intellect is too dull to master it. Yi Wuhen stifled a chuckle at this revelation, thinking to himself, how naive. I possess a system that allows me to grasp anything with a single glance. He patted Yuanhua on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Brother, do not succumb to despair. Lift your spirits. I believe in you. and I'm certain you will succeed in your endeavors. Keep pushing forward. Enough of this for now. Allow me to escort you out, Yuanhua said, shaking his head with a wry smile as he waved his hand. Instantly, a circular black passage materialized beside Yi Wuheng. Legends speak of celestial beings possessing the ability to manipulate space, achieving miraculous feats of travel. Now it seems those tales hold truth. Yi Wuheng nodded, then plunged wholeheartedly into the tunnel. As he entered, he felt a strange sensation flooding his ears and nostrils, akin to drowning. No, under the immense pressure. This sensation was even more exhilarating than drowning, for within this tunnel, one could scarcely open their eyes. After a considerable time, Yi Wuheng gradually realized that the sensation he had just experienced had dissipated, replaced by the warmth of sunlight gracing his face and the invigorating essence of the surroundings. Oh, what an exquisite refreshment! Yi Wuheng rose to his feet, slowly opening his eyes to behold the desolate landscape before him, a realm marred by swamps and ancient ruins. With a quiet sigh, he mused to himself, "Fortunately, I remain in this wasteland. I feared the passage had transported me directly to Earth." Logically speaking, had he truly been transported to Earth, with his current strength, he would undoubtedly dominate the entire planet. After engaging in philosophical discourse with this celestial being, Yi Wuheng felt as if he had undergone a mental transformation. However, it was fortunate that this immortal did not impose any tasks upon him. Otherwise, the situation might have been quite dire. His primary objective now was to locate Wei Chong and Su Xianxia, and subsequently seek out Bing Wu in Zhongzhou, ideally bringing her home as his bride. Why not hasten the process and turn raw rice into cooked grains? Yi Wuheng activated his GPS to search for the locations of Wei Chong and Su Xianxia, only to discover that their surroundings were inundated with a multitude of red dots. Without further elaboration, he understood these were individuals of ill intent. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved Twin Phoenix's ascendant from his spatial ring. As his gaze swept across the ancient tome, the system's prompt resonated. "Congratulations, host, for mastering the first 3 tiers of Twin Phoenix's ascendant. Should you wish to grasp the subsequent levels, please pay with cultivation experience." Following the system's notification, Yi Wuheng felt the methodology of this technique embed itself within his mind. He glanced at the GPS once more, shaking his head in frustration. Trouble finds me the moment I emerge. These two are truly a source of unending worry. With a determined shake of his head, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting toward the location of Wei Chong and Su Xianxia. Meanwhile, Su Xianxia and Wei Chong were facing imminent peril, encircled by over 10 ravenous beasts that eyed them hungrily, akin to a sumptuous feast. Their drool dripped incessantly, a sight both grotesque and menacing. However, this was not their only concern. Looming behind the beasts were 2 male cultivators with an otherworldly allure. One of the men spoke coolly, "Hand over your treasures, or you will come to understand the consequences." Previously, Su Qianxia and Wei Chong had engaged in battle with these beasts, defeating them all. Yet, inexplicably, each time they vanquished a creature, it would resurrect without end. "Go, Qingya," commanded one of the male cultivators, gesturing grandly as a blue wolf beside him charged towards Su Qianxia, propelled by a tangible gust of wind. The wolf howled as it soared forward, embodying a fierce tempest. "Oh dear, while I was away, you have attracted trouble, and it seems to be quite significant." Yi Wuheng suddenly materialized before Su Qianxia, delivering a powerful punch to Qingya's head. "Keep your distance from me, you fox." With a resounding thud, Qingya was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters before collapsing, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. Yi Wuheng shook his head and remarked nonchalantly, "Do you truly believe these two lack support?" Witnessing Qingya's dire state, the 2 individuals swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat rapidly forming on their foreheads. This man had actually sent Qingya flying with a single punch. What extraordinary strength! It was well known that Qingya was a golden core stage beast, one that even ordinary golden core cultivators found difficult to contend with. Yet, this seemingly frail cultivator had effortlessly overpowered Qingya, leaving them utterly astonished. Fortunately, they retained their wits and were not paralyzed by shock. Instead, they began to analyze the situation. Clearly, engaging him in brute force would be futile. Such immense strength likely came at the expense of speed. "Brother, let us outpace him," Wang Fenglin suggested to Wang Qiulin. Nodding in agreement, Wang Qiulin prepared to strike from Yi Wuhen's left arm, his fingers ignited with ethereal black flames, exuding an aura of annihilation, a sight most formidable. Yi Wuhen cast a glance at Wang Qiulin and Wang Fenglin, a cold smirk forming within. How fortuitous it was that he had barely stepped into this world and already encountered such experience-giving adversaries. Moreover, with the presence of those beasts. He anticipated an abundance of experience points. Wang Qiulin sneered, perceiving Yi Wuhen as already within their grasp. Sanyan fist, he bellowed, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached Yi Wuhen's left arm, while Wang Fenglin hastened to flank him on the right. They aimed to execute a pincer attack. Since Yi Wuhen's arrival, Su Xianxia and Wei Chong had been rendered irrelevant, but now they recognized the potential danger Yi Wuhen posed. These two cultivators were evidently formidable and possessed knowledge of controlling beasts. Su Xianxia contemplated assisting, but Yi Wuhen turned his head, silently signaling her to remain still. Wang Qiulin clenched his fists, black flames erupting from his knuckles. With a thunderous crack, his Tsangyan fist was but a mere centimeter from Yi Wuhen's left arm. Yet, it became immobile, for Yi Wuhen's right hand had ensnared Wang Qiulin's Tsangyan fist. Biting his teeth in confusion, Wang Qiulin wondered why this cultivator, seemingly unarmed and without any defensive measures, could so easily thwart his mid-tier earth-level martial technique. With an air of indifference, Yi Wuhen casually waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, Wang Qiulin was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Wang Fenglin stood utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "My heavens! How formidable this individual truly is," effortlessly sending his younger brother flying. It is worth noting that Wang Qiulin is already an 8th-tier golden core cultivator, just a step away from the 9th tier, yet he could not withstand even a single round against Yi Wuhen. With merely a casual wave of his hand, Yi Wuhen sent him hurtling away. Bang! After Wang Qiulin landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Elder brother, this person's spiritual power is problematic." Su Qianxia and Wei Chong stood in stunned silence, having exerted all their effort to barely fend off those demonic beasts, while Yi Wuhen effortlessly dispatched the cultivator controlling them with a mere flick of his hand. Upon hearing Wang Qiulin's voice, Wang Fenglin quickly distanced himself from Yi Wuhen, then waved his hand, commanding the insignificant demonic beasts to attack Yi Wuhen. Yi Wuhen merely smiled lightly, regarding them as nothing more than novice experiences. He then formed a hand seal, causing azure flames to erupt from his body, soon followed by pale blue flames, each occupying a side of him. The Wang brothers were left dumbfounded. What? Flames manifesting upon a person without causing harm? Such astonishing phenomena. Witnessing their astonished expressions and the bewildered look of the submerged figures, Yi Wuhen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He then extended his hand towards the heavens, and a phoenix materialized above his head. A fire phoenix. The Wang brothers were utterly terrified. How could this individual summon a phoenix? Goodness, this continent is too frightening. I want to go home. Yi Wuhen recognized that summoning a single phoenix was merely a superficial display of his abilities. With further comprehension, he could summon 2, 3, 4, or even 5. Wei Chong exclaimed in shock. Is this what Brother Hen referred to as the super invincible cosmic supreme martial technique? My, what an extraordinary display. Su Qianxia silently nodded, thinking to herself, he has truly changed. His strength has become so formidable. Yi Wuhen lightly tapped the floor with his toes, then gracefully leaped into the air. The fire phoenix, to prevent Yi Wuhen from descending, flew beneath him, supporting him. Instantly, flames erupted, so brilliant that they nearly overshadowed the sun's radiance, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. The Wang brothers gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked. Is this still human? Not only could he summon a fire phoenix, but the flames themselves could obscure the sun's light. This must be what those people refer to as an immortal. Wang Fenglin, with keen insight, recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly knelt before Yi Wuhen, declaring, I, Wang Fenglin, pay my respects to the immortal. Upon seeing his brother bow, Wang Qiulin had no reason to refrain from doing the same. In haste, he approached Yi Wuhen and bowed, saying, I am Wang Qiulin, here to pay my respects, revered immortal. Observing that Yi Wuhen remained unperturbed, Wang Fenglin urgently interjected, Revered immortal, please, allow me to explain. I was blind to the fact that these two are your friends. I have recognized my folly. I implore you to spare our lives. My brother and I have elderly parents and young children depending on us. Our presence in this desolate land was out of necessity. I beseech you, grant us mercy. Spare your lives? A smirk crept across Yi Wuhen's lips as he disdainfully replied, You were so arrogant before. Why do you now lack the courage to speak boldly? Cold sweat dripped from Wang Fenglin's forehead to the ground, and he acknowledged his panic. It was clear from Yi Wuhen's tone that he intended to eliminate them. Yet, as disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect, they had aspirations of cultivating for a century, perhaps even reaching the realm of Earth Immortals. Dying here was indeed unacceptable. Revered immortal, We are disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. I hope you will show leniency for the sake of our ancestral master and let us go. Should we meet again, we will surely express our gratitude with great gifts, Wang Qilin said, cupping his hands in respect. Yi Wuhen raised a hand and formed a sword gesture, and in an instant, two ferocious beams of sword light pierced through their bodies, erupting into a great burst of blood in the sky. Thus, the Wang brothers perished in this desolate place, their eyes wide open in disbelief at Yi Wuhen's ruthless decisiveness and the overwhelming power of the sword attack. The ancestral master of the 10,000 Beasts? The 10,000 Beasts sect? How amusing. I was just lamenting my insufficient experience, and here you come, bringing me two targets along with a sect. Ding. The host has slain a golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Distance to the next upgrade, 0 points. Ding. The host has slain a golden core cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Distance to the next upgrade, 0 points. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Yi Wuhen's eagerness for the 10,000 Beasts sect to confront him intensified. He was but a step away from the fourth stage of Golden Core, and with the end of the Law era approaching, a moment's carelessness could lead to death in this world. Su Xianxia and Wei Chong gazed in awe at the corpses of the Wang brothers, their mouths agape. To eliminate two Golden Core cultivators with a single move, such power was terrifying. Yi Wuhen leaped down, and the Fire Phoenix had now lost its utility. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the ethereal creature to disperse slowly. Let us depart for Zhongzhou, Yi Wuhen declared, stepping onto the blade of the sky-cutting sword without waiting for their response, compelling Wei Chong onto the sword with his spiritual force. He could hardly contain his anticipation. It had been 6 months since he last saw Bing Wu, and the prospect of their reunion stirred a flutter of excitement within him. After approximately 5 days of travel, Yi Wuhen, with his keen eyesight, focused intently ahead and began to discern a vast city, its grandeur stretching endlessly, shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery. Before arriving in Zhongzhou, Yi Wuhen had already conducted thorough research on this international cultivation city. Here, the practitioners of cultivation constituted an astonishing 99% of its population, establishing a commendable trend of universal cultivation. Throughout the entire Dezhou dynasty, Zhongzhou could undoubtedly be described as renowned far and wide. Furthermore, with the founder of Zhongzhou, Master Tan Tai, overseeing the area, there were virtually no demonic beasts or malevolent cultivators present. The cultivators here were remarkably honest, generally disdainful of deceitful activities such as theft and trickery, coupled with the presence of the imperial dragon guards dispatched by the Dezhou dynasty. The practitioners conducted themselves with integrity, diligently attending to their own affairs. Indeed, this Zhongzhou appeared to be nothing short of perfect. However, Yi Wuhen harbored an unsettling feeling that the tranquility of this place was somewhat illusory. Additionally, he was aware that many of his enemies resided within Zhongzhou, and given the current circumstances, the Bronze Gate associated with the Shushan sword sect was not to be trifled with. Yi Wuhen could have leisurely made his way, but with the impending arrival of the end of the law period, he hastened his pace toward Bing Wu. As for Mei Er, she was part of the Tianyin sect, an affiliated sect of the prestigious Liu Xianmen among the 10 absolute realms. Should the end of the law period arrive, it was inconceivable that Liu Xianmen would allow its subordinate sect to face annihilation. Thus, Yi Wuhen felt relatively assured about her safety. However, due to the proximity of the Bronze Gate, concerns arose regarding Zhongzhou's fate. Arriving at the second city gate of Zhongzhou, Yi Wuhen gradually lowered his flying sword and approached the gate. The two cultivators stationed there were diligent in their duties, refraining from extorting a single coin from him. After paying the necessary spirit stones, Yi Wuhen, along with Su Qianxia and Wei Chong, entered the outer city. Zhongzhou was divided into outer and inner cities. The outer city was the largest area, yet it mostly housed inconsequential cultivators. The goods traded here were predominantly mundane items, with rare treasures auctioned only at an auction house located at the innermost part of the outer city, where gold was the standard currency. In contrast, the inner city was markedly different. It was predominantly inhabited by high-ranking cultivators, and the items traded ranged from celestial treasures to postnatal artifacts, encompassing a vast array of goods. The currency of exchange here was primarily high-quality spirit stones. The inner city was further divided by 3 walls, each encompassing a smaller domain than that of Yi Wuhen's Tianhuang city, but still larger than it. Within these walls resided numerous dignitaries and renowned cultivators. Observing the bustling streets, teeming with people and vehicles, Yi Wuhen was overwhelmed with the urge to shout, "Zhongzhou, I have arrived." Yet, he feared that such an outburst would lead to him being perceived as deranged, resulting in imprisonment and several years of confinement. Chapter 173, Causing Trouble? Wei Chong glanced at the array of goods on display, all of which were exceedingly trivial items, with even fruits being sold. Brother Hen, this Zhongzhou seems so impressive, yet why are they selling such mundane things? Wei Chong inquired, genuinely perplexed, and decided to seek Yi Wuhen's insight. Yi Wuhen lightly tapped Wei Chong's back leg and proceeded to recount the introduction of Zhongzhou. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qianxia inquired, "When shall we enter the inner city?" At the sound of her words, Yi Wuhen's heart sank. "Oh no, this sly fox is going to cost money again. What shall I do if I am out of funds?" He chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not rush. It would be prudent to explore the outer city thoroughly before we venture into the inner city. Wouldn't you agree, little fox?" Su Qianxia puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction, retorting, "I know." Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen pondered how they might gain entry into this inner city. Surely, entry could not merely be a matter of payment. It must involve an assessment of one's abilities. Otherwise, if payment sufficed, anyone could enter at will. Baffled, Yi Wuhen seized the arm of a passerby and asked, "Good sir, could you direct us to the entrance of the inner city?" The stranger surveyed Yi Wuhen and Wei Chong before his gaze fixated greedily on Su Qianxia, drool almost escaping his lips. "You wish to enter the inner city? I am quite the veteran around here, well versed in all the ins and outs. They call me Li Pai Si." After a lingering gaze upon Su Qianxia, he reluctantly averted his eyes, adding, "To gain entry, you'll need at least 500,000 taels of gold." 500,000 taels of gold. Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback. "Why don't you just go rob someone? You think you're someone important?" With a sly grin, Li Pai Si replied, "I am indeed robbing. While I cannot guarantee safety in the inner city, I possess 100 ways to make your life miserable here in the outer city." Yi Wuhen was utterly frustrated, yet he felt a strange sense of gratitude for his luck. Even a random person turned out to be a rogue. If this man wished to play games, Yi Wuhen would not back down. As the leader of the Defiant, how could he sit idly by? Just as he was about to respond, Li Pai Si interjected, "I understand that this price may be hard for you to accept." Hard to accept? It was utterly unacceptable. Were it not for Yi Wuhen's desire to avoid imprisonment and his urgent wish to see Bing Wu, he would have relished the thought of dispatching Li Pai Si. With a sudden stride forward, Yi Wuhen delivered a sharp slap to Li Pai Si's face, exclaiming, "You dare overstep your bounds? I have tolerated you for far too long." The strike left Li Pai Si reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, his head spinning, and a ringing in his ears. "You dare strike me?" Li Pai Si mumbled through clenched teeth, realizing he had lost 3 of them in the process. Spitting out his teeth at Yi Wuhen's feet, he declared, "Are you trying to stir up trouble? If you are, I shall find someone to deal with you." Li Pai Si spat derisively, adopting an air of absolute arrogance. Yi Wuhen smiled with narrowed eyes, realizing that a lesson was necessary. After all, with a system at his disposal, who could he fear? He resolved to eliminate Li Pai Si. And even if the dragon guards sought to apprehend him, he would continue his rampage all the way to the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, leaving none alive to challenge him. Su Qianxia tugged at Yi Wuhen's sleeve, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "The guards are coming. We should be cautious. Endure, and then quietly withdraw." Apologies, but Yi Wuhen could not acquiesce. His spiritual power was that of an emperor, and he must live up to that title. Would an emperor tolerate the humiliation of his woman? Absolutely not. Yi Wuhen declared, "I fear nothing. Today he must die. Even if the guards arrive, I will ensure he meets his end here." "What are you doing?" A commanding voice boomed, as a bald man clad in armor emerged from the crowd, brandishing a spear, seemingly intent on making a brutal point. Yi Wuhen noticed that a considerable crowd had gathered around him. Li Pai Si, casting a venomous glare, spat, "You'd better wait." With that, he attempted to flee. Yi Wuhen swiftly seized his clothing, saying, "Don't be hasty." The bald guard appeared bewildered and asked, "Let him go. Did he owe you money or something? Speak, and I shall mediate." Yi Wuhen yanked Li Pai Si closer, gripping his collar and lifting him effortlessly. "Oh, you wish to mediate? Yet I am quite inclined to take a life." Yi Wuhen hoisted Li Pai Si with one hand, causing the onlookers to tense. For most in the outer city were mere cultivators, and witnessing someone effortlessly lift another was a rarity. "Friend, please calm down. Do not resort to violence. If you kill him, we will have to detain you," the bald guard urged. "Put him down, and let us clarify the situation, shall we?" Li Pai Si flailed against Yi Wuhen's iron grip, his face growing increasingly flushed. Only upon hearing the guard's words did Yi Wuhen release him. "Guard, this man has insulted my woman. What do you suggest we do?" "Your woman?" Su Qianxiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she interjected. "That is not quite the case. Don't exaggerate. Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, but then replied, just play along. With that, he wrapped an arm around Su Qianxia's waist, grinning at the crowd. If looks could kill, he would have been slain 1,000 times over. The passers-by could scarcely believe that this divine beauty was Yi Wuhen's partner. What is the point then? One onlooker declared. Let us go. There is nothing to see here. The goddess belongs to him. At this remark, the crowd sighed collectively and began to disperse. The guard scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Shall we detain this man? Would that satisfy you? You might as well let me handle this. Yi Wuhen smiled at the guard. Subsequently, the thunder palm had completed its operation, and a small spark of lightning gathered upon Yi Wuhen's palm, with only one strike remaining. Chapter 175. Enemies with a swift motion. Yi Wuhen's thunder palm cleaved through the air, directly piercing Li Paixi's chest. A burst of crimson blossoms erupted from Li Paixi's torso, dissipating into a faint mist of blood carried by the wind. Ding! The host has slain a foundation-building cultivator. Due to the vast disparity in strength, no experience will be awarded. Yi Wuhen remarked, TCH, merely a worthless insect, and he doesn't even grant me experience. The guard, astonished, pondered whether this individual was oblivious to the might of the Dragon Guard or unaware of the consequences of murder in Zhongzhou, a place governed by law unlike other realms of cultivation. You actually killed him, the guard exclaimed, his spear trembling in his grip, betraying his nervousness. Yi Wuhen responded nonchalantly. So what if I did? The guard stepped forward, attempting to grasp Yi Wuhen's arm, saying, then you must come with us. Come with you? Yi Wuhen frowned. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you today. If you attempt to stop me, I shall have to deal with you as well. Surprisingly, the guard remained silent, merely sighing before quietly departing. Before leaving, Yi Wuhen took a step forward and inquired, do you know where the inner city is? The guard paused momentarily before answering. You wish to enter the inner city? Although you possess formidable strength, entry is not so easily granted. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen asked, then what must one do to gain access? Please, enlighten me. Forget it. Just go on your way, the guard replied, then proceeded to explain the path to the inner city. Yi Wuhen, accompanied by Wei Chong and Su Qianxia, made their way toward the inner city. The method to enter was rather simple. One merely needed to prove they were at least at the golden core level, though Yi Wuhen remained uncertain about the specifics of such proof. Upon reaching the outer walls of the inner city, Yi Wuhen couldn't help but exclaim, heavens! How much wealth was spent on this? It seems Zhongzhou is indeed a city of extravagance. The towering walls, over 100 zhang high and impressively broad, appeared to be constructed from materials other than stone. Yi Wuhen was still attempting to comprehend the world structure, as some small tribes lived a primal existence, while these states boasted lofty walls, distinguishing between inner and outer cities, filled with diverse wonders. Had this nation never experienced reform? Approaching the guard stationed at the wall, Yi Wuhen stated, I wish to enter the inner city. The guard merely cast a cursory glance at him and replied, only those at the golden core level may enter. You foundation-building cultivators need not hope for entry. What an outrageous attitude! Yi Wuhen exclaimed. Without even a proper inspection, you presume I am merely at the foundation-building level? As Yi Wuhen prepared to roll up his sleeves to demonstrate what true martial skill, deft maneuvering, and the seemingly impossible miracles entailed, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire strode forward. Along the way, the guards respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Elder Bai? Elder Bai approached Yi Wuhen directly and slowly inquired, are you Yi Wuhen? It seems so. You must be from the Bai Yi and Bai Ruoqian family. What ill fortune this is, encountering an enemy instead of my beloved wife. What kind of luck is this? Yes, and what of it? Yi Wuhen internally cursed his fate and the heavens, perfectly encapsulating his mood with the phrase, the cycle of heaven has its retribution. Who can escape its grasp? You are the one who struck my nephew within that celestial abode. Elder Bai, now suppressing his fury, exuded a faint yet chilling aura of spiritual pressure. The crowd murmured in confusion, wondering who this man was and why Elder Bai had come to meet him personally. It's over. I thought he was just a foundation establishment cultivator based on his attire. What should I do now? Urgently seeking advice. What to do? Just prepare for a funeral. Yi Wuhen replied, I've visited that celestial abode, but I've fought far too many to remember which one is your nephew. He waved dismissively. What is your nephew's name? Elder Bai clenched his fists, his lips twitching, before finally uttering, Bai Yi. Oh, Yi Wuhen feigned realization. That worthless fellow? His abilities are utterly lacking, and he dared to flaunt before me. I'm surprised I didn't kill him. So, are you here to invite me to dinner? At that moment, Elder Bai's patience wore thin, and his spiritual energies surged outward, causing the temperature to plummet, akin to an ice cellar. Are you courting death? This place is the territory of the Bai family. Elder Bai exclaimed, extending his hand in an attempt to seize Yi Wuhen's arm. Come with me. Once at the Bai residence, I shall show you what true cruelty is. True cruelty? Strange, that line sounds oddly familiar. Elder Bai's hand rested upon Yi Wuhen's sleeve, but with a gentle wave, a gust of wind surged forth, compelling even Elder Bai to retreat. Daring to act arrogant before me, a perfected golden core cultivator? Yi Wuhen cast a disdainful glance at Elder Bai, his own regal aura naturally emanating. Elder Bai was taken aback. How could Yi Wuhen possess such formidable strength? Wasn't he merely at the luminary stage? I advise you not to be so brazen here. Yi Wuhen, remember, this place is. Elder Bai's fists ignited with the flames of fury, and a tempest of spiritual energy swept through the area, causing the crowd to tremble. Zhongzhou, this is not a place for you to act with impunity. Oh no, Elder Bai is about to unleash his wrath. These are the thoughts that linger in the hearts of the guards. In the next moment, they reveal their intentions with a swiftness that is almost deafening, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This place lies on the outskirts, where strength and status dictate that murder goes unpunished. Yi Wuhen, you shall pay for your arrogance. What do you mean there are no consequences for killing? Just as I had hoped. Yi Wuhen chuckled, flicking his wrist as he declared, Old rascal, since murder bears no consequences, prepare to meet your end. With that, Yi Wuhen drew the sword of severing heaven, mindful of creating little disturbance in this place, making the sword his optimal choice. Thunderfire Fist. Elder Bai bellowed, and immediately the Thunderfire Fist surged forth, closing in on Yi Wuhen in an instant, mere moments away from striking him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuhen vanished and reappeared behind Elder Bai. Unification Sword Technique. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen executed a spinning maneuver, unleashing a visible wave of energy that sent Elder Bai hurtling away. Chapter 176. What it means to possess strength. Elder Bai was cast aside by the sword aura generated by Yi Wuhen's Unification Sword Technique. His garments tattered and his face ashen, clearly bearing the brunt of significant damage. Elder Bai attempted to summon his internal energy, only to discover that he had completely severed his connection to it, rendering him utterly powerless. Do you feel weak all over, your head spinning? Yi Wuhen grinned wickedly indeed. My sword of severing heaven comes with a debuff of impotence. You are now impotent. Blast you. Elder Bai exerted force beneath his feet, causing the ground to crack as he shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance to Yi Wuhen in an instant. However, this time he refrained from attacking. Instead, he summoned all his strength and leapt into the air above Yi Wuhen, aiming to deliver a guillotine-like kick. Goodness, Newton's coffin cannot contain this. Yi Wuhen quipped. Knowing full well that he had nothing to fear from such a guillotine of power, it was time to show him what true strength entails. Rising Dragon of the Wood Leaf. Yi Wuhen merely envisioned the movements of the Rising Dragon of the Wood Leaf in his mind, and his body instinctively followed suit. In the next moment, as Elder Bai's guillotine descended towards him, Yi Wuhen seized Elder Bai's ankle with one hand and executed the Rising Dragon of the Wood Leaf, sending him soaring into the sky. Boom. Elder Bai's body was propelled into the air, but it was not over yet. Yi Wuhen swiftly followed, his form flashing as he too ascended into the sky. Boom. Another execution of the Rising Dragon of the Wood Leaf sent Elder Bai soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Now at the Golden Core stage, Yi Wuhen had mastered the art of leveraging energy. It was not merely a matter of conjuring power, but rather utilizing his spiritual energy as a fulcrum, relying on explosive force to perform such intricate maneuvers. Wei Chong gasped in awe. This individual is being utterly decimated. Elder Bai yearned to seize control of the situation, yet found himself unable to summon his spiritual energy, as if it were sealed within him. Observing Elder Bai's anxious demeanor, Yi Wuhen couldn't help but chuckle. I told you. I have applied a weakening buff upon you. It is impossible for you to harness any spiritual power. Elder Bai's physical condition was rapidly deteriorating, and without spiritual energy to withstand the impact, he risked becoming incapacitated. Chapter 177. Have you heard of Yi Wuhen? Yi Wuhen laughed heartily. It was truly amusing that Elder Bai would choose to endanger his own life rather than that of his family. In truth, Elder Bai was not so different. For in Yi Wuhen's mind, Elder Bai's demise was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Moreover, Yi Wuhen could easily locate the Bai family's address using GPS. However, he thought that with Elder Bai present, gaining entry into the Bai residence would be less arduous, especially since slaying too many in Zhongzhou could provoke unforeseen consequences should any formidable ancestors emerge. Initially, Yi Wuhen had anticipated that he would need to resort to threats and temptations to compel Elder Bai to yield. He was taken aback when, after merely 3 minutes, Elder Bai capitulated. Furthermore, Yi Wuhen had only uttered a single sentence. How spineless could Elder Bai be? Ha! Though Yi Wuhen privately scoffed, he maintained a facade of joviality, stating, "It seems you possess some sense. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed." Elder Bai, troubled yet resigned, nodded in agreement, having promised. He now bore the burden of this choice. At worst, he could escort Yi Wuhen to the Bai estate and depart, for as long as the Green Mountains remained. One need not fear the scarcity of firewood. Once his own strength had sufficiently grown, he could then eliminate Yi Wuhen. Moreover, whether Yi Wuhen could annihilate the Bai family was debatable, as the Bai clan held considerable influence in Zhongzhou. Thus, Elder Bai led Yi Wuhen onward. The guards along the way merely bowed respectfully, for the Bai family's power was formidable. It was said that the leader of the Bai family maintained a significant relationship with the commander of the Dragon Guard stationed in Zhongzhou, which accounted for the guards' deference. After Yi Wuhen and his entourage had departed, the guards began to gossip discreetly. "Hey, how did Elder Bai end up in such a state? By the way, do you see who that person is? The one escorting Elder Bai? Yes, the rather handsome fellow. I wonder if Elder Bai has crossed someone he shouldn't have, especially given how reluctant he seems to resist. You don't know who he is, do you? Just earlier, one of our brothers in the guard camp claimed to be at the Foundation establishment stage. He is now off to purchase a coffin. That's rather extreme, isn't it? Are you foolish? After serving as a guard for so long, you should know that while Zhongzhou appears peaceful on the surface, it is rife with corruption beneath. And although that man looks humble and travel-worn, his demeanor suggests he is no ordinary individual. To provoke him is akin to courting death." Yi Wuhen was unaware of how long he had walked. He merely felt that the inner city bore little distinction from the outer city. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be that there were fewer people, the cultivators generally possessed higher levels of prowess, and there were indeed more establishments catering to romantic pursuits. However, this was precisely in alignment with Yi Wuhen's intentions. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he remained a solitary figure in both, and while he had recently found Mayer and Bing Wu, their encounters had been fleeting, and the future with Bing Wu remained uncertain. It had been quite some time, and Yi Wuhen was becoming increasingly handsome. Thus, it was possible that she might not even recognize him. At present, Yi Wuhen was not overly concerned about Bing Wu, for having arrived in the inner city, seeking her would be a matter of mere moments. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, he decided to inquire about her with the old man Bai. The old man's response was, "You know this Bing Wu from Zhongzhou?" There was nothing remarkable about knowing Bing Wu, but Yi Wuhen was perplexed. Was Bing Wu renowned in this place? If so, could he not ascend to great heights? Like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? If the Bing family possessed abundant resources, Yi Wuhen could easily exploit the title of Bing Wu's fiancé to gather resources. But would such an action not be too cowardly? Old Bai's eyes darted as he contemplated. This young man must have some connection to Bing Wu. Perhaps it would be better to fabricate a reason for them to part ways, thus alleviating the grudge I hold. "Bing Wu, I know, Old Bai said, a lewd grin spreading across his face, his expression utterly lascivious. "That Bing Wu is a prized jewel of the Chui Xiao Pavilion. Just yesterday, I had an encounter with her. Her figure is beyond compare. What say you, Wuhen? Would you like to try your luck?" The more Yi Wuhen listened, the more his face flushed with indignation. It was clear to him that Old Bai was speaking nonsense. How dare he speak of his beloved so disrespectfully? Yi Wuhen swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Old Bai's face, sending him sprawling. "The top courtesan of Chui Xiao Pavilion? Why don't you say your mother is the top courtesan there? Why don't you claim you were born in Chui Xiao Pavilion? How dare you speak of my woman?" Despite his outburst, Yi Wuhen remained unsatisfied, his chest tightening with anger. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, causing Old Bai to shudder in fear. What was this man doing? As Yi Wuhen approached, Old Bai could no longer withstand the threat of death and began to kneel in supplication. Yet Yi Wuhen would not entertain such disrespect towards his beloved. He felt it was a mercy that he hadn't resorted to more severe retribution. Yi Wuhen drew the sky-slaying sword and coldly addressed Old Bai. "Your error lies in the fact that your tongue is far too vile." In the next instant, the sword pierced through the air, accompanied by a whoosh, and struck Old Bai in the head. Lacking any spiritual power to resist, Old Bai was left helpless against Yi Wuhen's wrath. Ding! The host has slain a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator, earning 15,000 experience points. The path ahead requires no guidance from Bai Lao, as Yi Wuhen is already aware. However, as they proceed, Yi Wuhen turns to Su Xianxia and Wei Chong, instructing them, "You two find an inn here and cultivate with spirit stones for a while. I must attend to some serious matters, and it may prove hazardous for you." Su Xianxia and Wei Chong do not refuse, recognizing their own inadequacy. To rashly accompany Yi Wuhen would only hinder him. They prefer to cultivate diligently, and when their strength is sufficient, they will assist their elder brother in solving his dilemmas. Yi Wuhen nods in satisfaction before activating the GPS, embarking on a path of audacious confrontation. After advancing at considerable speed, he realizes that the Bai family is nestled within the mountains. This, however, works to his advantage. When the time comes to annihilate them, few will be present to witness the spectacle. The Bai family estate is resplendently adorned, rivaling the five-star hotels Yi Wuhen frequented on Earth. Upon reaching the entrance, two guards demand, "Halt! Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I am Yi Wuhen," he proclaims with an air of authority, gesturing towards the gate as if challenging them. "Bring forth your strongest fighter." "Yi Wuhen?" One guard hesitates, then turns to his companion. "Have you heard of Yi Wuhen?" The entrance is guarded by a dozen or so sentinels, and upon hearing the inquiry, they collectively respond, "Yi Wuhen? Never heard of him. How is it that you do not recognize the legendary Yi Wuhen?" Yi Wuhen exclaims, his excitement turning to disappointment as he sighs and shakes his head. As the saying goes, ignorance can be terrifying. It seems you are indeed lacking in knowledge. Yi Wuhen is a myth, a man who dares to challenge the very heavens. With unyielding spirit and blood spilled for honor, my fate is mine to command. One guard, unimpressed, retorts, "Even if the Yi Wuhen you speak of is formidable, I still do not know him. If you have no business here, you should leave. This place is not for someone of your lowly status." "Lowly status?" Yi Wuhen is taken aback, questioning, "Does my attire suggest I am of lowly status? How absurd." A guard strides forward, visibly displeased. As he approaches Yi Wuhen, he suddenly throws a punch, bellowing, "This is not a mental asylum." This punch is intended as a lesson, imbued with his own spiritual energy, radiating a fierce power. If it lands, even those at the rotation stage would find themselves in peril. Yet, he faces Yi Wuhen, a man unafraid to contend with the celestial deities themselves. At this moment, Yi Wuhen swiftly seized the guard's fist, twisting it with an audible crack, causing the guard's arm to contort grotesquely. With a sinister smile, Yi Wuhen remarked, "Oh, what did you just call me? Insane?" The onlookers, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized that Yi Wuhen was no ordinary opponent, and their anger flared as they rushed towards him, attempting to pry him away. The man whose arm was ensnared by Yi Wuhen, a robust figure, reddened in the face but remained silent, retaliating with a strike from his free hand. Yi Wuhen, unfazed, extended his hand once more, now grasping both of the guard's fists. As for the others, he bellowed, "Get away from me." A surge of spiritual energy erupted, manifesting as a tempest that swept through the area, sending the others sprawling. His roar echoed with a hint of the legendary Zhang Fei's ferocity, though Yi Wuhen was not of that formidable stature, being rather more slender in frame. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their hearts racing with trepidation as they empathized with the trapped guard. If a mere shout could propel them away, what devastation would an actual attack unleash? They could easily find themselves facing divine retribution. The guard, caught in Yi Wuhen's grip, felt utterly despondent, lamenting his fate. He had merely been performing his duties when this assailant had struck him. "Mother, come save me. I wish to escape to Mars." Yi Wuhen's tone grew increasingly menacing as he tightened his grip. Who is the insane one here? The guard, sensing a glimmer of hope as Yi Wuhen had not yet ended his life, knelt down, sobbing, "Brother, I am the insane one. I am indeed mad. Please spare me. I have a family to care for. I was blind to my own folly. Grant me mercy." He cast pleading glances towards the other guards, yet none dared to intervene. They had witnessed Yi Wuhen's prowess and feared inciting his wrath, knowing that self-preservation took precedence over camaraderie, especially since their relationships were tenuous at best. Yi Wuhen released the guard, delivering a swift kick to him, and proclaimed, "In light of your familial obligations, I shall spare your life. However, should you dare to speak insolently again, I will sever your tongue." At that moment, the previously shut door creaked open with an unsettling sound. Yi Wuhen turned to see a beautiful young woman with long hair entering, emanating an aura of icy detachment, akin to a frigid beauty. The guards, upon seeing her, felt a weight lift from their hearts, emboldened as they stood before her and addressed her, "Miss, this man has insisted on trespassing into our Bai family and has assaulted our guard." The iceberg beauty cast a glance at the guard, whose face had turned as pale as a sheet while kneeling on the ground, before shifting her gaze to Yi Wuhen. Suddenly, her delicate form trembled. This person was from the Immortal Mansion. "Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again." Yi Wuhen greeted with a smile and a wave, then added, "Why not embrace an old friend, or perhaps share a kiss?" Indeed, this individual was Bai Ruoqian, whom Yi Wuhen had playfully teased 2 or 3 times within the Immortal Mansion, not in a frivolous manner, but through a sheer display of intellectual dominance. At that moment, Bai Ruo, Qian could no longer contain her fury. Her body quivered incessantly as she clenched her fists. Her voice, trembling with overwhelming anger, exclaimed, "You embrace? I would rather see you torn to pieces." The guard stood in stunned silence, glancing at Bai Ruo Qian, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Yi Wuhan appeared utterly amused. Curiosity piqued within him. Had this older brother truly provoked or even roused the iceberg goddess? "Please, don't be this way. I must confess, I have come here specifically." Yi Wuhan began, shaking his head in a wry smile, eager to reveal the truth, but was abruptly interrupted by Bai Ruo Qian. "You've come all this way to seek me out?" she inquired. Yi Wuhan covered his eyes, exasperated. "What on earth are you thinking? How could I possibly travel such a great distance solely for you? In actuality, I am. Let me guess. You must be here to challenge me to a duel or a solo match." Bai Ruo Qian interjected, puffing out her cheeks in a haughty manner. Yi Wuhan was taken aback. How had he not noticed her prideful nature back in the immortal mansion? Why had she not mentioned it sooner? He found himself relishing the idea of taming this proud lady. With this thought, his murderous intent dissipated. For now, he would bide his time. If Bai Yi dared to provoke him, he would deal with him then. In truth, Yi Wuhan had no intention of annihilating the Bai family, for he held no grudge against them. To destroy them would only tarnish his reputation. If one were to claim enmity, it would merely be confined to the foolish Bai Yi and Bai Lao, who were both unparalleled in their arrogance. Witnessing Bai Ruo Qian's demeanor and the flush upon her face left the onlookers dumbfounded. Could it be that he had truly won her over? What a predicament it would be. These guards had already crossed paths with Yi Wuhan, not merely in passing, but in conflict. If Yi Wuhan truly became Bai Ruo Qian's husband, would they not face dire consequences? Yi Wuhan had initially intended to confront Bai Yi, but upon observing Bai Ruo Qian's proud disposition, he found it rather appealing. Should he decline, the wrath of this tigress was unimaginable. "She might just tear me apart." Yi Wuhan sighed and shook his head. Bai Ruo Qian, pouting, protested. "What is the matter? Did you not come to the Bai family to see me? Oh my goodness. Miss, do you truly believe you hold such significance that my visit to the Bai family necessitates your presence?" Although Yi Wuhan harbored such thoughts, he found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of the beautiful woman before him. Thus, he lowered his head and, with a feeble tone, confessed, "Indeed, I have missed you dearly, and considering your life-saving grace, I thought I ought not to be so ungrateful, hence I traveled great distances to seek you." Upon uttering these words, Yi Wuhan felt a sense of cleverness. Fortunately, he had not brought Su Xianxia along, for doing so might have sparked the first great conflict in the realm of immortals. Bai Ruo waved her arms excitedly, bouncing toward Yi Wuhan, exclaiming, "I knew you must have come to challenge me. Honestly, your swordplay is truly remarkable, but mine is not to be underestimated either. This time, let us see whose skills reign supreme." Due to Bai Ruo inherent icy demeanor, the guards could only overhear fragments of her exuberant declaration. "I knew you came for me. Yours is impressive, yet mine is also commendable. Let us compare our strengths." After hearing this, the guards felt their faces flush with embarrassment, silently lamenting, "Oh, my lady, how can you speak so boldly without shame? This is broad daylight. Alas, the world has fallen into disrepute, and the hearts of men have grown cold." If Yi Wuhan had caught wind of the guards' clandestine murmurs, he would have been infuriated. "What nonsense! Our relationship is so pure, yet you twist it into something scandalous. And you guards, why do you not attend to your duties at the gate instead of indulging in gossip?" As Yi Wuhan stepped through the gates of the Bai residence, he was greeted by a picturesque scene filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Servants diligently attended to their tasks, while others took their respite. Elderly men engaged in a game, though Yi Wuhan could hardly discern whether it was Go or Five in a row. In truth, he had little familiarity with such games. When Bai Ruo ushered Yi Wuhan into a room, a shadow swiftly flitted inside, unnoticed by him. "Wait a moment, I must change my attire. If you dare to look, I shall gouge out your eyes," Bai Ruo declared, striking a rather comical pose. Seeing an ice-cold goddess perform such antics brought a sense of satisfaction to Yi Wuhan. As for any solo confrontation, he was not overly concerned. After all, how could anyone surpass Yi Wuhan, who possessed a system? Setting aside the system, he also wielded the Heavenly Stage's unification sword technique, which surely outclassed Bai Ruo knife skills. When Bai Ruo finally emerged, Yi Wuhan could only stifle a gasp of astonishment, feeling as if he had lost a great deal of blood. His heart raced at the sight. Bai Ruo donned a striking ensemble, clad only in a black bra that revealed her flawless, porcelain-like skin and a flat abdomen. While the lower half, she wore pants. Could she not showcase her beauty without them? This moment compelled Yi Wuhen to suffer internal injuries, nearly causing him to spit blood in fury. This sensation had been previously described, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced when initially encountering Su Xianxia and Qin Jinj during their bathing. It was infuriating. At that instant, a figure darted out from the shadows, none other than Yi Wuhen's old acquaintance, Bai Yi. Bai Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Wuhen and exclaimed, "Stop right there? What are you doing here?" Recently, Bai Yi had just faced defeat in his pursuit of Lin Ling and intended to seek solace from Bai Ruoshan, hoping to assuage his disappointment. However, he was taken aback to see Yi Wuhen entering Bai Ruoshan's private quarters. It was her boudoir. As her brother, he had scarcely entered it on a few occasions, yet this outsider had waltzed in so easily. He was filled with self-loathing, feeling like a blubbering fool. Observing Bai Yi's fierce, grimacing expression, akin to a monkey robbed of its banana, Yi Wuhen found it utterly comical. He chuckled at Bai Yi and replied, "Do I require your permission to be here with Qianer? Cough. I misspoke. Do I need your consent to be with Bai Ruoshan?" Bai Yi was further incensed by this remark, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Wuhen. Yet, when Yi Wuhen glared back at him, Bai Yi sheepishly withdrew his finger and, gesturing towards Bai Ruoshan, exclaimed, "You, how can you associate with someone who mocks, toys with, and assaults her brother? Do you possess no conscience? My heart aches. It feels as though I have sipped a glass of icy water, which slowly transforms into warm tears." Bai Ruoshan paid no heed to Bai Yi's lamentations and coolly addressed Yi Wuhen. "Let us commence with our prior agreement and engage in earnest combat." What sounded like a perfectly ordinary statement to Bai Yi struck his ears quite differently. He blushed and retorted, "You two scoundrels actually intend to fight in front of me. Your brother?" Upon hearing the term scoundrels, Yi Wuhen felt a surge of irritation. While he had no objections, Bai Ruoshan was a respectable individual, and such a characterization could jeopardize her prospects of marriage. "Hey, have you lost your mind? She and I are merely friends. My visit is entirely casual, understand?" Yi Wuhen shrugged and tapped his temple, urging him to use his brain. To his surprise, Bai Yi not only ignored this but sneered. "Don't think for a moment that I can be deceived due to my supposed low intelligence. Who in their right mind would dress like her?" He pointed at Bai Ruoshan's distinctive attire. Yi Wuhen could only think, "Oh, very composed, brother." In truth, he had no idea why Bai Ruoshan was dressed this way. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I too am perplexed by Bai Ruoshan's choice of clothing. Perhaps she has genuinely fallen for me." Bai Ruoshan rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "As if I would ever fall for you. My choice of attire is solely for convenience and coordination. Do you comprehend nothing? Do you really think your charm is that potent?" Chapter 180. Yi Wuhen is indeed powerful. Upon hearing Bai Ruoshan's words, Yi Wuhen smiled lightly and remarked, "I consider myself rather charming. At the very least, I can captivate you." Bai Ruoshan seemed utterly ensnared, overwhelmed by the audacity of his demeanor. Good heavens! How could a person possess such a thick skin? Was it crafted from cement? At that moment, Bai Yi finally grasped the situation and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Oh, I see now. It was my mistake to interrupt your private conversation." However, suddenly shifting his tone, he directed his words at Yi Wuhen, saying, "Yi Wuhen, I still refuse to concede. Today marks the day of my revenge." Yi Wuhen had anticipated this foolishness from Bai Yi and was well prepared. He suggested, "How about this? Let us gamble. I will engage in a duel with Bai Ruoshan. If I lose, you may do with me as you please. However, if you lose..." Before he could finish, Bai Yi interjected, "If we lose, we shall let bygones be bygones. We will not interfere with each other's affairs. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhen smiled, realizing he had achieved his objective. Yet it was still insufficient. He desired more. This arrangement seemed exceedingly unfair to me. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi reconsidered, recognizing that wagering one's life was indeed an imbalance. He then produced his spatial ring, slapping it onto the table as he declared, "Very well. I shall add 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to the wager. Is that not sufficient?" At that moment, Bai Yi felt a pang of regret. Those 10,000 high-grade spirit stones represented his entire year's allowance. Blaming his impulsiveness for risking it all, he realized the potential consequences of losing would be dire, a year devoid of indulgence. The thought of not being able to pursue those women made his heart itch with longing. He cast a pleading glance toward Bai Ruoshan, who nodded reassuringly, signaling her support. "Since there are no objections, let us begin," Yi Wuhen announced. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly recalled that Bai Ruoshan had yet to specify the location of their duel. He turned back, inquiring, "Where shall we hold this duel? Lead the way." Bai Ruoshan nodded and exited the room, heading directly towards the training grounds, with Yi Wuhen closely trailing behind her. Upon arriving at the Bai family's training arena, Yi Wuhen was astonished to discover its vastness. Though the Bai family held substantial power, it could not compare to the governor's mansion, as this arena was merely a quarter the size of the one in Wuheng County. At noon, after everyone had finished their meals, they began gathering, preparing to practice their martial arts. Suddenly, one individual spotted the approaching ice-cold goddess and shouted, "Everyone, look! The white goddess has come to train." This proclamation acted as a spark, igniting excitement among the crowd. A throng of people surged toward Yi Wuhen, for this icy goddess rarely graced the world with her presence. Most had only heard whispers of the White family's divine daughter, but had never laid eyes upon her, until now. Bai Ruoqian, armed with twin blades, radiated a fierce intensity, as if she could see through Yi Wuhen's very essence. Women, indeed, are formidable creatures. To endure 7 days of bloodshed, yet remain unyielding, is a testament to their resilience. While others remained oblivious to the true nature of this goddess, Yi Wuhen was well aware. The one who had withstood 10 rounds against cultivators of the Golden Core stage during the rotation phase could hardly be called a mere goddess. She was a golden saint among warrior women. Before the bout commenced, Yi Wuhen jested, "Now, dear sister, do go easy on me. And remember, aim away from the face." Bai Yi, overhearing Yi Wuhen's words, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Sister, strike with all your might. Remember, aim for the face. Spare no mercy." Bai Ruoqian remained silent, sensing a shift in Yi Wuhen's aura. His previously carefree demeanor had transformed into an unprecedented seriousness. Could this individual truly have changed? Yet, was it conceivable that one could elevate their strength to the Golden Core stage within a mere month? Indeed, Bai Ruoqian had attained the Golden Core realm, albeit with some influence from the treasures of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, her Golden Core was genuine. With a sudden burst of energy, Bai Ruoqian launched herself at Yi Wuhen, her blades shimmering with a chilling radiance that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, Yi Wuhen's Xianxia sword was not merely for show. It embodied the might to sever the heavens. Clang! The clash of sword and blade produced a piercing metallic sound accompanied by a dazzling spark. Yi Wuhen was not one to merely endure blows. He was adept at counterattacks. Just as now, he flicked his Xianxia sword upward, sending Bai Ruoqian's short blade flying, and immediately aimed for her throat. It seemed destined to strike. The onlookers, all cultivators, collectively held their breath for Bai Ruoqian. Should the strike land, casualties would be inevitable. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed. And then Bai Ruoqian vanished, an illusion. Yi Wuhen was taken aback by her remarkable footwork, even at the Golden Core stage. Yet he was equally adept with his own I Ching steps. Bai Ruoqian retrieved her discarded short blade and summoned another from her spatial ring, now wielding 2 blades. Yi Wuhen was astonished. She intended to employ a dual-wielding technique. His feet moved swiftly to arrange the bagua, realizing that if it were a genuine fight, Bai Ruoqian would have perished countless times already. Yet, Yi Wuhen had no desire for a true confrontation, hence he tempered his strength significantly. Had he unleashed his full power, that short blade would not merely have been deflected, but severed completely. Bai Ruoqian launched another attack against Yi Wuhen, each swing of her short blade accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, imbued with a faint halo. This was the manifestation of spiritual energy, and it was the essence of the Golden Core. "Goodness, are you serious?" Yi Wuhen exclaimed, having been assured that things would not escalate to this level. "All's fair in war," Bai Ruoqian coldly uttered, retrieving another short blade from her storage ring. Chapter 181. Azura's Devil/Three-Blade Style. Is this even human? Is she truly a woman? The three-blade style requires extraordinary coordination and control over one's body. If mastering the two-blade style necessitates drawing circles with one hand and triangles with the other, then the three-blade style demands one to simultaneously draw both shapes while also eating noodles. Without the aid of the system, Yi Wuhen would struggle to wield even dual swords. Yet this girl before him, lacking any system or magical advantage, had achieved this level solely through her own relentless training. Yi Wuhen genuinely admired her. When talent falls short, diligence must compensate. "You are a worthy adversary." Bai Ruoqian choked on her words, suddenly emotional. The onlookers, oblivious to the significance of her statement, were nonetheless captivated, while Yi Wuhen, well versed in the tropes of spirited anime, recognized this as a flag. Such words often foreshadowed either the opponent's demise or one's own, yet in this context, the likelihood of Yi Wuhen's death was virtually non-existent, approaching zero. "Hey, let us keep the conversation straightforward and avoid setting flags. We can't handle that," Yi Wuhen kindly admonished. However, Bai Ruoqian remained undeterred by his words, and purple gas began to emanate from her body. The spiritual energy was transforming into a tangible essence. Goodness, are you about to burn your vital blood? Yi Wuheng was somewhat knowledgeable about these arcane practices. It was said that a person possessed 12 drops of vital blood, while golden core cultivators had 13. If one were to expend more than 3 drops, death would be imminent. The ability to convert spiritual energy into a physical form, aside from certain formidable martial techniques, led Yi Wuheng to only one conclusion. She was burning her vital blood. If Bai Ruoqian were to sacrifice her promising future for this duel, he would never forgive himself. Although it was Bai Ruoqian who proposed the solo challenge, he had accepted her terms. As the purple gas intensified, Bai Ruoqian's skin began to take on a purplish hue, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, truly terrifying. The audience erupted in applause, proclaiming that the goddess had become even more striking after her transformation. Striking? Are your eyes severely myopic, or do you suffer from cataracts? Yi Wuheng wished they would take a closer look. Bai Ruoqian was on the brink of demonic transformation. Only one female cultivator shouted, "Go! I believe in you." Yi Wuheng paid no heed to the words of the female cultivator. At that moment, cold sweat dripped incessantly onto the ground of the training arena. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Bai Ruoqian, an ominous feeling that something was amiss. Though he could not perceive her movements, she suddenly materialized before him, her 3 short blades radiating a violet glow. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the onlookers squinting against the force. Yi Wuheng soon comprehended the essence of Bai Ruoqian's pursuit, a singular word: speed. Exquisite speed. A speed capable of piercing stone, slicing through steel with mere paper, and effortlessly cleaving through Yi Wuheng as if he were but a piece of fish meat. Yet, Yi Wuheng was not one to simply evade. He quickly arranged his 8 trigrams formation. With a faint smile, he vanished from his position, and in an instant, he drew his sword. In this state, Bai Ruoqian required no restraint, and Yi Wuhen's assessment of her was succinct. She was formidable. Though Bai Ruoqian lacked any celestial techniques, she had indeed elevated physical cultivation to an art form, akin to the characters of animated tales who had achieved a state of enlightenment. In her current state, should Yi Wuheng grant her a hand and a foot, they might reach a stalemate. Should they encounter a challenge, well, it would likely be a conversation about artistry between her and the challenge itself. As Bai Ruoqian heard the sound of the sword slicing through the air, her instincts kicked in, and she narrowly evaded the strike. She swiftly distanced herself from Yi Wuheng, demonstrating her keen intelligence. After just one display of the I Ching steps, she discerned the intricacies of the 8 trigrams and deftly escaped its confines. With a flash of inspiration, Yi Wuheng recalled the movements of the yin flash, and 3 beams of sword light surged toward Bai Ruoqian, forming a triangle in midair. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such swordsmanship was truly wondrous, a sight they had never witnessed before. Yet, they pondered how the goddess would defend herself. As the 3 piercing beams approached Bai Ruoqian, the crowd held their breath in anticipation, but she vanished without a trace. A void enveloped a 10-meter radius around Yi Wuheng and Bai Ruoqian, obscuring the scene from the spectators, and likewise, they could not see outside this shrouded space. It was utterly dark. Within this realm, darkness reigned supreme. After a brief moment, a glimmer illuminated the void, yet Bai Ruoqian's figure remained elusive. Yi Wuheng marveled. This martial technique is extraordinary. It can alter space. I wonder about its defensive capabilities. With that, he infused the slashing heaven sword with the power of the 9 nether. Celestial lock, moon slash. Reveal yourself. But only a whisper reached his ears. Azura demon slash. Bai Ruoqian's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and in an instant, she ascended into the air, gazing down at Yi Wuheng as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. The martial technique is truly astonishing. System, please replicate it for me. Yi Wuheng chuckled, then commanded the system to duplicate the skill. He expected the technique to be successfully copied, but the system replied, unable to replicate techniques above the celestial tier. Yi Wuheng was ready to voice a complaint, but the subsequent flash of blades left him no time for such thoughts. Whoosh! The blade light sliced through the air, even severing a strand of Yi Wuhen's hair. Just when he thought the Azura Phantom Slash had concluded, reality delivered a harsh blow to his expectations. Not only was the Azura Phantom Slash far from over, it had much more to unleash. Suddenly, Bai Ruoqian vanished from sight, leaving behind only a shadow. She reappeared behind Yi Wuheng, unleashing dozens of blade lights that rushed towards him at an alarming speed. If even one grazed him, it would surely strip him of his skin. Yi Wuheng hurriedly executed the I Ching steps, summoning a mass of black thunderclouds beneath his feet, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. Feeling uninspired without subscriptions, he mused that if this continued, he would soon cease to write altogether. At this moment, Yi Wuhen was reluctant to indulge by Ruoqian in her frivolous play, yet he feared that using his full strength might elevate her to new heights. Caught in a dilemma, he could only contemplate the techniques from the manual, but alas, he was unfamiliar with them. Summoning all his power, Yi Wuhen unleashed a true crescent moon slash, causing the barrier of the Azura phantom slash to tremble slightly, as though on the verge of shattering. Clenching his teeth, he encouraged himself, just one more time. One more attempt might just break it. If it shatters, her Bankai should come to an end, and then neither would be harmed, leaving everything settled. Yi Wuhen now understood why Bai Ruoqian was so intent on enticing him into a solo confrontation. It was to test her new martial technique. Indeed, had this technique been aimed at someone else from the Bai family, they would likely have been annihilated. The intricacies of their game were profound. Who truly believed whom? Bai Ruoqian then shifted her position, leaving behind another shadow, and soon, hundreds of purple blade lights surged towards Yi Wuhen. He bellowed in anger. Don't take this too far. Are you really going to make it serious now? Despite his words, he found it difficult to strike against a woman. He merely used the celestial lock to cleave through the surrounding blade lights. At this juncture, Yi Wuhen ceased to hold back and swiftly executed the fire tree silver flowers from the unification sword technique. In an instant, a magnificent fire tree erupted skyward. With a sweep of his sword, the fire tree was instantly adorned with silver blossoms, an exquisite interplay of ice and fire, epitomizing the essence of the fire tree silver flowers. Even Bai Ruoqian was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. What was this? Could a sword conjure such a marvel? Yi Wuhen gracefully wielded his sword once more, as the fiery tree began to scatter sparks like stars. Bai Ruoqian paused for but a fleeting moment. Yet her subsequent actions ceased, as the Shura demon relentlessly surged towards Yi Wuhen. However, Yi Wuhen parried each of Bai Ruoqian's strikes with an uncanny precision, as if guided by an unspoken rhythm. Today, I shall witness whether your Shura demon is mightier or my unification sword technique. With a swift motion, Yi Wuhen pierced the air, creating a void of darkness, while the fiery tree continued to release its embers and silver flowers danced like droplets of white water, conjuring an exquisite spectacle before Bai Ruoqian's eyes. In the next instant, Yi Wuhen struck at the fiery tree and silver flowers, resulting in a resounding explosion. The confined space could scarcely endure the force of the detonation, leading to its obliteration. The remnants of silver flowers wafted through the air, while Bai Ruoqian's complexion paled, revealing the perilous nature of her predicament. It was evident that she had expended her vital essence in battle, and her martial techniques now lay bare. Vulnerable to Yi Wuhen's swordplay, he could easily shatter her techniques with a single stroke, yet he refrained from doing so, fully aware of the gravity of her situation. Onlookers gasped in awe at the drifting remnants of silver flowers, yet none offered solace to the pale-faced beauty, the ice mountain. Yi Wuhen, unable to bear her plight, attempted to assist her, only to be brusquely shoved away by Bai Ruoqian, who coldly declared, "Do not touch me." With a resigned shrug, Yi Wuhen replied, "Very well. I shall not disturb you. Do as you wish, but do grant me my reward." His good intentions had been met with ingratitude. Indeed, it seemed that kindness bore no fruit in this world. Bai Ruoqian tossed him a spatial ring, her tone irritable. "Take it, and leave quickly." Yi Wuhen inspected the contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the presence of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones intact. Realizing that lingering would only invite disdain, he promptly turned to depart. After pinpointing Wei Chong and Su Qianxia's location using GPS, Yi Wuhen hastened towards them. Remarkably, he had expended barely 1/6 of his spiritual energy in his duel with Bai Ruoqian. Thus, traversing from the Bai residence to the inner city took him merely 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the rest station, he observed Su Qianxia and Wei Chong engrossed in their cultivation. He refrained from interrupting them, for the end of the magic era was looming, and in this world where resources were fiercely contested, every bit counted. Approximately 3 hours later, as dusk approached, Su Qianxia and Wei Chong concluded their training. Wei Chong stood and exhaled a breath of relief. Then, with a triumphant air, announced to Yi Wuhen, "Brother Wuhen, I have advanced. I am now nearly at the 6th stage of foundation establishment." Yi Wuhen's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Oh, such progress is commendable. You may very well reach the illumination stage before the end of the magic era. Achieving that milestone would grant you a fighting chance against the impending dangers." The central continent was merely the first stop for Yi Wuhen. He intended to explore the capital, for it was the very foundation of the great Zhou dynasty and would not fall easily. At present, Yi Wuhen's entire fortune amounts to merely 10,000 taels of gold and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, rendering him quite impoverished. In Zhongzhou, unlike their previous locale where one could simply eliminate those who displeased them and seize their spatial rings, the law prevails. Yi Wuhen rose and addressed Wei Chong and Su Xianxia. Come, I shall take you to a certain place. Upon hearing this, Wei Chong and Su Xianxia immediately voiced their grievances. What is this? It is nearly evening, and we have just entered the inner city of Zhongzhou. Can't we discuss matters tomorrow? Yi Wuhen found himself at a loss for words, as he too was utterly fatigued. Yet, the thought of Bing Wu's enchanting figure and her two pristine peaks stirred him. Alas, fatigue prevailed, and he decided to postpone the matter until the morrow. Meanwhile, Wei Chong had already succumbed to slumber, resembling a lifeless pig. Yi Wuhen felt vexed. If they wished to sleep, that was their prerogative. But they might at least have offered him a bed. With only 2 beds in the room, was he to sleep on the floor? Exhausted, he had expended all his mental energy during the day's battle with Bai Ruoshan, wherein he aimed to defeat her without causing harm, all while countering her martial techniques. It was akin to an infernal, epic challenge, comparable to a level 80 warrior battling a mere level 1 goblin, unable to slay it, only to subdue it. Disregarding such trivialities, Yi Wuhen collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep slumber, though in the haze of sleep. He could faintly hear himself calling out Bing Wu's name. Upon hearing this, Su Xianxia, resting on the bed, trembled slightly, and tears cascaded down her exquisite face. The following morning dawned with no further exchanges. Yi Wuhen awoke refreshed and rose early to wash up. Upon returning to the room, he discovered that Wei Chong and Su Xianxia had also risen. Thus, Yi Wuhen declared, "Let us move to another dwelling. This one has but 2 beds," forcing me to sleep on the floor. Su Xianxia remained silent, merely nodding before exiting the room. Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback and then whispered to Wei Chong, "What is the matter with Xiaxia? Has a relative arrived? She is ignoring us." Wei Chong gestured, indicating he was equally puzzled. Yi Wuhen chose not to dwell on it, taking Wei Chong by the arm as they departed. After an hour of travel, Yi Wuhen finally arrived at the Ice family, which he had long yearned to see. The layout of the Ice family was even more opulent than that of the Bai family. Upon his arrival, Yi Wuhen had learned that all the shops within 3 li were owned by the Ice family. Such was the display of a wealthy family. He wondered why Bing Wu had ventured from Zhongzhou to the remote Beast Mountain range. If it were merely to witness the blooming of the starseed flowers, it seemed implausible. Surely, other matters were afoot. Nevertheless, he would soon meet her and could inquire then. His purpose for coming this time was to take Bing Wu away. At that moment, a guard approached Yi Wuhen and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Compared to the Bai family, this guard was rather amiable. "Please inform Bing Wu that I, Yi Wuhen, have come to see her." The guard hesitated for a moment, but refrained from speaking further. If he claimed to know Miss Bing, it must be true. The guard nodded and said, "Please wait here while I summon Miss Bing." Yi Wuhen nodded in acknowledgement and stood to the side, appearing calm on the surface, yet his heart raced with excitement. This was his first encounter with the girl he adored. How could his heart remain tranquil? Wei Chong glanced at Yi Wuhen and remarked, "Brother Wuhen, you seem shy." "Shy? Not at all." Yi Wuhen waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, a melodious voice from afar sent his heart into a flurry. "Wuhen, come here." Upon hearing the call, Yi Wuhen turned to see a stunning woman in a flowing purple robe beckoning him. "Bing Wu." He nodded eagerly and rushed towards her, donning a charming smile reserved for wooing. "Bing Wu, I've come to see you. I believe I can protect you now." At that moment, Bing Wu sighed. "I initially thought that with your strength reaching the foundation establishment stage, you could find a job here in Central Continent, allowing us to bide our time until the end of the year when we could apply to join the God Windsword sect, one of the top 10 secret realms. However, I soon realized my thoughts were overly simplistic." Overly simplistic? A troubling thought surged within Yi Wuhen's mind. Bing Wu continued, "The foundation establishment stage is insufficient for survival in this Central Continent. Moreover, should my brother discover my connection with you, he would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate you. I genuinely wish to be with you, but..." Yi Wuhen raised his hand, signaling her to cease. Yet Bing Wu was determined to clarify her concerns for his safety. "Furthermore, my family has arranged a marriage for me. The individual possesses golden core stage strength and is an outer disciple of the God Windsword sect. Opposing him could lead to your demise." Bing Wu's eyes filled with tears. Yi Wuhen remained silent. He had no desire to speak. Instead, he drew Bing Wu into his embrace, pressing her head against his chest. "Listen, my heart beats. For you, you are mine." Tears flowed from Bing Wu's beautiful eyes. as she faced a choice akin to the dilemma of saving one's mother or girlfriend from a river, an even more arduous decision. Yi Wuhen gently caressed her hair and spoke softly. I understand your concerns for me, but I shall be fine. We can still be together. With the system at my disposal, why should I be so hesitant? A man must burn with passion, for life is but a fleeting journey. But, Bingwu sobbed, you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could you possibly contend with someone at the golden core stage? She is well aware of Yi Wuhen's profound feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the perilous demon beast mountains, separated by thousands of miles, to seek her out. Foundation establishment stage? Yi Wuhen chuckled coldly, surprised by the superficiality of this central continent. Is it truly impossible to pursue one's happiness simply because of being in the foundation establishment stage? Must one be of equal social standing to wed the one they cherish? Can others so easily disrupt true love? Foundation establishment stage? Yi Wuhen scoffed again, while Bingwu looked on with heartache, lamenting how a fine man had been reduced to this state for her sake. Bingwu, would you believe me if I claim to be at the golden core stage now? Yi Wuhen suddenly grasped Bingwu's delicate, almost boneless hand and inquired. Bingwu was momentarily taken aback. While she might entertain the notion of Yi Wuhen being at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage seemed implausible. She remained silent, neither affirming nor denying, lost in thought. Ah, you doubt my words. Yi Wuhen shook his head, then drew forth the xianxia sword, realizing that only action could substantiate his strength. Within the Bing family estate lies a spring, above which rests a massive stone, said to have been brought back by the ancestors of the Bing clan. Even the golden core stage could not induce a single crack upon it. Yi Wuhen now focused intently, gripping the xianxia sword, and with a mighty swing, he aimed directly at the colossal stone. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground and leapt beside the stone, seemingly making a couple of effortless swings with the xianxia sword before returning to Bingwu's side. Bingwu, I apologize in advance if I accidentally damage your family's stone, Yi Wuhen said with a hint of regret, for he had just exerted all his strength. This force could even make a nascent soul tremble. Bingwu remained quiet, prepared to speak when she noticed the stone remained unscathed, but suddenly, cracks began to form, and it shattered into countless small fragments. Chapter 184. Do you dare to dispute me? Bingwu gasped in astonishment. You truly possess the strength of the golden core stage. Yi Wuhen sheathed the xianxia sword and replied, I told you I was at the golden core stage. You just never believed me. At that moment, a young man, resembling Bingwu, approached and asked her, Sister, is he the Yi Wuhen from that place you mentioned? Bingwu nodded and corrected him, not just any place. He hails from Wuheng County. Yi Wuhen then glanced at the young man and asked Bingwu, when shall we register at the Shinfeng sword sect? The young man nudged Yi Wuhen's shoulder, retorting, Hey, I'm still standing here. And you're trying to charm my sister. You certainly have the look of a pretty boy. Upon hearing the term little white face, Yi Wuhen momentarily froze, his anger igniting like a flame. Nevertheless, out of respect for Bingwu, he refrained from engaging in a dispute. Observing the escalating tension, Bingwu swiftly intervened, pulling Yi Wuhen aside and gesturing towards the young man, declaring, He is my younger brother, Ice Emperor, by nature somewhat unruly and difficult to discipline. So, this brat is my little brother-in-law. If he remains unrestrained, future interactions may prove challenging. Little brother-in-law, allow me to introduce myself. Yi Wuhen approached Ice Emperor, stating, I am Yi Wuhen, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Ice Emperor, realizing that his sister would be involved with such a person, felt a surge of anger. He kicked towards Yi Wuhen, exclaiming, Who the hell are you to be my sister's little brother-in-law? Yi Wuhen, I warn you. If you continue to pursue my sister, I will break your limbs. Bingwu interjected sharply, Brother, do not behave this way. He is my future partner. Upon uttering these words, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. The term partner signifies a lifelong companion, more significant than mere mortal marriage, as cultivators possess extended lifespans. Thus, their bond reflects a profound depth of affection. Yi Wuhen effortlessly caught Ice Emperor's kick, his brow furrowing as he asserted, I am your sister's boyfriend. Her future partner. With that, he released Ice Emperor's leg. Future partner? Let me make this clear. As long as I draw breath, do not entertain such thoughts. A mere foundational cultivator cannot offer my sister happiness. Ice Emperor grunted, secretly astonished that Yi Wuhen could withstand his force. Yi Wuhen began to appreciate Ice Emperor. While he undoubtedly failed as a brother-in-law, he excelled in his role as a sibling, concerned solely for his sister's happiness. Yi Wuhen raised a hand, signaling Bingwu to remain silent. If she spoke freely, Yi Wuhen feared he could never earn this young man's respect. His aim was to win his genuine admiration, the kind that would see him smiling at a wedding ceremony, wishing them well. Yi Wuhen coldly challenged, "Do you doubt me? Speak your mind." Humph. Ice Emperor clenched his fists, the surrounding air chilling. His frustration surpassed mere doubt. "If not for my sister's presence, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate you right here. Oh, you ought to thank your sister. Had she not been here, you would be with the king of hell by now." Yi Wuhen was relentless, and thus their verbal duel ensued, ultimately culminating in Ice Emperor's defeat. "Only skilled in banter. I am curious what my sister sees in you," he remarked with a scowl. Yi Wuhen chuckled. "It is not merely banter. My skills in both the bedroom and in combat are commendable. Bing Wu has experienced the former. Perhaps you would care to discover the latter." As the blush that had just faded returned to Bing Wu's cheeks, the Ice Emperor, upon hearing her words, was consumed by fury. He unleashed a powerful icy fist aimed directly at Yi Wuhen. His fist was enveloped in layers of solid ice. Yet just as it was about to strike Yi Wuhen's face, it suddenly halted. In a swift motion, Yi Wuhen delivered a kick to the Ice Emperor's abdomen. The Ice Emperor glanced down at his midsection and then, with a mocking smile, remarked, "Your foundational level leg strikes are rather light." However, moments later, he coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. "Goodness, this fellow is so fragile," Bing Wu exclaimed, rushing to her brother's side. She shot Yi Wuhen a reproachful glare, admonishing him, "Really, you should have been more careful. How could you knock him out like that?" Yi Wuhen found himself at a loss for words. Although the Ice Emperor had instigated the confrontation, he had indeed rendered the man unconscious, bloodied, and defeated. Bing Wu, supporting one of the Ice Emperor's arms, urged Yi Wuhen, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help him." Nodding in agreement, Yi Wuhen quickly took hold of the Ice Emperor's other arm and gently lifted him into the house. Throughout the process, Bing Wu continued to scold Yi Wuhen, who nodded incessantly like a child caught in wrongdoing. Though he feigned compliance, Yi Wuhen's mind churned with thoughts of disbelief. Could he possibly be so weak? How could he be knocked out by a single kick? He carries himself with such arrogance, yet the challenge was disappointingly minimal. If he remains defiant upon awakening, I shall be at an impasse. After all, I cannot simply strike again, and scolding would lead to another altercation. It is truly a dilemma. The Ice Emperor lay on the bed for a considerable time before gradually regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Yi Wuhen, he jolted upright and stammered, "Sister. Sister, brother-in-law, greetings. I had hoped you could bring happiness to my sister." Bing Wu, seated on a nearby stool, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Wuhen replied, "Ah, your awareness pleases me greatly. Should your mindset change, I may have to resort to force to rectify the situation." The Ice Emperor quickly shook his head, insisting, "No, I shall maintain this mindset." The recent encounter had genuinely frightened him, and he realized that Yi Wuhen's strength was far beyond that of a mere foundational practitioner. He must surely be at least at the Golden Core level. As he regarded the Ice Emperor with satisfaction, Yi Wuhen turned to Bing Wu and expressed, "Bing Wu, I wish to stay at your home until I recruit disciples for the Shun Hui Sword sect." Bing Wu nodded, albeit with a teasing tone. Why even mention it? Is it not perfectly natural for partners to live together? Yi Wuhen erupted into laughter upon hearing those words, echoing, "Indeed, indeed. Today, I shall visit your chamber. And with a bit of effort, who knows, we might even conceive a child." Bing Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, "You truly have a fanciful imagination. Let me make it clear. Do not approach me until you reach the nascent soul stage." The mention of the nascent soul stage filled Yi Wuhen with elation. With the aid of the system, he could advance from the Golden Core stage to nascent soul in merely a month. Just imagine, he thought, the possibilities with Bing Wu. Suddenly, he recalled his friends Wei Chong and Su Xianxia, who were patiently awaiting him outside the Bing residence. With a sigh, he inquired, "Bing Wu, I have 2 friends. May they join us?" Bing Wu's intuition sensed something amiss, and with a hint of concern, she replied, "The tall man is acceptable, but the woman, perhaps not." Yi Wuhen waved his hand dismissively. "Actually, she is a fox demon. My spirit beast, surely that suffices." Bing Wu furrowed her brows, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Yi Wuhen, and asked, "Is that true?" Yi Wuhen swallowed hard and nodded. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. Bing Wu brought Wei Chong and Su Qianxia over, though there were some inquiries. The little fox was unusually compliant, answering almost every question posed. Yi Wuhen, satisfied, nodded approvingly as Bing Wu allocated 3 rooms, 1 for each of them, while reiterating her warning, "Do not approach me until you reach the nascent soul stage." Yi Wuhen could only lament at her response, wondering what more she expected of him. The following days were rather mundane. It was well known among them that Yi Wuhen's talent for cultivation was subpar, achieving a mere 1,000 experience points a day at most. He attempted to cultivate with spirit stones and reached the 5th tier of the golden core stage, but the experience needed for the next upgrade was a staggering 10,000 points, consuming nearly 3/4 of the spirit stones. He could no longer use the spirit stones, as he needed to reserve some for Su Xianxia and Wei Chang. With approximately 10 days until the onset of the end of the Law era, any improvement in their strength would be beneficial. Should chaos ensue, they would need the ability to escape on their own. Finally, after 3 days of ennui, Bingwu approached him with a directness that left Yi Wuhen utterly unprepared. She was introducing him to her parents. Yi Wuhen was taken aback, thinking, "This sudden intimacy has caught me off guard." As a model youth, meeting the parents was an endeavor to be embraced, preferably in the morning so that by evening, they could enjoy each other's company, and by the next day, I digress. Yi Wuhen prepared himself, realizing he had no impressive treasures to present. To meet her parents without any noteworthy offerings would likely provoke their displeasure. What to do? He resolved to impress them with his abilities. With a steely resolve, Yi Wuhen followed Bingwu to her parents' chamber. I must say, the room of her parents is quite luxurious. Bingwu's father, Bing Jinwen, and her mother, Lu Ruyan, sit upon stools, gazing at Yi Wuhen and Bingwu. When they look at Bingwu, their eyes brim with affection, yet when they regard Yi Wuhen, it is as if they are staring at an adversary. Indeed, it is discomforting to see a cherished daughter taken by a suitor, even if he is a godlike figure. You ought to keep your distance from my daughter, Bing Heir, Bing Jinwen declared, casting a glance at Yi Wuhen and sighing heavily. The words left Yi Wuhen at a loss for a response. Could you not adhere to the conventional script? He thought to himself. Why is that? He asked, struggling to suppress his anger. Bingwu, too, was about to interject, "Father, when Lu Ruyan sharply interrupted, Bing Heir, silence. You are to leave. With a wave of her hand, Bingwu was compelled to depart under the influence of spiritual energy. Now, only Yi Wuhen and Bingwu's parents remained, ensconced in an uncomfortable silence. Because you are unworthy, Bing Jinwen proclaimed. Bingwu's betrothed is an inner disciple of the Divine Wind Sword sect, possessing cultivation beyond the golden core stage, and is, moreover, a match in social standing. And you? What do you possess? Only foundation-level strength? Do you think a mere fortune of several thousand gold can win my daughter's hand? Yi Wuhen smiled faintly, realizing that such parents are indeed driven by materialistic values, or perhaps they genuinely seek their daughter's happiness. Do you believe that those of high cultivation and wealth can ensure Bingwu's happiness? Might I inquire if you have asked Bingwu herself whom she prefers among these so-called lofty cultivators? If she does not harbor affection for them, how could they possibly bring her joy? Yi Wuhen's words were like pearls of wisdom, each resonating deeply within Bing Jinwen's heart. Is this the so-called false happiness? To face daily the one she does not cherish? This is not mere mortal love, which lasts at most a century. This may extend to 300, 1,000 years, or even eternity. Would Bingwu truly find joy in confronting an undesired companion every single day? When the time comes, whom will she blame? Surely not me, but rather you. His words flowed forth like a rapid barrage, causing Bing Jinwen to furrow his brow, realizing they had not foreseen such an outcome when selecting a suitor for Bingwu. Lu Ruyan retorted coldly, "You only wield empty rhetoric. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the heavens for resources, fraught with peril. What capacity do you possess to safeguard her tranquility? Tranquility for a lifetime?" Yi Wuhen scoffed. In this impending era of lawlessness, who dares claim to protect anyone eternally? Even I, equipped with a system, would not make such a proclamation. For there are others with systems watching me, like a cold, venomous serpent, poised to strike when I am vulnerable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuhen calmly responded, "Perhaps I cannot promise her eternal safety, but I can assure you that as long as I draw breath, Bingwu shall not perish. If I am to die, then she shall not meet the same fate." At this moment, Yi Wuhen exuded a formidable aura, akin to an unparalleled divine blade that had transcended its sheath. Bing Jinwen scoffed, "Do you guarantee that?" Bingwu has already reached the 3rd stage of the golden core realm. What makes you so certain? Are you suggesting that a woman should protect you? The mention of the golden core stage momentarily startled Yi Wuhen, who had not anticipated that Bingwu possessed such strength. Is the golden core stage truly that formidable? You ignorant fool, how could one at the foundation establishment stage comprehend the might of the golden core? The golden core can move mountains and drain seas. Those at the nascent soul stage can even cleave space itself. Don't you know any of this? I may be unaware of those details, but I assure you, I am capable of what you describe. Yi Wuhen realized that reasoning was futile at this juncture. He resolutely drew the sword of heaven's decapitation, for he had entered the path of the sword, achieving the title of Sword Immortal. The dazzling technique of the fire tree silver flower was unleashed, leaving even Bing Zhenwen momentarily stunned. The exquisite beauty and intricacy of this technique were breathtaking. Lu Ruyan, witnessing this spectacle, was equally astonished. However, for the sake of her daughter's happiness, she felt compelled to uncover the truth behind Yi Wuhan. Surely, it was merely an aesthetically pleasing martial art. How powerful could it truly be? Without uttering a word, Yi Wuhan directed his sword toward the fire tree. In an instant, it detonated, obliterating the room where Bing Wu's parents resided, reducing it to ruins and a scene of destruction. Bing Wu, horrified, rushed over, her heart only settling when she confirmed that both her parents and Yi Wuhan were unharmed. Bing Zhenwen was left dumbfounded, repeatedly exclaiming, "Heavenly tier martial arts. It must be heavenly tier martial arts." Yi Wuhan smiled, sheathing the sword of heaven's decapitation, and remarked, "Indeed, it is heavenly tier martial arts. I can assure you, I possess quite a few of them." Lu Ruyan, rarely troubled, furrowed her brow, but after a moment, a smile emerged. The young man before her was likely not merely at the foundation establishment stage. He probably possessed the strength of the Golden Core realm and wielded heavenly tier martial arts, demonstrating a deep affection for Bing Wu. Clearly, her daughter had made an astute choice. "I possess great power. If I were to truly cause a stir, there would be no one in Zhongzhou capable of stopping me, barring that so-called ancestor." Yi Wuhan spoke slowly, preparing to recount his exploits. "As for the matter of wealth, I have numerous friends, including one who is a true immortal and another who is the governor of Wuheng Prefecture." The governor, a true immortal? Those are significant figures indeed. Bing Zhenwen was astonished, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable rogue from a small place was acquainted with such influential individuals. His shock deepened as he recognized the extraordinary prowess of this man. Initially, he had been skeptical of Yi Wuhan's claim that no one could restrain him in Zhongzhou without the intervention of that ancestor, but now he believed a third of it. The man's physical cultivation was simply too formidable. Bing Wu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She had thought that achieving second place on the Zhongzhou talents list would be a moment of pride. Yet she had not anticipated that Yi Wuhan would be such a prodigy. His physical and magical cultivation far surpassed hers by leagues. Lu Ruyan nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the remarkable fortitude of the child who had emerged from humble beginnings. What you might have mistaken for martial prowess was, in truth, a display of swordsmanship. Yi Wuhan furrowed his brows, subsequently conjuring two flames. He refrained from employing the dual forces of ice and fire, fearing it might obliterate the entire Bing family estate. With his eyes tightly shut, Yi Wuhan twirled the flame lotus in his hand. Bing Zhenwen, perplexed, wondered if the man intended to perform a magic trick. Yi Wuhan flicked the flame lotus from his grasp, and within 3 seconds, it detonated, unleashing a wave of heat and a sound akin to thunder, striking terror into the hearts of those present. What transpired? Has someone dared to invade our Bing family? Who would be audacious enough to breach our sanctum? The cultivators and guards of the Bing family rushed to the scene, their hearts pounding in shock at the explosive display before them. What kind of power could yield such might? Could it be that a legendary immortal had come to our abode? Only Lu Ruyan, Bing Wu, and Bing Zhenwen remained silent, genuinely astonished that Yi Wuhan's seemingly innocuous flame lotus could possess such formidable power. As Yi Wuhan was washed over by the heat wave, he chastised himself for being foolish. He had unwittingly revealed his true capabilities. However, it was also reassuring, for it would put Bing Wu's parents at ease, demonstrating that Yi Wuhan was indeed capable of protecting her. Now that he had showcased his abilities, he would allow them to witness his versatility. The guards and cultivators of the Bing family were bewildered, clamoring, "Who has come to our Bing family? What was that explosion? Is a true immortal among us?" At that moment, Bing Zhenwen raised his hand, signaling for calm, saying, "Enough, enough. There is nothing to worry about. You may all disperse." Though reluctant, the members of the Bing family complied, recognizing the authority of their patriarch. Yi Wuhan smiled and inquired, "How do you find it? Esteemed in-laws, are you satisfied?" Bing Zhenwen was no fool. Realizing Yi Wuhan's extraordinary strength, he sought to ingratiate himself. With a beaming smile, he responded, "Very much so. Since you are both so pleased, I am equally delighted," Yi Wuhan remarked, resting his chin on his fingers as he pondered. "Indeed, I should prepare some gifts." Gifts? In their eyes, Yi Wuhan was akin to a prodigy of the royal lineage of the great Zhou dynasty, his origins shrouded in mystery. Yet his strength astonishingly formidable. What kind of gifts could he possibly present? "This gift shall ensure your Bing family a century of peace." With that declaration, Yi Wuhen swiftly arranged a Xuanwu formation, instructing them to remain still. After a short while, "All right, you may move now. What manner of gift is this?" They wondered, flabbergasted as they observed the simple manipulation. Chapter 187. Using a mobile phone to feed you dog food. This formation, known as the Xuanwu formation, was an unexpected acquisition I stumbled upon in an ancient relic. Yi Wuhen gestured toward the 4 cardinal directions and began to speak slowly. This formation is exceptionally intricate. Even a nascent soul cultivator entering here could be vanquished by you. Is it truly so miraculous? Bing Jinwen inquired, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Dealing with a nascent soul cultivator is no trivial matter. Genuine nascent soul practitioners possess the power to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. The ones Yi Wuhen previously battled were merely lesser nascent soul cultivators, unstable in their Dao heart, and cannot be compared to those from Zhongzhou. Why not attack me and see for yourself? Yi Wuhen retorted, his fingers curling with disdain in his gaze. Very well, Bing Jinwen replied with determination, launching himself toward Yi Wuhen's ribs with a force akin to a battering ram. His fists were encased in solid ice, and though Bing Wu attempted to intervene, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Bing Jinwen's fists were upon Yi Wuhen. With a whoosh, a sound of ruptured air echoed as a protective barrier suddenly manifested around Yi Wuhen's ribs. The next moment, a thud resounded as Bing Jinwen was unexpectedly repelled, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. "Father, husband," 2 melodious voices rang out, followed by 2 graceful figures hastening toward Bing Jinwen. Yi Wuhen shrugged helplessly. "It seems I may have exerted a bit too much force." As Bing Jinwen spat out a mouthful of blood, Yi Wuhen realized the gravity of the situation. He had inadvertently injured his father-in-law. What should I do? Do I need to offer something to appease him? If only I had Baidu. We have smartphones. With that thought, Yi Wuhen quickly exchanged for a mobile phone from the system store and rushed to Bing Jinwen's side. First, he infused a wisp of true celestial energy into Bing Jinwen's body for healing, then produced the smartphone. Bing Wu stared at the rectangular object, momentarily taken aback. What is this? They had witnessed the formation Yi Wuhen set up, its formidable power undeniably impressive. Seeing Bing Jinwen's expression returning to normal, Yi Wuhen placed the smartphone before him and spoke gently. Father-in-law, I have another treasure to bestow upon you." "What treasure could it be?" Bing Jinwen mused. Recalling the extraordinary formation Yi Wuhen had just presented, which boasted such formidable defensive capabilities that it might genuinely withstand the might of a nascent soul cultivator. Could this new treasure surpass the formation in efficacy? If so, would the Bing family not prosper as a result? With this thought, Bing Jinwen felt a tremor of excitement surge through him. The Bing family was gradually declining, with only Bing Wu among the younger generation capable of holding the fort. Yet, as a woman, she would ultimately have to marry into another family, leading to the inevitable decline of the Bing lineage. Without a powerful backing, it was believed that within a few decades, the Bing family would cease to exist. However, Yi Wuhen's arrival sparked a glimmer of hope in Bing Jinwen's mind. This enigmatic youth radiated brilliance and was proficient in multiple disciplines. Moreover, he possessed quite a few treasures. If he could curry favor with this Yi Wuhen, perhaps the Bing family could rise again. What purpose do these treasures serve? Bing Jinwen, suppressing the excitement swelling within him, asked in a trembling voice. What purpose? A mobile phone devoid of service and devoid of a SIM card in an era without Wi-Fi would have little utility, wouldn't it? Yi Wuhen, genuinely unaware of any intrinsic value, couldn't bring himself to disclose that this was merely a trinket for amusement. Instead, with a flicker of inspiration, he proclaimed, "This can record time." Record time. A shiver ran through the crowd. Could it be an ancient relic? A treasure capable of recording time must possess considerable worth. The guards hidden among the foliage emerged, eager to witness such a remarkable artifact. It was akin to someone claiming their treasure could reverse time. Who wouldn't be intrigued enough to take a glance? This was the insatiable curiosity of human nature at play. Noticing the throng growing around him, Yi Wuhen pulled Bing Wu closer, smiling as he said, "I know you may not believe me, so allow me to demonstrate." Leaning towards Bing Wu, he cheerfully unlocked the screen. Just as she was perplexed by Yi Wuhen's intentions, her attention was captivated by the images on the phone. "Everyone, pay close attention. I am about to perform," he announced, opening the camera. Suddenly, he tilted his head and gently kissed Bing Wu's fair, rosy cheek. And with a press of his thumb, he immortalized that moment forever. The scene captured Bing Wu's bashful demeanor and Yi Wuhen's joyous grin, a perfect tableau. Yi Wuhen gazed at the image in delight, exclaiming, "This visit was not in vain. At last, I have struck gold." Bing Wu, Blushing, playfully swatted Yi Wuhen's back, reproaching him, "From now on, you must not do this again, especially with others around." However, her voice trailed off, barely audible. Yet Yi Wuhen's keen hearing discerned her meaning instantly. He retorted, "So, you imply that in a secluded place, we could indulge in such antics, right?" The crowd was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be about recording time? Why was it that their mouths were filled with dog food? You city folks are truly mischievous. Your schemes run as deep as the ocean. Yi Wuhen, feeling the chilling stares from the crowd, shivered slightly but, undeterred, held up his phone, declaring, "See? This truly can record time. The Bing family is destined for prosperity. With this, you can earn spirit stones, and then allocate those stones to disciples with solid foundations for cultivation, ultimately leading to the pinnacle of success. Do you understand?" Upon seeing the photos on the phone, the crowd was momentarily stunned before murmuring, "Isn't this just the scene from moments ago?" Indeed, Yi Wuhen tossed the phone into the air and, with a grand gesture, retrieved it into his spatial ring, exclaiming, "This is how one records time. My esteemed father-in-law, I possess a method to rejuvenate your Bing family." Yi Wuhen once again retrieved his phone, giving it a few dismissive shakes. "This device cannot be utilized for personal gain. We must wholesale it and sell it." Bing Jinwen paused at Yi Wuhen's words, contemplating the prospects of the Bing family. Indeed, there was some truth in what Yi Wuhen said. This phone was not meant for personal use. Bing Jinwen cast a curious glance at Yi Wuhen, surprised to discover his unexpected business acumen, which brought him quiet joy as he thought of finding a suitable match for Bing Wu. "As for this phone, if you provide me with spirit stones, I can create it for you. First, it will be auctioned, then wholesaled, and eventually popularized." Yi Wuhen gestured animatedly, as if the spirit stones were already in his grasp. "How to proceed? You must first secure an auction to elevate the price, then sell it in bulk. The spirit stones will be divided in a 70-30 split. I take 70, you take 30. Yi Wuhen observed Bing Jinwen's expression, contemplating for a moment before asserting, "Your 30 to my 70 is quite fair, as you merely provide the platform while I supply the technology and the prototype. This phone is a one-time use item. After half an hour, it becomes inoperable. Your 30 to my 70 is indeed equitable," Yi Wuhen continued, "for I still require spirit stones to fabricate such items." "What?" Bing Jinwen exclaimed, astonished. "Do you truly know how to manufacture this phone?" "Of course," Yi Wuhen replied, suddenly sensing a hint of foreboding. But having already committed himself, he could only persist. "Could you, dear son-in-law, provide me with the manufacturing blueprint for this phone?" Bing Jinwen braced himself for rejection, fully aware that such a treasure capable of recording time would not be relinquished easily. Yi Wuhen hesitated for a moment before responding, "Since you insist, I shall oblige." Bing Jinwen blurted out, taken aback. "You are giving it so readily? Do you not desire something in return? Perhaps a technique concerning spirit stones? I possess good techniques, but I require them in substantial quantities. Do you have such resources?" Yi Wuhen took paper and pen from a subordinate, casually doodling. The blueprint for the phone? It was something no one would willingly share. As a mere middle school graduate, Yi Wuhen scarcely understood the device's structure, let alone its design schematics. "All done." With a grand flourish, Yi Wuhen handed over his scribbled notes to Bing Jinwen. "Here is the design blueprint for the phone. Can you comprehend it?" Bing Jinwen gazed at the intricate lines and the incomprehensible script, feeling lightheaded, nearly fainting from the bewilderment. He shook his head and sighed. Indeed, such a divine artifact is beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. By the way, dear son-in-law, how did you acquire this phone? The father-in-law is indeed quite loquacious, and Yi Wuhen finds himself reluctant to engage with him. However, as he is his father-in-law, he feels obligated to respond, which leaves Yi Wuhen feeling rather helpless. How to proceed? Since Bing Jinwen has sincerely inquired, Yi Wuhen does not mind putting on a show. He clears his throat and announces, "Everyone, please be serious. I shall commence with a tale, of my tragic fate." The crowd gathers around, particularly Bing Wu, who eagerly perches her ears, not for any ulterior motive, but merely to understand the enigmatic Yi Wuhen. Others share this curiosity, intrigued by the mysterious background, unparalleled skills, and handsome visage of this man, wondering what kind of history he possesses. Do not wander off. Every night at 8, Yi, will rendezvous with you here. We shall meet again. Upon uttering this, Yi Wuhen is suddenly pinched by Bing Wu at his side, exclaiming in pain, "Ouch! Bing, let go!" Bing Wu not only refuses to release him, but tightens her grip further. A scream pierces the air, and any unacquainted listener would surely shed tears upon recognizing the profound agony conveyed through that voice. Yi Wuhan mindlessly recounts his experiences, of course, narrating the embellished version that has circulated in the martial world, complete with tales of handsomeness and face-slapping bravado, all accompanied by Yi Wuhan's vivid gestures, which leave the onlookers utterly captivated, urging him to continue his tale. Simultaneously, Yi Wuhan devises a lucrative scheme as the end of the current era approaches, seizing every opportunity. The initial auction of mobile phones garners a staggering price of 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, with Yi Wuhan receiving 70,000 and Bing Jinwen 30,000. Yi Wuhan subsequently acquires 2 more phones, riding the wave of their popularity, and predictably, these 2 sell successfully, resulting in a total profit of 150,000 high-grade spiritual stones, from which Yi Wuhan retains 85,000, with the remainder going to Bing Jinwen. Bing Jinwen savors the sweet fruits of the mobile phone auction, using half of his earned spiritual stones to select several promising cultivators for training, secretly commencing their preparation for the Bing family's guard. Unbeknownst to them, the name Yi Wuhan has become renowned across the entire central continent. Whenever mentioned, it evokes thoughts of mobile phones, genius, and heartthrob, all 3 elements intertwined. Due to the exorbitant price of the phones and their limited usability, they are merely regarded as toys for the wealthy. Gradually, the fervor surrounding the phone auctions diminishes, leaving Yi Wuhan and his companions in a state of urgency as they lose their means of financial advancement. Soon, an ingenious idea strikes Yi Wuhan, selling phones in bulk for a fraction of the cost. Ultimately, his total earnings reach 10 million spiritual stones, with Bing Jinwen also benefiting greatly. However, most of Yi Wuhan's 10 million stones are quickly spent by Su Xianxia and Wei Chong, with only a small portion allocated for upgrading, leaving yet another minimal amount for his own enhancements. With a direct flight to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, only a slender thread separates him from advancing to the nascent soul realm. However, he finds himself devoid of spirit stones. In contrast, Wei Chong and Su Xianxia have been diligently cultivating, particularly the little fox, who has remained confined within the ice family, embodying the grace of a refined lady, and her prowess has notably escalated. Wei Chong has reached the first level of the Golden Core, while Su Xianxia has even manifested 3 tails. Bing Wu is no slouch either, holding the top rank on the Central State's talented individuals list, excelling in both literary and martial skills, though she still lags slightly behind Yi Wuhan. In the blink of an eye, 10 million spirit stones vanished without a trace, yet Yi Wuhan felt no pang of regret. He deemed the expenditure worthwhile. His strength has barely ascended beyond the level of cannon fodder, and now he merely awaits the arrival of the end of the Dharma era in 3 days. Ding! Only 3 days remain until the end of the Dharma era, at which time the ancient celestial court will descend, the 9 nether demon sect will reopen, and the Shura society that once swept across an era will return. Moreover, all the system hosts will emerge, so caution is advised. After a few days of hiatus, I fell gravely ill during the New Year celebrations. I had thought I could endure for a few more days, but upon awakening this morning, I was beset by dizziness and relentless coughing. I longed to write, yet could only express my sentiment with one phrase: the heart is willing, but the body falters. Therefore, I kindly ask my readers for a brief respite. I am truly, undeniably exhausted. Chapter 189. On that day, people finally recalled the dread of being ruled during the end of the Dharma era, with a hint of sarcasm. A sense of frustration lingered within me, not knowing whether to voice it or not. The abrupt onset of the end of the Dharma era has struck me hard. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Wuhan naturally felt an intense irritation, akin to laboring tirelessly, earning promotions, becoming a general manager, ascending to CEO, winning over a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life, only to be awakened by his mother, realizing it was merely a dream. The once comfortable days were abruptly shattered by the end of the Dharma era. According to the system, this simple difficulty dungeon was about to escalate to hellish difficulty, meaning the mindless antagonists would be replaced by cunning foes. One could hardly believe the intensity of it all. After releasing the pent-up frustrations within, Yi Wuhan gradually returned to a state of calm. He had reached a level of seasoned experience, remaining composed in the face of change and shouldering any burdens that arose. Yi Wuhan smiled and then retreated to his room to prepare for sleep. With only 3 days remaining, he felt unburdened. The system had not assigned any tasks, and he had no desire to engage in monumental endeavors. He had become the dream lover of every young lady in the inner city of Central State, wealthy, youthful, and possessing a delightful character. Given his unmatched prowess, it was hardly surprising that he was regarded as the dream suitor of all the maidens. In this lavish existence, which is set to come to an end in 3 days, Wuheng does not conform to the archetype of a protagonist. He lacks the steadfast will that characterizes such figures. He is merely an ordinary individual, and without the system, he might be deemed a failure, perhaps relegated to the role of a mere subordinate to a hero, offering support and encouragement. Such is the destined path for someone of his nature. Lost in thought, Wuheng was suddenly graced by the vision of a stunning, fair visage. Ah, the little fox. Xianxia, what brings you to converse with me? Wuheng inquired as he sat up, absently ruffling his hair, a habit he indulged whenever troubled. Xianxia stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with fondness, which caused Wuheng to shudder slightly. He recognized that gaze all too well. It had once preceded a 10-minute beating. Why are you not with Bingwu? Have you come here in a huff, or are you entangled in some dilemma? Wuheng replied. As for Bingwu, she is still immersed in her cultivation. Once she perfects her skills and ascends to immortality, I can boast that my wife is an immortal. I am not sulking. I simply feel unexpectedly fatigued. Upon uttering those words, Wuheng regretted his choice of expression, as he was uncertain what had gone awry. Xianxia did not respond, perhaps influenced by Wuheng's own lackluster demeanor. As the age of magic waned, the Shushan sword sect found itself in disarray, ranking among the top 10 perilous realms. Despite its numerous disciples, their individual prowess could not rival the meticulous excellence of the Xinfeng sword sect, which consequently placed them lower in standing. When comparing the strengths of the two sects, it is difficult to ascertain who holds the upper hand. In terms of one-on-one combat, the Xinfeng sword sect remains undefeated. However, in group confrontations, the Shushan sword sect stands shoulder to shoulder with the Liu Immortal Gate, relegating the Xinfeng sword sect to a lesser position. Master, it seems there has been an anomaly at the Bronze Gate, announced a silver-haired man standing below the hall, while above him loomed an elderly figure with sharp, discerning eyes, the venerable leader of the Shushan sword sect, Jian Wudi. What? Jian Wudi responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he solemnly remarked. Since I have presided over the Shushan sword sect for over 300 years, the Bronze Gate has remained unchanged. Why has a disturbance arisen now? As the leader of the sect, he was acutely aware of the nature of the beings that lay beyond that gate, the demonic entity from the depths of the Nine Nether. At that moment of tension, a disheveled cultivator burst into the grand hall, embodying a scenario often depicted in anime. As he stumbled and fell despite the absence of any impediments, reporting to the master, "It is dire. The defense at the Bronze Gate is on the verge of collapse." He exclaimed. What? The master gasped, incredulous at the news that the Bronze Gate could not be defended. Meanwhile, in a distant capital, atop the apex of the Forbidden City, a figure clad in a dragon robe spoke coldly. Yesterday, while observing the celestial omens, I discerned that the stars safeguarding the great Zhou dynasty have begun to fall. Beside him, a eunuch piped up, "Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance, but I failed to comprehend your meaning. I humbly beseech you to clarify." The emperor, Zhou Huang, rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "This is undoubtedly a sign that our doom is imminent." Indeed, this emperor was a time traveler, endowed with a system known as Lin Huang. In his past life, he had been a downtrodden individual, and after a fateful accident, he unexpectedly traversed into this new realm, acquiring the emperor's system. However, scarcely a week had passed since his arrival. Indeed, it had been less than a week of revelry, when the system ominously warned him of the impending end of an era, along with the arrival of other system hosts into this world. Initially, Lin Huang was overwhelmed with despair, followed by fits of rage, shattering dishes, contemplating suicide, and even murder. Ultimately, he found solace, for he had come to a new understanding of the system. It seemed as though this system was merely toying with him. Clearing his throat, Lin Huang solemnly proclaimed, "The great Zhou dynasty is likely to descend into chaos. And at that juncture, we shall struggle to protect ourselves." What he truly thought was, "It's not merely about self-preservation. It's about my impending doom. My kingdom shall perish." System, explain to me why this emperor's cultivation level is only at the 6th stage of foundation establishment. What a farce. The eunuch, wearing a forced smile, responded, "How could that be? With your Majesty at the helm, the great Zhou dynasty shall surely flourish. One day, we may even rise to prominence in the Middle Realm. With a treacherous advisor like you, this nation would scarcely endure even without an impending calamity." Lin Huang rolled his eyes and with a flourish of his sleeve, turned to depart, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the Forbidden City. "Prepare me 3 imperial flying chariots and 10 storage rings, each containing 100 celestial stones. When ready, there shall be generous rewards." The eunuch trembled at the thought. 100 celestial stones. Each stone contained spiritual energy equivalent to that of 100 top-tier spirit stones, if not more. What could the Emperor possibly be planning? What else but to make a hasty escape? Would he remain here to await his fate? Chapter 190. The End of an Era Now. Let us return to the perspective of Yi Wuheng, on the eve of the impending end of an era. The weather was remarkably pleasant, with the sky adorned by countless stars. Breathing in the fresh air and listening to the chirping of insects, Yi Wuheng found his spirits lifted. He had come to terms with the notion that this was simply his fate, an inescapable destiny. As he gazed at the exquisite profile of Bing Wu, he smiled inwardly. At least I can still feel your presence. He playfully squeezed her delicate hand. Wuheng, what are you thinking? Why are you grinning like that? Bing Wu teased. I shall not entrust my heart to you until the blood oath is sworn. Bing Wu remained the epitome of a reserved girl. Yi Wuheng suddenly reflected on how most of the girls he had entangled with were similarly conservative. This simply would not do. He needed to alter this situation, or his plans for progeny would be thwarted. Bing Wu, how would you define our current relationship? Yi Wuheng smiled softly, then spoke. What does it matter? Bing Wu paused momentarily, acknowledging the ambiguous nature of their relationship, which seemed to straddle the line between friendship and something more in this world. Perhaps we are simply good friends? Bing Wu ventured tentatively. Yi Wuheng shook his finger in a playful denial, his gaze sharp as a blade, reminiscent of a wandering rogue from distant lands, and replied solemnly, in my world, our relationship is defined as that of a couple. A couple? Bing Wu was intrigued by this unfamiliar term, prompting her to inquire further, what does that mean? It primarily signifies the mutual affection that exists between us. Yi Wuheng leaned closer, and under the moonlight, he noticed the flush that spread across Bing Wu's cheeks. I am your boyfriend, he declared, cradling her delicate face in his hands. Bing Wu offered no resistance. Instead, she complied, and he continued, and you are my girlfriend. With that, Yi Wuheng gazed into the lively depths of Bing Wu's eyes, and in a moment of impulse, he leaned in to kiss her. With practiced ease, he parted her lips with his tongue, beginning to savor the sweetness of her essence. Initially, she offered a token resistance, lightly tapping his shoulder, but to Yi Wuheng, it felt akin to a mere tickle, utterly ineffective. It was evident that this was Bing Wu's first kiss. She remained hesitant, unsure of how to respond, but ultimately, under Yi Wuhen's experienced guidance, they became entwined. In the next instant, a spark ignited. Yi Wuheng was overwhelmed by Bing Wu's enchanting fragrance, and instinctively, he began to unfasten her ethereal garments. Bing Wu, captivated by the sensation, felt as if she were electrified, her body going limp as she collapsed into his embrace. Stop! A surge of cold spiritual energy surged into Yi Wuhen's mind, abruptly halting his actions. He regained his composure, internally chastising himself. What was I thinking? How could I act so recklessly? It was not that Yi Wuheng held himself in too high a regard. Rather, the timing was utterly inappropriate. With the imminent arrival of the end of the Law era, if he were to take Bing Wu's first blood, it would not signify love, but rather harm her. Men and women who have yet to experience intimate relations retain their primal energies. Losing this essence would diminish their strength significantly, and recovery would take at least a month. Wuheng, we must refrain from going too far. Bing Wu realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly secured her garments. Yi Wuheng, ever observant, caught a glimpse of her alluring figure, and the temptation she presented was undeniable. Nodding, he skillfully shifted the conversation. Look at how beautiful the stars are tonight. Bing Wu adjusted her attire, feeling the heat of embarrassment envelop her, and nervously declared, I think I need to sleep. With that, she shyly fled from his presence. The shy girl, Yi Wuheng shook his head. While he harbored an affection for such scenery, it was only when in the company of someone he cherished that it truly resonated with him. When alone, he preferred to drift into contemplation. Consequently, he returned home, spending the night in silence. However, the weather the following day was less than favorable. Heavy, leaden clouds roiled ominously in the sky, and the thunder and lightning seemed to roar with a furious intent. Yet, curiously, despite the tempestuous clouds and flashes of lightning, rain did not descend. Standing outside, Yi Wuheng gazed at the sky, murmuring, it is about to begin, the curtain rises on a new world. Immediately after uttering this phrase, the dark clouds dissipated, giving way to a conflagration that illuminated the heavens like the wrath of deities, blinding to the eye. A rain of fire fell from the sky, accompanied by the collapse of structures from the divine realm. In an instant, the air was filled with screams and roars, as he witnessed scenes of death, exhilaration, weeping, and mourning. This was the method of an era's demise, and he could only remain a silent observer. Fortunately, the system bestowed upon him a final blessing. ensuring that the Bing family would remain unharmed, though he could not extend that assurance beyond their borders. Thankfully, he was spared the sight of innocent lives lost, for he understood all too well that this was the system's doing. If things continued to unfold in this manner, despair would soon consume him, leading to a regression into mundane pursuits. The anomalies in the sky were far from over. After a moment, the heavens began to tear, creating a rift, a narrow glimpse into another realm, boundless like the horizon of the sea. Damn this system, he thought, it is playing tricks on me. Yi Wuhen was no fool. He comprehended the implications of this rift. It signified that the system had opened a passage between the mid-tier and lower realms. Those celestial beings could emerge from it. How could he, a mere nascent soul, contend with them? Even with the system, survival would be a struggle. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, was hastening towards the central continent. His imperial system had a reconnaissance feature that revealed the presence of over 10 hosts in the central continent. As it was a region under his dominion, he planned to summon the ancestral figures of the central continent to eliminate these 10 hosts, thereby paving his path to prosperity. The experience from these 10 hosts would be sufficient for him to ascend to the divine realm. With his imperial system, he envisioned a path of glory and triumph, where becoming an immortal would be a certainty upon entering the divine realm. Moreover, in such chaotic times, attaining immortality would provide him with the means to secure his own safety. As Yi Wuhen beheld the rift in the sky, a sudden beam of holy light descended, creating a swirling vortex that engulfed the heavy clouds, and suddenly, a foot emerged. A celestial being? Yi Wuhen was momentarily taken aback. In the current scenario, the only beings capable of ascending to the heavens were celestial beings. If this celestial entity was benevolent, all would be well. However, if their intentions were malevolent, it would truly spell disaster. I have been trapped for millennia and have finally returned. A white-haired elder roared from the sky, his voice resonating like an ancient bronze bell throughout the central state, echoing endlessly. This appears to be the lower realm. The elder, clad in tattered garments, resembled a beggar found on the streets, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the golden veins coursing through his hands. Excellent. I can dominate this lower realm. The opportunities here are coveted by all celestial beings. Alas, I can plunder it all. After muttering to himself, the celestial figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished. This event triggered a cosmic upheaval. Yi Wuhen sensed a sudden surge of spiritual energy around him, as if an earth immortal was emerging. Boom! A sound akin to thunder, yet distinctly different, resonated, sending shivers through one's soul. Another figure appeared in the sky, though this individual's aura was not as formidable as the previous one, suggesting they belonged to the category of earth immortals. Esteemed ones, I am the guardian of the central state, the gentle wind earth immortal. What you witness here is merely the precursor to a great calamity. You must flee at once. After uttering these words, the earth immortal transformed into a beam of light and swiftly departed. Goodness, how treacherous. The guardian has fled. The central state is doomed. Yi Wuhen shook his head, a sense of despair welling up within him. He had once believed himself to be a prodigy, an invincible legend. He even contemplated serenading the entire central state with a song about the loneliness of invincibility. Yet, this era of decline was utterly terrifying, shattering his dreams like a mirror upon striking the ground, fracturing into countless pieces. Wei Chong and Su Xianxia hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Wuhen, what is happening?" They understood that Yi Wuhen might be equally perplexed, yet they instinctively posed the question, a reflection of their reliance on him. At the brink of the era of decline, chaos reigned in the heavens and earth, spiritual energy was in disarray, and demons proliferated. Yi Wuhen glanced at the bewildered Wei Chong and Su Xianxia and replied nonchalantly, "Let me put it this way. Do you remember 2012? It's akin to that kind of situation, utterly shocking." Su Qianxia seemed to grasp part of it and responded, "So, it's like the apocalypse?" "Not quite. It leans more towards, how should I put it, a cosmic indifference? In short, it appears that the heavens are displeased with our prosperous existence and wish to create some trouble for us. By the way, we should find a suitable place to cultivate. The spiritual energy at the brink of this decline is astonishing, perhaps hundreds of times more abundant than before. If you both exert yourselves, you might even reach the nascent soul stage." "Wuhen, how do you know all this?" Wei Chong inquired, recalling that the Yi Wuhen of yore was not nearly as cunning, manipulative, or anti-human as the current version. "Ah," Yi Wuhen mused, his thoughts swirling. "You are familiar with the Battle of the Five Houses, are you not? Before I encountered the little fox, I crossed paths with an immortal who shared insights about it." At this juncture, Yi Wuhen could only attribute everything to Mu Feng, who remained oblivious in the middle realm. What is your relationship with Miss Bing? Wei Chong probed, his bluntness unyielding. He was the type who, despite his seemingly careless demeanor, could discern details with remarkable acuity. You mean Bing Wu? Yi Wuhen smirked. I didn't expect you to be so inquisitive. Allow me to clarify. Bing Wu is my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Two voices echoed in Yi Wuhen's ears, as the little fox appeared taken aback. What exactly is a girlfriend? It's simply a close friend, understand? Upon hearing Yi Wuhen's words, both Wei Chong and Su Xianxia exhaled in relief. Wei Chong's relief stemmed from hopes for Mayor's future happiness, while the little fox's reaction remained inscrutable. Wuhen, we must depart. If we delay further, it will be too late. Bing Wu approached and took Yi Wuhen's hand. Are we heading to the capital or the Divine Wind Sword sect? Yi Wuhen inquired. In terms of opportunities, the capital offered little, while the Divine Wind Sword sect promised significantly greater prospects. However, regarding safety, the capital was undoubtedly more secure, leaving him in a quandary. We are going to the Divine Wind Sword sect, Bing Wu declared resolutely, clearly having contemplated the decision thoroughly. Yi Wuhen cast them a knowing glance, signaling them to follow. His intentions for the Divine Wind Sword sect were not limited to being a mere disciple. He aimed to create a significant stir there. Bing Wu and her companions boarded a carriage drawn by a magical beast resembling a colossal horse, with 3 giant steeds pulling each vehicle. They had 2 such carriages, undoubtedly. Bing Wu's parents occupied one while she, Yi Wuhen, Wei Chong, and Su Qianxia shared the other. Once aboard, the 3 massive steeds let out a deep roar and surged forth at a speed akin to that of a gold core cultivator's full exertion. Wow, these horses are impressively swift, Yi Wuhen remarked, slightly taken aback by their speed. They must have cost a fortune. Bing Wu sighed. Who could have anticipated such events? These are Jingyi steeds. They are quite expensive. The 2 carriages together cost nearly 10 million spirit stones. Boom. The Jingyi steeds roared once more before coming to a halt. Yi Wuhen, puzzled, disembarked and found the city gates firmly shut. He leapt atop the city wall, and what he witnessed left him astounded. Good heavens! Are we on the verge of a zombie siege? Yi Wuhen gasped, incredulous. The Shushan sword sect was so feeble that it had succumbed so swiftly. The scene before him revealed an array of bizarre creatures assaulting the city gates, far more formidable than a mere zombie siege, employing celestial techniques. It was evident that these horrors originated from the bronze doors behind which lay the demonic entities of the 9 Nether. Wei Chong also arrived, landing on the city wall, where armored soldiers shouted, "Are you here to provide reinforcements?" Yi Wuhen surveyed the scene before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. He nodded to the soldiers and declared, "We are here to provide assistance. I am a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Leave this to me, and rest assured." His words steadied the hearts of the troops. A nascent soul cultivator was indeed a formidable figure capable of obliterating vast realms with but a flick of the finger. To speak candidly, the performance of this book has not been satisfactory. Coupled with my recent illness, I have contemplated halting this project. However, I have decided to wait a bit longer. I shall pause for 3 days, after which I will resume updates. Thank you, dear readers, for your unwavering support. Chapter 192. A missile for you. The soldiers beheld the striking figure of the cultivator with his sharp brows and piercing gaze, striding forward with confidence. They exchanged glances, incredulous that someone so young could indeed be a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, given the grave circumstances they found themselves in, with tensions mounting to a breaking point, even the commanding officer was compelled to place his trust in Yi Wuhen. At that moment, Yi Wuhen formulated a plan. The multitude of 9 nether creatures outside the city walls posed a significant threat that required immediate attention. Their presence obstructed any potential escape routes, should they remain unaddressed. It would spell trouble for their future. Most importantly, these creatures represented valuable experience and resources. With a chilling smile, Yi Wuhen's gaze swept across the dark mass of creatures below. Despite their overwhelming numbers, their individual strength was lacking, rendering them no match for someone like him, who possessed a system. My lord, do you have any suggestions for the current predicament? The city commander asked, a hint of deference in his tone. The current predicament? Yi Wuhen scoffed lightly. I possess the secret methods to resolve this. The ancestor entrusted me with this mission, providing me with treasures. Once I unleash these treasures, those wretched souls below will be sent into disarray. What? Treasures from the ancestor? The general's entire being quivered at the revelation. Given that the ancestor was of celestial caliber, the treasures bestowed would surely be extraordinary. Noticing the general's astonished expression, as if he had consumed an inordinate amount of something distasteful, Yi Wuhen nodded in satisfaction. He then placed a hand on the general's shoulder and whispered conspiratorially, "General, If you follow me, I assure you, there will be plenty of meat on your plate every day. The general, not entirely a loyal servant, grinned wickedly at Yi Wuhen's words, eagerly nodding in agreement. He appeared ready to leap into action at Yi Wuhen's command, embodying the spirit of one prepared to brave any peril for him. With that, Yi Wuhen entered the system marketplace, recognizing the necessity of acquiring formidable weapons to counter the overwhelming threat before him. But what weapon would be effective for mass destruction? A nuclear bomb? No. That would be far too indiscriminate and could inflict harm upon themselves. What else could be suitable? After some contemplation, Yi Wuhen considered the F-22 fighter jet. Yet two significant challenges loomed. He lacked the skill to pilot an aircraft, and the exchange cost was a staggering 100,000 points. 100,000. This signifies a pivotal shift. Had it been in the past, Yi Wuhen would have scoffed at the notion of 100,000 exchange points. However, circumstances have transformed. Following the system update, this exchange value is no longer a trifling commodity, but has ascended to a celestial echelon, akin to stars, moons, and suns. Alas, Yi Wuhen possesses but a mere 10,000 exchange points. While this sum can procure a fair assortment of valuable items, what he truly yearns for is a weapon that delivers area of effect damage, ideally imbued with a one-hit kill mechanism. An arsenal of such caliber could be deemed overpowered, rendering his 10,000 exchange points nearly insufficient for such an acquisition. After extensive deliberation, Yi Wuhen identified a target, a missile. This formidable weapon promises considerable power, yet affordable and practical missiles are a rarity. Lacking substantial military acumen, he had only heard tales of the Tomahawk missile's prowess. Upon investigation, he discovered it could be exchanged for a mere 9,000 points. The Tomahawk missile boasts a range of 3,000 kilometers and employs a two-stage propulsion system with solid fuel, guided by an inertial navigation system, capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. Needless to say, the range is impressive. The Tomahawk, upon launch, transitions to cruise mode in approximately 1 minute. Soaring at an altitude of 715 meters over the ocean and below 60 meters over land, adept at evading enemy vessels and radar systems, while also capable of autonomously altering its altitude and speed for rapid strikes. However, it can only annihilate targets in the central zone, which troubles Yi Wuhen, as this limitation significantly curtails his potential experience gain. Contemplating the matter, he ultimately decided to exchange for the Tomahawk missile, as it was the most economically viable option amidst a plethora of exorbitantly priced alternatives. A crimson missile with a tail fin materialized in his grasp. Such a notion would have been unfathomable to him in the past, given the immense destructive capacity of missiles. With 1,000 exchange points remaining, Yi Wuhen, true to his frugal nature, felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of depleting his resources. Coincidentally, he found himself in need of clothing. Thus, after securing the missile, he began to browse the clothing selection. The system's marketplace was nearly omnipotent, rivaling Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket, even surpassing it in utility, as long as one possessed exchange points. Anything could be procured. Eventually, Yi Wuhen discovered an attire that suited his style, a white robe adorned with 3 layers of pleats, each etched with the feathers of a phoenix, complemented by a red and white sash at the waist, exuding an air of nobility. Remarkably, this ensemble bore a name, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Upon seeing the price, 1,000 exchange points, Yi Wuhen's heart stirred, and he promptly purchased the garment. After donning the attire, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his skin. Exiting the marketplace, Yi Wuhen ambled along the edge of the city, eyes drawn to the multitude of audacious monsters below. An overwhelming desire to confront them surged within him. After all, they were undeniably deserving of a good thrashing. Just imagine a throng of goblins jeering and taunting you. What would your response be? And these goblins, after all, were merely weaklings. With a grand gesture, Yi Wuhen proclaimed, "A missile for you all." In an instant, a piercing whoosh echoed as a brilliant flash ascended skyward, followed by the chilling sound of its descent, penetrating the eardrums of the defending soldiers. This advanced missile operated under the commands residing in Yi Wuhen's mind. It soared when he willed it to fly and halted at his mere thought. As the missile hurtled through the air, it plunged down into the throngs of monstrous beings below. With a resounding boom, an ear-shattering explosion erupted, unleashing a torrential wave of heat and dust that engulfed the surroundings, blinding those who dared to look directly at the fiery spectacle. The general, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, stood frozen in astonishment, repeatedly swallowing in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhen reveled in the moment, finding immense satisfaction as he watched the once arrogant goblins below transform into mere ashes. His vexation was alleviated, particularly after one of the goblins had the audacity to mock him earlier, tauntingly gesturing for him to approach. How the tables had turned. Once so brazen, they were now reduced to nothing but dust. After a hiatus of 6 months, Ashio resumed writing, ready to expand upon an even grander fantasy realm. The new work, the most powerful ocean clone in history, has already reached 100,000 words, and this time, I vow to see it through to completion. I earnestly hope for your support. This book has been long overdue, as my previous endeavors struggled due to insufficient subscriptions, leaving me unable to sustain myself. I have long wished to express these sentiments, and witnessing the surge in collections and subscriptions has prompted me to voice my thoughts. It's truly unwarranted. Now, Ashio has embarked on a new literary journey, hoping you will take a moment to explore it. It is available on QQ Reading under the title The Most Powerful Ocean Clone in History, currently boasting 120,000 words and requiring your support and assistance. Thank you. Chapter 193. The End is Inevitable. Ding. The host gains 1,000 experience points. Ding. The host gains 1,000 experience points. Ding. The host gains 1,000 experience points. With the launch of a single missile, a cacophony of notifications resonated in Yi Wuhen's mind, significantly altering the tide of battle. This solitary missile wielded a decisive impact, transforming the previously ominous clouds looming over the city into a more favorable outlook. The awe-inspiring spectacle of divine power Yi Wuhen had just unleashed left an indelible impression on the soldiers, who regarded him as a celestial being. The potency of that magical display was vividly etched in their memories. If such feats were to be repeated, the forces of the Nine Nether would surely retreat in submission. Having amassed an abundance of experience, Yi Wuhen successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage, with transformations commencing within him. As his foundational cultivation began to coalesce into a magnificent river of stars, a clear indication of the evolution brought forth by the nascent soul. Brother Wuhen, shall we indulge in a drink tonight to celebrate our achievements? The general of the city guard, witnessing the significant reduction of the dark, menacing creatures, felt an overwhelming joy. For this land of Zhongzhou was indeed their native home. Safeguarding it was paramount. Wuhen glanced at the rift in the sky, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He harbored the foreboding notion that failing to seal this rift would lead to dire consequences. How unfortunate it was for him to have traversed into this world only to encounter the end of an era. An age where few would ascend to immortality post the apocalyptic period. Ding. A notification indicated the perilous nature of the rift, and a mission was proclaimed. Seal the heavens. Mission difficulty, 5 stars, rewards unknown. Seal the heavens? Wuhen contemplated the rift, a daring thought blossoming within him. If I were to seal the heavens for 90,000 years, the mortal realm would be devoid of immortals henceforth. General, I have urgent matters to attend to. Wuhen descended from the city gate and approached Ice Dance. Xiao Wu, there is something I must accomplish. Perhaps this is my destiny. As long as this rift remains unsealed, the monstrous beings from the abyss will surely emerge. Ice Dance gazed at Wuhen, clad in celestial robes and with an appearance as refined as jade, feeling for the first time how heroic he truly was. Go, and ensure you return alive. Wuhen nodded, rising onto his toes and transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, soaring towards the rift, while Ice Dance wept, her face stained with tears. Wuhen, you must persevere. General, look, there is a figure in the sky. The soldiers pointed in astonishment at Wuhen, who was flying towards the rift. The general, a golden core cultivator with keen eyesight, recognized that the figure was indeed Wuhen. Summon the men. One day, I shall report to His Majesty to declare Zhongzhou as Wuhen province, where the Yi family shall be under the protection of our army for a century. Not for any other reason, but because they have produced a true hero. As Wuhen ascended towards the rift, he felt the immense pull and unparalleled suction it exerted. He poured his spiritual energy into the rift, hoping to seal it. However, his efforts proved futile. Throughout the day, he exhausted all methods, yet the rift remained unsealed. Instead, its gravitational force intensified, and Wuhen found himself on the brink of being drawn in multiple times. Only by entering the rift could he hope to seal it. With unwavering resolve, he gazed at the ominous chasm and, without hesitation, allowed himself to be engulfed. The crowd below cried out, Wuhen, but only Wuhen understood that everything here would ultimately come to a close. End of chapter.